This chubby guy is Choi Seo. He jumps rope 10,000 times a day, trains harder than athletes, and catches a flying ball at 300 kilometers per hour without even looking. Waking up earlier than the rooster, sleeping later than the owl, eating only 3 bowls of rice all day but still getting rejected when confessing at school. Oh, so embarrassing. That afternoon, Seo, determined to change into running clothes hoping to lose a bit of weight, unexpectedly bumped into a strange old man, and the result was Seo being carried away to a completely unfamiliar place. When Seo opened his eyes, he was faced with a mysterious and completely unfamiliar scene. According to the old man, this place is the yokai realm. But he didn't say what yokai actually is. Look around from left to right and verify for yourself with your own eyes. The man said again, "Do you see? They are all gathered here, the inhabitants of this yokai world." Seo scans around and vaguely notices the appearance of non-human creatures. But according to what the old man said, they used to be creatures that humans feared and worshipped as gods. Now their existence is called superstition and considered things people have imagined. And every 666 years, a grand gathering is held to choose the king, where all yokai clans around the world, including Korea, select and send a talented young yokai to be a candidate. 666 years ago, a young yokai held his head high and stepped over many others to become the king of this world. It's not because you're impolite, but because this story is just too overwhelming for you. All right, I understand your problem, but why do I have to be here? I told you already. Young man, every yokai clan around the world must send at least one candidate. Of course, this includes the human world, and you are the only one who inherited its noble bloodline. The more Seo listened, the more he found this story strange, and the old man also criticized that your noble bloodline was somewhat mixed, probably passing through 4 or 5 generations. Seo wanted to explain that he had misunderstood, but the old man gave him no chance to speak. Before he could react, a monster several times larger than him suddenly fell from the sky. But the old man said this was a test. If Seo wins, he can eat it. And if the monster wins, it can devour Seo. This is a wide-mouthed yokai named Jogi, but Seo needs to know its name because right now his mind is focused entirely on that wide mouth full of sharp teeth that could tear him apart at any moment. Jogi seems to be very bloodthirsty after 666 years without eating human flesh, and doesn't want to miss this chance, especially when it sees how helpless Seo looks. Jogi charges forward fiercely, while Seo has no ability to resist and is immediately knocked back by a single strike, which is so powerful that when he hits the ground, it creates a huge crater with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Mengte seems very disappointed with Seo's poor physical condition. Even if you carry the blood of the superior race, we cannot grant a mortal the right to participate in the festival. So prove yourself if you want to live. Seo kept trembling, partly from the pain and partly from anger. You have no idea where this place is, who that old man really is, or what that wide-mouthed creature next to him actually is. Suddenly they brought you here and said such harsh words. Before Seo could even wait for the pain to subside, Jogi attacked again, grabbing Seo by the collar like a rat and throwing him hard to the ground once more. This throw caused even more damage than the previous headbutt. Seo lay flat on the ground, blood continuously flowing from his nose and mouth, but he was still able to breathe. "Dad, you seem pretty strong, huh?" Jogi looked surprised that after 2 moves he still hadn't defeated his opponent. "I thought this would be an easy win, but it's not so bad. Even stubborn meat has its own merits." And yet when Jogi's hand came down, a true miracle happened. Even he didn't think that a small human like Seo could block his massive hand with both of his own. He doesn't seem surprised to see Seo awakening his potential because since ancient times, the abilities of the Urim race have been beyond measure. As long as they are an elite being, they don't need a teacher to know. Talent is ingrained in their bodies like instinct, just like Seo now. At the moment he raised both hands to block the attack, his chubby appearance was gone, replaced by a muscular body and eyes filled with fiery rage. Not only did he block the attack, Seo gritted his teeth and used almost all his strength to perform a mountain flip. The idea was that he had succeeded in turning the tide and defeating that giant monster like a mountain. At that moment, you truly awakened your bloodline from an ordinary human to a half-demon. After defeating Gugi, murmurs began to rise from the other monsters surrounding Seo. They were all surprised to see a human like you defeat such an overwhelmingly large, wide-mouthed yokai. It seems like he's hiding demon blood inside him. I haven't watched a demon fight in a long time. Mente sharply struck his staff on the ground before passing judgment as a monster evaluator on the peninsula in front of hundreds of monsters. That Seo was not human, but a monster. This information quickly spread throughout Musan. The appearance of a new elf after many years is truly a very interesting event. But the next morning, when Seo woke up, he found himself in his house and still had his bulky body as before. He immediately thought that what happened last night was just a dream. and told his best friend about it at school. He listened with fascination, never imagining that a human's dream could be so interesting and detailed. At the same time, he also felt very strange. Aren't people supposed to only do familiar actions in dreams? You said you've never studied wrestling and only trained in boxing to lose weight. Seo also found it strange because yesterday's dream felt so real, and in the dream you actually used wrestling skills. It's like you've known what to do all along. Don't tell me you got caught up in that dream. Seo's close friend pats your shoulder, joking around. I was just saying that. Anyway, I guess it's because I've been under too much pressure lately that I started dreaming wildly. Maybe I'm obsessed with losing weight. If this isn't a dream, then how could I have such a six-pack body? Seo said sadly, looking down at his beer belly. But then you once again fell into the same state as in that dream. Under this gaze, Seo could clearly see his six-pack abs and his lean, muscular arms with no excess fat. While still in shock, he heard the boogeyman's voice echoing again, this time with a white-haired girl following behind him. You can feel it again? I think you woke up because you were standing while sleeping. Seo looked around. If he had fallen into this state twice, he could confirm that this was not just an ordinary dream. Seo becomes even more certain of that because Jugi is still lying unconscious, right next to him. The chaotic thoughts quickly invade Seo's mind. If this is not a dream, then this giant monster is real, and so is your victory over it. This six-pack body with no fat is real too. A series of questions flooded my mind, but the one who knows everything, Mengte, didn't seem willing to answer me. Instead, he only asked, "What will you do?" Seo wasn't sure if that question was meant for him. Honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. This is the first time I've met a half-beast, but I never expected that after meeting you in person, you'd be so foolish and pathetic. The girl even doubted Seo's half-demon identity, despite having witnessed the entire match between him and Jugi. Because in that fight, Seo didn't use any magic at all, only pure physical strength. That doesn't make any sense for a half-blood. Sorry, but the test is over, right? Can I go back now? That's right. You've proven yourself. Mente, who had been standing quite far away, suddenly appeared right in front of Seo, catching him off guard. I evaluated while you were sleeping, but go ahead and try again. At this point, Seo has proven that he is qualified to participate in the battle for the Yokai King title. From now on, no one can catch or harm you without a good reason. That's what Mengte said. Sounds impressive, but right now Seo just wants to go home, which makes that white-haired girl furious. Are you really stupid or just pretending to be? Can't you hear me clearly? You are a monster. If a monster's hidden strength and identity are not recognized by humans, or if it is not at least 500 years old, it cannot enter the human world. Hearing her say that, Seo didn't really understand, but started to feel worried. He had never caused trouble for anyone, nor hurt anyone. Why ban you from going home just because you're a monster? Seeing Seo's confused expression, Mengte sighed and explained patiently. If you still don't understand, then I guess I have no choice but to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, Mengte's eyes changed, filled with deadly intent. Seo sensed the danger, and before his brain could make a decision, his body reacted instinctively, jumping back to increase the distance from Mengte to stay safe. Then his eyes returned to normal. Do you see now? Whether you think of yourself as a human or not, your body is inherently a monster. Among monsters, spirits are the most terrifying in power. Even though you've just awakened, your power already far exceeds that of a human. An ordinary body would be destroyed by you if you don't learn to control it properly. Seo begins to accept the truth that he is a monster, but making him wait 500 years to go home is too harsh. But Mr. KM didn't keep him waiting that long. He only asked Seo to wait half a year. The rule that they can only enter the human world after 500 years was issued by the current Yokai King, because 666 years ago, all monsters were free to come to the human world and slaughter. And when tiny humans encounter them, they can only run and tremble in fear whenever they appear each night. Fear and reverence have been humanity's attitude towards yokai for 666 years. After the Yokai King was chosen that year, for some reasons he didn't like, he issued a law on his coronation day, using the blood of monsters defeated by him. Because of that, yokai are no longer free to appear in the human world and can no longer harm humans. That is why humans no longer fear or recognize their existence. They started to believe that monsters were just superstitions and didn't really exist. But that won't last forever. As Maud said, a new Yokai King will be chosen every 666 years. In half a year, the 666th reign will come to an end. The reigning Yokai King will have many crowns, and the laws they establish will be repeated. According to what M said, the moment the Yokai King abdicates at sunset in the human world will be the moment all monsters have been waiting for over 666 years. That will be the Night of the Monsters. the moment they invade the human world and awaken the fear and reverence that have been forgotten. Hearing him say this, Seo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At that moment, all he could think about was how to become stronger. And not just stronger, but strong enough that no one could surpass him, because he absolutely couldn't let the monsters harm humanity. For a 17-year-old boy like Seo, it was hard to predict exactly. But he was certain that if monsters appeared, humanity would be in danger. And at the very least, Seo wanted to protect the people he loved. Get stronger? It's not too difficult, because the pure blood flowing in you is already very strong. Although it can't compare to pure blood, if you learn to control half of that power, no monster would dare attack your loved ones. Mente also mentioned a possibility, though very difficult to achieve, that Seo could fight and win in the upcoming tournament to become the new Yokai King. At that moment, he could have rewritten the rules, but as soon as Mengte mentioned this possibility, the girl dismissed it outright. Don't talk nonsense, he's pretty good, but someone like him doesn't stand a chance to survive. The old man knows too. Seeing Seo staring intently at that girl, Mente realized he hadn't introduced himself until now. This stubborn girl named Seo Hua is just like Seo. She's here to participate in the evaluation. Why did you tell him my name? Because I won't be seeing him again. And I didn't come there to get to know someone like him either, Seo Hua said angrily. Although this is their first meeting, Seo has to admit that this girl is extremely rude. According to the boss MT, ex-Hoa also shares a similar goal as him. Even though she's young, she really wants to enter the human world. He had already refused because he had other plans, but Zhe-Ho Hua was more persistent than a leech, insisting on joining, so Mengte had no choice. You must observe her carefully, he whispered to himself, while Zhe-Ho Hua still refused to tone down her annoying attitude on this side. Why should I be judged? Whether it's the transformation technique or monster strength, there are countless weaker monsters sleeping peacefully for 500 years. I understand. That's why it's hard to assess her abilities. To avoid being detected, she needs not only basic skills, but also patience and self-control. Minate's tone when talking to Seo Hua is even more gentle than when speaking to Seo Hua. But this young girl still always keeps a resentful attitude. Seo Hua also hates Seo outright. Although you are the reason Mente called her today, the yokai assembly is coming up, and the old law will be invalidated in 6 months. Now is the best opportunity to test how well Hoa can adapt to humans without any trouble. And of course, to assess her compatibility with humans, there needs to be a human involved in the test. That is why Choi Seo was also forced into this losing situation. Mente demanded that she teach him all the basic monster skills, including transformation magic, within a month. If Mente sees that both of them have made progress after a month, he is willing to give them both a passing grade so they can go to the human world. At first, Zhe-Ho Hua strongly opposed the idea of trying to teach someone who just awakened with zero knowledge in just a month, which she thought was impossible. Moreover, Zhe-Ho Hua no longer liked Seo's face. Better to just say outright that I didn't succeed. Why do I have to teach him anyway? If you think that way, then wait another 6 months. It won't affect me anyway. Mente replied indifferently. Whether to give up or stay here to teach him is entirely up to her decision. Personally, I think it might be possible. After saying that, Mente disappeared, leaving only the endless dark purple sky behind. After he had been gone for a long time, the parade float still kept rising higher. After a while, she finally spoke in a commanding voice to ask Seo. I know this question is pretty silly, but I'll ask anyway. Do you know what the strength of a monster is? I don't know, Seo answered immediately without hesitation. This response was also within ex-Hoa's expectations. Honestly, she didn't want to teach this blank slate at all, but since she wanted to go to the human world, she had no choice. However, before Seo Hua could finish preparing her lesson plan in her mind, Yugi suddenly appeared from behind again, sticking out his long tongue, making Seo's face turn pale with fear. Little fox, he's mine. Where's that old man? The battle isn't over yet. A deep, gravelly voice echoed from above Seo Hua. She turned her head and looked at the opponent with a contemptuous gaze. This wide-mouthed yokai is truly a living legend among Free Fi-File. Although they are all monsters, I've never considered creatures like it worth my attention. Because of lowly monsters like you, we have been humiliated by humans. Hoa finished speaking, and Yogi was immediately provoked to the point of trembling with anger. Immediately, its target shifted from Seo to Hoa. You bastard, how dare you say that to me? Seeing that lightning-fast attack, Seo could only gape and stare. Unlike humans who have no hierarchy among species, monsters vary greatly depending on their race and bloodline. The difference between monster species is determined by their average strength, specific skills, and abilities they possess, which creates different ranks among monsters. Seo has elf blood, but in reality, pure elves have disappeared. There are many different opinions on which bloodline besides elves deserves to be the highest rank of monsters on the Korean peninsula. Setting aside honor, they would hesitate and then give the same answer: the cunning nine-tailed fox race with hidden tails. They are the ones closest to the top position among monsters in Korea, and that rude fox girl is actually a monster of this race. Then a series of surreal scenes unfolded before Seo, but he could no longer utter a sound because Seo Hua was not just relying on brute strength like him, she was using magic. All he could do was stand there stunned in disbelief. Although this was hard to believe, it seems that Seo will have to learn to accept and adapt to it. After defeating Jugi, Seo Hua turned around and shot Seo a proud look. You see, this is magic, the ability to absorb and use energy and power. In the yokai world, there are two types of magic: innate magic and acquired magic. Innate magic, as the name suggests, is possessed by a single race and is engraved into the bloodline of generations of monsters belonging to that race. To use it, the user doesn't have to study hard at all, because once they belong to that race and understand the innate magic, using it becomes as easy as breathing. But with achieved magic, it's a different story. Any monster can use it as long as they can learn it. To use this, the most important thing is to learn and practice together, not even considering the strength of the skill. At this point, Seo Hua then used Gui, who was tightly bound behind her, as an example. It is a typical example of foolish monsters who refuse to learn, relying on their innate strength and size, and now it has been humiliated by being knocked down with a simple glare technique. Seeing Seo's surprised yet admiring gaze, Super Hoa could only sigh and agree to teach you since things have come to this point. But I warn you, I hate trouble the most. If the results you achieve are not worthy of the time I've spent, you will face my wrath. Her sharp gaze like a blade, clearly speaking the truth, not just threatening, and she also advised Seo to give up now if he wasn't truly prepared, because this training is really difficult for someone who just awakened a few minutes ago like him. Seo pondered, but not because he was afraid. Soon after, he also made his decision. Seo wants to return to the human world, at least to see his mother, and for a nobler reason than just avoiding monsters harming humans. So, he decided to devote himself entirely to studying if Seo Hua agreed to accept him. His determined gaze moved the other party. Originally planning to intimidate Seo into giving up, I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Seo Hua suddenly smiled mischievously. All right, I think you're probably going to fail anyway, but it's still better than not trying at all. So, before we start studying, what should we eat first? Eat what? Seo was surprised, never expecting the rude girl who had been insulting him all along to invite him to dine. Super Hoa also isn't joking. Joe eats and drinks because using magic consumes a lot of energy, and this is the power all residents of the demon realm must use. There's no other way. So to use magic, he must eat until he's full. Usually, energy is gradually accumulated just by breathing or consuming special food and drinks from the demon world. But today is Seo's first day here, so it's hard for him to adapt to that. Seo's diet in the human world doesn't help him gather any strength, so Seo Hua guesses that the power he has since birth is all he's ever going to have. And after using it to flip that Gugui away, you must be starving like crazy. Caught by the flower fox, Seo feels a bit embarrassed. You were actually quite hungry earlier, but Seo still thought he could endure it. As soon as X-Hua mentioned eating, his body reacted instantly. Seo felt completely exhausted, all his muscles clenched and twitching in protest, while Seo Hua maintained an expression as if he wasn't surprised at all. I told you so, you're running low on energy now, probably only enough for a fistful. Anyway, that flip mountain has drained all your strength. This is the classic sign of exhaustion. Exo Hua said as she approached and patted Seo's back, who was still trembling. She said that curing this exhaustion is actually very simple. The answer is the wide-mouthed yokai bound tightly with the sealing spell. Among the demons, there is also a rule that the winner of a valid one-on-one fight holds the power over life and death of the loser, as Exo Hoa's voice whispers continuously in the ear. Hurry up and eat Guji's flesh to absorb its power. That's the most effective and straightforward way to gain strength. With that size and strength, it will be the perfect meal for that person. Soon after, your hunger will disappear quickly. Seo was truly so hungry that his vision blurred. Seeing the huge monster in front of him, he felt a bit nauseous. But at that moment, Seo still decided to move forward. That action was entirely driven by instinct, not will. That was the first time in his life he felt a strange hunger completely take over his body. The craving was amplified by the whispering of the nine-tailed fox, Seo Hoa, and the only thing left in Seo's mind at that moment was his hunting instinct. However, one thing that Seo Hoa never expected was that the greedy instinct of the superior beast would always target the tastiest and most nutritious prey, so when he was just a few steps away from Jugi, Seo suddenly turned his head and stared at her with a bloodthirsty gaze. Before Seo Hua could realize what was happening, he shot forward like an arrow. Seo's eyes immediately turned sharp and cold, full of contempt, with no trace of fear. Just like the way she dazzled Jui, Seo was suddenly bound tightly by an invisible giant chain. "Look at you. No matter how hungry you are, don't be so arrogant. A half-demon like you trying to eat evil meat. You must think I'm an easier target to hunt, right?" Seo Hua was about to teach Seo a lesson to correct his disobedient attitude when he suddenly snapped the chain and broke free. You did that with just one arm's strength. Super Ohoa no longer dares to underestimate the opponent. Although Seo is only a half-demon, it seems his strength is not to be underestimated. She then pulls out her thumbnail, blood continuously oozing from the tip. Super Hoa then used it to draw a spiral in the air, summoning the blessing spell of the most noble demon king. As Super Hoa finished speaking, a giant blood-red fist suddenly appeared from the center of the spiral, facing Seo directly. He was already rushing forward, but the sudden appearance of that fist left no way to retreat. At that moment, Seo could only act instinctively, crossing his arms to shield his chest. But the gap in strength between them was too great, and the magic that Super Hoa Hoa had just summoned was already terrifying enough. Seo was immediately knocked away by that fist. After a moment, the sky cleared, and Seo Ho Hua saw a blurry figure in the distance getting up. "Oh, you're still alive?" She seemed surprised. "Well, even if he's injured, he can't escape. Since he dared to attack me, he's rushing to reincarnate. Anyway, I never really expected much from him," Seo Hua muttered. But when Zhou Hua looked closely at Seo, he fell silent, because a dark red horn had grown from his forehead. Seo has only just awakened, and even among the most powerful elites, only a few can awaken unique magic. With their rarity, they possess overwhelming power, and the horn on Seo's head is clear evidence that he has the potential to become the new symbol of the elf race. Seo reached up and snapped the tangle on his forehead, causing the horn to instantly transform into a powerful weapon. The nine-tailed fox was beginning to tense up, but still forced himself to maintain a nonchalant attitude. Even though you're only half a demon, you still have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. The weapon in Seo's hand is no ordinary tool. It's a unique magic of the elf race. The nine-tailed fox spirit now considered a top-tier figure in the demon world, as she is a nine-tailed fox prodigy born with 9 tails before her 100th birthday, a talent inherited from the fox demon clan with a history of thousands of years in the Korean peninsula. That is why Seo Hua has a very sharp intuition, and when facing the star spirit, she feels that the evil creature she faces for the first time in her life is extremely dangerous. If we only consider strength, Super Ohoa has no reason to lose, but right now, a tremendous pressure radiates from Seo, making it hard for her to even breathe. Seo Ohua, even before thinking of a counterattack, the opponent had already launched an attack. Although Sui is now completely driven by instinct, that alone is enough to endanger Seo Hua's life. This time, instead of rushing headlong at the enemy, Seo performed a high jump. The demon lord in hand strikes powerfully into the air, creating multiple layers of lightning. Compared to the person above, Zhou Hua on the ground clearly finds himself in a disadvantaged position. Also sensing the danger, all 9 of Zhou Hua's tails appeared simultaneously. When Seo's lightning strike descended, the pressure it exerted was truly formidable. But with her extensive combat experience, X-Hua quickly created the One Fist. The giant hand caught the previous lightning strike, blocking a deadly blow for X-Hua. After a successful defense, she was eager to show her strength by counterattacking. Seo was also not idle. The lightning attached to him was tightly held by Super Hoa's fist, refusing to loosen. That hand kept pulling and dragging, causing his small body to be pulled along. Zhe Ho Hua controlled the ultimate move to make it swing wildly through the air via the lightning attack several times before throwing it forcefully. If it were an ordinary monster, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. And Seo Hua truly let out a sigh of relief. But Seo is not an ordinary monster at all. After seeing Super Seo struggle to stand up, Zhe Ho Hua just let out a sigh of relief. Now she has to sigh again, heavily. It seems I need to defeat Seo 5 or 6 more times to fully control him. She's still using the same old trick, trying to throw Seo across by attaching the lightning spear to him and hurling him from side to side. But this time the tide turned in favor of Seo. He didn't run away, nor did he try to cut off the Loi Keech. Instead, Seo used his muscle power to pull the lightning spear back. What's terrifying is that with just one arm's strength, Seo could actually match the pulling force of the great demon king summoned by Seo Hua. And when he uses both hands, that giant hand is completely overpowered by Seo. Even more terrifying is that the weapon in Seo's hands can change shape at his will. Just like now, from the form of the lightning spear, it transformed into a large sword carried on his shoulder. Sio's bloodthirsty gaze was so terrifying it sent shivers down your spine. When he swung the sword forward, its shape continued to transform into a lightning spear, decisively defeating Sio's strongest attack. That is probably why all the monsters revere the spirit spear as a versatile weapon. Both its form and attack methods keep changing, making it hard for Seo Hua to respond. Besides the supernatural power of the Yu Tin Trui, the durability and true power of this magic are also astonishing. Now, even if she only defends, she can't win. Seo Hua must find an opportunity to counterattack and can't let the opponent gain more time to strengthen themselves. Blood gushed wildly from the tips of her fingers. Seo Hua summoned 2 more giant hands. This is the chaotic double strike, a move belonging to the great demon king that Seo definitely cannot withstand. Yet she once again misjudged. Although those 2 arms keep growing, the weapon in her hand can still transform unpredictably, ensuring you suffer not even a slight injury. Super Hoa begins to feel dizzy. With this strength, even the 200-year-old 9-tailed fox wouldn't be a match for Seo. That's when she finally understood why the demon race was revered as the king of monsters. Xiu is just a half-diamond child, and he's already this tough. So how terrifying must a pure-blooded elf be? As the chaotic dual blades are still being deployed and Seo is busy defending, Super Lotus Flower keeps urging himself to come up with a strategy quickly. Xiu is strong, but it seems he has already exhausted all his innate elf magic abilities. Moreover, that was just an instinctive action. You have no fighting experience at all. If this continues, no matter how persistent you are, Xiu's magic will eventually reach its limit. Unlike you, Super Hoa Ho can maintain her magic quite steadily, so although she is overwhelmed by the opponent's strength, she has not been injured so far and can continue fighting for a long time. Just looking at this situation, Super Hoa thinks that Xiu will stubbornly hold on until she is truly destroyed, and it seems she doesn't want this to actually happen. Anyway, Xiu is the key for Super Lotus to reach the human world in a month, so Super Lotus has decided to strengthen her forces. Earlier in the fight, she only used 1 tail. Now X-Flower has decided to unleash all 5 of her tails. This is the first time in her life she has fought using the 5-tailed fox form. With this form, her opponent will probably have a tough time too. As expected, after summoning the 5 tails, the fox flower car regained control of the battle, and Xiu was quickly defeated. You're lying on the cold ground, even your breathing has stopped. Sorry, but you're about to descend into the underworld. Xiu, your teasing voice echoes, making your pain even more unbearable. Your magic consumption is destroying your internal organs, but it's all your own fault, you know that? Surely that idiot who doesn't know his place, and he doesn't realize his body is fading away, that old man will probably scold me again. So Hua was about to leave, ignoring Xiu's self-destruction. But at this moment, she heard him moan those words. Mom! Mom! When ex-Hua turned around, she only saw Xiu's tear-streaked face, his eyes clouded and unfocused, completely different from the bloodthirsty cold look he had earlier. I don't know if monsters can feel compassion or not, but seeing Xiu's desperate crying and calling for his mother, Zhou Hua truly couldn't bear it. She reached out with her magic to lift his body off the ground, bringing him closer to herself. Then Zhou Hua suddenly reached out and kissed Shu on the lips. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't really a kiss, just an exchange of something through the mouth. When finished, Xiu Ho Hua cruelly shoved Xiu away, letting him fall to the ground while wiping his mouth with disgust. Both the 5 elements and the fox spirit's magic were still in my hands, and if you don't intend to repay me properly, I will make sure you regret it. I don't know how long later, Xiu woke up to find his body clean and without a scratch, lying on a soft, beautiful bed, thinking he had woken from a dream and returned home. But upon closer inspection, this room doesn't seem right. Then Xiu saw the door open, and Super Hoa, looking extremely unwell, carrying a bowl of medicine, entered the room. As soon as he saw her, Xiu instinctively knelt down to apologize, still vividly remembering every detail of the recent battle. Even though he was still conscious at the time, he couldn't understand why he couldn't control his body. He thought that after saying everything, Seo Hua would scold him harshly or even hit him, but she only coldly said 2 words. Drink it. Seeing Xiu's confused look, ex-Hua impatiently repeated once more. Drink it before it gets cold. Xiu hurriedly took the bowl of medicine, the strong smell of traditional herbs wafting up. He didn't want to drink it, but didn't dare to refuse. The first bitter sip hit Xiu's head like a punch. He covered his mouth trembling, but heard ex-Hua threaten to cut his throat if he dared to spit it out. What is this made of? He shyly asked who would know. Got it? Do you want me to help you swallow it more easily? I won't provoke you anymore, so finish it. And in the meantime, Listen carefully. And so Seo had to close his eyes and take the bitter medicine while listening to Seo Hoa scold him. He woke up only remembering how he attacked her, forgetting the important fact that the wide-mouthed monster had escaped during their fight. Maybe it's hiding somewhere and will curl up for about 100 years because it knows exactly what will happen to it if caught. The thing is, this yokai is actually a powerful medicine for half-demons like Seo. Chuahua kept nagging you because the delicious food was right in front of you, but you still missed it. Is there any other way to handle this? Seo honestly asked again, because just thinking about that wide-mouthed yokai makes him feel nauseous. I really don't want to eat its meat either. Another way? So Hua sneered contemptuously. Look at you. Do you really think you're still human? If you're not willing to step on others to become stronger, then that's not the way. Seo hurriedly interrupted her. It's just that I still haven't gotten used to killing and eating monsters. I don't want to do it either. But from my perspective, any monster can pose a threat to humans. So if I make a mistake, the people around me will be in danger. Although still hesitant, Seo firmly repeated each word, once again reminding Hua that he would do his best. The question of whether there is another way to resolve it isn't really about you running away, but about asking if there's another method to absorb the opponent's power besides devouring them. Seo Hua shook her head. The most effective way to strengthen love power is to eat other yokai's flesh. This has been happening in the yokai world for tens of thousands of years, but it can only occur when both sides agree to face off. Because without that rule, the weak would always be prey and unable to survive. And Seo is a special case. Even though you're a half-demon, countless monsters have witnessed you using your demon power to defeat Jugo. The rumors will spread like that. Those weaker than Seo will definitely run away to avoid facing him, while those who seek him out will be the remaining yokai he cannot confront. In other words, letting that wide-mouthed yokai escape is a huge loss for Seo right now. But So Hoa is also too tired to scold him anymore. All right then, if you lose this round, we'll try another. Come outside, I have a gift for you. This is the first time since we met that Seo has seen ex-Hoa smile, a sincere smile without the contempt he used to have. Yu follows her outside. The gift from Zo Hoa is tightly bound and keeps screaming outside the yard. It is also a monster. Or, as ex-Hoa calls it, a creature that has lost its qualification to be a monster. There are countless reasons behind this, but most are because some monsters have lost their reason, driven by their instincts, just like how Seo was not long ago. However, these creatures are less fortunate than you, even after losing their reason. And attacking others recklessly, they are still forgiven. They have broken the rules they were not allowed to and lost their right to be monsters. Now, they are just ordinary beasts. Seeing Seo staring at him intently, Seo Ho Hua impatiently reminded him, "Why are you just standing there staring all the time?" "I told you, it's just a beast that has lost its reason." Unexpectedly, while describing that creature, Seo Ho Hua secretly chuckled at it, and this mindless creature quietly approached Seo from behind. It only had its instincts left, but its attacks seemed even more ferocious. Luckily, Seo reacted quickly and avoided the enemy's claws. Super Hoa sat on the roof, quietly observing the situation below. At first, she thought Seo would be surprised and hesitant, then fail. But he used his body better than Seo Hoa had expected. This really made her realize she had underestimated the opponent, but even so, facing that monster was no easy task. Because Seo's opponent was once a member of the Fire Dog clan and had a name, that proved how strong it was. However, driven by the desire to prove its clan during the festival, it was arrested for forcibly devouring another monster. Because it exceeded its limit and couldn't control its own demon power, this fire dog went berserk and turned into its current form. Its attacks are extremely sharp and focused on speed. Moreover, although the opponent's size is not as great as Gugi's, it is still enough to overpower Seo, especially since it has lost its fighting reason, driven by bloodlust and madness. No matter what, it seems you're in a tough spot. As Sehua predicted, this time Seo can't freely unleash his demon spear. But she didn't expect much because even so, this is still a fight that Seo can win. From the start, his level was far above his opponent's. He just hadn't gotten used to handling and throwing the way to use his demon power. Although it's a bit harsh, this is the training plan that Seo Hoa specially prepared for Seo to fully awaken his instincts and fighting style, and it only happens when he is on the brink of death. She thought that Seo would be overwhelmed by the fire dogs until he was on the brink of collapse. Then she would bring out the demon trident like last time. But the scenario didn't go as Seo Hoa expected. After a few successful blocks and dodges, Seo begins to adopt a defensive stance to counterattack. The stance he uses is deeply rooted in boxing techniques. These are the skills he had accumulated during his weight loss journey back in the human world. Even his trainer was amazed by Seo's exceptional skills. He looks more like a professional athlete than someone coming to the gym to lose weight. Unlike regular martial arts students, Sio's goal isn't about strength or fighting. He just wanted to lose weight. That goal might seem nothing special, but for Sio, it was the hardest thing to achieve in his life. No matter how persistent or how much effort he puts in, it all seems to go unrewarded. But Sio has never once considered giving up. So by the time he reached high school, he was participating in 16 sports, including 7 combat sports. Despite the short training period and no weight loss, his efforts and innate athletic nerves allowed Sio to master all 7 combat sports perfectly. Just like now, he completely used boxing and martial arts with continuous punches and kicks, overwhelming the fire dog. So Hoa couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the fire dog fall, while Sio didn't suffer a single injury. You only feel tired. After the match ends, seeing the huge thing lying right at your feet, Sio immediately reverts to his foolish look. How am I supposed to eat it now? The firehound is lying defeated on the ground, and even Sio is amazed that he was able to do this much. The carriage also looks just as shocked. The strange martial arts Sio uses are so incredible that she only hopes it's not an innate ability, or else Sio's power would be too terrifying. After all, those are techniques created by humans, and not suitable for the body and strength of a demon. Yet Sio, who hasn't awakened his demon body for long, can use human martial arts fluently in battle and even master them. Sio's potential seems to far exceed Zhan Hua's expectations. At this point, she's starting to think about what to do with him in the coming days. Sio, after defeating the fire dog, the foolish look on his face returned once again. He really didn't know what to do with that monster. From the very beginning, he didn't think he would win, nor did he consider eating it like Onan Hoa. At least, you should have won first before talking about what's next. Right? Onan Hoa sneered. Sio hadn't even had time to understand what she just said. Clearly, he had defeated the fire dog already. But then, just a moment later, an excruciating pain shot through his left arm. It turns out, the opponent is not fully dead yet. The fierce vitality of a monster and its desire for revenge have made it rise again, and while Sio was distracted, he was ambushed from behind. The sharp fangs of the fire dog sank deep into his flesh, gnawing relentlessly as fresh blood poured down like a waterfall. Sio was thrown aside, his body collapsing from acute pain and severe blood loss. The fire dog, having tasted the enemy's blood, becomes even more ferocious. With the current situation, if Sio doesn't take action next, he will definitely be the one to lose. When Sio was clear-headed enough to lift his head, he realized a piece of his muscle flesh had been bitten off by the firehound. The pain kept flooding in, leaving his mind blank, while the enemy had no intention of waiting for him to adapt to the situation. It quickly delivered another punch to Sio. The force of this strike wasn't the strongest, but it was enough to send Sio flying like a boomerang. How about this? I'm sure once you deal with it, we'll have plenty of time to talk. Onan Hoa's car remained still, watching intently. And at this moment, Sio probably had no mind left to respond to her. The biggest reason humans fear injury is not pain, but the fear of losing half of their entire body. This is the primal fear of living beings called humans, and injuries like that are enough to make a 17-year-old boy like Sio panic, especially as he continues to face the threat of a giant monster like the firehound. But he had forgotten that he was no longer human, but a monster now. As the fire dog prepared to attack again, the missing flesh on his left shoulder suddenly grew back, smooth and unblemished as if nothing had happened. The scratches from the beast's claws on his chest gradually disappeared, and his body once again became flawless and unblemished. Although extremely amazed, Sio gradually accepted it, focusing on the current situation to dodge the enemy's attack. This is one of the biggest differences between humans and monsters besides strength. That is the ability to recover. It creates a difference in thinking and actions between humans and monsters. Humans fear losing half of their body, but monsters believe that as long as they don't die or suffer fatal wounds, all injuries are nothing. The moment Sio realized this, the limits he unconsciously set to protect his body were broken down, and his physical capabilities increased dramatically, turning him into a madman charging straight at Hoa Qian, because he realized that normal injuries, even losing an arm or a leg, could no longer kill him. It was this removal of fear that allowed Sio to quickly regain control of the situation. The flurry of boxing skills kept coming, leaving Hoa Qian no time to react, until finally he knocked it away with a punch. Because the opponent was too huge, Sio's hand almost broke in half after this punch, but the impact was completely worth it. The recoil it generated was like being hit by a truck, but seeing the fire dog lying flat on the ground, Sio didn't dare to breathe a sigh of relief like before. Because you know that even if it loses its Ziga, its body is still a Yai, and this also means it has the same ability to recover as well. It wouldn't be surprising if that demon dog stood up again now. Sio was ready to continue fighting, but Seon Hua asked him to stop. Stop here! That punch was perfect, both in strength and in the way it strikes. Even if that guy is not a coward, he still can't recover immediately. Before Seo could reply, she continued, "And what do you think about not losing consciousness but still being able to use magic for the first time in your life?" Seo listened to Manhwa speak non-stop and felt like a duck hearing thunder. "The important thing is that it seems like you didn't use magic just now. You were only using your normal boxing skills. Using magic isn't something too extraordinary. Even high-level magic can be used in many ways. The fact that your body recovers quickly is proof that you used magic, even if you can't control it." Seonhwa explains that, especially with the final punch Seo just threw, he also clearly perceives that it was much more powerful than his usual punches, but he doesn't realize it was the result of using magic to boost his strength. "Besides your punch being stronger, do you feel anything else?" Seonhwa asked again. Seo stared intently at his two hands. "I'm not quite sure, but after this battle, it seems like Seo feels like there's an electric current running through his body." Because of his inexperience, Seo couldn't see it clearly, and the reason she let him fight the Firehound was to help him accumulate that experience. Because during the fight, Seo will accidentally use magic and gradually get used to that feeling. But to be fair, after witnessing the recent battle, Seonhwa was also very surprised. She thought that Seo would have to struggle with the fire dog for dozens of days to feel and use magic. But everything he managed to do only took place in a single day. This shows that Seo's talent is not to be underestimated. Used to being looked down on and scolded by Seonhwa, her praise now makes Seo a bit shy, and Seonhwa shows no interest in Seo's little female sentimentality. She flicks her finger, and the fire dog nearby, still unconscious, is lifted up and brought closer to them. "Now, you should finish this now. You said you're ready. Is that right?" I think this might be a pointless question, but have you ever taken someone's life so far? As expected, Seo's answer was just as Seonhwa predicted. He never has, but now ending the fire dog's life himself is the best thing for both of them. Seonhwa won't help you do that. She only warns that if you don't kill it now, you'll pay an even higher price later. To help him strike more easily, Seonhwa also revealed the monster's most vital spot, which is above the navel, where the demon core is located and where the demon energy is concentrated. Just focus the demon energy and punch through it to defeat the opponent. Seo sighed and then stepped forward to face the fire dog. She knows this isn't easy. After all, this is Seo's first time. The guilt of having defeated someone and absorbed their power is something that no matter how much you justify, it's hard to completely let go of. But amid the intense struggle in his mind, Seo remembered his mother and his best friend. Yes, he needed to become stronger to protect them from the monsters. And so Seo gritted his teeth, clenched his fist at the spot Seonhwa indicated, and threw a punch. The fire dog had been defeated by him, and then a magic orb appeared in Seo's palm. After swallowing it, the fire dog's power will belong to you. Seo clenched his teeth and followed Seonhwa's instructions. But after swallowing that elixir, nothing happened to his body. Strange. Usually something like bam bam boom should happen after swallowing, right? Those were Seo's thoughts, but something spoke them aloud. He glanced to the side and saw a black crow perched on his shoulder. Seo was startled and quickly stepped back several paces. Then the black crow swiftly transformed into a human figure. Hwasi seemed to recognize this person and immediately gave her a rather unfriendly nod. "What brings you here?" saying that makes people sad, you know. Friends don't even need a reason to meet up, do they? Although it's true, I do have something to do here today. After saying that, their gaze shifted from Seonhwa's car to Seo, and their tone became strangely excited. "Are you the half-demon from the rumors?" That crow girl introduced herself as Sony, a childhood friend of Seonhwa. But judging by Seonhwa's expression, they seem more concerned about their own matters. Seo also politely introduced himself, but Anhwa didn't seem to have much patience for small talk. "So, what exactly are you here for? Why rush?" "As you know, I'm working part-time at the candy shop. Because you caught the two demons, I brought the reward and prize on behalf of the boss." Seonhwa shrugged and then told Sun to give all the reward to Seo. She's not the type to seek credit either, but the truth is, it was you who defeated those two monsters. Sun Mi listened to her words and her gaze on Seo grew even more excited, almost eager to devour him whole. "I knew it. I've been watching from the start. You're truly impressive. Honestly, I didn't think you had only just become a demon." Sun even believes that if this development continues, Seo will become Seonhwa's most formidable rival at the upcoming Yokai Festival. But after hearing this, Seonhwa just took it as a joke. Even though Seo is really strong, she still believes that the time until the tournament isn't enough to polish him into a shining gem. And when he gets there, he'll be taken down by someone else in no time, without even needing me to step in. Sun thought differently. She believes that in the upcoming tournament, this young man will definitely become an unknown factor thanks to his endless potential. Returning to the main issue, the monster defeat reward that Sun brings for Seo includes two options. Either the chance to return home immediately, or to continue forward and become one of the strongest demons. After this event, Seo tried to contact his close friend Yusin. Your sudden disappearance all day and not answering calls made Yusin panic. What's going on? I just heard that strange number because I thought it might be you. Nothing. I wish I could tell you that. Seo whimpered on the phone, then made a request that even he thought was crazy. To cooperate with me in lying to your mother to justify my disappearance from home for a month. Of course, Seo couldn't tell Yusin the real reason, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't believe it. So, UFA lied and said you were at a traditional martial arts training center in seclusion for a month to lose weight. I thought you already knew, but that place isn't for ordinary people. Yusin is worried, I know. It may sound crazy, but I really have no other choice. I can only ask for your help. Yusin? As Seo's close friend, Yusin has witnessed his frantic weight loss efforts with no results and understands Seo's desire to lose weight better than anyone else. So when you lied about being at a traditional martial arts school to lose weight, Yusin didn't suspect anything. He just felt that Seo was still hiding something. As a close friend, Yusin wanted to hear everything, because maybe he could help in some way. Seotron hesitated for a few seconds, about to speak, but Sun beside him covered his mouth. She said that it was okay if he was lying, but if humanity found out about the existence of the yokai world, it would be breaking the law. By that point, even Sun would have to face punishment alongside you, with unpredictable consequences. So, Seo clenched his teeth and swallowed the words he wanted to say. Seeing you so conflicted, Yushin didn't press further. All right, if anything happens and you can reach me, do that first. Their phone call ended there, but Yusin hung up and still stared at the phone for a long time. He was sure that things were not as simple as Seo had just said, but exactly how remained a mystery, even in his dreams. Rewind a bit to when Seo was faced with the choice of returning to the human world immediately or continuing to strive to become a top monster. Both Sun and Xanhua thought he would choose the first option. At first, Seo seemed stunned because he had always assumed he could only go home after Mente judged him to meet the standards in another month, but Sun firmly insisted he wasn't making things up. If you really want to go back, I will take you to the human world immediately. But Seo refused. You want to leave here in a month after passing Mente's test? Sony was very surprised. Oh, what's wrong? To make this choice, Seo was actually quite troubled, but he felt that if he didn't study seriously now, he wouldn't be able to handle things properly when he returned home and faced unexpected problems. Especially after 2 battles with monsters, he was convinced that he had truly become a creature like them and needed strength to fight back in similar situations. So Seo decided to stay and hone his abilities further as a yokai. Seo finished speaking in one breath, and Sun couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his eyes shining brighter than the stars. Wow, what you just said is way cooler than I imagined, just like a manga protagonist. Don't you find it funny? Playing around with this kid using fake choices that don't even exist. Just give him what he needs. After saying that, she turned to Seo and gave him a cold splash of water. And besides, there's no way you could pass the test. Seonhua revealed that what just happened was just a bad habit of Sony. She likes to lead others to speak their wishes without reason and observe their reactions. In Sony's more poetic words, it's a test to understand a person's character as well as their thinking and adaptability. So, Seonhua, you still haven't finished reading the book I gave you last time, right? Sun suddenly turned to Seonhua and asked. While they were talking, Seo quietly observed this crow girl. Indeed, her way of speaking and her mannerisms were completely different from other monsters. You feel like you're actually seeing a real person. After chatting with Seonhua for a while, Sunny then gets to the main point. You want to take Seo somewhere for a while, but you don't know where. Seonhua immediately agrees. After all, she's not a babysitter. They didn't even bother to ask Seo's opinion, as Sun simply waved her hand, transforming from a human into a giant crow. I told you I wasn't making things up, right? I wasn't. Sun's voice echoes softly from the middle of the stage. She belongs to the Nakui race, a demon with the power to move between the human world and the demon realm. Sun can also bring demons who haven't passed the test into the human world, as long as they are willing to accept the consequences of what might happen, and without asking if Seo wants to go home, Sony already grabbed him with her claws and took him back to the human world. That's why Seo was able to call Yusin. At first, Sony thought he would cry and run home, but all Seo did was borrow her phone and make a quick call to his best friend. Since there was plenty of time, she also suggested that Seo visit his family at home. But as soon as the word family was mentioned, his face suddenly turned sad and mournful. I only have my mother left in my family, but she has also left the city to work elsewhere. Honestly, I feel much more relieved that way. If my mother were at home, everything would probably be a mess. To thank Sony, Seo wanted to invite her to dinner, and she didn't refuse. Seeing her excited expression, Seo was worried she might ask for luxury dishes like shark fin or delicacies from a five-star restaurant, but unexpectedly all Sun wanted was a simple home-cooked meal with basic dishes, like kimchi soup or steamed fish. After clearing the table with all the dishes she ordered, Seo kept asking skeptically, "Are you sure this is all you need?" "Yes, I'm quite satisfied." "School food?" Their response made Seo curious. "Well, I go to school too." "Do you know Hodong High School?" Seo was even more surprised because that school is right next to yours. Listening to Sun Mi, I realized she only started school this year, but maybe because her way of thinking is different from humans and monsters, she hasn't become close to anyone yet. Seoyo is the first friend she's invited home. The more Seo listened to Sun, the more confused she felt. With such a lively personality, she seemed like someone who makes new friends wherever she goes. But you didn't ask anything else, and Sony didn't say anything more. The two of them just went through a simple meal, and Sony finished all the food on the table. Feeling very satisfied with the meal, she took out the reward she had mentioned earlier, a scroll called the Monster Storage. It looks simple on the outside, but its features are incredibly amazing. Just think of it as a bag and a phone to understand better. With what I just did, you can easily summon objects from this scroll. It can also display what you want if you move your finger like this, just like scrolling on a phone. Sun carefully explained to Seo how to use the scroll, including how to search for items inside, store, and retrieve them. Although it's just a small roll of paper, the space inside can hold countless objects. Now that I have it, Seo can carry many things without worrying about their weight and size. It also has a few other uses. But Sun wants Seo to experience and get used to this item on his own. Besides the monster's treasure chest, Sun also gives Seo 2 stacks of coins. They call it fairy cash, a high-value currency even in the fairy world, and finally, a treasure passed down by the fairy in the form of a glove. They are objects that can perform various functions when you channel your demon energy into them. You know, in those old human stories, these things often appear out of nowhere. Sunmi explains that she also didn't hide from Seo the fact that Mente was the one who asked her to bring these things to him. Usually, the reward for defeating monsters in the demon world is just fairy money. But Mott specifically asked her to bring the demon storage and treasure vaults, so it seems he has high hopes for you. Seo instinctively tensed up. If Mente has placed hope in him, maybe he could participate in the yokai festival and become the new king of demons. Sun seems to have guessed your thoughts and nodded slightly. Maybe he's hoping you'll win the festival. Although we are not human, monsters also feel a sense of belonging to the place they live. So if a monster from the Korean peninsula becomes the new demon king, that would definitely be a reason for Mengtae to be proud. During a free moment, Sun also told Seo the stories he had overheard from the Yokai 666 Festival 666 years ago, when a monster from the Korean peninsula nearly won the championship. That person stayed until the very end and had a close fight with the current demon king. And interestingly, that person is also an elite spirit like Seo, an incredibly powerful species that no monster in Korean history has ever been able to defeat. The more Seo listens, the more confused he becomes. Knowing too much at once is starting to overwhelm him. Anyway, Seo only found out he had the blood of the superior spirit yesterday. But since then, the things he's heard and experienced have been so many. It's like he's already lived half a lifetime. Sometimes Seo even thinks he's still dreaming and keeps wondering what he needs to do to wake up from this dream. I think he's adapting pretty quickly and living better as a human. Sonmi chuckled softly. Although she was meeting Seo for the first time, after hearing firsthand about his determination, her impression of him remained quite positive. Therefore, Sony encouraged Seo while he was so determined, and he should also set his goals a bit higher. After all, he has lived 17 years as a human. But if Seo can erase the limiting thoughts that have become a rut and try harder, then becoming the Demon King and creating a law that lasts for the next 666 years is entirely possible. Can I ask you something? Seo interrupted the opponent's long-winded speech. Well, go ahead and ask. Talking to you makes me feel like I've made friends with a real person. Seo then points to Sony's monster storage, where a word in English, emergency, is flashing on the scroll, meaning urgent. Seo wondered what it was. Oh, this? It's an emergency summons, Sun said casually as he took a sip of tea. It is sent to the monsters in the area whenever a serious situation occurs. If an emergency summon is sent to the human world, the only reason is that some monsters have broken the rules and harmed humans. But don't worry, things like this haven't happened in decades. There's no way an emergency summon would be sent to me. At this point, Sun suddenly stopped, falling silent for about 2 seconds as she realized something was wrong. She turned around to check herself, then shouted loudly at Seo's house. Because Sun's scroll clearly shows an urgent summons in big characters. Damn it, is this real? Then Sun hurriedly left, while Seo stayed at his house to keep waiting. Bored, he took out the rewards he just received to check. That magic beast storage ring is truly amazing. Just putting your hand in lets you retrieve the items inside. As for that treasure ring of the beast, Seo still doesn't know exactly what it does. Maybe after Sun comes back, you'll ask then. It's almost 10 p.m. already. Before leaving, Sony told him to wait for her. Half a day by the demon's clock is 6 hours. They left for half a day and had gone since 4 o'clock, so she promised to come back at 10 to pick him up. Seo patiently waited until 10 o'clock but saw no sign of Sun returning, and nothing happened. He started to get anxious and regretful for not asking for her phone number to stay in touch. Too bored, Seo started wandering around his own house. Seeing the photo of his father in the glass cabinet, he couldn't help but wonder again. His mother said that he had elf blood running through his veins, so Seo must have inherited it from his father, the martial arts master. That's understandable, considering he reached the peak of wrestling in just a short time. You are really curious whether he knows you were born with that elven blood. The space is eerily quiet, only the ticking of the clock making Seo even more anxious. San is still not back because the monsters attacking people are more numerous than she expected. She is still busy fighting them. But there are too many of them. Sony is just worried that the feathers he brought won't be enough to take them all down. Don't worry too much. Your friend will be fine. His wound isn't too deep. I've already bandaged and stopped the bleeding. After killing a monster attacking humans, Sony reassured him, but he couldn't relax at all and was even more frightened, as if the threat to the man was right behind Sunmi. Instinctively, she turned around. Just then, a monster charged straight at Sony to attack. With this kind of situation, Sony probably wouldn't be able to counter in time, but in the end, the monster still couldn't hurt Sony. Focus. The day the rumor spreads that you were defeated by these lowlifes will be the day the Lon family can no longer rise. A voice echoed along with increasingly clear footsteps in the dark night. Well, this family's reputation has never been very good anyway, and you know I will be by your side, right? Who do you think you are to call me O? From the shadows, a young man appears with a cold face and an unfriendly tone. Sun calls him Go, and it seems they know each other. As soon as he appeared, Go hurriedly put the young man sitting on the ground, tears and mucus all over, under a spell because people like them are not meant to know about the existence of monsters. Listen, what happened today was just a string of bad luck. A car suddenly appeared in the alley, hit both of us, and then sped away. From now until the ambulance arrives, don't worry anymore and just rest. Go's voice sounded almost magical. As he finished speaking, the young man's eyes also became vacant, clearly mind-controlled. Sunmi didn't seem surprised to see Gu hypnotize an ordinary person. This magic isn't even a natural ability of his family, and it's very hard to learn. Sunmi also tried to learn it from the Manhwa carriage, but the results were disappointing, and she was scolded by her, so she gave up. Seeing Sunmi keep rambling about the hypnosis without needing to recharge, Go Yu started feeling a headache and deliberately changed the subject. There are 2 here. How many have you defeated so far? Including your brother's help in catching them, the total is 24, but none of them are high-level monsters. They're all too weak, and they were all chained up, so it seems these are evil spirits being controlled by someone else. The more she spoke, the worse Sunmi's expression became, as the monster's appearance in the human world had already claimed the lives of 7 innocent people and injured over 50 others. The identity of the culprit behind this case remains a mystery, but Sun is sure they must understand how serious the crime of harming humans is. What could possibly drive them to slaughter humanity for amusement like this? Sun kept trembling. As he spoke, Go interrupted her. Unlike Sony, he doesn't see this as a case created just for entertainment, but rather for profit. Although this is no longer common among the younger generation of monsters like them. Since ancient times, humans have always been eaten by monsters, and it wasn't to satisfy their lust or hunger, but because human flesh is a nutritious food source for all monsters. Hearing this, Sun's expression grew even darker. She had never heard of this before, but Go was not surprised. Because although it was a common truth from thousands of years ago, it was not passed down to the next generation of monsters to prevent them from slaughtering innocent humans. However, the fact that monsters can become stronger by eating humans remains undeniable, even though only a few monsters currently know this truth. And if it were to be exposed, then the human world would no longer be peaceful. For 666 years, monsters have always kept to themselves to avoid breaking the monster law. But at this moment, the Yok Chai Festival is about to be held, and all monsters are seeking power by any means necessary. Therefore, to become even slightly stronger, they are willing to disregard the rules of the monster world. Go must be the one behind this scheme. You also understand that you've been working for the boss Mente, right? Recently, many monsters have been destroying themselves by pushing too hard to increase their power quickly. As Go spoke, Sunmi finally realized that lately, quite a few monsters have been so enraged that they lost their humanity and turned into beasts. Anyway, events like today still make honest monsters like Gu extremely annoyed. In his eyes, those who control evil spirits to cause chaos in the human world are just cowardly scoundrels targeting helpless humans. Sun was about to say more to Go, but suddenly her intuition told her something was wrong. In an instant, she disappeared, leaving only a few crow feathers scattered and her voice echoing from the void. "I'm going ahead, Oppa. I believe you can handle what's here." Sun's unease comes from Seo. Even though he's still inside his own house, he's facing an enormous danger. When he went to the living room, Seo suddenly saw the glass door leading to the balcony wide open, even though he was sure it had been shut tight just a second ago. Out of curiosity, Seo instinctively stepped onto the balcony, looking left and right without realizing that a mysterious creature was approaching from behind. It's so easy. If I had known he was so unprepared, I wouldn't have had to go through all this effort, he thought to himself, then quietly approached, secretly closing the distance with Seo. He initially thought he had a good chance, but Seo's instincts were sharper than he imagined. As soon as he launched his surprise attack, Seo dropped to the ground, avoiding the strike. This forced that bastard into a defensive position. Seizing the moment, Seo quickly grabbed his opponent's arm and slammed him to the ground. All done, Seo stood there panting heavily. That was really a tense situation. Even though you managed to subdue the opponent, it felt like your heart was about to jump out of your chest. After this powerful blow, Seo's balcony was badly damaged. But that's not the main point. He secretly felt lucky that the time he was ambushed from behind by that fire dog had raised his instincts to a new level. Just now, in an instant, Seo felt a sudden chill and only reacted quickly enough to escape danger. Otherwise, he'd probably be on his way to the underworld now. It was just because he was in such a hurry and couldn't control his strength that Seo accidentally threw the enemy onto the ground, hoping no one saw what happened. Seo leaned over the broken railing to look down, but all he saw was a large hole caused by his fall, and the creature had vanished without a trace. Seo immediately sensed a new threat, and then heard a smug voice whispering in his ear, "Don't worry, I've made everyone in this area fall asleep already." A cold sensation returned, covering Seo's body. He didn't know if the words "go to sleep" meant just sleeping, or if he had already finished off everyone in this building, but before he could find out, Seo's throat was squeezed tight, and he vaguely saw the shape of his opponent. "Hey, are you really the demon from the rumors? Your magic power is too weak. I thought you would give me a good punch." He looked completely unharmed after being slammed down with such earth-shattering force. Seo was caught by the tail of that bastard, strangled around the neck, unable to fight back. Then the opponent dragged him from the high-floor railing straight down to the ground. Seo was thrown hard into the very hole he had just made, lying flat in the building's underground parking garage. The opponent followed him immediately after, his eyes on Seo like a steak cooked to medium rare, ready to be served. Damn, this is truly unfortunate for the people living here, but those stupid humans probably think this was just poor construction or a gas line explosion. The house price will probably drop a bit. He chuckled. Seo is definitely facing a monster that harms humans, as revealed in the urgent summons Sun received, but since she hasn't come back yet, Seo will have to handle him himself. It's just that compared to the two monsters he defeated in the yokai realm, this bastard seems much stronger. The situation seems to be going against Seo, and as he trembles and struggles to get up, the opponent appears to become even more excited. "You'd better scream when you're thrown, brat. If you resist, it will only cause trouble." Seo's instincts tell him that in this battle, one small mistake could cost him his life. The opponent seems to be a snake spirit that has attained human form. Seeing the sharp fangs and the constantly flicking long tongue in their mouth, Seo felt goosebumps all over his body. Moreover, he doesn't even hide the fact that he's here to eat you. You'll only suffer more if you try to resist. Either way, the outcome will be the same. So it's better to leave quickly and quietly, right? However, I can still promise you one thing. In the opponent's sinister gaze, Seo had a bad feeling. Sure enough, right after that, the bastard pulled out a photo from his pocket, a picture of me and my mother. He said he could spare Seo's mother and only absorb the others, but how much of a wicked monster's words can you really trust? If he already found out about Seo's mother, she definitely can't escape. With no way out left, you grit your teeth and charge forward. Seo grabs the monster by the collar, aiming to perform a flip, just like the one he did with Google. But before he could strike, Seo suddenly felt his body go limp, as if all his strength had been drained, and the opponent, seeing this, became even more triumphant. "Sorry for talking so much, but I really can't think of any good insults." Seo staggered, let go, and stepped back. He saw the enemy gleefully holding up two blood-stained fingers, having just used his own poison magic. Just now, taking advantage of Sio's charge, that bastard stabbed his two fingertips straight into your chest, carrying deadly poison. Your skills are strong, but they're useless against me. Even if you escape from me, when facing stronger enemies, you will also die. You've only been exposed to a little poison, and you're already at your limit. Watching Sio's body collapse, that bastard grew even more satisfied. His body began to react as the venom quickly spread through his bloodstream. The veins began to dilate, turning dark purple and becoming clearly visible. Sio could no longer feel any strength in his body, as if he were paralyzed by a shadow. The more he saw him writhing in pain, the more strangely excited the enemy became. Because to him, the laws of the world had already decided that the weak had no choice but to become prey. If you knew how to use that thing you're wearing on your hand, things might have turned out differently. Disaster doesn't wait for you to be ready before it comes. As he spoke, that monster began to transform. Now he had truly become a real snake. Seeing the blood-red tongue constantly flicking in and out, Sio felt helpless. He wanted to run, even to fight back, but his body refused to move. In his moment of greatest despair, Sio suddenly remembered the enemy's words that if he knew how to use what he was wearing on his hand, everything would change. He had planned to wait for Sun to come back and ask how to use this, but now he had no choice if he wanted to survive. So instead of trying to move his whole body, Sio focused all his strength on his right arm wearing it. And the miracle truly happened. Sio was able to move his right hand. He punched forward with great force, instantly releasing a massive wave of energy. The snake man was stunned, but luckily his speed was fast enough to dodge this attack. Sio's punch created another hole in the ceiling of the parking lot. This hole is even bigger than the previous one, revealing the full moon and gentle breeze shining brightly above. Isn't it the time for Chio to enjoy the breeze and admire the view now? Because after almost being sent to heaven by Sio, that snake man seems to have run out of patience. He immediately swung his tail forcefully. Sio, being poisoned and not agile enough, couldn't dodge and took the hit. Although the poison has spread throughout your body, you can still struggle for so long. Indeed, a weak elite is still an elite. In the space, that venomous snake could smell the blood of its prey. As it was greedily inhaling, suddenly it realized something. I don't know when two swords appeared on his body, and before I could react, a third person showed up at the scene. Oh, Thunder God, residing in the 9 heavens and master of the Thunder Tribunal. As soon as he finished speaking, the venomous snake was struck by the lightning through the two swords, causing him to curl up. I'm sure the night of chaos you're waiting for is still a long way off. But here you are, causing all this trouble. You really are a damn bastard. Sio tried to take a deep breath to stay alert, then looked at the newcomer. From his appearance, he seems to be a teenager around your age, but he's wearing a wooden mask, so you can't see his face at all. As for that bastard, after being struck by the lightning, he reverted back to his human form. Blood kept dripping steadily from his stomach, and he began to feel afraid, but still tried to put on a calm face, as if nothing was wrong. Carrying such a useless weapon, and with the way you talk, you sound just like a priest, don't you? Where the hell did you come from to talk like that? He tried to control himself, not letting the opponent see that he was trembling. The sharp instincts of the monster told him that the newcomer was extremely dangerous, completely different from other exorcists, and as the masked youth drew his sword again, the snake's mind was still debating whether to stay or leave. If he drags things out, what happens next will likely be the end of his life. Not to mention Sun could come back to find Sio at any moment, making it even harder to deal with then. But he really didn't want to give up the tempting bait that was right in front of him, Sio. After a fierce internal struggle, the snake demon decided to take the best of both worlds. He didn't run away, but instead summoned a malevolent spirit under his command. According to the brief introduction from the venomous snake, when he was still conscious, this evil spirit was also a terrifying figure whose notorious reputation spread all the way to the west. Even though he doesn't know why he ended up like this, that body is still a divine thief monster. Not easy to deal with. Just enjoy playing with him. He's a challenge for you. The exorcist is gone, and now I have to return to my delicious meal. The venomous snake thought the evil spirit would keep the masked boy busy long enough for him to kill Sio, but unexpectedly, he handled it in no time. Before he could even reach Sio, his sword was driven straight through his forehead, causing him to collapse on the spot, leaving no chance to kill Sio. After dealing with the bugs, the masked young man finally turned to Sio. It seems you're not an accomplice of that bastard, so if you want to live, you'd better honestly answer my question. What are you doing here, Wa? The young man's presence exudes pressure, but Sio remains unafraid and even laughs. I still can't believe it. Even after hearing your voice, as soon as you spoke, the other person froze.
That's also the question I want to ask you. What are you doing here, and do you recognize my voice?
Are you Choi Seo? What's with this appearance? Well, it's a long story. Fate truly is miraculous. Seo is an ordinary young man who suddenly gets kidnapped and discovers he's half demon. And Yusin, your best friend, also has a different identity as a demon hunter. Even now, as the two face each other, Yusin still can't believe his eyes. Seo, what exactly happened? Besides this new body, there's also that monster. What the hell? Yushin hadn't even finished speaking when he was frightened by Seo's desperate, gasping state. That's right, you're poisoned. And it's not ordinary poison, but the deadly magic from that snake's curse. It can't be treated with ordinary medicine. Yusin was about to find someone to help, but at this moment, Seo pushed past the highest limit of pain. The blue and purple veins on his body gradually shrank. The color faded and returned to normal. Just like before. This is the incredible self-healing ability of the monster. But even Yusin, after witnessing it firsthand, couldn't help but be amazed. However, while the two of them were still chatting, that venomous snake managed to recover and slip away. Yusin could only grit his teeth. With this distance and speed, there was no way he could catch up anymore. The two young teenagers leave the basement with complicated feelings, especially Yusin, who still can't get over tonight's shock, mainly because he let the monster he needed to catch escape. But that's nothing compared to discovering that his best friend is actually a demon seller, and not just a demon seller, but a spirit seller too. They've been close for a long time, yet Yusin couldn't have guessed a thing. Someone like me is just an exorcist. Catching ghosts and demons is not my thing. If my dad found out, he would definitely scold me and call me trash or something. However, at the same time, Yuin also felt relieved to be able to tell Seo his secret. If it had been before, if he suddenly said that he came from a family that specialized in dealing with monsters and spiritual issues, Seo would probably think he was crazy. Yeah, it's only 6 months from now. Yusin suddenly spoke up. You just mentioned 6 months, so Seo immediately understood you were talking about the Yukai festival. It seems the Yushin family also has this information. Yeah, but do these kinds of things happen often? I mean, monsters coming into the human world to harm people, Seo asked, but only received a disappointed shake of the head from his friend. Just like Sun said before, monsters coming into the human world to cause chaos is not common, or more precisely, very rare. Yusin doesn't know why monsters fight each other, but attacks on humans are so rare that in the past 100 years, they've only happened a handful of times. Then Yuin told Seo about the recent situation where monsters have been attacking humanity, just like what Go told Sony. Earlier, some yokai realized that humans are the most nutritious source of food for them. And that's why those waiting for the yokai king have gone beyond the limit and started hunting people. The situation started to become tense about a month ago, when the number of missing persons in the city began to increase. Although there is no concrete evidence that this is caused by the yokai, in most cases the missing persons' homes show bloodstains or traces of yokai. But this is the first time I've seen someone step forward like that just now, Yusin said lazily as he raised his head. As he spoke, his face suddenly turned pale. Then he grabbed the sword beside him. Seo was startled, thinking his friend was about to attack him, but what he was wary of appeared right behind him. Luckily, it wasn't some evil monster coming after us, but Sun had already returned. Seeing how hurried she looked, it was both touching and sad, her eyes also filled with tears. Sun immediately panicked upon seeing Seo. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm really sorry. I only fell into that trap like an idiot. Sun was about to rush forward to check on Seo herself, but her demon-slaying sword was blocked by Yu Xin. Don't stand there, you monster. If you dare take another step this way, I will consider it as ignoring my warning and will destroy you immediately. Yushin's attitude was resolute, his eyes cold and sharp, unlike the playful friend Seo was used to. He wanted to explain Sony's identity, but Yushin ignored him, the sword still pointed firmly at Sony. You could see that she was the type of demon who obeyed the rules, so, for now, the sword hadn't taken her life. But Yushin no longer wanted to see Sonmi standing idly beside his friend. If he passed the test as a demon, they would take him to the human world. Are those the things the monsters told you in the demon world? Yushin's gaze was still fixed on Sonmi, but the question was for Seo. Idiot. Do you understand what that means? They are monsters. Even if they look like humans on the outside, their true nature is the same. Seo used to think that demons had good and bad ones, but for Vin, they are all the same. He despises demons, creatures obsessed with insane levels of power that can eat humans and even their own kind. Yu says he doesn't care how much of the superior spirit blood runs through Seo's veins, but to him, Seo is still a human. The human world is your home, and to live here, you don't need the permission of the monsters. They cornered you into not using force, then forced you to become a monster just to be able to return and live here. This has always been your home. Yeah, what the hell is going on here? I will never let you go again." Faced with Yusin's harsh criticism, Sony just lowered his head and said nothing. She fully understood the stance of an exorcist like him. And of course, she also saw from Sio's perspective that all of this was nothing but an absurd disaster. However, Sio had already submitted the application form before. From that moment on, he was officially a resident of the demon world. If Yusin forces to keep you now, he's essentially pushing Sui to break the rules of the demon world and pay a very high price. Even Yusin himself will be implicated in this. No, I have to settle this before it's too late, Sun thought to herself, planning to swiftly seize Sio and fly away like when they arrived to minimize the damage. But Sun is also not sure if she can do it because just from that aura, she can sense that Yusin is a very powerful sorcerer. If Seon Hua or Go were here, they might be able to fight him. But with my current strength, I'm not really sure. But even if I can't do anything, I still have to try to act. Sorry, but as a guardian, I must take Choi Seo away. If you really intend to ignore my warning— Yusin's sword suddenly glowed brightly, as if he was about to strike, but before he could carry out his plan, his close friend snatched the sword away. Is this the demon-slaying sword? It looks amazing, but what do the other characters on it mean? Seo gazes at the sword, pretending to be innocent and naive, and asks, Yusin knows you're pretending to be naive. What you want is for Yusin not to hurt Sun. But just now, Yusin really didn't know how Seo managed to do it, whether it was hypnosis or mind control. Yusin didn't even feel a thing, yet in an instant the sword in his hand was taken away. Yuin, listen to me. Seo suddenly became serious. I don't understand what you're saying is crazy, but the fact that monsters are obsessed with power to the point of eating their own kind is something every monster knows. Because from the moment I stepped into the monster world, I already did that. Yusin was stunned. Seo was afraid he would be disappointed in him, but he had to be honest. Seo himself once doubted, and even now isn't sure about the path he's on. But to protect himself and those around him, he took the life of a fire dog back then. Furthermore, in the future, you plan to continue doing that. Even though Seo doesn't want to hurt anyone and doesn't intend to, if gaining strength through absorbing monsters allows you to do so, then eating your own kind no longer matters. Seo, so I want to tell you that you really don't need to do those things. Yusin is still trying to advise you. My family doesn't matter. As long as I and many others are strong, I can guarantee that you and your mother will be safe for the next 6 months. Yushin, let me tell you one more crazy thing. Seo releases the demon-slaying sword from his hand and then forces a reluctant smile at his best friend. I am and will continue to try to become the successor to the Demon King. This statement really made Yushin freeze for a few seconds. Are you crazy? You bastard! Do you even know what it means to be the king of love to talk nonsense like that? Seeing Yushin's expression, Seo felt like he might be eaten alive. But what can I do now? Once you set the arrow loose, you have to follow through. Since you've decided to walk this path, you must be determined to become the strongest, so you can rewrite the demon laws and prevent the world from suffering the terrible scenes caused by monsters. Yusin was truly about to cry. The path to becoming the king of yokai was stained with blood. To achieve that, Seo had to swallow countless other monsters and endure harsh training in the demon world. He was afraid these things would distort your mind. But from start to finish, Seo remained firm in this choice. Yusin wanted to say more, but he bit his lip and only managed to speak later. All right then, whether you're human or a demon, with such a clear stance I can't force you anymore. Yusin said as he retracted his demon-slaying sword into its sheath, deciding not to stop Seo anymore. But Yusin also warned that if one day Seo loses his mind, crosses the line and lives like a bloodthirsty demon, he will eliminate him without hesitation as a priest. All right, I trust you will do that. So if I fall from grace in the future, just do what you think is right. Yuin didn't answer. Instead, turning to ask about Sun's name and her identity in the demon world. Of course he didn't ask for details. I apologize for assuming you and the other low-level monsters are the same. However, I heard that even among monsters there are rules that must be followed. You said you're Seo's guardian, so if it disobeys and ends up dead or injured, I will then use my authority as an exorcist to eliminate all the unrelated people. This may sound long-winded, but basically, Yusin is warning Sonmi to watch over his friend carefully, not to let him get hurt, and definitely not to let him die a pointless death. Otherwise, I will draw my sword and wipe out everyone involved to avenge my friend. After saying that, Yusin put his mask back on and prepared to leave. See you again, and don't worry about your mother. Watching Yusin's back, Seo somehow felt a bit of loss. As for Sonmi, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, when fighting Yusin, I thought I was going to die because he was so terrifying. This is the first time I've met a male exorcist. Are all ghost hunters as scary as him? Sonmi sat down trembling with fear. No, I think he's a special case. Seo isn't the one answering. Out of instinct, he turned around and saw Go leaving down that alley, secretly following her. Although a bit sharp-tongued, he still seemed to care about her. No matter how strong or weak the opponent is, or even how many there are, they still dare to rush in. If today's opponent had been a high-level exorcist who didn't care about reason, she and that kid would have lost their lives. Sun could only bow his head low because Go's scolding was justified. Then after finishing, Go's gaze shifted to Seo before approaching him. Among the monsters, those with a foundation similar to that of animals are called spirit beasts. Most of them are closely linked to the appearance and instincts of their ancestral animals. For example, the fire dog that Seo encountered before. Some higher-level monsters, when they become creatures, will have a human-like appearance, like Manhwa or Sunny, and their bodies will gradually develop differences from ordinary monsters. With such monsters or monster clans, they are called illusion beasts, and if there is an even higher class, evolved in both foundation and form, they become divine beasts. The entities worshipped by both humans and monsters are exemplified by Gu. Nice to meet you. My name is Gu. To become the Demon King, I will be the opponent you need to defeat. Go. Yao extended his hand, seemingly trying to be polite and introduce himself to Seo, but his eyes and demeanor were full of contempt. Of course, a divine beast representing the Black Tortoise clan like him wouldn't bother with anyone else. Go extends his hand, intending to shake hands with Choi Seo. Nice to meet you, Choi Seo. Even though you also reached out your hand, you looked confused. What just happened? Compared to the earlier atmosphere, suddenly someone shouted a warning for Seo not to shake his hand, making you turn around in surprise. So that's Sony, scolding him without even bothering to smooth things over. What are you planning to do suddenly appearing here? He already went through so much yesterday. Why are you doing this now? Go laughed and said, "Who cares? There's no rule that I have to sleep all day." Then he ran up and took your hand, and it was fun too. A demon trader confidently declares that he will become the Demon King. After saying that, Go bites off a piece from his thumb and makes it bleed. At that moment, a notification announced that the spell had been successfully cast. Suddenly, a ring of purple fire appeared around them. He used the Summon Earth Spirit. When it ignited, they teleported somewhere, catching Sun off guard. Somewhere near the sea, the two of them had moved there. When Choi Seo landed, he staggered as he moved. You trembled and said, "You're stronger than I thought." Go. Yu praised Choi Seo while placing his hand on his neck. Few can withstand this move, especially the first time when you're caught off guard like this, which is quite rare, and during that moment, you were still trembling. He continued, "It seems you're not that surprised either." Choi Seo asked, "Are you planning to eat me too?" Go replied vaguely, "Yes, that's probably the most likely. There are a few things I want to ask before we start." His question surprised you greatly. Go's question was, "Do you play games?" No hidden meaning behind it. Online. PC games can be a bit confusing, but Choi Seo honestly answered, "I played a lot of different things back in primary school. We don't play much anymore at higher levels." Hearing that, he asked further, "I see. So back then, what genre did you like the most? AOS, FPS, or mobile games?" You still looked confused but kept answering. "If I really had to choose, it would be an action role-playing game. I don't really like playing online games. It's like spending money makes you automatically stronger than grinding for free." Suddenly, Go smiled wickedly and said, "Well, that's good then." Then he teleported behind Choi Seo, surprising him and making him turn around. He said, "It seems like we have quite a few things in common." Then a big explosion occurred, but luckily Choi Seo was quick enough to dodge and was not hurt. You notice a column of ice has appeared in the lake, and sensing something, Seo quickly turns around. Ice pillars shoot up from inside the lake and aim at him, quickly flying toward Choi Seo. When they collide with you, Go confirms in amazement. "That's right." He looked up at you, hovering high above to dodge the attack. "You're pretty fast." As for Seo, he looked at Go and silently assessed him instead of ambushing and attacking. Before dodging, he targeted me and changed his position. If I were the attacker, his judgment and decision-making seemed to be secondary to him gathering his strength. His hand is glowing with a purple light surrounding it. Go also quietly thinks you're pretty good for a rookie. Not saying you're excellent, but close. Then Choi Seo stepped back and the story was told. When it comes to combat skills, his senses and abilities are unmatched, but the most important thing right now is his capacity to learn. For some reason, he was standing behind you and pressing 2 fingers into your back. The enemy began attacking by approaching the same target you faced earlier that day. Chosio groaned in pain and knelt down, alert to any potential danger regardless of whether the enemy attacked or not. Go was stunned by the purple power emanating from his head. So it was Choi-seo. He channeled the purple power into one hand, the choice he made. Then Choi-seo directed that energy towards Go, which was the lesson he learned today about the protective glove he was wearing. The arm guard is a treasure of the evil spirit that helps release the user's demonic energy and power. When the smoke clears, Choi-seo still remains vigilant. Feeling something and having learned another lesson, he continued throwing punches forward, even when the attack seemed to have hit its mark. He also never lowers his guard and must decisively end the fight. After throwing punches, a few more explosions occurred ahead. Choi-seo started to breathe heavily. This love energy is not yet fully developed, but I've got a rough idea. He thought about his body after launching the attack, a stream of electricity running through it from the lower dantian area. Choi-seo speculated about his remaining energy. Based on my intuition, I only have a little over half of my energy left, about 60%. According to my calculations, when I keep attacking and punching repeatedly, each powerful attack consumes about 10%, while continuous weaker strikes consume less. Each hit consumes 3% one way. Fearing the situation when you use up all your energy, and remembering that if the remaining spiritual power drops to 0, it will be exhausted like that time, so that means I can't use it recklessly. As the smoke clears, Goang's voice rises. I really can't believe it. He slipped out of the shield and said, I didn't expect to have to use my skills this early. Did I underestimate you? I had to break through to stage 1 right from the start. Seo nervously asked, Go, do you really want to eat me after everything you just said? He was surprised by the question. As for Seo, he added, I don't know how to describe it, but I can't sense your aura. Go. Hugh smiled and replied, Well, lying without basis is really annoying. Yeah, I don't have any personal grudge against you, and I don't want to eat you either. As I said from the beginning, you're quite interesting. Now it's your turn to ask Go and Choi-seo if you understand exactly what the Demon King means. You also answer with what you know, like the king of the demons, right? Create rules, and only for other demons. His face turns sinister as he says, Try to think carefully if it's a bit strange. The choices are just a test of strength. Besides that, it only happens once every 666 years. The throne of a new king will only be decided once every 100 years by a single festival. So Seo listened anxiously to what Gu was saying. But all the monsters follow that tradition because it is an ancient custom that must be preserved. Then Go began to tell the story of the monsters. We all inherit loyalty to our desires and instincts. It's simply because the strong create the rules, but that doesn't mean we will be controlled by them. Killing and hunting usually won't disappear, right? He continued to tell the story of the formation of the crown. So to prevent that, the King of Beasts is a creation of ancient monsters, a safe move. Gu said that if we don't do this and let the beastly instincts lead us, disaster will surely happen. That's why the Demon King is explained as a measure to prevent that, and everyone agreed on at least one thing: to protect this. An entity commands all monsters worldwide to obey orders in exchange for peace in life. That is the Demon King. Go continues with that cunning look and tells Choi-seo. Fortunately, over those more than 10,000 years, the previous Demon Kings managed to control the monsters of their generation without any issues. There will be some changes in politics, but the core elements of survival and the interests of the monsters have remained unchanged. Then he mentioned an exception that left him stunned. All except one of this generation's Demon Kings. Go gave an example. Imagining if your human leaders suddenly enacted such a law, no one in the world would be allowed to eat meat, no matter what happens. Then he asked Choi-seo what he thought would happen, and he replied that people would rise up in fierce opposition. There's no guarantee the law would be obeyed, and it might not stop at just protests. Gu laughed and said, Is that so, but we still follow it, right? Exactly 666 years. After laughing, he shifts to a sinister expression. That means you've understood the basic issue. Regarding the importance of the Demon King to us and how we have endured to maintain this tradition. Go Yu glared with deadly intent at Seo and explained the situation. But right now, it seems like patience is running out. Do you understand what I mean? It seems you understand the issue. You ask him again. If the next king of demons issues a law like before, not everyone will obey as they did before, right? Go praises Choi-seo, you're truly clever. Even if it's the king's command, not everyone will obey. He talks about the current situation in the demon world. Even if the Demon King is the strongest, if most demons in the world rebel, it cannot be stopped. And if that happens, Gu says, the consequences won't only be the new Demon King's downfall. The existence of the Demon King, a privilege and symbol maintained for thousands of years, will literally vanish into thin air. He slowly walks over to Choi Seo and asks, "Do you understand what you just said now?" Go clarifies, "I will become the next Demon King and uphold the current rules." Not every monster out there agrees with that narrow-minded thinking. The younger monsters will just mock you and ignore you, but the older ones might tear you apart. Suddenly, Sun's image appeared.
Go, you advised Choi Seo. Well, I think I roughly understand where this idea is coming from. You're a pretty good guy, but you're not cut out to be the king of demons. The problem is, you have no idea how this world works and you're just struggling to change it. Still on guard, you ask him, "So you want me to take back what I said, right?" Go says.
"Yeah." He spoke to Choi Seo with contempt.
"Honestly, at first I thought you were just a little punk with a big ego that I could easily take down. But now it seems like you've gotten closer to me."
"You're quick to catch up. You have quite impressive potential for growth. Go suggests you listen to me. If you help me become the Demon King, I will let you rule over the Korean peninsula."
He gave Choi Seo an enticing offer, but even if I rule, I can't completely wipe out humanity. But at least I can spare a few of your loved ones.
You ask, "Go, about his strength. How powerful is he?" "Go, do you have the ability to become the king of love as you confidently claimed?" You're also surprised by that question. "Me?" He told me he's not sure he can claim to be the strongest on the Korean peninsula. But among all those representatives out there, no one is stronger than me, and there's also an age limit. "All right," Choi Seo said, then extended his hand and said, "If that's the case, then I can protect the people I love. I accept that." Go, take his hand happily. "I knew it, you won't let me down. You made the right choice." Before he could finish speaking, Choi Seo cut him off. "I won't feel pain anymore. After saying that, your hand activates that purple energy." What just happened made him panic. Cho said, "If you conduct business without trust like that, then pretending to shake hands, deceiving others, and attacking first are all things I have done." After speaking, Choi Seo grabbed his sleeve. It was different from what Seo had shown before. It's a bit different from goblin wrestling. The energy inside him has been used up. Only 60% remains in his body, leaving just a small amount and draining all the rest. Then he began to use all his strength, not with quick reflexes, but with focused awareness. In his first attempt to execute the technique filled with determination and reason, Choi Seo used the terrain shift and threw Go over his shoulder, acting without hesitation. His eyes shone with a source of strength, driven only by determination and the will to survive. When he threw him to the ground, an explosion erupted. After throwing Go over his shoulder, the shock was so powerful that it caused a large section of clouds in the sky to drift away. Exhausted after the attack, Choi Seo collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, he wondered if the reason his body wasn't trembling was because of his love energy. Then Choi Seo looked at his trembling, weak hands on the ground, so feeble that raising them was difficult. The story is being recounted at that exact moment. Seo's ability to recover his stamina and heal his wounds is now halted. Because he poured all his strength into the attack, leaving only a little bit of his magic power, then he raised his head to look ahead. The situation at that time was relayed that with his current state, having exhausted all his strength, Choi Seo could no longer continue the fight while Go still stood firm in front of him, unscathed. Seo, unable to go on, was left with no choice but to coldly decide to put everything into one final attack. It was truly a real fight. At that time, Go's unique skill was indeed capable of freezing and controlling water within a certain range. He looked at an exhausted Choi Seo, barely able to stand, and asked if the love power between them wasn't so far apart, he might have already been defeated by him. He made a terrifying face, glaring and asking, "Do you have any more excuses?" Even though he was exhausted, Choi Seo remained determined. "No, even if there were, I wouldn't tell you. Since I decided to come here to kill you, I've been prepared to be killed myself," he said. "Moreover, I haven't given up yet." Then Choi Seo tried to stand up and prepare himself, declaring, "If you think I will kneel and beg for mercy, you're too early." Then he looked at Go with a gaze that still shone with resilience, wondering if he was searching for his opponent's weakness and waiting for the right moment, or if it was the awakening of the demon beast's fighting spirit that he had yet to realize. Hearing that, he chuckled softly, stood up trembling and speechless. Go's words just now made Choi Seo afraid. Then he reached out his hand to you and praised you. "That's fine." Go Yu happily pats Choi Seo on the shoulder and acknowledges that he has passed. He continues to praise him, leaving him confused about what is really happening. Go praises Choi Seo. "As expected, in the end you didn't disappoint me. That spirit is good. You don't understand what's happening and ask nervously, 'Wait, am I approved?'
What the hell is that? He happily explains to you that, yes, it's just a test to see if you're worthy of my support. No one wants to see an incompetent person become the king of love, right? Choiseo confusedly pushed Goza away, supporting himself, and said, "Isn't it true that you just said, I can't become the Demon King?" He also agreed with that idea, which isn't wrong. Everyone is waiting to choose a new Demon King. He explained more to Choiseo, but we don't want to. The Night of the Demons. When I was a child reading about it, I remember always hating the noise of the demon world, constantly fighting and screaming over meaningless things. I couldn't understand the purpose of it. Then Go expressed his feelings about this world. When he was at the coffee shop, he felt that compared to that world, this place was strangely ideal and peaceful. Although some humans enjoy the noise, at least here I can choose my own way of life. Then, Go happily comments on the wonderful things in this world like books, coffee, and gaming consoles. Moreover, I like how your kind knows how to enjoy pleasures like comics, games, novels, and movies. You can't find such useless things in the underworld. After telling his story, Go Choiseo learned a bit about his species, but we prefer useless things more than eating humans. A world where humans can no longer create such things would truly be a tragedy. You wonder why he keeps mentioning us. So there are other monsters who think like that. Son of a bitch. Choiseo still said, I understand what you mean, but you don't need to support me on that. You can become the Demon King. Before you finished speaking, Go interrupted and said in a silly voice, It's so annoying. You're so long-winded. He returned to his normal demeanor and told you that you are the most promising person on the Korean peninsula. But whether you become the Demon King or not, there is still another troublesome issue. At this moment, Choiseo didn't understand anything anymore. Then he talked about us, the top candidates participating in the Night Walk, all coming from ancient noble families. Basically, we inherit innate talents. Creatures like dragons, peaches, turtles, and snakes are said to possess many secret skills, and the unique magic is passed down from our ancestors. Even though these demon arts have the same power, the heir to the centuries-old legacy will become stronger. After finishing, he gave Choiseo an example to understand. Why is that? Do you know the saying about being born with a silver spoon in your mouth? Just like that, after hearing the story, he asked him if, like inheriting a family fortune through generations, there was such a thing as family pressure. Gu answers, Seriously, the word pressure is quite fitting. It makes you feel suffocated. When a talented child is born, the entire family exerts pressure for them to become the Demon King. Under the beautiful moonlight, Go is shaping his life. But sooner or later, he will be forced to accept the inheritance and the family's desires. If he's not confiding, he mimics a throat-cutting gesture and says, This way you'll be killed and another family representative will be chosen. Choiseo pondered. Indeed, even for his own sake, he couldn't turn against the entire family. Meanwhile, Go said, But then he pointed at you and enthusiastically declared, You're different. Go tells Choiseo about his unique qualities, leaving him stunned. He inherited his talent from his outside bloodline and is not bound to any power, so he is not forced to become the Demon King. Then Go approached, making Choiseo tense. He can do it. Yes, it has to be you, he screams in fear, wanting to tear apart the darkness. Wait, hold on a moment. Choiseo nervously steps back and asks for permission. I understand what you're saying, but let me think about it a bit more. There's too much information. Go said that if you think this way, a pair of bird claws would have been flying towards him. It turns out it was Sony, who flew here and pressed his head to the ground in anger. Sun looks at Go with intense fury as he lies on the ground unable to react. Choiseo, witnessing this, is stunned before she quickly pulls Go up and kicks him far away. That kick sent Go flying a great distance. Sun landed on the ground, but she still hadn't forgiven him. She stands there and unleashes her wind and cloud technique while Choiseo tries to stop her. Sun paused for a moment, but her rage took over, and she didn't hear anything, firing feathers toward Go before a loud sound echoed. He moved toward Sun and fixed his gaze on Go to assess. She calmly reassures Choiseo, It's okay, this won't hurt him at all. Seeing the fallen tree on the road where he was kicked, he was frightened. It seems she might have overdone it, knowing how strong he is. Did she take him there? What is he? Sony explains to Choiseo that the Seo he just met is not the person he knew before. Simply put, it's just a dissociative personality. She tells the legend of Huyenvu. According to legend, the snake and the turtle merged into one, and when a baby turtle was born, it became the source of everything Sun told. But if we talk about the origin, it is said that its initial source was an ordinary turtle, even older than that as she mentioned. But long ago, a genius skilled in yin and yang discovered how to separate the negative and positive energies from a soul. He tried to eliminate the purest form of negative energy, and then a divine beast was created. That broke the limits of humanity, and he awakened to become a divine beast, And that is how the first Huyen-Vu appeared. After a while, Sun and Choi Seo returned to the room, and she kept telling stories. Then the descendants of Huyen-Vu were born with innate abilities, but to fully become a Huyen-Vu, they had to undergo extremely painful and harsh training. And the consequence of that process is a snake. That's the personality you saw. After hearing that, you were surprised and confused, and you concluded that at first he seemed like a bad person, but now not necessarily. That's my conclusion. Sun Mi also agrees with that assessment to some extent. Yes, he has no ill intentions, but the problem is he doesn't seem to think at all. Both impulsive and capricious, he has put others in awkward situations more than once. But she explains that Go's multiple personalities are formed when negative energy concentrates too much. Maybe that's why that personality is so calm and cold-blooded. Sun continued to share what she knew. It should have completely obeyed the main personality. As far as I know, it's like an employee, providing data and analysis. She mentions the change in his personality, but for some reasons, Go's fierce personality has been in control from the beginning. Now he has the ability to take over any body whenever he wants. It seems like lately he's been appearing more often and causing trouble. After explaining Go's multiple personalities, Sony sighed, revealing why many opposed him becoming the representative. They called him the half-formed black tortoise. His power is so great that he's gradually losing control over it. After saying that, she asked Choi Seo, "So have you taken all the stuff yet?" "I really need to get home now. Check it and let me know." Sun reassured Choi Seo, who was worried. "Don't worry, this isn't your fault even if they say you're late. It doesn't matter. You explained to her. I'm not concerned about that." "Choi Seo, tell Sunny that the house is damaged and I will be away for a few months. I'm worried my mother will be upset when she sees this." Suddenly a voice said, "Don't worry about it," startling both of them as they turned around. So it turns out that was Mente. He told Choi Seo that everything would be restored to normal tomorrow. These matters will be taken care of by someone else. Then he asked her, "Sun Mi, go ahead. I have something to discuss privately with Choi Seo." She nervously told him that Seo hadn't done anything wrong. Everything was just her misjudgment, and before she could finish, he interrupted her. "I already know about that," Mente explained to Sun. "I just can't stay. There's something we need to discuss." Hearing that, both Choi Seo and Sun were confused. The three of them. He apologizes. Although visiting without notice is rude, there's someone you must meet. After finishing, Mene moves behind Choi Seo. The voice of another person echoes. "Humans living in places like this aren't so bad. It's a bit cramped, but quite organized." That statement came from Shu Hua. He turned back to look at him and wondered. "Did you have a ticket to come here?" She replied. "No." "I don't have any of that, nor do I have the 12 hours to visit every 6 months. And I have no intention of going to the human world where I have to care about others' opinions. I was simply dragged here. I followed only because he said so, and I will explain. Just follow me for now, and then explain everything later." Mente stroked his beard and began to explain. "Let's get to the point. First, I need to recount what happened tonight." He recounted that as soon as night fell, 50 terrifying monsters appeared and surrounded Sechogun. They were all controlled by someone and attacked people on the street. Mente said that after dealing with them, it was clear their methods were crude and they had no intention of hiding. So I thought it was a trick to lure Sun away and target Choi Seo, but Sun still hasn't left and asked him in confusion. "That wasn't their original goal," he replied. "Not exactly." Mente seriously said, "Perhaps their goal is not just one. Tonight, at least 200 people have gone missing across Seoul and the Seoul subway area." Everyone in the room was surprised by the next piece of information he revealed. This number is only based on the missing persons reports from the police station, so the actual count is probably over 500. Sun, terrified, said she couldn't believe it. Maybe it's not just one person, but at least a group of 5 masterminds. If we focus our investigation and narrow down the suspects, we might be able to. Mente also agrees with that view. "You're right. If the culprit is a monster from Korea, it would be easy to investigate." But the chief said no. The traces left at tonight's scene prove an unpleasant truth. It's not from Korea, but from other regions? It's impossible to count the exact number, but there are many foreign demons. If they cause trouble on our territory, they will be easily caught. So they started hunting people in Korea, and if we don't find and eliminate them soon, they will keep hunting until the night event occurs. The superflowers are scared. Don't say that Mente keeps talking, a monster with power and a desire to protect humanity. Right now, we need any help we can get. I have a proposal for both of you. The evaluation test will start in a month. Then he looked at Seo Hwa and Choi Seo and proposed that if they agreed, he would organize it in a different way. Mente sternly and seriously demanded to find and eliminate the infiltrators in Korea as soon as possible. "That is the mission I assigned to you two." Yuin didn't sleep all night. Now his eyes are as black as a panda's, walking and thinking. I shouldn't have let Seo go like that. Why did I agree? He's guilty. If that fool doesn't come back, it's entirely my fault. I have to come up with a plan. Suddenly, hearing a familiar sound, his phone goes dead. Seo scratched his head, looking shy, so I guess he's on his way to school. You, with a puzzled look and wide-eyed surprise, listened as your friend asked if he was free. There are many things that have changed since I told you yesterday. The two of them went to a coffee shop, and he shouted loudly, "What?" Everyone in the cafe was startled and curious when they heard someone shouting. "Are you crazy?" Choi Su. You look embarrassed and remind him. Yu asks to speak quietly. Shouting loudly in public is very rude, and I'm not crazy either, turning around and smiling at those around me. Sorry, everyone. Seo gently stirs the glass of water and explains, but the conditions offered are very good. Besides, I can stay here instead of the demon world, so you and my mother won't have to worry anymore. Yu asks, can you please hold your head? You've never known what kind of monster you are, right? Seo looked confused. There are still classifications among monsters. I've only just realized I am a monster. Since yesterday, after taking a sip of water, I heard a very unfamiliar name. Divine Spirit of Demonic Beasts. Seo looks like he's exploring a new, curious land. What is that? I've never heard of it before, but it sounds really cool. He looks serious. That's not just a name. Each character represents a level of monster. Yuzhen begins to explain. The lowest is monster. In Chinese, it is Ekshu, meaning beast or monster, and the meaning is similar. Most evil spirits fall into this category. You can use wolves as an example. Although they are quite dangerous, they are just wild animals with limited strength. Like humans only need torches or sticks. As long as they have enough weapons and numbers, ordinary people can defeat them, even without martial arts training. There have been a few recorded cases in the past. With modern guns and bullets, attacking them is as easy as eating cake. Still, if things get more complicated, humans would still be afraid. But starting from the higher tiers, they can no longer compete. When facing love, humans become incredibly small. Love is like monsters with strength equal to at least 100 people. Even with 100 people, it's only comparable in strength. Even if 1,000 people rush in, it's just a dead end. Seo was tense. If those are the two weakest types, then how powerful must the three higher levels be? The answer seems like a divine punishment. He bows his head and sways the glass of water. I've never encountered them to give an accurate answer, but a demon beast is 10 times more terrifying than love. Using the school environment as an example. If left unchecked, they could turn a small town into hell in just one night. If we take the number of cases as an example, the scope is a district. Yu takes a sip of water. And in the case of spirits and gods, stay as far away as possible and avoid contact with them, but that rarely happens because such powerful creatures don't care about the law. He set the glass down on the table to warn Seo. Besides, it's best if you don't even think about joining that hunt. Try to back out, and if you can't, just call me or come hide at my place. Yu-Sin points at himself. If they really come from outside, they must be prepared to face the monsters here, or mages like me. We don't know the exact number, but it's better to classify them as mythical beasts. You hesitated like that, Yu-Shin, huh? According to you, what type of snake-like monster is that? He replied, it's just a juvenile beast. Remembering the serpent spirit he had encountered, he guessed that although it wasn't a monster, it definitely hadn't reached the level of a demon, at most a mid-level beast, but I could sense a source of power twice as strong from the corpse it controlled. That time, he couldn't continue fighting. If it could control half of that power, neither of us would be alive sitting here now. That's why it used that thing as bait to distract us. Yo recalls the pain he felt then. If his analysis is correct, he almost got swallowed by that creature. He just pointed his finger at Seo, leaving him stunned. Currently, your level is even lower than that monster. In other words, you're a mid-level or lower demon. Yushin continued to enlighten his friend. No matter what kind of demon or monster you are, that's the truth. So don't carry more than you can handle. Just be aware of your own limits. You idiot, you still want to argue, but Yushin silently thinks that what he's saying might sound a bit silly, but he has to make him stop those reckless thoughts, and outwardly he growls loudly, I didn't hear anything, say it louder. Choi Siwo clenched his fist in determination, but if he met him again, this time he was sure he could beat him. He smiled softly, brushing it off, just as he said, if it weren't for you back then, I might have died. But now everything's different. Seo believes he can do it, using all his principles to persuade, having grasped part of his power and thinking he can use it to fight. Yu-Shin mutters angrily, what the hell is wrong with this guy's head? Suddenly he stood up. Seo took out his phone and asked,
Are you going to school? Is it time already? No, Yusin said dismissively, with a slightly arrogant tone.
I'm not planning to go to school today. It seems you're still not fully awake, so I'll take you to face reality. Follow me.
But it also has another use that the public doesn't know about. Seo excitedly looked around, marveling that he didn't know this place had a basement. Under the vast underground floor, Seo marveled. On the way here, I saw several places like this. All of them belong to your family. This is the Olympic Stadium, a special underground area, the training center for Guild X. Yu took off his coat to counter, saying no, this facility was built by the government, and besides our family, there are many other mages and monks. Seo was surprised, so the government built it, meaning they also know about the monsters and the Dark Realm. Yu, why does your voice sound more distant? Since ancient times, ruling powers have kept skilled mages by their side.
Sometimes it is the sorcerers who create the machinery of power. The most powerful sorcerers are revered because their strength to fight monsters surpasses any past standards of power.
A royal palace appeared 666 years ago, before the Joseon era, when there was no threat from monsters. The Joseon royal family established a divination tower, trained their sorcerers and their lineage to continue their duty. Yu asks to take off his vest and throw it on the ground. Whether it's demons, the 100 Ghosts Night Walk, or other supernatural forces, the country is aware of them. He loosened his tie and took it off. Still, only a few high-ranking officials knew about this, and they didn't even take it seriously. Forget about that. If you're ready, then go for it. Seo was caught off guard as his face stiffened. Yu rolled up his sleeves as if about to enter a fight to the finish. I told you right. There are no time limits or rules. If you can use any technique to defeat me, I will let you do whatever you want with the other monsters. Seo hesitated, unsure if he understood. He didn't plan to use a sword or dagger like yesterday. Yusin calmly replied, of course not, because I didn't use any weapons that led to this fight. Weapons of any kind are very important to mages. Although everyone has different innate talents, all mages will have their power halved if they do not use weapons, to the point where weapons become like their shadow. Yusin changed to a firm tone and replied, but for me, I can defeat a level demon with just my bare hands. He slowly used his demonic power to approach and explain. In other words, if you can defeat me, it proves your level is even higher. Seo trembled slightly as he heard his friend shouting nonstop, what are you doing? I told you to rush forward. Seo's hand trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring down as his mind truly didn't know what to do. Without saying a word, Seo charged forward. Yusin stared wide-eyed at the ferocious beast approaching him as a powerful hand and the strength of a spirit armor surged forward. Yusi immediately raises his hand to block Seo's attack, then unleashes all his internal energy to keep punching him non-stop. He throws a punch to the face, then his mind goes dark. Yusin plants one foot to charge forward. He spun around and delivered a powerful kick, sending Seo flying away. He fell to the ground, stiff and leaving a long dent on the floor. Yusin didn't ask if you were okay because at the moment of the counterattack, he had already seen Seo's healing ability. There are a few bloodstains on the dented floor from Seo's wounds. Seo sits up, constantly exclaiming, "You're amazing, Yusin!" And because his main goal was to wake his friend up and save him, Yusin didn't hold back too much and stood up to analyze his friend. You're just like one of those main characters in a shoujo manga with almost no real damage. Yusin glances and thinks to himself, maybe I'm the one at a disadvantage. His fist was still trembling, as if he had just hit a wall. If he hadn't put in enough strength earlier, my arm bone would have been broken. Seo excitedly grinned and continued to guard. Seo, you just realized that your friend won't get hurt even if he uses all his strength. On the contrary, he seems a bit worried, and Yusin just realized how dangerous he is as the atmosphere and thoughts change. Suddenly you broke through your strength. Seo was the one to strike first, rushing forward like the wind determined to catch Yusin. Yusin calmly studies Seo's fighting techniques. He's faster than before, but his style of attack remains the same. This time, Seo has caught his friend's wrist, but Yusin quickly changes tactics with skill, driving his knee forcefully into Seo's head with a powerful attack. He frowns cautiously, watching Seo closely without letting go of the details. Then Seo grabs Yusin's arm and throws him into the air. Shu suddenly realizes that the opponent is quickly gathering energy to counterattack. Oh, the ancient power of gathering and unleashing. His eyes changed, gritting out the words that the source of fire merged with this mortal body. Suddenly, Seo let go of him. A massive power merges into the battle. Yui quickly jumps back. He glared at Seo. Is this the very thing he's holding that belongs to him? He looked at the blurry object in his hand that resembled a lightning staff, seeming a bit confused. Perhaps this is the first time I've managed to summon it myself. The battle over time is becoming more and more intense, to put it bluntly. CO is holding the hammer with a bewildered expression. Clearly at this point, CO's overall condition has reached a critical level. He took a deep breath and let out a sigh. If we only consider strength, he's still okay, but the problem lies in his spiritual energy. Choi CO remembered the battle from yesterday. During last night's fight, CO had depleted about 93% of his spiritual energy. Originally, this amount of spiritual power would only require a day of complete rest to recover, and in the sparse environment of the lower realm, recovery could be slower. But ironically, the nearly depleted state of his current spiritual power actually helps to recreate the moment he summoned the celestial spirit. He furrowed his brow, trying to focus intensely as his body was no longer fully under his control, but his senses and awareness remained sharp, allowing him to vividly recall that moment. Yusan expressed his disappointment. I'm a bit disappointed. I once read about the primordial spirit in ancient texts. Whether it's because the record exaggerated this weapon, or because there's something wrong with you. I don't know. The things he says are getting more and more unreasonable, but from what I see and feel, there's nothing special about it. I don't think those records are wrong at all. Suddenly, Yu Xin was stunned by the scene before him as Choi Xiu jumped high, preparing to attack. He squinted in difficulty and said, I also think so. I definitely have nothing different from before. Then Choi Xiu swung the sledgehammer up to the ceiling, causing a shockwave. His arm blocks and releases a cloud of white smoke. At this point, Yusin also begins to take the fight more seriously. He's more difficult to handle than I thought, but if I am in enhanced mode, defending is still possible. A jump attack consumes a lot of stamina and energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. I don't need to deliberately close the distance anymore. Just hold this defensive stance and wait for him to tire out. The spear is fixed in the ceiling. He tests the grip strength and is surprised to find that it really works. Yu is confused by this scene. What the hell is going on? What are you doing? Choi Xiu has no intention of hiding and is telling everything. It seems hard to win from such a close distance. I realize I can't keep blocking that kind of punch forever. You are sure to hold on to the rope after transforming the truncheon. If there's one thing Xiu knows for sure, it's that he can't have the same power as last time. Choi Xiu's manipulation of the warhammer was very flexible in the previous battle. Its size and power are nothing compared to before, not even half of what it was. A circular mass gradually formed beneath, but he still managed to control it to some extent with a certain ability to freely change its shape. He swung it around in a spin and used his cunning to take advantage of it. I'm here! He's still stunned and hasn't reacted yet when the round sphere is quickly thrown towards Yusin. Luckily, he managed to quickly catch it with his hand. Yusin clenched his teeth and braced himself. Even so, he was pushed back toward the wall behind him. Without much hesitation, Choi Xiu continued to retract the sphere, preparing for another strike. He braced himself when he saw this. Yusi quickly stepped back. He had just moved away when that spot was struck by another powerful blow. Yusi gritted his teeth, feeling terrified. His aura wasn't much different from before, just a change in shape and how he swung his hammer, yet his power had multiplied several times. At this moment, the ground there had formed a large dent. He looked up, furious as he questioned, Are you really planning to cheat? Choi Xiu didn't care at all and calmly replied, I'm not exactly an innocent either, but weren't you the one who suggested we fight? This is an experiment to see if I can fight against monsters. Choi Xiu's reasoning was so convincing that it left him speechless in such a fight. Wouldn't it be better to be a little more cunning? Fighting with strength alone means nothing in a life-and-death battle. You smirk and continue. Well, thinking about it, the situation and perspective are a bit unusual. Xiu suggested a way for Yusin to end the fight. In the end, we are just teenagers and close friends. I was wrong, Xiu. Sometimes admitting it is also a way to resolve things, and we're just two kids. Your words hit him like a thunderbolt, but there's nothing wrong with them. It's just that my abilities are lacking. What can I do? Yusin was trembling with anger at this moment. Yeah, I guess so, Choi Xiu. His anger only fuels him more, and Choi Xiu isn't afraid to keep fighting. I've had enough of your nonsense. Wow, you're actually scared. Another attack comes in, but Yusin dodges it. He doesn't hold back and fights fiercely. He furrows his brow, focusing on analyzing that he's the one with the new speed boost, but it only makes it harder to dodge his attacks. Yusi gradually adapts and starts avoiding those strikes. I am adapting to his martial arts and speed, and everything is happening quite quickly. Suddenly, Choi Xiu grabs the rope and pulls it back, surprising him. He missed the target. Yusin quickly reflexed and caught his hand, but he still got hit and was thrown into the wall. After this hit, Yu became panicked again. Yusin, are you okay? I've changed my strategy to weaken his attacks. Although you might be much weaker now, I probably got injured earlier.
The rope suddenly tightened, and Yusin's voice made Choi Seo stop in his tracks. "O righteous God and supreme being, true master of the sun." He firmly grasped the string and pulled it toward himself, pleading for the decree. Yusin mistakenly points 2 fingers at him as Liu Diep materializes, unleashing a powerful magic attack. Choi Seo stared in surprise, then suddenly sensed something and looked up. Sure enough, the cord had been cut by that thing. As Choi Seo falls freely, he rushes forward to attack, gritting his teeth and trying to regain the upper hand. As the sphere prepared to strike again, Yusin sensed it and turned to see him throw effortlessly. Yusin continued to recite the incantation for the attack. He decided to use his ultimate move. The moonlight note depicts the crimson sky. Now Yusin has no equipment to support his divine artifact skills, so he cannot use most of his existing skills. To land smoothly and continue gathering the energy ball for the attack, even the skills that can be used. But at this moment, Yusin appeared right in front of him, clenched his fist, and struggled to control its power. When merging with his energy, holy power creates a weapon called the Kokwuk Ne Tien Kim. A Kokwuk Chi Ne Tien sword appears in his hand. Choi Seo gritted his teeth and tried to attack again. 2 strikes clashing together. His club quickly shattered, and despite the haste, the power to defeat the monster was truly overwhelming. Just before deciding the outcome, Yusin didn't hesitate to point his sword at Choi Seo because he was hesitant, as his opponent was only his friend. He pursed his lips and hesitated, but the reason he made his decision was because the person in front of him was his friend. He reacted quickly and clenched his fist. Yusin also quickly moved to attack, but suddenly he froze, distracted by looking at Choi Seo's shirt. As expected, he took a punch right to the face. Seeing this, you stand there in shock. Choi Seo was stunned and confused, wondering why suddenly he was spared. "Even if he had finished me off, I would recover quickly." "That's not it, I really used all of your power." Yu lay on the ground without rushing to get up and responded. "If the opponent is a monster, no matter how strong they are, my aura can't defeat them." He remembered how the moment just now was just like his spirit fragment shattering. Just hearing that, he froze. That skill only regarded others as monsters, not anyone else. Yui, whether out of concern for Seo or pain, cried and scolded. "Damn it, that bastard Choi Seo is outside while the sky is so clear," he frowns in annoyance. At this moment, Yin can't hold back and demands, "Say something already, just standing there looking worried makes me uncomfortable." Hearing that, he hesitated and stammered. No, I don't know if your nose hurts a lot or not, but if it leaves a scar, well, probably not." He touches his nose and reassures himself, "I'm not like those monsters. But I've trained this body really hard. Those wounds from scratches and tears will heal in just a day. And you? You held back when you fought me, didn't you?" Yu recalls that punch. The moment he realized his attack was ineffective, he almost gave it his all. Because if not, at least all my nose bones would be shattered. He sighed with a hint of helplessness. "Yeah, you're pretty good. If you're planning to go around hunting monsters or something, just go ahead." Choi Seo felt happy upon hearing this from Yusin. But before he could finish speaking, he clarified everything himself. "Thank you for understanding me. I still don't quite understand. I just made a promise, so I did that." Then Yu took out something and handed it to Choi Seo. "Here, take this." In his hand are 3 different colored bottles, each like a traditional gourd. "These look like gourd bottles, right?" "No, they are actually gourd bottles." Yu hands you the items and explains how to use them. If you can use V, just imagine them as single-use bomb-shaped bottles. To use it, just hold it in your hand and recite a spell or make a prayer for the next command. Or if you're really in a hurry, just smash it straight into the ground. With your strength, Min thinks just holding it in your hand already generates some force, so the magic inside the gourd will be unleashed. He spoke smoothly but looked hesitant and asked again, "Just use it once when in danger, okay? Be careful not to hit both at the same time, and if you do, only hit a few times." "Thank you, but I can take all 3 if that's okay." Choi Seo's next words left Yusin frozen. "Is your energy inside them? With such immense force, I don't think you could easily make them." He looked at you with wide eyes in amazement, but Choi Seo didn't notice the unusual emotion. "What do you know? Have you seen something similar before?" "No, that's not it. You picked up the red jar, but even just holding it in your hand, I can feel it." Feeling the familiar energy, the same kind I sensed during our fight earlier, and they are contained in these bottles. What you said earlier is completely correct. Seo's calculations are right. The 3-sword storage magic tool is mainly used by the Yuzin clan for accumulation. Yusin poured his energy into those bottles, which inside are like a special layer of ice. Whenever you have time, someone pours energy into them and stores it inside. So whenever, no matter the situation, you can use your power to cast magic that would normally be very difficult, i.e. to perform. And even if they are not the owners, anyone who possesses the bottle can use the magic artifact to cast spells. He stood there with countless doubts in his mind and suggested, the purpose of the ice layer on the surface of the gourd is to seal the user's energy, but to break through that ice and even sense the energy inside, let me see your hand for a moment. Choiseo, although a bit confused by this request, still held out his hand. What's going on? Although some say that you can predict a person's fate and personality by looking at the length and position of their palm, most of it is completely unfounded. Yushin looked at your hand and then stared for a while. However, if there is something certain, it is only now that he trembles and realizes the abnormality. This is not just a coincidence, but a true genius. That is the skill of a psychic. Masters or grandmasters like Yushin, who constantly tremble like a leaf while staring at Choiseo, make your skin crawl, even though I'm not 100% sure if your palm can sense the energy of the 3 colors of flow. But just thinking about how you fight, I almost know something is wrong. What is going on with Choiseo with a bunch of question marks above his head? If he wasn't a monster, I already told my father, I don't care if I'm allowed or not. Your talent has reached a level where even if someone takes you as an outsider disciple, no one would mind. His eyes suddenly widened in panic at the thought of the danger he would face if the truth were revealed. It's probably not too late now. Even if I can't hide that he's a monster, I'm sure part of him is human, and his will must not be allowed. Those stubborn fools won't allow it, and it's even more serious than just not being allowed. They probably even misunderstood. A demon with the talent of a sorcerer, honestly, if it's not Seo, I can't even feel any goodwill towards him. But in the end, Yushin decided to pretend not to know and hinted at a guess. Just a little. If I had found out 3 days ago, I would have thought that your life was probably waiting for this. That made you open your eyes in surprise. Can you really see that in your palm? Just so. Are you planning to go back to school? Hearing him say that, Choiseo touched his shirt and sighed. Maybe I should find a uniform that fits. Right now, besides these sports clothes, I basically have nothing to wear. Do you know that? Even my feet feel half a size smaller. That's quite surprising. Ewan suddenly felt like teasing, making Choiseo stop, but seeing everyone's expressions when you come to school is worth it. If you just stay there and don't say you're Choiseo, I don't know how many people would recognize you. Hearing this, you immediately complain. You're so happy, huh? Just thinking about it makes my head want to explode. Right now he's checking the time on his phone. No wonder I feel hungry. Choiseo then suggests going somewhere else to eat, which makes Yushin curious. Then let's go eat there. Why should I pay and you get the benefit? Just go to the place where you eat. He wanted to have the same kimchi fried rice as last time, but hesitated and replied, if the kimchi fried rice you made last time, with pork belly, was delicious, I would buy pork from the supermarket, but that might be a bit difficult. Choiseo tries to explain, there is a guest here, and now they are probably sleeping soundly, a guest. Your words surprise Yushin. Yeah, I also need a place after I finish eating. He thought quickly and then asked, let's go there. Yushin sighed and helped Seo out of his awkward situation. You don't need to force yourself to say difficult words to me. I told you already. Whatever you want to do with the monsters, it's fine. I don't care. He said he would go ahead without forgetting to make an appointment. It seems some monsters haven't finished eating with him yet, so let's postpone today and meet next time. Before leaving, Yushin even turned back to give a warning. But you just keep your head down as if you've committed a crime or something. No matter who you meet on the road, hold your chest up and walk, because you are more than capable of doing so. The scene shifts to the place you plan to go. Choiseo looked around, trying to confirm if this was a rather old residential area, as the houses seemed deserted. Am I really at the right place? Standing in front of an old-looking door, he, with his second-year Chinese character's ability, read it but couldn't understand. What does Amnguyet Duong mean? A muscular man opens the door. Choiseo was stunned and a little scared by this. This person is a monster and incredibly powerful. He ignored your gaze and hesitantly walked past with a bored expression. Then another person stepped forward and spoke. Oh my, a guest we've never met before. Hungrian welcomes you with a friendly smile. It is truly an honor. My name is Hungrian, the owner of this Amnguyet Duong. Seo also politely nodded in greeting. Hello, ma'am. I am Choiseo. Today, I was introduced to this place to clean up. They gave me the address and told me I should come here first. Hearing that, she was surprised and nodded, inviting him in. Seo? I've heard old you talk about you before. Come on in. As he stepped inside, he was a bit wary of his surroundings. The interior was not only dark, but also shrouded in a black mist covering the place. After walking a bit, Choiseo arrived at a different place and was stunned by the scene before her. Inside is a house that contrasts sharply with the outside. Hong Run brings out tea and pours it into 2 cups. She sat down opposite him and casually invited him, but Choi Seo felt a bit shy and hesitant. Please help yourself to the tea, thank you. You look around curiously and wonder, this isn't Seoul, is it? Just having a clear view is one thing, the wind and air here also feel incredibly pure. Hong Run also openly responded. Yes, the Moon Shadow Realm is a space separated from a part of the lower world. Because this place has been beyond the reach of civilization and progress for hundreds of years, it still retains the pure air and energy of the old days. Stay silent and focus entirely on her words. If you want to ask about the purpose of this space, we are a shop offering a variety of utilities to help the denizens of the demon world adapt to life in the lower realm. Suddenly, you remember what he said. If someone visits on a good day, it will be helpful to you. That's what he said. But even if they call themselves a store for monsters. Tai Choi Seo raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a scroll containing the currency of the demon world appeared. He opened it and asked curiously, I have received the. I heard this is currency from the demon world. Can I use it here? That's it, of course. We support all trade and currency exchange. Hong Run's words confused IU a bit. Exchanging money? Yes, there are people working in the underworld, but most of them exchange money from the demon world to the human world. She explained how this currency exchange works for you, and with the exchange rate here, 1 Nihong is worth 3 million. After hearing that, Choi Su's face froze. Of course, that amount already included the commission. He was stunned into stone, unable to speak. For a 17-year-old, the largest amount of money he had ever had was 720,000 gold. At this moment, Hong Run changed the subject and directly asked Choi Su if he wanted to see what she had bought. After saying that, she immediately sent someone to bring the items in. Please show our distinguished guests the demon spirit pills. Yes, ma'am. Inside, 9 bottles of elixirs appear, 3 types in 3 different colors. Hong Run introduces them. This is the spirit elixir our guests often purchase. This pill will enhance the recovery of your spiritual energy. You know, spiritual energy almost doesn't exist in the natural environment in the lower realm, and even in the demon world, restoring spiritual energy still takes some time. She explained their uses. Therefore, a pill was crafted from materials in the demon world combined with the secret techniques of the Shadow Moon Hall. So even in an environment with weak demon energy, taking the pill allows absorption of a rich amount of demon power. I'm a bit in a hurry to confirm. I will buy it. I really need it. Does the color of this pill's shell make a difference in its effectiveness? Hearing that, Hong Run immediately continued. Yes, the color of the shell is related to the levels of the spirit pills based on a certain standard. Silver spirit pills take 10 incense sticks, gold spirit pills 3, and black spirit pills 1. Hearing her talk, Choi Seo fell into deep thought. The higher the level, the different the recovery rate. But if you want the recovery to take effect today, I'll give you a black pill. Hong Run cunningly smirked as he saw the fish bite the bait. Then give me a black pill now. Should I use it right away? Of course. If you're quick, you'll probably see the effects tonight. She felt very satisfied with this inside her. It's all the same. No matter which pill you take, the monsters have discussed about the love energy. The 2 most important things are the size and absorption rate of a person's inner pill, which is also the total amount of demon energy. The older the monster gets, the more it eats other creatures and it grows bigger. After receiving it, you didn't hesitate and opened the lid. However, the absorption rate depends on the surrounding environment, or the food consumed to restore demon energy, making it very difficult to increase this rate on your own. So, the absorption rate of most monsters comes from innate talent, or bloodline influence. Hong Run quietly rejoices and secretly plans. If they are high level, it only takes 3 or 4 hours to fully consume the black spirit pill. But with a half-beast body, it might take days just to digest half, and then the body expels it. In her envious gaze, Choi Seo slowly picked up the pill and put it in his mouth. But I wasn't lying. If he can absorb half of it, his ordinary inner core might recover by tonight. After putting them in his mouth, he swallowed that substance. As Hyun predicted, the Black Demon Spirit Pill is indeed a precious remedy for Seo. Currently, just 1 pill is enough to restore Seo's core 3 or 4 times. While Hong Run is still satisfied with this, a blinding flash of light suddenly appears. Now a huge explosion occurs right after, causing a significant shockwave. The cups and teacups on the table spill everywhere. But that means the pill is compatible with his internal core size. She widened her eyes in disbelief. No way! He just swallowed the demon spirit pill and only a few seconds have passed. In the thick fog, Choi Seo's figure appears hazily. In that brief moment, did he really absorb that much demon energy? He let out a sigh. Of course, 3 days since Seo started living as a demon, Choi Seo's entire body is now radiating a significant amount of energy from a low-grade pill. Did I just eat something so effective that Seo felt 100%? No, more than 100% of his love power for the first time in his life. Switching to a few minutes earlier, outside the side hall of the Shadow Moon Pavilion, Donggu respectfully raised his wine bottle and asked, how is it? He then shyly introduced the bottle. This is a special 6-flower wine I prepared because I heard the young master will visit. It's brewed from 6 flowers blooming by the Sanu River and enhanced with some fragrant herbs. Hayusium took a sip from the cup and evaluated it. Not bad. Even for someone who hasn't paid his debt, this drink is quite impressive to me. He started questioning her whereabouts with sarcasm. But it's been a long time since I last saw that girl, Hun. She said she would come back after meeting someone. Should I think she doesn't see me as a guest at all? Afraid of offending. Hete-you? Donggu hesitated slightly before replying. How can that be? She was just a little late because she had some things to take care of. He raised his eyebrows as he listened to him recount, mentioning a guest specially sent by the old Mott to visit. So Hyom became a bit interested here. Is he an Emate? Who could that guest be? I don't know the details either, but I heard he's a half-demon with elven blood. At this point, he showed contempt for your status. Oh, I thought it was something special, but it turns out you're just that brat. That old man isn't easy either. He could disappear without leaving a drop of blood. Het-Yu's words are becoming more and more aggressive. I can't believe the old man found a half-blood demon and made them fight during the festival, calling him a rare monster and seeing Kan as a contestant. Seeing Donggu remain silent and listen, he also started to feel guilty and blame him. Suddenly, why are you so quiet? Pouring wine for me is so boring, huh? Hugh Som said. Dongguo just kept silent and endured. Or maybe because he is also a failed demon seller, you feel indignant about what I said. He found it not enough and began to smile mischievously about the identities of the people in the Shadow Moon Hall. You know, I heard a few things from the elder sister, that it's a 1,000-year tradition or something that you all value, but I heard that this Shadow Moon Hall is just a place to harbor some failed demon sellers with nowhere to go, isn't it? Things that are faint cannot become humans or demons and cannot call themselves humans, nor are they recognized by the demon world. He only knows how to clench his fists in frustration. This place was established to help beings like you, the lesser demons, become useful and recognized. No matter the outcome, I suppose I should see this as your intelligence, right? Huh, he sneered contemptuously. A Madu will never experience a cursed day like you, the monsters are called. After finishing his words, he turned and asked, Do you not think so? Even though Donggu felt wronged, he could only keep it to himself for the sake of his life. How could ordinary people like us know what the future holds? Your cup is empty, let me pour you another. Seeing your reaction, Hu quickly sighed and changed the subject. Once you become a merchant, is it for life? Even this world won't bring you happiness. Hey, I'm sorry. He returned to the main topic. When will I be able to go outside? We should be finished preparing today. We have exchanged all the Yusu you provided, and all information about your location and status in the lower world has been handled according to your request, young master. Choose the highest quality possible with minimal human contact. Hearing that, Hus was pleased and complimented him, who responded politely. You handled the work much faster than I expected. Since you risked your life for the lower world, of course, I have to do my best too. I'm not doing this for your benefit. It's just disgusting. There are some bastards out there who show up out of nowhere to cause trouble. But from a master's perspective, I can't just let it go, right? Deep down, he had her own plans. Besides, if I contribute to elevating my family's status, even my father would have to acknowledge my right to participate in the festival. My innate talent is no less than my older sister's, but I was born 100 years later than them. That's the only difference between us. After thinking for a while, he put down his cup and called out, First, I must earn the right to be a contestant at all costs. And in the remaining 6 months, I must catch up and surpass them no matter what. Look, Hun, hearing Hete say that, Donggu was about to stand up and call her, but he was held back by him. I will see if she goes in right away. Not now, there's one more thing I want to entrust to you, rather than finding someone to drink with. Haito Seom demanded without hesitation. When I'm in the lower world, I want that girl to serve me. Seeing the shock in his dazed eyes, he quickly explained, Don't get me wrong, I have no intention of messing around with a lowly demon prostitute, even though she is quite beautiful. It's just that I didn't come to the mortal realm for leisure. Besides hunting down those foreign scoundrels, there's something else I want to target. But our young master won't do it. I know, but aren't you a merchant? You should stay silent and do as a distinguished guest like me requests, not disappoint me, right? He uttered one last sentence that made Donggu take a deep, fearful breath, reconsider, and then pass the message to that girl. Suddenly, the explosion from earlier occurred, and both of them were stunned by the sound. From their perspective, they saw smoke rising from that corner, and the two of them looked in that direction with curiosity. What's going on? The scene shifts to explaining how the source of the love energy is managed. Like a stream of water, fees are also aflow within all creatures. For living beings, that water dragon is no different from a pool of accumulated water. Whether it's the component of water or how each creature uses that water flow, the basic principle is the same for all species, whether they are monsters or humans. Even if you increase the size of the bowl, it still can't hold more water than its capacity. Honestly, such a basic principle doesn't need any fancy words. In Hong Run's panic, Choi Seo stood there worriedly asking Han, "Are you okay?" It seems she accidentally got caught in an accident because of me. She was stunned and silent, not daring to say a word. Anyway, this pill is more effective than what you mentioned, but why is your body now emitting energy around you? There's something really wonderful about it. Whatever it is, should I call it the feeling that I can do anything? That basic principle doesn't apply to Seo. Suddenly, when he spoke, Hong Run flinched. "What is going on here?" Hayu Seom approached with his hands behind his back and spoke in a superior tone. "You bastard, how dare you recklessly release energy without fear here?" She knew he was angry, so she nervously tried to stand up and mediate. "If you don't understand the situation like this, should I take the opportunity to teach you a lesson? Young Master Yusulm, this is my fault, not the guests." Before Hong Run could finish speaking, Hu angrily interrupted. "Please, calm down and be quiet." His commanding tone froze her in place. "I didn't ask you, and I haven't given you permission to speak. Do you think I'm a fool?" Ha clenched his teeth in frustration, certain that the energy I felt and the deafening noise just now came from this loser, and yet he still doesn't understand the situation and keeps releasing his energy. Choi Seo listened to what he said and remained silent for a while. "Even after witnessing everything, you still ask me to overlook this with that ridiculous excuse?" Hong Run still tries to calm him down. Yusum had to kneel and beg for mercy. "Young master, please forgive me." Only now does he speak up. "I am still not used to controlling my love energy, so the boy named Choi Seo is naturally gentle and kind even towards humans. Let Seo take responsibility. I didn't think something like this would happen. If I have caused you any trouble in any way, I apologize." But for the first time in his life, his core was filled with energy, and because of that, both his body and mind felt extremely excited, to the point that he seemed to be overwhelmed, losing control over his actions and words. "But still, I think your words to someone you just met are a bit inappropriate." And in just a moment, the boy's true nature turned more into a monster than a human. Like pouring oil on fire, he became even angrier and asked back, "What are you talking nonsense? What do you think?" Choi Seo smiled brightly and gently reminded you, "I sincerely apologize for that, but don't say such rude words about that failure or whatever." He Yusul couldn't hold back anymore and struck, sending you flying out into the yard in front of her. Choi Seo quickly struck the nearby stairs. Hong Run watched this scene and was so scared he couldn't say a word. Just as he was panicking, he raised his voice like this. Tu Teyushom with an arrogant attitude glared at you. "I'm not sure if your head can handle this, but it's best you don't dream of crossing the line. This isn't a game. It's discipline." Choi Seo was caught off guard and sat down silently on the ground, simply trying to teach a lesson to a useless person. He raised his finger to strike again. The attacks from these two advancing enemies grew more intense. As expected, Choi Seo took another hit. At this point, she finally managed to regain her composure and try to negotiate. "Young master, please stay calm. No matter the reason, an Ingwiat should not be strictly forbidden from using violence." Before Hong Run could finish speaking, he was struck in 3 vital spots. "No matter how powerful your family is, young master, if the main house finds out about this, they will never let it slide." She immediately coughed up blood in pain. He gritted his teeth and ordered, "I told you, don't dream beyond your limits." Hong Run trembled, struggling to keep herself standing, while Hede Yuselm continued to sneer. "I watched you because I thought you were the smartest among those hunting dogs, but in the end, you revealed yourself to be no better than a mere succubus." She was in so much pain she started crying. What the hell was that just now? Why couldn't I feel any demonic power at all? Something invisible to the naked eye suddenly appears. After dealing with Hong Rei, he then orders you. This is the divine beast, the unique supernatural power of the He race. You half-demons, if you're not deaf, listen carefully. Come before me and kneel down immediately. After that blow, Seo not only wasn't afraid, but stood up boldly, taking off his coat to challenge them. "I will make you understand the importance of manners. Shouldn't you Mong have taught you guys? Is he just talking nonsense again?" He throws his jacket on the ground and steps forward. "If you want to talk, do it properly." Beating you up and then saying I need to teach you what manners are, Seo charges with full energy. Isn't that the right way to do things?
Just keep going as you did at the beginning. Seeing that you are not afraid, Hete Yuselm also didn't hesitate to dirty his hands and keep fighting.
All right, if you really want to die like that, when his attack comes again.
Choi Seo opened his eyes wide to observe. He skillfully caught each one. This surprised both of them, and Choi Seo calmly spoke as if what just happened was only to warm him up. The thing you just threw is water, right? I don't understand the rules or anything, but since it's all just a skill, it looked like you threw a few drops of water and I moved at an incredibly fast speed. Remember? At this moment, we were suddenly attacked. Maybe the first thing thrown at us was spilled tea on the ground.
Forget about the water drop. I feel like I got hit by a car. You see, it's just a little bit of tea smell. If you already know that, you're probably ready to be hit again. Things like droplets the size of a fingernail suddenly appear in the air. It seems you can use the humidity in the air or the bones on the grass. And whatever just attacked us appears to be firing from a greater distance. It's even stronger this time, probably because of the acceleration. He smirked, full of contempt, not something to be proud of. But last night, I experienced something similar with someone else. Choi Seo's words left Hete Yusom stunned for a few seconds. Compared to last time, you are not even a fraction of their strength. I won't waste more words and will attack now. Sorry if I hurt your feelings. I will make Seo disappear quickly, leaving only a shadow of energy behind.
He only managed to digest your words now and gritted his teeth in fury. That damn traitor dared. Cho quickly rushes into Hete Yuseom's sight, facing him head-on. The two of them observed and quietly calculated their moves. He attacked with his right hand, and his ability to control demonic energy was frankly pathetic. Being able to clearly see the direction of his demonic attack meant he still didn't know how to train to hide it. While he was still arrogantly attacking, Choi Seo slipped down to Hee Yusum's waist. I will make sure you learn the price of your foolishness.
As I expected, I think it was pretty obvious. In front of his surprised eyes, you didn't dodge, but delivered a powerful blow to Hete Yuel's stomach.
Hongrun opened his mouth in shock, realizing that this was what Yushin had seen and read from his movements. Seo stood proudly in front of him, stroking his hair as he looked at Hu trembling and clutching his stomach.
Whatever, you got hit, you little brat.
The scene shifts to a different moment at the Shadow Moon Hall. Unbelievable. Mo Jiang looked around and sighed. 10 years since the last vacation, and it's a short one too. I didn't expect anything to happen during this time. Donggu, standing behind, could only bow his head and admit fault, but he did not blame anyone. It was my fault. If I had been more cautious and blamed myself, it wouldn't change anything. Mojang softly reassures him, and it's not your responsibility anyway. From the beginning, welcoming him was not your responsibility or Hongran's. We know the youngest member of the He family is extraordinary, but I didn't think it would come to this. So Hongrian was seriously injured. It seems she has a few wounds, but nothing too serious. He frowned, feeling more saddened by Hongrun's situation than by her physical injuries. She was very upset and blamed herself for causing this. Mokong listened quietly as Donggu explained her mistake. But even with dark magic absorption, how could Han predict such a rapid absorption rate? He waited for him to finish speaking before explaining and asking if it was because her quick absorption gave her the opportunity to think. So, yes, where is our guest? In the room where Choi Seo is resting now, there are delicious dishes laid out on the table. He sat there in a daze, as if he hadn't fully processed what he had done during his moment of extreme excitement. The boy was going through a period of emotional recovery. Choi Seo had experienced this before, but not like now, not like the phenomenon 3 days ago. He didn't completely lose control of his body. What happened then keeps replaying itself. He was a bit crazy from his own vitality, but all the emotions and willpower from before belonged to Seo. The vitality had been unleashed, and the rising emotions had cooled down. At this point, his emotions seemed to freeze and turn to stone on the spot, marking the swift beginning of the saint's time. What is that? The sound of movement echoes. Choi Seo lies sprawled on the floor, gazing at the ceiling with a contemplative expression.
To be honest, Min thinks the fight was justified, regardless of personality, those who use violence often to the point of killing. He keeps recalling that feeling. Cutting off his arm was necessary to disable his magic, and even now I could do it without hesitation. But back then, what I felt was pure exhilaration, the joy that came from the very act of cutting off my opponent's arm. While Choi Seo was still lost in thought, a voice rang out. Maybe it was just a temporary phenomenon, but may I come in? You saw that person's figure behind the door and then stood up to respond. Yes. She stepped in with a somber expression, and upon seeing Hongrun, the first thing Choi Seo asked was about her health. You were injured before. Are you feeling better now? She responded, yes, it was just a small wound, but that's a concern for you?
But you vomited blood from your mouth, right? I've experienced that too, and it's not just a small wound like that. In front of Choi Seo-hong, Run knelt down to apologize. Please forgive me. Master, I lost control and acted in a way I shouldn't in front of you. This has caused you great confusion. No. The responsibility for the battle lies only with those involved. I am the one who should apologize. Even a simple house, I could destroy it. She feels ashamed and remorseful. It's all my fault. At first, the black spirit pill couldn't be used, so I gave it to you. Choi Seo paused upon hearing this. The effect the master hopes for can be achieved with spiritual stones or spiritual pills. I suggested using the black spirit pill even though I knew that. You hesitated and asked again skeptically. So are you saying that you lied to me? Black spirit pills are the most expensive. Hong-run openly shares her background. But you heard earlier, I am a hybrid child with a human father and a demon mother. In this world, there is an unspoken rule that hybrid children born from humans and demons are not rare or unusual for the two races to connect and have children. But children born this way inherit qualities from both parents equally. In other words, they do not belong to humans nor to demons. She frowned and continued, in most cases of hybrids, they are born with an innate survival instinct and can sense energy but cannot absorb it. It is Hong-run who has endured this suffering. It is indeed a very painful and tormenting problem to be plagued by thirst, knowing they could quench it at the hot springs of the world but can never drink from them. Even with medicines like the Guanglian potion, it only moistens their parched lips to some extent. At this point, Choi Seo widened her eyes in amazement. That's why I envy you. You sit there stunned and bewildered. For us hybrids and for you, you are truly a remarkable being. Although you carry a bloodline mixed with humans and demons, you possess powerful demonic abilities. She recalls her past actions. Getting the black spirit potion was not for personal gain. There is someone who possesses what I desire, but can never have. I can't accept that. I was hitting and soothing, trying to do wrong and trying to make it right at the same time. Then Hong-run continued to bow his head and apologize again. A crime of deception and cruelty as a merchant. A crime deserving death. While she was apologizing, another voice cut in. No matter the punishment or penalty, the way of apologizing might be wrong. Morang just stepped in, adjusting his beard. No matter what punishment is imposed, it ultimately falls on the one who offers the apology. Both of them were surprised to see Morang. The teacher confidently stepped in to introduce himself and apologized for everything. I am Mo Jiang, the humble head of the Cultivation family. Then Mo Jiang asked Hong-run, don't bother the manager. Continue entertaining the guests. But it's okay. I will proceed according to your wishes. To reassure her, I will speak up now. I understand your apology and accept it, so there's no need to worry about me anymore. Choi Seo humbly wants to take responsibility too, which made him smile brightly when he heard it. If possible, I hope to get the money back for that black spirit pill. Of course that makes sense. After everything was settled, Hong-run bowed to greet you. Although everything was over, she still carried a sense of guilt deep inside her. It felt more like an excuse than a genuine apology. But I am simply grateful that you accepted it. Hearing him say that to Seo, he scratched his head in response. Well, I suppose it's not a major mistake. The two of them sat facing each other and started talking. If you agree, I want to arrange a reconciliation meeting in the future. Reconciliation. Mo Jiang recounts his identity. The person who clashed with Yu Selm is the youngest of the Hate clan, also known as the Divine Beast. After hearing that, you reflect for a moment. He looks different from what I imagined. Of course, the Hete clan I know deserves the dignity of a divine beast. If you understand the situation, he recounted how Yu Seal stormed home in anger. I don't think it will be a major issue, but there could be misunderstandings that are not in your favor. I will make you regret this. Mora Jiang proposes that before these misunderstandings deepen, we should have a meeting to clarify our perspectives and explain the situation, and he also admits fault for his side's carelessness. It was our carelessness that caused both sides to face uncomfortable situations. So please don't be too harsh with me. I understand your point. But it's okay. Cho doesn't really mind about this. There's no need to go as far as taking responsibility for reconciliation and insisting on doing so. This surprised Mo Jiang, but he remained indifferent and unafraid. But sir, if they come to see me, I will tell them exactly what happened in my own words. Remembering that, Choi Seo felt no regret about it. It was his fault for escalating the situation from a simple apology to excessive violence and personal insults, so I did what was necessary. He seriously suggested to him. It was a clear case of right and wrong, and Han and the master went to apologize for not apologizing and for a situation that could have led to a fight. I'd rather fight for it, it's more comfortable. That's truly a profound statement.
Mojiang feels somewhat intrigued by Choi Sio's way of thinking, but still advises not to underestimate the He family. Even Yusum's siblings are on a different level compared to the inexperienced and reckless monsters that the guest fought. He licked his finger and replied with a calm attitude, "Of course it wouldn't be any different for you, right?" "I think so. I haven't fought many monsters, but I've battled at least 2 stronger than him. Still, none of them seem to be bad people." Your words made him pause for a moment, but he couldn't help it. "In the end, to become the Demon King, I have to fight and defeat them all," Mojang replied. "That's not something easy to hear anywhere. You don't find it easy to say that either." He was about to remind Choi Sio, but he calmly replied, "If you say such things elsewhere, I might die. Right? I know I am prepared for that." Hearing Choi Sio speak, Muarang furrowed his brow anxiously. Yuzum, at this moment, is just acting aggressively without much reason. If I talk about becoming the Demon King, it would be a disaster. This child really is someone who doesn't care about that look and keeps talking, just thinking about those people wandering the world in 6 months. Even the thought of it is terrifying. He immediately burst into laughter. "So how did you manage to stop him?" "Among everything I've heard, this is the boldest and most shameless statement. Feel free to laugh, but I have nothing to say." Mojiang looks serious and evaluates carefully. "No, I have no intention of laughing. Instead, I'm starting to find it quite interesting. Our guest, I only thought of him as a poor boy unlucky in fate. It seems I judged too quickly." He reached inside his shirt. "Since the time of the previous owner, this is the first time I have had such a strong intuition after a change." After searching, Muarang took out something and placed it on the table. Surely an undeniable jackpot. This is his introduction and expression of his wish. "This is a gift we give to our guests at the retreat as a sign of humility and an apology. But if I say it this way, you might not accept it. Should I put it differently?" Mojang honestly expressed her wish. "It might be too soon to say this, but I want to invest in your future." After some time, Choi Sio returned home. "You look exhausted as you stumble home after a busy day. It's almost dinner time when a sudden voice catches Choi Sio's attention. "Where have you been? You're only just getting back now." I'm sorry, I didn't realize I would be gone for so long." Super Hoa Oa stood there annoyed, looking at you with a bird on her arm. "That's enough." She's relaxed her facial muscles now. "Well, it's okay. It wasn't long. And I just received some information." Choi Siu was a bit surprised after hearing it, and then bowed his head in greeting. "Information? Hello, Sony." As soon as he finished speaking, the bird struck him right in the face. Seeing this, Ohoa immediately scolded, "Are you stupid? What makes people think this is soy sauce?" The colors of the outfits are different. A necromancer implants a soul into evil creatures that die in the feathers of a crow. After finishing the fight, it also takes off and flies away. She also told you to be careful with Somi. The big flower car reminded you. Although it is a raven, it has no white feathers at all. I have been very upset about that since I was young. Somi might not get angry if you accidentally say that because of her personality, but that doesn't mean she won't be hurt. Choi Sio, after being beaten badly, also obediently listens. "Yes, I will be careful anyway." Just now, Somi sent her to run around gathering information since last night. She recounted everything that had happened. Over the past month, there have been several disappearances across the city, a significant number. The last known locations of the missing people are concentrated in several areas. Hearing this, a sense of tension washed over you. Perhaps those people are the hunting grounds of outsiders tonight. We plan to hunt at one of those locations. Zie Hua continued talking about another task that needed to be done, and beforehand there was something you had to prepare. Xiao hadn't finished speaking when she was immediately hit. "Yes, just tell me whatever you know. I can understand if the treatment isn't very good. I am an unexpected guest, and I will not complain about my sudden change in state." Super Hoa stomped one foot on your body and complained. "But when it comes to other matters, you forced me to wear wet clothes, soaked in your stinky smell. I think you might have brought something decent halfway through. Because you have been outside for too long, here is my most precious training outfit." "Enough!" No more words. She ominously orders Choi Sio to go buy clothes right now. Not long after, they quickly arrived at the clothing store. Hu Hua's car said, "This is it, the best department store in the country. What's it called again?" "That department store." Sio looked in amazement at the tall building in front of him and exclaimed, "I'm not sure it's the best in Korea. There are many bigger stores in the province." Ho Hua's car also sighed. "Do people build them right?" "They built something quite impressive without magic." Sio's face furrows as if he's lost in thought. A boy at a department store. And this isn't his first time buying proper clothes. It's not that he doesn't care. He's at an age where appearance matters, and he's already determined to earn pocket money. But as always, there's still a problem. Sio's past chubby figure keeps appearing in his mind. Yu politely asked Han if just buying one outfit would be enough, but Sio could only sigh helplessly. Wait until I lose weight first. Remembering that moment, Sio was filled with determination and thought to herself, this is the moment I've been dreaming of all along. Today, I will enjoy it to the fullest. You smile brightly at Sio Hua and just try whatever she wants, and if there's anything she wants to buy, let me know. She simply responded coldly, yeah, I was planning to do the same. Thanks for now. Let me say it again. This is the first time the boy has been to a department store. Sio looked around in amazement, which is why he didn't know. She picked up a sticker and the regular price in a department store. At that moment, suddenly a salesgirl enthusiastically came to assist. Your girlfriend must be very lucky. Not many boyfriends buy this much. Now, each step Choi Sio takes feels heavier than ever. He thought to himself, why is there an extra zero? Suddenly, the salesgirl exclaimed, oh my God, so she saw Xo Hoa trying on a sexy black outfit and couldn't help but marvel. It suits you very well. Looking at herself in the mirror, So Hua wasn't very excited. Oh, it doesn't look bad. How does it look? Choi Sio. Choi Sio is now deeply heartbroken, silently thinking, over 5 million. Luckily, I managed to win the jackpot. Then he still answered her in a calm voice. I think it looks cool. At the same time, the bank also sent a confirmation approval message. Mr. Choi, you paid a one-time fee of 1U80,000 at Brandon Department Store. Now he stares blankly at the deducted amount in his account. Siu Oh-hwa glanced over and said, do I tell you to throw away the stuff you brought? He sighed, thinking to himself, I need to stay calm. Siu Hua still has much to learn in the future, and most importantly, the reason why she was able to win love from the start. The sound of the car's horn rang out again. Hey, go buy the next outfit over there, Sio asked in surprise. She's buying more? She looked at him sadly and asked, what are you talking about? You're not even here for a day and you only have one outfit to wear? Choi Sio hesitated and struggled to speak. Then suddenly, Superflower gestured for him. Oh, right, come here for a moment. Although Choi Sio didn't understand what she wanted to do, he still tried to follow her, holding out his hands, palms facing up. Sio Hua hands you something. Looking closely at your palm, it turns out to be gold coins. Choi Sio was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Do you think 10 gold coins are enough? She continued speaking to you. If you need more, just tell me if there's any left. The luxury car looked at you as if you were a beggar in need of charity. You can take a little, but consider it a token of thanks. Then she turned around and said somewhat urging, let's go. Looking at the luxurious clothing stores displaying attractive outfits, So Hua tried on one after another and asked Sio nearby for his opinion, how do I look? The guy behind flattered and responded, wonderful. She continued trying on another outfit. How about this one? Sio clapped and praised her. Your friend is really beautiful. She hesitated a bit and scratched her neck. Really? He thumbs up and says, awesome, but is met with a punch from ex-Hoa. He faceplants on the ground in frustration and asks why. She replied uncertainly, feeling a bit annoyed. Sio, holding many shopping bags, said, but actually, I was a little surprised. Sio Hua immediately responded, how so? Sio has no problem explaining. Is this your first time entering the human world? But when she chose her clothes, it seemed she had her own style and knew more than I did. Seo Hua also explained that it was because of Sony. Seo Hua has no problem explaining herself. She thinks I'm interested, so she keeps bringing things and forcing me. It's really annoying, Seo thought to herself, but in the end, she carefully checked everything, right? Seo Hua honestly explained that the reason I came to the human world when suddenly someone's voice interrupted from behind. Oh, I'm sorry. You glance at the girl and speak to the guy beside her. Be careful, we need to hurry up. Super Exo Hua glanced at Seo and muttered, I thought I was the only one, but it seems humans in general have retreated. At this moment, Suo Hua finally looked back and asked, what do you mean? Suo Hua asked seriously. That guy, he bumped into you because of his mistake, right? With just one word on such a topic, just one look like that, all problems are solved. Exo Hua gives an example. You too. If he shows that attitude, you should make him pay immediately. Not kill him, but trample him, so he never dares to look you in the eye again. Sio was a bit surprised to hear that. Do we really need to go that far? She replied without hesitation. Yes. Xo Hua's eyes turned icy cold, emphasizing the point. That is a matter within the human world, and I don't know all the details. But if a monster like you shows such a weak attitude, you'll only be labeled as the fragile one, no matter how strong you are. All your words focus on Sio. In that moment, you no longer seem strong. Even if you're strong,
If you can be easily defeated without consequences, you're just a tempting prey for anyone who wins. Seo looked straight into Seo's eyes. Perhaps you've already bowed to hatred. Even if you can win, even if you must win, you let him go so easily. Seo was extremely surprised by what she just said. How did she know? How would I know I? As soon as I entered the house, I could smell the damp dog almost choking me, along with other foul odors. But that kind of foul smell is quite rare. The more she explained, the more surprised Seo became. If you're only at the level of beating the youngest of the three brothers, he's a bit short and doesn't have many ugly qualities. Yes, that's right. Do you know him? Not exactly acquaintances. He is the brother of my friend's sister. And we fought each other. Once. At this point, the memories flood back again. About 20 years ago? It feels like there were rumors spreading about me. After hearing that, she started arguing about a non-existent grudge. She is nearly 100 years older than me. That sounds really ridiculous. Seo, encouraged, asked to find the reason for the question. So did you fight her? Xiao Hua nodded. Of course, why wouldn't I? If you're going to ask a question, ask whether I won or not. As expected, even asking whether I won or lost was a bit silly. I crushed her fiercely. I firmly told her that we would never meet again, and that she should stay away from me with that unpleasant face, which made Seo feel awkward, and she added a few more words nervously. Anyway, I haven't seen him since then, but according to Somi, he's been wandering around threatening everyone. Xiao Hua pointed directly at you and said, the important thing is that if you're going to step on someone, you should step hard. Hua, with a stern look, scolded him a few words. As a human, you can't immediately adapt to the way of thinking of a monster. But at least when you use violence, do it decisively, and ultimately choose to use less violence. Choi Seo bowed his head respectfully in response. I will remember that. Exo Hua continued. Of course, you should be ready to kill anything you encounter here. After hearing that, he immediately looked up and repeated, right now, the department store is crowded with people, and a voice is echoing, hurry up. Can't you slow down a bit? The girl replied immediately. If we're even a little late, they say the waiting time will be reset. The girl kept pulling her boyfriend's hand and said, I waited here for a week just to see it. She turned around and asked, what's wrong with you? I told you we needed to hurry up, but suddenly, when she turned back, the guy was gone. She anxiously searches for that familiar figure around. What? What? She looked around anxiously. Where are you? Don't joke around. Really, a pair of crossed legs sitting nearby and watching from early on. She sat there lazily, propping her chin on her hand and saying, I am sure. She smiled smugly, thinking that besides fighting, the two of them weren't very good, so it's better to focus on those around them. Now, she still calmly sips her coffee while glancing over. A boy walking past with his mother keeps looking in Qian's direction. That woman also looked back at the boy with a threatening gaze. Suddenly, the boy opened his mouth wide with eyes wide in fear. Unexpectedly, it was a strange person who vomited a bloody glass from his mouth. The horrifying scene frightened the boy out of his wits. He screamed at the top of his lungs, causing those nearby to panic. What's wrong with you? At this moment, someone suddenly called her. Demon Master. A young man wearing sunglasses walks over. Let's talk. That person simply replied indifferently. The upper world is his territory and the underworld belongs to me. Haven't we always said that everyone in their own hunting zone never crosses the boundary? It seems you have strictly followed that rule. Why do we seem like brothers who have to be separated even though we used to be very close? He spoke. The hidden monsters of this land are coming. Maybe they've been watching our activities. Chi didn't hesitate to question again. I already anticipated this. So, should we give up? The broker's condition is that we must not fight the demon on the peninsula, right? He softly reminds us that we really shouldn't cause trouble. In other words, everything is fine, as long as we can handle it quietly without causing a fuss. I know it's been a month since our hunt, and only now are they realizing that after the battles she faced, all the monsters in this land have become insignificant. They can't even protect their livestock behind the fence. It's funny to think they're retreating out of fear. The goat emphasized, looking more serious than before. That is why I have decided with my brothers that if we are willing to risk breaking the rules by coming here, we don't need to limit ourselves to safe prey. D made an offer to the other party, asking for help to roast the lamb. Today, 2 peninsula demons have come here, and we will catch and eat them. They will boast about meaningless, arrogant things like that. Turning to Xiao, he is in complete shock at what he just heard. So the reason she came here in the first place was for clothes. Huohua replied immediately. That's one reason, but it's also because of the information Somi provided. She chuckles softly as she presents the statistics she gathered. The biggest department store in the country is said to have the highest number of missing persons cases.
Seo listens silently and seriously to what she says. Throughout the journey, I deliberately unraveled these seeds. There is no escape. In crowded places, it's better to observe and capture rather than run away. Seo Hoa looked at you and provided some information saying, but what is this instead of fleeing? Those guys are nesting here. In that case, I need to make it clear. Her face gradually became cunning. This city isn't our hunting ground. They've misunderstood everything. Supervision of the surrounding area is not just because this is Seon's busiest department store, but also because it's a subway station where 3 lines intersect. A bus station connecting Seoul to other areas, and these 3 factors overlap to make it a UN bus center with daily traffic of tens of thousands of people. So he was sure that even if many people disappeared here, it wouldn't attract attention. Seo closed the wardrobe, analyzing the problem for a long time, thinking that as long as he could avoid security cameras in everyone's sight, no, even without such blind spots, it would be fine. He hypothesized that if someone disappeared in the bustling crowd, most would just think it was a mistake or that the person had moved elsewhere. Hearing that, the carriage snorted. Well, I'm not entirely sure about this, but based on the clues sensed here, there are 4 demons nearby. She hypothesized, they seem to have set up a hunting ground based on what I sense, but I am not sure what kind of monsters they are. This statement made Seo panic. I stammered. 4, if there are that many, wouldn't it be better to report to the divine judge? If the numbers are significant and we don't know much about the enemy, a distant gaze might suggest that it could be an option. But in this case, if that happens, there will be no battle at all. What those guys are doing is like a form of provocation. She continues to lead the issue as if saying, we know you're here to catch us, but we won't run away. That means there is a backup plan if someone else besides us rushes in. Seohwa's gaze flicks over to Seo, and even if we call it a backup plan, it means fleeing. Basically, it's like our failure because we are the ones who need to catch them. Running away is not an option for us. Here, Seo Hua hesitated a bit and said, I don't know if we can chase them. Unlike us, we are in a position where we have to follow the law, so it will be very difficult to do so without harming people. Then she carefully observes her surroundings again, takes a deep breath, and realizes they will try to exploit this advantage as much as possible. Maybe the battle will take place here. The teacher probably didn't give this mission just to test us for no reason. If we don't rush in recklessly, there won't be any viable solution. They're crazy. At this moment, Seo nervously took out his phone. It seems that the area around the subway station or bus terminal will be empty, but the department stores will close soon, right? Hearing your question, Ko Hua smirked and said, even after closing, there will still be store employees staying, so it's no problem. She said with a sly smile that it wouldn't matter in that case either. At the same time, on the rooftop garden of Brandon Department Store, Bai crossed his arms and asked a puzzled question. Where is Mayor? He replied immediately. He's gone. The girl said she had no intention of getting involved in this. Remembering the previous conversation, Qian was very blunt. I refuse. I'm not indifferent, but I prefer my relaxed meal and current peace. I won't give up this satisfaction just to catch 2 weaklings and hit the jackpot. He shouted loudly. I said there would be no problem. 4 of us are enough, but she interrupted. That's my opinion. Qian gently set down the cup and said from her perspective, it sounds like you're inviting me to join a game of chance. She crossed her arms and looked up at the wire to show she understood. It seemed uncomfortable, but what could she do? What she had seen over the past month wasn't entirely trustworthy. The more I hear, the more it gnaws at me, but you're not planning to force him to stop, are you? Day asked sharply. You think someone can stop us? But Shang-Ji gently stood up and reassured her, I don't mean to, so don't worry. Anyway, I need to find a new hunting ground. Since we're about to part ways, I want to be honest for a moment. Seeing her leave, he stammered in confusion. Thank you for everything. Day, thanks to you I've learned a lot, but it seems like that's no longer going to be the case. She turned back with a mocking smile and only left a wish for good luck. Hearing that, Ba frowned and kept scolding. That silver-haired brat didn't even show any gratitude. At that moment, you should have torn her apart. W continued speaking. Oppa has a gentle and delicate affection for Manor, but Jay doesn't care about that. He says nothing will change just because she disappears. Anyway, Manor didn't have the right kind of power from the start. In response to Jay's words, just the 3 of us brothers are enough. W felt convinced and nodded. Exactly right. But I didn't expect Meidi to refuse because she really enjoys consuming. Bai interrupted seriously, asking, So brother, what do you plan to do after we take down the 2 newcomers? No matter what, if those involved are our own kind, the reaction will be intense. He didn't hesitate to share his plan. He has prepared a hideout. From then on, we will continue hunting in this area. Can she really not believe and confirm that in this nearby region? He answered with words, "We will continue hunting people while the monsters of this land chase after us."
He proposed a hypothesis to explain the sequence. Anyway, we have the advantage of geography. As long as we blend in with the crowd, they can't use all their strength. Hearing that, W wondered a bit. But isn't there also a limit to that? So, for us to stay safe, it might actually be more dangerous for them than if a few people die. Because that's when the monsters in this land will think it's all over, right? Day looked at her and replied, "Yes, that's why we must consume as much as possible until then. Until we return to the mainland and reach the realm of spirits." With that, he solemnly called out, "Weijian Beijian, think of the shame our family has endured so far." Sakmak Day changed his expression, his face darkening with a fierce aura, and said, "Now we might not return to the mainland, but when we do, no one there will dare to look down on our brothers." To make it more convincing, he added that if the three of us unite, we can control the demons of the entire central plain. No, we will dominate the upcoming era as demon kings. But just then, Seohua suddenly appeared, and the entire building shook violently, startling them all. To their surprise, the demon energy suddenly surged and engulfed the whole building. And a voice echoed, "Isn't it a bit too late?" She ordered the entire city to retreat and quickly went home. The spell from the dark language is spreading across the city now. Knowing this spell, with a voice infused with magic, it gently issues a powerful command. Obviously, the effect is stronger when the distance and the magical power between the sides are truly separated, and when the distance is closer. Chao Hua was surprised. "What? Aren't there 4 people?" With this magic, casting it from a distance without direct contact is quite a challenge. That's right, you can't be that stupid. But covering the department stores with a genius hidden among the monsters. At this moment, Day hadn't yet calmed down. He glared at Seohua and thought, "I am sure this is the presence I sensed just a moment ago right beneath us." She jumped up to this height in an instant, then he listened carefully as she said, "Let me see." With her core energy rooted in the fox spirit, she quickly realized I smelled a scent right inside the department store. But now that I am closer, I can feel it more clearly. Human indifference is somewhat enviable. Luckily, this place is quite spacious. Seohua kept teasing them. If it were me, I would rather breathe the same air as people than suffer pain. Hearing that, Bai was furious. "Little girl," but she quickly stopped her, "don't get involved in those provocative words." Bai and the younger one, he ordered them. "Go down." W looks confused. "Oh, aren't we fighting together?" D quickly explains, "We need to catch both of them. This guy will be handled by you and Bai. The remaining one seems quite faint, so you can handle it on your own." The more W heard, the more excited he became, catching it and swallowing it all by himself. "Really?" But before he could reply, she had already disappeared. Zhao Hua chuckled and said, "I guess that was a decision you'll regret. If that's the farthest you can run, even you alone could save its life." But this time Bei replied, "You're too generous. In this situation, you should worry about your own life before worrying about our younger sibling." Day frowned silently. She is very strong. No matter how much we belittle her, she remains among the top in skill. If she had arrived earlier, we might have been easily defeated. Then he reassured himself, "But it's okay. After eliminating over 1,000 people in the past month, we can do this." But just as he thought that, the space trembled violently once again. At this moment, Zohua was casting a spell and said, "I like how you can't grasp the situation." So after speaking, she suddenly floated into the air to test Nuhin's abilities. Meanwhile, there was no one left under the building, and suddenly an old woman appeared. Even though she had been hit by Sohoa's spell, she still couldn't go home. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and grabbed her shoulder, saying, "Sio, polite to ask, are you okay?" Then she snapped out of her daze and looked around confused. "Oh, what's that?" Sio chuckled awkwardly and quickly explained. "There is an emergency broadcast warning about a gas leak, so the department store will close early. But the main entrance remains open, so you can exit through it." Hearing that, she looked around in panic and said, "Thank you. Did you see a small child around here? Slightly taller than me. Are you asking if he's your grandson?" Then Sio said that he just saw him downstairs and came to find you because the boy was worried about you. After seeing her leave, Sio quietly let out a sigh of relief. Earlier, the superflower had told him that there shouldn't be so many people, and if lucky, there might not be anyone at all. "I'm just whispering to the people within 3 digits at a time. If you have a certain resistance to magical energy, my call might be useless." She kept explaining as she walked away, so it's best for the person to wander around the general store first and tell those people to leave. Hearing that, Sio nodded. "All right." Returning to the present, you are still carefully observing around 7 people. "Maybe so. To be sure, I should check again." W suddenly spoke up, her voice echoing throughout the entire floor. "Your presence is quite faint.
I've been searching for you, but I'm still a bit unsure. Hearing this, CO was suddenly terrified and turned around, but W kept going. But how should I say this? This feels a bit strange. But suddenly W appears, smiling brightly, and suggests we pretend we didn't see each other and can't fight. That surprised CO. What? But W remained calm and honestly said, I came here intending to devour you. But from what I see, you don't seem very nourishing. Then, she chuckled and added, besides, you suit my taste. Seeing CO's horrified expression, she continued saying that in fact monsters don't need to swallow each other whole, right? Unlike my siblings, I'm not interested in becoming the Demon King. After all, this will be our world for the next 6 months. As long as I can eat as much as I want without ever feeling hungry, that's enough. Seeing that CO still said nothing, W asked, you will also be able to indulge yourself for 6 months, right? So why not get along instead of being so tense? It's not like we're secretly eating here. So it is. I really like you. At this moment, CO suddenly asked, did you come up from down there? She laughed, confirming, so you were the one who pushed that person down. W had already rescued the 2 old women just now, yet you still linger over the situation. I happened to see them coming down from the top, so I held back. The whole group was there at first, and you were heading down. After saying that, she even scratched her head, innocently. How foolish. Now we have met. What a shame. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than CO punched her hard in the face. W was caught off guard and was struck squarely by Choi Seo. His face was filled with rage, as if he wanted to kill her completely after that punch. Wei was thrown far away with great force. Choi Seo looked directly at Wei as he fell. A purple light emanated from beneath the stairs. He stood there in a dazed state, not moving. Seo thought he understood, but in reality, he didn't understand anything at all. Below the stairs, piles of bloody bodies made the scene even more horrifying. Man-eating monsters. The terrifying images of monsters appeared in Choi Seo's mind. Over the past 3 days of darkness, I have felt firsthand how dangerous both the monsters and their true nature are. That's why Seo's face is covered in sweat and his whole body is out of control right now. It was only at this moment that I truly realized. His hands were trembling with extreme fear. Every danger I perceive is nothing compared to what monsters feel from other monsters, or what they represent to ordinary people. A catastrophic threat. After being hit hard in the face by Choi Seo, W stood up with blood still on his face. But why are you so grumpy when you're angry? At least you should warn me that you're mad. She looked excited, licking the blood on her lip, pushing that aside. Quite an interesting turn of events. Honestly, I think you're super weak. Choi Seo's anger is rising as the aura around him thickens, but you look quite tempting. Choi Seo softly says to her in a calming tone. Wei immediately sensed something was off, but her reflexes seemed to lag behind. In an instant, he rushed in front of W, leaving her completely bewildered by what was happening right before her eyes. But it seems that W's reflexes are not to be underestimated, as she quickly regained her composure and predicted his attack from the left. Seo immediately launched a direct attack on Wei's left hip, which she couldn't block in time. His face full of anger, he glared at her and said, instead of I like it, you should say it looks tasty. That would be much less disgusting. In an instant, Seo launched a relentless attack on Wei's face and stomach, leaving her no time to defend. But while he was still focused on attacking, Wei seized the chance to strike his leg, causing Seo to lose his balance. At this moment, the area below the station was eerily quiet, when suddenly something crashed down, filling the surrounding space with dust and smoke. Seo looked toward the hole where he had kicked Wei down. He immediately jumps down, wanting to continue facing Wei, and seeing Seo chasing after, she can't help but laugh out loud. Her body was now completely deformed. Her limbs were broken from Seo's punches, but her expression showed no pain. What is this? I look really pathetic right now. All the elements to become super strong are there, but the look of enjoyment and excitement directed at Seo makes her unable to hide her amazement and a hint of thrill. Seo's face is full of determination as he draws a sword and charges straight at W. Wow, I've never seen anything like that before. Is that your exclusive magic? Seo's face is cold as he raises his sword and answers W's question. Yes. Immediately, he swings his sword straight ahead. The sword path flew so quickly towards Wei that she hadn't yet recovered to block Seo's attack. A sound rang out as the sword reached W. Seo's face was full of panic and trembling, and in the end, it turned out like this. Wei has completely healed all her arm wounds and can even grasp your cut with ease. It's not a very spectacular scene, is it? W raises her arm behind her, trying to use force to return the slash to Seo. This made Seo even more confused and frightened,
causing him to want to step back. What kind of power is this? At that very moment, his sword suddenly disappeared, vanishing completely from his hand. This only makes Xiao more frightened. It's not just her strength, her recovery ability, and the instant movement to block the unseen hammer, but her appearance looks so battle-ready. Suddenly, Xiao realized that what he had to do now was block that attack. He quickly raised his hand to shield himself from W's strike, but the force was so strong that his hand was pushed back after deflecting the blow. Seizing the opportunity, W lunged forward with her claws, striking fiercely at Xiao and unleashing an extremely powerful shockwave around her. Suddenly, Wei realized something was wrong. The arm that just attacked Xiao was quickly caught and held in an instant. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao drove his knee straight into Wei's arm. Not stopping there, Xiao pressed down with his legs. His eyes full of determination, he grips Wei tightly before forcefully throwing her against the wall. Xiao's face now shows exhaustion, but W seems completely fine after that hit, with no injuries at all. If you could see this appearance, you could have run away from the start without fighting. She calmly stepped forward towards Xiao as if she was confident she had already won. This is my unique magic, or rather my original form. My arms and legs look like this, but my face and body are disgusting. Not exactly. The issue isn't about appearances. I know. At this point, Wei continued to share his thoughts. It smells like a decaying corpse, doesn't it? But at some point, I no longer recognize this smell in myself. People used to call us that for a long time. W then recounted the days before he gained a human form like now. Unlike other monsters, we are a species born with the inherent purpose of eating humans. If we don't eat people, we can't absorb vitality naturally. The days of hunting humans have made her species struggle to survive, even for a strong, natural breed like ours. We survived by eating corpses on the battlefield. Since then, we have been looked down upon terribly. I heard that we were on the brink of extinction after the law was enacted, and W also showed resentment for not being able to eat what humans eat. Humans have flavor and are good nutrients for various monsters, but our main food source has been completely sealed off. W continued to recount the terrifying past that her race had endured. Hundreds of years ago, most of our kind starved to death. A few have tried to invade the human world to fill their stomachs. Still, everyone remains very cautious because they don't know what W is planning to do by telling such stories. But they had to pay the price by being killed by other monsters. Our parents were among them. Her expression grew calm for a moment as if reminiscing about the past. Since I have no memories of my parents, I don't feel sad. But seeing my sister and brother made me feel truly heartbroken. At this moment, she stood in front of Xiao, lamenting. Anyway, the three of us are orphans living in the darkness of the human world. The past images of the three monsters walking together are actually Yabu's brother and sister, and she is the one in the middle. We couldn't even maintain our human appearances. We live in the filth and waste of humans, in a hideous form, not even aware of our ugliness. Wei's face suddenly shows a strange smile. But look at her. She's proud of having an incredibly beautiful appearance. Now I can be cute and beautiful like this instead of in the dark, stinky sewer. I can walk under the clear blue sky and enjoy the sunshine. At this moment, W shows her dissatisfaction with this world. Most importantly, eating people isn't really wrong. That's right. We've been doing that for tens of thousands of years, except for the 666 years ago. And we will continue after 6 months. After. The words just spoken left IU in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing, not for a second. I won't give up this wonderful life for some strange rule. I've already lost too much. Her growing dissatisfaction is clearly reflected on her distorted face, so you have to pretend. After meeting a monster I like, I really don't want to kill you because of that rule. Choi Xiao interrupts angrily. Let me make this clear. Xiao's face was full of disgust. I'm not a monster. I am the one who hopes that the rules you're talking about will last forever. You look at Wei and suggest a deadly match, making her unable to contain her excitement. So why not stop talking nonsense and feeling sorry for yourself and just fight properly? After a moment, Wei's expression softened with regret, and then she disappeared in an instant. I understand now. Liu flies straight in front of Xiao, swinging their demonic arm toward him. Xiao blocks the attack with a defensive stance, but it seems too powerful, causing his face to grimace. Xiao was stunned to realize that something had changed in Wei's strength. Suddenly, she was faster and stronger. If this is her full strength, charging headlong into the fight is a bad idea. Xiao possesses all the qualities of a true demon, and without saying a word, it's clear that he is an exceptional person with innate natural talent. And real combat experience suddenly came in such a short time. Mental strength, skills, and the ability to control love energy all contributed to his new power. W showed no mercy and continued attacking Xiao with his other hand,
But in this particular situation, his opponent far exceeded Sio's development speed. Using experience from the previous move, he was able to reflexively counter her attack. There are significant innate differences between species. However, the strike, though narrow, completely destroyed the wall behind Sio and caused a huge explosion. The immense power made Sio somewhat afraid. Sorry, I'm still not used to handling all this new strength and speed because I haven't had it for long, and there's an element that surpasses this injustice. W's flesh-faced expression is filled with murderous intent and a deathly purple glow as he looks at Sio. I'm getting used to it, and I believe I can finish this without any problems. For monsters, they are not just a rich source of nutrients. Consuming them has no side effects and acts like a special elixir that brings explosive benefits. Over the past month, Wyan's continuous and explosive consumption has led to astonishing growth that even she can't understand. Sio stood in front of the system window, feeling uneasy. Should she use magic? W now pauses to comment on your previous attack. Among all the moves used, that one was the strongest. Considering the reach advantage, that's the move with the highest chance of winning. Sio, with a serious expression, clenched his fist tightly and looked steadily at her. I don't know that kid. Saying that, you put all your strength into this attack towards Wei. She also didn't hold back and charged at him at the speed of sound. Both her speed and strength didn't seem much different from hand-to-hand combat. The magic he used earlier might be beyond his control. Sio quickly blocked Wei's attack with both hands, so she took advantage of the moment to relentlessly attack him, aiming to slaughter and devour him. Soon after, Sio's body was covered in blood, leaving him unable to stand. You keep coughing up blood and ask, I want to know your name. W ignores any moment that could be advantageous for her and relentlessly attacks Sio. Nice to meet you. Sio's body gradually loses strength, trembling uncontrollably, but the chances of success in the fight have increased quite a lot. But even so, Wei was stunned and momentarily couldn't believe her eyes. I see now, not using the Trui Yu crystal is a gamble where he bets his life. With a body full of wounds, Sio was now able to block Wei's claws. This is how he used it. It's called the Mountain Terrain Shift, and he won within that silver branch. A few hours before that battle at the shopping mall, did you fight against Huyen Vu? Sio sat awkwardly in the car, rubbing his face and saying, I'm not sure if fighting is the right word. I gave it my all, but it doesn't seem to have much effect. X-Hua sat calmly and replied, even though I tried, it felt like he was just strolling along, which makes sense. After all, the approach from the start was wrong. Go appears with a not very friendly smile. His blood is thicker than water, and he is extremely skilled both in strength and character. Meanwhile, she remains indifferent to everything until the fight, where she performs perfectly. Truly a master. I am even more convinced that his hidden strength is immense. Even if the range extends to 300 or 500 years, there are very few monsters in the Korean peninsula stronger than him. Suddenly, Sio asked a strange question. You're 500 years old, right? So this story also applies to you, huh? Sio Hua suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable and turned to confront Sio. What are you talking about? He quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend, but my face now is full of confidence as I reply. Of course I will win. No matter the age, I am always the strongest. Sio looked surprised and asked, what did you do while fighting him? Maybe it won't be as satisfying as fighting me. You also explained how you used your tools during the battle. I tried to use all the abilities Somi gave me with all my strength to control him. But the driver in front looked a bit confused, not understanding what young people are talking about these days. Sio looked down, seeming a bit disappointed. I don't see him surprised at all, as if he's facing a wall. Sio Hua simply replied coldly, he won't stay still. Sui was a bit surprised by her words and turned to look. When you use your technique because he is not a physical type warrior, he won't stay still, or you have caught him off guard. Sio Hua calmly replied, yes, when we shook hands, the reason you couldn't create any impact was the difference in skill level. Her expression softened a bit as she looked out the car window and said, it's simpler than that. No matter how powerful magic is, it can't make everyone equally strong. Basically, this is a strength competition. The night sky is dark, and all around, only the sound of the wind rustling through the night remains. Sio Hua walks forward with gentle steps, assessing the situation, then smiles as if she has everything under control. It seems I also understand Swang Swang now, and I don't feel too disappointed either. A fully wounded demon steps forward in front of Sio Hua. Are you talking? She looks at that monster without any fear, and even shows a bit of contempt. So, my diagnosis was correct. I was hoping this scenario would happen. So I also have a backup plan, but I'm still a bit worried. You're stronger than I expected, and I'm afraid I might end up killing you all. The demon in front of me has been badly wounded, blood flowing everywhere. But with your level, you can still hold on for now, though, honestly, I'm a bit disappointed. Exo Hoa sighed in boredom because this much is completely no fun for her. I think you'll make me use at least 4 tails, but I only have 3. If I want 2, that's enough. No need for more. But on the other side, another demon was badly wounded after being attacked by her. I wonder how many of you came to the peninsula even though you were defeated. It's clear that some of them secretly crossed the border. So Hua continued to ask them, "You should know 1 or 2, right? How many of them came from outside to the peninsula? And who is the mastermind? They sent some lower-level individuals here to hide out for a while." The angry demon challenges her with a furious look. "Do you think I'll tell you what I know?" "Of course." Seho Hua's face is full of confidence. "I'm not sure how you do it, but you are the ones living a false life. Violating the law and pretending to follow order is just ridiculous in my eyes." The demon's face is now full of rage after hearing her challenge. "If you want to save your miserable life, you'd better cooperate obediently." The angry demon wants to rush at the flower car. No, I refuse. Immediately, the demon's body emitted a terrifying aura that enveloped the surrounding space. Seho Hua watched this scene with little concern, gently lifting a red thread. As for his demonic power, he could even be considered slightly superior despite still being at the chi level. The demon, filled with tribal fury, rushed toward her swiftly. Seho Hua remained calm and recited a spell, summoning the demon army to suppress Min Quan. Immediately, a large tomb descended from the sky and crushed the demon completely, suppressing it. At the same time, the surrounding space also endured a great pressure, similar to the force Seho Hua used with that move. No matter what you do, the outcome will be the same. The demon was crushed into the ground to the point that its form could not be recognized. Despite having that power, your actions are no different from rushing headlong to your death. No matter how many times stronger you are, it won't make any difference. Seho Hua is also frustrated watching these foolish demons rush to their deaths. You have to understand that skill doesn't come from strength, but from how you use it. Sun Mi, in the form of a fox, takes the opportunity to attack them. That's right. Suddenly she looked at Ex Hoa's outfit and praised it. "Wow, you look so good." Only now does she realize Sun is here and looks a bit surprised. "What? Since when?" "And have you been watching?" Sun immediately transforms back into a human form and stands in front of Seho Hua. "I just arrived and you don't seem very happy." "Xio wouldn't be like that." Seho Hua replied calmly, "Well, everyone has their good and bad days. If I react the same way every time, then there's something wrong with me." Suddenly, Seho Hua notices something unusual about Sun Mi. "But what's wrong with you? You don't look very well." Sun Mi knelt down on the ground, looking exhausted. "A lot has happened. I haven't slept since last night. I've been wandering through both the demon world and the human world." Sun Mi's face now looked as dark as a panda, her teary eyes fixed on the flower car. "Super Hoa, please help me." Sun Mi tearfully grabs Super Hoa's hand and begs her to help. "I have gathered information, left messages to handle the aftermath, and even entertained clients myself, plus a mountain of work waiting for." Monsieur Hoa looked a bit confused. "What?" Sony's tone remained pleading without stopping. "Help me charm this person." Shuo Hua was a bit reluctant, but still agreed to help Sony. "I understand, but how do we entertain the guests?" Sony was about to explain when a small aftershock below caused her legs to weaken. She quickly turned to ask Zhou Hua, "What's going on downstairs? Are there still monsters left?" Xiao Hua immediately realized what was happening downstairs, probably for Xiao. Sun's expression suddenly showed a hint of surprise. They are probably fighting. Only now does Sun realize why Xiao is here. "You brought Xiao here. I told you they are dangerous monsters who could harm Xiao." Yet Xiao Hua's expression shows no concern at all. "That's right. They must be very strong. If luck isn't on his side, he's definitely going to die. I think the chances of that are quite low." But seeing Sony's constantly worried expression, Sehua quickly reassured her. "Is something wrong? Should I let him face a weak monster so he can win easily and then refine his skills over 6 months?" Shou Hua looks confident. If his lineage were ordinary, he probably would have struggled to reach his current level already. But those guys are actually elves. Even if we ignore the distant story of becoming a king of elves, your main goal is to ensure that the battle never ends. Sun Mi couldn't say anything in protest, but still worried about Xiao. If he didn't fight in all those battles for us, his worries would just be a stone blocking his way. But at this moment, Xiao Hua comforted Sun to ease her worries, saying maybe there was no need to worry from the very beginning. Xiao Hua's expression is full of anticipation as she waits for something. The machine is still deeper than water. "Don't worry, just be patient and it will end soon." On this side, W is still attacking relentlessly at Seo, but the more she fights, the more she realizes something is wrong. Why can you always block W's attacks without even flinching? After a powerful hit, you were thrown back but still couldn't hurt Seo. W is also gradually getting tired. She can't figure out what is really happening. My attacks have been aimed at the right spots, more than 10 times. I remember the first time Seo blocked W's attack while badly injured, yet his face didn't change at all. Something is wrong, but what exactly is it? Why is it happening? After many attacks, Seo still manages to stand up, making Wei a little scared. Could it be that he can't defeat him? Seo looked at W with a serious expression. The beastly strength of the monster is not like the innate ability that only a few possess. Monsters are born with instinct, wrestling skills, and superior power. However, if it's just a technique based solely on strength, a beast spirit can never be called magic. That's why they are known as monsters who are not only skilled in wrestling, but also unbeatable in combat. Seo took each step forward, a realization the boy had come to. Sorry. He approached Wei's face with a challenging look. After realizing how exciting it was, I want to get as familiar with it as possible so I won't forget that feeling. You stand in front of Wei with a determined look and a challenging voice. Let's end this now. Without giving you a chance to speak, Wei flew straight at him. If it's not completely neutralizing the impact, then there must be some movement to soften the shock. W grabbed Seo's neck, ready to crush it. Now there's only one way to solve this problem. W's face is determined as he clenches his fist tightly. I'll put it back. W slammed Seo's head hard into her knee, a move that sealed and struck, and after that hit, she realized something was wrong. Seo's face is completely unscathed, minimizing damage from the opponent's force transmission. It is not only a fundamental principle of martial arts and self-defense techniques. His legs immediately assumed a very stable stance. But even more than that, he not only restrained the impact he received, but also redirected it across the surface in contact with his body to nullify it. The demon calls it the root, just like it's not easy to break a strong tree. The goblin grasping the root is the same. As long as they stand firm on both legs, minimizing damage from impacts and amplifying their strength beyond normal limits. Only then do they truly show their real strength. Seizing the moment, Seo quickly lifted himself up and turned around. You forcefully slam your body down to the ground with such force that the entire building trembles. Then it also created a huge hole, and W was thrown forcefully down many floors of the building. Seo also jumped out of those holes. She lies on the ground, a cold smile on her face. Hey, can I ask you for a favor? Wei's body is gradually disappearing. Disappearing right now. Before my body runs out, just kill me now. If my power fades, I will return to my original form. Even if I die, I don't want to look ugly. Choi Seo watched the scene before her without a hint of emotion. I don't intend to kill you right now. The other monsters have crossed over into their own dimension. There are many questions you need to answer. Hearing Seo's interrogation made her laugh out loud. Are you keeping me alive for some other reason? I might have expected too much. Suddenly, in an instant, he was struck back by some kind of power without even a chance to react. So, what is entertainment for the guests? Where did those people come from? Sun replied calmly. According to the revelation, some monsters from the mainland are among those who crossed the border. Even in the main territory of the demon world, they are aware of this fact and have sent help to take responsibility themselves. The car with folded arms looked a bit dissatisfied. If they are skilled, I also want to meet them. I'm also curious about their skills. Mayo seems a bit doubtful. I think they have skills, but I continue to express my own opinion. Maybe because of their pride, they sent a highly reputable helper from the mainland. Dealing with them is a bit difficult. Their attitude is somewhat indifferent. I can barely hear their voices, and there's a hint of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Reputation, huh? So, if you say that, do you mean they appointed an elder who has been asleep for thousands of years? Sun immediately denied it. It's not them. They said it's a direct descendant who inherited the bloodline. Xiu is very tense on his side. Someone has attacked him. Whose descendant? Why are they here? Xiao Huai stepped forward with a hint of anger still in his eyes. The great sage, equal to heaven, they say she's the granddaughter of Sun Wukong. Choi Xiu looked at the opponent before her and wondered, was that attack just now not aimed at me? She is not an enemy. Then you introduced yourself. I am Choi Xiu. Following the judge's orders, I am hunting foreign demons. Xiao Huai spoke calmly with contempt. If you don't block my way, then I don't care who you are, you illegitimate soul. Choi Xiu froze in fear at those words, that tone. Could this person really not be a monster from the Korean peninsula? Tiu Huai cut through the fearful thoughts, saying the one behind you is a criminal who deserves to die. Her eyes glowed purple as she continued with her threatening tone. This time I can let you off, but there will never be a second chance. Tiu Huai plucked a small strand of hair. The corpse of W was slowly being burned. Tiu Huai whispers, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." And then she gently blows away the hair. Choi Seo suddenly realized something terrifying, and in an instant, the strand of hair exploded like a time bomb, completely destroying Wei's body. Tiu Huai stared at the explosion, satisfied. That should be enough. But unexpectedly, as the white smoke cleared, Choi Seo was standing in front of Wei's body. Xiao Hui suddenly sighed. "You are stronger than I thought." Choi Seo trembled, feeling that if it had been me 30 minutes ago, I would have died instantly. His legs could no longer hold him up, the shock spreading through his entire body. Choi Seo was like a young sapling enduring a massive storm, and for a relatively young tree with roots named Choi Seo, that blow was too brutal. He gradually let go, but then struggled with the thought of whether he could stop it a second time. He couldn't. Tiu Huai sneered. "Can your legs still move? She has truly reached her limit, and her anger is now as powerful as the explosion she unleashes." "Well, it doesn't really matter. Even if you dodge this time, I will still kill you." Xiao Hui once again uses her special technique to lift another strand of hair. A loud explosion echoes again, and a faint mist of bones and smoke gradually disperses. She was suddenly surprised when she saw something. A giant fist flew straight at Xiao Hui, making her eyes widen. A powerful punch is coming. Choi Seo narrowly escapes death and gasps in relief, overwhelmed with worry. A large hand suddenly appeared to block in front of Choi Seo. Seo Hua suddenly appeared with a few shimmering foxtails behind her. She sneered, sensing something was wrong, so I came down to check. Turns out it's just the central puppet show. So Hua frowned and asked Tiu Huai directly, "Who are you?" Tiu Huai remains on guard. Super O Hua continued to kick skillfully. "So you traveled all the way from China just to wave your arms around? Instead of catching criminals, you choose to fight a young monster?" XO Hua keeps mocking. "Don't act so grumpy as if someone's stepping on your rice bowl. At least tell me the reason." Her threat also surprised Xiao Huai a little. "If you don't want to die?" Xiao Hua turned back and gently asked Choi Seo, "Are you okay?" Xiao, battered and covered in wounds, struggled to reply. "Yes, it seems I wasn't seriously injured." Super O Hua agrees. "Yeah, I think so too. What is it, and that whole chaotic bunch over there?" She still calmly looked at Xiao Hui. "Well, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't believe it. Maybe the real cause of this chaos is something else." Choi Seo glared, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. He asked again, "The real reason?" "Yes," she replied. "It's as clear as day. No matter where you are, you're a very notorious person. Even you don't seem to realize it." Super Ohoa smiled strangely and said, "You don't seem like someone who would obediently follow others' orders. Are you trying to capture us to set a precedent?" Tiu Huai had been silent all along, and now she spoke with contempt. "I didn't really care about this peninsula at first, but now that I've been here, I realize it's more troublesome than I thought." Xiao Huai started to feel uneasy as she touched a strand of hair. No one around seemed to understand what was really happening. "Then how am I supposed to do my job?" So Hua retorted sarcastically. "The monsters are eyeing their tricks, but it seems like you can handle the issues around here for now. Is that right? Then tell me exactly where it is. Wouldn't that be faster?" Se O Hua spoke, making Choi Seo turn pale. "Let me teach them a lesson." Two streams of deadly aura and powerful energy radiated out. The two were evenly matched, glaring at each other with contempt, with no intention of backing down, one pulling hair, the other breaking nails. Choi Seo couldn't hold back and stepped in to stop them, but suddenly a voice interrupted, saying, "Stop?" Sun Mi shouted loudly, stepping forward, "What are you doing?" She frowns and grits her teeth. "Didn't I tell you already? She is a guest, a guest. If there's any conflict, try to resolve it peacefully. Are you planning to just tear out nails and hit others like that? If this thing blows up, can you take responsibility? Can you do it?" La X Hua is not frozen stiff. After La X Hua's fight, Sun turned back to Xiao Hui. So did she. "Xiao Hui, aren't you here to help us?" Sun's harsh words leave Xiao Hui speechless. "No matter what conflicts you and that boy have, you are not allowed to use magic." Sun crossed her arms and warned seriously, even if he behaves improperly. Two demons fighting without the approval of the guardian is against the law. No matter what the rules of the magic court are, this is an absolute rule issued by the Demon King for all demons. I won't let this slide. If you don't stop, don't blame me. I will have everyone here taken to the court immediately and report this matter." Xiu asked in surprise. "Oh?" She looked away, a slight smile on her lips. "Even a minor servant can't just become a clerk for Judge Shen." He was the one who declared he would pick up celestial bodies to eat, but the other servants ran away in less than a day. Among those he had to deliver Quan Chan's message to were giant creatures as numerous as stars in the sky. While preaching to those massive beings, he had to stand tall instead of being threatened. Although I think that's too lenient towards the weak. On the contrary, even when facing someone powerful, if he sees injustice, he will never back down. Xiao Huai gently removes her earrings, still caressing them from earlier. All right. I understand now I was indeed a bit out of control. It's not worth changing the stubbornness of a resilient person just to justify myself. Xiao Huai coldly said, I am here to punish the guilty. I have no intention of cooperating with you. As long as this is your land, I will show some minimal respect, but you'd better be careful and not interfere in my affairs. Especially that fox woman, she better remember this clearly. Se Ho Hua said excitedly. What is this? You just barely escaped death? Sun Mai glared at her, and she had to stay silent. After Xiao Hui left, Sun let out a sigh of relief. The mission is complete, and we even caught a monster. She praised Seo wholeheartedly. Seo, you've really worked hard. Since this place is known for many disappearances, thanks to you, no one will die from tomorrow on. Are you worried that Seun has many places like this? If so, we must prevent others from getting close. Don't worry, you're not the only ones hunting tonight. Like Gopa, monsters in the human world and even demons like you are allowed to enter the human realm this time, to carry out this mission. Everyone was assigned to different hunting areas. Sun felt a bit embarrassed, but despite the difficulty, most of the intruders had been caught tonight. Se O Hua wondered, are there others from the demon realm besides us? How many are actually capable? Oh, that's not the case. It's not just our monsters. Humans are involved too. According to what you said, it's not that the two sides don't cooperate, but they also oversee some areas south of the Han River managed by our demons. The north is assigned to the ghost hunters to carry out the cleansing mission. So Seun Dungu Nam San Yu sat down in a corner to catch his breath as a voice rang out. Father, why do you insist on doing everything alone? John, the free nun of the witch clan, with short black hair and a cold face. For me, accompanying you is just normal. According to Dorionen's authority, you can bring along about 10 of those female servants. You refused. I can handle it myself. We're short on people to deal with the monsters anyway. And when the other mages arrive, I just find it annoying. You might as well say I'd rather run around alone. I don't like having to hold their hands and guide them all the time. Sion retorted. You can take this opportunity to get used to leading. I think that's both the role and the responsibility of a wizard. Yu gasped for breath. I've never asked you to do anything as a mage. I stand up straight and reply, the old man forced me into a position I didn't want. If you want me to give up and become an ordinary mage, I will, as long as you don't give me orders. Sion was surprised. Even as a mage who doesn't want to bully subordinates or disturb others, it's not acceptable. By the way, that monster lying behind you is quite large. Is it a higher being? Is that creature the leader of the group in Namsan? You, please answer. This one looks like a demon-level creature, but it doesn't seem to be the leader. Its size is average among the pack. According to the survey, it dwells deep in the mountains and has a strong preference for eating women. Its habitat is in Japan. Yu says that so far it hasn't caused any major consequences. Just the leader is almost as big as the Namsan Tower. Sion marveled. The number of individuals previously surveyed at Namsan was about 10. He single-handedly defeated a horde of rare-level monsters. She didn't swallow her saliva a month ago. Even compared to a few days ago, he has improved a lot. Although he lacks real combat experience, no one in Seosu can do what he did. Even when facing numerous objections, the elder's decision to appoint him as a mage was surely for this reason, a genius. The first in centuries born with exceptional talent reaching the level of a celestial core. Yusin asks curiously, so what should I do next? Should I go report to the Minister of Defense? John checks his phone. No, he's a police director and commissioner. Maybe they are waiting for... You need to go now. Yusin is exhausted right now. Why can't I sleep now and tomorrow? It's just a report after all. What are you talking about? Today, literally, everything in Seun has been turned upside down. We have completed the mission to minimize casualties and eliminate all the monsters. But what about the civilians? Even if we control the media, we can't fully control everything, especially these days when the news is probably about a terrorist attack in North Korea. Yu lazily nodded. They think they're clever. Maybe they are lucky, even if it's fake news. It has to make people believe it and look as real as possible. All right, I understand. Tonight will be very late. Anyway, it's the weekend. Son added more words, and you have to be at Incheon Airport before 7 o'clock in the morning with me. Yusin looked like a cat with its fur puffed up. Why do we have to suddenly go to Incheon Airport at 7 o'clock in the morning? John replied. Because I just received a message from the elder. She hesitated, saying there was a request from a well-known Onmyoji family in Japan to send 2 people here, and the elder has agreed. Have you ever heard of the Kira family? I only know a few things related to Japan. Yuen gritted her teeth. But why me? There are still plenty of people for her to choose from, John replied. Maybe it's to match their rank. The heirs of renowned elders will be the ones to hold that top power next. At the airport, the morning light is bright, and her steps are gentle. Just looking at the airport doesn't really give any feeling. But the atmosphere here is completely different from ours, isn't it, sister? No response. The man's voice continues. Come on, after all, this is our first trip abroad. The blonde man and the black-haired woman know it's difficult, but they hope Korea will be an interesting place. At the airport, Yu nervously stammers a few words. Hello, welcome to my Korea. John frowned. Isn't it too late to cram with the translation device? Yusin was tense. The translation was real, but he couldn't help but speak directly. It's their guest. He gazes intently at his phone, deep in thought. Why would your father agree to the transfer request? A mage working together with an onmyoji? That's never happened before, John countered. Actually, that kind of collaboration didn't entirely happen during the Japanese occupation period. You know, she explained, at that time the 2 geomancers traveled through Busan under the supervision of the Joseon colonial authorities. There are records of them collaborating with Korean sorcerers to perform exorcisms in Seoul and Busan, each with 1 person. Yusin is curious what happened afterward. John remains calm as she walks and responds. Somehow they managed to capture the supernatural entity causing trouble at the time. But some issues arose. The overall atmosphere was not harmonious, including 2 people. It seems they are 2 individuals who do not get along. Their conflict escalated to the point of nearly fighting to the death, and ironically, the damage from trying to prevent the conflict between the 2 sides is even greater than the destruction itself. CON notes that it might have been expected given our fundamental differences, even if our approaches differ. Then she advised Yusin, however, the young master, be careful. Even if they have no intention of doing so, disagreements can arise unexpectedly. He hesitates. Yusin pursed her lips and said, I'm not sure anymore. If you feel uncomfortable, then you can say you're not capable enough and leave. Maybe that would be better. Since it's not the worst option, Sion said. Ah, I think that's them. A handsome young man and a beautiful young woman. She added, since we sent them our photos, they probably know what we look like. The young man raised an eyebrow, and Yusin looked tired. Hey, you look pretty mean. John nodded in agreement. He looked somewhat intimidating as he approached, and the 2 stood face to face, with the seemingly mean-spirited guy and Yusin looking worried. The boy was tense, but calm, stay calm, let's go together. Before finishing his sentence, he suddenly bowed his head. Hello? Yusin was stunned. The other person continued. Thank you very much for coming to pick us up. Yusin was surprised. Huh? The boy scratched his head and said nervously, I'm Kira Yoshihiro. I'm 16 years old, but in Korean age I'm 17. Please help us during our time here. Hearing him speak, the boy was lost in thought. Oh, you speak Korean well, Yoshihiro said happily. Really? I learned it in high school, thank God. He shook hands and smiled, turning his head left and right. But my sister said she speaks Korean better than I do. What is she doing? Come on, you should greet them quickly too. The other girl glanced and coldly replied, while Yoshihiro stood speechless at her sister's attitude. He hurriedly explained, I'm sorry my sister isn't very outgoing. Her name is Kira Yuzuru. She's 2 years older than me. Yu awkwardly assured her it was okay. Just normal. As expected, you cannot judge a person by their appearance. Seeing Yuzuru's cold demeanor, Yusin concluded that she might be the dangerous one. In the car, Ayan discussed the Kira sisters' accommodation, and we booked a room for them at a hotel in downtown Seoul. She focused on driving while carefully advising, if there are any issues with the place or environment, please let me know at any time. EOS. Hero looks cheerful. No, it's an urgent request, and just being prepared is already appreciated. Sion conveys his thoughts to Yusin. Young master, you nod. Yes, I understand. He spoke up. However, may I ask what the purpose of your trip is? I heard the purpose was to visit and exchange, but I'm curious about the main focus. Are you here to hunt monsters, or more interested in sightseeing and cultural exchange? We need to know exactly so we can arrange things without causing any misunderstandings on our part. John thought directly and got straight to the point, but it's better than beating around the bush. The atmosphere grew very gloomy. Then Yoshihiro also spoke up, saying we came to investigate a certain monster. It may have come to Korea. If possible, our goal is to eliminate that monster. Seeing his response, Yuzuru reacted in surprise, her eyes widening as she signaled a warning. Hey, I know, it's no problem at all. Yoshihiro blushes shyly. Dad also said that this is up to you. They may not know about it yet, but this is their country. Hiding the information is not only unreasonable, I think it's better to be honest and ask for cooperation. You looked confused at the response. Are you saying that some kind of monster is what? If it can surpass that, it means it is at least a divine-level dangerous monster. That's not how I interpret it, at least not yet, Iosius Hero adds. I don't know what they call it in Korea, but in Asia, monsters are divided into 4 types of yokai. Ancient animals gain intelligence and magical power and become yokai. Vengeful spirits are human souls that gain magical power through obsession or intense anger. Souls trapped in old objects are called vanhan, or ghost spirits. Unlike the previous 3 cases, it does not originate from animals, humans, or objects, but is a spirit born from natural energy called a soul, and there is one exception that does not belong to any of the 4 cases above. Tion and Yusin react strongly when they arrive. Yosio explains that we call it Tatarigami Usin, the black god's headache. That's how they're called in Korea, right? Sion's face turned pale, sweating profusely. That's right. They are a type of monster that doesn't belong to any of the 4 categories. An unknown monster born from nothingness, no one knows exactly how they are created. However, whether human or demon, it is only speculated that they originate from the desires and fears of all creatures in this world. Despite differences in form, there has never been 2 black gods appearing at the same time in an era. When a dark god dies, a new one will appear after hundreds or even thousands of years. My body trembles as each race has different forms and abilities. However, they say that all of them have great potential and desires beyond imagination. According to records, from the moment they are born, their intelligence has surpassed normal levels. It is said that the more they eat, the stronger and more insatiable they become. These creatures are so unreasonable, even by monster standards. In the past, whenever the black god appeared, a huge chaos would follow. Each time, yin-yang masters and sorcerers would unite to subdue them. She added, "Can you tell me more about that black god?" Yoshihiro sighed. "We don't know yet. As I said, we're not even sure if it reached Korea. However, according to the prophecy predicting the appearance of the black god, all we know is that it was born and headed west across the sea. After a long journey, everyone finally arrived at the hotel. Yusin bowed politely. Well, we'll contact you again this evening, so please rest comfortably." The figures of the Kira sisters gradually fade away. Yusin asked Sion, "What do you think? What should I do since I'm so bored?" "Thinking or resting, I will cooperate as much as possible and report to Father first. If what they say is true, then it would definitely be a huge problem," Sion replied. "I mean, before you finished your sentence," Yusin interrupted, "I know what you're trying to say." She looked at him with a worried face. "I thought about this last night while fighting the monster. If there is an orchestrator behind this, what is their purpose? They are all just ordinary monsters. Even though they have become stronger by eating humans, they don't even know how to use their power. If everything else is similar, it will only be a matter of time before they are all wiped out." Yusin frowned. Besides asking why they did it, it became a question that made no sense at all. But what if the true intention was different from the start? By flooding the area with low-level monsters, if their goal was to keep us on edge and make us believe this was their true strength, I can confidently say they almost succeeded. Sion pondered carefully. Surely I also thought that the seemingly greatest expedition had almost ended last night. However, among the monsters we cannot catch, if the Dark God is present, Yu continues. It's likely that the Dark God has blended in with them. Surprised, Yu adds not only the monsters from Japan recently, but also those from China and Japan, and smaller-scale locations in the region have been identified. If it came from Japan, it doesn't guarantee they wouldn't come from elsewhere too. You tilt your head with a strangely calm expression, but at the same time, I don't think the Black God is an ordinary creature, so worrying might be a bit much. But I don't think it's ridiculous at all. If a Dark God comes from another country and has been promoted in the past month, it must be at a level different from the monsters yesterday. It could have reached the divine realm. Maybe someone like those yin-yang masters came here from somewhere else to capture the Dark God. Oh, I wish all of this was just my worry. The mountain is close to soon. Xiao and Zeho Hua successfully moved to a quiet place. He said, "I think this place is fine. It seems like this isn't a mountain that people pass by often." Zeho Hua cheerfully said, "Well, passing by a few people isn't a problem. Avoiding those you don't need to meet face-to-face is best, just like yesterday in the commercial area. Even if we encounter some people here, we can still handle it." Xiao quietly rejoiced, thanking heaven. Zeho Hua suddenly fell silent. She probes you. "Did you have trouble sleeping last night? Was it because of the 2 people who died in the shopping district?" Xiao was surprised. Shou Hua suddenly tried to comfort him. "I don't think it's your fault. Honestly, it's probably because my magic isn't as pure as it used to be. It sounds like an excuse, but this is the first time I've had to handle such a big, indirect problem, and it seems like what I say doesn't make you feel any better. Sio hesitated. That's right. I just wonder if I can do anything more. She crossed her arms and replied, Yes, I brought you here to equip you with some skills. Similar events to yesterday will happen to you countless times in the future. Super Hoa straightforwardly declares, From now on, whenever I have time, I will teach you the skills I have learned. After all, that is also my original role. If you understand them, you can also play the role of a monster. Even if you're not as strong as me, a simple magic skill will be very useful. Barrier, containment, detection, and sealing. Many spells are used to handle different situations. Study hard, okay? Sio nodded with a determined look. All right, then. Super Ho Hua steps back. Suddenly, like a lightning bolt, she closed in on Sio in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. Sio lost his footing. Wait a moment. Lucky that Hoa's hand held on. Be careful. Sio was sweating profusely, eyes wide open and mouth agape at her tone. Even if you are a fairy, don't lose your balance and fall just because you're surprised. So Hoa gently hugs Sio and praises her. That's a good posture. Her sinister face instructs her to relax. Relax. Just keep doing that. After saying that, she pressed her face close to the frightened Sio because it would end soon. Sio Hua looked at Sio, a mysterious and unfamiliar fragrance, unlike any flower, approaching with a delicate touch and a hint of peach sweetness. Sio gapes, his heart pounding rapidly as if sprinting. For the first time in his life, he experienced this thrill, closing his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, a familiar scene appeared. Seeing Sio surprised by the scene before him, Sio Hua said, Don't worry, what you see before you isn't real. She smiled and explained, This is the deepest part of your mind. Everything you see, hear, and feel here is based on the memories stored in your mind. Sio thought to himself, Thank God, this is not that place. You look at Zhou Hua and she's saying it looks like an illusion that isn't real, right? Well, now the same goes for the car. She coldly replied, No. The person you're talking to now is truly me. The mage has imbued you with something special. She recalls the nine-tailed fox. It is one of the most unique magics of our clan. Dreamlike sounds. It's like sending false stimuli to the brain through the sensory organs. As a result, it can cause hallucinations or auditory illusions. As you know, it can also make you forget what you've seen or manipulate simple behaviors. Compared to that magic, this is a more advanced application. It not only applies stimuli, but also opens a mental pathway and temporarily connects our thoughts. Sio Hua sighed in relief and continued, It's simple. Like I'm just a guest visiting your mind for a short while. Usually there's no reason for it to last that long, but the test we're about to see, honestly, it's a bit interesting to me. She coldly smiled and extended her hand, saying, Let's see how well you can fight this guy. And a sudden strong wind blew past Sio. He looked worriedly towards Sio Hua. Wait, don't tell me it's Sio Hua. He crossed his arms and smiled faintly at him. A familiar look, but not meant for you. This is probably the first time you've directly faced the true nature of a person. Sio looked at her with glowing red eyes and listened to her words. Well, it might not be exactly the same as back then, but after all, it's a copy based on the information from your memories. She scratched her head and continued speaking. However, the memory of the entity I face combines with your direct experiences. By cross-checking our information, the accuracy of the clone should be quite high. Aren't you curious too? Who is the strongest between the two of you? And what sets them apart is that Sio stood ready to fight in response to Shou Hua. I'm not sure about that. Sio Hua snapped his fingers and replied, Let me tell you, the monster's energy will definitely be the same as it was back then. A gust of wind appears as the body, exhausted from depleted energy, begins to collapse. Remember that the tiny, shameful demon energy is almost depleted. Of course, a foot running swiftly on the ground heads straight for Sio. Sio and his clone face each other, and the clone throws a punch straight at him. Hua sat on the chair, looking and saying, Even without demon energy, you're still incredibly strong. Sio widened his eyes in shock, silently wondering what kind of strength this was. He must have dispersed the impact by stepping on the ground. The clone uses all his strength against him, and Sio struggles to resist. Did I really become that strong back then? Sio thought to himself, with strength, speed, everything far surpassing the battles with the monsters in the shopping district and beyond. Sio's clone suddenly charged at him, with its elbow close to his face. While beside Super Hoa Hua, she slowly picked up her teacup and said, It's not easy at all. I already told you you have potential. If it's a type of monster I have to use, my own body in battle could be much more difficult. Sio's mouth started bleeding. Sio Ho Hua sipped her tea quietly, thinking that with such an incredible fighting spirit, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that with just that willpower, he could dominate any battle he faced. She told Seo, but only when the opponent's level is lower. When facing someone as talented as you, or even surpassing you in certain aspects, how do you plan to overcome? Seo was exhausted now, leaning on his hands to keep his balance, wondering why. He looked at his clone with a sharp gaze. Even though he had used all his strength, he not only failed to cause any damage, but he didn't even flinch. Suddenly, as if an electric current ran through Seo's body, he fell into a deep thought, finding it all very strange no matter how he considered it. If that really was me without the demon energy at that moment, then why? Seo exclaimed, looking up in surprise. Oh, seeing Seo stand up and return to the fighting stance, your eyes lock onto the clone's eyes. The clone rushes forward, and at this moment, you focus on the clone, realizing that all the techniques you've used in the battle so far have been influenced by that power. The ability to change the shape of that weapon is the first time I can pull it out, because the memory of that entity still lingers in my body. In other words, whatever that entity can do, I can do too. While I was thinking about 5 moves, the clone rushed in and punched you. The clone's expressionless eyes looked at you and said, "You can manipulate the ground, right? Your ability to absorb impact and drain energy by walking on the ground is much better than mine." Seo held the clone's hand and spoke loudly to bridge the gap in strength, his hand gripping the clone's while his feet rooted firmly to the ground. You use all your strength to push the clone away. It gets thrown far away. The clone clenched his fist and shouted, "I will try any way possible." Seo, holding a stick with a provocative look, challenged the clone. "Let's see if you can still manipulate the ground when you're not touching the surface." Seo charges straight at the clone. The two sides have fought. Meanwhile, Super Lake Flower sits calmly reading a book, glancing at Seo and his clone fighting. He stepped towards Super Lake Flower, smiling brightly and showing off. "I did it." Clearly, he is extremely strong, but since he is me, it's easy to find his weakness. She closed the book and replied, "Yes, you did very well. Both of us have to admit that." Seo asked in confusion, "Both of us? What does she mean?" She laughed loudly and pointed at him, saying, "Look over there." Sensing something wrong, Seo turned around and saw the clone slowly approaching him, eyes filled with hatred as if ready to devour him. "Well, at least he acknowledged you as a worthy opponent to defeat." "Wow, that means he didn't think you were deserving until now?" Seo looked up in stunned silence, as if he couldn't find the words. Watching his own clone about to defeat him, Seo stared at the staff he had just used to strike down the clone, then tremblingly looked at the clone and spoke. "This is cheating." The clone's explosive strike buried Seo under the rubble, his face contorted in pain before he lost consciousness. When he wakes up, he finds himself under a shady tree and, opening his eyes, sees the carriage standing and praising him. "Well done. I thought you would be more humiliated, but you performed very well." She smiled and continued. "Winning was impossible from the start, even when it wasn't close combat because he made me use 5 tails," Seo weakly said. "Weakly. The more the Phoenix car uses its tails, the tougher the opponent becomes." "Usually, how many tails does she use?" I don't know. 2 seems too weak in firepower. If I am in a tough situation, then 3. If I finish the battle quickly and without much time, I will take up to 4 tails. Additionally, each time I take out a tail, my power increases by 1.5 times. Hearing Xhua say that, Seo also secretly thought that the difference between 3 tails and 5 tails is 1.5 squared, more than double, right? Xehua continued speaking. "However, for most troublemakers, just 1 tail is enough to deal with them." She spun around and shouted, "You! The one spying and watching like a mouse." So it turns out Hong Run was spying on her, hesitatingly saying, "I'm sorry, I was worried I might bother you." Hyun bowed his head and continued explaining, "I wasn't observing with hostile intent, please believe me." Seo suddenly said, Manhwa turned to him and asked, "Oh, what's this? Do you know this person?" Seo quickly replied, "Yes, she comes from a Xianoi shop." Hong Run still bowed his head and said, "Last time, Sir Sai signed a contract with the head of the Ionoi shop. By paying for that contract, I was tasked with transporting the items prepared by the head of the Ian shop to this location." Seo and Seo Huangu listened as Hong Ru said the most precious treasure was the outfit that Lord Sai would wear. One day earlier, under clear skies and gentle sunlight streaming over tiled roofs, a conversation echoed. Investments can be a bit vague, right? In an opulent antique room styled in Jiang's traditional architecture, Guo Jiang slowly explained, "It's nothing difficult. I'm here to help you achieve your own success and provide you with resources to use as a support." He revealed a confident smile and casually discussed the terms with Seo. I can even let you take a quick look at some of the treasures. Not every client gets that privilege. He paused for a moment before continuing, adding that you could also freely use our diverse services, such as accessing our extensive information database on various topics. DIU forced a smile, feeling a bit unfamiliar with this overly enthusiastic invitation. Just hearing about it sounds amazing, but you hesitated and looked towards Morang, a hint of doubt in your eyes. Investing is not a calculated action to get back more than the initial capital spent. You are expressing what you've been wondering about. If I become the Demon King, then what would you want from me? It's also something to keep in mind, isn't it? He stroked his beard and chuckled softly. You are truly sharp. His next words made Sio swallow hard. Of course, to put it bluntly, what we crave from the Union. His face immediately lit up with an unbelievable brightness. Up to now, there's nothing at all. The talisman on the table glows with a light as Mo Rang's deep voice echoes. However, as you pointed out earlier, based on logical reasoning, this isn't necessarily an investment. At least for now, that remains its meaning. He took a breath and continued, surprising Sio a bit. Honestly, as I mentioned before, the investment seekers aren't just one or two people, and it's not only our faction putting in capital, there are many other sects involved. Mojang explains the position of the Demon King seriously, so you understand. It's clear. The Demon King is the one who will rule the underworld for the next 666 years. Anyone who sits on that throne, based on our relationship with them, can be said that their entire family will also have to depend on it. He paused for a moment to clear his throat before continuing. So, for those who are not capable of becoming the Demon King like us, at least we want to be close enough to become loyal attendants. Mojang explained how their group operates, even if it seems a bit elitist, but they have the ability to select the best candidate and plant the seed for the future. Sio scratched his neck and nodded, as if he understood what he was told. After hearing him speak, I felt a bit more at ease, but there must be some demons who are unhappy with this method, right? You hesitated before asking your question, wondering why he didn't sponsor me, or why he invested in someone else. Mojang nodded and gently smiled in agreement with his point of view. Yes, there are some cases like that. He quickly explained the issue to Sio, but it probably wouldn't lead to anything significant. Most of those complaints were quickly resolved, such as him calmly mentioning someone else as an example. The young master he you fought against was already planned to be invested in by us at the Moonshade Society. We believe his compatibility and the potential of his holy beast bloodline make him a worthy investment. Mojang reached out to him with a proud tone, but he had already proven himself to us. His action made Sio open his eyes wide in surprise, realizing he was not the one worth investing in, and instead, it was me who was the most deserving demon. That's how it is. His eyes show a determined look, seemingly eager for Sio to agree to become the king of demons. If you want to receive funding or attract more investment, just prove that you are capable. If you see any demon not meeting the standards or don't want someone you dislike to get funding, just be stronger than them and defeat them. Mojang slowly explains the rules to become the king of demons, saying that the longer the gathering lasts, the more unqualified candidates will be eliminated. Those who remain will get closer to the throne of the Demon King. He lowered his gaze, revealing a serious and mysterious expression. When the time comes, I will present the investment terms and inform you. Of course, the client will have the right to choose whether to continue cooperating after reviewing our terms. Mojang finished with a sentence before officially leaving, causing Sio to swallow hard. Until then, just consider this a kind of advantage for you. Sio stretched out both hands under the sunlight and let out a long breath. He looked down at his outfit, constantly marveling. It's really great that I can wear normal clothes directly without feeling uncomfortable, and they fit my body perfectly. Shohua crossed her arms and explained in a very indifferent manner, using the treasure of the demon race like that is the right way. You don't wear them in order like the demon storage. You can summon them whenever you need. She glanced at Hong Run and asked softly, "There's a spell for that, right?" She was momentarily startled and quickly responded yes, by touching the fingertips together like this. You can command it to wear when needed and take it off when not in use. So that's how it is? She whispered with a smile as the clothes quickly turned into scraps of fabric and disappeared, surprising him. It seems this has increased his interest, and Sio kept shouting out before Shohua sighed. She put it on and took it off repeatedly, softly commenting to interrupt your playful antics. You're having fun, aren't you? Hong Run quietly watches from the side with a shy look. This woman is the famous nine-tailed fox. She glances at Seohua, secretly thinking about all the invitations she's received in Tisa from major sects, even from our Shadow Moon Society. A genius refused everything, saying she had no need to owe those little brats, while the woman over there was scolding Sio. Are you a kid? Suddenly, she turned her head and glanced back at Hong Run behind her. Xiuhua's intimidating gaze made her quickly signal that she hadn't done anything. Is something wrong? After handing over everything to him, shouldn't she be leaving? Why are you just standing there staring at me? Are you trying to spy on me? Seo quietly reminded her about her way of speaking. Hey, don't talk like that. You turning to Hong Run with a bright smile. What do you need to tell me? What did the master say? Me. After being given permission, she slowly said, Last night we caught the location of one of the escapees from the hunt. She paused for a moment to catch her breath, then continued, The master ordered me to inform you and Seo about the location, and to assist you and your team in cleaning up the aftermath. Hold on. Forget the reason you have to tell this kid about it. How did you find out the location of that guy? She asked sharply, wanting to know the truth behind it. So you better give a proper answer. Hong Run placed his hand on his chest and slowly explained, Choi Seo, you probably still remember Yuzum you met yesterday, right? The boy's eyes lit up quickly, catching the information she wanted. Are you talking about the person over H? Hong Run softly confirmed. That's right. She gently relayed the information she had to him. Last night, Yusum also took part in the hunt and was sent somewhere in Seun with 2 other demons. Sai let out a small sound, recalling the bustling streets of Seun. So his injuries probably aren't too serious, right? A worried expression quickly appeared on his face. Seo asked her, so Yuzelm was the one who reported the location of the escaped group? I just feel so restless. But Hong Run immediately denied that she was the one who reported it. Remembering the scene recounted by Yusum, she couldn't help but shiver. Last night, the 2 demons sent with Yusum were killed by the demon they were hunting. Ayusium ran desperately forward, face covered in tears, snot, and even blood, and Yusum managed to escape. As soon as she heard that, a flash of fear and disbelief crossed her eyes. What do you mean? Are there even a few kids who failed their hunting mission? Even Hong Run himself couldn't believe this. I've never heard of anything like that before. We only just found out about it this morning. At that moment, Yuzum was trembling and kneeling at the door, while she was holding her mouth in shock. Yusum arrived at the Shadow Moon Society late at night. Besides the injuries on his body, he was also in a state of extreme panic, in a quiet room with only the faint moonlight shining on the floor. We brought him inside and tried to help him calm down, but he still couldn't find peace. Yuselm was then sitting curled up in the corner, constantly muttering, Mom, sister, I'm sorry. Hong Run slowly recounted the scene to Seo, describing the fear of the monster and the shameful guilt of failing the mission. It seems that his obsession with those 2 feelings is very serious. Seo Hoa sighed softly, only able to feel regret. The future will be very dark. He didn't die right away but fled in a humiliating way. The whole guild was humiliated like that. If it were me, I would have ended my own life. Seo, standing nearby, finally asked, slowly, So why did you tell us about this? I think the judge should be informed. That's what I believe. They might have already announced it, or will do so soon, but I guess there won't be any concrete actions in the near future. A small bird suddenly appeared in her hand, startling Seo. Zhou Hua calmly continued, The cost of what happened last night is higher than I expected. We failed the hunt in an area like that, so I think the next move will be to gather the teams from other areas and launch a full-scale attack together. As Seo and the little bird stare at each other, she softly says, I have to go now. Somi is having trouble cleaning up. She's still not skilled at gathering magic. She glanced at him and said in a low voice, If it bothers you, just go and check for yourself. Seo couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, Is that okay? The flower carriage nodded while gently stroking the small bird in her hand, her voice steady as she spoke. Judge Mott and Somi would stop you if they found out, but they are only judging from their own perspective. Her words left Hong Run standing opposite her, speechless. He had already secured the position among the demons without needing their permission, and if he caught that demon, they would just let it go. Seo, hearing these words, looked unusually serious. I know full well that you would be restless if you didn't go see for yourself, because the sooner you catch it, the sooner you won't have to eat people. Her eyes flashed with a cold glint, and her voice was very serious. If I were you, I would have run over there immediately. So I didn't stop you. She reached out her hand for the little bird to flap its wings and fly away. My advice to you is to figure out what kind of monster you are dealing with. Around X's body, a powerful purple light is now emanating. Her voice slowly echoed. You will have a chance to win if they also use physical strength like you. But if they are magic-using monsters, remember they can escape any time they want. Then she used a time compression technique to vanish right before Seo and the other person. Can you tell me now? Hong Run, I mean. I want to know everything Yusom told you. Wait, where are you going? Looking at the view, what else could I be doing? We've come all this way, I can't just stay cooped up in the hotel all day. But you understand what I mean. I'm asking if you really went sightseeing or not. He gently reminded Yuzuru with concern. I told you, we're guests here, we're not in Japan.
There are rules and laws we must follow. He kept speaking to prevent any ill intentions from his sister. The spiritual energies we encounter seem to help us if we get along a bit better. Suddenly, Yuzuru interrupted Kira's words. You don't believe. You believe, she turned to face Kira with a serious expression. Do you really think I would just go crazy and start hunting monsters randomly? Especially in a country I've never even been to. Kira hesitated for a moment, surprised to look at her. You won't, right? Yuzuru pointed directly at his younger brother and said firmly, You are the temporary head now, so don't act like you're above it all. Instead of keeping pointless things inside, you should try to do your duty well. She brought up another matter that left Kira unsure of how to respond. Who was the one causing trouble with the Sumida side a few days ago? Then Yuzuru stepped out to the door before leaving, without forgetting to say a few words to him. I'll be back before evening. If you're worried, just contact me. The door slammed shut with a bang, surprising Kira. He finally let out a quiet sigh and muttered, If she contacts me, she won't even reply. The hotel elevator displayed a slow descent to the 14th floor. Yuzuru walks in with a furrowed brow, seeming troubled by something. As she presses the button for the first floor, she quietly thinks to herself, Who knows how long I'll stay here? Yuzuru summoned the Shikami spirit of the 7 lucky talisman and stared at it intently. I don't need to interfere too much. If the monsters want to find me, they will. In the quiet elevator, her clear voice slowly echoes. I need some luck. Can you draw a fortune for me? Kira Yuzuru is a spirit master and a Shikami, capable of manipulating spiritual creatures with various powers. Shikami Tsu Fukuduji stores energy and daily luck for its owner. It can increase luck for the owner on the day they desire. Shikifu's voice rang out cheerfully, with a bright smile on her face. Maybe you've also accumulated quite a bit. A scroll of paper appears from the box. Inside the box are 7 types of blessings: wealth, health, love, career, knowledge, family, and fame. The spiritual power, it cannot guarantee which one she will draw. But Yuzu smiled and took the paper, thanking her. The 7 lucky gods will automatically grant the blessing they deem most necessary with spiritual power. She just opened the paper in her hand, squinting her eyes, thinking to herself that with such luck it would be a waste. But with this, she could catch the monster without much effort. A blessing for love. As she read that, her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. On the small piece of paper it says, A wonderful day, you will meet your destined lover you've always wished for. The process will be a bit difficult, and the color of luck is black. Yuzuru was filled with surprise. What is this? Her scream echoing through the bustling city. What kind of nonsense is this? Her hand clenched the paper tightly, still with a look of surprise. Is this really the thing I need most right now? Even if there are mistakes, I still need something certain. Suddenly, I heard someone nearby speaking hesitantly. Excuse me, I think you're in the wrong place. Is this the right address? The person's voice echoes from a newly arrived taxi. It's okay, it should be correct. I can walk too, it seems close enough. Yuzuru suddenly turned his head that way with wide eyes. Seo got out of the taxi and let out a tired sigh. Really always. He lowered his head to look at his phone and muttered softly, If I knew, I would have taken the bus. The scene shifts to another place, and a woman approaches Bi Hyung from behind, softly saying, I thought you hated humans. She holds a cup of coffee in her hand and looks into the distance with a cold expression as Bi Hyung talks. Up there, how long have you been here? Up glanced at him coldly, with a slight smile, and said, I've only been here a few minutes. I was wondering whether I should bother you, but on second thought, your sudden appearance is quite interesting. Bi Hyung let out a soft laugh twice and lowered her head to speak. Surprised? I see disliking something and observing it as 2 completely different things. He gazed at the ants crawling on the ground and spoke slowly. Most people dislike insects, but when observing them from afar, they often find it quite interesting. A faint smile appeared on his lips, as if he was somewhat amused to talk about this. It's all the same. Sometimes watching them wriggle like that can be fun. Sitting down beside him with her chin in her hand, she commented wearily, though it was pointless. Bi Hyung's eyes curved with a voice full of laughter and joy. Chien, you are still young. You haven't even had your 2nd birthday yet, right? With how quickly you're learning, you'll understand what I mean in no time. He turned his head and sighed, complaining about what just happened. But some things only become clear after it's over. All 3 members of the Bailan family are dead, right? Bi Hyung seemed to finally recall the 2 people mentioned earlier. He let out a soft sound of realization as those stubborn individuals surrounded Bailan. They probably died. With such a strong opponent, what else could happen? The youngest one, Ngui Nien, might still be alive, but that's no different from being dead.
He couldn't help but chuckle quietly at the thought of Nguyen Yen being captured and interrogated alive. They might do everything they can to extract information about us, but really, there's not much to get. Suddenly, I interrupted Bi-hyung's words. I regretted everything all night last night. She recalled what happened the day before with a hint of sadness. Until Day refused the offer, everything seemed to be going smoothly. But as I left the shopping mall alone, the more time passed, the more I felt it was real. She seemed a bit upset when recalling the actions she had taken in front of Byung's surprised eyes. I looked at those three. What I did was really stupid, spending a whole year beside them and only now realizing it. Her face suddenly distorted, and her sharp teeth jutted out. Those three, I should have taken them down. So frustrating. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Her condition makes everyone around shiver from the cold. What's going on? Why is it so cold? Yet she's still complaining upstairs. Last night I swallowed everything in sight. My hunger still lingers. Bi-hyung turned to look at her and whispered to Han, "How much have you eaten?" I won't bother counting, but the building where I spent time with those three people. She remembers the place where she had contact with the three of them. I have swallowed everything inside. But she raised her eyebrows and looked at Bi-hyung with a confused expression. Is that okay? He chuckled softly, a mix of amusement and unexplainable pleasure in his expression. Forget it. I already said I'm not playing it safe anymore. After last night, you can do whatever you want now. He paused for a moment, then continued in a slow tone. I will no longer hinder you wherever you go, and whatever consequences you cause, even though I have never had the right to do so. Bi-hyung turned his head to look at him with a very happy expression. So just keep doing what you want. That's all I ask of each of you. 7. He took out his phone, pressed it while talking, and all the residents in the apartment complex disappeared. The news might come out around noon, so I suddenly decided to have coffee and softly spoke. Also, a fleeting, mysterious expression crossed her beautiful face as she whispered to Bi-hyung, "How did you know that Dai and Bai Lan faced an opponent?" Nguyen Yin is still alive too. Bi-hyung, are you there? He slightly curves the corner of his mouth into a sinister smile. Yes, I remember the intense fight scene and softly continued. I was also there then. His eyes sparkled with a joy and excitement that was hard to explain. Bi-hyung quickly explained, I didn't come there for any reason, it was just a coincidence. He lowered his voice when recalling the bruised face. At that moment, I observed everything and asked him with a hint of surprise, as if it was something very important. Bi-hyung's eyes flickered with a strange purple light, and he let out a faint laugh, but there was nothing special about it. Not yet. The sunlight shines down on each brick on the quiet street. Seo slowly walks along the street, while Yuzuru quietly follows behind, trying not to let Seo notice him. She tilted her head slightly to observe your back, a hint of confusion in her heart. What the hell is going on? She recalls the moment she first saw Seo on the street and begins to wonder why his aura was so obvious. Even if he's a non-law-breaking demon, considering the atmosphere of this country, it was truly a foolish act. Yuzuru's eyes immediately darkened as she considered a few hypotheses in her mind. I think of 2 possibilities. She began to consider the possibilities that might arise in the presence of Seo. One is that the person is being controlled by the magic of a supernatural being. Yuzuru stared blankly at his back, unaware that he was a demon deliberately pretending to be powerless to lure others in. The second possibility is that he doesn't know how to control his aura. Then suddenly he stopped, bowed his head, and looked down at something he was holding in his hand. It was a sword with a gentle floral pattern on the hilt. The blade is emitting a mysterious purple light. The boy recalls what Hong Run told him before handing over the sword. That Gam Dao was used by Master Yusum when infused with spiritual energy to pierce targets, and the blade can detach when it penetrates. She explained how that sword works to Seo. Send the banana sword bearer to track the target from a distance. You quickly take the sword and raise your own suspicion. Is there any limit to the remaining part of the sword attached to the supernatural creature Yusum is chasing? It's similar to the duration the sword can be maintained. She quickly replied to clarify his doubt. The effective range is about 1,000 kilometers, and the effect will last as long as the target stays within that range or until they pull out the sword. She paused for a moment and then added a few more details about the sword, but it must be drawn with a stronger spiritual energy than the one infused into it, which is the condition for pulling out the sword. The scene shifts to Seo now, walking through the ruined city, still recalling Hong Run's words when the sword was drawn, as a new blade emerges from the broken part of the hilt. The opponent is someone who can suppress Yu Kelm, and not only him, but also 2 other demons. Seo silently gazes at the sword without saying a word. Although they have the strength to defeat Yu Silum and others, some parts of the sword-breaking technique are deliberately broken. He alone concludes with a somewhat grim thought that there is only one explanation. They specifically do not draw the sword. In front of you is a row of dilapidated houses, from the top of which you can see a purple light corresponding to the spiritual energy emanating from the sword. In a small dilapidated room, a voice echoes. "Hey, Tayo!" Another person chuckled happily and glanced at Ganon, who was covering his face nearby, and asked, "What's wrong, Jen?" he asked nervously, pointing to his trembling teammate and saying, "The blood is on my sleeve." He seems a bit worried about his teammate. Is it okay to leave it like that, Im? I show my white teeth and grin in a creepy way. It's okay, the wound isn't serious. I have to keep it like this because I'll get hurt again anyway. Suddenly, someone else stepped in from outside and interrupted. I was about to say the same thing. Hui Fong appeared with a strange face and unusually large eyes. He softly asked, "What's going on? If you want to lure those hunting us, what's the benefit?" He couldn't understand why I had to do that. If we keep hunting, they'll still have human flesh to eat in the future. I glanced at him and smiled in response. Yes, I was about to say the same. From now on, I will no longer eat human flesh. What did you say? If you don't eat people, what do you plan to do? I interrupted him and revealed my own intention. I know they are very delicious. The more you eat, the better they taste, and they even give you more strength. He glances as if contemplating something about the distant future, but for some reason, no matter how much I eat, I still don't feel satisfied. I have thought a lot about this, but I still can't find the answer. But after last night, everything is becoming clearer. He recalls Yuselm's brave figure and sighs. The three of them we fought are really formidable. If I were the old me, I might have been killed by them. In my mind, I gradually recalled the scene of defeating them, the last one putting up a bit of resistance, and after beating them, that was when I deeply felt my stomach was full. He glanced toward Jen and continued, "The one who brought me here will probably understand what I mean." I was born to experience that feeling. A faint purple aura suddenly appeared around my body, followed by his sinister smile. I want to hunt strong creatures, not for their taste. It's a feeling humans can't perceive, so I no longer need to eat their flesh. Huifeng gritted his teeth and immediately objected to my opinion. It sounds really unreasonable. I think your problems are pretty trivial now. I can't understand and I don't want to understand. It took me a lot to get this opportunity. I don't want to die because of your momentary desire. He let out a low, soft chuckle and let out a small, "Oh. Really?" I slowly jumped to the ground and approached Huifeng. I understand, it's just my greed. Our views are different too. He gently made a proposal in front of Huifeng. So we end here, huh? It's a bit of a shame, but I guess it has to be. Cold sweat began to break out on Huifeng's forehead. Wait a minute. If this guy wasn't planning to eat me. Then my hand, suddenly reaching out in front of him, made his whole body shiver with cold. But I simply smiled brightly and said, "Take care," which even surprised Genin standing beside me. Huifeng and Genin, even though only for a short time, I've learned a lot, or I would have died long ago. His eyes are full of gratitude, with no hint of calculation. It would be great if we could continue working together, but you're right. I think it would be better if I follow my own path. I'm sorry and thank you. This kid. He quickly masks his weak expression and turns his gaze toward the one giving the order. If you've heard me, then go. We will leave before night falls. Seeing that he still didn't respond, Huifeng began to urge him. Why are you still hesitating? Gainon's words began to falter, struggling to escape his lips. And then he confidently replied to Huifeng. I want to stay by my side. He couldn't believe what he just heard. What? Jen hesitated for a long time before speaking again in a cautious tone. The reason we survived last night is because I fought for us, right? And his next words made me turn my head to look at him. I also want to become as strong as you so I can fight not against humans. Huifeng angrily shouted, pointing at him, What the hell are you talking about? Even if you don't fully understand, have you forgotten what you and I truly are? Our body transformation is different from that guy. He's like a copycat. I was also surprised and stepped in to stop Jinan. Going with me is very dangerous, especially since your chance of dying is much higher than mine. But he bared his sharp teeth and confidently smiled. As long as you're by my side, I promise one thing. If you die, I will never die before you. He looked at me with tears in his eyes, while Huifeng was still stunned. Me? He couldn't take it anymore, turned his back and sighed, saying to me, I can't take it anymore. Do whatever you two want. Then Huifeng paused, turned to look at me and asked, Neither of you eat human flesh, right? If that's the case, the people downstairs will finish them off before I leave, so don't interfere. I quickly replied to him cheerfully. Yeah, it's better to eat as much as you can. His face suddenly darkened, and his deep voice echoed. That's right. Right now, outside the abandoned house, Seo is standing silently in front of the gate, just like the monster, which has existed since ancient times through countless eras. Seeing my unusual attitude, it quickly asked, "What's wrong with you?" The name it bears changes depending on the era and region where it appears. I whisper back, clutching my small hand. "Yeah, I'm fine, Ren. I was just a bit surprised. No matter the era, its nature remains the same, an insatiable desire for war." Feeling Seo outside, he muttered softly, "I knew you would come. At least I thought you would appear during the time of hatred. That was the era when it was most rampant. A picture of a strange monster, both monster and human, calling it by its name. I, also known as Chi Du, the Violent, swallow the world's power." He glares with bloodshot eyes and bulging veins, softly warning his teammate, "I'm about to get ready for visitors." Black Seo slowly stepped into the old factory, sunlight flickering through the holes in the ceiling. He felt a chill down his spine. A shiver ran through him since entering the building, as two different sensations approached from two directions. He looked up at the purple aura gathering above the ceiling, a stream of air and the foul smell of blood rising from the terrifying staircase below. In this chilling situation, Seo swallowed hard and made his decision. On the other side, Yuzuru also stopped in front of the old factory, gazing at it for a long time, a sudden sense of unease rising in her chest, making her break out in a cold sweat. What is it? This strange feeling. Unless this building has a special history, it must be a hideout for monsters. She observed Seo's back slowly entering, beginning to wonder. Could he really not sense that he was walking in so boldly? Yuzuru looked up at the ruined building again, her lips pressed tightly. Maybe this is a trap, how stupid. But her hand gently clenched the piece of paper in her hand, silently believing that the prophecy of the 7 lucky gods couldn't be wrong. A few thoughts started to arise in Yuzuru's mind. Even about love. It was like ensuring luck for the whole day. Anyway, meeting my ideal type safely is the most important thing. But Yuzuru felt confused. She paused for a few seconds and casually wondered what her ideal type actually was. I've never thought about this before. Finally, she let out a long breath, thinking about Seo's appearance, which wasn't very specific. Not too bad, but not too beautiful either. She looked at the building once more and could clearly sense a sinister aura emanating from it. After all, she also felt the high-level energy. A snowfox summoned to Yuzuru's side, he slightly curled his lips and spoke. Then he stepped forward to escape. It carried her inside the building through the hole in the window, and as she landed, a loud crash echoed. Yuzuru's eyes darkened slightly, a coldness emanating from his face. "Do you think you're afraid?" I only see Jen stepping out of the shadows in front of her, making her can't help but sneer. "You don't look very strong either." But he shows no sign of backing down, even though his whole body has been trembling all this time. He can do it. Fine. Yuzuru's attitude doesn't seem very friendly. She only sneers with a contemptuous smile. Whatever comes out, I'll catch it all. Seo is now slowly walking down the dark staircase. A strange noise suddenly sounded, making him flinch. When Seo turned to look, he saw a figure bowing their head, focused intently on something. The person turned just in time to see Seo, holding a human leg with clear bite marks, and Hoi Feng quietly asked Seo hesitantly, "Humans don't love monsters." His face darkened a bit, as if suppressing his anger. "You guys." A stream of black energy slowly emanates from him. It seems Seo can no longer hide his anger. How many are there now? It's truly a meaningless question. How many are here? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as soon as he finished speaking. There can't be just one. The others are probably already on their way too. Hui Feng slowly stood up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said, "That's really funny. Your questions are pointless anyway." He secretly rejoiced, beginning to plan his next move. "This is my chance. Quickly get rid of him and get out of here." Hoi Feng curled his lips and let out a sly smile. "Because of you, I can't even enjoy the meat I've been saving." He paused for a moment, then solemnly declared, "It seems you'll have to make up for this." In the darkness, Seo's lips curl slightly, and he responds slowly with a single word. "Fine." His eyes widened in disbelief that the person standing opposite him would agree so easily. But in an instant, Seo appeared before him with a powerful punch. "If you dare, keep going." Seo decisively punches him hard in the stomach. The lightning bolt stunned him, and Hoi Feng couldn't believe his eyes as blood spurted from his mouth. "What's with this speed?" Seo's hand reaches out and grabs a corner of his shirt. He used a bit of force to lift him off the ground, then threw him back with such power that dust and an explosion erupted. He frowns and struggles to get up from the shattered stone ground, while Seo slowly speaks. "I'll ask again. Your eyes are shining, your body surrounded by a powerful aura. How many monsters are here, and what are their strengths and abilities?" Just say it plainly. Hui Feng gritted his teeth in anger, and several sharp spines appeared on his arms. You dare mock me, you little rat? But you don't seem to be backing down at all. In fact, you're glaring straight at him. Suddenly a slash from the top of his head down to his right eye, then all the way to his neck, sent blood flying everywhere. Sio's eyes widened in shock as Hui Feng transformed into a monster with two grasshopper-like arms, laughing with delight and shouting, "Fool, I should have killed you when I had the chance." Who do you think you are to act so arrogantly? He laughed contemptuously at the old stories. From one to another, they keep foolishly opening shops without understanding the true nature of my name. Hui Feng raises his sharp arm, secretly smiling to himself. Did things go as smoothly as I hoped? Whatever. As long as I can swing it from a distance, my attacks will definitely be accurate. Then he decisively swung several consecutive strikes, cutting multiple wounds of varying sizes on Sio's body. Hui Feng kept swinging his claws, aiming to kill Sio, sending scraps of fabric and even blood flying onto the ground. The strikes collided with Sio's body, but he showed no intention of dodging. Blood kept splattering, and Hui Feng even cut off one of his ears. After a while, he gasped for breath, trying to steady himself. What? He was surprised to see you standing firm. Not only that, but also slowly approaching him. What the hell are you? You should have fallen by now. But you only calmly scold Hui Feng with one word, even though now he's sweating all over and looking weak. I understand why you resorted to eating people to become stronger. I understand the desperation to become even a little stronger. He glanced at the piles of bodies across the way and quietly added, but why kill so many for such petty gains only to crave more afterward? Sio's eyes glowed with a blood-red light as he clenched his fist and growled, I just can't understand killing people for such trivial gains. Hui Feng, terrified by your extraordinary speed, shouted and swung his hand to cut off yours to stop the attack. Your fist clenched tightly and slowly fell to the ground, but it still couldn't prevent Sio from delivering a powerful blow to him. Hui Feng then quickly let out a sarcastic laugh. You're really funny. Why would we eat people? It's clear, because we can. He spoke to him with a face bruised all over. Is there anything wrong with the strong eating the weak? You're the same, aren't you? Hui Feng kept getting more and more frantic. Of course, the strong have the right to say that. It's quite amusing. Sai Yu calmly replied to him with a single sentence. Yes, without hesitation, one punch killed Hui Feng instantly. Sio pulled a glowing purple gem from his chest, his face obscured by the darkness of the room, revealing no clear expression. He silently turned his head to look into the distance, his eyes cold as ice. Seeing the bodies lying on the ground, even the mutilated corpses, Sio pondered deeply before slowly opening his mouth and placing the glowing gem inside. Up on the floor, a faint blue lightning streaks through the air. Jen, restrained by Yuzuru, is trembling and crying out, and it feels strange no matter how she thinks about it. Are you here alone? No leader or group with you? He stammers all over and keeps trembling as he answers her. I don't know. Stop threatening and focus. Yuzuru's sharp eyes gently replied as the mark on Ru's forehead lit up. I'm doing it now. A powerful bolt of lightning strikes straight into the lace chest, knocking him out of the beam. She appears cold on the outside, but inside she's contemplating different ideas. Is defeating it this easily too much? Anyway, it's at a common level. It's very inexperienced in real combat, not just in strength, and tends to separate from the pack or get chased away. Seeing Jen lying still on the ground, a new thought began to cross her mind. Killing it would be troublesome. Maybe the two of us should just capture it instead. Suddenly, my voice rang out with a confident smile on my face. That's not acceptable. Ren, your attitude is wrong. If you keep going like that, they won't see you as a serious opponent. Due to the nature of the Japanese archipelago, extrasensory abilities here have more practical experience than in other regions. Yuzuru immediately widened his eyes upon seeing me. Kirao Zuru, a 14-year-old exorcist with psychic abilities according to Korean age, has accumulated exorcism experience with over 100 spirits in 5 years. However, that experience now makes her tremble. My voice echoes through the empty room. In battle, momentum is the most important thing. Despite all her experience, nothing could compare to the supernatural creature in front of her. He slowly stepped forward, not forgetting to remind his comrades. Even if the opponent is stronger than me, the important thing is to make this guy feel very hard to defeat. Yuzuru grits his teeth, unable to believe what just happened. He has been hiding his presence until now? No, even more. His energy is probing me not for my soul, but for something darker and more furious. In the end, she had to reach a terrifying conclusion, that he had become a demon. And right now, I am radiating a threatening aura as I slowly say, Sorry, I didn't mean to hide anything. He paused for a moment, then continued, as if talking about old friends.
I just wanted to give my friend here a chance because he's so eager. Sweat drips down Yuzuru's forehead. His energy makes her heart uneasy. Whether she runs or fights, her chances of success are the same. He managed to say 2 words before suddenly hearing a noise from outside, but then a black aura appeared, like a cord wrapping tightly around his wrists, catching him off guard. That long, silent cord seems to be preparing for an impending storm, and in an instant, Sio's figure reappeared with his body fully reconstructed. He gritted his teeth, turned, and decided to kick him in the head. I stared wide-eyed, clenched my fists, and grinned with sharp teeth as So added more force to his kick, surrounded by even more electric sparks. With a powerful kick, Sio knocked him to the ground. Not only that, but he also sent him flying far away, crashing into the wall with a loud bang, kicking up dust and debris. "Oh!" Suddenly, Sio's voice rang out with a very low tone, catching Yuzuru off guard. "What did you just say? Something about being a superhuman or something?" He coldly glanced at her and softly ordered, "Go home. You can't help anything." Yuzuru, unwilling to accept his attitude, immediately protested, "Wait a minute. If you're here just to kill them all, I would be really disappointed in you." Suddenly I sat up, smirked from the ground, and said, "You're blocking my way. If something is in the way, I won't be able to unleash my full strength. You want to say that? Right? I can tell just by looking. I observed you calmly and gave my opinion. You look a bit different from me, but you resemble a friend of mine who trains with me." But Yuzuru, standing to the side, was so angry she gritted her teeth and blocked the path of the useless monster. She grabbed the metal rod that Ryu had in his mouth. The tattoo on its forehead instantly turned bright blue, transforming into a powerful thunder attack. She continued speaking before my excited blood flute. "Why are you insulting me so harshly?" She clenched the metal rod in her hand while Ryu beside her had turned into a thunderbolt phoenix. "Hey, you better get out of the way if you know what's good for you." Yuzuru just reminded Sio a few words before preparing to fight, which surprised him a little. "I don't intend to control my power to keep you safe." The metal rod in her hand was raised high, emitting powerful lightning sparks. "This is an electrifying thunder attack." As soon as Yuzuru shouted, Ryuju charged forward like a lightning bolt, heading straight for Tao and Ren. After a loud crash, fine dust and rocks flew in the direction of the attack. Yuzuru spun the pole vertically and faced the serious expression, observing the battle scene. The enemy is right in front of him, so there's no reason not to give it his all. Ryuji is now sneaking along the ceiling, waiting for the next attack command. "I will unleash all the power I have." She calmly orders once more, the blue light shining even brighter. The mighty fortress erupts. The entire dilapidated building instantly lights up with a deafening explosion. As the dust settles, only her calm figure remains standing in the room. She begins to gasp for air, a flicker of fear in her eyes. "Something's wrong. I've only used this move twice and I can't breathe properly. I'm not even half as strong as I normally am." Quickly, she realizes there's something off. The energy in this country doesn't suit me. Suddenly, Sio appeared from the shadows and grabbed her wrist, causing her body to stiffen for a few seconds. Unlike the initial fierce tone, now your voice is incredibly gentle. "Stay calm." He slightly frowned at Yuzuru and gently repeated, "It hurts." Suddenly, a streak of purple light flashed by, but Sio quickly pulled her back to avoid the attack. She looked into the distance with a dazed expression, completely different from his calm demeanor. Only a large hole was seen in the wall, allowing the cold wind from outside to blow in even stronger. Yuzuru hesitated before asking a question amid the recent commotion. "Did he run away?" Sio replied gently but confidently. "No." Your eyebrows furrow slightly, as if waiting for a little more reaction. "It's not that easy. If I really wanted to, I could hide it." Suddenly, the rope wrapped around your arm trembled slightly. Both of them looked at the rope silently, watching its movement. Sio slowly spoke, his eyes looking straight ahead without a hint of fear. One of them was not used to fighting. Thinking about Janin's trembling figure, Sio let out a soft sigh. "So, I let him go. That guy will be back soon, or maybe it's better to say, follow me because we have a connection." In the end, you seriously declared that I will follow him as I said. "I don't need you." Yuzuru, angry, turned to look at Sio with a furious gaze. "What nonsense are you talking about?" But the words had already been swallowed back into her mouth. Yuzuru's eyes widened as a fierce purple light flickered in Sio's gaze, as if threatening her. Should I show her how ridiculous she is right now? A flash of fear appeared in her eyes, and Yuzuru lost his balance. "It's all because you're the one choking her and threatening her right now. I've never killed anyone before, but it probably feels like just squeezing a feather. Your pupils are now surrounded by a mysterious purple light. If I use more force, her neck will snap instantly." Your grip tightened, making Yuzuru tremble uncontrollably, yet Sio only asked in a low voice,
Why are you still standing there? If you don't want to die, do something. But something is rushing straight toward you. Seo felt a slight numbness from the electric shock and was a bit surprised. He slowly glanced down to see what it actually was. As a result, Ryuju, tiny in size, was forcefully headbutting your side as if trying to make Seo release Yuzuru. Seo narrowed his eyes at it, unsure of what to say. Finally, he let go of her neck as Ryuju wished, and seeing Yuzuru coughing and clutching her neck on the ground made him feel guilty. Sorry about that, I was a bit impulsive, but it's not too serious. He paused for a moment, then continued speaking with a cold expression. I don't know if she noticed, but the attack earlier was aimed at me, not her. Seo gently explains her recent actions to avoid Yuzuru misunderstanding. I mean, you couldn't avoid that attack, and I knew I would save you. I used that move to give you a little more time. Hearing what you said, she fell into deep thought and remained silent for a long time, unsure how to respond. I don't know if it was because of pride or some other reason, but have you understood now? You can't defeat that monster. Even though Ryuju is now bristling and glaring at you with a hostile look, Seo still keeps urging you to go back quickly. You walk past her, but still remind her a few more times. At least today, I don't want to see anyone die. It seems she suddenly remembered something, so Seo kept talking, making her turn back. Ah, that's right. You slowly reminded her about a few other things. There were many bodies in the basement, which was quite unpleasant to see, but please watch over that place for me. There seems to be a hint of hesitation in Seo's eyes. Consider it a favor from me. Seeing those people like that is just too much to bear. The bright sunlight outside shines down on the old residential area as Seo follows the rope through the alleys in the deserted zone. Then the voice of someone else suddenly rang out, making you stop in your tracks. I like the way you handle things. I stand in front of you not far away, with one hand on my hip and the other caught by Seo's rope. Actually, whether we fight tonight or now, it doesn't matter. That way, I can keep my promise to my comrades. He reached out to Seo and said with a confident tone, You probably noticed too, but you don't have to worry about any humans getting involved in this, unless it's unintentional. He pointed to the faded old metal door with red spray-painted demolition schedule and said, This area seems to be under redevelopment, so not many people live here. The rumors we spread seem to have caused even the original residents to leave, he said while scratching his head, trying to recall some past events. I don't remember what they were turning, but thanks to that, this place is perfect for hunting. Seo is now dressed in different clothes and has shaped the rope used to trace the previous trail into a sword. Sensing the tense atmosphere, I also start to smile softly. Sorry for the long explanation, please understand. He smirked with a sinister smile, revealing sharp fangs. I'm so excited. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them charged at each other with incredible speed. My fist collided with Seo's sword, creating sparks of red and black along with blinding purple light. But an unexpected event happened that I couldn't dodge in time. Seo kicks him hard in the chin, then tightly grips the sword handle, a determined glint shining in his eyes. He decisively swings the sword straight at him. Facing Seo's immense strength, he was pushed back into the wall, causing a loud explosion. Yet, his body didn't stop. He was even knocked through the wall. The moment I lowered my defensively raised hands, his eyes widened in surprise. Seo struck like a lightning bolt, turning his sword into a blur as he swung high, aiming a direct blow at his face. From the very first moment, he didn't give you a chance to attack him and quickly threw a punch first. Even after Seo's nose was bleeding from your punch, his willpower still hadn't faded. Because both of their abilities and talents are similar, but when it comes to strength, the gap is widening as they continue to fight each other. A confident smile spread across his face, revealing an unmistakable self-assurance. He is Chi Dieu, a monster capable of perceiving the evil and violence within himself. Its power lies in its superior compatibility. He delivers a powerful punch to Seo's stomach. This made you unable to hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. You remembered what Seo Hua once told you about those vials of medicine. It's just luck. I've heard of preserved gems before. Whether your physique is unusual or this is your first time eating something like this, I don't know, but it seems you've absorbed it quite well. I will make sure this stays deep in your memory. She seriously warned with a firm attitude that from now on she was not allowed to eat a second pill, and Seo at that moment was so surprised that he bowed his head to look at the medicine box again. What? But is this the only thing I can do to defeat them when I eat this? I also spent a lot of money to buy that. Exo Hoa looked disappointed, like she couldn't forge steel, and started to complain. I already told you it's just luck on your part. Basically, overloading on energy is just as dangerous as running out of it. She reminded Seo of that time as an example. Just like when you fought the beast before, and you couldn't control the overload of energy, letting your instincts take over.
She looked straight at Seo and gently warned him one last time. If you keep drinking this to seek power, I can't even imagine what will happen to you. Nothing might happen. Or you could become a monster. Right now, Seo is holding his wounded side, trying to stand firm on the ground while I start to comment from the side. Honestly, you're pretty tough. He clenched his fist tightly and said with a terrifying expression, Yesterday when I punched those 3 guys, I couldn't even get this fired up. It's the first time in my life I've used this much strength, but right now you don't care what he's saying. You just try to stop yourself from shaking as you shove the gem into your mouth. A faint stream of dark purple mist emerged from his body, and Tao's face now showed an expression of constant surprise. Although Seo couldn't answer that question, he asked, what is that on your head? Maybe someone who has understood elves thoroughly for thousands of years will have the answer. The elf hat. The third ability of the elf race. Now he is glowing with a purple light all over, and the wound on his forehead has turned into a small hat. Under the blazing sunlight, the terrified screams from a small thatched house suggest I have seen a real elf with my own eyes. The men sitting together are chatting, and one of them starts complaining again. Even if he saw a cat, he would lie and say he saw a tiger. The young man in the faded gray shirt, his face pale with fear, confirmed once more. No, this time it's real. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his voice trembled as he recounted the story. The other person sitting at the table holding a bowl of wine asked vaguely, So after saving you, did it say it was a spirit or demon, and what did it look like? The young man looked up at the sky, trying to recall the appearance of that spirit. It was very tall and arrogant, at least twice as tall as others. The demon in his memory was very tall and muscular, but apart from that, it looked just like a human. Her skin was a bit darker, and she had eyes, a nose, a mouth. Nothing was missing. The man in the hat chuckled softly, obviously not believing a word of what the young man was saying. It would be more accurate to say it is a human rather than just like one. I thought it had horns on its forehead, but he still firmly insisted that what he had seen was the truth. There are no horns. No, I've never heard anyone say that elves have horns. The man calmly took a sip of his drink and said, There's that blacksmith from the neighboring village. Unlike you, he's not a cowardly type, so he's more trustworthy. The other person in their group suddenly spoke up, saying, I told you that the blacksmith was lying. And his next words made the other 2 at the table stare in surprise. But the fairy I saw also doesn't have horns. The 2 of them quickly asked with curiosity, So you saw a fairy too? I saw it too. He slowly recounted the old story with a slurred voice. That happened when I was very young. I saw 2 demons fighting. The memory of that moment became clearer and clearer through the man's words. Just as you said, besides being bigger and having darker skin, they look exactly like humans. I don't know what's going on, but they just stare at each other silently. The man wearing a hat raised an eyebrow slightly after hearing this, feeling a bit puzzled. They don't have horns. What happened next? The man calmly replied while chewing, I don't know either. Suddenly, the form of the demon disappeared without a trace. He raised his hand to his head, shaping it like a horn to describe the figure he had seen. It was too dark to tell if it was a hat or something else, but there was something sharp sticking out, like a horn. It must be the horn the blacksmith saw. As soon as their team arrived, the demon turned invisible. He was so scared at that moment that he had to run away quickly from the battle. After the spirit disappeared, the ground cracked open, trees were uprooted, and the mountain trembled. Maybe they were fighting each other at that moment. The man poured more wine into his bowl and continued to tell his story. I don't know how accurately I can remember it. Because creatures like them are beyond human understanding, arguing over right or wrong is meaningless. Legends, myths, and folk stories about monsters are usually partly true. The man lifts his bowl and takes a big sip, then calmly exhales and continues drinking. However, these explanations are all based on human perspectives, so they cannot be entirely accurate. I reveal my entire face with a terrifying smile and stare ahead. As for Seo's head, a layer of armor now appears. Whether the Forest of Spirits exists or not depends on folklore, but it is not an indispensable part of them. The demon face armor known in folklore is a fairy mask. The one Seo is wearing now is that fairy mask. It is part of an ear protector made from the energy of a demon. Additionally, his foot slightly lifts, as if preparing to deliver a surprise attack. The rumor that Wu Tinning's appearance becomes invisible when wearing the mask is only half the truth. Seo disappeared right before my eyes. The masked demon doesn't disappear, which surprised him a little. But their movements in that state are too fast for the naked eye to follow, and most other supernatural creatures. He suddenly appeared in front of me with a punch already prepared. A loud explosion echoed, accompanied by a blinding flash that shook the heavens and the earth.
His face couldn't hide his excitement at this powerful transformation. The punch he threw earlier to block Sio's attack now has several fingers bent in unbelievable ways. He didn't wait for him to recover and quickly delivered another punch to his chin. I lost my balance and fell backward, blood streaming from my nose, but he quickly used his foot to steady himself on the ground. I, like a madman, slammed my own head hard into Sio's forehead, causing my face to collide with his demon mask and leaving a streak of blood. Sio's nose turned red and his eyes were full of determination. He decisively punched straight into his opponent's stomach. Before he could even recover, Sio grabbed his shoulder, threw him into the air, and with a little extra force in both hands created a mountain-shifting move. His eyes suddenly lit up with a fierce spark as he unleashed a powerful flash attack. The surrounding buildings and scenery remained eerily peaceful, but then a loud explosion echoed, accompanied by a burst of bright light. That move caused the aura to spread everywhere. I was once again thrown back into the wall, but just as he was about to escape, I chased after him. Until he stopped after losing his balance, his hand was now gone. Struck by Sio, leaving only drops of blood continuously flowing from the wound, his figure now moved forward like a slow black shadow. The thunderbolt of the mountain pass technique made him gasp for breath. Unlike the spear, it didn't have a very tangible effect but resembled more of an accessory, breaking boundaries like a tale from folklore. A typical example is Shuhoa's foxtail. As a result, the boy has surpassed his limits. Now a thin layer of sweat is forming on Sio's forehead, and that limit is his current self. He looked down at his trembling hands and couldn't help but think, this is the first time. Since transforming into this form, I have felt constant pain. The demonic energy I now possess drains 3 times faster than usual, if not more. You look up at me with your lips pressed tightly together, unable to hold out much longer in this state. Suddenly, his voice trembles with apparent amusement. You're amazing. Not just last night, but every moment since you were born, it feels like I've learned more in just a few minutes fighting you. His arm suddenly regrew in the blink of an eye. I still speak calmly as if I had prepared in advance. I can be stronger and faster than I appear. He takes a stance, preparing to attack with skin reinforced by an extra layer of metal. This is my exclusive magic technique, the Iron God of the Beginning. Thank you once again. I'm glad I met you. Thank you. You decisively crush another gem, your eyes sharp as a blade. Just surrender already, you damn monster. I let out a satisfied laugh and casually tell Sio I don't know about other things, but I can't do that. Living this life has been crazy and exciting enough, even if I have to die young. His figure suddenly appeared in front of you with a smug smile on his face, especially now. Boom! Once again, the entire empty space lit up. Sio quickly dodged his dangerous punch, and the two of them began to fight fiercely back and forth. The attacks clash repeatedly, then dissolve, and the ground beneath Sio's feet begins to crack from the shockwaves of the strikes. At that moment, both their strength and speed were nearly equal. You clenched your teeth, trying to hold on. But in the end, the one who reaches the limit faster will also be the one to fall sooner, like 2 racing cars heading towards the finish line. Additionally, I still hold a swirling air sphere in one hand while continuously striking with the other. He waited for the moment you slipped up, then slammed the energy sphere into your chest, making Sio spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. By momentum, your whole body flew back and crashed into the wall, causing an explosion of dust and smoke. Sio remained silent, his body stiff and immobile, a privilege granted to learn through fierce combat. Not only for elves, I bowed my head gazing at the unique magic of the cold wind creating a sphere of air in both hands, with a look of surprise mixed with delight. I can do it too. Sio stared intently at him, then slowly stepped away from the wall. And I, at this moment, like a madman, decisively threw a sphere of energy at you. From a small sphere, a raging stream of destructive energy was formed, but Sio quickly dodged it. You summon a black electric beam from your hand. Without a second thought, Sio throws it straight at where I am standing, causing the entire corner of the arena to shake. But suddenly something surprising happened that amazed him. That was his speed. I dodged that attack and am now preparing to strike you. The battle of the resilient monsters. His fist is now just inches away, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Even though Sio tried to dodge, he still couldn't avoid losing his right arm. How can I defeat an opponent like this? Their destructive power surpasses their current combat level, and they keep exchanging blows. Both monsters are thinking the same thing. He rushes forward crazily with a delighted expression, while Sio struggles to dodge the attacks. Suddenly, Tao's hand appears with a stream of molten metal, unleashing a divine spear technique and the 9 secret cold wind. A metallic weapon resembling a spear, the creation of the Wind Realm Lord's spear, was formed, and Sio quickly forged a large sword to fight against him.
I swung my weapon forward decisively, and immediately a fierce wind rose up to the sky. When the wind subsided, the spears in his hand still shone brightly, but I suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with difficulty, managed to say a few words I couldn't dodge. Unfortunately, in that moment, more than half of the house behind was cut away, and his body had a very deep slash, my eyes wide open. Your weapon is much more excellent. At this moment, Sio is standing on the ground, gasping for breath, while the sword in his hand gradually loses its black lightning streaks. But just then, a voice interrupted, making him startle slightly. It was truly astonishing. The mysterious person praised Sio, causing him to turn and look in that direction. You have grown a lot. The one speaking is Bi Hyung. His lips curl into a faint, insincere smile, revealing his sinister face, the combatant's demeanor, and the true nature of Trui. Even for a formidable demon, that is quite an impressive title. Nice to meet you. My name is Bi Hyung. I am of the same kind as you. The two of them silently stared at each other until Bi Hyung broke the silence first. You don't need to open your mouth so wide like that. His words made you look genuinely surprised. I have no intention of interfering in your battle with him. He's of the same race as me. While Choi Siu was lost in thought, an object was thrown, but in an instant Bi Hyung was behind him. He cheerfully asked, I'm writhing on the ground. You look happy. Seeing him lie still and unmoving, Bi Hyung also felt a bit disappointed. It's a pity, isn't it? If you had more time to get used to the magic, the outcome might have been different. He kept encouraging me, but it's okay. Do better next time. While Bi Hyung was still focused on me, Choi Seo appeared behind him, ready to attack. Next time? What the hell? You put all your strength into a powerful attack, but Bi Hyung didn't even flinch. In fact, he even sighed with satisfaction, surprising Choi Seo. Wow, the ground where he's standing has sunk a bit. I still managed to block it easily, but you still caused this much damage. Bai Hyung caught your weapon with one hand. Not bad, you have potential, but if you keep making mistakes like this, I'm afraid you won't keep that eye for much longer. Choi Seo was frozen in fear by this scene. At this moment, the thing he felt most clearly was the strength of the person in front of him. From a hunter, I suddenly feel like I am the prey. His hand may be injured, but it's just a small wound compared to the force of that attack. Blocking a full-force attack is definitely more than just pure strength. It feels like I'm fighting against a massive ancient tree, using techniques I just recently learned. Tiu reduces his attack power by taking advantage of the ground beneath him in its most perfect state. Bi Hyung is now back to his calm demeanor from earlier, and there's probably no need to say more. It's good that you figured it out early. He restrained the hammer, allowing Seo to grab it, then quickly stepped back. I understand you probably find this a bit confusing too. You pant heavily, looking at Bi Hyung with suspicion. They say I am the only remaining demon in the world. So where did you come from? Choi Seo exhaled and replied, I'm not confused, and I don't care if you're a demon or whatever. Your left arm is slowly recovering. I just want to know the one I'm looking for, the one who brought the foreign monsters here and fed them human flesh. After hearing Choi Si-hyung's question, he was not afraid, but instead happily admitted it. That's right. From recruitment to aftercare, including hiding places and providing information, I handled it all alone. Whenever he says something, you fall for it. Curious, why am I doing this? Bi Hyung excitedly explains his purpose. Well then, let's see. There's probably no point hiding it from you either. Let me tell you everything. Since we are both elves, I just want us to be a bit closer. He opened his eyes to see Choi Seo's actions, because you quickly got angry and grabbed the warhammer to kill Bi Hyung, but he easily dodged it. Bi Hyung pondered a bit about this. He approaches and gives his first advice as a friend. Bi Hyung punches Choi Seo hard in the stomach. This blow made you spit blood. When facing an enemy at a distance, make sure at least one of your feet stays on the ground. While Choi Seo was still unable to react, he was already preparing to shift his stance. Truly, this is an incredibly tricky redirect move, unless it involves poison or a curse, as simply standing firm can cause the deadly attack to change direction. Bai Hyung's legs are positioned one in front of the other in an attacking stance, even for a counterattack. He throws a punch to the face, causing Choi Seo to be knocked back and repeatedly hit the ground. Bai Hyung's hand emits a little smoke after the punch earlier. You can unleash your full strength without wasting any energy. You struggle to hold your body up in pain, but it's quite impressive. Something fundamental about a demon, even without anyone teaching it. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had gone off topic. Let's get back to the main point. Choi Seo, do you like dogs? This question confuses Choi Seo. Seeing that, Bi Hyung continued, the dog is amazing. In many ways, they are truly superior, even compared to humans, but sometimes they can also be very annoying. He imagines puppies constantly barking at others.
If they are adopted by an unskilled owner, the dogs will be ready to bare their teeth and bark recklessly, or even bite random people. Bi-hyung slowly stepped forward as he trembled, trying to stand up. Of course, most of the time it's the owner's fault. But sometimes those poor animals become truly disgusting. The dog in his mind growled and bared its teeth. Creatures that could only survive under the protection and care of a higher life form, unable to understand their own purpose and actions, just wagging their tails. That was the problem. Bi-hyung smiled savagely at Choi Seo. Once you start thinking that way, no dog is cute anymore. They are all disgusting, lowly, useless creatures, even brainless ones. Bi-hyung's words made you want to curse, but you couldn't do anything. That bastard let the demon in to kill people, just for that stupid purpose. It seems you misunderstood something, he smirked. I do hate humans, but they are not the only ones who don't understand the purpose. Bi-hyu squatted down to face Choi Seo. It's been a long time, Choi Seo, since before the existence of the Demon King, when there were no rules among demons. What he refers to is an ecological pyramid, simply a matter of power and called a chain of existence, balanced by strength between the strong and the weak. Bi-hyu's mind begins to imagine the scenario Hang wishes for. Even if they are two demons, if they are weak, they are nothing but prey waiting to be eaten. That idea has sparked his interest. Wouldn't that be more interesting? Thousands of monsters are eagerly waiting for that day. When you can finally catch and eat humans freely, but looking back, it doesn't feel ironic at all. You still sit quietly, tired, listening to Bi-hyung ramble. Most of them were originally no different from humans, all just prey. Barking at prey that has been protected even longer than humans. He started giving practical examples to persuade. For people who dislike others' gazes, it's similar. You must have seen it many times too. Many people put themselves in the position they naturally belong to. In Bi-hyung's mind, a vision emerges of a world under the protection of law, reason, and institutions, where people shamelessly commit crimes without taking responsibility, and those in power enjoy invisible protection, if they are truly in the right. Someone following his words could no longer tolerate this. They keep clinging to the belief that they are protected by the law. Bi-hyung continued to tempt, saying, imagine a world where unreasonable protections don't exist. Wouldn't that be great? His mind kept imagining people frantically attacking each other off to reclaim justice for themselves. There's nothing left to protect those punks anymore. The only standard now is strength. The weak will be terrified and run for their lives, while those who cannot take responsibility for their actions will both flee and silently bow their heads to the world. Even though Aziotui was exhausted and about to collapse, he still tried to say something like, the best, huh? Sounds like a high school kid's delusion. Your words don't faze Bi-hyung at all. I'm not expecting you to understand. Just listen carefully once. That reaction is also normal. Even if we belong to the same species, our age, experience, and values are still different. He stood up and said something that confused Seo. Why not try making them more alike? Bi-hyung excitedly talks about his own fondness for you. Ever since you defeated me, I've started to take an interest in you beyond just being a fellow creature. Join my side. Let him keep trying to persuade Seo. I will tell you everything you need to know about being a demon. What you can do and must know. What are we and why do we exist? You frown and flatly refuse. I don't need to know. Just stop bothering. Bi-hyung shows no discomfort at this statement. Fine, it's your right to choose. He happily respects this decision, while Choi Seo is already in position to strike again. Just take it easy, huh? This again makes Bi-hyung quite unhappy. I'm a bit disappointed, but you should also know that resisting is pointless. Yuzuru Kira suddenly rushes from behind, catching him off guard. Byung turned around to see what was happening, holding an item in her hand to support him, as a powerful strike was delivered toward him. After that blow, Bi-hyung hesitated for a moment, not to attack but to support. At this moment, Choi Seo charged forward, delivering a knee strike from below his chin, with his right hand firmly gripping his weapon. While Bi-hyung was still in the air, Choi Seo gathered all his strength, panting with eyes that seemed ready to devour him. The slow recovery is because all the nerves and focus are directed elsewhere. The hammer in Choi Seo's hand is used flexibly with a strange and powerful form. His hammer was already there. Or maybe during the fight, he swung at me so fast I couldn't react. You don't know anything at all, neither the shape of the hammer nor what's behind this power, but he must have written down a true feeling of himself right now. Kira Yuzuru lands and observes everything. In the past, demons often believed that the goblin's truncheon could turn into anything. She watched Choi Seo fight with excitement, or rather, it could be called a reflection of the wielder's wishes. By harnessing that ability, Choi Seo has created countless forms for countless purposes. To her, Cho has gradually become stronger than before.
What he has created so far is not just a weapon suited to the situation. Along with his emotions, it is even more than that. Intense emotions beyond necessity, focused on a single purpose. Even the terrified reflection of Choi Seo when seeing the dead monster devouring humans and humans being eaten by monsters. Kira Yuzuru has long known that preventing this from happening is impossible, but even so, while fighting him now, at least this time he won't miss his target. She warned Choi Seo, who responded with deadly intent. "Don't miss for sure, you'll die." He was determined to pour all his emotions into the mace. Bi-hyung watched this scene with only a helpless sigh. Gripping the truncheon tightly and using deadly intent, Seo poured all his strength into a strike towards him. The demon's hammer, infused with its owner's murderous intent, has reverted to its original form and unleashed a powerful strike, releasing an incredible amount of demonic energy far beyond that of a spiritual-grade weapon. This scene leaves Kira Yuzuru stunned in amazement. After that strike, Choi Seo is no better, her face also showing signs of exhaustion. Seo stays still to recover, swallowing nervously at the shock from earlier. What just happened? Is there really a monster at this level? Kira Yuzuru recalls his terrifying face from earlier. I've never seen anything like this before. Wait for Choi Seo to rush toward her. He demands that Kira Yuzuru move aside before he hits her. Dodge. At this moment, she also feels a chill down her spine as Kira Yuzuru dodges to the side and Choi Seo immediately strikes. He gasps for breath and looks ahead as Bi-hyung, unscathed and with a horn protruding, approaches, brushing off dust from a weapon in one hand. That's a significant injury, what should I say? Just like last time, but you really surprised me. Choi Seo stared in disbelief as he babbled. I thought there was no way I couldn't make him move, but at this level, it wasn't a panic reflex. It was using his full potential to the utmost. I don't remember how old I was. Then Bi-hyung didn't care about what happened earlier and instead asked how I was doing. Not bad, right? The feeling of wanting to kill someone. The sky gradually changed color as dark clouds gathered. Despite such a spectacular display, I still couldn't kill anyone. But it's okay, as the saying goes, every beginning is difficult. The sword in his hand is also emanating energy. At this level, you're already on par with a fully matured star spirit. With that, Bi-hyung approached the two of them. He swung an attack, but Choi Seo quickly used his club to block it. Bi-hyung calmly assessed without rushing to strike again. But that was all. Your club shattered from the previous strike, splitting in half, and Choi Seo was thrown back as well. He slowly approaches with his sword. The essence of the demon's club is a form that meets specific needs, but in exchange, it sacrifices flexibility. Bi-hyung recalled the earlier scene when he tried with all his strength. That mace was made to kill me. In other words, a mace made to kill quickly. He looked at the half that was broken and advised Seo. Like that, your body kept accumulating injuries. No, you were also exhausted at this point from fighting 2 battles at once. If you had used your own body to block the attack from the start, things might have gone better. Bi-hyung only just now noticed hers. It seems she's not Korean, right? Kira Yuzuru, a wizard from WA, is sweating with fear. I think I know why she's here. To him, she is nothing but a nuisance, but at least she should know her place and stay out of local affairs. Honestly, I've been wanting to break that neck for a long time. Bi-hyung suddenly had an idea. What do you think? Choi Seo, I will let her go. If you throw that piece of shit away, Bi-hyung will grab Kira Yuzuru by the collar to threaten him directly. That's the pill from that Yango shop woman, isn't it? It's a good medicine. But for some reason, it seems to work especially well for you, huh? He recalls how many times Choi Seo has used it. However, its effects have both advantages and disadvantages. It's been about 2 times, right? Bi-hyung warned you about the danger of that thing. The instant absorption of love energy exceeds the capacity of the love orb. If it keeps going like this after about 3 times, I really don't know what will happen next. His words left you a bit speechless. And you can't really predict what will happen in the end. Bi-hyung's grip tightened more and more, making her tremble. So let's just leave. I don't want you to use harmful things. Kira Yuzuru, even when held hostage by him, still tries to reassure Choi Seo. Don't listen to him. Despite being in danger herself, she still tries to speak her mind. Things like risking her life during a mission. I've been prepared for that for a long time. Kira Yuzuru's stubbornness clearly displeases him. She's really annoying. Bi-hyung squeezed harder. While he was still trying to speak, Bi-hyung's arm was already severed in 2. I already warned him. He was completely stunned. She was also quite surprised by this. He reacted quickly and turned around. Ro-young seizes the opportunity to tighten his fist and attack. He frowns and puts all his strength into the strike, but instead of using his left hand, Ju-yang uses his right hand to distract. While you were standing there in shock, an arm was placed on Choi Seo's shoulder.
Go glanced at him with a battered body. Stay here, you've done very well. Keep using your love power, and there's no more hope. At this moment, Choi Seo stammered in surprise. What? How did you get here? He didn't answer the question, and asked back instead. You're asking too much. Go looked at the pile of wreckage in front of him and responded, making him too afraid to ask about this mess. At this moment, Kirauzuru also managed to run over here. Seeing that she was safe and back, both of them finally felt relieved. Thank God. He calmly ordered, leave the rest to us. Over here, he's fighting fiercely with Bi Hyung. Ro Yang attacks, but he also dodges easily. Bai Hyung countered with a punch to his chin. That was terrible. Yuang also falls back instinctively, with great technique and speed, but not so much in strength. He firmly holds his sarcastic sword, so no matter how much he fights, it won't make any difference. Suddenly, Bi Hyung felt something. Although Ro Yang was bleeding, it was not serious, so he immediately used the demon-slaying technique of the Thu Tui sword. That's true, but unlike you, none of us were born with bodies blessed by the gods. At this moment, the blood in his body began to fluctuate, and Bi Hyung started to bleed from his eyes and mouth. Ro Yang pushed up his glasses casually, teasing, if I can't punch, I can play tricks too. He was stunned as he started coughing up blood, the family's ancestral exorcism technique transforming the shape and properties of water. Bi Hyung recalled the technique of the He family. The closer the water source is to the practitioner, the purer it is, and the purer the water source, the stronger the exorcism spell becomes, just like those who have used it before. Therefore, this technique is usually used on underground water or steam. But he trembled with a delighted laugh. Close combat isn't an effective technique. Could it be that they are really just using them directly on their own blood? Bai Hyung's blood was boiling to the point of steaming, his skin heating the blood. In theory, it was possible. But throughout the history of the H family, only a handful could actually do it. He watches as you demonstrate your power. Ro Wai raises his hand. Bi Hyung looks at him with anticipation, and Ro Wai strikes at him. Luckily, Bi Hyung dodged that attack. Are you shooting out water vapor? The effect is a bit weak compared to the quality of the components, isn't it? He responded to his question. After all, each race has its own strengths. Then Ro Yang quickly launched another attack, delivering 8 strikes at once. This blow caused a massive tremor. Go Hu then asked calmly, do you also know about the exorcism technique of the Hete clan? His story left you stunned after hearing it. It seems like Choi Seo also fought recently, right? You mean the Hete clan? You remember the person who previously used their abilities. It seems that the source of the demonic energy is somewhat similar. Choi Seo swallowed nervously, but the effectiveness was on an entirely different level. He silently recalled the previous battle. Even though both used water vapor, he could still see through and counter the other to compare. Gu continued speaking. Even though they are all monsters of the same species, their strength varies greatly. Innate magic, effort to master it, and the way they are taught. He has now gained the upper hand in every aspect. He is leading the He family. Bi Hyung still managed to stand firm and face Rang directly after what happened earlier. He looked at him with suspicion. Bleeding still had an effect, but he kept moving, and his recovery and adaptability were truly terrifying. Huh? What's wrong? I also have to get used to it. He raised 2 fingers as a request. I won't hold back. Seo was amazed to feel an immense power, but he remained very calm. Protect them both, and I'll rely on you for what's to come. Kira Yuzuru also felt that power. Rang clenched his fists tightly. He gathered all the water around here to this place. He's not only unafraid, but also amazed. Impressive. Are you collecting all the water around here? A water snake appears. Ro Yang doesn't hesitate and gives the order. Yimi kills him. She simply gives a signal. The snake also lunged forward to attack. Bi Hyung watched with an excited look in his eyes. Excellent, very good. Suddenly he sensed that the ground beneath his feet was different. The snake gets closer and closer, attacking and causing a huge tremor. She reflexively covers her face with her hand and closes her eyes. Kira Yuzuru slowly opened her eyes, and in front of her was him using his body to protect her, while Go created a shield with his power and exhaled a bit of cold air. The shield he created resembles a gem, and Joy's attack created a large hole in the ground. The scene shifts to Go's thoughts after seeing him use his power. He and Huyen Vu are both water-based monsters, but they almost cannot harmonize with each other. It's because the way they merge with water is opposite each other. He frowned thoughtfully. I don't have many options to combine water, so the results aren't very effective. Ro Wai is currently standing in front of that hole, gasping from exhaustion. An enemy can show all their strength in broad daylight, so it's best for us to team up. Go thought to himself and then removed his shield to ask Han,
But right now there are only 2 people left here. Is Yujang okay? He places his hand on his chest, trying to steady his breath. I'm fine. I just need to catch my breath a bit. I haven't exerted my full strength in a while. Ro Yang looked at the large hole he made with some hesitation. Unsure if it was effective, but it was still billowing smoke at this point. Choi Seo was so frightened by this scene that he froze in place. I think there are only 2 possibilities. He turned around and headed towards them. Either I have a high opinion of his abilities, or he has no intention of continuing the fight. Ro-Wai takes out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt, but it's most likely the second. Actually, that group wasn't really that impressive. Go probably can do even more than I did. He doesn't see it that way, but I don't think anyone could take that hit and walk away unscathed to fight me again. Suddenly he paused, seeing Ro Yang looking at him, and he looked confused. He raised his hand to use a water vapor technique, which quickly struck Choi Seo in the face. Kira Yuzuru quickly turned back in shock as she saw him being thrown away. While she questioned in confusion, Go simply watched everything silently. What are you doing? Kira Yuzuru, afraid Rang might hurt Seo, stepped in to stop him. He's on the same side, so why did you suddenly do that? He doesn't seem to care much, just calmly pushes up his glasses and reassures, Don't worry, I'm just doing what's necessary. Ro-Young looks at you unconscious and replies, I've brought her back to normal. But she still doesn't let her guard down. There's nothing threatening you two anymore. Ro-Young solemnly suggests, So from now on, please humans, stop interfering in the monster's affairs. The scene shifts to another location, now in a tall building, where I sit quietly, exhausted in a corner, holding a glass of water and watching her. This guy is also a bodybuilder like me. Is it because of a different species? It's a bit different from what I imagined. Suddenly, she opened her mouth eagerly, looking quite tempting from this angle, and he stepped in from behind to stop her. Don't fight it. Even though the future can't be predicted, for now just get along. Bi-hyung, shirtless with a bit of dirt on his body, approached and suggested, It's not a bad idea for us to be intimate, but if anything happens, I hope you both can develop further. All right then, he said casually, but he didn't really care much. You're still alive. What happened? You're too ruthless. I'm not that easy to kill. Bi-hyung happily recalls the little surprise from earlier. That guy, he has a perfect understanding of my techniques. My weakness is my reliance on the ground. In other words, if the ground I stand on is unstable, it won't work. So before draining water from the ground, he manipulated the terrain as much as possible to prevent me from using the earth to dissipate the force. After listening, she quietly thought, I will remember when I devour you. Do you want to try? He trembled, hoping for a rematch. Facing someone even the strongest humans cannot defeat against a 1,000-year-old family. I really want to. I want to taste it thoroughly from top to bottom. With a rather indifferent attitude, not caring much. I don't quite understand. But your hunger and mine are different, right? But in the end, it was defeated. Bi-hyung smirked and replied, It's a lot, like forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden. His words make her furrow her brow in confusion. Now I only pay attention to the weather outside. It's starting to rain heavily. He raised his hand to the sky, feeling the rain. It seems there's no weather forecast today. But this rain feels so pleasant. And it's also the reason Bi-hyung recalls their earlier encounter and quietly feels lucky. Hyunmu and Hete, even if I fight them at the same time, I can't survive fighting them in the rain all day. He turned to look at her and calmly said, Even if I win, I am not the only one. Putting her into a battle like that is really dangerous. Should I fight too? At this moment, Bi-hyung also noticed that I had been sitting quietly in the corner all along. That's right, me too. Maybe they think like me. Even if they are them, there are still enemies they must avoid. He admits his fault, confident he can fix his mistakes, not bringing Choi Seo with him, and this is my fault. But it's okay. Time will answer everything. As for Choi Seo, he gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Choi Seo opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling, only then realizing something was different. It was Choi Seo's trembling hand struggling to move. My body hurts so much I can't move. I knew it would be bad, but I didn't expect it to hurt like this. Suddenly, he noticed a shadow right beside him, standing with one hand on his phone. The phone in Royoung's hand is ringing from an incoming call. Seeing Choi Seo wake up, he quickly explains, I received a call. Royoung answered the phone and held it to his ear, suddenly becoming obedient, bowing repeatedly as he responded to the person on the other end. Yes, Director. Yes, it's fine. It's nothing serious. Thank you for your concern. After finishing the call, Ro-Wai let out a sigh and said, I took the whole day off because of that pain. My boss was a bit too worried. He pulls out a chair and asks, How are you feeling? It's not too serious, but it might be a bit inconvenient. You shouldn't push yourself too hard, okay?
Royoung then remembered the mask you wore and asked, "Is that mask a sign of awakening?" "I don't quite remember, but it's not something you can keep up for long." He explained its function. Maybe it's a form of a temporary enhancement charm. The more you maintain it, the more magic power it consumes. Royoung mentioned his actions at that time, so I had no choice but to forcibly dispel the charm for you. He bowed his head, feeling full of guilt. Choiseo didn't respond, only trying with all his might to sit up. "Are you still surprised? Being pushed into this situation?" "I'm sorry," Royoung continued, "leaving you a bit stunned. Moreover, my younger brother Yuselm has tried to come to my place several times. He feels awkward when mentioning it. It's not in my nature to be malicious, but as the representative of the family in the human world, I sincerely apologize to you." You quickly calmed Yang down and returned to the main topic. "No need to apologize. That matter was settled smoothly. And by the way, what happened with that monster?" Choiseo was speaking when suddenly Mente, who had been silent all along, spoke up. "He claims to be a demon and says he possesses all kinds of demon magic, just like me. But I am the only remaining celestial spirit, and I used to think so too." Both of you are now looking at him. But unfortunately, that assumption is wrong. I apologize to you for this mistake. Let me explain. Mente slowly stroked his beard and revealed that he is Bi Hyung, the prince of the demon race who has existed on this peninsula for over 1,000 years, and he might actually be your ancestor. The scene shifts to the street outside as it's raining. The car's window rolls down as it catches the rain. No matter the world, rain is still the same. She seems quite disappointed, and Sunmi can only smile awkwardly beside her. Humans really are stubborn. I don't think anyone would go out in this weather. Do you really think so? At this moment, she also expressed her gratitude to Seohwa. But I've only been able to live until today, thanks to her. There are both supermarket employees and many other witnesses. I might not be able to handle it alone. Sun was grateful for her help earlier. Without her, things could have been much worse. Oh, Hua, I don't really mind. Thanks, Choi Seo. Helping her is better than going with that guy. Hearing that, she sighed in frustration. But unfortunately, I was supposed to support Seo, but only caused trouble for him. They stopped in front of a shop. At this moment, two girls are stepping outside. The girl with long hair is awkwardly smiling and comforting her friend. "You really want to talk to him, huh?" But suddenly asking for his number like that caught me off guard. Her words surprised Sun, but she kept her gaze steady without raising an eyebrow. The manager here is known to be strict and aloof, but many people still pay attention to him. The flower car watches their backs as they walk away, confused. What's going on? She quickly folds the umbrella happily, explaining, "Most customers come here to meet him, but funny thing is, he doesn't seem to realize it." As they fold the umbrella and go inside, he speaks up as soon as they step in. "Sorry, we are closing early today." "Go." You then looked more closely. "Oh, it's you two," Sunmi asked with a bit of curiosity. Meanwhile, she noticed another corner. "You're the one who called us here. It's still a long time until evening, and you're closing early." He turned around to complain and then told them to order. "It's very quiet today. There are only a few customers with the two of us." "What would you like to drink?" she asked excitedly, but Go remained indifferent and couldn't remember. Seo Hua still remained silent, watching in that direction. "Just like always. Let me go. I can't remember exactly. Just order according to the menu." Sonmi pouts in another corner, while Wan sits quietly eating ice cream. "What are you talking about? I've been here many times too." He suddenly felt the gaze staring at him. She turned to ask Siona, "Do you want something to drink?" "I'll pay. Do you want it to try?" Suddenly, W's challenging frown made her freeze stiffly. "What are you looking at? Do you want to die?" Sony's frantic shouts are coming from inside the shop. "Stay calm." She stepped forward to stand between them, trying to persuade them. "He's just a kid. Let it go this time." Ho-Ho's car smirked faintly. "This is the world of mortals, not the world of love." "And who is this kid wandering around here?" While she was still trying to mediate, he suddenly spoke up. "Huh?" Actually, the two of them know each other. A fox wants to disguise itself as a wolf. Wang, not afraid of death, stood up and challenged. "They say that when the forest lacks tigers, other animals will go wild, but it's actually the fox that causes trouble." This made her visibly uncomfortable. Even among monsters, there is such a thing as a natural enemy. In most cases, monsters are influenced by their animal origins. The rivalry between animals continues to influence them, even after they become spirits. And although the initial power dynamics between their natural enemies may shift after they transform, they still glare at each other with murderous intent as if they want to tear each other apart. The hostility still persists, affecting the next generation of monsters. Sun, confused by the tense atmosphere, quickly reassures herself that if this tension comes from their instincts, then there's no need to worry about this child. Somi didn't sigh, as if it wasn't his business, and he just ignored them. Even if he wanted to fight right here, I wouldn't bother to get involved. But at this point, Zohua still radiates a murderous aura threateningly. So, should I call the judge now or not? Why wouldn't I come back for you? I haven't had a single meal from the altar since I arrived in the human world. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly responded to the challenge. If you like, let's settle it. The murderous aura radiating from Wan Wei was no less intense than hers. But just as she was about to strike, a voice spoke up. I'm not a big fan of fox meat, but dealing with you won't take much time. You can't do that, young master. She also turned around at the sound to see what was happening. It's true, I can't take my eyes off you. Gonjiang stepped in, constantly sighing. The Judge of the Dead finally gave you a chance to enter the human world, but just on your first day here, causing trouble is not a good sign. Seeing her say that, he frowned, feeling dissatisfied. But this fox looked at me first and even said it would call the judge. So why isn't it working? Gonjiang steps forward to try to comfort and persuade WHW he. The young master is right. She embraces him and tries to persuade him. The girl you're talking to is the current leader of the most influential family in Korea. Young master, you don't belong to any family, so you shouldn't cause trouble. At this point, Gonjiang looked at Zohua. No matter what happens, in the end, it will still be your fault, of course. Her words left her stunned. That girl knew it all. She calmly responded to Gonjiang's words. Among all the pleas for life I've heard, this one sounds the most pitiful. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Destroying rare animals yourself isn't something to be proud of. Sun Mi let out a relieved breath after hearing her say that. Luckily, it's just a provocation between the two sides. If it's the carriage, then the other person seems right, if we let her cause trouble freely. Xiao Hua looked at the two people and continued. She must have attacked him brutally. Anyway, you two are an outdated pair. With her not-so-friendly attitude, they look very strange together. The woman taking care of it is actually an old witch. Xiao Hua bluntly criticizes her, but Gonrang just softly reassures him to avoid conflict. First, don't act superior or I'll pluck your feathers. I don't understand why she's taking care of you. But that ghost isn't good with children. Don't listen to her, okay? She turned to question Gu. So why do you and Somi want me to meet these people? Just say it. The smell here is too unpleasant. She also turned to ask about it. I'm also very curious. After hunting yesterday, we still wanted to rest a bit longer. Is there a problem? Seeing that everything has stabilized, he then begins to relay the information. As everyone knows, given the current chaotic situation, the higher-ups have issued a temporary permit. The monsters are not required to be authorized to enter the human world and eliminate intruders until they are no longer a threat. But the situation has changed. Go pointed to each person in turn. Xiao Hua Weng Wei Gonang, Go calmly informs them. The three of you are temporarily suspended from your abilities and are not allowed to stay in the human world due to lack of expertise. Both you and X-Hua are in a state of panic. What did Choi Seo do first again? Xiao Gonza silently looked at the other two people and listened to him continue speaking. I don't know why, but it seems this rule doesn't apply to Choi Seo. So Sun suddenly looks confused, thinking that Seo will have to return to the demon world alone. So that means he must have caused something really terrible. The woman standing nearby crossed her arms in agreement. He's not weak enough to be shattered every time like they say. Strength isn't the reason. If we consider only the monsters, that guy is already considered outstanding. But then the lotus flower also spoke out against it. But essentially, he is still human. No matter how much power he has, he remains prey. If left alone downstairs, he's sure to face death. The annoyed woman turns away and walks off. It's truly ridiculous. I will go talk to those old men. I will still train him in a sparring match and evaluate. Let me see what trouble he's causing. He sighed helplessly. You can do whatever you want, but listen to me first. Choi Seo is still here. Super. Hua paused for a moment when he heard that. Whether he would be sent back to the demon world or stay in the human world had not been decided, and everyone would have a new mission. He puts his hands in his pockets and gives a new mission. Choi Seo must be protected from humans. The scene shifts to the hospital where Seo is staying. Choi Seo, doubtful about life, asks again. That guy is my ancestor. I break out in a sweat just thinking about him. I didn't see him the first time I saw him. Could it be that he knew everything from the beginning? Can a demon live that long? Mente narrowed her eyes and made a judgment. If my guess is correct, that demon has been gone for about 500 years. Choi Seo found it hard to believe. Actually, at first he introduced himself as Bi He Young, but living for 500 years, that's quite a long time. Ro Young explained with a serious look. No, it's a bit more complicated. In theory, a soul can last longer than a human, but on average only about 500 years. But in reality, to live longer, all you need is spiritual energy. When a monster absorbs spiritual energy, its lifespan also increases accordingly. That monster can maintain a youthful appearance and live up to 1,000 years. His words left you stunned. 1,000 years is really accurate. Ro-Wai confidently states that he could have lived up to 1,500 years. He remembered that during the attack he couldn't completely defeat Bi Hyung, and even with experience, I couldn't inflict significant damage, let alone chase him away. Ro-Wai frowned in regret. My technique is still too weak, not as powerful as what everyone used to showcase. Hearing that, he comforted him. The only young people who can match him in this area are probably Sua and Will. Even if he's a demon with his old and weak body, he can't face you. Mente returned to the main topic.
Right now, you need to know this. All the Utin have completely disappeared since 666 years ago.
Since the time of the previous judge, he has been telling them about that year. 1,000 years ago, the unicorn race was divided into two factions. After one side was defeated, the remaining side completely concealed themselves from the world. But the victorious side also suffered heavy losses. They gradually died out, and by 666 years ago, only one remained. That demon is named B. He only lived until the latter half of 666 years ago, then died from his remaining wounds. Since then, demons are believed to be extinct. You sit still, listening intently as Meng Te tells the story. The monk believes you are a descendant of B. Although called the last demon, he only died 100 years after being given that title. Listening to what he told Seo, he found it hard to believe and had no clues about his exact ancestor. But based on Banjo's short lifespan, we are certain that you are a descendant of Bon. Meng Tai recalled his face from 1,000 years ago, but a family that had almost been wiped out 1,000 years ago suddenly reappeared with almost unchanged appearance and strength. You will try to digest all the information just now. So that means there is a possibility that Bai Hai Wai is actually my ancestor. Exactly. Whether that elf is truly Bi Hyun or how it managed to maintain its appearance all this time, it is indeed a powerful being, capable of quietly hiding its presence until today. So, you started questioning Seo in return. Even if your bloodline isn't pure, why did your lineage choose to appear right now? I need the most precise answer possible. Your parents? Is your mother really human? The scene shifts to another location. Seo's mother enters and calls out, "I'm home, at an elementary school, sorry." She kept bowing and apologizing next to him with a wound on his face. "I am very sorry, miss. Besides this being all my fault, I don't know what else to say." The teacher also looked confused and reassured them. "Are those kids badly hurt? And what about their parents?" "Oh no, it's not that serious, sister. Choi Seo is only in 3rd grade now. She's not bullying those little kids." Furthermore, the 5th grade student was the one who initiated it. According to the teacher's account, it seems Seo wanted to take back the ball from the 5th graders. Seo saw it happen and told them to give it back. Then a conflict occurred. She gently comforted Choi Seo's mother. Luckily, the kids only got minor bruises from the shove. This was caused by older students bullying the younger ones, so even their parents couldn't do anything. She immediately bowed her head, as if she had shed her feelings of guilt. "If anything else happens, I will inform you." "Thank you, ma'am." The boy and his mother step outside, and she feels guilty for misunderstanding Choi. Seo softly asked, "Seo, are you really angry with me?" He frowned slightly, responding with some discomfort. "It's not your fault, Seo." Mom gently smiles and teaches. Mom also doesn't think that Seo did wrong, or that hurting others is wrong, but she also knows there are cases where you have no other choice. But still, Seo sat down beside her and faced him, hoping that he would not have to hurt others or fight with anyone. This statement made Seo freeze for a moment. Looking back now, I think that from that moment on, I already had a feeling about what my mother was telling me. Seo's mother reached out her hand, hesitating as she asked, "Can you promise me?" It's not like other parents who forbid violence. He also obediently raised his hand and nodded, promising yes, and the two of them linked their pinkies in a gesture closer to an agreement. She then hugged Choi Seo into her arms, not knowing why his mother asked for that. He silently looked at his mother and quietly remembered. Although I didn't understand the reason, I could sense that my mother's request was very important. And she deeply felt her son in her heart, so after that she never used violence again, at least until I became a monster. Returning to the present, Choi Seo got out of bed and continued, "My father was a wrestler. He met my mother at 24, married her, and had me right away. I heard he died from an illness not long after I was born." He stood up and put his clothes back on, given his impressive athletic achievements. "I think I inherited his sharpness." As for my mother, Seo remembered his mother and confirmed that her job was evaluating ancient artworks, ceramics, paintings, and so on. Sometimes she also acted as a broker for buying and selling.
My mother was just an ordinary person with no connection to this world at all. You tried to prove it, but he didn't believe it.
If that's not the case, then why did I only find out a few days ago that I am a monster? Maybe she deliberately didn't tell you.
Choi Seo was stunned to hear this. I know it might feel strange to hear such things, but if you compare yourself now to just a few days ago, your very nature has changed completely, like night and day. Mente recalls the first time he met you. A few days before I met you, you were almost indistinguishable from a human, like a monster. That time, I simply told the only fairy about the obligation to attend the festival. I never expected you to grow up. After hearing what he said, Choi Seo could only helplessly smile. But I am not as useless as you think. Is the story too hard to listen to? Mente doesn't care about your expression and just remains silent. That's right. You've grown a lot these past few days. And even considering the natural combat talent of elves, you still stand out far beyond the norm, he said with a serious face, expressing his doubts, which is why I can't help but suspect that your mother might not even know if you're truly a half-elf, or if you're just a tool planned and raised in case Bi Hyung interferes with the festival. What are you talking about?
Of course, that possibility is very low.
Menti, despite being very confused, continued saying, even if Bi Hyung is involved with you, I know that at least you are innocent. Seeing Seo look stunned, Choi Seo couldn't help but speak up. So why is that? The thing is, we just think that way.
To be precise, Yang took out his phone, revealing that humans are aware of the existence of demons. The sorcerers believe he is a dangerous individual connected to Ba Hyung.
Every word he said made me pause. Today has already been overwhelming with the nationwide mass disappearances. Yuang recalled the disappearance at the apartment building. Most residents in suburban apartment buildings went missing around noon today, according to police confirmation. Last night, there was news that some residents didn't return home and the police received reports. He handed Choi Seo the phone. 2 similar cases have occurred elsewhere in Seoul, along with the incidents in Incheon and Busa. This news has been published in the newspapers, so public opinion online is currently quite unsettled. Roy frowns and recounts everything from last night's crackdown. This was something we had prepared for 2 weeks in advance with the sorcerers. Coordinate and share patrol areas between both sides, as well as the personnel each side will send. The sorcerers also request that the country's leaders cooperate with our operations. They can endure a single night of chaos and cooperate to hide the aftermath if we try to wipe out most of the monsters in this country. You scroll through the news and it's just as he said. But in less than a day, this had to happen again. Seo read the comments and was utterly confused. Royoung continued. It's not just last night that the concern over the disappearances throughout the month has been spreading. He stroked his beard as he added, it's a bit of a headache for us, but from the wizard's perspective, they have to use energy to compensate for their lack of ability. After hearing Mengte, he sighed and said, it's fortunate that today no humans were involved or killed in this mess, but the outcome was still witnessed by quite a few people. Honestly, I also bear some responsibility for this. He suddenly said something that made him stop. Using that excuse, the mages are demanding new members, probably planning to blame the monsters for causing a fight in broad daylight. Choi Seo bowed his head to admit fault. Yes, it's true that it's my mistake. The acting alone without a permission is correct, but that is something monsters are supposed to handle internally. Mente frowned, feeling that you were not at fault. Yes, you acted against the order of the judge, but your opponent is a demon who has killed countless people and trampled on the law. You haven't used your powers to kill any humans, and your demon form isn't directly revealed to ordinary people. Even if you must be punished, it should be my decision as the judge of monsters. Sosi's request isn't for punishment, but for handing you over, which clearly infringes on my authority. Seo heard that he would be protected and breathed a sigh of relief. They are trying to force you to give yourself up, but there's no need to worry too much.
Suddenly, Mite mentioning your mother, so I will definitely protect you and your mother.
Choi Seo hesitantly asked with suspicion. My mother. That's right, because it seems the mages are aware of Bi Hyung's existence. It seems they are quite certain that your family is involved with Bi Hyung, which is already beyond your calmness. If they talk about the woman who raised you until now, the mages probably already think she is guilty. He finished speaking and prepared to stop Choi Seo, but he was caught off guard as she remained unresponsive. In front of him was the window. Choi Seo quickly pushed past the two of them and ran toward it. But before you could get there, you sensed that something was wrong. Mente reached out with his power to keep Choi Seo in place.
He tried to reassure him, saying, I understand how you feel, but he was immediately restrained and pinned to the floor.
But I can't let you go to her place. That's what the mages want. Choi Seo, with a reluctant look, told me not to worry because I had already sent someone to protect your mother, and that it would be best for you to stay here. Under Duong's protection, Ro Yang also spoke up. trying to soothe your emotions. Seo, just follow what the judge said. Given your current health condition, if a conflict with the sorcerers occurs, no one knows what might happen. He hadn't finished speaking when Choi Seo trembled and tried to stand up. So it's all my fault. He tried to stand firm and break free, apologizing and asking for permission. I ran over without even warning anyone, making everything worse. That's all my fault. I'm ready to accept the punishment for that. The two of them have just been watching in silence, but I was so stupid I didn't think of this. I never even considered that my actions might affect someone else. And above all, I never thought it would be my mother. I'm truly sorry. Seo's eyes welled up with tears as she resolutely turned to leave. But I have no other choice. If something happens to my mother because of my actions, I won't be able to forgive myself. Then he started to tense his muscles. Outside, the rain was pouring non-stop. Thanks to Choi Seo's effort, he gradually tore free from what had been binding him all along. He unleashed his strength to break free. This scene makes the old man stay put. Can he tear through it just with his strength? You turn to leave, but don't forget to look back and make a promise. Until I see my mother safe with my own eyes, I will come back and accept any punishment. I'm truly sorry. After saying that, Choi Seo quickly jumps out of the window, shattering it into pieces. He leaves, leaving the two others in silence. Then Mente finally spoke up to question him. Why are you just standing there and watching like that? Royoung looked away, avoiding eye contact. Don't tell me you're so pathetic you can't even react. He has a really bad excuse now. Lately, I haven't had a single drop of water to use. He flatly dismissed that lie, making Royoung feel a bit embarrassed. In this weather? Even now, Mente is helpless, closing his eyes and opening them. With your naive nature. That's why you lost to your sister. But I also don't understand why. But your people's nature is that the stronger and softer a person is, the more genuine their heart becomes. When Seo's mother arrived at her place, she heard a noise outside and looked at the door with some suspicion. Who is that? Suddenly, Shuohua appeared from behind and hypnotized her. Why? Don't move, just stand still. Seo's mother was immediately immobilized by her power. Seo-hwa snorted coldly in annoyance as she heard the constant knocking outside. Sony, you're right. I probably shouldn't underestimate humans. She frowned, knowing full well they could be so troublesome that she might want to kill them. Yusin broke through the door and rushed in, immediately on guard when she saw Hoa. She said, I don't know how many of you got in, but that doesn't matter. Just stomp on anyone you see. The two of them exchanged deadly glares, threatening each other. If you don't want to die, kneel down first. Seo-hwa used a unique magic, a deep and illusory spell, to control the mind and force immediate submission. It transmits power through its voice, causing confusion in the senses and consciousness of the listener. Yusin, caught in her magic, froze and couldn't move. Super Hoa silently wondered if he hesitated to draw his sword because he was worried that Choi Seo's mother would be caught in the crossfire. She let out a soft sigh and said, You can go in now, it's not a big deal. Sun stepped out hesitantly and asked, Is that Seo's mother? Thank God, I was really worried. Luckily, we didn't arrive too late. Seo-hwa looked at Yusin, who was now bowing his head and kneeling at the door, and softly replied, I'm not sure about his level. I think if we're late, it wouldn't be a big problem, Sunmi said unhappily. Again, I told you we should avoid confrontation as much as possible. That's why I ultimately didn't fight and protected her safely. You said that shrinking space puts great pressure on a normal body, so how did you manage to get her out of here? Suddenly she sensed that something was wrong and frowned cautiously. Sunmi also felt it and widened her eyes in shock. There is a mysterious blue energy surrounding these high-rise apartment buildings. For those born after the last great festival, the overwhelming feeling in this situation is something they've never experienced before. Sunmi turned pale and spoke with a frightened voice. However, instinctively, the two demons understood what was happening around them. The fairy couldn't control her trembling hand. She furrowed her brow and softly said, So it seems the idea of avoiding confrontation only comes from our side. She seems to realize where this pressure is coming from. That barrier isn't a spell that can be cast instantly. They were prepared from the very beginning. Xie-hua-hua wondered in confusion, Wait a minute, why did they send someone ahead? Yuan is now slowly getting up, his whole body enveloped in an incredibly powerful aura. Seo-oh-hua sensed that aura and was startled, turning back quickly and wondering to herself, is he handling this whispering illusion on his own? She quickly pressed her fingertip to herself to stay alert. But suddenly, a loud noise echoed throughout the room. Yusin's sword was now lying broken on the floor. I have no intention of fighting. The person you are holding is my friend's mother, and I came here to prevent her from being taken away.
Sun looked at Shin with surprise and said, Anze Ohua, suspiciously asking, a familiar face. Are you really a friend of Choi Siu? Sun then explained, Oh, yes. Last night when she was away, did that person take care of Choi Siu? Yusin got straight to the point, running out of time. She might have sensed it, but there is a barrier surrounding this apartment complex, and as long as it remains active, she cannot leave. She continued, Luckily we can still pass through the barrier from the inside. Ohua's vehicle questioned suspiciously, Aside from whether you can go out or not, why do you act as if it's obvious and ramble on like that? Yushin asked confused. Huh? I understand you're Choi Sio's friend, but first of all, you're a wizard, right? Super Hoa calmly said, Choi Sio 2 days ago and today are different beings, and this is especially true for you mages. Are you willing to abandon the foundation you've built for this friendship? I'm not stupid enough to believe that without any questions. What if this is a strategy to lower our guard and set a trap for us? Getting involved in this conversation is already dangerous enough. Yu thought for a moment and then replied in a deep voice, I understand. His hand starts to move. Ex-Hoa frowns cautiously, secretly thinking that it will turn out just like she expected. Yusin, despite the pain, is trying to seal important points on his body with his own hands. Sunmi and Hoa are stunned to see this scene. Yusin, panting heavily, said exhaustedly that even with blood flowing through the meridians to the dantian, the energy flow was temporarily blocked by the divine seal. He wiped the sweat from his face and calmly continued, Now my exam is no different from that of an ordinary person. If you create an illusion again, you will be able to see everything that is in my mind. Super Ohoa was stunned and asked, Do you know what that means? It might not just end with looking into your mind. I could also manipulate you like a puppet until you die. Yu replied with effort. I can't say that doesn't matter, but at least it might help you escape. He whispered softly, if possible. Then everything wouldn't be a problem. Xehohua asked confusedly, Why do you have to go that far? What exactly is your relationship with Choi Sio? Yu forced a smile and replied, I just told you everything. We are just friends, that's all. At this point, Xehohua finally relaxed her guard. She let out a faint breath and said in a low voice, I don't know if you're stupid or if Choi Sio has a good personality. Maybe both. Sonmi ran out to support the exhausted Yin and said, Whatever. Sio Ho Hua spoke coldly. Let's see how impressive your unarmed warrior skills really are. At the same time, in another part of the city, few pedestrians are passing by. Super panting, he looked at the scene ahead, even forgetting the fin spreading through his body. He charged straight ahead, but what made his legs stop for a moment was an incredibly strong instinct. Sio thought to himself, it's no wonder when seen with the naked eye. However, if I take a few more steps forward from here, suddenly a voice rings out right in front of you. Are you Choi Sio? You're smaller than I thought, but you don't look like a half-demon at all. However, when I saw you stop at that precarious spot, my instincts kicked in. And anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Jia Huang. He introduced himself as the third in command of Tian Yai, with 15 years of training in reading and one-on-one combat. Sio frowned upon hearing this and thought to himself, Tian Na, you secretly guessed that I heard it's an organization directly linked to the Yusin family. So could this be that guy Yang, a relative of Yusin? Zhuang spoke confidently, I've introduced myself, so let's get straight to the point. Surrender now and don't make unnecessary noise. He said calmly, You must have a rough idea of the situation by now, right? This area has been surrounded by protective barriers. My colleagues can now keep your mother safe. Jia Kuang stepped closer to Sio and said, I'm not sure you understand the concept of filial piety, but if you try to escape, your mother will suffer. In fact, all the mages in the country are planning to capture you, so it's only a matter of time before you get caught. Seeing that, Sio thought to himself that fighting was unavoidable. But suddenly, a masked girl jumped up to kick him, and Chu, sensing something, turned around just in time to see him get hit squarely in the face. The masked girl with a strange face stared at Sio fiercely, while he struggled to dodge her deadly moves. In an instant, she forcefully knocked him far away with incredible strength. Sio's eyes suddenly widened in amazement as he quickly grabbed his leg to stop himself from drifting further away. That looks like a trap. You see, once the prey steps in, they are definitely caught. But the challenge is to make them step in and then come back from the beginning. He smugly asked, Of course you can't leave now, right? Jia Kuang began to move his joints with an excited tone. No change in the options. Choose one of the two options I mentioned earlier. Either silently surrender or fight. Run away and face this dire situation until the very last moment. Sio didn't respond, but his defensive stance was the answer itself. The next moment, a dizzying sensation hit his tense nerves. The voice of the X-Flower echoes, kneeling down. A brief word that can't be heard from over 100 meters away. But the terrifying power hidden in that voice is all too familiar to him. The boy immediately acted, and Seo vanished from Ja's sight in an instant. He sped forward, running while secretly thinking that this was clearly the power of X-Hua, not other monsters. At least for now, X-Flower must be inside this barrier, although I can't be sure based on the direction of the power I sense from my house. Xiu thought that what he should do is not go home to see his mother right away, but instead move somewhere else. He guessed he might be surrounded, or perhaps protected, and that his mother definitely hadn't been captured yet. I don't know the exact situation, but X-Hoa is probably with my mother right now. Xiu analyzed carefully. Even if they suspect and target my mother, the first thing they want to capture is still me. He silently plans to cause as much chaos away from home as possible. Even just that could give Xiu Hua a chance to escape. As Xiu runs, he suddenly notices something approaching very close to him. Jia Kuang decisively straightened his leg to kick at Xiu, but he dodged quickly. He smiled slyly and said, "Good reaction." He then dropped to the ground. Jia Kuang began to engage in a fistfight with Xiu. He struggled to block his attack and silently thought to himself to be quick and strong. In every aspect, he was 1 or 2 levels above Yusin. Last time, Yusin reviewed his situation, but even after reviewing, there was something more. Jia Kuang threw a powerful punch at Xiu. You raise your hand to shield yourself, surprised and wondering, so that's how it is? He looks a bit surprised and softly says, "Wow, that's unexpected. I've trained martial arts to some extent." Xiu silently thought this wasn't a one-on-one fight from the start. He looked at the mysterious masked girl and pondered, I don't know what kind of magic that is. From the energy emanating, I can feel their side is much stronger than mine, and that energy is gradually being amplified by the other person. Xiu suddenly spoke up. I know it sounds strange in this situation, but I don't want to fight here. Who knows how many people might witness this scene in the apartment complex in the late afternoon? Jia Kuang said mockingly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think we set up this barrier just to catch you? Ordinary people without energy cannot see inside the barrier. If they enter, they will faint immediately. Everyone inside the barrier will fall into a deep sleep, and it might take a long time for them to wake up after it is broken." He seems to have figured out Xiu's plan. Well, that's not exactly a reasonable reason, though it's quite funny. Guang clenched his fist and rushed forward, saying through gritted teeth, "That's why I told you to quietly surrender." He punched Xiu hard, but the boy didn't move at all. I see now, there's no need to worry anymore. Xiu gripped Jiawang's shirt tightly, causing him to grit his teeth anxiously. His eyes at that moment shone with a terrifying purple hue. Xiu uses the ultimate move, Crushing Spirit, summoning a massive lightning storm to strike Jia Kuang, while the guardian remained still, watching intently. Xiu coldly said, "Slow down at the last moment. It's not because I underestimate you, but because I don't want to kill someone with my own hands." Jia Kuang turned pale, trembling with fear. He warned, "I'm not saying this means I'll stop the fight, but I will definitely warn you this time." Xiu added, "I will try my best, so maybe I can't control my strength." Guang, hearing that, clenched his teeth in anger. He sped up and rushed toward him like a tornado, then jumped high and delivered a powerful kick straight to Xiu's face. But his body didn't move at all. His feet remained in their original position, while Zhuang's legs only brushed Ju's face and couldn't land a hit. He went crazy and started hitting him repeatedly. Jia Kuang, now exhausted and frustrated, thought to himself, is there really no way? It's not just about skill and flexibility anymore, it's like hitting a giant wall. Before he could think further, Xiu decisively punched Jia hard in the face. He was immediately thrown far away, with a huge shockwave causing dust and smoke to rise thickly around him. Xiu glanced cautiously behind him. You observed the healer girl and secretly thought you were expecting some kind of coordinated attack, but she didn't move at all. Maybe she's not suited for direct combat after all. Xiu warns firmly, and that warning also applies to you. I don't want to get involved in unnecessary fights, but if I have to, I won't hesitate. The guardian immediately tensed up and assumed a defensive stance. Jia Kuang struggled to sit up, angrily asking, "What are you doing?" "I told you I would handle it myself. What point are you trying to prove? Your limit is only that much." The guardian remained silent. He advised her to stay back and fight from a distance. Jia Kuang's face was now battered and bruised. "Are you saying you can't understand a single word I'm saying? Or are you deliberately pretending not to understand, even though you do, just to make me angry? Damn it, show off whatever you're good at, even if it's just a little, you damn dog." A fierce roar echoed among the enemies. Xiu was surprised and turned to look at him. He started using teleportation magic because Xiu couldn't understand the reason, but what he should prioritize was clear. He rushes quickly towards the sorceress girl. She immediately pulls out 3 talismans. Seeing that, Sio whispered to himself. Clearly, she is in good condition and possesses a stronger source of energy, even though he didn't know what she was trying to do. He clenched his fist tightly and resolved to defeat her as quickly as possible without causing harm. The guardian began chanting and burning the 3 talismans to suppress and eliminate the evil spirits. In just a moment, the talismans disintegrated into dust. The royal family issued a death order. In that instant, Sio's entire body was bound tightly by chains, preventing him from approaching her. He seemed to realize this and froze in place. Suddenly, a powerful force from above crashes down on Sio, and a fist immediately strikes directly at the face of the guardian. Seeing that, she just let out a slight and Sio charged out of the smoke, delivering a powerful punch to the guardian. She seemed unscathed and calmly spoke. Although I used 3 talismans, exorcism and banishing evil spirits probably have no effect. The only thing that seems effective is the guardian beast. It appears that exorcism spells don't work on demons. Your fist is now blocked by a barrier just inches from the priest's face. She calmly continued. It seems that exorcising demons is ineffective. Suddenly, a red horn sprouted on Sio's forehead, emanating dark energy. You quickly raise your hand to summon dark spiritual energy around you. A sharp weapon has appeared in your hand. I silently think to myself that my punch missed its target, and something feels off, as if I hit something but got no response. I wasn't pushed back by my own attack. Rather, she jumped back on her own. Sio watched her movements carefully and guessed that if something was surrounding her body to block the impact, it must have its limits. The guardian begins casting a spell, muttering an incantation. The blue sword is the verdict, and the bones are the blood of the guilty. I look up and pray to the Holy Spirit. Sio watches her with confusion, wondering whether this is a ritual maintained for a specific period or has a limit on the number of attacks it can block or the level of impact it can withstand. It could also be a ritual that only specific types of attacks can effectively block. A horrifying voice echoes. Put your hands down. Instinctively, he obeyed and gradually lowered his weapon. The scene shifts to Sio's apartment, and Yushin calmly states that 5 mages have been sent here, excluding me. Among them, 3 are Dumu and the other 2 are Yangmu. The 5 of them are forming a multi-directional formation around this apartment complex. He analyzes it thoroughly. Initially, a barrier would have a main pillar or guardian set up on the periphery as the axis. But currently the barrier surrounding this place is a bit special, as the mages themselves act as the axis. Sio Hua asked directly, so there's no need to complicate things. The answer is to defeat them to break the barrier, right? It doesn't have to be all of them. Usually destroying about half a dozen will cause it to collapse immediately. Yuan quietly replied, This isn't as simple as that. Yes, I understand that you are recognized for your skills. Sun was sitting on a bench watching over Sio's mother, but he was still attentively listening to their conversation. He continued, But no matter how strong she is, if she's not a monster over 666 years old, she probably wouldn't be able to fight them off. Our strength is completely different from yours. Yu explained, most of the martial arts and magic we practice are designed to destroy monsters. If her inner conflict is just a test of pure strength between equals, he worries aloud, but fighting against the sorcerers is like stepping into traps designed specifically for her. The issue isn't strength or superiority, it's about adaptability. And I already said that 3 MU points are being sent here. Mu points are a rank that only a few sorcerers can achieve. They are capable of facing monsters of spirit level, he thought for a moment, and then softly said, however, since the battle is unavoidable. Therefore, I suggest that each person should take on only one of them. As you mentioned, defeating about 2 mages is necessary to break the barrier. Quickly devising a detailed plan, I will handle one of them. And as soon as I do that, you should chase after the other one almost simultaneously, breaking the barrier quickly before they realize an escape with his mother. Fortunately, I know how to deploy and the abilities of each member. Xhua hesitated and replied, Well, that's fine then. But she hesitated and asked, Aren't you unable to use your energy right now? You previously said you proved it by sealing your dantian with your hands. Hearing that, Yui froze, unsure how to respond. Sony suddenly spoke up, saying there was no other choice, but it would be very difficult to defeat at least 2 people in a place like this. She worriedly said, Even if everyone is unconscious, it will be hard to prevent humans from getting hurt. Super Ho-Hua sighed with a frustrated breath and said, I don't know. It seems we're not the only ones who need to worry about that. She looked at Yusin, who was exhausted and leaning his head against the door, then spoke calmly. After all, your mission is to protect ordinary people, and you won't be able to fight if humans are involved. No, that's not it. I mean, they are haunted by more than you think. Even if there are casualties inside this apartment, they will definitely cover it up somehow. What? Why does it take so long just to catch Seo? He softly replied, It's not about Seo. It's about pride. And maybe the power they will hold in 6 months. Yushin turned back and said with a hint of meaning, In the past 666 years, not only have you been waiting for the Night of the Monsters, but the mages have as well. Sunmi asked, confused. I just can't understand. Is that the greatest era of humanity in hundreds of years, because they had nights without monsters? He quickly replied, Yes, Yusin explained. Because they escaped the monsters, their civilization advanced much more than thousands or tens of thousands of years ago. Literally, it can be considered the dawn of humanity. He hesitated before continuing, more precisely, the pinnacle of most of humanity. Yusin said in a deep voice, On nights without monsters, it was the ordinary people who developed everything through their hard work. The culture and technology they built brought prosperity and development. The boy spoke sadly, for the existence of the wizard was completely buried in darkness. As a guardian of civilization, protecting humanity has been corrupted by outdated and useless superstitions of the era. Yushin bows his head with a heart full of sorrow, shame, and inferiority. The issues of self-esteem, pride, and psychological compensation are attitudes most of them share. He sneered softly and said, Maybe in 6 months, when the sun sets and people's screams start to erupt, that will be the moment they laugh. Yu then continued in a low voice, saying, That was the moment they transformed from superstitious relics into world rulers. He spoke indifferently. Today's event isn't important based on the number of casualties, so they are trying to catch the villain at all costs. In this way, they will soon be able to rule what they need to, no longer doubting their ability and authority. Sun Mai was very surprised and softly said, Oh, but that means they really don't care about it. Seho Hua coldly continued, Dad, the conclusion is that they don't care whether the people here get hurt or not. That's enough. Suddenly, from afar, a tremendous surge of power erupted fiercely. Seho Hua sensed something was wrong and shouted, What is that? Yusin seemed to recognize the power and wondered to himself, It's Jia Wang. He thought in amazement. Could he be summoning the White Society? But why? At the same time, where Seo was fighting, the Guardian quickly responded and safely landed on the ground. Overall, there are 2 types of abilities used by mages on the Korean peninsula. The first is scripture reading. This involves memorizing sacred texts to draw out the divine power contained in the characters. This allows for the harnessing of immense energy and the immediate use of various techniques suited to each situation. Most mages use this ability. The second is the divine realm. Among mages, those born with Bech Hao points are very sensitive and are called talents. They are known as those bestowed with divine power. Through the Bech Hao energy, they use their bodies as vessels to sense the presence of otherworldly beings. Seo seems to sense something strange about Jiaguang and turns to look at him. He is now using all his remaining strength to perform the divine sword dance, possibly the embodiment of the gods on this world. The fear of facing a god for the first time in his life. Seo looked at the scene before him with a stunned expression. At that moment, something inside the boy's body reacted to that energy. At this moment, Seo has to face a creature from the other world. Moreover, if it's the first time encountering such an entity, whether it's a demon or a human, panic in this desperate situation is only natural. His eyes suddenly grew deep and unreadable. However, regardless of that, Seo tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and struck it with all his strength. The boy chose to attack instead of retreating, but he remained unfazed and completely unconcerned, which left him puzzled. No core? After Seo's attack, that guy changed his way of fighting. He tenses up, concentrates his power, and completes the fusion. His arms are stiff, muscles bulging. Soon after, he swung his hand to create 2 streams of energy rushing forward. Seeing this, Seo quickly jumped up to avoid them. Although he managed to dodge, that tremendous power was still enough to make him slide backward. But he didn't care about that and calmly used one hand to gather his energy back. Seeing this, Seo was extremely amazed. Suddenly, countless beams of light appeared around him, crossing over each other. They like sharp swords rushing straight ahead, forcing Seo to hurriedly dodge, but unfortunately he accidentally got cut by them, bleeding from his face and shoulder. Still, Seo kept fighting back to avoid the attack, his face showing clear panic. Why is it like that? At the same time, a guardian stood aside silently observing everything. She thought to herself, with that speed and movement, a person could easily dodge the divine sword Vu's attacks. But still, she chose to maintain an unfavorable position and only defend against attacks from one direction. Then the monk was startled. Impossible. Below, Seo kept trying to attack and defend at the same time. Then he frowned and stared intently at the other guy. Throughout the battle, traces of magic continuously appeared and scattered everywhere. Then, both of them charged directly at each other. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes through the space. The ground begins to crack open. Seo fights desperately to hold on, while he relentlessly presses forward with a murderous glare and overwhelming power. And then the energy he used to defend suddenly shattered, giving the other person the chance to keep attacking. Seo couldn't dodge in time, so in the blink of an eye, both his arms were cut off, but the attacker didn't stop and frowned as he pressed forward. He kept launching relentless attacks that left him no chance to dodge. In the end, he collapsed on the ground as the dust quickly dispersed. At that moment, the Guardian stepped forward and he asked, "Is that person cautious?" She respectfully replied, "Yes, sir." Then he continued to emit a heavy sound. "Why did you confront this guy?" Upon hearing that, the Guardian replied, "He is a half-demon and half-goblin hybrid who committed the crime of causing chaos in the human world by spilling countless lives." She then slightly bowed her head to apologize. "I apologize for hastily summoning you and for not being fully prepared, sir." He warned in a stern voice, "You should speak carefully." Then the person called the steward turned around, glaring at the priest and questioning him. "Does this guy really have a crime, or are you just twisting false accusations against him?" "Remember what just happened?" He continued. "If you have eyes, you should see clearly." Even though it was an attack that could be easily avoided, he still chose to take it. He thought maybe he was afraid of affecting the people living here. Even with his life in danger, his focus remained solely on what's behind him. "Stop here." His voice gradually turned cold. Even if he claimed that the demon blood ran in her veins, I don't believe she truly broke the rules and harmed others. Maybe it's just a biased accusation based on your own knowledge and needs. Then he spoke with a doubtful tone. "If you are just an ordinary creature, I wouldn't have responded to your summoning from the start." But she simply replied quietly, "I am sorry." At this moment, Seo muttered a spell, almost standing at the brink of death with wounds all over his body lying miserably on the ground. The reason for Seo's catastrophic overload isn't just the fresh wounds he received, but also the enemies he fought continuously. But more than that, the problem lies in these things. For an ordinary demon, the Marion extract is like a premium supplement. Using too much is just wasteful and unlikely to cause any issues. However, Seo's body is sensitive to the Marion extract. Within just a few minutes, he absorbed 2 Marion extracts in succession. Seo exhausted all his remaining vitality. He was not strong enough to control that power, leading to his current state. Usually, wounds of that size would have healed 2 or 3 times, but he only recovered, except for his arm, which even regenerated incompletely. At this point, Seo tremblingly raised his right arm and snapped his fingers, causing a scroll of documents to appear in front of him. Hearing the noise, the steward suddenly turned his head in surprise and asked, "Are you still able to move?" Then he muttered to himself, "How pitiful. I don't know why, but if his body had been in better condition, he could have escaped already." Then he turned to ask the healer, "Didn't I tell you to cut off his breathing?" She nodded immediately. "Yes." Hearing that, his whole body erupted with murderous intent. "Fine. I also don't like the idea of cutting his trachea." Seo struggled to take out a potion. He thought to use it, hold it in his hand, and recite the command aloud, like a rule. If activated correctly, just throw it on the ground and it will break itself. Then the stored technique will be activated. Thinking that, Seo decisively crushed the vial. You know that the 3-colored gourd doesn't just store one of the 81 techniques. It will choose and activate the most suitable one for the current situation of the user. Then Seo looked back at that monster. But at this moment, the 3-colored gourd, after analyzing Seo's current situation, did not choose any technique, but simply provided the stored energy. At this moment, the Guardian also saw everything unfold. She recoiled in horror, realizing that the 3-colored gourd was no longer an ordinary item. Even Jacques Mu would need a whole year to produce that much quality energy. Though a bit cautious, she still looked down on Seo and thought, what could a monster do with it? Meanwhile, after smashing the gourd, a surge of magic suddenly enveloped him, and Seo's body gradually healed, returning to its original state. He stared in amazement at his hands as they quickly healed, then suddenly the other guy charged at him like a lightning bolt. Truly a rare sight, a demon capable of resisting and suppressing righteous energy. Soon after, he threw another punch forward, but luckily Seo reacted just in time, then shifted his focus to the side and gently dodged. Still, he kept attacking without stopping, throwing continuous punches at Seo. After many dodges, Seo gradually realizes that this power comes from the holo Yusin gave him. Now Min understands, but what is this feeling? He felt something unusual inside him, as if a new energy core had formed in his lower abdomen. Since Seo already had 2 energy nodes in his lower abdomen, but both remained dormant for 17 years without being touched,
One of those energy nodes awakened a few days ago, thanks to his own awakening. And the other energy node also just awakened as he faced Kang Xin. The emptiness was filled with the three-colored gourd. The battle continues. At a glance, it seems like the so-called chief steward has the upper hand. Besides defending, Xiao has no way to fight back and kneels down, covering his face with his hands. He silently thought that this energy, in terms of form and effect, was not much different from magic energy. Or rather, because it was the same type of energy, blocking attacks was more effective. But then, Xiao focused his mind, and a wave of power enveloped his entire body. I can't use the magic spear at all, and my shock absorption ability feels like I've lost a screw. It's because of different types of energy. Thinking of this, he saw the other one continue to charge forward. He knew clearly that the Trident Elf could only be used with Zhou's energy. It was incompatible with the current energy, so Xiao becomes even more uncertain. He wonders what he should do now. If this keeps going, it's just like repeating what happened earlier. My opponent isn't someone I can easily defeat in a physical fight. Thinking then, Xiao clenched his fist tighter. If this energy couldn't be utilized, a sudden burst of immense power was released directly at the other guy. Even you are surprised, not expecting yourself to be capable of this much. The guardian monk then looked stunned. The steward suddenly reverted back to Ruyu, and facing a stunned Xiao, it shouted, "Boom!" The scene shifts to a sunset in a large hotel, with Kira Yoshihiro looking grim and complaining that he only had a sandwich at the airport this morning, right before boarding the plane. Hearing that, Kira Yuzuru coldly replied, "What can I do?" She lies on the bed, staring at the ceiling, emotionless, and says, "Should I ask for room service or go out and eat alone?" Kira Yoshihiro sighs. "Do you think room service is enough for you after we've come all this way?" He continued reproachfully saying, "So you don't know if it's bravery or what, but is it because of you that I can't go out alone to eat?" Kira Yoshihiro kept speaking as he recalled the image of the two guards at the door. "We are under surveillance because of what you did before. Even though it's not a complete ban on going out, we have to go together when we do. You know I would have gone after him right away if it weren't for that." Hearing this, Kira Yoshihiro wondered, who is she talking about when she says him? "What's wrong with everyone here?" Kira Yuzuru replied, "That arrogant bastard, he's a half-demon." As she spoke, she thought of Choi Sio's fighting image. And that's also how I kept myself alive. The reason he's here is to follow the monitors like us. Hearing this, Kira Yoshihiro was surprised. "What? From what I've heard from the people around here, that's not true." "Of course not. It's pretty clear what happened, right?" she continued to explain. "They are trying to blame everything the overseers did to us so they can save face by claiming they caught the culprit." Hearing that, Kira Yoshihiro replied pensively, "I see. In that case, there isn't much difference between this side and ours." "I understand how you feel. Using an innocent person as a sacrificial lamb," he said. "But we really can't do anything about it. You know that too, right?" Kira Yuzuru remained silent, continuing to listen to him, ignoring the fact that we are guests in this land. "We, those in the same manufacturing department, and even our future rivals," he said. "They manage Korea, while we and the Jin Yang family are responsible for Japan. Until 666 years ago, it was just the remnants of the Goryeo dynasty and the Kamakura period." Kira Yoshihiro spoke up while contemplating the images that change over time. "They are just legends of the Joseon royal family in the past and of the provisional government of Korea. With a history spanning hundreds of years, even if they consider trusting us for a moment, entrusting the future and our abilities remains a major question," he continued seriously, saying that if they insist they lack the skills, this country's government would not hesitate to rely on sorcerers from other nations. Of course, this also applies to us. Wizards around the world are now quite sensitive to this issue. As Kira Yoshihiro continued speaking, Kira Yuzuru sat up and interrupted, which can also be seen as a gesture to intervene in the current situation, right? You know that. She continued to be tense, even when she wanted to step back. She had no strength to do so. Now she understood what her teacher meant when he said it was really difficult when the ground changed. She just thought about the earlier image and said, "I've been feeling unstable since lunch. But when I tried to use all my strength, I realized that since stepping into this country, my abilities must have weakened." "I see, so that's how it is." "Well, since I'm an experienced mage, my skills must be several times better than yours. Did I use Vu last time? Maybe not just me. His problem might be even worse than mine." "I think so too." Then suddenly another voice said as she raised her hand, "Do you want to come along?" That surprised both of them greatly. Kira Yuzuru, with a grim expression, said, "What? Where is he going?" The scene shifts to Kira Yuzuru being choked by a hand, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. A voice says, "Follow me obediently. That's Bi Hyung."
He strangled her while wearing a sly smile and said, "I want to avoid anything that could hurt you as much as possible." Choi Seo, battered and breathless, silently wondered how he could save that person. Not just Seo, you're thinking about that now. Of course, at that moment, there was nothing Yuzuru Raju's beast could do. A gourmet spirit completely depends on its controller, receiving no energy from a mage and not responding to any commands. It is no different from an ordinary soul. But perhaps it tried to serve its master out of loyalty. When attacked by Ru, Bi Hyung looked at it with a sharp gaze that made it extremely frightened and trembling. Suddenly, a flash of energy caught him off guard. He accidentally let go of Kira Yuzuru, who fell to the ground in great pain. Jung suddenly flew in at high speed and threw a punch at Byung. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Now that the safety of the master has been secured, Ryu can return to Yuzuru immediately. But still, the intense fear of the monster quickly caused it to panic. Ryuju nervously spoke up. Isima. A giant blue monster appears. Meanwhile, Jung, with the mysterious purple energy around him, coldly said, "Attack!" Isima and Ryu immediately rush forward at high speed, making it impossible for Kira Yuzuru to escape in time. It was a bit late to escape. At first, Rizu could return to its owner as usual, but then an incident occurred. Suddenly, Choi Seo stepped in front of her, a human body with special abilities blocking its owner's path, initially absorbing naturally, but then trapped inside Seo's body where only monster energy remains. It can't find its way out on its own. Ryu realizes she's trapped, and now Ryu lands on his hand, looking at Choi Seo, leaving him very confused. The man in black with that powerful blue energy continues to advance, making IU open her eyes in surprise. The other immediately unleashes his strength there. You only managed to quickly move Ryu away. That blow knocked it out cold in your arms. Both their intelligence and understanding are not enough to grasp the situation, but they share the same instinctive thought. That man in black keeps advancing. Seo worries that if we don't work together, we'll die. With wounds all over, you could only defend against his attacks. Your hand tightly grasped an object as a fierce battle raged on. Suddenly, the object in your hand turns into a sword. Choi Seo grits his teeth, worried and thinking to himself, it feels very different from the goblin staff. As long as we can hold out, that's enough. And now? Min thinks he can say with certainty that while the other guy fights fiercely, and he seems to have the advantage in strength and speed, the overwhelming dominance from him is unmatched. Every time I try to move, he can read the timing and attack in a way I can't completely dodge. So suddenly both of us get cut on the hand by the other's sword. He suddenly realized that Choi Seo's counterattack was executed perfectly. A female guardian watching from outside thought that the previous attack, which was not aimed at defending, was more of a failed attempt to block rather than an intentional strike. The man in black spoke. That's interesting. He continued. Since you seem unable to take the initiative, I'll be straightforward. Give up. You don't even bother to defend against attacks unless they're lethal. Seeing Seo battered and bruised, he said, even if you wait calmly, I won't give you a chance. But you are not afraid, and respond with determination. I don't know if it will work, but I think this is the only answer. So I've made my decision. That's all. On the other side, they sneered and said, good. Then he unleashed an immense source of energy and said, I will wield my sword in the strongest way possible. Come and try if you think you can withstand it. Seeing that, you were stunned and exclaimed as intense blue lights radiated from the direction. Those were the sword god general. Literally, a god is dancing with a sword. The opponent is not someone Seo dares to challenge, and even when he came up with strategies, it wasn't a kind of martial arts that could be stopped alone. He charged forward to threaten. All your efforts are in vain. That guy just delivered a fatal blow while speaking. It's over. Of course, a Seo can feel it too. But you believe that all of it is just the past, overlooking the strength of opponents you've faced before. Even the worst monsters can temporarily paralyze their bodies. He continued, of course, it turns out you never intended to exploit my weakness or that of the naked gods from the beginning. No matter how all-powerful the embodied god is, the abilities he can use are limited by his body's channels. He swung his sword and said, you are holding your ground as lightning energy flows into your body through this sword. Choi Seo did not flinch in the face of the enemy's power. You said, I told you already. As he spoke, he charged forward with determination, his eyes full of resolve, saying, this is the only way. The fight continued until both sides were exhausted. The guy in black is seriously injured but still speaks up. He deliberately lets his guard down. He could easily end the fight in one move if he wanted, and there won't be a second chance if we're any weaker. Even Seo isn't much better off. He gasped and said, if that happens, then it truly is a problem.
But in the end, everything turned out fine, right? Above all, when you don't know who you are, this body no longer feels like your own. Wanting to kill someone now is a bit too much. If your life isn't in danger, he sneered, a reckless man to the end. While Choi Seo was surprised, he continued, yes, I am fine. The loser has no right to say another word because of the appearance of the giant spirit in the black-clad man, that person said. If there's another chance, next time, keep fighting.
Then the giant disappeared. A voice rang out, causing him to instinctively turn around. It's over, the guardian said. I don't have the fighting skills to fight you, nor do I have the strength to perform another ritual. This is our failure. Hearing that, he coldly thought to himself, all lies. While Seo remembered her fight earlier and thought to herself, it was just a confrontation, but even that made it clear. I may not know exactly how talented she is, but she's definitely superior to that man. While you were lost in thought, what the hell is going on? Suddenly, a voice rang out unexpectedly, startling Choi Seo. Seeing the person approaching, you called Yusin. Yusin tremblingly walked over and said discontentedly, You're calling me Yusin. I know that. This damn bastard. Seeing that scene, the guardian was very surprised. Choi Seo asked, Why are you here? Did the monster just trick you into coming here? Yui, hearing that, immediately got angry and scolded, causing Choi Seo to panic. What did you do before that? I was just telling you to be confident and not to be afraid, not to blow up the sky with a bomb when people are around, right? Hearing that, Choi Seo immediately said, sorry, I was really stupid and reckless. Seeing that, Yusin got angry. You're really an expert at pretending to apologize. Then he suddenly became serious. It would be so convenient if an apology could solve everything. Seeing the man in black no longer able to move, he turned his gaze toward the guardian and said, There's no need to try to understand everything. This situation is exactly as she saw it. Yushin pointed to Choi Seo and introduced him, saying, This guy is my best friend since high school. I only found out he was a demon yesterday, and it was just a coincidence. He definitely isn't someone who can harm others. The guardian then said, You are not the one who decides that, and even more so if you had a relationship with the culprit before, you should know that well. If I am a member of the Sangshu family, I am not the kind of person who is shameless. I will continue coldly, whether he is innocent or not. I know my actions are not appropriate for a Sangshu family member. Even if it's an unreasonable reason, the heir of the Sangshu family cannot side with a mere demon. With a determined look, he continued, So from this moment on, I will give up my position as the heir of the Sangshu family. Hearing that, the guardian was stunned and exclaimed, What, resigning as heir is impossible? You said indifferently. Maybe it's still the same now. Everyone is trying to achieve. So why should I give up? He will continue without any problem. Everyone will pretend to be angry and say, How could you? But deep down, they are very happy because such an enviable position is now vacant. He confidently drew his sword and said, Well, I think I've expressed my point enough. Don't make trouble. It's better for you to understand the situation. Yin then continued, I'm just saying this for now. I don't intend to kill or seriously hurt you, so if you quietly release your barrier, I would appreciate it and accept it. If you just complete your mission, there will be no other choice then. Saying that, he pointed his sword at the guardian and threatened, I will use all my strength to defeat you without mercy. The guardian fell silent as she lowered her mask. She said, I have no other choice in this matter. How can I oppose you? Sir, upon seeing that scene, Choi Seo was extremely surprised by that person's eyes. Then she recited a spell, and suddenly one of the 4 candles went out. After finishing, she said, I have done as you asked. Sir, if you release the part of another individual among the 5 present here, the barrier will disappear, right? Seeing that, you said, Thank you. I don't know what's going on, but your actions are unwise. Now take your brother and retreat somewhere else. He continued because she didn't fight but only released the barrier, which wasn't good for her. The guardian immediately replied, Yes. Then she helped the man in the black shirt earlier to stand up. Seo immediately glanced at Yusin, who responded with an annoyed remark. I didn't come here for you. I was just sleeping when I was suddenly pulled away to do a mission. Yuan continued seriously, while the other 5 were tasked with setting up a barrier. We're waiting for you. I don't know if you'll come here or not. I thought I had to go inside the barrier first to defeat any monsters that appeared and rescue your mother. He continued. During that time, I met a monster who came to rescue your mother. We agreed to cooperate with each other. Hearing that, Choi Seo became worried, but Yusin immediately spoke up. You don't need to worry about me. Listen carefully, the current situation is quite dire. If you listen to the story now, you might be able to guess that he has continued until now. From this point on, besides me, there are 3 others, and all 3 are much stronger than the 2 who just fought together. Hearing this, Choi Seo was startled and exclaimed that when you mentioned both of them working together, you must have thought that the woman was involved in the battle, right? You nodded. Yes, he explained while recalling the image of the two guardians from earlier. Except for that sibling pair, everyone sent here, including me as a guardian, their combined strength makes them comparable to a guardian, so they were quickly summoned. The man in black angrily blames the female monk, causing her to fall silent. Because of you, because of your incompetence. Meanwhile, Yu continued to explain that even when they combine their powers, the younger sibling basically relies on the older sister's skills and abilities. He said, I thought you would notice something was wrong, so I felt relieved that you also sensed it. Suddenly, Choi Seo asked, do you have any pain anywhere? Yuan felt uncomfortable, really uncomfortable. So don't ask about that, he continued. Anyway, with those 3 monsters, you have to defeat one of them to leave this place. Hey, how many purple gourds do I still have left to give you? Hearing that, Choi Seo replied while opening it to check. 2 left, should I give them all? Yu said, just 1. Then Choi Seo handed Yusin a purple bottle. Suddenly he clenched it and read, gripping and pouring. The blue light with intense energy made Choi Seo instinctively cover his eyes. Next, Yu Suin spoke. Listen carefully, Choi Seo, one of the guardians, might fight against one of the monsters sent to protect your mother. The recent chaos shows that the fight between those two has become serious. He just thought of his mother's image as Choi Seo spoke up. As for your mother, that monster probably took her away to escape. Your task is to find her and join them. Yusin continues. I will fight one of the guardians, so all 3 of us need to find a way to escape from the other guardian. Oh, he continued. If Hao Yu and I win and break the barrier, you have to leave immediately. For a moment, don't be ridiculous. How could 2 people do that? My throat is tight, but the reason those words won't come out is because I know how reckless and proud they are. Yusin, with a determined and strong gaze, said, I already said that during practice at the training ground. Our abilities are not even half of what they have. So now that you've seen it, how do you feel? Do you think I'm lying? For a friend who is willing to sacrifice and give up everything for me. Sue exhaled and replied, I would never force you. I truly care about a friend like you. Suddenly, something startled Yusin into drawing his sword, and he rushed over so quickly that Choi Seo was taken aback. That thing and his sword clashed to create immense power. Choi Seo was startled and exclaimed as one foot hit the ground, making both of them extremely alert. That guy's voice rang out. Oh no, if the old man finds out, he'll lose his temper. That is Kim Jun. He calmly continued speaking, especially now that they are facing death and their only son is playing with a monster. Seeing an old man fall would be such a peaceful sight. He said, think about it, aren't you going to change your mind? Hearing that, Yushin angrily retorted, never mind. Kim Jun continued, of course, your life is up to you. You really resemble your uncle. You have the talent and, above all, a completely different personality from the other members of the family. He said while looking at Choi Seo, so why didn't you hit the person next to you? Besides those 2 things, no one knows what happened in the family except your uncles Jokung and Joang, he continued, rambling. Your uncle tried to keep those 2 things secret. Hitting like that is very shameful. Kim Jun continued. Even when thinking about your mother, Yusin interrupted irritably. I don't know what my uncle thinks of me, he said with a sly smile. But unfortunately, you found out just before that difficult old fox arrived. Let's put that aside for now. Yuan immediately prepared to attack and told him, I've been thinking about leaving home for a long time. I can't stand being locked inside anymore. Hearing that, Kim Jun immediately spoke up. Is that so? It's not that I don't understand. Suddenly, Yushin told Choi Seo that your mother is on the rooftop of the apartment building, and once the barrier is broken, you can fly away to escape. He urged Choi Seo to go quickly, and no matter what happens, to always stay by her side. He pursed his lips and said, all right, then quickly disappeared, leaving the scene as if a battle between Kim Chagan and Yusin was about to unfold. He said, so if I understand correctly, he and you are friends, huh? There are all sorts of things in this world. Yui chuckled softly and replied, I can't say anything about that, even if you call me crazy. Kim Jun was surprised and asked, why do you call me crazy? If someone risks their life to save you like that, how many people in this world wouldn't be considered crazy? There are a total of 7 heirs in the Sangshu family. He then grasped his sword tightly and spoke. What a pity, what a shame. They are all considered to have skills comparable to spiritual-level monsters and possess physical strength on par with a legion. With their own martial arts styles and unique tendencies, each of them has been bestowed with the title of a god. Kim Jun, with fear of strength, said, so you're the one who has to deal with Aru.
one of the few true talents among the madmen. Yusin also responded, I will try to win as quickly as possible. In that fierce scene, he said, This way. You'll get hurt less, kid. The fact that there will be no more chances now made me feel utterly disappointed. The scene shifts to a palace where Yushin is resting when sounds are heard outside. Your Majesty, we can do it. The Dragon King carried the injured person and said, That's enough. It's not difficult to put him down. His condition isn't too serious. Go check on the others first. Suddenly, he looked up and saw him, saying, Oh, I am disturbing your rest time. He quickly responded, Oh, it's nothing. Then he thought again, Did I just hear someone call His Majesty? The Dragon King waved his hand and left. Sorry for the disturbance. Please rest well. Yu wondered to himself, Is that really the Dragon King? He doesn't look like one at all. He looked down at the injured person while thinking, But are you also from the Dragon Palace? Maybe someone in the tournament is so weak that even if they are a monster, they can't possibly regenerate from this state. Suddenly a reproachful voice sounded. Can you lie down? I won't have anything to do until tomorrow. His stubbornness always surprises Yushin. Sun Mi saw this and said, Aren't you his friend Seo? The scene shifts to a tall building, where a few minutes earlier, Ho Hoa furrowed his brow and spoke. What's going on? Yushin nervously thought, This aura clearly means someone has summoned a deity. He said I was just asking as a precaution. But Sun's people tremblingly held their phones and said, No way. So Hua saw that and asked, What's going on? Sun Mi, scared, said Seo is coming, and this message was sent earlier, so maybe now. Yin, hearing this, angrily said, That guy's really gone crazy. So you mean he left without any resistance? After being with him for a few days, you should know his character, right? That fool. Suddenly, he was startled, and a voice rang out, leaving them all stunned. Oh my God, what is this scene? A masked woman says, Those two nuisances are one thing. She stepped down and asked, Why is our young master talking to these creatures? Seeing that, Sony became very cautious and stepped in front of Seo's mother. Are you worried that the woman you're taking with you will get hurt? She continued. Or maybe he overestimated himself, thinking he could intimidate these fierce beasts just with words and his strength. Huan Xin calmly said, I really don't understand. Yusin clenched his teeth in anger, thinking that the guardians of the four directions, east, west, south, and north, were set up to protect the four corners. But even if Ha-Ununim appeared, the worrying part was that he couldn't use his spiritual power right now. He continued to think, wishing he had more time to prepare. Suddenly he remembered the three-colored gourd. If Seo still hasn't used up the three-colored gourd, one bottle can fully restore the damaged spiritual power and even have some left over. Yushin pondered silently on how to deal with it. Just need to meet him. Meanwhile, Hoa said, Even if your strength is weak, you seem to be quite famous. Suddenly, Huan Sim took advantage of Yusin being off guard and threw a dagger. She said with interest, Look, something strange is definitely happening here. I am targeting young master Yusin. Seeing So Hua catch the knife, Han Sim said, Why would a monster protect the young master like that? Her hands trembling from the injury, Han Si lifts her mask and continues to mock. Could it be that our young master has forgotten his duty and formed an alliance with the monsters? Suddenly, Sun took Yusin's hand, then held Seo's mother and said seriously, We have to leave immediately. Yushin saw this and said, But maybe we can use him as a hostage or something. So Hua said, But given the current situation, using him as a human shield won't work. So stop hesitating and go find Seo to take care of him. Yin stayed silent as she continued, If you find Choi Seo, let me handle it myself. Seo Hua quickly said, This side won't take much time. In the bare room, Huan Sim smiled slyly and said, Why be so sensitive? Don't worry, I share your thoughts. Whether it's with you or other demons, the goal must be kept safe. I can wait, she continued, and besides, none of you can leave here, so the only difference is when and who will catch you. Han Sim continued, Do you not feel pain in that hand? Even if it's a demon, you must feel some level of pain. Hearing that, Super Orchid immediately said, If your Yem Mi Dao were a bit more genuine, maybe it would cause pain. Hearing this, Huan Diem excitedly asked, Do you know it? I created it myself. The Yem Mi blade is when a person's soul falls into intense emotions and resentment, then collapses. There isn't much difference from what is called an evil spirit, but unlike other evil spirits, Yem Mi is a meticulously created existence. Those chosen as material to create the Yem Mi are tortured physically and spiritually, driven to madness until near death. When life reaches its limit, it is severed by an object used to contain the Yem Mi. And so, a powerful weapon imbued with all the fury and strength was created. She cheerfully continued, That is the item I crafted with great care. Is there anything missing? Most mid-level monsters can handle it easily. She continued, with no other choice. As she spoke, she summoned the heavy, sharp knives. I can only ask for help from my friends. Yusi quickly runs off to complete the mission. Meanwhile, she continued, are you done waiting yet? The image of Sun leading Mother Xiao to escape, and Huan Sim's threatening voice echoed somewhere. They must have run far enough now. Huan Sim transformed with a cunning smile. He said, do you still want to say anything at this point? She snapped her fingers, and a barrage of throwing knives shot toward X-Hoa, moving at an unpredictable speed. A sudden surge of power erupts from the tall building, and the Ho-Hua car flies out through the window. You're fast, but talking is easier than doing, as the green lights with immense energy head straight for you. Ho-Hua casts a spell to summon the Demon King. The Demon King appears, and Ho-Hua adds, upper half. Seeing that, Huan Sim was quite startled. The Demon King repelled all the green lights with a swift slash. Among the gods worshipped by mages, many types exist, including those who were once alive as humans. Most of the heroes who left their names in history did not become gods because of their strength, but because of the prayers of the people, which allowed them to transcend ordinary beings. Those who pray don't need spiritual power, religion, or appearance. What matters most is the sincerity of their prayers and the offerings they give. Countless people repeat their prayers, accumulating over the years to create a soul for nothingness, which then forms a god. A mage who controls these gods is someone with the authority and responsibility to wield that power. Emperor Resurrector swung powerful strikes to push back Han Sim's energy. She said, today so many strange things are happening, and from any angle you look at it, Emperor Resurrector perfectly fits the image of Guan Yu. I don't know why a demon could control that power, she said with a darkened face, but it doesn't seem to be going well. Suddenly, a dagger pierced Shuo Hua. Huan Sim continued, I will let that go. This disgusting thing, a source of power that crashes straight into the ground. She lands and says, so disgusting. My sense of smell is like it's paralyzed by the stench of those beasts. I heard you're quite skilled at these petty tricks. As far as I know, you have two so-called ultimate skills. Seeing Zohua badly injured, she continued, you have the fox pearl and the other is mind chaos, right? Then she swung her daggers and said, I've learned something new. I'll remember it so I can kill another fox spirit if needed later. Suddenly, Zohua appeared with an additional tail, catching him completely off guard. She said there's no need to remember. The throwing knives seemed to slow down as they headed toward Zohua. Huan Sim nervously wondered if there was something invisible involved. It's not about blocking to stop completely, but why? The fox spirit clan's two ultimate skills, but it doesn't belong to either of them. Hoa Hua's intense gaze said. And by the way, no one else besides me can do that. That's not a fox spirit's skill. Huan was stunned and exclaimed, controlling the Yem Midao. What is going on? It's nothing special, I told you that already. Your Yem Midao is just an ordinary thing. Although different species, her status and judgment abilities haven't changed much. Zhou Hua raises her hand to stop the knives from speaking. While you were resting earlier, I found a way for you to control the Yem Midao. So I created a spell that can control this even better than you do, capable of using not only magic, but also human and Dao techniques. Huan Sim's face darkened with anger and said, I can't believe it. This can't happen. And moreover, she's a genius who can control and adjust it. Shuo Hua, carrying a powerful energy, spoke, I don't really understand either, but I can do it. This world is divided into two types, demon energy and spiritual energy, both referring to the power used by humans and monsters. In fact, both originate from a natural energy called Qi. Qi is transformed into many different forms, but through the hands of humans and monsters, it becomes various types of fuel with different natures. Just like a car needs gasoline, each fuel has its own way of use, so compatibility is impossible. If you put the wrong fuel into a car, it will obviously break down. Humans can't use dark magic with spiritual power, and vice versa. Huan Sim's face turned pale as she bit her lip and stepped back. Has she improved her magic? If it's a human, I wouldn't know, but for monsters it's not reasonable at all because she used magic instead of spiritual power, so a new spell would be created. Well, even if the formula was wrong, the result was still correct. Facing the sharp eyes of the carriage, Han Xin felt threatened. Even if she created a spell similar to her spirit manipulation, how could she copy it completely in such a short time? There must be some limitations. Among her commands are to stop and change direction. After a moment of deep thought, Huan Sim frowned and calculated. If that's the case, Supero Hoa's voice suddenly sounded cold and clear. I'm curious, is this a common spell to the point that it is produced in such large quantities? Father, for us it's nothing. But according to your beliefs, using something that can harm your own kind is a taboo. Hearing this, Huan Sim's lips curled into a sneer. My kind. She took a breath and explained at length,
It seems you misunderstood. The reason the illusionist Kim's magic is banned isn't because it harms humans, but because it's a simple yet effective way to increase power. Ho Hua tilted her head in confusion and continued listening. Have you ever heard of grasping the issue? Huan Sim's dull brown eyes said with a sinister smile, no creature can grasp the issue as well as humans do. In addition to understanding it, we are also creatures capable of discarding our species. Huan wants to clearly show his ideals, whether it's physical, mental, or appearance. Even within the same species, there are distinctions based on innate qualities. Those of lower status naturally have to show respect to those of higher status. The voice smoothly continued as she kept speaking. However, rejecting those natural laws is also what defines humanity. Even if they die in return, they will always envy and slander those better than themselves, never acknowledging others' superiority. Personal beliefs or social morals, laws or rights, are all just tricks to tame and soothe individuals. Seo Hoa calmly stands silent, listening to everything Huan Sim says. Luckily for them, they are truly fooled. Slowly, Huan Sim mysteriously pulls out a wooden tube from his sleeve, claiming they have power or rights. Seo Hoa looks contemptuous, sharply rebutting. Really? I can't tell if what you're saying is true or not. There are people with different ways of thinking. As she thought to herself, the image of Seo appeared, and she felt as if they truly felt sorrow for their fellow's death. Without hiding any motive or calculation, especially when there's no blood relation or special connection, Huan Xin sneers and laughs aloud. Wow. She quickly jumps far back. Jie Hua Hoa immediately became alert and calmly observed her movements, while Huan Xin, running backward, continued to sneer. Of course they are fools. That move is like distracting your opponent right in front of you. After finishing, she disappeared into the vast sky. Huanim smugly looked down at his clenched hand holding the newly taken wooden tube. That's enough. From this distance, it won't be able to catch up. The flower car below is still calmly watching. Huan kneels with a satisfied look, gently popping open the lid of the wooden tube in his hand. Try and stop this. See if you can survive while you still have a chance. A stream of black smoke with a foul, dark smell billows out from the pipe. He's really angry. This is the most ferocious soul among all the souls I possess. Exo Hoa's eyes show a cold indifference, her lips slightly parted. It's hard to believe. Exo Hoa, with a serious face, softly asks in a calm voice. Well, I didn't say we agreed on this, but I thought we had silently agreed to fight. Is it not a problem if the humans here get involved? Ignoring everything around her, Huan Sim prepared to send that evil soul flying towards Zhou Hoa. But suddenly she froze, her expression instantly changing. Zhou Hua's mouth curled into a proud smile, knowing that whichever way I turn, it benefits me. I have already entered a completely silent space. A giant figure blocking the entire sky made Huan Sim gasp and turn around. Siho Hua stared intently at that massive hand, controlling it with her fingers, trading her 5 tails for a hand and feeling satisfied with the current situation. Huan Sim on the other side trembled uncontrollably, momentarily frozen in place. The massive hand was slowly moving toward where she stood. Zhou Hua's eyes lit up with excitement, a smile spreading across her lips. Dad is almost here. Dad is almost. Immediately, Zhe Hua snapped her fingers, and the massive arm did the same. She remembered the joyful moment when she used to snap her fingers happily. A loud crash echoed as that massive arm flicked Han Sim straight into the buildings. Still in the evening scene where the skyscrapers stood silently, Huan Sim's weapon, covered in blood, lies scattered on the ground. Zhou Hua's hand is trembling uncontrollably. She looked at her hand and let out a soft sigh, her voice trembling as she recalled Meng Teo's words. A sealing spell? I've never heard that I need it to reach the human world. Is it because I didn't meet the requirements? It's not necessary. Even if she meets the requirements, there are those who need seals to limit their power. Those are the monsters with strength equal to or surpassing the spiritual level. So Hua quietly reflected on herself at that time. No one knew she had reached that level. A truth that no one knows. Seo Hua furrowed her brow with a serious expression, smiling faintly. Thank you for your appreciation, but I feel like I'm always placed on the lighter side of that balance. It's so ironic that someone so inexperienced to reach the human world yet so powerful has to be restrained. Mente calmly and directly explains again. This measure isn't meant to oppose you, so there's no need to be upset about it. It's an order from the Demon King. Even I have to be restrained when I enter the human world. Mente calmly and confidently continued, and if strength is needed, I believe that even without removing the seal, she can overcome it with her cleverness. That is also why I came to find her. Shuyo Hoa looked at men with suspicion and then softly spoke her confession. I also plan to do so by relying on my own sharpness, but the faint streams of bright red blood flowing from the nose and the corner of X Flower's eye, summoning with 5 tails is too much, whether it's just a hand or an entire arm. Overloading the energy, so I can't call Choi Seo a pathetic figure, but pushing the limit a little was the right choice. The soul she summoned is not an ordinary one. Seohua quietly immersed herself in thoughts to remove the sealed object, knowing she had to act immediately. Suddenly, her intuition from the flower carriage warned her to stay alert, as someone gently wiped the blood from her nose without revealing any emotion. Did I just destroy the second one? Maybe it won't be destroyed immediately. Probably it will take a few minutes. Huan Sim's wooden tube suddenly made a noise just now. The super flower still remained unaware and calmly wiped away the remaining bloodstains. Now, I will go find Choi Seo. Realizing something's wrong, Shu Hua froze, her eyes widening in shock. That ghost suddenly appeared behind Shuo Hua, making her freeze with fear. Thank you, sister. Because of you, I can finally escape completely. Su Hua's pale face glances back at the shapeless spirit and smirks mischievously. From now on, play with me forever. At this moment, on the rooftop of a building, Sun's face was filled with indescribable joy. The barrier is weakening, so we've succeeded. I hope everyone is safe, and no one is seriously injured. I'm not too worried about Seon Hua, but Seo and his friend. Sunmi frowned anxiously and looked back. Even though the barrier hasn't been completely broken, if we try, we can find a way out. Sui's mother has completely lost consciousness and is standing motionless behind her. I'm fine myself, but the human body is a different matter. Sunmi involuntarily sighs and quickly walks towards Seo's mother. It's better to wait until the barrier completely disappears, but please don't let anything happen until then. Suddenly, Sunmi's eyes widened in confusion as she saw Seo covered in sweat, panting heavily. Sunmi looked at Seo with a puzzled expression, then quickly explained to her mother, "Don't worry, Seohua just helped you a little so you wouldn't be caught off guard." Hearing that, he let out a relieved sigh and straightforwardly replied, "Thank you for risking your life to save my mother." Sunmi gently smiled and politely said, "I didn't do anything risky. I just apologized." Seo then looked at Sunmi and asked gently, "I had a strange feeling before coming here, as if my breath was a little lighter. If my intuition is right, it seems the barrier has been removed. Sunmi, are you planning to fly away with my mother?" Sun also replied honestly, "Yes, since the barrier has been removed, I will take you and your mother with me." Seo's eyes were determined as he suddenly interrupted, "Not just my mother." Sun's face turned panicked, and he immediately tried to stop him. "What are you talking about?" "Seo, I understand your intention, but right now, this is not an impulsive action." Seo's expression is determined as he coldly says, "I thought about it on the way here, but there's something strange about the Guardian here. From the moment I realized that I was inside this place, if we join forces, this will end immediately." A bead of sweat slowly rolled down Sonic's cheek as she listened nervously. But instead of doing that, after Ewan and I disabled one side, another sorcerer appeared as if waiting in ambush. I considered 2 possibilities. For some reason, these people don't have a good relationship. But Seo's sharp and decisive eyes firmly believe that they have definitely anticipated the situation where the barrier will be broken, hinting at a mysterious monk. More importantly, there is still one more person. If I were that person, I would focus all my attention on waiting for the chance to escape from here. Immediately, Sun became extremely frightened. Surely, Seo's attitude remained unwavering as he calmly continued speaking. Anyway, the disappearance of the barrier means Seo Hua has won. I don't know the current state of Seo Hua, but if she and I cooperate, we can deal with the remaining person. Now you should take my mother out of here first. Don't worry, I believe this is the best course of action. Whatever happens, I will escape safely with the carriage. Suddenly, a deep male voice rang out from somewhere. Truly an incredible person. Suddenly, Bi Hyung appears with a gentle voice. His judgment and determined attitude are impressive. You are my descendant, but I feel like I am the one admiring you. It left Sony, Seo, and Ru speechless with shock. Bai Hyung squinted happily, cheerfully waving hello. Hey Seo, we meet again. Bi Hyung squinted happily and looked towards Seo. Hello Choi Seo. We meet again. And the reason I am here is that suddenly Bi Hyung's eyes seemed startled as he glanced sideways, a feather flying swiftly like an arrow toward where Bi Hyung was standing. This is not an ordinary feather. The unique wind dance magic gathers wind around Sony's feather, and just throwing it could be assumed to surpass anti-tank guns, but its destructive power is limited to beasts and chaos. Bi Hyung gently catches the feather in one hand. It's not a significant threat to powerful monsters. Seeing the feather securely in Byung Sony's hand, he immediately used his magic. The key here is how he applies it. Like a windmill gathering wind to generate energy, a skilled wind and cloud mage can store the gathered wind power inside the feather. Sonmei quickly shouted the command, dispersing and releasing it. At that moment, the feather in Bi-hyung's hand suddenly exploded. Xiao stands silently in a cautious fighting stance, observing the situation. Even if we attack with all our might, he can just wave his hand and deflect it. Without hesitation, Xiao pulls out a treasure. For a moment, Bi-hyung is stunned, her eyes wide open and her mouth agape. Xiao grimaced and summoned a powerful lightning arrow. We won't attack with brute force anymore, but with the sharpest strike possible. At the same time, Sonmi also rushed over with all her might. While Bi-hyung was focused on dealing with Xiao, she silently approached Xiao's mother. On this side, Xiao clenched his teeth and poured all his strength into rushing forward, only to see a fierce blue beam of light cut through, causing his pupils to tremble slightly while Byung's lips curled into a faint smile. That's right. That was the correct answer to destroy the root. Poison or curses, or attacks that are hot or sharp in nature. Bai Hung's face remains calm to the point of being chilling as he blocks Xiao's attack. Of course, if you could hit it right from the start. He looked at Xiao coldly and broke his arm with force. Sonmi, witnessing everything, was trembling with fear. Xiao's breathing grew heavy, and he collapsed to his knees in pain, even after learning how to harness his righteous energy. No matter how it is supplied, controlling and using it effectively is a whole different matter. Bi-hyung's blood-stained hand glances disdainfully at Sun Mi. Indeed, bloodline has a significant influence. Immediately, Sun also became cautious. The goblin attacking Choi Xiao today is Bi-hyung. Sun's eyebrows furrow deeply, her eyes both gentle and resolute. It's best if you don't get involved. Her hand clenches the threatening feathers tightly. The feathers I unleash this time will need more than just one hand to handle them. Bi-hyung gently scratches his head and forces an awkward smile, looking cautious. All right. The attack you threw earlier was impressive enough. I don't think I can stop it with just my strength, but your friend is currently in a state that prevents you from going all out, right? Hearing his words, Sonmi immediately froze stiff and speechless, while Bi-hyung's face suddenly darkened with an expression that was impossible to read. The moment she put all her strength into it, not only I but everything around here would be torn apart. Even if Choi Xiao somehow survives, Bi-hyung continues to focus his attention on Xiao's mother. But when she carries that burden, Feng Vu isn't the right magic for her. Suddenly, Bi-hyung's face changed to a cheerful smile. Anyway, I'm glad I came here to help those two. He slightly frowns and gently smiles. Because of Choi Zi's attack, everything became a misunderstanding. Well, even if I seem suspicious, I should at least ask why I came here. Honestly, I didn't expect to see you again so soon, but they have crossed the line. I knew there would be some chaos today. I thought they would focus on me. Actually, I even left some traces that could lead to my location. But I don't know if it's because they're lazy or careless, but they are the ones watching him, not me. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have approached more quietly. My mistake, sorry about that, Xiao said, breathing heavily with beads of sweat on his face. You're not here just to talk like that. Yes, I told you earlier that I came to help both of you. Choi Xiao, you're right. Bi-hyung's face grew serious as he calmly spoke. I'm not sure how the barrier was broken, but it will be very difficult to leave here safely. Even if only one guardian remains, they are probably on their way here now. Hearing this, both Xiao and Sun simultaneously turned pale and clenched their jaws. Only Bi-hyung remains completely calm and continues speaking confidently. I told you, they even brought a swordsman capable of catching me to hunt you down. The remaining guardians shouldn't be able to reach here. Moreover, Bi-hyung revealed that there are even 2 groups that can team up to capture a guardian. See, I'm not exaggerating. They are the force capable of protecting Seun. Looking at the peaceful city here, Bi-hyung said calmly. In other words, tonight, even if the city is turned upside down, capturing you remains the top priority. As he spoke, he glanced at Sun Mi, not surprised that your friend's strength isn't enough. The judges must have sent their chosen elite here, but they probably didn't expect the monks to appear with such full force. Xiao kept a serious face, alert but also attentively listening. So what should we do? Since the guardians have come this far, they must be putting in all their effort to minimize the damage. They might not arrive early, but they are surely on their way here. Bi-hyung moved closer, his eyes meeting Xiao's. Considering the time when the barrier completely disappears, there probably isn't much time left. But don't worry. I guarantee all of you can leave this place safely. If Choi Xiao helps me with one thing, Xiao's dark eyes flicker with suspicion as he asks. You said all of you. Bi-hyung put on a cheerful face and spoke enthusiastically. Of course it includes those who are absent.
I wouldn't be so heartless. With just this one sentence, Bi-hyung's lips immediately curled into a smile. All right, what do you need my help with? It's not too difficult, just that Seo's face suddenly became extremely stunned and speechless. Seo's expression darkened, and his voice became hoarse. Fine, I accept that request. While Seo was still hesitating and hadn't finished speaking, Bi-hyung had already quickly arranged everything. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just go down and leave here immediately. What do you mean? Bi-hyung kept his eyes on the phone in his hand as Track Niche said, You really don't need to fly. Just walk out from any direction and no one will stop you. I know what I'm saying because I just killed the third guardian. He put on a silly, mischievous smile. Sorry for saying this now, but I think the longer I explain, the more time it will take. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and it seemed like exactly what he was waiting for. Sun Mi on this side was carefully watching his every move. Hello? Bi-hyung responds calmly to the voice on the other end. Who else would come in here? It's the person who killed the owner of this phone. Get straight to the point. No need to just curse at me. Seo couldn't hide his surprise upon hearing this. Are you really able to go down? I promise I'll handle the rest. Just remember that. Sun Mi was also surprised by this. Bi-hyung looked at her and smiled gently. Waving, Seo nodded goodbye and quietly left with the other two people. The three of them quickly headed along the stairs and out of the building. Suddenly, both Seo and Sun froze in place, only to see Zhou Hoa looking pale and sitting slumped on the ground. The flower car! Her face was pale, but she still tried to reassure him. Don't worry, I just stepped on something that's making me uncomfortable. Kim Jun stood stiffly in the middle of the street, listening to the phone. Is everything already like this? I understand. I'll clean up quickly and leave. He hung up, then frowned and sighed in complaint. I don't understand why they asked me to leave after I came here. I don't think this is a bad deal. After finishing, he turned to Yusin, who was breathing heavily. I don't quite understand, but your friend is probably safe now. He asked something confusing again. Kim Jun calmly explained, Wasn't that person already here? I personally came here and said I caught the enemy. I am here, watching Yusin stand still, almost as if he were dead. It seems he has killed Beach. Don't just stand there gasping and staring for no reason. Kim Jun slowly lifted his heavy greatsword. Right before Yusin's stunned eyes, we have to end this. Kim Jun didn't hesitate and chopped off his own arm. Yusin was sweating profusely, trembling with panic, stammering. What is he doing? Why are you? Kim Jun calmly and steadily reminds Yusin. Don't make a fuss and stumble over your words. You have to go this far to avoid being blamed for not catching me. Even if I go back, you'll still have to hear a few complaints. Hearing these words, Yusin's pupils subtly trembled and moved. But everything would be easier if you came back later when people say Kim Yusin defeated Kim Jun, right? Kim Jun still calmly continued to speak. You know, in the end, the strong always win in this world. Even if the old man immediately erupts in anger, deep inside he would secretly be pleased if you said you had won. In the end, when you return to your old self, one thing is certain. I will be secretly proud. Yusin's eyes lower, her lips trembling. Uncle, I won't give Yusin a chance to speak. Kim Jun interrupted. Of course, whether I return or not is my own choice. But I have one personal request. Since you've left the family, just do whatever you want. At least enjoy life in a way that's worthy of this hand. Do you understand? The final instructions were given just as Kim Chae-gun turned to leave. That is the only thing you wish for. Truly a beautiful day with white clouds and golden sunshine. It has been a week since then, and everyone is shopping for clothes together at the supermarket. At a glance, the world doesn't seem to have changed much. Sammy stared intently at her phone, lost in thought, until suddenly she noticed a girl standing nearby, staring at her intently. Sammy waved cheerfully, but the girl's mother suddenly rushed over and hugged her. Somi could clearly feel the wary gaze of the mother. What changed was not the world, but the people. She slightly lowered her head, not knowing what else to say, which is understandable. Unlike us, they are not given any information about the recent disturbances. She recalled the ruthless extraterrestrial beings from before, the appearance of the extraterrestrial Bi-hyung, a disaster called darkness, or perhaps the disasters he brought throughout history. The bloody and overwhelming scene at that time seemed like no disaster of such scale as last week had ever occurred, but the only difference was in scale. In reality, they were still happening continuously. She lowered the phone in her hand. Everyone now could vaguely sense that something not mentioned by the media, police, or government was threatening their lives. Watching the woman carrying her child walk away into the distance, a faint unsettling feeling made them constantly anxious. Perhaps a little rest is needed. Mente stands still with his cane and gently says,
It's better for you to stay close to Joy lately. There's nothing urgent for you to do. Somi and Du Yong are a bit surprised to hear him say, nothing major will happen. You've been through a lot lately, now it's time to rest. She lowered her head, showing worry, but then thought to herself, yes, normally I would feel very happy, thinking about the peaceful cityscape. But this time I feel utterly helpless, because I don't know what's going on if I still serve as the messenger for the judge. At least I would know what is happening. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her train of thought. Somi looked at the woman waving her over, but perhaps the reason I still didn't feel discouraged was because Sio's mother waved her hand and asked warmly, "It's only early morning, and you're already shopping alone?" Looking at her, she couldn't help but think that the place I live in has so many important and meaningful things. Sammy bowed politely and greeted her. "Hello, ma'am." She was a bit surprised and asked her, "Do you want me to take you shopping tonight since the supermarket isn't nearby? The weather is so nice, I also want to go for a walk. Do you have plans with someone?" Sio's mother happily chats with her. Oh, a friend from her hometown came to visit. Seeing that happy expression, she couldn't help but reflect. Sio moved in here about a week ago. I remember the gloomy day Huan Sim appeared, with a strange smile, because that incident caused serious damage to his apartment, which was due to the match between Sun Hua and the master. Luckily, no one was hurt in that area. Everything returned to its original course. They also covered it up with a gas leak incident from the construction company that temporarily compensated the residents, so Sio moved to live in this villa for a while. Somi immediately remembered Yui's pale face, but in fact, there was a little help from a Black Turtle clan landowner. Sio's mother waved goodbye to Somi. "See you later, kid." I was still lost in thought. Sio about Sio and me, I became Sio's high school classmate and am living here. Sun's face brightened as she obediently replied, "Be careful on your way." Suddenly, footsteps from behind startled her, and she turned around. Ui looked up in surprise. Seeing him, Somi forced a smile and said, "I was just going to visit a friend. Today is the weekend. You've been through a lot, haven't you? You've been working all week, right?" He pushed his glasses up firmly. "It's okay, it's what needs to be done. Moreover, Go has been helping me all week." Watching him turn and leave, she could only force a faint smile. "Take care of your health. Although it's unlikely, everyone is trying to protect Sigu's mother from potential dangers." Looking up at the elevator heading to the third floor, Sai quietly taps on his phone. "Has Sio woken up yet?" The person on the other side replied to the message, and she also let out a sigh of relief. "I just woke up and finished washing my face. Do you want to come over and hang out with me? Should I make something tasty to eat?" Thank goodness. The food is starting to be prepared, and Somi's gaze is fixed on Sio as he presses his phone. Sio has looked very exhausted since last week. She cooks in the kitchen while glancing back anxiously at him. He's been staying at home these days. Today is the first time I see his face since we moved. The knife in his hand is trembling slightly. At least I want to change his mood. While she was extremely tense, when had he been standing behind her? "You don't have to cut the fish slices like that." Sammy was so surprised that she stammered and called out his name. Sio looked indifferent and simply suggested that stacking the ingredients and storing them all at once would be easier, and if they got dull, they could just cut them with scissors. Then Sio glanced at the nearby boxes, which were only marinated with chili sauce. If she had soy sauce or other condiments, adding some chili slices would make it tastier. Somi, hearing this, hesitated before replying, "Oh, I think about it for a moment and then said, we have tea over at my place. You can plan a little. Put some rice cakes into the water bowl and soak them before cooking." Sio arranged them on 2 plates and then said, "How you cut the fish or vegetables doesn't matter, as long as it's tasty." He leaned over to start cooking but still asked her, "Somi, do you like spicy food? Do you want to add more or less chili extract?" Her question surprised and embarrassed her a bit, but Sun still awkwardly replied, "I do like tteokbokki, but I don't eat that much. Since it's your first time cooking, you keep asking, do you have a favorite type?" Outside, the afternoon has already fallen, but you can still hear the two of them talking. "You like to add a lot of broth to your tteokbokki, huh?" A plate of delicious food was laid out before her. Sammy took the plate filled with food and swallowed softly. Looking at Sio still gently speaking, "I hope it's to your liking, and if it's too spicy or bland, just let me know." Sami widened her eyes, opened her mouth, and took a bite of the cake to start chewing. She couldn't help but marvel, "It's perfect, it's really delicious." The rice cake is chewier than the ones from the store. Sio smiled gently and said, "Because I just made it. Remember when you used to cook with your mother? I used to think about it before." "Sio, you're so good at cooking." "I'm not that good at it either. I just enjoy cooking. My mother taught me step by step when I was young, and suddenly a gentle smile appeared on your lips as you said, 'Thank you.'" Somi stiffened when she heard him speak and couldn't help but think, "She specifically went shopping for ingredients because of me, right?" "Actually, my condition isn't bad enough for you to worry that much. Actually, I forgot about that for a moment." I've been thinking about what has happened recently. You kept lowering your head and asking, was it really right for me to go save people that day?
My hand kept poking the rice cake on the plate, and in the end I couldn't save anyone. Things gradually got worse, and people started getting hurt or even dying. The more he spoke, the more his negativity was revealed. Even my mother and my best friend got caught up in the trouble I caused. Sammy worriedly offered comfort. But isn't that your fault, Seo? You might be criticized for being careless, but you're not guilty. Hearing what Somi said, you only responded indifferently. Everything that happened in the apartment that night was entirely caused by the unjust actions of the sorcerers. Maybe so. With that, Seo straightforwardly spoke his mind. I know what you're worried about, Sony. I'm fine. Even if I blame myself, I won't be discouraged by it. Seo's hand clenched tightly with restraint, but this incident made me realize a few things. Seo's eyes darkened with suppressed anger, as he softly said that a person's actions can have certain consequences, and responsibilities can be heavy. He calmly took a piece of rice cake into his mouth and continued, even if my life is in danger, it's okay. That was a much more arrogant and selfish thought than I expected. I can't even end it with my own life. Now the Super Lake flower has returned. I am trying to focus on what I can learn from this. Hearing what Seo said, Sony suddenly let out a surprise sound. Completely incredulous, Sony immediately asked Seo back. Has Super Lake Flower returned? But it seems she is still here. Seo quickly explained that Super Lake Flower's room is right above our house, recounting and recalling what happened yesterday. Last night, I heard footsteps upstairs and woke up. Sonmi frowned slightly, thinking that the soundproofing in this villa isn't very good. It's okay. Seo Hua returning so early means something's not right. Sun kept thinking back to that day. Right after the battle with the mages, X-Flower returned to the demon world to rest. Curious, Sony headed straight there, but instead of calling her, Sony carefully entered the password on Seo Hua's house. There's no news about her returning last night either. The slightly open door echoes Sony's call. Zehua hurriedly, Sony hesitated before stepping inside. Is she inside? If she comes back, Chiit should at least stop by, but all I see is X-Hoa unconscious, curled up on the floor. Sun is terrified and shouting her name. Did X-Hua's voice come from inside the coffee shop without any signs of injury or bleeding? When was the last time you saw her in good health? Go Yu calmly said on the phone. Maybe she's been like that for a whole week. You know, Super Hua is someone with an unnecessary sense of pride, so maybe she tried to hide it. Sunmi massaged her forehead with a tired look, listening. Her returning means she thinks she can handle it herself, but in reality, as you can see. Oh no, what should we do now? Go. Yu's voice still echoes in Sun's ear as he tries to treat Shu Hua over the phone. The only way is to bring her back into the world of love, because no one in the human realm can heal monsters. But understanding Sun Go Yu's meaning, he calmly continued, even though doing so put her life in danger, she might be disqualified from becoming the next candidate for the Lake of Love. Among them, Super Hoa's clan has a very unique belief. The secret battles among family members, despite sharing the same bloodline, are driven by personal interests, and schemes of deception are commonplace. Some will die in the struggle for power, but they believe only the weak have to die. Every member of the clan longs for the position of successor, but the Super Lotus never reveals any flaws in her skills or character. But now the rumor that the Peacock Car is unwell will spread quickly, and then no one knows what other lovers will do to overthrow the Peacock Car. Seo looks at the struggling Peacock Car with worry and sadness. Go's voice echoes in the coffee shop in a confident way, but there's no guarantee it will be effective. Hearing this, Sun's voice full of joy rings out through the phone. Really? Whatever it takes. Please tell me what I can do to help her. Gohu takes a deep breath and carefully advises him at length. If the cause is from the battle with the sorcerers and she has no other injuries, then maybe it's not because of wounds or illness. Dong, you know what it is, right? Damaged by spirits. Sun's eyes widened in shock and he immediately objected. It's unreasonable that the Phoenix carriage was damaged so badly just because of a single evil spirit. Go also responded. Maybe she thought that way at first. That's probably what happened. Go Yu with a cold expression and a gentle voice. If it was truly caused by an evil spirit, there's no need to go back to the demon realm. Are there some experts nearby? Recently? Suddenly Go's eyes lit up and he spoke aloud. They must also live in the same Kanvila as you. Holding the phone in his hand, Go spoke confidently. I've contacted them. They'll be here soon. Someone's shadow is already waiting in front of Shu Hua's house. A faint smile curling as a curious voice echoes. Gonjang and Wei are already in front of Seo Hua's house. Why would the young lady in love need someone as ordinary as me? X-Hua, with heavy breath and lifeless, lies motionless on the bed, while Gon's eyes remain fixed on her body.
She gently reaches out to check X-Hoa's pulse as Gonjiang's lips curl into a slight smile. All right, I'm certain of one thing. Xiao and Sun are both anxiously listening. Gonjiang's face showed clear concern as he looked at the two people. If not done correctly, the patient will only last at most 3 days before stopping breathing. Hearing this, Sun Mi was already worried and became even more agitated. So there's no other way? Like a ritual or exorcism, Gonjiang calmly explained. Dong Tai is like being soaked on a stormy rainy day. The way to cure a cold is simple. Xiu's face darkened as Gonrang described her current situation. But depending on the circumstances and the opponent, we can come up with a few strategies. Among them, the best option is to remove the rain clouds so that the sky clears and the sun warms again, which will naturally dry the body and bring warmth. If the rain is too heavy, the raindrops cannot be removed. Going to a sheltered place and waiting for the rain to stop is also an option. Although not perfect, at least it keeps you from getting soaked. Suddenly, Gonrang hesitated and asked, so softly, how could this person be poisoned to such an extent? The image of Huan Sim's wooden tube appears again. I don't know which god or spirit created this curse, but that sheer stupidity alone is enough to warrant the death penalty. I can't imagine Huan Sim secretly keeping something so dangerous close to him and interacting with spirits. If you are oppressed by a restless spirit and cannot deal with it in time or lack the courage to do so, it will create something like this. Gonjiang bows his head with his eyes closed, looking helpless. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I have no right to do anything. Sun Mi quickly rushed forward, determined. Then at least try to do something. Sun Mi immediately froze at Gonjiang's warning words. It seems like you're fooling yourself. Of course I wouldn't refuse to intervene just because of personal feelings. I am not obligated to save that person. Gonjiang's gaze remained resolute as he continued to speak. As I said, what's inside cannot be resolved. Given X-Hoa's current situation, Gonjiang can be certain that even if he wanted to eliminate it, he wouldn't be able to. If someone actually manages to take it out, it will not only affect one person, but also bring wrath upon those around them. Gonjiang remains consistent in his stance. In my assessment, if this happens, more than 1,000 people will be cursed because of this terrifying thing. The reason she can still endure is because she has great power. Sun's body trembled as he clenched his mouth tightly, listening intently. Even with this outcome, sending them to the afterlife was still the right choice. Doing that for personal reasons is too risky. A high-pitched male voice suddenly cut off Gonjiang's words, making it very difficult. Sun and Gonjiang's attention turned to the voice that spoke up. I may not know much about soul matters, but if it's Gonzang, she will find a way, right? One leaning by the door said loudly, even if the method is foolish and risky, as long as we don't intervene directly, even if these people cause chaos, Wei glances sharply at Sun and Xiao. They wouldn't be so shameless as to drag us down with them, right? That's right. But sir, why? After all, this fox isn't worth being an opponent and I have no reason to show mercy. Isn't that a shame? Her friends couldn't do anything, even as she was slowly dying. Gonjiang's eyes shimmered with compassion. Really? She ran over and hugged Wan Wei tightly, surprising Sun and Xiao. Truly touching. Since when did you become so sensitive? Suddenly, Xiao's gaze fixed straight ahead as he saw Wei staring intently at him, and Xiao then voiced his thanks for supporting the superflower. Wei's lips slightly parted as if to say something, but then quickly closed and sighed. Xiao involuntarily felt confused about W's recent actions on a beautiful morning when sunlight was filtering through the city as Xiao leisurely strolled down the street. You remember Gonjiang's advice that day? There are 2 things you need to prepare. The ritualist and a container for the soul are taken out. Both must be of the highest quality. Sun opened his eyes wide, his mouth trembling in disbelief. You can't completely burn the container without sealing it? Gonjiang simply replied 2 words. Impossible. Slowly, Gonjiang patiently explained that the strength of a soul depends on the hatred it holds. When a soul dies, its strength is determined by hatred and attachments from previous lives. However, due to limited energy, most souls are reborn or transcend once it is exhausted. Only a few exceptions, like me becoming a lingering soul and choosing another body to possess as a yokai son. And Xiao stands silently, attentively absorbing. But exorcism is a different matter. An intervention and alteration of an object's existence through magic that can generate great hatred but cannot turn into a lingering soul. Wei is also nearby, looking very relaxed. That's why I was worried that the hatred might spread. It cannot be reborn or become a yokai. It will freely possess new bodies at will. From Gonang's words, everything became clearer. So the usual weapon is a soul container to satisfy it. Although it's not a flesh and blood body, it allows the soul to freely roam without restraint.
At this point, Ganjiang's voice suddenly wavered with hesitation. The issue here is that the quality of the container must match the strength of the soul. For ordinary souls, finding a container that satisfies them is enough. But for high-level souls, even the word absolute isn't enough. Sunmi contemplatively strokes her chin, deep in thought, when suddenly Super, looking anxious, hesitantly speaks up. And what about the priest performing the ritual? Ganjiang also answered directly. Although the exorcism ritual is a personal ceremony, she calmly explains every doubt. Besides that, exorcism skills require a high level of expertise from the practitioner. Exorcists are usually those with real experience in this field. If you want to know how to find someone like that, didn't I already tell you? There are very few of them. In front of me appears an intricately carved gate. Seo looked up at the tightly closed gate. Even though Seo Hua's life was in danger and she couldn't turn a blind eye, going there didn't seem like a good idea. Seeing John's bag fall straight to the ground, Seo clenched her fists, trembling with anger, and quickly recognized this boldness, then turned to greet him. Oh, hello. We've met a few times before. Isn't she related to Yusin and the two of them living together? John suddenly delivered a direct kick to Seo's face. She frowns and grits her teeth with visible fury, only to see Seo fall backward before he can react. John's cold eyes narrow as he warns sharply, "Don't joke around. I'm not an ordinary fool. Even with half-human blood, I still have dignity. How dare you come here so boldly?" Seo's eyes lowered in guilt. "Do you realize how much trouble you've caused your master?" Hearing the familiar voice respond, John widened his eyes in shock. What is he doing? Yusin slowly steps out, still sleepy. If anyone hears, I won't be alive anymore. Are you the one trying to contact me while I was sleeping? Yuan asked softly, then signaled sharply with his hand. Why are you staring like that? Stop sitting there and go inside. You're making me uncomfortable. He looked at the disgusted expression. The water bottle was slammed down on the table, making a loud noise. Next, 2 paper cups are thrown to the ground. Yu Xin looks somewhat worried, lips moving as if about to speak. Isn't that a bit too much? There are plenty of drinks at home. At least let me make some tea and hot water, John said, crossing his arms with a look of annoyance. The last time you came here, you seemed to like Xiao. You even thought he was a good person. But then I looked at his face and judged him wrongly. Maybe it's because he's like you, willing to sacrifice everything just to protect a demon, even if it means giving up a bright future. Xiao could only bow his head in silence, afraid to speak, and chose the difficult path. Yusin, somewhat indignant, calmly retorts, "A difficult path? Can't you say it more positively? Living more freely, independently, and confidently." John reluctantly apologizes for appearing negative. As Yusin poured the glasses of water, he opened up and said, "Well, you've heard it all now." Yusin insists on seriously telling his story. Leaving home wasn't an act of rebellion against growing up. I even left my family behind. Sai Yu couldn't hide his sympathy and exclaimed, "Yusin?" Yusin's voice softens as he gently explains, "Listen, it's not your fault. Even though you won't believe me because of what I have planned for a long time, I won't apologize to anyone. I'm no longer that person. Everything I've done so far hasn't been because you're my friend, but because I believe it's the right thing to do." In the small house, only Yusin's calm voice echoes as he seeks to receive state rice and contribute to the people of this land. Protecting you and your mother is the duty of an official. Protecting you and your mother is the duty of an official like me. Yusin reached for the glass of water on the table, but now no longer that person, just a homeless, directionless teenager. Yusin's mouth opens and continues talking. "You said you need someone to perform the ceremony, right? You've found the right person." Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but show a flicker of joy. "I may not be the best in Peninsula, but I'm definitely in the top tier." Yusin looked straight into Xiao's eyes with meaning. "But anyone who wants to have me must pay a fair price, even if it's a close friend." Without hesitation, Xiao immediately agrees. "All right, I can pay everything, and even if I can't, I'll find a way." Yusin also nodded towards John. "Is that clear?" Confidently, Yusin looked at Jian with a triumphant smile. The person here now is not only his friend, but also the first and very generous customer, so he treats the guest carefully. John furrowed her brows in confusion but said nothing. Then she let out a small sigh of helplessness. Yusin continued to the main point of the story. "You see, this world is divided into 2 parts, the human world and the demon world. Most of the residents move between the 2 worlds." Xiao looked confused. "Most of them?" As Yusin enjoyed the delicious cake, he continued. "The human and demon worlds are like 2 continents floating on the ocean, with many smaller worlds like islands in between." As she takes a bite of the cake, Yusin doesn't forget to say, "Some humans and yokai live there. Those islands are uncharted territories, outside the laws of modern society or the rule of the demon king. Yusin gradually revealed to Seo, you must have heard about them in fairy tales. Are there really so many places like that with majestic mountains, cherry blossom lands, immortal beings living above the mountains, vast oceans, underwater palaces, great cities, and kingdoms beneath the sea? Yusin calmly and slowly replied, not necessarily. Most of them are very small, only the size of a town, and some are even as small as a shopping mall. Yushin continued recounting to Seo. So everyone living there is part of the upper class of this world. As for yokai, many were once ancient kings, but now they no longer care about ordinary customs. For humans, there are those who have achieved enlightenment and even ascended to heaven, leaving the mortal world behind. Seo broke out in a sweat, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Truly a fascinating story. But what does this have to do with the service fee? Yu gently sipped his tea and replied, You can't pay right now, but you said you would find a way to pay. Yu politely places the teacup on the table and gets straight to the point. Starting from today, one of the places I mentioned will host a banquet for the youngest princess of the Dragon King. They are holding a small martial arts contest for both people and Yai. Where the waves keep crashing into each other somewhere on the eastern coast, Guparian tiptoes gently onto the rocks, hands clasped behind his back with a faint, emotionless smile. Then she looked up and gazed into the distance where a small pavilion on the cliff served as a resting spot. Yusin and Seo are quietly observing the scene here. Hearing a voice echoing from behind, Yuin turns his head and looks up. Welcome, guests? Guparion respectfully bows her head in a courteous greeting. I am Guparion, the steward of the East Sea Dragon Palace. You can call me Mrs. Gu.
Thank you very much for attending the princess's birthday party on behalf of the Spirit Water Bureau. Yusin also responded very respectfully. As I said before, I no longer have any connection to the Spirit Water Bureau. I am here as an individual.
You don't need to be too formal with me. Guparion gently smiled but remained firm. Even though his position has changed, his courage to become one of the youngest leaders remains unchanged, but his companion subtly glanced at Seo. Yusin suddenly understood and let out a small sound. You put your hand on Seo's shoulder and began to introduce him, saying, This friend of mine has been serving me since he was young. Yushin looked directly at Guparion and said clearly, His name is Choi MacDonald, and although he doesn't come from a water spirit family, his skills are very good.
I brought him here to participate in the martial arts tournament. Remember the conversation between Seo and Yusin a few days ago? Longkung is a special place, even though the Dragon King and his clan are originally extraordinary beings.
For thousands of years, they have never fought against yokai or harmed humanity. They have always remained neutral. So I am seriously informing Seo that both humans and yokai can openly participate in the celebration. Seo hesitated slightly, voice trembling, but Yushin confidently and boldly spoke up. As I said before, this is a neutral territory. Moreover, the Dragon Palace has very strict rules of its own. For thousands of years, the Dragon Palace has welcomed humans. Isn't this place safer than the human world? The only obstacle might be that you are a demon. As Yushin pointed decisively at Seo and said, Isn't it suspicious for someone like you to accompany someone like me? Even if the people of the Dragon Palace say nothing, other guests might still doubt and scrutinize. Seo tilted his head slightly, puzzled. But since this is a place for fighting, Yusin immediately interrupted, suggesting there might still be another way. Yusin seems to have thought everything through and analyzed carefully.
Even though he didn't witness the fight with the Yang family firsthand, I know he can use official energy. Seo immediately objected, but it's not as powerful as magic. Unfazed, Yushin calmly replied, That doesn't matter. I will handle the tough battles.
You have to pretend to be human. That's my condition. Returning now, Guparion is gradually guiding the two of you. Before inviting the two of you into the palace, I will briefly introduce the upcoming match. In a familiar tone, she calmly instructs. As you know, tomorrow's match is held on the princess's birthday, and the curtain will rise during the party. But the list of finalists will be decided before the party ends. So it's difficult for us to hold all the matches in just one day. Yui quickly understood and asked back. So, you mean we need to pass the preliminary round? Guparion bowed politely this time.
Yes, I apologize if this causes any inconvenience, but the number of participants has exceeded our Longkung's expectations.
The two black tokens appear before Seo and Yusin. The jade tokens we gave you will be used as your individual competition cards. Over the 2 days you are here, the jade token also allows us to know your location and condition. All attention is focused on the mysterious black jade token floating in midair. Once you take the jade tablet, it becomes your personal property, proving that you have become a contestant in the martial arts competition. Hearing about the function of the jade token, Seo glanced nervously at Yusin. The jade token can roughly measure the owner's aura and determine their level, so there's no need to worry too much. Yusin understood and whispered softly to reassure him, Don't worry, the mask you're wearing can perfectly hide your aura.
The jade token will identify you as a human. Guparian concluded with final reminders. Once again, I thank both of you for participating in the martial contest. Then I won't keep you waiting any longer. I will escort you both to the preliminary venue. A whirlpool appears on the vast sea surface, forming a path. At the bottom of the deep sea, there is a martial arena bearing the mark of the Dragon Clan. The figures of the three people immediately appeared on the fighting stage. Guparian quickly brought Seo and Yusin here. Yusin coldly looked towards the opposite side, where three figures also appeared faintly. Yusin softly whispered a signal to Seo. It seems that is our opponent. The two brothers from the Red Cave are also present at the arena. Miss Kang from their side calmly speaks up. So I will explain the preliminary round rules first. The matches in the preliminary round will be held consecutively. The contestants will keep fighting until someone loses twice. Yusin frowned slightly and asked in a calm tone, "There's no clear rule about advancing to the next round, right?" Immediately, Mrs. Kang replied, "That's right," with a gentle, smiling face as she explained. "If you lose twice, you will be eliminated from the preliminary round and will have to wait for further instructions. At the end of the preliminary round, your score will be based on the total number of wins. The top 8 teams with the highest scores will advance to the finals." Yusin's eyebrows furrow in displeasure. "Cheating, huh? This rule isn't really fair. Even though losing seems safe, most contestants don't intend to give up easily." IU quietly lost herself in her own thoughts. If the finals are held tomorrow, then this preliminary round is just a long race where we can't see where the finish line is. Once you lose control, everything will fall apart. Remember what Gwarian once revealed? Yusin thought silently. Overcoming the personal trial must be for this reason: to prevent contestants from predicting the number of participants in advance. But does it really have to be this extreme? Yusin suddenly pauses in surprise, her mouth moving without sound. Huh? Seo decisively and slowly stepped forward. At this moment, Yusin finally realized he called Seo back suddenly. "Hey Choi, are you acting without telling me again?" "Don't worry, sir, the young master won't turn his back on Seo," I calmly interject. "Saving strength is the most important thing. As long as someone as unskilled as I step forward, you don't need to worry too much." Behind the mask, Seo's face is smiling confidently with narrowed eyes. "I will definitely win." Mrs. Gu, with a calm and gentle demeanor, speaks up. "Before the match begins, I will introduce some information about the opponent. The yokai from the Red Rattlesnake Cave will represent Korea in the peninsula. Information about the two Yoi Red Fang siblings is gradually revealed. Although they are still young, both have reached a supernatural level." Yuzuin immediately became cautious, sweating profusely as he thought, "They must have surpassed humans to reach this level without resorting to eating people." Then he cleared his throat and warned Seo, "Listen, if you can't do it, then retreat quickly." On the other side, Mrs. Kang quickly provided information to the Red Centipede brothers. The other team consisted of 2 martial artists, one of whom was formerly with the Spirit Water Bureau. The younger sister immediately asked upon hearing this, "I heard the Spirit Water Bureau is made up of the strongest people, but that means he's no longer there, right?" Mrs. Kang also kindly explained, "I don't know the details, but it seems so." Maybe the guy next to him interrupted indifferently. "No need to go into details, just a quick glance is enough to tell their skill level. I've been quite curious about the martial arts of these two. It doesn't seem as impressive as I thought." He carefully evaluates each person one by one. The aura of the approaching person is only as strong as a low-level yokai. The one behind must be stronger. Then he continued the conversation, asking a few more questions. "If my opponent dies first, do I take responsibility?" Without hesitation, Mrs. Kang replied firmly, "No, everyone must be prepared for possible accidents during the competition." The corner of the brother's mouth slightly curled in a smug smile. The banquet is held at the Dragon Palace. He then moved forward, not forgetting to give a warning. He walked while glancing back at the younger sister behind him, who looked confused and asked why. The preliminary round features consecutive matches because it doesn't require much strength, so you have to kill and eat your opponents before losing and becoming the strongest. The younger sister squints in doubt and speaks. "What is that?" "Big brother will be here to reassure you." "Don't worry." His face is full of confidence and he smiles smugly. "This will be the first person my sister gets to taste. Of course, it has to be enjoyed together." Quickly, he and Seo faced each other. He gestured with his hand to provoke Seo. "Go ahead." Seo was momentarily unsure of what expression to show. The whole body of the older brother begins to focus his internal energy. "You were very brave to come here with that innocent and weak face, senior. I will go first." Ewan just watched from behind, sighing with a dismissive smile, acting arrogant and fierce but unable to solve anything, attacking quickly before losing the battle. But Choi Seo was not the type to follow that plan easily. Last time, at least during the fight, his instincts were quite impressive, and without any hesitation, Seo suddenly leapt up. Fai rushed toward his older brother at high speed.
Seeing that, the older brother sneered and smirked, while Yushin was anxiously worried. Right in front of the older brother, Seo threw a punch. Seo's fist clenched tightly and rushed straight at the red snake yokai's face. He blocked Seo's punch with one hand. Yushin's pupils dilated in horror. Could that hand possibly be? The other hand of the guy concentrated power into the tips of his fingers for the Uni-Technic Earth Dragon Venomous Kick, aiming directly at Seo. The move was created by two different variations. Suddenly, memories of the treacherous snake demon flooded back. The boy must have faced a poison user before, based on that bitter experience and the information about the Ogong yokai. He can anticipate the opponent's movements, and before becoming a yokai kai, he has the bloodline of Gopin and the skills of a guardian. Seo quickly and skillfully dodged the opponent's attack. He is a top martial artist proficient in many fighting styles. The red-eyed snake yokai's gaze flickered with a flash of panic, perhaps the first time everyone has seen it. He finished Seo with a straight kick aimed directly at his body, a martial art from a distant continent. Capoeira assumed a defensive stance. The red-faced yokai quickly retreated. What kind of move is this that can't be overwhelmed by this power? Seo keeps charging forward. The red yokai Z gathers all its strength to resist with a powerful move. It's too effective. Secrets about Seo's power are gradually revealed. Like other human martial artists, they only use movement to enhance their physical strength with their jaw. The red yokai Z, in pain and helpless, clenches his teeth and delivers another powerful punch straight to Galipante's face. She kept unleashing moves in succession, leaving the red yokai no chance to counterattack. Her younger sister outside couldn't help but exclaim, "What? He managed to hit him 3 times with that move?" Yushin's eyes stayed fixed on the fight, quietly pleased to be in the lead, but the real issue was the power gap. Yushin's mind was preoccupied with thoughts. The chi energy Seo possessed was only at a basic level. Due to this disparity, even after 3 attacks, he still couldn't cope with the opponent's overwhelming power. Seo relentlessly keeps attacking, while the red snake yokai's eyes are bloodshot and filled with suffering. How much longer can these moves last? Just once more, if he counterattacks, suddenly his face turns pale. A sharp sword appears in Seo's hand. Then Seo, with a trembling voice, said, "So I won't be hit 4 times. As he finished, a swift horizontal slash cut through the red yokai snake's head. The light shines directly onto the large circle with the 2 people in the center. I painfully raise my hands to cover my head. Seo raised his sword, ready to strike, but suddenly his energy was extinguished. He lowered his weapon and stood tall in front of him. I tremble in pain, unable to believe it. What? He looked at me and started to consider something. Monsters really have very resilient vitality, although it can vary depending on the species. And the monster's physical strength after being defeated can often recover a large part or almost all of its body. Seo reached out to the lower part of my severed body. However, even among the super-recovering monsters, there are parts they cannot restore. A drop of blood dripped down your foot. That is a monster crystal, is a monster. The shimmering purple gem in Seo's blood-stained hand is like a second heart to that demon. Even more so. I am covered in blood and my face is pale as I try to say, "Give it back." Despite his trembling pleas, I just quietly think, even if it is recreated, it will return to its original state as when it was first born, and the demon will have to start over from the beginning, relearning everything it had previously acquired. He struggled to his feet, reaching out to grab and return it, but you ignored him and quietly kept walking. My sister, panicked, quickly turned around and asked Goopa, "Rion, is it really okay to do that? That guy just stole the love gem from my brother. What does that have to do with the tournament?" I didn't expect Seo's answer to make her freeze. She asked the wrong person. You can see the powerful aura emanating from him. Instead of rigidly following the rules, there's a much safer way to handle this. If you want to take back my brother's love stone, just kill me or beat me, that's all. She broke out in a sweat, narrowing her eyes as she listened to every word he said. I'll say this first. If you want to take over my body and do whatever you want, I have no problem with it. Gua Run stood nearby, listening to the conversation with a pale face. What's going on? Judging by his abilities, there's nothing special about him. Is this the level of a human martial artist? She simply observes from afar and assesses, if his subordinate is at this level, how powerful must his master be? After a moment of thought, she speaks, making Yushin nervous. It's no wonder that the previous minister trusted him enough to bring him here. He possesses extraordinary martial arts skills. Looking back at the brutal fight before, it's clear he used exceptional technique and intuition to overcome the vast energy difference. She continued to mention the finishing move from earlier, saying he managed to preserve his strength until the very end and disperse his energy instead of focusing it, which was also incredibly skillful. If he had shown his strong power from the beginning, he wouldn't have left such a big opening. Yui listened to her comments. I guess from his aura that he hasn't trained for long yet, but surely in the future, once he has accumulated enough power, he'll be very strong. Yu confidently responds without hesitation when she reaches out her hand. It's nothing. He tried to force a strained smile, but deep down he was extremely worried. He's talented, but fighting opponents of that caliber is really tough. Actually, I don't think so. He remembered that strange mask but didn't know what to say. Yusin's plan was quite simple. The mask you gave Seo not only hides his demonic power, but also helps limit energy release. Thinking of someone needing to channel a large amount of energy, even with martial talent, training is still essential. Rapidly increasing one's power through hunting like a monster is almost impossible. He silently calculates the steps in his mind. So when wearing the mask, Seo becomes a new guardian with the talent of a high-level demon, so despite his talent, he still lacks the necessary training. All scenarios are mapped out to ensure the plan achieves the best results. So according to the original plan, this was unavoidable. You always considered the worst-case scenarios to come up with appropriate measures, and that's how things turned out. You can't help but feel a bit narcissistic, thinking you'll shine brightly at that moment to comfort Seo. Sorry I couldn't do much to help. It's okay. It's normal. Seeing Seo surrounded by disappointment and gloom, but this is just the beginning, right? You still have unlimited potential to become a strong martial artist. Yu proudly points to himself to encourage you. Come on. I'll teach you all the skills and secret techniques I know, and together, we'll work together to win. Seo looked at him with tears in her eyes. Yusin and the others then regained their momentum, clasping hands to show their determination, but unfortunately, it was just a thought that made Yusin feel discouraged, covering his face as he contemplated Yosin's plan. Looking at Seo's confused face and Yusin's confident eyes, we can understand that Yusin's true reason for convincing Seo to join the martial arts tournament is not just for fighting, but also to change Seo's direction. The image of two sparkling gems appears, symbolizing yokai and the former master with ultimate talent in both fields, and most importantly, both are still in the early stages of development. Yuin remains expressionless but subconsciously thinks, what if I nurture Seo's martial talent now that I see his growing potential like a sprouting seed? The difference between the two talents is still not clear yet. Apart from his remarkable progress, there is almost no difference at all. The gap becomes clearer as it unfolds before the images of the two trees. If there is a chance to nurture this progress, perhaps his martial arts ability will surpass his beastly instincts. Of course, considering his talent, it wouldn't be a great loss. Yu nonchalantly gazes into the void, lost in thought. Anyway, if he wants to become the Demon King to have the power to protect as many people as possible, then honestly, a renowned martial artist would be much more practical. Seeing Seo still timidly holding a glass of water, he's too kind and ends up suffering for it, which is why he has to endure such pointless hardship. Even with the power to protect everyone, the only way is to become the Demon King. The image of a ruined city shrouded in darkness. The world 6 months from now will become a survival hell where individual strength is useless. No matter how strong you are, you will still have to follow the new rules. Looking at the worst-case scenario that could happen to Yuan, bleeding all over with limbs torn apart instead of trying to change the rules and falling while fighting the demon horde that has now become enemies. The two previous situations where he stood tall before many people and lived as a respected and revered martial artist. He protected and guided would bring more joy and happiness. Once he takes that position, he'll be forced to understand and accept it. Yin frowns, sweating and narrowing his eyes as he struggles to think. Even if he protests halfway through, that's the only answer. Yushin clenched his fists even tighter, more determined. In this tournament, I will definitely make him a martial arts master. My sister, worried, turns away and admits defeat. I give up. We've lost. I told you. Are you forcing me to kneel again? He had no choice but to speak up. From now on, any attack from either side is forbidden as the match ends with Kim Yushin's victory. And my sister's gaze now overlooks even Seo, focusing entirely on her brother. Immediately, she hurriedly rushed over. Yushin stood nearby, sighing as he listened to her panic. Is your brother okay? Will he recover? Yushin looked down in despair. Life is so hard. Things don't always go as planned. I feel aching all over, trembling and furrowing my brow slightly. My sister takes a deep breath and threatens Seo. Remember this day clearly. She frowned, viewing his actions as a declaration of war. You have challenged the entire Red Kill clan, and you will pay double for what you did today. Seo calmly turned around and approached. Not bad at all. She was terrified to realize something terrible when she heard you say it. Any time is fine. Bring as many people as you want. I hope you will come to find me. The demonic power is so immense that it seems to weigh down on both of them, growling a few times. At that time, I will be even more prepared than I am now. She trembled in fear, unable to speak. Even Mrs. Kang was just as surprised. What's going on? That human feels like they've just become something completely different. A presence equal to the generals in the Dragon Palace, watching Seo leave while my sister trembles in fear and considering his power in the recent battle. Does such a being really exist, or is it just something humans can't truly comprehend? Baryon asked with a strange smile. Why are you so silent after just announcing the end of the match? She was startled, her face pale, quickly reaching out to bow and begin her spell. Sorry, I will step back with the 2 people I manage. Immediately after, the red yokai Honget also moved away to another place. Yusin turned to look at Parun and asked, so do we have to fight the next opponent right now? She calmly responded to his words, saying it wouldn't be fair if it wasn't the qualifying round. Baryon smiled strangely and softly said, the qualifying matches will start simultaneously. Right now, the matches among the other contestants are probably reaching their climax at the same time. With the last match finished, the next round will start in just a moment. Yu frowned slightly, thinking for a moment before continuing to ask. So finishing early means more rest time. Preserving strength isn't the only strategy. There are no medicines or items provided here during breaks, right? Wu Pan still kept a gentle smile on his face as he slightly bowed and replied calmly, sorry, but that's correct. You should cherish this opportunity because whether you pass or fail the preliminary round, you won't be able to use anything other than what you brought with you. Suddenly, Seo spoke up to catch their attention, so if you bring something along, you will be allowed to use it right. Yu stared in disbelief at what Seo was holding, recalling Muarong's thoughtful reminder to both of them. This badge is a token we only give to our most special clients as a symbol of our organization. It's not just proof of membership. If you use the badge, you can instantly summon our society's services anywhere at any time, even in places outside of this world. Yusin looked in amazement, constantly asking about this. This must be the badge. Hey, this is a VIP card to join the Scholars Guild. Where did you get this? It takes a lot of effort to obtain. What is the master saying? Didn't you personally give it to me when you left the house? How could you take it away? You said so yourself. That's right, I didn't forget. What do you think would happen if they found out you took it out of the house? Guparian gently bowed and explained to them. If this were inside the main hall of the Dragon Palace, something would happen. But this is just an outside area where soldiers train. As long as the summoned people don't directly participate in combat, buying these items isn't a problem. Looking at the badge on Seo's hand, she also reminded him that the summoning would help regenerate energy and consume items based on the distance of the summon. But this place is separate. Since you're in the mortal world, you probably only have one chance to summon today, so it would be wiser to carefully choose the timing of the summon. Yusin anxiously looked at Seo as he began to calculate. These contestants are more interesting than I thought. I'm not sure if they are the people the Emperor is looking for, as Seo innocently turns to look at Yusin, showing her agreement. That's true, Master. Yusin himself knows best, always thinking ahead before acting. But they will probably achieve quite good results. Seeing Gupariung prepare to leave, he has already planned the next steps. Let's see how the other matches are going. This one ended unusually quickly, so there should be some intense battles too. Usually there's not a huge gap in strength between the contestants. Seeing the purple flame appear on Parung's hand, does that mean the other 5 matches have also ended? The old lady on the other side is tearful as she sees the blood and gore beneath a person's feet, trembling and crying out loud, standing before the brutal blood-stained arena. Xiaohui sighed and began to complain, unable to understand how they had 2 chances to survive. She straightened her back and stepped off the arena. Are these half-blood monsters here not afraid of anything? The guardian beside them is also stunned, lost in thought. Her strength is truly astonishing. She defeated 2 high-level demons in an instant. When she said she would join the tournament alone, I thought she was overconfident. While he was lost in his thoughts, could this be a lowly creature that has reached the level of a saint? Suddenly, Xiao Huai spoke up without turning around. My first and last question is whether I heard her correctly, that the prize for the winner is exactly as I heard, right? Yes, that's correct. The Emperor was very interested and hopeful about this tournament. The room was so silent that only his voice could be heard. Besides the prize money and generous gifts for the winner, if you win, you can choose any treasure from the Long Kung's vault. He sweat profusely and bowed to explain the Emperor himself will personally accompany the winner to the treasure room and advise on which treasure to choose. I never expected Xiao Huai to bluntly say there's no need for them. Going to the treasure mountain is no different from a dry, worthless hill.
Her cold gaze and firm voice emphasized, I only care about one thing, the relic of my grandfather Sun Wukong left in this dragon palace. Hunger is quite impressive. Even without interference, it still survives. Are you planning to interfere? The man hesitated and was at a loss for words when he heard Go Yu ask. Quickly, Go Yu hardens his face and faces the man about to attack. Sorry, but there's not much time left to think. If there is no response within 3 seconds, I will assume you intend to attack. The man with a pale face closes his eyes, waiting to be struck. He trembled and bitterly admitted, I give up. Immediately, all of Go Yu's opponents disappeared from the arena. Only then did Go Yu turn around and quietly speak. They have skills better than I expected. This is the perfect opportunity right before the main event. They must have gathered here all together. Sun immediately stepped forward to object, but I still need to target someone in a higher position. Only then will I have enough strength to catch the demon haunting Hoa. Faced with Sony's determined attitude, Go also had to yield. I'm here now, and will do my best. If it takes more than a day, we'll discuss it beforehand. We can't keep the shop closed any longer. Right now at Go's coffee shop, the customers are all very confused because the front door is still clearly open. Where did they all go? Sun Mai quickly dismisses it. What's going on? To be honest, the store has been closed for more than half the week, depending on my brother's mood. Go explained gently and calmly. That is necessary to maintain quality and introduce new products. Sun immediately retorted with a defiant look. Honestly, that place is just average. Customers usually go there because they recognize him. Go almost collapsed in disbelief, asking again, is that all? Sun didn't pay any attention and immediately turned to the instructor. Can I ask you something? I don't know if there will be an answer, but I don't know if my friend is participating in this competition. The guide from Sun's team looked a bit embarrassed and hesitated. Sorry, but may I see the list of participants? Please, check if my friend is participating or not. The slightly different appearance made the instructor blush and melt. If it's just a weakness for adorable people, then Seon-mi quickly and softly declares that it's Choi Seo. The monster guide immediately used its power to help Sun check, and Choi Seo was not on the list. But the truth is that Seo used a different identity. After hearing this, Choi Marsan let out a sigh of relief. Really? That's a relief. Go understood what Sony was thinking and calmly suggested that it's very difficult to meet him here. But if he's worried, he should ask directly. Sun shook his head subtly, disagreeing. Don't guess randomly. Talking about Seo like that won't help. He only follows what he feels is right. Go looked confused, exhaling softly. But as she said, there's no way he would participate just to find a solution. Today he must have gone with that friend because I don't think he's the type to bring Seo to a place like this. Did you catch a cold? After the 4th match, Choi Seo won 5 consecutive battles, easily defeating all the opponents he faced. Yusin, watching from outside, couldn't hide his amazement. Mrs. Gu had to admire for a moment and said, Excellent. Very impressive. As the opponent left, Seo returned from the arena to rest when suddenly Yusin's deep voice rang out. Hey Seo, come here. Yuan gently reaches out and takes Seo's wrist. Yusin's eyes widened in surprise. His energy is not yet depleted. Mai carefully examines Yusuan as he carefully checks Seo's internal energy. Although it's nearly depleted, given the amount of aura he has, it should last for several more times. Minimize energy consumption and use it only during crucial moments. This is a basic skill, but he must have learned it without anyone teaching him. Seo looked extremely confused when Yusin suddenly spoke, turned around, sat down, and burst into laughter. Although he didn't quite understand, Seo still followed seriously. Seo sat upright with his legs crossed, voice trembling like this. Yushin's face was serious, speaking gently. You will get used to it soon. Anyway, the position you're sitting in is the lotus position, commonly called the half lotus. Yusi's serious eyes and careful tone explain that this is the basic posture for controlling energy. Remember to direct your feet. Then he gently places his hand on Seo's back and begins transmitting internal energy, which might feel a bit uncomfortable. The meridians are now unblocked, and Seo can feel the difference clearly. Can you sense it? Yu carefully focused her eyes and channeled internal energy into Seo. I just transferred a little energy into your body. From now on, every time I press on your back, you inhale. When I release my hand, you exhale. Yusin patiently explains slowly that the human body usually has energy channels, and those energy pathways are called acupoints, with over 100 acupoints in the body. I have sealed 64 points, 32 when you inhale and 32 when you exhale. Blocking different energy points through breathing is a way to focus the mind. Seo's body keeps trembling, but he endures it silently. Right now, I am transmitting energy and acupoints to you, but in the future you will have to do it yourself. Yusin said this as he looked up towards the opponent. This breathing exercise will activate the body's self-healing and energy absorption abilities. Suddenly, two figures appear on the arena ahead. Sensing something unusual, Yusin narrows his eyes and mutters, "Aren't there only 2 stars?" Xiao Huai and her guide are standing silently watching, then Gu quickly speaks up to provide information. This opponent is quite strong, so instead of a 2-on-1 fight, she decided to participate alone. This is the granddaughter of the legendary Sun Gugong on Mount Wagahua in the central continent. Hearing this, Yusin hesitated slightly but said nothing. Over here, Xiao Huai also started questioning her guide. "Is that a human?" He responded quickly, "Yes. He is a descendant of the Lingshui sect, which has protected this land for over 1,000 years, and his descendants are definitely not ordinary martial arts practitioners." Xiao Hui sighed softly, sneering inwardly. "Everyone has descendants? It's just about their ability." Sio behind was still trembling as he secretly praised himself. No wonder Siowei is renowned, the one who fought with the flower carriage at the shop. He could only withstand 2 attacks, but that was enough to make Sio surrender to Siowei. Familiar faces gradually appeared. Sio had expended a great deal of energy to reach this limit. But that's only equivalent to a few ordinary attacks from yokai. They are all superclass yokai that Yusin mentioned earlier. Sio sat still, unable to move, looking helpless. "Why isn't my body responding? I can't let Yusin handle this alone." Suddenly, Yusin's deep voice softly reminds me, "Sit still. I've already pressure pointed you, and don't forget to breathe through the pressure points." Have you ever read martial arts comics? If you breathe at the wrong time, you'll go crazy. Yusin's gentle eyes slightly curl into a faint smile. If you want to withstand 5 waves of attack, you need to know when to retreat. Yuan and Xiao Huai officially enter the fight. Xiao Huai slightly opens his mouth and lowers his voice to say, "At this point, it's useless. You'd better surrender." The unguarded person seems to have only one last chance left. Yusin frowns, and although he doesn't reply directly, his eyes burn with determination. Make them wait a little longer. If you don't die, you'll regret not surrendering sooner. I see now. Yusin's eyes turn cold with determination. He has fought 5 times, but is still in good shape now. Sungu's granddaughter, or whatever, she only survived this long because of that petty reputation. Relying only on ancestors and not worrying about life or death. Those who believe in such things are truly disappointing compared to real combat skills. As if struck at a vital point, Xiao Hui involuntarily shivered. Yusin looked straight at Xiao Hui with a mocking expression. Do all yokai inherit such stupid ways of thinking? Are they fools? Maybe living 100 years makes people grow up more slowly. Huh? Yusin immediately drew his sword from its sheath, while Xiao Hui also reached out to grab a strand of hair, Xiao Hui's eyes full of power, channeling her energy to tame the wind god. Yusin, not to be outdone, prepared for battle, muttering, "Lei Pidao." As your sword's sheath hit the ground, a powerful explosion shook the entire arena. Xiao Hui quickly leapt back to avoid the blast, her eyes wide with surprise and her mouth slightly open. Yusin rushed forward at lightning speed, splitting her in 2. His left eye turned blue, symbolizing his power. Suddenly, Yusin's pupils trembled slightly in confusion. Xiao Hui had vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a strand of hair split in 2 behind the smoke. Yusin's eyes remained fixed, stunned. Hair? Immediately, Yusin shot a sideways glance with suspicion as Xiao Hui suddenly appeared and struck Yusin directly. Luckily, you managed to dodge in time, but your face still hasn't regained composure. Without stopping, Xiao Hui continues to attack. She repeatedly charged forward with superior speed to fight back against Yusin. Sio quietly focused while channeling her energy, watching the fight unfold so fast, not just in speed, but also in the precision of every move. But then why is Yusin only dodging? It's not like he can't fight back. Up to now, there have been about 4 or 5 chances. Yusin grit his teeth and cautiously dodged Tiao Huai's attacks. One with a handful of love energy and the other gripping a sword tightly continue to clash. Sio's judgment is correct. Yokai's physique is resilient, almost invincible, but Yusin's sword and physique are still enough to defeat them. Yusin steps back, maintaining a defensive distance, yet hesitates to attack, perhaps driven by instinct. Xiao Hui jumps high, ready to deliver a powerful kick. Yusin frowns, sensing something is wrong. Guparion also anticipated what was about to happen and immediately raised his hand to cast his magic. Tiu Huai's powerful kick caused the arena's floor to shatter. Sio and Tiu Huai's mentor felt extremely uneasy as the arena shook violently. A massive explosion rocked the entire fighting area and Yusin was immediately caught in the chaos, losing his balance. What is that? Isn't it the water-supported floor, not the pillar? No matter what, it's normal for it not to move. Yu recalls past matches and thinks to himself, Although 5 matches were attacked by many strong opponents, there was not even a single tremor, let alone being affected. This arena's structure must be designed to reduce energy impact by transmitting it into the water, but regardless of the principle, it exceeds the limits of the energy absorption device.
The arena is now shaking violently with the flow of seawater, and just considering its weight, it must be tens of tons, or even more. Suddenly, a thought flashes through Yusin's mind about the weight. A reluctant smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. The power of the great sage, Qi Tianshu, W on Ong. You only appear arrogant when you think you're unbeatable, but you can't prove that. A soul born with abundant energy on Earth. Tu Huai sternly tucks her hair behind her ear. Usually I give my opponents a chance, but you are an exception. Her special magic is controlling her mass, not her weight. Tu Huai's face darkened with anger as he warned, "You talk so big, do you know that? If you know your place, think carefully about this power gap." Yusin is a bit exhausted, but still smirks with a determined voice. The main difference is how we overcome and turn the tide. Gentle sunlight filters through the window of a traditional martial arts dojo. Yusin is lying on the ground, panting heavily with his mouth wide open. His hand hangs loose, unable to grasp the sword anymore. Looking exhausted, he breathes out tiredly and says he's so tired and hungry. "I can't move anymore." Kim Yusin, 10 years old. Kim Jun gently approaches Yusin from afar and reminds him not to lie around lazily anymore. "Get up and train. We still have an hour before dinner." Kim Jun gently taps the wooden sword on his palm and lowers his voice. "We should use this time to keep ourselves busy and productive. Then dinner will taste even better, right? Hurry up and grab your sword to start training." Yu suddenly stood up, feeling unfairly treated. "Why is it always me? Others just need to train in the morning and do trivial things like spiritual cultivation or something." Kim Jun replied in a deep, straightforward voice. "What if they say they are cleaning their hearts? Maybe their hearts were already dirty to begin with. Why shouldn't I be assigned those heart-cleaning tasks? Is it because of me? If I were like the others, it would have been over a long time ago." Kim Jun's expression was emotionless, his voice cold and detached. In fact, people and swords have many similarities. They need long-term training to become good and strong swords, but ultimately, the quality of the blade is the most important thing. Kim Jun kept explaining to Yusin without stopping, saying that if the iron used as material is of poor quality, it simply cannot withstand strong impacts. "Young master, you are like a sturdy piece of wood that doesn't break no matter how hard it's hit, so you should train as much as possible." You helped the person to sit up, with an indifferent face and a sigh. "If you're just saying that to make me happy, then you've already failed. I've never wanted to do this. Whether it's martial arts or leading a gang, there are many people who want to be like this. If you make them train, they will surely work harder than I do. You probably think the same way I do." Kim Jun tilted his head in frustration and gently asked, "Why do you keep acting so reluctant?" Yu Xin lowered his head firmly, expressing his resolve. "I just don't want to. There's no other reason. It's not about style, that's all." Reflecting on the laws of competition in this world, 1 in 10,000 is the probability of being born with the minimum qualities needed to become a mage. Breaking that probability, honing the necessary skills to stand up against humanity's enemies. Sounds pretty good, huh? The heir of the family throwing a fit on the floor, wasting time on such trivial things. Yusin's father was extremely angry, his face stern as he thought about where the remaining bloodline was coming from. No wonder he sometimes showed a rough personality. Think about the remaining half of your bloodline and what you have achieved and enjoyed. Do you understand? Yusin's legs tremble with fear as he responds, "Yes, I will remember." Your strict father commands in a harsh tone. "Quickly get rid of this trash right now. If I catch you again, it won't just be a few lashes." "So why did you stop?" "I clearly said to beat him until I say stop," the female servant stammered in terror. "I'm sorry." Yusin's legs kept enduring the beating until they bled. Yusin's father coldly watches as his son responds, "And in a few years when the world changes, this country will kneel before you. By then, you will hold the whip yourself, just as you are accepting your current punishment. Remember that it is also your duty and responsibility to rule over the lowly. That is the burden and responsibility you must bear." Yusin's mouth is tightly closed. Her resolute yet resigned gaze repeats these meaningless words, and eventually she cannot avoid recognizing the truth. We are not heroes standing up against evil. We are only villains following unreasonable rules. In the book titled "The Verdict Has Been Passed," mentioned in a corner of their story, living by riding on the weak is not much different from that truth. 4 years later, at the high school entrance ceremony in the ice rink, Ewan sat silently by the window, lost in thought with a book in hand. Suddenly, a rough voice broke the silence. "Hey, sit somewhere else," Yu replied with a cold, indifferent look. "As far as I know, there are no fixed seats here. If you're late, please sit somewhere else." The brown-haired student smirks arrogantly and provocatively steps closer to Yin. Hey, do you know who your father is? Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly? Yin frowns, his eyes cold as he cuts in. Shall we go outside to settle this? That brown-haired guy immediately looked confused and asked, What do you mean arrogant? Yusin's face completely changed as he asserted with an imposing tone, You don't have to do it right now, whether it's the bathroom or somewhere at the back. After class is fine too. You can call everyone from the next class or the one above if you want, or right here, now. After finishing, the brown-haired boy and his friend both trembled in fear. Surprisingly, true education as depicted in fictional works does not happen in situations like this. Unlike the villains in stories, opportunists in real life are quite sharp. Although they may seem simple and aggressive at first glance, their true nature is actually quite cautious and cunning. Yu stared intently at the backs of the two boys, quietly walking away. Do you know who that bastard is? They are sensitive to anyone who seems slightly threatening to them and target a bookish boy absorbed in his phone, choosing an easy prey they can manipulate and control. That bookworm with glasses looks confusedly in the direction of the call. Do you like listening to what others say? The brown-haired guy looks pleased, smirking mischievously. Is that the hero who defeated him? That's right, show me your phone. It's already 8:15 in the classroom. Yusin was startled by a voice that made him nervous and glanced over. Who told you to swap the item, you idiot? That brown-haired student snatched the phone from his glasses-wearing friend and said, I will send it to the auction house. Let me use it for a bit, the other guy said nervously. But if you make a mistake while moving it and lose it? The brown-haired guy frowns with a displeased look and a threatening tone. I won't lose it. I've moved items many times before. Do you think I'm a rookie? Look, I'm moving it now. The bespectacled friend sighed regretfully and said, Oh no. The bespectacled guy angrily reached out to take back the phone. The brown-haired guy furrows his brow and immediately becomes annoyed, despite the glasses-wearing friend rushing to intervene. Sorry. The brown-haired guy slapped him hard across the face and cursed, You idiot! Everyone in the class stood still in silence, watching. I tried to make us all get along, but you got annoyed and arrogant over such a trivial matter. One of the glasses-wearing boy's cheeks was beaten so badly it was bruised. I need more. Take back your phone. Just know that if we make eye contact again, I will kill you on the spot. The boy in glasses could only tremble and stammer out a response. I'm sorry, the brown-haired guy shouted, grabbing it quickly. The brown-haired guy, full of arrogance, takes pleasure in bullying others, avoiding stronger predators while exploiting the weaker. Yusin, with a contemplative expression, quietly reflects, learning to see this as a fundamental part of human nature and the world's structure, which clarifies his mind significantly. Myself, my father, and other warriors. Even with strength, we must see ourselves as ordinary people, rather than cruel, cowardly runaways. The brown-haired boy kept scolding and insulting his glasses-wearing friend. Suddenly, a chubby figure entered the classroom because in reality, there are no stories about heroes. Seo then calmly spoke up, apologizing. The brown-haired guy and your glasses-wearing friend are holding their cheeks in pain, looking around confused. Seo gently scratches his chubby cheek and smiles kindly. Sorry to interrupt. Are you Mr. Ohi Gilu? We went to the same elementary school, even though we weren't in the same class. I'm not sure who that tall guy is. I'm Choseo. I don't know what happened before, but I think there's no need for violence and shouting like that. Since we are now classmates, it would be good if we could get along. The brown-haired guy snapped, his face annoyed and voice tense. What the hell, you bastard? The brown-haired guy stepped forward, intimidating Seo. Are you kidding? Now even a worthless punk is speaking up. Do you have a problem now? Seo hesitated but couldn't get the words out. The brown-haired guy quickly spread his legs and kicked Seo hard in the stomach, shouting, I'm asking you what's wrong, you bastard. Suddenly, an unusual feeling washes over him, making his eyes widen. Yu also unconsciously followed with a look of amazement. The brown-haired guy collapsed to the ground, voice trembling. What is this? Even now, Seo still cares and asks about him with concern. Are you okay? The brown-haired guy's accomplice also punched Seo hard in the chest, but all he felt was a dull ache in his hand. Seo instinctively looked up and softly nodded toward the guy wearing the cap. He put all his strength into his hand, grabbing tightly onto Seo's collar, but still couldn't move him. What kind of monster is this? It didn't even move. Seo gently said, Can you let go now? As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the other guy's wrist, leaving him momentarily stunned speechless. What kind of strength is this? Luang Tainsu, with a calm expression, takes the initiative to mediate. Let's settle this with words.
I think we can do this. Done. Xiao slowly relaxed the other guy's arm, only hearing the bitter curses from the brown-haired guy. The brown-haired guy and his friend couldn't hide their fear and hurriedly left. We'll handle this later. Xiao pursed his lips, hesitant and afraid to reply, when suddenly Yusin's deep voice rang out again. You're in big trouble. Yui tilted her head and looked straight at Xiao, warning him. Those bastards will cause trouble for no reason. They will keep pushing until they get what they want. Dragging you to a remote place before lunch or after school and making you live or die until they are satisfied. Yusin looked away in disgust and asked if it was worth it, then turned to the bespectacled boy slumped over the desk, who didn't even thank him for helping. At this point, that guy is probably desperately trying to figure out how to avoid it. Maybe they're just making your school life more exhausting by trying to cover for those bastards. Xiao lowered his face in helplessness, bitterly smiling. It seems so. Well, I know what I'm involved in, and I don't regret it. Yushin, looking confused, let out a small sigh. Honestly, even though it's very scary, if I keep ignoring it, I'll just feel worse. I can't stand it. This is something I want to handle on my own. I will do my best to deal with the consequences. Yu widened his eyes and forced a weak smile as he continued speaking. But I'm also pretty good at running away or avoiding things that don't suit me. I guess I can do it. Then Xiao stepped forward and looked around for a seat. Where should I sit? Yu clearly shows his fondness in his eyes and quickly calls out to Lin, there's a vacant seat here. It seems like you don't have a close friend in the class. If you don't have a seat, you can sit here. Xiao looked up in surprise and replied, I was going to try sitting upstairs because I'm short. Yu snapped impatiently, urging her to stop being petty and sit down quickly. You won't be any smarter if you become arrogant. Yusin looked straight at Xiao, his voice steady. I can't order you around as long as you stay with me. You won't get into trouble. You say your name is Choi Sai, right? Yusin smiles pleasantly with a pleased expression. I'm Kim Yusin. Well, I didn't think our school life would go smoothly. All right, let's get started. Returning to the present as the tide turns in Zhao Hui's favor, this is truly extraordinary and cannot be mere coincidence. Lady Gu swiftly created a protective barrier for Xiao. This place has been used for generations by palace generals to train. A sturdy arena built over 1,000 years, now reduced to this state with just one step. Uparion anxiously exclaimed, even with just a light strike and not using full strength, a single strand of hair appeared floating above Xiao Hui's hand, her eyes filled with murderous intent surrounded by immense power. That power is too great for someone just 20 years old to endure. This battle is over. Yusin's calm face drifted into deep contemplation, recalling that what made him leave home was that night. Among everyone I know in this world, he resembles the main character in the story the most. The image of that super big smile declaring himself suddenly appears. I will become the Demon King. He is someone once considered an ordinary person. Someone who needs to be protected in the future. Having said that, of course my opinion of those words remains unchanged. It is an impossible, meaningless declaration that will never happen. Yuan stood silently facing the shocks, but that declaration was quite impressive. A powerful sword slash shattered Xiao Hui's attacks, causing her and Granny Gu to gasp in shock. Surprised, isn't it? It will be different from what you think about human mages. Yu Xin is full of energy, smiling confidently. Choi Siu is a bit lacking. He needs to awaken and see things more realistically. But unfortunately, I am quite special. Maybe I should be a little more childish too, after befriending a guy like that. Standing on the roof near the beach, Xiao asked Yusin, thinking back, Yusin, we went to the same middle school, right? The time when we grew up and went through a rebellious phase. Memories of that time flood back. Back then, high school seniors would come to us and say they would beat us. And most of them are from the group, right? You used your abilities to subdue them, didn't you? Yuan looked proud and chuckled softly. I can't be a member of the Mage Association. We have pride. We wouldn't fight people like that. Those who defeated us back then, I only used basic techniques. Xiao completely trusts and keeps praising him. I understand now, Yusin, you're amazing. Meanwhile, Yusin was smirking to himself, actually only using it a few times. The Yusin from high school with the catchphrase, never say never. If you hit even once, consider it your victory. Xiao nodded blankly and asked, so I don't have to fight them? Yusin's eyes are cold and focused, channeling all her strength into the treasured sword. Gu outside, watching, is also stunned and can't believe it. Gu Parun just remembered the scene earlier, trembling with fear and amazement. The move earlier was even more powerful than I expected. Even the generals in the palace, except for the Grand Commander, would think that evasion is the best strategy.
Lady Gu carefully re-evaluates the battle while lost in thought. However, even if he dodges, he will still be backed into a corner and eventually caught. Tio Huai suddenly moves his legs, and Yushin only has time to look straight ahead as Tio Huai forcefully stomps down, causing the arena to shake even more. And he can feel his whole body trembling. Just one step and it causes such a strong impact. I wonder what would happen if he were heavier. He leapt into the air with a running start, and on the arena floor, only two figures could be seen drifting along the water's flow. Yusan, from above, clenched his sword tightly and charged forward. Xiaohui below is also ready to counter with the Tamfeng Shen spell. 3 raging winds immediately appear, heading straight for Yusin. At this moment, Yusin interlaced his fingers with the wooden swords, serious and ready to face them. Grandma Gu outside was also very anxious, biting her lips tightly, wondering if it was like the Shuvu Tuk from before. But each of these winds is much stronger than the initial attack. For magical tools that consume energy, even throwing away 10 of them wouldn't be enough to block one wind. The 3 of them with Fang have gotten very close to Yusin. His hand gently loosens, causing the 4 wooden swords to fall. Next, he immediately ruthlessly cuts through a gust of wind with his sword. Without a moment's hesitation, Mrs. Gu, her eyes never leaving the fight, is utterly stunned again. How could this be? It doesn't seem to be a powerful move. Xiaohui is also watching closely with a look of doubt, but to think she could break through such a fierce and powerful attack in just one strike. Yuan's calm and cautious face watches as the 2 remaining gusts of wind continue rushing toward Yusin. His hand tightly grips the wooden sword, using it as a lever to gently move Yusin, taking advantage of the chaos when the 2 gusts collide, allowing Yusin to quickly evade safely. Heading straight towards the confident Xiaohui, Yuan continued to advance with full force, causing Yusin to soar through the air like a flying arrow, unleashing another fierce gust of wind that immediately chased after him. When the windstorm approached, Yusin had to jump to avoid it, but suddenly the previous windstorm appeared right behind him. Unable to react in time, Yusin directly collided with the gust of wind, causing a massive explosion. Damn it! I only saw a bright light sharply hitting the arena floor, Xiaohui coldly staring and sneering, which can be considered an easily predictable outcome. But when you confidently cut through the first gust, I thought 3 gusts wouldn't be enough. Turns out 2 are your limit. This is a rather ordinary ending compared to what I hoped for. Yusin's breathing is heavy. Half of his body is almost paralyzed. Mrs. Gu stood there in pain, silent and unable to speak. That was the worst. He had to use almost all his energy to survive that attack, making him even more vulnerable. A bead of sweat slowly rolled down Mrs. Gu's cheek, and even if he survives, both of them will be nearly unable to fight after this battle. 5 consecutive wins are already an impressive achievement. Without hesitation, Kuan-Hong Xiaohui continued to give orders. Finally, the 3rd gust of wind. I will crush you from above. As Yusin struggled to breathe, the 3rd gale struck again overhead. Xiaohui's face was serious as he thought to himself. He still had plenty of time to surrender. Does he really want to seek a meaningless death? Seeing the storm approaching very close, Yusin and Xiaohui loudly scolded, "You're so foolish, it's almost pitiful." His left arm, covered in wounds, was completely immobile. Yin's right hand lightly gripped the sword hilt, and once again he sliced the raging storm in 2, his eyes betraying his surprise. Xiaohui's mouth slightly parted, but he couldn't speak. Yusin himself once again cut through the fierce wind, biting his lip and struggling to resist the remaining force of the raging storm. Yusin's legs are starting to falter, and the aftershocks of the storm he shattered are enough to make the sea surface ripple. Tio Huai furrowed his brows with a look of intense contemplation. At this moment, it was not the power of the sword that had cut through it. Seeing Yusin trembling all over, trying to stand up, with wounds causing paralysis on half of his body and little energy to sense, even after splitting the storm, he won't be able to overcome the consequences and will fall. Xiaohui carefully recalled each strike. If that was part of the magic used by humans, why didn't he use it within the 2 rounds? The more she thought about it, the more frustrated and confused Xiaohui became. Not just about strength or energy, but perhaps also about some other specific condition. Yusin interrupted Xiaohui's train of thought, saying she was too relaxed. He is in extreme pain, but still smiling calmly. Her opponent almost collapses and exposes his back, but she remains firm on her principle of not touching. I want to give up, but it seems I can't do that anymore. His reserve energy can be considered a bet, exhausted after a wind spirit spell. Yusin gasped for breath, looking up at the sky, but the card in his hand was a body with 1 paralyzed arm. The wooden sword Yusin dropped earlier is now floating in mid-air between the 2 remaining parts of the barrier. After enduring the previous shock, it resembles a small bomb or a tool that can be used as a foothold.
This game is completely in Xiaohai's favor. None of those are enough to face the monster standing before him. Not enough at all.
Yusin didn't hesitate and charged forward once again. However, even knowing this, he still rushed in. Tiuhuai reached up again to grab a strand of hair, but in an instant she changed her mind. But why? Tiuhuai looked straight ahead, ready to attack, choosing direct combat over distant magic, at least showing some respect for the opponent. You have exceeded my expectations. Or Tiuhuai calmly awaits Yusin rushing like an arrow, her sharp gaze and entire body emanating a powerful aura. Tiuhuai mạnh tay tấn công Yusin, cậu ta nghiến mắt nhanh chóng né sang một bên, kịp thời tranh dụng. Một luồng kiếm cắt ngang người của Tiuhuai trong chớp mắt, vẻ khổ nhận của Yuan bất lực thở dài. Xiaohai remains completely still, standing firm. The unique demon art exerts a mountain-like pressure. The curse magic increases the user's mass enough to compare with a mountain, which is why even a single step of Xiaohai can shake the entire space. As a result, even simple martial arts techniques can generate enough power to change the terrain, and density increases proportionally with weight, meaning stability also rises accordingly. Yu Xin, full of determination, locks eyes with Xiaohui. Tiuhuai also remained silent, observing every move of Yusin. In other words, to defeat someone who wields mountain-level pressure, the opponent must have the strength to crush or split that mountain in half. Earlier, Yusin dodged X's attack precisely because he saw through these points. Trying to crush the mountain with all his strength would only lead to shattering and bending over, leaving only an arm and a sword now. Tiuhuai frowned, lost in thought, feeling that the attack now resembled a scratch more than a sword thrust. Remembering Yuxin's recent strike, he had some doubts. Maybe he tried to cut through it like splitting the wind god, but can it really cut through? Even if it did, it would be meaningless. The mountain's pressure is a proud milestone and a natural blessing for her family. Then Xiaohui continued to unleash her power, causing the arena to shatter. So far, no opponent has been able to approach her mountain, which truly unsettles her with concern. In Yusin's mind, Kim Jaegon's caring words echo.
What is he saying again? Training is not useless at all.
Yusin had once honestly replied in his memory that, I say, you can never deny it. Basically, it's about whether humans can defeat monsters. Maybe they can beat a few strays, but what I mean goes beyond that. It's about innate advantages. Kim Jun listened quietly in deep thought for a long time, while Yusin kept speaking non-stop, pouring out his concerns. We don't need to discuss strength and endurance. Just breathing alone already energizes humans and extends their lifespan tenfold. The only weakness might be neglecting training, but those aiming for the Demon King won't overlook it. And most importantly, their unique demon spells. Yuxin calmly continues, sharing with Kim Jaegon.
Recently I have read a few books. I will bring them to you. The methods of extermination are based on the characteristics of the monsters, including weaknesses, elemental integration, and stunning abilities.
Yusin spoke while glancing at Kim Chun with a scrutinizing look, clearly understanding that it's impossible to eliminate all demons or defeat the strongest among them. To survive in a world where they move freely, you should only deal with monsters around level 8 or so. Kim Jaegon agreed and immediately added his support. Training an ordinary person to pierce steel. You're right, no matter how much they train, they can't pierce steel. Kim Jun recalls what he has been through and confesses that even I can only handle a few average monsters. But you said that when beings born with extraordinary abilities appear, there is no way to fight against them. I can handle some weaker spirits, but facing a real monster directly will definitely lead to failure. Unbelievably, Yusi blurted out, Wait, with your status, are you saying that? Kim Jaegon gently and sincerely reminded him. However, there is one thing you need to understand, young master, that things made of steel and real steel are two completely different concepts, and the difference is much greater than you think. Yusin clenched his teeth and was determined to move forward and attack. Xiaohuai on this side is also waiting seriously. Yusin's wooden sword suddenly flies over, making Xiaohuai instinctively alert. A remaining weapon? Maybe he was expecting it for defense, but it's not necessary. That's the wrong answer. Neither of the two swords is used for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Yusin quietly approached Xiaohuai. When he was very close, Xiaohuai finally noticed, and that small interruption created yet another chance. Kim Jin's warning still remained clear in Yusin's mind, for no matter how skillful the demon's technique was, it was only a temporary phenomenon created by energy like an illusion. Ultimately, if you could read the flow of energy forming it. Yuan at that time didn't believe and immediately objected. What are you talking about? Uncle, do you also like martial arts novels? You read even more than I do. If there was something like that from the beginning, why didn't you tell me? Isn't it true that your personality always starts with theories because you can't actually carry them out? Given Yusin's confident words,
Kim Jin also has to admit that even if I spent the rest of my life training, I might or might not succeed, and that applies to you as well. Suddenly, Kim Jun hesitated, his voice trembling. But if you are serious, young master, your words would be entirely different. The technique Yusin first mastered through this fight is a miraculous ability among the supernatural powers of mages, an almost unreal skill. A swift, powerful, and decisive strike aimed directly at Xiao Huai. Such a miraculous ability is called holy magic by ancient mages, a finishing spell. Today, one of the holy arts has been reborn by a genius. It is said that in ancient China, there was a butcher with extraordinary skills. His smooth, water-like meat-cutting movements left no blood on his blade, and impressed by his skill, the king inquired. The king reached out, his words gentle yet full of pressure. Truly astonishing. How did you achieve such mastery? The butcher replied without hesitation or fear. But butchers change their knives every month because they rush through the bones, while a skilled butcher only changes theirs once a year because they only cut through the meat. Along with his response, the butcher also explained a bit, but the god did not see the cattle with his own eyes. The deity perceives the bodies of the cattle through mental activity, adhering to the principles of the world. Therefore, the god's knife encounters no obstacles because it moves between the skin and flesh, between the bone and the meat. Then the butcher knelt down, presenting his knife with both hands. By following these principles, the god has used his knife for 19 years, slaughtering thousands of cattle. Yet the god's knife remains as sharp as if it had just been sharpened. You have truly mastered the path of nurturing life. And then the king spoke with respect, saying that both this story and the butcher's skill are known as the butcher's understanding of cattle. Among the half-mages of the Korean peninsula, it is also known as the ultimate strike, a holy technique. When used precisely, its power can devastate so much that even the most formidable enemies cannot breathe, capable of killing the proudest warriors. In recent decades on the Korean peninsula, it has been an achievement no mage could match. Yet at this moment, the young man felt no skill at all. The sword vibrated repeatedly. No, actually, it's not that he felt nothing. The familiar figure watching the match on the ice rink sounds disappointed. It's a pity that the injured self, who was unconscious with such remarkable skills, wouldn't have lost much with just one concession. The old man in red gently lifts him up. He breathes a sigh of relief after a quick check. Luckily, he managed to hold his breath just in time. Whether proud or confident, I hope next time he will assess his opponent more carefully. He's not that foolish. It's not that he misjudged his opponent, but rather he assessed her so accurately that he decided to act accordingly. What are you talking about? Mrs. Gu replied that through this battle, the mysterious swordsmanship he used was extremely unpredictable, even though he tried to block attacks that seemed unstoppable. When facing attacks of similar strength, he had enough space to dodge or counter, but he didn't do so. The old red-cloaked man then realized, perhaps because he had exhausted too much energy or lacked the ability to attack repeatedly in a short period. Ms. Gu nodded, and I thought so too, but after observing how they defended against the final confrontation, I realized that despite their efforts to attack, their injured bodies prevented those strikes from affecting the opponent. Even though he knew that going there was useless and dangerous given the conditions and limits set. In other words, he intended to use it, but failed. Or perhaps through this battle he wants to perfect an incomplete technique. The old red-shirt man was confused and looked around anxiously. What do you mean exactly? The old red robe continued passionately, saying, that makes more sense. Even if he's arrogant or foolish, it's easier to accept. You mean he deliberately risked his life just to perform the technique, even though he knew he couldn't defeat his opponent? Guparion is helpless. Of course, this is just my guess. Maybe the enemy thinks the same way, which is why they are reacting like this. On the other side of the arena, a figure stands tall after the intense battle. It is Xiao Huai, and the reason she can get back up is because of her incredible healing ability. Although she does not come from a tribe with a strong advantage in restoring vitality and the recovery ability of monsters matching their strength, monsters with certain power can still survive and recover even if they lose half or more of their bodies. Therefore, there is an undeniable truth that Yusin's sword definitely split Xiao Hui in two. Another possibility is that only one strike was effective, and at the moment the holy sword pierced through, Xiao Hui's body began to regenerate. However, what caused Tiao Huai's mind to momentarily pause was because this was the first time in her life she experienced such an incredible recovery. Taisong Apkedon is a power capable of standing firm like a mountain, unafraid of any external force. Tiao Hui has possessed this ability since birth. Unlike other creatures made of flesh and blood that have undergone countless experiments and modifications, she has never been wounded. For someone like her, the experience of her body being split in two by a sword is incredibly intense. And Xiao Hui gritted her teeth, twisting her hair in her hand, clearly acknowledging I had lost. The old man in red announced, I guess there's still one more possibility for the battle to continue. Are they planning to continue the confrontation? It's still uncertain. The old man in red looks puzzled. Not necessarily. What does she mean? Just ask her directly. Mrs. Gu hesitated. Well, that's true. Asking that question now seems a bit difficult. Mrs. Gu looked towards Seo. Although I didn't realize it right away, it seems he hasn't been focused on the fight since the first exchange. No matter what I say, he remains silent and just concentrates on breathing. The red-cloaked old man nodded in approval. I have heard stories about how focusing entirely on breathing exercises to the point of losing track of time can trap the consciousness. It's truly remarkable that they can sink so deeply into this chaos. But if he keeps going like this, we'll have to conclude that neither of them can continue fighting, and maybe that would be better for both of them. At the same time, Zhao Huai approached in his new formal attire. There's no need for that. Clearly I lost, I admit it. The old red robe was stunned. If both sides in the battle acknowledge this, there's nothing more to discuss. But Tio Huai interrupted. That's enough. Tio Huai said seriously. If there's nothing else, then that's enough. One acknowledgement of defeat is enough. I am very grateful for the experience he has taught me. She continued, if he had been skilled in swordsmanship from the start, I would have died countless times during the battle. Thanks to him, I experienced defeat and realized how reckless I had been and what I need to improve. Xiaohui glared, her violet eyes threatening me. Next time we meet, I will make you all completely stunned and not underestimate me like today. She stepped forward to leave. It's over. There's nothing more to see here. Let's hurry and move to the next location now. The old man in red stammered. Yes, the other's match is still ongoing. A flickering blue flame. Xiaohui continued. Long Kung's position is hard to predict. Then suddenly, she shifted from a relaxed state to alert. It turns out that Seo, who had been still, has moved. He rubs his head and chin, feeling like I slept very deeply, but I don't feel like I slept that much. Anyway, when I woke up, I saw everyone chatting. Then your words startled the others in the arena. There's no need to be angry, just continue the fight with me. Xu flatly replied, no, if I were allowed to strip the rights, I would kindly accept it. However, my teammates would never accept something like that. They would just say, if you lose, you lose. A victory without fighting is meaningless. Tio Huai found it hard to understand. So what? Do you mean you will defeat me? Seo tilted her head. I just think this is the right thing to do, regardless of my chances of winning. Of course, if I can, I will do my best to win. Seo calmly says, despite what I think, you still firmly believe you have a chance to win. Something feels off, and now everyone senses it. But the one who perceives it most clearly is the monster who knew the young man just moments ago. Exactly what happened here just a few minutes ago. Mrs. Gu is already feeling dizzy. Yes, just a few minutes. The young man who just woke up again is completely different from before. Xiaohai replied seriously. Let me say this first. Your teammate is a special case. You won't get that chance. Seo nodded. If she was going to do something now, it should be from her side. Because if I leave, everyone involved with me will be affected. Her soft but powerful voice, as her foot had already moved up several lines for some time. That makes sense. Her change comes from experiencing failure and the pain of her first wounds and growth. Unaware of it herself, Xiaohui also longs to fight one more time. Meanwhile, the boy is still in a restricted state. However, his energy and spiritual magic remain sealed, and even with some energy restored, Xiaohui is rushing quickly towards Seo. However, Seo steps back, as he is a boy confident enough to face monsters who already know his strength. Xiaohai raises her hand, her purple eyes filled with a desire to win, while behind her, a surge of green energy is rushing forward. The ending everyone hoped for, Xiaohai was close to Seo. The red-robed old man hurriedly chanted a spell, and Gupiun also quickly set up a barrier. Two nearby energies are about to clash fiercely. Xiaohui strikes downward, but Seo has disappeared. She turned around to observe, and at the same time the red-robed old man announced that the match of the other contestants had ended. To continue, I acknowledge that Xiaohui surrendered and have moved them elsewhere. Xiaohui paused. Please don't be too sad. Reassured, she replied, there's no reason to be upset. It's true I admitted a defeat, and perhaps the result still recognizes me as the winner. But the old red-cloaked man is hard to understand, she continued. Considering what has happened, luckily for you all, it ended quickly. Xiaohai frowned. Even so, I am still quite curious about some things that Tai-san has been hiding from me. The arena fell silent. Precisely what happened when it clashed with that. The one who disappeared earlier has now reappeared. Guparian bowed his head. I understand your desire to continue the fight, but once the right has been taken away, the match cannot be changed. Mrs. Gov sighed tiredly. If the match continued from there, it would be considered a personal duel between the guests rather than a martial arts competition.
Of course, if you two were prepared for that, we would also have to intervene quite a bit. Siu replied, "No, if the outcome can't be changed, it's obvious we want to prevent it." Waking up and seeing the young master like this, I realize I might have been too reckless.
Gapurian breathes a sigh of relief. I'm glad to hear that, but is he still okay?
At first glance, there don't seem to be any serious injuries. But Sio softly says,
If you're still not sure, he'll be fine. Looking at his close friend Yusin lying there, he remains calm because his pulse and breathing still seem normal. It must be the energy cultivation technique Yusin taught me. Like before, he's recovering in his subconscious by regulating his breathing.
Uparion asked, "So you will have to face the next opponents. But if you're not ready yet, should we just let you surrender this time?"
Sio hesitated, waiting to see who the opponent was first. Your nose suddenly itched and the blue cotton bud popped out, revealing Ryuju with a tearful face. It moved straight ahead to the opposite side. The familiar face and figure, the confused girl Ryu, upon closer look, was Yuzuru and Yoshihiro. She hugged Ryuju tightly. What's going on? Why are you here? Ryu trembled in Yuzuru's arms, trembling all over. It's okay, I'm right here with you. Still, she secretly rejoiced, glad that she had regained view. Then Yuzuru looked up, deep in thought, thinking that if View was here, then that person must be here too.
The announcement states that the next opponent is a human. They are sorcerers fighting alongside enemies in the same group. One is a former martial arts master of the Spirit Beast Association. The other is a servant carrying out orders. Yoshihiro looked around and said, "If that's the Star Hall, wait a moment. Is that person over there?" Yuzuru asked in surprise.
Are both of them humans? She asked.
Yeah, and he replied, "Yes, Kim Yusin, the one who led us to the rest area when we first arrived in Korea." Yoshihiro has many questions to answer. If he was once a former martial arts master of the Celestial Hall, does that mean he isn't anymore? Dad, considering what has happened, it's understandable that a member would leave. I thought he was supposed to become the next pillar of the family.
Anyway, this situation is really awkward. Yuzuru looks panicked and stunned. Both of them are human. It can't be like that. No matter how you look at it, they are still the same people from before. She examined their height and clothing carefully, although at first she was confused about whether they were monsters. The palace's judgment couldn't be taken lightly. In addition, they also know Kim Yusin. Her thoughts were interrupted by Yoshihiro.
Well, I'll go ahead now. You keep talking, because after all, we have to complete the mission.
The match begins.
As planned, Yoshihiro steps onto the arena first against Sio.
First of all, nice to meet you. My name is Kira Yoshihiro. I am Japanese. Yoshihiro said nervously, I'm not sure if you've heard of Kim Yusin yet, but right now I am in Korea with my sister for some business. We met Yusin when we first arrived in this country. Sio, even in disguise, greets warmly. I understand it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Choi McDon, and I support the young master. So they are Japanese. He speaks Korean quite well. Yoshihiro gently ruffles his naive face and calmly says, So I don't know how you'll see it, but could you consider giving up this match? Sio feels annoyed.
I don't intend to do that, and I don't understand why we should. Yoshihiro quickly waved his hands and apologized. Of course, naturally. If I accidentally offended you, then yes, I must have misspoken. I apologize.
He bows his head repeatedly, apologizing profusely. I didn't think things through earlier. Please pretend you didn't hear anything. Sio nodded in amazement, feeling quite different from his first impression. Yoshihiro then continued, It's quite pathetic to say this, but facing humanity is a bit difficult for me. It's not a skill I have mastered to achieve that goal, just an accidental compliment from observing the framework and process of the fight. Your younger brother seems surprisingly kind. With the skills I've observed, he could easily defeat opponents, yet he's bowing now. Yuzuru shivered kindly. She pulled Vo close and lowered its energy output. Yuzuru judged that this kid was just not serious. Back on the arena, Sio raised his hand in a gesture of peace. You don't need to apologize so much. Although it was a bit sudden, it's not really something to be sad about. I understand why you hesitated to face another person, Yoshihiro continued. So if that's the case, can I suggest a different way to compete? Sio was confused. Different? He explained to you. Based on an agreement acceptable to both sides, I want to eliminate the possibility of serious injuries or life-threatening situations. EOS hero with the flickering blue flames fights purely with physical strength and basic martial arts without using magic or mystical tools. That arrogance still persists. Honestly, I trust my own body. I'm not sure how much you've trained your skills with the warrior. Are you McDon? Yoshihiro looked over at Yuzuru. But if I lose to you, I will admit it and consider that you have defeated all of us, including my sister. That would be fair. Hearing those words from my little brother, I got angry. Who gave him the right to decide that? It's okay, we can't fight to the death with the people here. Besides, I am still undefeated until now.
Even if I lose once, it doesn't mean I'll be eliminated right away. Seo, who had been silent all along, also spoke up. I'm fine with that. I agree with what you've said. I won't refuse the condition as long as I can defeat one person. But if you don't agree, I'm still comfortable taking on both of you. Iozi Hiro is happy. I'm glad to meet someone who can communicate well. The conditions we just discussed still stand, so don't worry. At the beginning of spring, the green shirt sighs, and the atmosphere is getting gloomier. I was hoping for a bloody battle. A fierce battle between two undefeated warriors, but one of them isn't even moving. Even if they face each other, with this atmosphere, the fight will probably end after just a few moves. Seo and Iozi Hiro blinked out of existence. We should finish this quickly. Seo punches the left cheek. Iozi Hiro punches the right cheek, and the green-shirted man is stunned. Trung Luk Hongduong, a low-ranking position in the Dragon Palace, also known as Sungdao, comes from a prestigious family with extraordinary skills, considered a promising talent. But he once dreamed of becoming a general of the Dragon Palace and trained in martial arts. And during the decades of youth as a demon, he shed a lot of blood and sweat. However, reality is very cruel. If the problem only lies in his training methods or efforts, it might have been easier to accept. The Truong Luk Huang Duong family comes from sea monsters, and his special demonic power is unnecessary, nor do any ancestors possess skills as great as that. Reality is truly harsh for a young demon carrying many dreams and ambitions, so the leader of the Sunflower clan gave up on his own dreams. However, even after giving up on his own dream, his passion and admiration remained in his heart. That's why he volunteered to be an advisor in this martial arts tournament, a role that other officials found troublesome and dangerous. Somehow, among the advisors of this tournament, he is considered the most knowledgeable about martial arts, which is why he was stunned by the sight before his eyes. Or he delivers a powerful hook punch to knock him down. But soon after, Yoshihiro grits his teeth, twists his body back, and delivers a kick right to Seo's jaw. Unfortunately, his kick was blocked by his own hand, but it couldn't stop Yoshihiro. He jumped up, using his other foot to deliver a spinning kick, aiming at the neck, but the move backfired. Yoshihiro suddenly, and in the next moment, Seo gently throws him away. Yuzuru and the guy in the blue shirt are stunned. What the hell is that? Actually, even without much martial arts knowledge, it's not hard to see what's missing in the fight before him. Seo clenched his fist, standing ready, cautious and probing. Yoshihiro jumps up. In close combat between skilled fighters, there are two key elements completely missing here. This time, Seo is on the offensive, rushing quickly towards Yoshihiro with only attack moves. It seems that somehow the condition of not using magic allowed them to do certain things. Yoshihiro smiles, quickly wiping the blood from his lips. The two are charging at each other, clawing and biting without hesitation. One-on-one, the battle is growing more intense. Seo reached out to grab Yoshihiro's shirt but was immediately kneeled by him. Khan fell off, Seo clutching his stomach, clenched with anger. He immediately counterattacked with a kick to the right waist, then followed up with a flurry of punches to Yoshihiro's face and stomach. Seo's mask is cracking into pieces. Yoshihiro is about to collapse, but then suddenly headbutts Seo or Mandok again. The clash of fists echoes, footsteps skimming the court surface. The green-haired man is anxious, and both of their legs have no strength left. Maybe no, this attack will definitely be the end of the fight. The mask cracks. To prevent the risk, Seo stepped back. Yoshihiro took the opportunity to throw a punch. Seo takes the opportunity to kick Yoshihiro's right knee and then delivers a straight punch to his face, knocking him down. Next, he raises his fist, ready to finish him off. Yoshihiro is caught off guard, his face blank as the attack approaches. Yuzuru is worried while the green-haired guy is stunned. But then why did you stop? The strike was almost at his face, yet you hesitated. Yoshihiro doesn't understand. You could have ended the attack. We promised. We promised to end the fight without causing serious injuries, and no one would die. The mask cracked. Half of it fell off, revealing Seo's face. We agreed to only use our strength and physical abilities. Yuzuru's eyes widened in shock, confirming that I was right about this person. Is the broken mask during the fight the one that suppressed his love power? Seo stands up, while only Yoshihiro remains stunned, still sitting on the ground. The people in the Dragon Palace might understand, but how Yoshihiro will react to this remains to be seen. The match is based on the hypothesis that the opponent is human. If he thinks he was deceived from the very beginning. Yuzuru clenched his fist. At that moment, she will become incredibly fierce. Right now, Yoshihiro is wavering. I see. A half-demon with mixed blood. You've been restraining your power with that mask all this time. Yuzuru is worried. Yoshihiro continues to speak. And I don't know anything. That sneering smile. You're really good at talking and praising yourself. You're impressive. You know about this, right? Yuzuru looked stunned. Until now, I have never lost a close combat fight against a monster. Yet I keep thinking that you held back your strength in the recent battle. Yuzuru was stunned. Huh? This can be called communication in battle, a fierce contest where both sides acknowledge each other not only in sports but also in life and death fights. The deep bond formed between them is quite uncommon. The two guys leaned on each other, the one picking his nose and the other giving thumbs up, taking turns praising each other. Meanwhile, Ayin had regained consciousness.
What the hell is this? What kind of nonsense is this?
Yusin gritted his teeth. So in the end, you ruined it. He continued, I don't really care about this stuff, but it's a family heirloom that's been kept for hundreds of years. Seo trembled, eyes teary, sniffling as he apologized.
Yusin sighs and says, It's okay, it's just symbolic and not very useful. Since I left heaven, it's no longer an important thing.
Yusin stared intently, still quite surprised that it was damaged during close combat with a human, and although he ultimately lost, he still tried to counterattack Choi Seo for a few minutes. It means his body has also surpassed human limits. Guparian said, I'm glad the wound is probably not serious. Yusin turned around. Mrs. Gu added, I have already reported both of your situations, especially Choi Seo's, to the higher-ups and they have responded. In short, Yusin and Seo were stunned by the announcement. From now on, they could no longer participate in the preliminary round. You probably also know that this competition was held to celebrate the princess's birthday. Gupyun is serious about the fact that high-ranking guests, including the Dragon King, will be watching the finals, so having an anonymous contestant with such a background is extremely sensitive. Fortunately, we managed to contact the judge in the Korean peninsula who confirmed and verified Choi Seo's identity. Thanks to him, everything is fine. Yushin painfully replied, I have nothing to say in my defense. I am the one who started this, and if I am held responsible in any way, I will take full responsibility. Mrs. Gu smiled warmly and said, Don't worry. As I mentioned earlier, both of you are only responsible for not being able to continue in the preliminary round. For now, you are in the waiting period. If winning 7 matches is enough after the remaining rounds, you will advance to the finals. Seo asked again, So we're not eliminated? Gupyun replied, I didn't hear it directly, but the Dragon King himself mentioned it. The arrogant look on the throne. So that's how it is. I once heard rumors about the bloodline of the superior star appearing among humans, but winning 7 consecutive undefeated matches even while wearing a mask to suppress your demon power, that's quite interesting. If Yu Meng has already guaranteed your spot, then why eliminate such an interesting contestant? Lady Gu continued, saying that he said so and granted both of you the chance to advance to the finals. Seo happily exclaimed, Great, with 7 wins, reaching the finals isn't unlikely, right? Yusin was surprised, pondering whether he was responsible for anything or not. They even gave us another chance, not just an extra opportunity. With fewer participants than expected in this martial arts tournament, 7 wins are truly enough to reach the finals. In the last match, when I was injured, we were almost certain to finish the qualifiers with 6 wins. Yushin bowed his head, his thoughts still racing, and even if the finalists were given privileges based on the number of wins, from our perspective, there was no disadvantage at all. This is just a token punishment for show. He frowned, looking confused, not just leniency, but a feeling like he's being noticed. It's like they're insisting we must make it to the finals. Yusin's face shows the pressure he's under. Honestly, right now I just want to admit defeat. The problem is, if I refuse this favor, I don't know how Long Kung will react. Seo's figure faces Guparian. Since Choi Seo's mask was broken, bringing him here no longer has any meaning. And more importantly, Yusin looked at Seo. There's something about him that has changed. Is it because of the mask, or because the energy technique I taught him is working? If the change is due to the energy technique, then it's probably a positive change. A cry pulled him out of his long train of thought. Yushin and Seo appeared with bright faces. I'll go talk to those people for a while. They said we have time until the other matches are finished. Seo excitedly calls Yoshihiro. He turns around. This is Seo. After greeting, Seo hesitantly asks how you're doing. Are you okay? You were bleeding a lot earlier. Yoshihiro is also enthusiastic. It's okay, everything's fine. My only strength is that I'm tough. Both of them are fine. Only Yuzuru still doesn't understand what's going on. What's going on? You're already talking comfortably. Less than 2 seconds later. Oh, that's right. My sister wanted to meet you. She was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. Huh. Yoshihiro keeps teasing and keeps talking. She kept mentioning you all week. Yuzuru, embarrassed, quickly explained. Wait a minute. Are you saying you want to meet him sometime? I just want to know who he is. Even though it's Thenmin, he's really strange. Yuzuru hesitated. What are you talking about? Are you really planning not to get Ruju back? Yoshihiro hasn't stopped yet.
He confesses and leaves it behind. Seo saved your life. You said you would be dead if he hadn't intervened. Then Yoshihiro placed his hand on Seo's shoulder. He whispers to the boy, I'm going over to talk to Yusin for a bit, so if you want to say anything, make sure you say it all. The silhouette of your younger brother fades from Yuzuru's sight, and she has no choice but to speak to the other person. This guy, it's been a week since we last met, right? Seo scratches his head. Are your neck still okay? I know things were urgent back then, but I guess I was a bit too rough. Yuzuru sighed. I'm fine, it's not a serious wound. Even if you hurt me, it's no big deal. I was just a bit surprised that my younger brother suddenly said that. But you really saved my life last time. Thank you. Even though I should have said it last week, Sai awkwardly replied. I just did what needed to be done. Yuzuru was surprised. She sighed that they had safely taken Ryu back and that she had finally unraveled the mysteries about this person. Seo continued to ask, I worry about whether you're safe. This act of saving my life, I will find a way to repay it. But what is this feeling? Like something is missing. People often don't realize what they truly want. They gradually come to understand their needs, preferences, and desires. Through experiences, trials, and errors, 18-year-old Kira Yuzuru, according to Korean Age, would say her ideal type is a bit wild. To be honest, she kind of seems like a fool. For the past week, Kira Yuzuru still hasn't fully understood the frustration swirling around her chest. She wasn't sure why it was like that. It's not that she couldn't think of anything when pondering about it, but the answer was too confusing, even completely unrelated. Seo worries if she's okay, and realizes that what she wants from the young man in front of her is something Yuzuru still needs to understand more. Guardian jerks back. She waves her hand. Mrs. Gu gently announced, all the matches have ended. We will escort you to the waiting area immediately. Seo waved goodbye. Well then, see you later. Oh no, let's meet again at the finals. Yuzuru froze for a moment, then blushed shyly. What do you mean? Wanting to meet again, what's that supposed to mean? Hey, actually, I didn't mean anything by it. At the same time, Yoshihiro stepped in, and unlike his sister, he seemed quite troubled, a bit confused now. I didn't expect Yusin to react like that. Yuzuru finds it hard to understand. Huh? Did I say something wrong? Yoshihiro frowned. A week has passed. Oh, he sighed. Since he's the heir, I thought he already knew. So it turns out, not yet. Hearing my brother's account, she also looked confused. After hearing what his younger sibling said, he finally understood and hopes he won't be too shocked. Meanwhile, in the ancient Korean-style space, Seo was transported here along with Yuin. Where's Mrs. Gu? Do we just need to wait here? He didn't respond to you. Seo instinctively called Yusin, his face cold and vacant. I don't know what to say. Rewinding a few minutes, Yoshihiro with a sad tone. From the bottom of my heart, I offer my condolences for your loss. Yusin looked bewildered. My condolences. What happened? Seeing his reaction, he also recounted the incident from a week ago. Yu hesitated before asking, what exactly was the disaster that happened at the Spirit Water Bureau a week ago? Yoshihiro looked surprised and said, could it be that you just woke up and asked me to tell you specifically? So what exactly does the disaster mean? Yoshihiro fell silent, bowing his head with a sad look in his eyes. Well, to be honest, we found out about this in a rather unusual way. You probably know that after the village was destroyed a week ago, my sister and I were under house arrest and monitored by the people from the Spirit Pool Bureau in a hotel. He continued to tell the story, realizing it was risky, but we were also nominated to go to Korea to participate in the mission to find and control Odoxini. Evil spirits, EOC hero worried, so we had to gather information from outside by any means necessary. When night fell, one of the two guards watching us had to leave quickly. So we seized that opportunity. We hypnotized the remaining guards to gather as much information as possible from the Spirit Corps. We know they are hunting down the main culprit fairy involved in the daytime incident. Yusin panicked over a fairy. Yoshihiro nodded. That's right. But it's not your brother, it's Bi-hyung, the goblin leader of the Odoxini. I don't know the details, but it seems Bi-hyung contacted the Water Spirit Agency beforehand, saying he would wait outside Osun and reveal his location. So almost all the staff of the Spirit Water Bureau were mobilized to capture Bi-hyung. You were so panicked afterward. Enough already. What exactly happened? I hesitated, and Yuan was shocked. I heard that most of the Spirit Bureau staff who were mobilized have returned, about 300 people from Seun and other provinces. I also learned that about 90% of the Spirit Water Bureau's forces were killed in the battle with Bi-hyung. Among them were all 4 great leaders, including his father, the Van Than leader, Kim Se-hun, the clan chief. Yuin was stunned. What? Yoshihiro panicked. If I can help in any way, as soon as I finished speaking, you were transported away. Feeling guilty and regretful, It's over now. Seo is taking care of Yusin for the moment. Yusin, is it because of the injury?
Wait a moment, there should be a doctor nearby.
Yusin spoke softly with a sense of calm.
It's okay, just let me be quiet for a while.
Seo is tense.
What's wrong?
What did you and Yoshihiro talk about earlier?
The door is slightly open. Someone is there. A familiar figure appears. Please wait a moment. Seo shouted, and Madame Guguparian immediately signaled for silence. I'm wondering why I was suddenly called to participate in the contest, but it turns out it was a trap to lure me out, so I don't have time for long explanations, so please remember my words.
Seo is confused. The person outside this door shouldn't be here.
No matter what she says or does, stay away from her. I apologize, but please forgive me for only being able to give this brief warning. Guparian is sweating profusely. That person is our youngest princess from the Dragon Palace. At the East Sea Palace, Lam Hai Palace, large footprints and a towering figure are approaching, with blue hair and a haughty tone on the throne. Let's see who this is. Bio, don't fold your hands and apologize for the words of the Dragon King. Our trusted general is here to visit late without the Dragon King's order, huh? You dislike political struggles, not only avoiding court where officials gather, but also the palace itself.
Bio responds confidently, but the Long King comfortably sips his wine, knowing that if it's just a matter of authority, he keeps silent. Come back later and say it. This is my private time now.
Bio listened silently. I'm not like your general who can easily ignore unpleasant things. The pitiful Dragon King is the one who has to face them every day. I set down my wine, so pitiful that I have to drink alone like this once a week just to cope. As I sip, I scroll through the news and lament that my only pleasure in life is occasionally watching the trends on the surface. He drained his full cup of wine and suddenly intruded at this precious moment, not only betraying the bond between lord and soldier, but also being very rude even among old acquaintances. So today, step back. After the princess's birthday party, I will listen to you then. Bio hesitated. The Dragon King continued, That's more like it. Bio clenched his teeth, trembling. Tuka was angry with him, but he couldn't do that.
Do you know what His Majesty's purpose was in coming here if it wasn't meaningful after the princess's birthday party?
Long Vuong gives you a look. Oh, are you defying the order? Where is everyone? Marshal Hu is feeling confused.
Brother-in-law, do you really want to do this? Everyone in the palace knows what this martial arts competition is for. All decisions regarding the princess's marriage, not Miri's, should not be rushed. Moreover, the candidates are all land creatures.
Is it the princess or Miri? The Dragon King interrupted. Yes, she is your niece. He raises his wine cup. I don't think you can hold back your anger either.
You should have told me straight from the start instead of talking about overstepping authority. Even the birds flying by would laugh at you, you fool.
Maybe it's been a long time since you visited, so you're feeling confused. Bio retorted. Anyway, I can't accept this. If it's just a festival for her to participate in, isn't that enough? Even though she's still inexperienced, she has great potential. Winning might be a bit difficult, but as long as she gains enough experience, Long Vuong interrupted him, that's enough. Bio also wouldn't give up. But it can't be. That's why I oppose it. Long Vuong sighed. The chances of her winning are almost non-existent. Becoming a demon king is not the issue. The problem is, Miri likes the land and wants to stay on it. Bio strongly opposes.
What are you talking about? It only cares about martial arts and fighting.
Why is that? Long Vuong continued. It hasn't even repaid its life yet. Once it steps onto land and breathes in the dust and smoke up there, it will finally realize the air it has been suffocating and overwhelmed by all along. When I was young, I felt the same way. At first I went because I was forced, but after such a tough journey, I surprisingly felt regret. The Dragon King looked at his reflection in the wine cup. If I weren't the only child of the previous Dragon King, I might have already married someone and lived on land forever. Maybe it's a tradition of my family. The Dragon King sat cross-legged, suddenly remembering that my mother was human. Previous Dragon Kings and other past Dragon Kings often married humans or land monsters. The bloodline of the Dragon clan is stronger than I thought. Even your niece Miri doesn't have that terrible shark-like teeth. That is also one reason to choose a code from above the ground. After all, maybe someday Miri will have to take power. If it had a strong enough husband from above the water beside it, it probably wouldn't want to go up there. Based on what was said, the Dragon King kept boasting endlessly. If Miri becomes the next Long Vuong, your family will also benefit. Isn't that right? You will become the in-law of the next Dragon King. When your father married your sister to me, he probably didn't expect this outcome, right? Bio hesitated, but she wasn't sure if that child would inherit the throne, and she wasn't sure if their family was strong enough to support Miri. Our family has always been just an ordinary martial family. Then he looked up at my brother-in-law with a proud expression.
Shouldn't you consider the Crown Prince more? If the Crown Prince is the heir, Bio suddenly fell silent as a terrifying aura radiated from the Dragon King. He said through gritted teeth, Beggy is just a small shark compared to the threatening big dragon. I will only tolerate you this once. The Dragon King said sternly, You are treating me as a brother-in-law instead of the Dragon King, so I will also consider you as a sister-in-law instead of a subject and overlook this just this once. But if you bring this up again, even if you are my sister-in-law, I will not forgive you. Bio nervously kneels down. Yes, sir. Long Vuong narrows his eyes, I see. If even you are saying this in front of me, it seems everyone wants the Crown Prince to succeed. I have already decided that will never happen. It's not worthy. Even if it wasn't imprisoned for its crimes, it would never inherit the throne. Honestly, its actions made things much easier for me. It's not worthy of being a leader, let alone a king. It's never been suitable to lead others. As her small footsteps approach quietly, thinking about it, my father is quite lucky when it comes to children. Bio and the Dragon King glance back, and he continues speaking. There's only one person for me. Yeah, Mrs. Gu, everyone sent here today to disturb me. Wait a moment. You should have gone to guide the martial arts competition. Guparian stammered. After hearing that, the Dragon King turned pale. The princess just conveyed the Emperor's order that the Dragon King was summoned. He hurriedly turned around. Hey, his Bio is also coming back. Yes, sir. The Dragon King is terrified. Yes. What do you mean? Hurry up and stop her before she overturns the Long Palace and returns to the old Korean room. Her green hair and voluptuous figure are bound by the demon's chains. This technique differs from normal binding methods in two ways. First, the rope is made from a demon's horn, capable of transmitting 100% of the user's strength. What it conveys is the terrifying strength of the demon's own power. Seo still has a lot to improve, but his physical strength is outstanding, especially his stamina, which ranks highest among the monsters on the Korean peninsula. The blood of the superior spirit gives him a more obvious and clear potential than anything else, to the point that even higher-ranked races cannot compare. Seo pondered, if it were just like that, it would be perfect, but ultimately it still belongs to the opponent. With this kind of opponent, even if they are stronger than me, I can still suppress them this way. Whether there are people around or not, this is still a palace, so there must be an alert system, and if I keep going, someone will come. But if she's like the other two, binding her like this for a long time would be impossible. Luckily, Seo's wish came true. The Azure Dragon, one of the four holy guardians, protector of the East, and also the family of the Dragon King ruling the East Sea. They can not only control water and the sea, but also phenomena like storms and lightning, or so they say. But that's not entirely true. Only the leaders of the Dragon Clan can possess this authority. The inheritance abilities of the Dragon Clan are actually astonishing, and tend to be combat-oriented. Mira is tightly bound, opening her mouth to complain. So strength alone isn't enough? Choi Seo was surprised. Mira smiled brightly. All right, then let me show you something very interesting. Seo tried to stretch the giant demon. Mira sneered and unleashed her energy. Seo could feel it too. The usual demonic energy refers to the power possessed by monsters. Mira quickly shattered the giant demon. But what matters is not just the quantity, but also the intensity and purity of the demonic energy. Seo was drained of his strength. Mira rushes in from afar. Seo gritted his teeth and tried to counterattack. If a monster possesses both, they can unleash terrifying power just by exploding their magic energy without needing any special spells. A powerful burst of energy sent Seo flying for miles. Mira cursed under her breath, and the race that possesses both at the highest level since birth is the dragon race. Seeing the distance thrown, Mira sighed and said, It's a bit too much. Instead of magic, it seems more like a natural mechanism, just like breathing, but I have no other choice. You're making me too excited. The dragon presses down, this unreasonable power representing the top race of the ocean. Seo knelt on the ground, blood dripping from his wounds as he clutched his knees. A familiar voice echoed. I knew it would turn out like this. Your white hair and fangs suit you well. You fool! She crossed her arms and scolded Seo. I thought this time would be different, but it's not. It's just like before, right? Acting like you're so great, like you can get through anything. So, in the end, it's unfortunate that I'm still not strong enough. Seo's face darkened. Sohwa just responds, Of course not, fool. Sohwa said more. How could I possibly come here? My body and mind are both shattered. They are probably dying somewhere in a corner of the human world. It's all because I have to clean up the mess caused by your reckless fighting without knowing your true identity. Then she leaned down and whispered each word to him. Well, how could you possibly know? You only acted with pure and innocent intentions. If you had known the outcome would be like this, would you still have been so reckless? In the end, you haven't saved anyone. Innocent people were affected, and you almost faced a terrible disaster.
And your friend Yusin, I wonder what he had to sacrifice because of you. What did Yoshihiro and Yusin say to each other back then? What did they say that could defeat such a strong child? Be honest. Do you not know? Every word from Zohoa plunges Seo deeper into a sea of despair. Something must have happened between them. The agreement between you and Bi Hyung back then, or rather, because you couldn't handle it and backed out like a coward. Super Hua Hua continued, so what will the outcome be this time? How will our courage and kindness turn out this time? Who will be responsible for helping you deal with the consequences? Seo's hand trembled as he stammered,
No, it's not. His lips parted slightly.
Meanwhile, Mira had been waiting for several minutes to pass, and Seo started to feel uncomfortable. She grabs Seo by the head and pulls him up so he doesn't sit there complaining anymore. Get up, you big-mouthed pig. At least act according to your unwavering resolve. Get up and fight the monster until either you or it die. That's the minimum responsibility you have. Mira casually observes Seo. He's still like that. Unlike Seo, Mira couldn't see the shadow of Super Hoa. She never expected he would break down this much. Was I expecting too much? From her perspective, he has gotten up. Mira immediately became excited. What? You really surprised me. You can still go on, right? Seo, with tears streaming down, with wounds all over, forced himself to answer. Of course. With eyes filled with regret, he replied with full determination. I'm ready. You can fight as long as you want. The battle is now reaching its peak, with Mira full of confidence and fighting spirit. It seems to be getting more serious about this fight. The bloodstains and wounds on his hands are gradually disappearing. The transformation is completely different from anything Seo has ever experienced. When the forest begins to appear on Choi Seo's forehead, he immediately wants to kill his opponent. It's not a new power or skill, just her internal barrier changing. She clasped one hand with the other, which was extended outward to cast magic. Mira's hands cupped together, creating a faint purple light. That magic is aimed at where Choi Seo is standing. From her two hands, she generated powerful magical energy, attacking towards him. It takes the shape of two dragons rushing at high speed. Choi Seo did not show any fear. Instead, he looked straight at them as if ready to face them. When it charged at him, he directly used the truncheon to block it. From another side, the other one appeared and attacked, causing it to rush quickly toward him. A loud explosion echoes out, filling the area with smoke and dust that obscures the view. Mira suddenly hesitated, sensing something was wrong, as Choi Seo charged at her like a beast from the thick smoke. His eyes darkened with anger. She looked surprised by that, blood splattering continuously. Choi Seo's right arm has been severed. Seo needs two things to attack, and if he cannot defend perfectly, his determination to accept and escape from the situation of immobility and instant death will be tested. The right arm, still unable to recover, kept bleeding continuously. Gradually, another arm appeared to replace the one that was lost earlier, and his healing power will prevent him from self-destruction. She suddenly felt nervous as the distance between them grew closer. He also starts clenching his fist tighter and delivers a powerful punch to Mira. Choi Seo was suddenly stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. Mira easily blocked her punch with one hand, preventing Seo from reacting as Mira launched her attack first. But at the same time, his other hand was already in position, ready to punch her straight in the stomach, while the other quickly held Mira's wrist to prevent her from escaping. He continued his attack, and with one hand, Choi Seo forcefully slammed Mira to the ground. He exhaled, glaring at her with deadly intent, his right hand still tightly holding Mira's. Suddenly, Choi Seo dropped to her knees forcefully, causing the ground to crack beneath her. Mira cried out in pain as blood flowed from her, and upon hearing her, he quickly swung his hand. Hoyu repeatedly swings Mira from left to right, then right to left. Suddenly, he stops in shock, eyes wide, as her arm has been severed. Choi Seo was stunned to see it bleeding. Mira calmly spoke on the side, having experienced the super-refined divine hammer, and was also happy, but I cannot lose. You immediately turned towards the sound, and at this moment, she was right next to Choi Seo, preparing to attack you. Choi Seo stared at the energy sphere in Mira's hand. She quickly reached out and lunged forward, concentrating her super-condensed demonic energy until it all became as small as possible into a tiny gem. The small sphere gradually melted away, then released that artificially compressed energy force once and for all. Mira, knowing she would win, cheerfully spoke up. A huge explosion occurs, creating a powerful shockwave. He struggles to keep his footing and avoid being thrown back. Thentree also transforms into a shield to block this attack. From behind, another sphere appears again. She reached out to catch it, causing Choi Seo to start panicking. This time, Mira not only pulls out one, but all five at once and throws them toward him. The spheres are gradually flying into Choi Seo. They crack open one after another. Before they can explode, she even winks at Choi Seo.
Immediately after that moment, 5 explosions were caused by the spheres, and the scene shifts to explain the previous spheres. The Baolong Thak is slightly different from typical monster abilities. Instead of being intricately crafted, it is a bomb that utilizes pressure properties. The aftermath of the explosion is an indirect result of the pressure from the gas, and Mira was also thrown back against the wall behind her, so it does not have the characteristic of not affecting the user like other abilities. Seeing the ground where you stood just now reduced to nothing but shards of rock, she smiled with satisfaction. You can compress the air around you to protect yourself, but it's not perfect. Mira stands up with her body covered in wounds, especially her 2 hands are gone. Unless it's an enemy you absolutely must destroy, even at the cost of your own life. Using this ability is strictly forbidden. However, with this girl, that no longer matters now. Mira recalled the previous fight, and if this was a confrontation with a strong opponent, it would repeat itself in the future. The most beloved heir of the Dragon King, her curiosity and impulsiveness have made many of the strongest men in the Dragon Palace her teachers and rivals. However, there are still unavoidable limitations. As an unwritten rule, no one considers the princess a true rival. The intense desire and frustration gradually build up inside her without her even realizing it. A faint image appears from the smoke. Can you continue? A thirst that had been neglected for a decade is finally quenched with the first sip of water in a lifetime. She looked at Choi Seo with excitement. Oh, please, do it. She is too desperate to care about the ban. Because of what happened earlier, his whole body is now blackened from burns, and although his motives may differ, he is just as desperate. Choi Seo's legs spread apart as he tries to stand firm. His body is only covered in skin and bones thanks to his incredible endurance and regenerative ability. Gradually, thick smoke is rising from the burned parts of his body. Even after surpassing his limits and losing control with a furious snarl, an obsession still lingers. It's not just a nearly insane will. Mira's arm has also regrown to its original state. The magic spear is a weapon that can change shape and material based on the user's imagination and needs. The spear continues to transform and wrap around the boy. He can use it to strengthen his bones and replace the torn muscle fibers. She widened her eyes in excitement at this sight. Amazing. The trui is gradually wrapping down to Choi Seo's feet. It has now become both a weapon and armor that allows him to keep fighting, not because of his body or mind, but purely out of hostility. Mira happily smiled when she saw this. For the first time in her life, the Longkung princess felt both terrified and delighted. She excitedly smiled at the thought of killing her enemy. Mira freely praised Choi Seo. I didn't think things would get this serious, but no matter how it ends, I don't think I'll regret it. Yes, fighting you was definitely the right decision. She then used her ability to summon a dragon made of her own energy. I wish I could keep going forever, but that's a bit too much to ask, huh? As Mira finished speaking, he quickly charged forward. She began casting a spell, and the two of them collided at the fastest speed. Choi Seo swung the truncheon to attack, splitting it in two and flying through it, leaving the space eerily silent. Choi Seo's spear drips with blood as he drives it straight into Mira's chest. She trembled as she muttered something in a language, blood still flowing out, when the Dragon King stepped forward from behind and interrupted, saying, "That's enough. I'm a bit in a hurry, but witnessing this, it's simpler than I thought." Choi Seo was startled by this surprise and turned around. "I just have one question." He scratched his head, looking uncomfortable, and asked, "Are you a man?" "It's not a big deal, but I want to see my grandson as soon as possible." The white sword stained with blood pierced into Shuo Hua's chest, causing her whole body to tremble violently. The Dragon King said, "I hear you are the result of a human and a demon, but I don't know what your gender is." The superhuman, with streaks of black and red, just stood silently watching. He scratched his head and continued, "Based on your physique and build, I guess you're a man, but if not, then I've made a big mistake this time." "Actually, that's a bit of a loss already, isn't it?" Lang Thin pulled the sword out of Zohua's chest and turned to look at him. "It seems that Mira from our house has behaved improperly before. Thank you for cooperating." Before he could finish speaking, Seo's sword shot forward toward his face. Not feeling right, the Long King quickly dodged away, his voice calm and unsurprised. Oh my, with the current situation, Seo is no longer alert enough to analyze what's happening. He raised his sword to eye level, his face full of deadly intent. Long Vuong saw that terrifying face and hurriedly calmed him down. "It's over. I think there's some misunderstanding here." He raised both hands and continued, "I have no intention of harming you. I'm here to stop this fight now." At this moment, his instincts and intuition clearly tell him that his eyes are white with suspicion. The Dragon King tried to persuade Seo, "I know this isn't your fault. A new and stronger opponent has appeared."
In other words, for CO, the Dragon King is just a figure watching him rant before suddenly a large black figure appears and commands him to stay calm and put down his sword, or one of the troublesome monsters constantly getting in his way. CO quickly ran with the sword towards the figure. At this moment, the large figure suddenly disappeared, revealing Long Vuong standing inside. Seeing you rush forward, he still kept his hands raised. You poured your strength into swinging the sword repeatedly at the Dragon King, causing him to bend down and dodge, then ask, "Wait a minute, don't I look pretty untrustworthy?" Then he dodges and makes a judgment. Or maybe before he could finish, a voice echoed from afar saying, "Your Majesty." Long King causing him to turn his head to see a person in red standing not far away, panting heavily. Vio throws off his hat and then rips off his red shirt. The Dragon King watches in surprise, wondering what's going on. Bio didn't hesitate and charged forward, shouting, "An ordinary human dares to look down on everyone?" While the Dragon King was watching, CO suddenly flew up to ambush. A burst of light radiated, causing the ground to shake. Somebody's blood dripped onto the ground, and your sword was blocked by a hand. Bio trembled with fear. Long Vuong spoke. "Calm down." His voice was calm. "Bio, stop causing trouble. If you want to do something, then move quickly." He sat watching the scene before him, his body trembling uncontrollably. His voice was dissatisfied. "Now you interfering is like saying I am useless and cannot handle this myself." He catches Sio's sword with his bare hands without showing any pain and then looks at Sio, continuing to analyze, as if your mind and reason have been paralyzed. The sword and your body tremble from overexertion, unable to defeat him. The Dragon King continues to marvel, yet his ability to transform into his true form shows an incredible mental strength. "I have existed for over 1,000 years, and possessing the strength to pierce through my scales is quite impressive." Sio at this moment clenched his sword and charged forward unconsciously. While the Dragon King was still blocking the sword, he switched to his other arm, preparing to grab his robe. His right hand grasped the chest of his shirt, and his left hand, dropping the sword, grabbed his waist. Long Vuong looks down, thinking of the beast tamer elf. Sio is still holding onto his shirt, not yet thrown to the ground. The Dragon King seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to your face. Your sword fell to the ground and gradually disappeared. He maintained his observation. "Your strength is not bad. You use it excellently." Bio watched the scene before him in silence, and then continued, "I used to be interested in wrestling too. Still, I can never match someone with innate talent." Long Vuong's eyes carry a hint of sadness as he finishes speaking. He grabbed the black cords wrapped around your body and muttered, "So that's how it is." One hand holding you tightly, while the other forcefully tearing apart the black cords. He kept tearing the black cords, silently thinking, I thought you only wrapped them around yourself for support. But you are harsher on yourself than I imagined. You have strengthened yourself to the bone, and the image of your enhanced body appears, showing that besides the negative effects on your body, each movement must be extremely painful." Long Vuong muttered to himself, "You didn't do this just to match my daughter. I don't know what you've been through to push yourself to this point, but in the end, you're just a fool." Large and small bloodstains cover the ground. Long Vuong said, "Biggie, go check on Mira. Don't worry too much. Just take her back to the room and call the doctor. She's only temporarily exhausted." Thanks to this person lifting her hand, the important points on her body remain safe. He lies unconscious with no more red threads on his body. Bio, who had been silent all this time, also speaks up. "No way. Are you planning to make him Mira's fiancé?" He replied, "I'm not sure yet. I was planning that initially, but just now I hesitated." He crossed his arms and looked at Sio, saying, "I'm quite pleased with this one right now. With proper guidance, he could become a valuable assistant for Mira. Not to mention, he's quite handsome, too. However, I'm not sure if becoming my son-in-law would please him." His eyes suddenly revealed something mysterious. Elsewhere, in a large candlelit room. This room is filled with beds from the Donghai Long Palace Medical Institute. Yusin, carefully bandaged, is sitting and taking medicine. The empty medicine bowl is placed on the table. He sighs and lies back on the bed. Yui looked up at the ceiling, thinking it would be a lie to say she was heartbroken over her father's death. Honestly, it didn't feel real. No, it might be the moment she had always been waiting for, her expression cold and emotionless. No matter how evil a person may be, they will always have a good side and a bad side, but that does not apply to him. He failed as a father, a husband, and even as the commander of the Spirit Bureau. The more I think about it, the image of the man holding a bamboo pipe appears in my mind. He simply inherited his position and is only capable of maintaining it. From a distance, the night view of the inner palace, Yusi lying on the ground with a blank face. Suddenly, a shadow approached and started talking to you. "You're caught again for taking my book. I told you you could take it, but don't get caught." Hearing that, Yusi immediately retorted,
I wasn't caught because I took your book. I'm not in the mood right now. If you want to scold me, go to sleep then.
Jen crossed her arms and looked at him, saying, Well, you took someone else's books and burned them, yet you speak so casually. He took a paper package out of his pocket and held it up, saying, I'll eat alone. Hearing that, he widened his eyes in surprise. What? You get up and go over to John and ask, Where did you find that? Is that all? No other flavors? He replied, I went up to Soon to get the ice cream to stop it from melting, so I had to run back there quickly. Jen asked with concern, So how did it go? Ow. Is your calf okay? He asked. I heard that when you get hit, you cry a lot. Oh, really? About that, can you still hear it all the way out here? And you don't need to worry, I did it on purpose. I've been punished enough. Kicking the calf is already quite a lot. Jen stared intently at him as he kept chewing and speaking, but it's better to show some reaction. If I stay silent, Sister Dan will be punished too. He remembers her face when she saw him get hit. You know his character, Jen replied with a sigh. He is still your father, after all, Yui replied. It's okay, right? Can't victims of domestic violence talk about the perpetrator like that? He left the ground and said, honestly, compared to what he's done, I'm pretty lucky. I heard from the girls that it was even worse back in the day. My father is not very talented. When my grandfather passed away, he quickly took over the family head position and hoarded all the ancient elixirs in the house for himself. Different bottles are arranged alternately. Only in this way could he have enough power to play the role of a clan leader. The girls regretfully mentioned that they wish Jen had been born a little earlier. Those are 1,000-year-old treasures containing the power to save the world. They say if he can get even half of them, he won't just become a sorcerer, he will become a god instantly. The insects around them stand still as if listening to him. Ms. S. Dung and Ms. Yunbi hold hands and cry, wishing Jen had been born a little earlier. Hearing that, the other person shrugged and complained. These two women talk so strangely. He turned to ask, and I also listened seriously. That's impossible, and those people are just feeling regretful. Hearing that, Yusi calmly ate her ice cream and looked at him. He saw this and continued speaking. I'm no different from your father. Don't regret because of me. He frowned and asked why you weren't saying anything anymore. Do you know 2 ways to make someone extremely angry? One is to stop talking halfway through, and the other is Jen interrupting, because talking about it is useless. Right now, he had pulled the mask up to lick the cream and was thinking to himself, if there was any regret, it was you. Young master, not me. Jen spoke to the young master. Yui, licking her ice cream and brushing off her clothes, looked at her uncle and asked, What's up? He said, Don't hate your father too much. After all, if you look closely, he's also a tragic figure. He said that he wants to become stronger, not for his own benefit or safety, but because there is something he deeply desires to do. Then he said, bending down to pick up a bag from the ground. To do that, he must have a certain strength, but once he becomes powerful, your father realizes he's not as capable as he thought, so he probably has to torment and intimidate himself the most. Even among 7 big fish, none of them bother to move. Yui replied in frustration, That's called cleaning and whitening actions. Just keep cleaning everything until it's spotless. Are there still bad people in this world? He continued, I think so, you make a good point. But when you become a great person in the future, if your father awakens and begs for your forgiveness, I hope you will remember what I said today. When that happens, the only one who can forgive him is you. I believe that day will come. Hearing that, Yin frowns seriously. He stuck out his tongue and replied, No, thank you. I don't want an apology from him, even if I did. Would it be sincere if I accepted the Spirit Stone, I would send him away? Returning to reality, Yu thinks that although at present he has never changed his mind about what he did to his mother, he will never forgive him. He rests his hand on his forehead, recalling what might have happened the previous week without witnessing it firsthand. He is definitely stubborn, dragging innocent people into his trap. The image of him standing among the corpses appears, powerless to defend himself and filled with arrogance. But why is it like this? Even though I almost never will forgive him, the fact that there is no more chance now makes me feel utterly disappointed. Where did the Dragon King call Yushin your majesty from? We can do it. In his hand is the charred corpse of Seo. It's enough. Putting him down isn't difficult. His condition isn't too serious. Go check on the others first. Then he finally looked up at Yusin. Oh, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. Seeing that, he quickly replied, Oh, it's nothing. Yusin hesitated, thinking about the previous words of the Dragon King. Did I just hear someone call his majesty? After bringing Seo's body, he calmly announced and left. Sorry to bother you. Please rest well. Yushin sweat dropped, wondering to himself. Is that person really the Dragon King? He doesn't look anything like him. He glanced at the body beside him. But are you also from the Dragon Palace?
Maybe he's a participant in the tournament. He looks so terrible. Even if he's a monster, how could he be reconstructed from this state? Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere saying, "Can you lie down? I won't have anything to do until tomorrow. You're always so stubborn. Hey, Sony, keep talking normally."
Aren't you Sio's friend? Sun Mi stepped in and bowed, saying thank you very much for your help.
I know everything is dangerous. Yusin looked over and said, "No, not at all. I usually don't do this either." She looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Yusin hesitated before explaining, "Actually, Choi Seo asked me for help because I owe him a favor." "A debt of gratitude? That makes sense." Sun Mi asked, "Is the person lying there your friend?" He looked at the dark-skinned body lying on the bed and replied, "No, it's not this person who just arrived." She looked at Seo lying there and replied, "I see. That's such a relief. I want to ask." She hesitantly looked up at Yu Xin and asked, "Are you here for Long Kung's treasure too? Have you passed the preliminary round?" He sat up and replied, "I've won a few matches already. I'll wait until the others finish their exams to find out the results." After saying that, he thought to himself, "I don't want to talk anymore. My body is healing itself." He looked at Dam Chio and Sun, thinking to himself, things are getting more and more complicated. I should talk to Choi Seo quickly and retreat if I can. Suddenly, Sun turned around and asked, "Are you okay?" What did the healer say? Yusin listened and looked on as Go, holding his coat, stepped in and said, "It's okay. I know my body well. I will recover by tonight at the latest." She looked at Go anxiously and said, "That's strange, with your abilities as a demon. Why did it take so long to recover just a hand?" He replied, "Well, my family isn't very strong in this area either." His hand had disappeared and his bloodied arm was carefully bandaged. Only then did Go notice Yusin speaking. Over the phone, Sun responds, "Oh, that's Go Yusi over there, Seo's friend. His name is Kim Yusin, and he's helping with Sehwa's affairs." When Yusin heard his name, he quickly paid attention. Quickly, she introduced Yusin to him. "Yusin, this is Mr. Go Yusi, the representative of the Hyeon Mu family. He knows Seo." After hearing that, he thought to himself that he didn't ask about it. The person lying there keeps looking, and it still looks like Seo. Seo remains motionless. If she is Seo's friend, she wouldn't be so calm. She probably doesn't know about this. Go was looking at him when suddenly he spoke. "I'm thirsty. Could you bring me a glass of water?" Sun answers yes. "You like to drink cold, right?" He replied, "Yeah." He looked at Yu Xin and said, Now Yu Xin, seeing this, looked up to listen to Go. She had left, so I'll ask directly. He sat down and asked in a stern voice, "You've encountered dark spirits and been injured, right?" Yu Xin replied, surprised, "Wait a moment. What is a dark spirit? If you ask, I want to ask too. Who did you fight with earlier to end up like this?" "Oh, I haven't told my teammates yet, but the monster took my hand. It might be a black spirit." Sun Mi couldn't help but feel worried as he recalled a dark entity emanating deadly aura. "What I sense is not just something very rare or a monster that doesn't belong here. This is much stranger and more concerning than a half-demon like Choi Seo." Hearing that, Yusin cautiously asked, "So you fought both of them?" "I hope so too. I plan to eliminate both of them, and even if my judgment is wrong, it can be justified by my participation in the martial arts tournament." The image of him fighting appears, and he continues, "I underestimated them. They are much more dangerous than I expected." Bloodstains spread across the ground. At that moment, he reached out his hand and said, "I should have gone all out from the start or not fought at all." Sun Mi stood next to someone, panicking, covering her mouth, and everyone could see. The answer is clear. I only realized after losing an arm, when Gu was standing in the dust with a serious look. After swallowing my arm, they became even more aggressive. The black shadow now clinging to the ice block is glaring at Go with murderous intent. He continued recounting that although my spirit remained unaffected, the flesh and blood from my hand had drained part of my strength, a supernatural ability beyond natural laws. Yusin stood up and asked, "If they are really dark spirits, we must inform others. The dark spirits are the targets we need to eliminate. Be quick and answer." "That's true, but this situation is very sensitive. If this were the human world, we could report to the authorities through official channels." The image of the paper scroll appears in his mind. "But this is the Dragon Palace. We can't do that here."
You know that Long Kong is a tightly controlled world where communication is strictly restricted and paper messages are not allowed.
He continued, "Actually, the real issue is elsewhere. Before the tournament started, when Hao Kan was here verifying our identities, the servants were the ones dressed in light blue with yellow eyes." Gohu then looked surprised and said, "The two names I heard are of people I know, but they are already dead. A week ago, during a monster hunt invading the Korean peninsula, many people were reported missing. Hearing that, Yusin was a bit incredulous. He continued, using their names and family backgrounds to impersonate. Yusin hesitated, rubbing his chin before continuing. Wait a minute, that's not even finished, Goen said.
Yeah, that's impossible, and he continued analyzing. If they intended to use fake identities in the Longkung, then using the names of people from the Korean peninsula would be utterly foolish. Although the Dragon Palace does not contact outsiders, they still know the members of noble families. After hearing this, he continued to stroke his chin and thought that this was exactly the reason why Choi Seo, despite the risk of suspicion, initially was not allowed to impersonate someone from the Holy Water Institute. Longkung only needs to send a simple letter to verify and will immediately know that Choi Seo's identity is fake. You compare Seo's image with the person at the water sanctuary, and they are truly completely different. But if I confirm that he is my servant, Longkung will have to believe me immediately and imagine Seo wearing a mask, standing next to him and talking to Longkung. Honestly, if I weren't the guardian of the Sacred Tuivi Institute, this plan wouldn't have succeeded. But what is their true intention behind doing that? Yushin speculates that either Longkung is extremely incompetent, or there is an accomplice inside who is turning a blind eye to outsiders. Go shook his head and replied, yes, that's the most reasonable hypothesis for now. I don't know why, but someone inside the Long Palace is collaborating with the Black Spirit, and it's definitely not for good reasons. That's why I'm keeping it secret from my team and temporarily withdrawing from the competition. There's no need to panic. Yusin thought that no matter how strong they are, they still need the help of people inside the Dragon Palace to operate here. If there is really a conspiracy, even if we retreat, they won't let us go easily. The image of fish swimming across the ocean reflects the chaos in his mind. If I had known this would become so complicated, Goyu suddenly turns around and Sony's voice echoes. Sorry, I've been gone for so long. She just brought the water tray over, Hot Hai said. Because this is a clinic, they don't have cold water. You have to go outside to get some. It's strange, there's a well inside the Dragon Palace. Wait, let me pour some water. The water is very cold, sir. He looked at her and said thank you, but I don't need it anymore. Take care of this guy. She grabbed a pitcher, the pitcher to pour water, replying irritably. Yes, I will take care of both of them, but what did you mean by calling this guy? I told you not to speak disrespectfully to someone you just met, but Seo is different. But Yusin immediately cut in and said, I really don't care. Sun helplessly calls out Yusin. Suddenly, Yusin and Sun's faces widened in shock as they looked at Seo. Having been unconscious all along, he had now regained consciousness, his whole body trembling, but still trying to ask, Where is this? Are you feeling better yet? Yusin shouted, Better? What happened to you? Sun looked on in fear from behind. Suddenly, Go snatched the water from her hand, drank it, and then commented, Yes, it's very refreshing. The announcement of the tournament appears at 7:58 p.m. Korean Peninsula time, marking the end of the preliminary round of the martial arts competition. Based on each group's performance, a total of 8 groups were selected for the main round. The scene shows Seo's hospital bed with Yusin and Sun sitting beside him. The announcement continues. Gaosi and Sony, Kim Yusin and Choi Seo have all entered the main round. Elsewhere, Kira Yuzuru stands watching Kira Yoshihiro gasp for breath. I'm exhausted. All the participants who advance to the main round are considered VIP guests of Longkung and are resting and preparing for tomorrow's party. Xiaohuai is staring intently in one direction. Many of them could sense that the trajectory and scale of the tournament far exceeded their expectations, but no one could predict the unprecedented disaster that was about to befall them and Longkung. In an underwater city, at a swimming pool, a figure is immersed in the water. They speak, the water is warm, and the temperature is rising. She looked at her hand and continued, I thought soaking in hot water would make me feel better, but it seems I just made the water colder. The person sitting on the shore interrupted, That makes sense. Chen has eaten huyen vu kui. The person flicked the remaining ash from the cigarette and continued, Even one hand is hard to digest. Tonight will be cold. She turned her head and replied, I feel a bit sorry for you because you can't soak in hot water for me. Lin replied, It's okay, I actually prefer cold water baths. Don't worry about me. Just keep it like that until you warm up. We've only known each other for a few days, but it seems different from others. Elin then wondered aloud, Are the people favored by Bi Hyung all a bit strange? Even I find it hard to talk to them because they all have different interests, and some even keep following behind. Then Shang remembered the image of Tao shivering in the cold and said, Do you still want to fight? Suddenly she gritted her teeth and said, I wish I could eat them all, but Bi Hyung's only rule is no fighting. Her mouth drips with saliva as she exclaims, What a hassle! But Black Spirit was born from the desires of all living beings in the world. Aline speaks calmly and leisurely. I really envy that. Hearing that, Elin simply replied,
Well, each one has their own abilities and thoughts, connected to their core desires. Qin's core is hunger. In the past, it could swallow everything on Earth, even the sun. Humans and monsters call it by many different names. A giant monster with a huge mouth appears behind Qian. Seeing that, Elin said, "You're so tired, Qian. Are you hungry again? You've already eaten 20 times today and you interrupted me asking for my help." I thought that was enough, but apparently not. Looking at Gu, I keep thinking his hands are better than all the others combined. I should put more force and bite his arm directly. Her eyes filled with blood, she continued muttering, "I can't wait until tomorrow anymore, or I might have to eat Alan." In her subconscious, she appeared and said, "I'm sorry," then bit into her own hand and devoured it. Elin just looked and calmly said, "It's okay." The pond is now splattered with Qian's blood, and the person lying beside it has also regained consciousness. He called Elin. Elin supported himself with both hands beside him and replied, "Sorry, is it too noisy? I want to let you sleep longer. My friend is doing something a bit embarrassing, so you might feel uncomfortable." Elin licks his lips, unbuttons his shirt, and continues, "Let's keep the fun going." About 16 hours until disaster. At the Dragon Palace, East Sea. East. Sio, now with his body bandaged, sat on the bed and spoke softly, not feeling too uncomfortable. "My energy is also recovering. The breathing techniques and posture you taught me are really very helpful. It helps me restore my demonic energy." Yusin replied, "That's good then." The discomfort Yusin is feeling comes from what he knows is normal for demons, as their body regeneration reflects their health status, similar to how oxygen absorption through breathing circulates throughout the body via blood vessels. The demon's body prioritizes distributing demon energy to recover physically, so an inability to heal indicates the monster has sustained a fatal wound. An image of a giant monster with an arm cut off appears. Yushin looks at him with a thoughtful, intense gaze, wondering if Sio's human bloodline is the reason. Maybe it's because he's a spirit, even after such a tragic situation. Recovery might already be a good thing. It's strange how he looks completely normal. Then I remember the image of Sio waking up and continue thinking, even though his skin hasn't regenerated yet. Sio suddenly spoke up, causing Yushin to startle Yusin into answering. Keep going. From now on, I have to do something you might not like. You snap your fingers and a scroll appears, then continue. If you feel uncomfortable, I will do it where you can't see. Yui, surprised, responds, "Something I don't like." Sio answers, "This is it." He reached into the scroll and took out a purple orb. He then retrieved 7 purple orbs of various sizes. Yusin remained surprised, hesitating before replying, "These are the demon pills from the monsters I defeated in the qualifiers. At first I planned to keep them until the end of the tournament. I remember the image of the exhausted monster swaying. I reached out and took a demon pill from his body and continued speaking. You gave me a mask and I thought you wouldn't like to see me eat this, but the mask has broken. I also overheard your conversation with Gu." He then pulled down the bandage on his mouth and continued. "Tomorrow? No matter what happens soon, I can't unleash my full power in my current state, especially when fighting a black spirit. I've faced one before. Even though it was just a single one, it was more than just a feeling of raw power. When fighting me, its power can improve on the spot. I remember the scene where a black spirit with a murderous gaze charged at me." He continued, "I didn't win because I was stronger, but because I used a trick to overwhelm it before it could realize. Just a week, honestly. If you asked me to fight now, I'd probably lose 99.99% of the time." Yusin looked at him with a calculating gaze and added, "I don't know the abilities or strength of the two who came to Longkung, but it's safe to say that their images flashed through your minds. They are at least as strong as the dark spirits I have fought." Yushin continued, "You're not facing dangerous guys like that, right? Just see this as an opportunity." Sio continued, "To leave the Dragon Palace safely, retreat now, and prepare for the next time." "That won't work against the dark spirits. We don't know how many more there are or when the next opportunity will come. But one thing's for sure. If we delay, we won't be able to predict what will happen." He reached out and grabbed a demon pill, continuing, "Otherwise, this could be a good opportunity. You remember Bi Hyung using his bare hands to catch your sword, continuing your own thoughts. If Longkung is a closed-off place, no one will come to protect us this time. This is an opportunity to eliminate those two." As he finished speaking, he brought the demon pill close to his mouth. Hearing that, Yusin fell back into his thoughts. He's right, but why now? The more I think about it, the tighter I clench my fists. That curiosity has turned into hope and anticipation. The scene of Sio wearing the mask and standing in a defensive stance emerges. Even without using any demonic power, he fought alone and defeated 7 demons, fulfilling Yusin's wish to awaken as a protector. At this moment, Xiao has swallowed the demon pill. The luck and energy have been forcibly achieved by Yusin. The image of Xiao Hui standing there, radiating deadly intent, suddenly reveals that something inside him has begun to sprout. Even he himself is unaware of it. The flaws are just a fleeting moment. Xiao Hui gathers his strength and rushes forward, and a horn suddenly sprouts from Xiao's forehead. If he had taken one more step, the budding leaf would bloom instantly. Another person outside the spellcasting also missed Xiao, and in the fierce battle that followed, Yoshihiro was seen raising his knee to kick him in the face. At the moment the mask shatters and the demon is subdued, the boy inside awakens. Then, from the horn on his forehead, a shadow with a mouthful of sharp teeth emerges. The power of love and righteousness, even though these two energies coexist within the body of a half-demon. The image of a lion and a tiger facing each other symbolizes demonic energy and righteous energy. They can never be harmonized. The initial contact with righteous energy was through the three-colored gourd that Yusin gave you. Eating these pills caused the demon pills to become severely damaged. Today's event was also due to the mask suppressing the demon energy, combined with the cultivation technique Yusin taught. The memory flashes with Yusin holding the mask and saying, "If you use this..." Xiao put the demon pill into his mouth and thought, "I don't know exactly what happened inside my body, but I can understand it vaguely. I told Sun and the others that I was fine, but the consequences of the injuries from abusing the pill haven't fully healed. Super training with the sword passes through my memories. I can use demon energy, but it feels very forced. Especially when I use it, I feel a stabbing pain in my lower abdomen." As he thought about this, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. He continued to think and realized that until this morning, he hadn't improved at all. But when the mask broke during the battle with Yoshihiro, all pain and discomfort completely disappeared. Yoshihiro's gaze looked at him, then his eyes filled with deadly intent as he looked back at him. Xiao continued to think, sure that his body had healed itself, but it was different from normal regeneration. It was a kind of backlash, the activation of the demon power to suppress the true energy. He sighed and thought, no. It is the activation of the true energy to suppress the demon power, like a competition between living beings, which is why I can fight with full strength against the princess of the Dragon Palace. Remembering the moment when his body was filled with black and red threads, despite his thoughts, perhaps because the demon energy was activated more strongly than usual, but instead controlling the true energy became more difficult. You look at your hands, trying to control the demon energy and the true chi. I can definitely feel them inside my body, but I still feel very uncomfortable, like something almost within reach, but not easy to grasp. His fingers emitted a very faint amount of vital energy, a result of the developed demon power suppressing his true energy. The image shows the demon energy on one side and the righteous energy chained tightly on the other. And in the end, that becomes an advantage. Xiao thought about raising his hand to scratch his face. Compared to the abilities of demons, righteous energy has quite limited uses, and the image of the clean Rujiu passed by, even when righteous energy is sealed as a price for strengthening demon power. But that's not what I regret. It's the vague feeling of worry about choosing a path with no way back. The image of Xiao standing between two paths has never been an issue. Xiao spoke. You gave Yusin a box and said, "Take this." "Did you forget? You asked Kogu about this." Yusin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Xiao continued. "This is a VIP card for Yani. With this, you can summon a merchant from Yangoi to buy items. On the box, there is an intricately carved copper piece." Xiao's voice continues to echo. Of course, he mentioned using it in the qualifying arena, but if it works there, it can work here too. Do you remember the image from the Dragon Palace? You will answer. Very possible. He picked up the coin and looked at it carefully, then asked what was inside this box. Xiu replied, "It contains demon coins, which are currency among demons. I happen to have a few." He extended his hand and continued, "If we can summon someone from Yan, informing them about the black spirits here, and using the demon coins to buy essentials like healing or energy-restoring items would be very helpful, and they also sell many useful tools." Hearing this, Yu asked, "Wait, where are you going?" "I'll just look around our room for a bit without being noticed. Even though we're advised to stay inside until tomorrow, there are many others with the same goal, not just Gu and Sony." The images of the participants flash by. "I'm not sure about Xiaohui, but I believe Yoshiro and Yuzuru will help actively." Yusin suddenly stood up and asked, "Do you remember encountering a dark spirit?" Xiao interrupted. "It's okay. If I remember correctly, I also sensed a bit of darkness from the spirit Goyu mentioned. I won't cause any trouble, don't worry." Yusin said nothing, just kept looking at him. Xiao opened the door and stepped out, slamming it shut, then looked at the copper piece on the table. Yusin lies down on the bed, sighing. He thinks to himself. My head hurts too much. I can't keep up with what's happening here. What should I do? Like being caught in a tricky situation. The image of a chessboard appears with a glowing piece. Yusin continues to think that all he can do is watch and then presses the copper piece against his face, exhaling. He sat up, held the copper piece away, and said, "I summoned it." Blue lights appeared around him. In the middle of the room, a concentrated blue light reveals something that makes Yusin squint. A green breeze blows away the curtain, and a man appears with a voice. "Oh, I was told that the one who took the talisman is a half-demon, but you clearly look human. Who are you?"
Why did you use that talisman? Did you steal it?
Yuin was momentarily speechless because he was overwhelmed by the dog. The masked man continued, "Answer me." But it's not just because. The man appeared very imposing. Yuin is an experienced warrior. The image of Xiao Huai with wide eyes and fierce intent appears. Even when facing an overwhelmingly powerful monster, he can stand tall without panic. But this man is different. He continued, "I am a merchant from Yano, so I will strictly punish anyone who dares to steal." The power you feel from that man is definitely human, but at the same time it surpasses any ordinary person. He suddenly knelt down and said, "This talisman belongs to my friend Choi Seo. He is temporarily lending it to me. I can't prove it right now, but when he returns, he will explain everything clearly. Even if you don't believe me, there's nothing more I can do. I am Kim Yusin, a warrior of the Holy Destruction Institute, and the son of Brother Kim X. You have become a god in this generation." The boy lowered his head, placing his hand on the ground, and saluted the elder who had reached the realm of immortals, surpassing the bonds and karma of the mortal world. "If you don't mind, may I ask your name?" The man crossed his arms and replied, "I hear you're the son of Kim Se-Huin. I came here to play a game of chess with the Grandmaster and to carry out the task of checking the half-demon's name." He continued, Hey, get up. I don't like this formal stuff." Yu was a bit surprised. The other person continued speaking. "I tried to suppress my power with a mask, but you saw through it. You have sharp senses, just as I expected from Kim Sein's son." He raised his head and wondered if this was the suppressed power. The man continued speaking. "So, who do you think I am?" Yushin replied, holding his head high. "Why is that?" The man continued, "There aren't many immortals on the Korean peninsula, and among them, who would be a great figure that a child like you could recognize immediately? In this absurd situation, his life could be at risk." Yusin falls silent, contemplating. "Oh, right. The miracle was born in Guzhun. No. The greatest genius born on the Korean peninsula in 1,000 years since Dangun is Tan Ui. Continuing with the story, that energy is called Iorio Spirit Force. On rare occasions, an individual is born beyond its species limit and gradually absorbs natural energy throughout its life, transforming that energy into its own. When the accumulated energy surpasses a certain threshold, awakening occurs. Love magic will grant them not only quick wit and immense strength, but also a lifespan many times longer than normal. But for humans, it's different. Unlike Ioriok, the accumulation of John Jay's main power is a very slow and inefficient process, and once it reaches the limit, awakening rarely occurs. No matter how much a person trains their body and mind to absorb extraordinary energy sources and practice countless types of magic, in the end it's like trying to scoop sand with a sieve. Most humans have a lifespan of around 150 years and will gradually decline. How can you say there is no injustice when even with Dorio's power, the power of the Tao, or Balok's strength of law and magic, some people cannot reach even half the lifespan of a low-level half-beast? Is it because they lack wings that they cannot fly? Or even if they have wings, they still cannot bear the weight they must carry? Picking up the white chess piece to continue the game. Despite the truth, there is still a very rare chance that a demonization event could occur. Once talent, experience, willpower, and effort are perfectly aligned like gears in a machine, the impossible will become reality. At that moment, humanity will finally be reborn as immortal sin. All the cells in their bodies will stop aging and they will regain the vitality of their prime. However, rejuvenating the body is only a tiny part of what is possible. The energy core of an immortal being dissolves the boundaries between inside and outside, allowing them to wield the power of both heaven and earth as if it were their own strength. In a literal sense, it is the unity of humanity and nature. They cross the boundary of an ordinary living creature and become an existence that can be considered part of a world with self-aware consciousness. That is why, at the moment they awaken as immortals, they instead become subjects of the immortal realm, and their activities in the human world will be regulated. From the perspective of an ordinary person, they are such surreal beings far beyond demons and monsters. Seo looked at Jan's merchant and thought, an immortal from nothingness. I've never heard of anyone actually seeing it like that, but it seems he knows my father.
Then he concluded that, after all, his father was somewhat surprising, but at least the other immortals weren't a threat. While Sio was thinking, why did he say that among everyone else? He spat out a string that startled you. Why are you reacting so strangely? Your face looks like you thought I was just another immortal, but where did this crazy guy come from? Sio quickly stammered to explain, No, that's not it at all. The truth is, this is an unexpected situation, and it's not entirely smooth sailing yet. You look straight at him. How could I, with my pathetic knowledge, dare to imagine meeting someone as extraordinary as you? Seeing you're trembling, he turns around. I said I would be here on behalf of Jiang Heden, so I will handle the business properly. Sio breathes a sigh of relief as he continues. It would be better if your former lover came back during this time. He looked at him and replied, Sio's voice continues again. Well, I'm about to use Jiang Hei's communication charm to ask the leader for news about the situation outside the realm. Of course, I know that Jiang Heden always maintains a neutral stance in all conflicts between humans and the demon realm, but you still keep going. Still, the appearance of the Dark Soul has always been regarded as a universal disaster since ancient times, so I think requesting to transfer information isn't overstepping. He was a bit surprised and asked, what did you just say? Dark Soul. In your mind, you're thinking that this isn't a confirmation. It's pretty shocking, at least. But after hearing that, he didn't even blink. While you were distracted, it turns out that for immortals, the problems of lower realms are just trivial matters. So he calls this the darkness surrounding him. Are you serious? So aren't you guys just being fooled? When you stammered and answered yes. He said, no matter how Nee perceives it, you guys have been led astray terribly, right? Are you saying there are two dark souls here? Turning around, he continued, during the Bongo years when I was still alive, I had to hunt down a soul escaping from the Ming dynasty. It's really a mess having to catch it with Wadam. The man asked you trembling, what will you do now? The world is always a mess, but this time, is it reaching a new level? Suddenly, I feel glad to be an immortal. He's thinking to himself, what kind of monster is this? He tries to protest. I honestly don't know what I should do right now, but I will do everything I can think of. He sighed. Well, I guess that's all I can say. I don't like to say this, but honestly, you're not skilled enough to handle this. Then he kept going, saying you're not completely useless, but not much better either. You turned pale, realizing you could also understand the immortal's perspective. He was stunned when he heard him say, well, if I get involved, everything will change. He asked in surprise, will you help me? In that case, he outright refused. Of course not. Frowning, he explained, if you are a guardian, then you must know the taboo against probing the secrets of the world. He explained why beings like us, immortals, cannot interfere with the fears of ordinary humans or elves like you. Not only is direct assistance forbidden, but sharing information about power is also strictly prohibited. He continued, as long as we extract a portion of our strength, those dark souls will be doomed, but the power used to defeat them could lead to unforeseen consequences. The scene unfolds through a warning, a mistake that could make things worse than the dark spirit's actions to drown the world, deepening the issue further. That is why immortals who come to the human world all have what is called gamion. Their lives are a facade, a false identity. They choose a role to minimize their influence on the world and are only allowed to act freely within that role. He summarized my gamion issue as I explained. That is the leader of Jiang Heidan. All our conversation and what I am about to do are limited to a local vendor, T, but I can send messages out. Listen to him ramble on if you already understand. Then don't dream of easily taking my power. Tell me what you want, dear customer. You just grit your teeth, this old man. He's trying to make me do something. Looking at him, you spit out a thought in your head. The rules of immortals and all that. If all he wants to do is spit out things everyone already knows, then don't bother asking me from the start. His attitude is like he's so clever when he's just talking nonsense. You look really eager to act tough, but it turns out there's nothing really there. As I was thinking, I realized you're just trying to provoke me into anger, right? Let me buy some real items to show you. After thinking it over, you spoke up, boss. Seeing that, he turned back. Have you decided what you want to buy yet? If not, let me show you the items. There are plenty goods here. You hesitate and explain. No, I have already decided what I want to buy, but I want to check if you have it, sir. Please hand over the box, and if possible, I want to know if this amount of money can buy it. His face is full of seriousness. I've heard that the leaders of Jiang Heidan not only sell tangible items, but also trade in the knowledge they possess. So as a customer and someone pursuing martial arts, I want to buy your guidance, sir. Can you do that? Then he realized and asked again. Well, with this approach, you're quite clever. But guidance from an immortal? Usually you can't buy that in Jiang Heidan.
He kept rambling. But, well, if you think about it differently, the information each leader receives is different. It's not good for me to refuse a customer just because they're an immortal, huh? But then I cheerfully reply, all right, since it's the first time, if the customer wants it, I'll indulge. As long as the price matches, I'll do my best. You answer stammeringly. Thanks, but I feel happy inside. Satisfied. I wonder how much CO put in here, but I hope it's enough. Suddenly, he spoke up. Wait a minute, he continued speaking. Why do you want to spend money so quickly? Of course I can teach you something that matches the amount you have, but you're not short of money, right? Heir of the Holy Water Institute. Patting the small box. I believe you have plenty of money, so there's no need to rush. You can receive the goods first and pay later, but there's still a threat in your words. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but if you don't have enough money to pay, you can just write me a promissory note, right? The trembling reply came. Trembling reply. Of course, he replied. Good. He fell into deep thought. Now let's see what I should teach you. You hesitantly asked. Hey, boss, is there anyone else besides me who can take this item? He asked suspiciously. What? If not you, then who else could it be? That's the friend I mentioned earlier who sells love potions. He'll be here soon. You explain yourself and he'll understand right away, boss. But despite having the noble bloodline, he is a guardian with a special talent, along with a good personality and character. His face is full of vitality. It seems you were also interested in him earlier, and he's the person Zhang Heidan truly cares about. He directly attacked him, you bastard. His confident face is full of doubt. I thought you were clever, but this won't work, right? What's going on? Your friend is more talented, so I should guide him instead of you? He puffs and breathes while holding a staff. Is that something a martial arts master would say? Just by listening, I can tell what you're thinking. You believe that doing that is what's best for your friend, right? He keeps going. Surely that demon seller with a good personality chose the path of development for demons instead of guarding. Well, such a wise choice. Who has the time to give and build strength in these days? He keeps rambling, but still, he pushes the opportunity onto you and forces you to choose the path of humanity. Be honest with yourself, this isn't for your friend's benefit, and it's not a wise long-term choice. The staff points directly at you. It's just your clumsy attempt to satisfy yourself. You are lifted up by him. After all, you're still not ready. It's not just about teaching you a few spells. Your way of thinking needs a complete overhaul. He continued. A true guardian must have a compassionate heart while trusting in oneself above all else. In modern speech, it's like saying, there's no one else in the team, so let me carry us to victory. You're reciting a spell while talking. Just consider this the bitter pill you have to swallow for your past karma. You are the first human in hundreds of years to learn my sacred magic. The scene shifts outside the strange room. D jumps through the window, breathing heavily as his feet gradually step into the room. He observes as he moves, unexpectedly finding no guards or watchers around. So, that's how it is. Thinking back to the building, there's a barrier of demonic energy around it that prevents anyone from leaving. I should be able to escape, but it would trigger an alarm. He still thinks to himself, I can only move silently within this building. He concluded that based on what he had checked earlier, there are maids supporting us on the first floor, but he hasn't checked the third floor yet. Looking around, so far he hasn't detected any unusual energy. Could it be because no one is up there, or is something else going on? Then I'll go now. He secretly watched the maid. After seeing her walk away into the distance, he carefully observed his surroundings before approaching the mysterious room. He still thinks there must be someone here, but he can't sense their presence. He's hesitating, looking inside. It's not feasible, so what should he do? Should I politely knock and try to see, then directly force open the main door? In front of that person is a woman wearing a pink coat and a traditional shirt that reveals her oversized chest. Jen looks surprised, her mouth moving as if about to speak. That friend. In an instant, a very familiar feeling flashed through Sio's mind, bringing back memories once again. The school you used to attend as a head. Hearing someone call out Sio from behind, you quickly turned around in response. Don't you remember me? I'm Oh Jin, a second-year student. I am in the same club as Yusin. We've met before, remember? Hearing her say that, you wondered to yourself which club it was. Ewan didn't even attend many classes this semester. Seeing that you seemed to be lost in thought, Yujin quickly spoke up. Lately, Yushin hasn't been coming to school. You two are very close, right? Is something wrong? He looked at her and replied that it was probably due to family matters. During this time, his family usually goes back to their hometown for about 10 days to honor their ancestors. Yujin seemed surprised to repeat word for word. Celebrating ancestors like that. Then it will be next Friday. Before she could finish her sentence, Sio interrupted. Yeah, maybe he'll come back on that Wednesday.
After saying that, Yuan turned to leave, still facing backward, waving goodbye to Seo. Thank you. Suddenly, I thought, maybe next Friday because it's Yusin's birthday. I wonder how she found out. But actually, Yusin celebrates his birthday according to the lunar calendar. I've never seen anyone celebrate it that way before. Then, I imagined myself having to apologize to Yusin repeatedly, making him annoyed, which would invade his privacy. Then he thought that maybe he shouldn't tell her because Yusin doesn't like others talking about his private matters. He watched Yin gradually disappear into the distance, silently thinking to himself that since he started high school, this was the 6th person, and the first semester isn't even over yet.
We've been friends for about 4 years, and Seo has gone through this countless times. Of course, he finds it all really unreasonable, but the sharp instinct of Mech's son told him that after noticing the opponent's weakness, Seo saw this as an opportunity.
Then a voice rang out to remind him that he was currently injured and resting, so I came here on behalf of Yusin to say hello to you.
Isn't it obvious that you're here to greet me on his behalf?
He scratched his head and explained that even though they fought each other, it wasn't out of hatred, but a fair competition. Maybe he was a bit too aggressive, but she was generous enough to let Yusin win.
He said Yusin told him not to say anything more because she's incredibly strong. She's the strongest and most formidable opponent I've ever faced. Thanks to her, I was able to reach a new level and become more mature. Then I told Xiaohui that of course I was a bit proud and shy, so I didn't directly express my desire to meet her, but after the tournament ended, he wanted to meet her privately. From Tiohuai's small mouth, it seemed she was about to say something.
Xiao quickly apologized to Yu in his mind, thinking if I didn't approach her this way, I wouldn't have any other chance to get closer to her. Then he spoke up to explain, well, knowing her personality, she won't take the initiative to meet you.
If you don't mind, Xiaohui, I can take her to you. She plucked a strand of her hair and said firmly, I know that's not the main reason you're meeting me.
Her voice rang out again. Well, if you want me to hear your story, it seems this approach isn't working.
That remark hit Sio's sore spot and made her feel doomed. Something disappeared, clearing the air, revealing a stunning scene as she merged with the warm water beneath her feet, looking truly noble. You stand there sweating profusely on your face, and she suddenly says, Tonight's dinner wasn't bad. She says disappointedly, but it seems like the people underwater don't know how to make good wine. This is fruit wine from Fruit Mountain.
It's not a rare wine because it's only been aged for 50 years, but tonight it's not for getting drunk, and that's enough.
A watercolor-painted fan floats in the bedroom, revealing a snowy mountain landscape within. The scene gradually becomes clear as if stepping into the real world. Now, in front of you is a colorful landscape with a solemn house right at the foot of the mountain. Yusin looked at this scene and said, This view is not bad, right? The sunlight shining down makes the river even more shimmering, and in it, Yusin's voice echoed that if you keep looking, it might get a bit boring, but it's perfect for coming here occasionally to fish and relax.
Is this the place where immortals dwell? The Yanoi merchant from behind replied. No, I don't know what you imagine that place to be, but it can't compare to this one. Then he told him that this is a space he created himself, maybe a bit rough compared to reality, but very convenient for doing whatever he wants. Yushin pretended to think and asked, Is this place created by him? That train of thought continued as the wind blew through the air, carrying the scent of water and abundant natural energy. This was a level far beyond illusions or half-hearted magical spaces. This is the real world. Then he turned around and looked behind, still thinking to himself. I've only heard about immortals, but I never expected they could do something so extraordinary. The merchant from Yan suddenly spoke up, saying, Now you must choose. He said, The deal I am about to sell you has already been decided. The question now is how well you understand and accept it. Yu softly muttered a few words. Of course, he replied. I won't teach you the wrong way. If the outcome isn't as expected, it's entirely your responsibility. The merchant snapped his fingers and said, But perhaps one night is a bit too short. Under such a clear blue sky, the white clouds are moving so smoothly. Suddenly, from morning to evening, he looked up at the shining moon and appeared surprised. Yan's merchant said again, Don't be surprised, I told you I can manipulate many things as I wish, and snapped his fingers. He said, I can control the flow of time here and make it go faster or slower than the real world. I just shifted from day to night, so if time speeds up or slows down, you won't even notice. At least until you leave here. Yao gasped in shock, but he continued speaking, saying, Of course, even if time moves faster than reality, for you, it will only be a game. If 1 minute here equals an hour outside, you only have about 12 minutes left. Then he looked thoughtful again and said, I am considering making time pass more slowly. That way, 1 hour outside would become about a month here, giving you roughly a year here until tomorrow morning. That, of course, is obvious. If you do that for me, I am willing to accept it. He thumbs up, signaling him to listen to the end and agree. The lifespan you'll lose isn't just 1 year of living here.
He's warning that experiencing time passing more slowly here alone will put excessive strain on an ordinary body.
For each month you stay here, your lifespan will be shortened by about a year. So if you stay here for a year,
You'll lose around 12 years of your life. You just stand there frozen, listening while he keeps talking non-stop. Although estimating that 1 month equals 1 year is just an approximation, you might actually lose more than that. It's unlikely you'll lose less. At most, you'll just have fewer days to live. Jan's merchant voice continued to echo, making Yusin hesitate. Losing a year to gain 12 months seems a bit too expensive even for me. How much can you really grow in just 1 year? He keeps bargaining and negotiating, but I can slow down time a little, and then the cost will be... No, that's enough.
Jan's merchant sighed and said, "This young brat is brave. Are you really willing to burn more than 5 years of your life without hesitation? Or are you that confident?"
That's not true.
Honestly, I'm afraid of sacrificing that much lifespan, and I'm not even sure if it's worth it anymore.
Yu looked down and said, "But wasn't it you who said that earlier? Don't do it halfway. Take full control. I told you to bear the responsibility." The merchant continued, according to that logic. Hearing that, his face darkened with worry. The burden I have to lead truly is unreasonable. But with the strength emanating from Yusin, he was determined that if I was going to grab the collar of some fool trying to become the Demon King in 6 months, I guessed I should at least do that much. So, he thought, why not close his eyes and try his best for just a year? The timeline shifts again, and now Yushin is holding a big sword pointed at someone, saying, "What are you talking about?
Can't you see I'm trying my best?"
You're the one who made me go through all of this." And then the two of them charged at each other, unleashing a wave of power. The two swords clash, making a loud noise. You use all your strength to block the sword, your voice trembling as you speak to yourself before attacking me. What the hell is that?
"This is combat training. Do you think I'm the only one talking and attacking at the same time?"
It turns out that was Kim Jun.
He silently said, "After all, why not focus more on your training?"
He coldly suggested, why not just drop out completely useless? What's the point of studying for another year? And that made Yusin grit his teeth in frustration. You get angry, pull out your knife, and mutter to Chiun that now it's your turn to nag at him again. Weren't you the one who said enjoy your school life while you still can? You're the one supporting Seun too. Why are you acting like that? Did that old man tell you to make things difficult for me? To pressure me even more? You are doing your best. You proved it last time. He interrupted and said, "This is not what your father intended." Jun frowned and said, "You say that because you've seen enough and can't sit still anymore.
You know you could try harder and go further, but you're just wandering aimlessly. You know that too, right?"
How desperate are children your age out there risking their lives? Jun continued, causing Yusin to fall into deep thought. Can't you try at least half as hard? Just for the next year, Yuin hesitated before telling him, "All right." Suddenly, he grabbed his sword and ran quickly toward him, startling Jagan. He swung his sword forcefully at him, but Jun still blocked the attack. He still responds to him with that calm face. First of all, even if you try harder here, it won't change much. You can't defeat all the monsters in the world. He thinks that everything you've achieved is just becoming the child that old man is proud of, and you truly hate that. The power in your sword is gradually being drained by Jun. Yusi quickly lowers his sword, and John thinks that since he didn't feel overwhelmed from the start, this move was probably just to adjust the distance and power for this purpose. He thought about his muscular stomach, and that thought appeared in his mind. He kicked Yusin hard in the face with one foot and shouted, "Trap." The atmosphere suddenly drops and the room seems to heat up. Damn it! Yusin's sword falls to the ground. He scolds, "You said to only use energy for defense, and that we would only fight hand to hand." Then Yu asked himself, "But now you're probably just making excuses to give me real combat experience. Who keeps their promises in battle, right?" He simply replied, "Oh, how did you guess that? You're right." And after being caught off guard and beaten, he sat there dazed with a bloody nose. Anyone who fights with limitations or under conditions falls into one of these two categories. Either they used it to stab you in the back or they are fools. He continued, his face serious as he pointed out the mistake, saying, "Forget about that." Forget about? What was that move you just did? Did someone teach you martial arts? What you said makes me wonder what exactly you're asking about. You said, "Oh, I thought you were talking about something else. I still seem to be a bit dizzy." He crouched down and said, "I recently read a manga with a similar technique, although the author's explanation of it is very unreasonable. I think if I slightly adjust the stance for attacking the demon, I can achieve a similar effect, so I just tried a few things I came up with myself." Hearing that, Mr. Jun sighed and said, "Do you came up with that yourself?" The boy exclaimed, "Oh, here we go again. Don't worry about those little details." Yusin admits that it's actually only effective because this is a practice match. In real combat, it would only work against weak opponents. If you were to seriously fight me, do you think the outcome would be the same as just now? He replied. Yeah, he replied, that's enough. I know what you're going to say. Yushin briefly looked away, but then he glanced back and said, the most important thing is effort and talent. Just try a little harder. Everyone wants to hear that. I understand you're worried about me. But it's okay. I don't want to climb any higher. Yu quietly lowered his gaze, realizing that when he had mocked what his uncle said, it wasn't just because he was rebellious, but because he never truly believed he possessed any exceptional talent. Remembering his diligent training as a child, he thought he was simply treated differently because he was the boss's son, and anyone else in his position would have stood out more. Thoughts about the fight kept running through his mind, but the quick-witted realization that he just had a moment earlier definitely paid off. Even with that strange creature, if you're right and I really have something special that I'm wasting, I think this could be my last chance. Even though it was too late, I found what I wanted to do after gaining some strength. I smirked and assessed my current situation, and when I had the chance to learn everything, I didn't mind trading more than 10 years of my life. Then he spoke. I will remember and engrave every moment of the teachings my senior has given me this year. The merchant of Yan, holding the wine bottle, said, Look at those eyes, they have become serious now, a bit forced, but definitely better than before. I asked because I knew you would say that. Yu listened carefully to the merchant's confusing words and honestly said, If you give a half-hearted answer, I will change my mind, it's troublesome. His hand just closed the bottle cap as he said, But you kept dodging to the very end. Suddenly, something surprised him so much that it made his whole body shake. It turns out that in front of him, a skull with a red eye appears, looking very terrifying. Yan's merchant explains that you have seen the technique of the cursed trap talisman, right? Even in times like this, you guys still need some real combat experience. What's inside here are the demons I defeated in my youth. All 108 of them are high-level monsters, so they'll keep you busy for a year. Looking up there, he heard his voice again, saying, There's plenty of time. I prefer teaching real experience over theory. And Yan's merchant made a final decision. Now Sio was stunned, her reaction completely different from what she expected, as if she had foreseen it. So he tilted his head and asked Xiaohui, Do you perhaps already know about this? She replied, No. Tiuhai blushed and shyly asked, What do you think of the Dragon Palace? Then she began to cast a spell. I know you have half human blood and are closer to that side. I want to know your impression from its perspective. Hearing this, Sio nodded and quietly watched the wine slowly rise. He said it's not too bad here. There's a strange incident, but apart from that, it seems peaceful, though that's just my impression. You're right. According to tradition, the Dragon Clan is the ruler of the seas, always generous to humans. Tiu Huai's gentle voice blends with the sound of pouring wine, perhaps because they see no need to interfere with the affairs above. She continued to tell for the ancients, the sea was a force more brutal than any monster. Setting sail on such waters, even if driven by foolishness, was regarded as a brave act worthy of respect. Xiao Hui further proved her point with her words. Therefore, except for a few rare cases, the sea tribe never interferes with humans. They simply entrust everything to the unpredictability of the sea, their home, and just observe. The story continues. And Xiao Hai explains that, in fact, when it comes to the East, they even go against nature to stand with humans. There are dragon kings who control the weather, or bless abundant harvests without asking for anything in return. Upon hearing this, Sio nodded in agreement. Yes, in the fairy tales I heard from the villagers, the Dragon Palace is always depicted as a wonderful place. She continued, saying that for people of this era, it might be even more so. Xiao Huai closed her eyes in thought, considering that the current ruler of love could establish laws for humans, largely thanks to the support of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Seeing your surprise, Xiao Huai explained that it's not a story many people know. As I said, the Sea Tribe is basically friendly to humans, but what goes on inside the Dragon Palace is not something outsiders can know. However, no matter how friendly the Dragon Palace is to humans, the condition of never harming humans is a completely different matter. The reason the entire sea follows it is because the strongest Long Palace issued the order. At this point, Xiao Huai hesitated slightly. I don't know why it happened, but what is certain is that the Eastern Sea Dragon King has bet his position and sided with the Demon King, which is why the sea has naturally become something belonging to humans. It is a place free from the influence of the Demon King, a space where laws do not necessarily have to be followed. After saying this, Xiao Huai gritted her teeth and said, So you all betrayed that choice. Xiao was stunned and asked, What do you mean, betray? What does she mean? She frowned and replied, If you already know, then why ask? You deserve to die 100 times over. Seeing your silly expression, it seems you haven't even thought about that.
All right, let me ask you a simpler question. How clean do you think the ocean is? 666 years ago compared to now, you even knew how serious it was, yet you still turn a blind eye and pretend not to see. See, I told you so. Any person with a bit of sense knows that given the current pollution levels, you are ungrateful children to the cradle that is the ocean. Then she looked up and stared at Sio with a mocking tone. Of course, the sea isn't the only thing you treat that way. What part of nature do you treat well? But the sea is completely different. Do you know why? You don't answer? Xiao Huai continues to explain. It's because the people living by the sea are kind to humans, but it seems that other members of the Dragon Palace think differently. Most of the high officials of the EC Dragon Palace harbor resentment towards the Dragon King, except for those who follow his will as if their lives depended on it. After all, they have endured and obeyed the rules for 666 years, rules they could abandon at any time. Still, the reason the rebellion hasn't happened yet is because the power structure is very clear. The East Sea Dragon Palace is currently one of the strongest dragon palaces in history. Even if those harboring discontent unite, they are no match for you. Xiao Huai pondered after hearing the story. She summarized herself, so they are discussing rebellion and even summoning the disaster, known as Black Spirit. But then, Xiao Huai suddenly had an idea. She shouted at Sio with a sharp critique. "What are you doing?" Yu asked nervously. "What's wrong?" Then, Xiao Hui pointed to the glass of wine she offered and said, "I was just talking about the glass in front of you. Why didn't you drink?" She snapped angrily, her aura surrounding her in a threatening manner. "How dare you refuse the drink I poured right in front of me?" Sio panicked. "No, that's not true at all. I'm only 17 years old, so I'm not allowed to drink, and I don't know how to drink," the boy stammered, explaining to a sea lion right in front of him. Hearing that, Xiao Huai gritted her teeth and said, "You're just using your age as an excuse." "Ignore Sio's explanations and warnings," Xiao Hui warned sternly, emphasizing each word and glaring at Sio. "When an adult offers you a drink, you just stay silent and drink. This is an order from the East." Hearing that, he became even more confused. Sio thought there was no more room for argument. However, his limited drinking experience could be counted on one hand. But the problem was that all of his few experiences were quite unpleasant. There is a very limited range of alcohol types and alcohol content that you can drink without getting too drunk. So right now you're hesitating to drink because it looks very strong. Even from this distance, I can still smell the alcohol. The scent is somewhat tolerable. Then Sio subtly glanced at Xiao Hui to check the situation ahead. She insists on forcing him to drink. His whole body trembles uncontrollably, only able to obey. Yes. Then Sio carefully sips small amounts, the strong liquor flowing into his mouth. As soon as he drank, he tensed up. At that moment, what was happening inside Sio's body was not only because of the cup of wine Tia Huai gave him. She already knew that you had taken 7 love pills earlier, and with all the nourishing meals, the digestion process, the power of the love pills is happening very slowly, and even now, the 7 love pills have not fully dissolved. But what was added was immortal peach wine. Among the countless spiritual herbs growing on the fruit mountain, this wine is made from peaches and is known as one of the finest varieties. At this point, the glass in your hand falls to the table. Even though it's still considered a low-grade wine, the water splashes from the pond, but Xiao Huai remains calm as he sits there drinking, knowing that amount of wine is enough to serve as the perfect catalyst and the best digestive aid the boy needs. Sio is gradually sinking to the bottom of the tiger's den, his shadow flickering and dissolving, his body powerless and no longer struggling. The water on the shore is also drying up. Underwater, Sio's whole body relaxes as his mind remains unsteady, emitting a strange glow, causing the bandages to loosen. Then Sio slowly surfaces, reaching out to grab the chair in front of him. Seeing that, Xiao Huai said, "Just as I suspected, it seems you've swallowed more than you can properly digest." Upon seeing Sio, Xiao Huai immediately explained, "Earlier, I guessed when I saw you, the energy I sensed from you was quite strong, but your appearance is so battered it's hard to look at." At this point, she frowned and thought to herself. But still, she didn't expect him to react so quickly. "I guess it's because of the energy stones from the enemies you've defeated. Do you want to eat anything else?" "What?" "No, I don't." But this only made her more worried. He didn't even know they called him a guest of honor. But would the royal physician in the Dragon Palace really give him such precious medicine? Or maybe she has her own opinion now. Someone else has already given it to him. She pouts. Whatever, he's just lucky. At this moment, Sio shyly spoke up. Sorry." Sio felt a bit more trusting of her. "Does what I just drank have any special effect?" "I've taken medicine before, but this feeling is completely different. I should feel healthier now." The boy honestly recounted the past. "It used to feel like I just drank an energy drink or coffee, but now I feel like I've just had a full meal and a good sleep."
Feeling the flow of power within me, Xiao gratefully said, "Thank you very much. With this, I think I can go all out in the competition without any problem." But Xiao Huai replied indifferently, "You're overconfident, it's just a decent drink. If you really drink the immortal peach wine from Flower Fruit Mountain, just saying thank you won't be enough to repay me." Then she changed her tone. "But of course, even this drink is a rare delicacy that most others will never taste in their lifetime. You should prepare yourself as much as possible for the bloodbath tomorrow. Even if you try your best, the outcome probably won't change at all." Tia Huai's face grew even redder as she drank more. "Ah." She paused to reflect on the past and apologized. Seeing this, Xiao suddenly remembered and let out a sound. He shrugged and chuckled, then thought to himself that I had no reason to interfere in the recent battle, so let's call it a draw. Tia Huai then continued very seriously, "I'm glad to see you recovering faster than expected. Now we have more time." So Xiao brushed some hair aside and said, "I'm not really sleepy, but since I can't seem to do anything else, I'll try to rest a bit." But she immediately cut in, "Don't talk nonsense anymore." Xiao Huai stared intently at Xiao sitting in front of her. "Are you going to stay with me until morning?" After some time, it was already late at night, and the moon had long hung overhead. A long night passed, and in the distance, dawn was gradually breaking. Xiao walks away holding his face and sighs. He keeps complaining, "This is so exhausting." Of course, it's 100 times better, 1,000 times better than just sitting around doing nothing. But I'm completely exhausted. Then Xiao slightly opened the door and called softly. Yusin just smiled and said, "So you're awake? Look at me, it seems I won't need to cut my hair after all." After seeing the other person, both of them stared blankly and said together, "What?" Yusin stared in shock and asked Xiao, "What's with that look? What kind of hairstyle is that?" At this point, Xiao also didn't know what was happening, so he tried to understand the situation and consider all possible scenarios. Then, he immediately prepared to fight. "Got it!" Xiao shouted loudly, having prepared everything. "What did you do to my friend? Show your true colors." Yin was annoyed and asked, "Are you serious?" He pointed at himself and said, "I am the one. It's true." "What? Do you need proof?" "Your name is Choi Xiao. Your birthday is November 21st. You live with your mother and your favorite food is chai, right?" Yusin continued clearly. "The names of the girls you liked since high school are Oien Jin Sun and Song Ariam. Your LOL username is Challenger, and you always brag about it. Actually, he's just a coward who only plays cheap characters." He paused for a moment, then smugly asked, "Am I wrong? Do you want me to tell more private stories about you as well?" Xiao hesitated for a long time observing the opponent in front, but he questioned a few words, feeling a bit unfair to criticize someone for winning by playing well instead of spending money. "I've been saying it every day, but unless you can prove otherwise, you've only reached gold rank once, and claiming you can't climb higher because you only play one character is pretty weak." Yu proudly puffs out his chest at Xiao's words. "But I'm also glad you're right. I don't know what happened, but looking at your hair now, it actually looks pretty good. You look completely different." Hearing that, Yusin burst into laughter and said, "Just wait and see, I'll show you my improved form." Suddenly, Xiao changed the subject, saying, "I don't mean to criticize, but you should tie your hair up." "Yusin, some people have similar hairstyles, but you look much better." Seeing you like that, Yuan couldn't help but feel annoyed. "That's right. Now I remember this guy is always good at provoking others. I forgot because it's been a year." Just then, someone entered and called out, "Have both of you already woken up?" "It's Kupari Ryun." She smiled softly and said, "I hope you all had a restful night. The party will start soon. I am here to lead you to the banquet hall where the main event will take place if you feel unwell or wish to withdraw." But Xiao cut her off decisively and said, "No." The blazing sunlight shines down on Zhang Hedan's luxurious mansion. In front of the grand estate, there are neatly arranged duongheng with servants standing nearby awaiting their assigned tasks. This middle-aged woman with a cold face, Hong Lian, Zhang Heiden's manager, is holding a notebook and standing there sternly instructing the staff about the new shipment, which everyone knows is not only rare, but also countless. According to manager Hong Lian, among the neatly arranged goods in front of the mansion, there are also longevity medicines for the upcoming fairy banquet, so storing each type properly is extremely important. Therefore, Hong Lian spoke sternly, instructing the servants that they must absolutely avoid mistakes and focus intensely on their assigned tasks. "Yes, manager." Someone stepped forward and said, Hey, don't create such a tense atmosphere." Hearing someone arrive, Hong Lian was startled and turned around. Then the man continued, "It's okay if a few dishes get spoiled. If you die from eating spoiled food, can you still be called a fairy?" "Oh, elder," he's friendly and waving hello. "It's been a while since we last met." Hong Lian, upon seeing the elder walking towards her, bowed respectfully. I heard from above that you were instructed to come and greet him last night, but in response, she heard the gentle voice of the elder. You didn't find me, right?
Last night I was out selling goods to a noble at his residence.
Then Hong Lian was stunned, her eyes wide open, when she heard the rest of the elder's words. Actually, I went to see that famous demon merchant, but he didn't show up after waiting all night.
Hiding behind the mask, the elder calmly added, Yet I managed to clean every drop, leaving nothing behind.
Then he even joked playfully, like in a game, where upgrading from a low level is the real fun. Watching the stats soar rapidly is truly addictive. Then suddenly he asked the manager, Where is Muriong? We had a dinner appointment together, but I didn't see him in the room.
His question made Hong Lian slightly humble herself and reply, He is entertaining guests at the guest house? Hearing her, the elder irritably turned around and said, That's really rude, this won't do, leaving the manager standing behind in confusion and calling after him.
Oh, elder, even he can't do anything different. That guest. The elder stopped in his tracks and calmly replied, I know very well that some random person barged in uninvited and expects to be treated normally, which probably means he has no good intentions. He's probably just here to mooch off us. He didn't let Hong Lian say a word anyway, since I am the manager here. If such trash appears, it's my responsibility to handle it properly, right? Under the evening light, the solemn mansion stands tall with its wooden door tightly shut and silent.
Suddenly, with a swift motion, a hand reaches out. The elder pushes the door open and shouts, Where does this foul smell come from?
The sudden action of the elder leaves him stunned. What's wrong with you?
Muriong, are you here?
Then he stepped into the room, hands clasped behind his back, and said as he walked, If you're bringing something stinky into the room, at least ventilate it. As soon as he entered, it felt like his nose was rotting in the smell. As he finished speaking, the elder stepped forward and threw open the window. The breathtaking scenery with endless mountain ranges caught the eye, making the elder marvel. Such a beautiful view. Good ventilation is really important. The expressionless, cold-faced masked man continued. Is that right? Especially with such a terrible smell. Wait a moment. Isn't that Man Choi over there? If you're coming, you should have warned me first. At least I could have lit some incense for you before you arrived. What's the matter that brings you here? You don't care about the kids here at all.
You always say it's ridiculous when they try to pretend to be someone else.
The elder scowled and criticized Manchoi's actions, yet you still obediently accepted their gifts and secretly enjoyed the respect.
He simply replied, Sit down. He nonchalantly sat on the windowsill and continued, Because you are a member of Yan Wedang, you need to hear this. You think I don't want to? It's not that I don't want to hear you. I just don't want to sit together with you. He didn't care about trivial talk and answered seriously. If I don't sit facing him, I won't go deaf, right?
As you know, due to recent incidents, the Holy Water Institute has suffered heavy damage. Man Choi calmly recounts the story. And although the heavenly law forbids us from interfering in the mortal world, we cannot remain idle when the festival is only 6 months away.
This is a disaster we cannot ignore. The elder also fell silent, no longer acting as if he was joking earlier. So why do you plan to confront the evil spirit directly, despite the laws of heaven? Man Choi replied with a cold, sharp gaze, firmly opposing. That's not going to happen. Even though we can't intervene directly, as immortals, we have a responsibility to do something. Suddenly, the image of the Korean peninsula submerged in a purple mist appears. Man Choi says that within 6 months, the Korean peninsula will turn into hell.
To fill the gap left by the Holy Water Institute, we must act quickly. The elder sat by the window, showing signs of doubt. So, as I just asked, you're determined, but how do you plan to fill that empty space? Man Choi replied with a firm voice. We will revive the Lang Lang Dao.
The elder listened in shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? Including you and me, the immortals from the Korean peninsula will select talented children and take them as disciples. According to Man Choi, the image of outstanding young talents like stars gradually appears, and then the children who inherit our will and techniques will bear the responsibility and protect the future of the Korean peninsula. This is not like a chaotic mess that has decayed over centuries like the Holy Water Institute, but true warriors who once existed on this land. Man Choi's opinion leaves everyone here stunned. That is why I am here today to secure supplies for the establishment of the new Hoa Lang Dao. We need Jiang Heidan to provide longevity pills and weapons to nurture the children who will carry our will. Of course, there will be a worthy reward for all of that. Images of the servants of this estate flash through Man Choi's mind. The half-demons here will no longer be looked down upon under the name of the new flower Lang Dao. And if any of them are talented enough, they could even become official members of the Flower Wolf sect, our disciples. The elder's furious voice interrupted Man Choi. Are you joking with me? He jumps down from the window ledge, fulfilling his duty as an immortal,
filling the void left by the Holy Water Institute, where half-demons are no longer looked down upon. He walks over to Mon Choi, voice cold, and says, "Do you not find it disgusting to spit out such hypocritical words? If you are that kind of person, you've probably died several times from allergies. Aren't you quite excited to hear that the Holy Water Institute has been wiped out?" Muriang silently watched the two of them argue, and the elder continued speaking. "That has been your lifelong dream since you were human, for thousands of years, to become the smartest and greatest ruler of the world." Man ignores the words he says. "All right, I will support you if you just want to teach the children, but will you truly leave them alone after raising them?" Man Choi gently fiddled with the puppet on the table without replying to the elder. "Of course not. They are not disciples, they are pawns. Pawns for you to control the mortal world without getting your hands dirty." He immediately voiced his thoughts without hesitation, saying, "Isn't it true that the Korean peninsula would fall into your hands in an instant under the control of the so-called immortal, those who are believed to act with noble purpose and intent? What's the problem with that? Even the Supreme Being has approved this, so he must agree that humans in the lower realm need better governance." He put down his teacup and said, "No, this should have happened hundreds of years ago. It's amusing that due to the recklessness of a demon exceeding the limits humans have enjoyed for 666 years of freedom and excess." Man Choi shot a sharp glance at the elder. "In the Joseon era, you were a product of that free and reckless time, so I understand your resentment. But at least be aware that you are an immortal, a being greater than others." The elder clenched his fists upon hearing Man Choi's words. "If you can't agree, then just stay silent and look with your ignorant eyes. Within 6 months, the Korean peninsula will become the greatest paradise on earth." The elder angrily throws his mask to the ground. "All right, I understand. If you're done talking, come outside with me." He squinted, clenched his fists, and spoke to Man Choi. "It seems my shallow patience has reached its limit, so let's settle this outside." "You filthy old man." Sunlight shines down on the clear blue sea, with schools of fish swimming happily. This magnificent palace at the bottom of the sea is the Thuanhua Hall, the banquet hall of the Long Haidong Palace. In this magnificent and silent palace, a figure in white enters, raising a hand to her mouth and clearing her throat as if about to speak. "That young lady's name is Soden. She is the host of today's banquet. Are you satisfied with this morning's feast?" "My name is Soden. To add more excitement to the upcoming martial arts competition, I have been assigned the main role of host. Above the platform is where the ruler of this palace sits, with Princess Mira beside her. Although I am just a humble servant of the princess, everyone seemed captivated by her words. But with my speaking skills and knowledge of martial arts, I was honored to take on this responsibility," Soden said with a fan and a smile. "However, since our distinguished guests may not be interested in this part, let's get straight to the main event. The first match of the finals is about to begin." As he finished speaking, 2 shadows swooped down from the sky along Sodan's fan, and Sodan grinned as he introduced them, saying, "I'd like to first introduce a match featuring a special pairing, even among the top contenders of this martial arts tournament." Because the nobles fought fiercely from the Korean peninsula, and the descendants of the elves reappeared after centuries, these 2 young men landing here are looking around in confusion. Sodan then introduced Choi Seo and Kim Yusin. Seeing this magnificent scene, Seo couldn't help but let out a cry of amazement. Yusin also spoke up, thinking they would leave us in peace after breakfast, but unexpectedly brought us here without any warning. Seo was stunned, his face showing surprise as he let out a small sound. On the platform, Princess Mira is blushing and waving hello to him. Seo also feels embarrassed and smiles awkwardly at her, secretly thinking he didn't expect to see her smile so brightly. Then he looked over at the Dragon King sitting beside her, and indeed, the person next to her was the Dragon King himself. At that moment, my mind was completely blank, so I attacked him without thinking. Looking back now, wasn't that a mistake on my part? When the Dragon King turned to look at his little princess smiling at another boy, Seo noticed that his hair had gotten a bit shorter. Mira's face was flushed, and her sparkling eyes looked at the boy below the stage. Seeing his daughter like that, the Dragon King couldn't help but sigh. Returning to the match, Soden continued to introduce the next round. Their opponents are a family with a reputation no less than the elves. Seo and Yui looked stunned upon hearing this. They are the only team to pass the qualifiers without losing a match or giving up. And now hearing this, Yu said, "The situation is not as favorable as we hoped." Seo replied, "Yes." He looks at the current situation and says seriously, "I think since this is the final, they will gather all the contestants in one place, so at least we can recognize each other. Maybe we can even catch a glimpse of those black spirits, so we can quickly come up with a strategy with our allies." Seo also responded thoughtfully, saying, "I just hope we meet a favorable opponent," and then Soden's sharp voice rang out. 2 formidable candidates from the north.
the unbeatable duo Muruk and Gajin. At this moment, Seo and Yusin both freeze, instinctively realizing almost simultaneously that they are not dark spirits. One of the two brothers with long red hair and a muscular build is raising a sword, its sharp blade gleaming with a cold light under the palace's illumination. He shouted, revealing sharp fangs, and Muruk bit through the sword blade with his sharp teeth. His actions leave Seo and Yusi stunned, sweat rolling down their faces. Gajin sighs. Do you really have to bring food all the way here? Muruk chews on the sword happily and turns to reply to the guy. I thought I'd eaten too much already. I can't help it. Food is scarce, so I have to make up for it. Holding the sword hilt in his hand, he says, even if they try to beat us with pretty good materials, things like weapons or steel only taste better after being used a lot. He shoved the entire sword into his mouth and ate it all, leaving nothing behind. Even if the new dish is delicious, if the owner has never used it before. Muru noticed Yusin standing opposite and looked at him with a pleased expression. He wiped his mouth and asked his sister, Do you think I can fight that tall guy? She only replied indifferently, Whatever you want, even if I say no, you won't listen. Both sides face each other. The tension is high. Soden stands in the middle as the referee, holding a purple sphere, with the same basic rules as the qualifiers. Victory is determined if the opponent cannot continue fighting or expresses a desire to surrender. However, unlike the qualifiers, 4 members from each team will compete simultaneously in the finals. Soden raised the sphere high and continued to explain the rules. Of course, the match only ends when both members of a team can no longer fight. If one member surrenders and declares so, it is considered a loss, and they step out of the arena. Stepping outside the boundary also results in a loss. After hearing the rules, Seo looked a bit confused, tilting his head as he thought about the arena. At this moment, the purple sphere in Soden's hand emitted light and floated into the air. So Soden throws the sphere up. It descends to the ground, and purple light spreads everywhere. The first match of the finals begins now. Under the underwater palace, a fighting arena appears, and all 4 jump off their positions at the same time. Seo and Yuan stand side by side, with Seo turning around and looking around nervously. I'm wondering what they mean by going beyond the limit. So, that's how it is. The arena is really huge, several times larger than the one used in the qualifiers. Yu's expression is tense as he narrows his eyes and asks Seo, So, what's the plan? You can probably tell that these two are completely different from the monsters you easily defeated in the qualifiers. Both are at least at the spiritual level. A pair of red shoes descends. Yusin continued, especially regarding that woman. All she did was remove her cloak, and her entire body radiated with streams of spiritual energy. If it were yesterday, we would probably have lost even if we both fought her. At this moment, dark and red lights radiate from beside Yusin. He coldly said, I am now on a different level than yesterday. I can handle this easily. Seo had already launched an attack, lowering his center of gravity, releasing countless streaks of black and red lightning that left Yusin stunned. Hey, this isn't a one-on-one fight, it's a team game. My gaze is steady as I say, I will go first. Follow me. Countless streams of pure black aura pour out violently. Meanwhile, someone's eyes also lit up fiercely, clenched their teeth, grasped a streak of black energy sparking with smaller sparks, then looked towards the 2 black figures standing far away and launched a powerful, storm-like attack at them. The black light shot out and enveloped the opponent's bodies, all of which were absorbed, falling under the observation of a single person. Soden hovered above, fanning his fan and smirking in mock admiration. Did D attack too fiercely, a cold sweat trickling down his face as he glanced sideways? Could that be the legendary demon truncheon? Its destructive power truly lives up to its reputation. Meanwhile, over there, Mirrodin claps his hands together in amazement as Sodan's words echo around. He launched such a powerful attack without any prior reconnaissance, showing how confident he is in his strength. But the Dragon King just stared intently and subtly objected. He just touched his short beard and continued. Since he was quite cautious when breaking him, he used the basic form of the refined scepter instead of its true form. I shouldn't have commented, but as I watched someone's clenched black truncheon and pondered their ability to freely change shape and structure, I realized that might be the most frustrating aspect for opponents, but the real difference lies elsewhere. He then placed it on the scale to compare with the 10-ton weight, considering volume and mass relative to volume. Even with monster-level strength or lower, one can generate a physical force difficult for opponents of the same level to counter. Then he cast a glance over the entire bare body of the cunning young man holding the hammer, and concluded that even fake elves with weaknesses can stand firm. Just mastering the basic use of the hammer can make those beneath the user completely helpless. Yet the Dragon King remained silent, softly looking at his index finger. Not to mention the elf who has mastered the crown and its true form. As long as his stamina doesn't run out, he can launch an attack without worry. Then he thought of the young man with bright, powerful eyes swinging his weapon. Still, that alone is meaningless. Beneath the clear blue water where two towering rocks stand, 4 consecutive explosions erupted on the arena, incredibly powerful and large, lighting up a corner of the sky. Sai Yu furrowed his brows, serious expression on his face, as a streak of purple aura shot straight at him, but he could easily shift aside to dodge. At the same time, a spear tip still bore faint traces of purple aura, accompanied by a sarcastic voice. Your reaction isn't bad. That level of attack would be enough to defeat any weak opponent I face in the preliminary round.
Of course, as I raise my spear and prepare to strike, I add that this is only the preliminaries, while I keep my focus frowning and cold sweat running down my face.
Meanwhile, Muruk swiftly rushes forward with his staff, but Sio skillfully dodges, his body quickly evading each attack. After a moment, Mur coldly strikes the ground with force, emotionless, preparing to counter, thinking to himself, I must immediately use weapon disarmament techniques and evade. Remembering how the opponent quickly and lightly dodged the attack, he continued. The first strike was carefully adjusted to make him think he could block and counterattack. He again thought about Sio's serious, focused expression and his action of using the Thantrui to block the purple aura. If he tried to defend or attack, he would be hit directly by the second strike. At this moment, Mur stepped back with one foot, raised his spearhead forward, and said, Not bad, but a bit disappointing. Using a blade would be much more interesting. Sio's eyes suddenly showed worry and fear, cold sweat streaming down as she faced the powerful attack and the swirling purple aura rushing toward her, yet she still managed to dodge easily. Suddenly, as he was frowning, something caught his attention, and he quickly glanced to see a large spear appear in front of him, then immediately swung his weapon forcefully. At this moment, he seems extremely surprised, his mouth unconsciously opening wide as he watches someone's feet struggling to stay standing, blood splattering from one side of Sio's face, her eyes still shining brightly. At the same time, he forcefully swings his arm, clenched fist hitting Muruk's sister, preparing another punch that leaves her utterly stunned, her mouth agape. Sio was pierced through by a stream of purple energy, blood spurting out. Seizing the opportunity, Muruk's sister charged forward, thrusting her spear fiercely. Immediately after her weapon just brushed past, a huge explosion suddenly occurred. Muru now looked exhausted and sweaty, while her sister was suddenly captivated by something, utterly shocked. She couldn't react in time as Sio emerged from the residual smoke of the explosion and repeatedly struck her all over her body. At this moment, Muruk's sister clenched her teeth tightly, silently pondering. Who is this person? His attack isn't anything special, even if it's not magic. No matter how many times he hits, I won't be seriously injured. What's hard to understand is his unreasonable endurance. Recalling the sequence of attacks, the first one was fine, but I used my full strength to finish him off with the second strike. I keep thinking about the moment of the big explosion, feeling the impact clearly at my fingertips as I observe his dark and savage face and blazing purple eyes, wondering how he can still move as if nothing happened while the two on the arena are still struggling inside the barrier, when suddenly a voice announces from outside, Kang Ha-sung and Choi Seo. The one-on-one battle continues fiercely between the two opponents. Sudan stands to one side, revealing sharp teeth with a slight sweat on his brow. This is indeed a fierce battle worthy of the prestige and level of the main event. But why did Kim Do-in suddenly disappear? Then, seeing someone's extremely serious expression continue, and Muru seeming to wait from afar instead of intervening in their battle, Bio also stared intently, slightly baring his teeth in thought, as the outcome had already been decided. His eyebrows furrowed, his expression serious. An elf, a human, and a starfish. Both sides probably share the same approach to this fight, aiming for victory with the least possible loss of strength. Bio immediately thought of the bracket to compete for the championship cup in a tournament with 8 teams. The finals were held on the same day with strong opponents selected. A single victory means nothing. I continue to consider the 2 representative teams, shown in blue and red. No matter how many strong opponents you defeat, if you have no strength left, it's just a failure. Moreover, after yesterday's qualifying round, perhaps everyone participating deeply understood this. Bio gently looked down, silently pondering. However, in a battle, even when there is a gap in strength and technique, it inevitably turns into a long fight. And in the end, what matters most is the image of the wasp and beetle facing each other that appears in his mind. He decided to end the opponent's phase of probing to achieve that, then considered the weakest point of the beetle and the strongest of the wasp.
Identify your opponent's weakness before they do the same to you, then attack through that gap to win. He recalls Sio's attack with the black aura. Although Choi Sio's previous attack had his eyebrows furrowed tightly, his face looked tired and his mouth slightly open in surprise as he gathered all his strength for a powerful attack that caused a huge explosion.
Siêu may trong cổ về phổ truồng nhưng thực ra lại thiếu thực chất, do chỉ là sự phổ truồng quá mức. Bill vẫn giữ nguyên thai do va sắc mặt nghiêm trọng, mỡ hối chảy dài chỉ là một màn che dễ cầu giờ cho Kim Duin an minh.
It's embarrassing that even for a moment I lost focus and missed Kim Duin disappearing. Looking at Muru grinding his teeth in anger inside the barrier, there's no need to tell those directly involved, which is why this awkward situation happened. Baekgyeo's analysis is very accurate, and Muruk's decision not to intervene directly in her sister's fight. Or rather, the reason Muruk couldn't intervene is because he was aware of Jusin's hiding place somewhere in the arena, aiming to attack if any gap appears. They guessed that the two opponents had divided roles based on their strengths, and Choi Sio's role was clearly to attract their attention. Therefore, while searching for Jusin hiding, they focus on controlling the match with the sister without revealing any openings. Their plan is to finish quickly with Sio and create a 2-on-1 situation with Jusin hiding. As Sio continues to dodge the enemy's purple gas attack and his gaze fixates on a certain direction, his thoughts suddenly resound but are abruptly interrupted. But the anger on Muruk's sister's face immediately appeared, and she raised her truncheon high above her head, coiling her body from above to strike with great force. Seeing this, Sio stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, hands clasped over his forehead, ready for the downward strike from his opponent, causing a scene that shook the ground and trembled continuously. The sledgehammer crashes down onto the arena floor once more after the attack, and Muruk's sister, exhausted and panting, also lets out a heavy breath. Meanwhile, Sio, trembling across from her, sneers, "Too bad, it seems you haven't given it your all." Despite his bloodied right face and severed arms, he remains incredibly proud. If you had taken a bigger risk, this would have been over already. The narrator's voice suddenly echoes, revealing that sheer strength alone isn't enough to defeat a demon like Choi Sio, just before Sio delivers a powerful punch that leaves everyone relieved. As the fist hits the hammer, the unchanged tone still sounds out, and the body's quick regeneration and strength are a huge advantage. Sio slightly frowns, smirking a little, but it seems to be a complete disadvantage for you. Both of them keep attacking you, forcing you to dodge again and again. Hearing that, Merc silently curses the damn thing. Seeing someone with their right hand tightly gripping their weapon, sweat pouring down. What is this? She cannot gain the upper hand in a one-on-one fight even with her support. Mer, holding his club defensively, grits his teeth fiercely. I only heard about their fierce aggression and strange attack methods. No one mentioned that they are as resilient as a curled-up turtle. The more he clenched his jaw tightly, the more sweat poured down, and that human was definitely nearby. Someone with neatly tied long hair appears from behind, an almost imperceptible presence, with a faint murderous intent. Clearly, he is deliberately revealing himself. Should I really keep going like this? They are only a human-level threat. If they are just scammers with no real substance, is it really necessary for me to be this cautious? Just watching my sister and Sio fight back and forth, I realize that most of their combined strength is focused on that love missile of his. If the answer is to team up and take him down as quickly as possible, then we're doomed. The most important mindset in a battle is definitely confidence. Even when cornered by a strong opponent, trusting your skills and plan will greatly increase your chances of winning. However, with an ally, the amount of trust needed doubles, like an increase in power. Mer clenched his upper teeth tightly, sweat still pouring down. I have to help my sister right now before it's too late, gripping my spear so tightly that my veins stand out. I don't care what that guy is doing, then quickly thrust my sharp spear forward repeatedly, my gaze unwavering. I am an invincible starfish. I can withstand any ordinary attack. Suddenly, a young man appeared from behind him, turning to ask, "Are you really falling for such a simple trap?" Followed by the final judgment. Du silently lands behind Muruk, slashing down with a sharp strike, known as the decisive blow. He maintains an unusually calm expression and whispers, "I hope you don't rely solely on your species' resilience, even when it seems like a moment of distraction." Dusan's hand remained clenched with 4 fingers together, his cold voice echoing. "I'm not a fool, and a starfish can't be defeated so easily." Then I sighed again and closed my eyes, ignoring my opponent as he collapsed. Although I kept hinting at my intentions to keep you alert, somehow you ignored everything. Anyway, I turned my gaze away and called out to Choi Sio. Maybe he would boast about making me follow his orders, right? His shining knife falls to the ground. Mer clenches his teeth as blood streams from his nose. Yu Xin looks at him and reminds him, "Stay still. Don't push yourself too hard, just stay still and it will get better."
But you probably can't hear what I'm saying now, not because of pity for that last slash. That happened a year ago. It's one of the techniques he learned when fighting Xiao Huai. Using an energy blade formed at his fingertip, he performs a technique that pierces through the gaps between skin, muscles, bones, and internal organs without cutting straight through. But honestly, it's a pretty useless skill. The scene shifts to a peaceful, mountainous area. You asked blankly, "What?" "Oot," Chi replied without looking at him. "I'm talking about that final blow. You said you know how to use it, right?" He spoke his thoughts directly to avoid any misunderstanding. "I'm not criticizing you. No matter your age, it's impressive that you came up with it on your own while no one else around could." Duke Wook-chi praised. Yusin blushed and said, "Well, I do have some real talent, but a different technique would be much better." "Boot." Chai glanced at you, but I guess you realized it after using it, right? The clear water surface, and that voice still continues. When fighting monsters, it's quite difficult to cut them all down. In fact, you didn't even manage to defeat your opponent before landing the final blow. Is that right? You asked in surprise. Huh? How did you know? A. Throw the fishing rod down and reply casually. I guessed right, you probably executed the final blow correctly, but it didn't deal as much damage as you thought. If your opponent is strong enough to awaken during the battle, they must be a powerful monster. That's the tricky part of the final blow. Monsters at a certain level will only recover, even when cut. Conversely, weaker monsters can be defeated without using the final blow. Wow, I'm a bit impressed by that. Of course, knowing is better than not knowing, since it can still deliver a powerful strike even if it doesn't deal much damage. But given the difficulty and the Holy Skill title, it's a bit disappointing. Like pulling an SSS rank character only to find out it's the weakest one. Thinking about it, clean cuts actually don't help much. For creatures with regenerative abilities, cleaner wounds can actually be more convenient. In fact, when facing monsters, dirtier and rougher wounds are better, and if you can add some poison or curses, even better. Yu widened his eyes at what Uchi was saying. I know it sounds a bit pragmatic coming from an immortal, but isn't that just how it is? He calmly continued, holding the freshly caught fish. Whether you call it monster hunting or whatever, basically it's just hunting another species to survive, and it looks shiny and beautiful, which is quite strange. Yu bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I understand." Then he suddenly froze. "Wait a minute, how did you do that?" Aunt Chi, holding the fish, looked at him and asked, "What do you mean? You said you used to fish, right? That's why I brought you here." Yu denies it. "No, that's not what I meant." He immediately stood up. The old man looked at Chi with a look of disbelief. "You just point at the fishing rod and ask, 'Master, isn't your fishing rod the same as mine? It has no float or sinker. Moreover, it doesn't even have a hook or bait. How could you catch fish like that?' So you think I brought you here just to pretend to fish all day with an unbaited rod?" I thought that was a kind of mental training for immortals. In the past, even Tai Kong Vong was said to fish with a hookless rod just to pass the time. Immediately, Chi hit you in the face with a stick and shouted nonsense. Chi retracted the fishing rod, saying, "Training the mind, fishing to waste time. I thought you were the type of person who doesn't believe in those meaningless things. Sometimes ordinary people might not know better. It's actually you guardians who cling to those illusions more. There's no way those things have any meaning. This training method might have been invented by Tai Kong Vong. Yu is crying tears of pain, but now Ui's words go in one ear and out the other. But that old man is very practical." After speaking, he carried his fishing rod and prepared to leave. "Think carefully. How do you think I catch fish with a fishing rod that has no hook or float, and how could you do the same?" Yu pleads with his red nose, trying to listen to what his master is saying. That is his task for the next month. "I won't give you any more advice or suggestions. You have to catch at least 5 types of fish in this river with that useless fishing rod." He turned back and smiled sincerely, saying, "Even I think a month is a bit harsh, but you're not the type to have much free time. Is that right? If you can do it, your final strike will truly become a divine technique." In the blink of an eye, the day was over, and night fell. By the next morning, the sun was high in the sky. Yusin has been sitting here for several nights, discouraged by the useless fishing rod. 3 days after Joan Uchi gave the mission, Yusin's conclusion was this: "I feel a bit stupid, but I can't fish with a line that has nothing on it. The line doesn't even sink into the water anymore. I can't sense any magic or energy from my master. If it's because he's immortal and I can't recognize it, then so be it. But if I think that way, there's no way to complete the mission. And he has no intention of teaching me how to fish either." Yusin begins to seriously contemplate, with only one possible answer left: to create parts by controlling pure energy, without magic, as his index finger forms streaks of blue light.
That is the current theoretical answer I have come up with. He suddenly froze, but Yusin's hands began to work together. He grabbed the flame in his hand, knowing that theory and practice are two completely different things. He sighed in frustration. Of course, there's no guarantee this method will work. Creating objects with energy alone without magic. Honestly, that's why it took me 3 days to come up with this. Qi is a force that has very little physical impact on its own. It is essential for the existence and maintenance of living beings, and can even drive their evolution to higher states, but most creatures are unaware of its existence. That is why magic or sorcery that uses it as fuel is necessary to unleash its power. The sword energy and divine energy I used before are also forms of summoning magic. The place where I borrow power and use my energy as fuel, he immediately found it confusing. I don't know anymore, this is really meaningless. Even if you can create something just with energy, wouldn't using magic be easier and more effective? Unless, like Choi Seo, you can easily summon everything with your mind, that kind of overwhelming power would be different. Seo gently looked at you, Yushin. Are you just making excuses again? Are you going to keep saying other people's power is too strong? Then he sighed and said, yeah, whatever, why should I care? If you're going to doubt even the words of an old immortal who's wiser and more experienced than you, why bother listening to others? Your judgment is always right, isn't it? Yushin, being told this, became annoyed and regained his motivation when thinking of his dear friend. Scene change, a voice echoes from inside the house. Ha, you're really an idiot. Did you do that on purpose? You can't keep messing up eggs like this, ruining one every day. I think you're quite capable. I'm annoyed? Look, I'm not asking for a feast, just try to keep the yolk a little more centered. All right. You're 17 years old, at an age when you could have been married twice, yet you can't even make a simple egg for your master. Uchi continued to lecture. What kind of world are we living in, kid? Even in my time, if a 17-year-old didn't know how to fight, his wife wouldn't even consider him her husband anymore. It's been 13 days here, but Yusin is still struggling to train. His dark circles slightly furrowed as he began to cast a spell. By controlling the flow of energy, I have mastered the technique of compressing high-density spiritual energy into a specific shape. The miraculous thing Yusin is referring to is indeed Qi. This is known as a form of ancient martial arts. He was overjoyed when he finished his training. It's done, well done. Returning to the warm, cozy home, Uchi said while eating. Tomorrow marks exactly 2 weeks, and you've improved by about half, even a day earlier. Yu is amazed. He said, half? Uchi looked up at him. Wow. You're not planning to fish with just your finger, are you? He teased, whether it's the hook or anything else. Clearly, you'd have to hang it on a hook, not your fingertip. Idiot! You politely interrupted before my teacher spoke, and your teacher also kindly reminded you to practice on your own. On the 22nd day, Yosin's energy had increased significantly, and that branch would be the test subject. The amount of energy I can generate has grown to the size of a clenched fist. I also succeeded in throwing my energy, but maintaining its size and shape after it separates from my body is difficult. But his aura disappeared when it hit the tree trunk. Yusin was frustrated because his aura still wasn't strong enough. He clicks his tongue. Damn it. He begins preparing to try again. If it's the size of my pinky finger, I can maintain it. But the problem is, the shape I have to keep the shape small and sharp like a fishing hook. Until the fish bites, Yu once again casts his spirit energy. Halfway there, go away. Rain, I knew something was wrong when he praised me so easily like that. I almost got tricked by him. A few days later, I was still in that forest with the same fishing rod. Yusin was sitting fishing when Uchi came over. He approached and asked him how long he had been out here. Yusin yawned repeatedly just before sunrise. Today is already the 3rd day. I told him that looking at you with the fishing rod now, it seems like you've got the basics down. Have you caught any fish yet? Yushin replied with a blank face. It's not that easy. Moreover, this isn't exactly an ideal place for a cam. Uchi felt amused. For that reason, he thought to himself, if you only started fishing at dawn today, you wouldn't be able to complete all the tasks by the end of the day, but he also didn't forget to praise. Honestly, Long, being able to create a fishing hook with energy in just 30 days is already unbelievable. What the hell is that? He reached out to open it. As I said, it's really not easy at all. Catching those 5 different types, I also found it strange. The teacher didn't say to catch a specific number of fish, so why did he specify catching different types of fish? He continued. But when I went out at dawn and started making the fishing hooks and bait, I finally realized what the final challenge was. You started to use your internal energy, making the fishing line not too difficult once I understood how. Even if it's not perfect, the structure is somewhat similar, but that's not enough, right? Compared to a real worm, it lacks smell, taste, scent, and movement. It's just a copy that looks similar. Fish won't be fooled by this kind of bait.
Uchi was amazed. So can I make better bait? Even if I am immortal, how can you recreate the smell and taste of a living creature? He immediately retracted the fishing rod, so the only thing I can realistically recreate is one. Oh, I caught one. Teiyu confidently asks Uchi, "Let me ask you directly, Master. How long do you really think it will take for me to reach this level? Don't say a month." You pull the bait out of the fish's mouth, but I'm more curious. How many months did it take you? The bait in your hand twitches, moving with strong energy. Well, I got it in about half a day, maybe a day at most. But Uchi quickly interrupted him.
That suspicious item really is quite questionable. You managed to do that, but still ruined the soft-boiled eggs for over a month. He asked Yusin, "So have you finally started to understand?"
This is related to the final blow. He's quick-witted, yes. Now I understand very clearly. The scene shifts back to the present. Muruk is still trembling in pain on the ground. Yusin coldly glances at the defeated, suffering opponent. The final strike aimed not to leave a wound, but to implant something else. Power. It can mimic a swimming fish. Even after detaching from the body, Yusin left it inside Muruk. It becomes a deadly toxin that eats away and destroys Muruk's nerve fibers, leaving no external wounds. But even with the regenerative power of a spirit-level demon, it cannot overcome the internal devastation. The technique is so powerful it feels like being struck by a deadly curse called sudden death. In the past, both immortals and demons referred to this move as the fatal blow. Yusin walks straight ahead without looking back, expressionless. Choi Seo, at least I've done my part. Over here, Seo and Gajin are engaged in a tense battle. Yusin continues to speak. If fighting alone becomes too difficult, just retreat and conserve your strength. Let me show you how to do it. Seo exhaled with a sigh. What my friend said, he's not a bad person. He's just a bit sharp-tongued. Honestly, I think our strategy is just more effective. It's not that you're weak. Gajin clenched his teeth. But since the situation has turned in our favor, I think if you surrender here, we can end this without causing harm to either side. Seo is completely battered. Of course, if you refuse and have no other options. I'm not as subtle as my friend. I don't know how to negotiate to defeat a powerful monster like you. Gajin immediately lunged to finish off Seo, but suddenly, blood sprayed everywhere from an unknown source. Gajin froze, as if something had just affected her. She collapsed, her whole body covered in blood. Seo sealed the deal at the last minute. Gajin collapsed on the spot. Seo replied, "I told you I'm not that subtle. The first match of the official tournament has ended. You defeated Choi Seo and Kim Yusin with very little stamina and energy." Gajin's body begins to tremble violently on the ground, blood spraying out in a terrifying manner. Yusin is still confused. What just happened? What just happened? What's going on? The opponent attacks, but Seo doesn't move until just before the strike lands. Remembering the scene earlier when she used her weapon to attack Seo, I naturally thought he would block as usual. By the time I heard the sound, his fist was already thrust forward, as if the middle part of the video had been cut out. Glancing at him, even though I was a bit distracted, I didn't really ignore it. His speed far surpasses the eyesight I've trained for a year, enough to defeat a level spirit monster with a single strike. Then I see one of Seo's arms merge with the staff he's gripping into a fist. He doesn't understand. When did he learn such a technique? Soden keeps turning around, hiding his fan and laughing excitedly, making Yusin confused. You two are truly amazing. Honestly, I thought your opponents would be at least a level above, since they are the finalists, but your skills are so impressive that my limited perspective feels ashamed, especially your hidden technique that completely conceals your presence until the very last moment. When you finally revealed yourselves, the audience was stunned, and Yushin naturally looked a bit embarrassed. Well, he's a bit curious. But is there any problem? I don't need to make a speech after winning, right? Soden happily thought this was a great idea, making a victory speech. That's a good idea. From the second round onward, we should consider that. Yu listened indifferently as she continued speaking. But I step onto the stage for a different reason, because you haven't fulfilled the conditions to win. Sodan glances at him. Of course, to anyone watching the match, your victory seems obvious, but that's just their subjective opinion. Even so, the way it's presented, the outcome isn't yet decided. Both Muruk and Gajin are beaten to the point of trembling on the ground. It seems they are unable to fight, but their energy spheres remain undamaged. Moreover, with the power of soul-level monsters, their injuries will recover without any issues. She smiled mysteriously, and more importantly, despite many opportunities, they still refuse to admit defeat. They can still declare it right now. But you still stand there waiting because they haven't done so, so the match isn't over yet, and the right to end this fight belongs to you. You never expected something like this. Is this one of those things that's honestly true? From my perspective, the match is over because we've already won. But the standards of monsters are like the ferocity of wolves.
When they win, they see the defeated as food to be devoured. That's why surrendering means death or being swallowed by the victor. Yusin suspects that even Seo collected the orbs during the preliminary round and swallowed them. And if his recent power was thanks to that, from the monster's perspective, swallowing is completely natural. After thinking it through, he turned around and said to Seo, "Listen up, it seems there's no other way." You automatically replied, "We have to end this." Seo reached out with one hand to Gajin's body, then suddenly pulled her arm up and lifted her. Soden covered his mouth with a fan, eyes wide open. Yusin was also surprised by that move. Hey. Seo draped her arm over the headless body's shoulder. All right, he's got a dark expression. What are you doing? She also opened her mouth in surprise, and he, not understanding, asked again. Yeah, I thought of something, Seo explained. We can't just wait for these people to wake up, right? In that case, we will have to fight again, so I will need to use a different method. Suddenly, you ask Soden, "Hey, exactly what is the range of the outdoor area?" Is she hesitating? Soden recalculates the position of this place. The outdoor area begins from the flat ground where the floor structure ends. Thanks, I appreciate it. Seo turned back from the body and called Yusin. You heard that, right? Yusin, you too, move that person outside the boundary. He heard your question, and there's no guarantee your technique will last forever, right? Yusin replied instinctively. Yeah, that's right. The two of them cast spells and jumped into the tea house. As soon as Seo appeared, he wanted to sit down, but I was exhausted and pushed aside thoughts of power and stamina. I feel extremely tired, probably from the stress. As soon as I sat down, I heard him ask why I did that. You turn around in confusion. Yeah. You questions you. You know the rules for those monsters we defeated. That's right. The Dragon Palace has basically allowed us to hold back on swallowing them. Why didn't you hit the target? Seo replied curtly. Well, I just don't like it, he said seriously. Stop joking, be serious. Yusin also sat down facing him. Those two are the strongest opponents you've faced so far. It's not like you suddenly feel uncomfortable with the idea of killing and suppressing it. You don't say much, just keep it simple. Maybe that will be more useful. He was surprised. Useful? Seo analyzes it carefully. They fought to the very end to win, reminded of Gajin's determination to fight today. If we side with the rebellion happening today, they wouldn't have fought so desperately in a contest about to be overthrown. They wouldn't know what might happen next. Water, so later when everything happens, even if they don't side with us, they can still be useful because they belong to the monsters of the Korean peninsula. They won't side with the darkness. Seo checked if it was real water, and after eating a few energy spheres yesterday, I realized that eating them doesn't immediately bring any good things. You slowly pour the water into the bowl. The energy contained in it is so strong that I also need time to digest it. Their combined energy levels are not something I can digest right away. Seo slowly takes a sip of water. Instead of greedily overexerting my body, I think it would be better to leave myself some options that I can exploit more. You suddenly realize this. Now that he explains it, it sounds like a reasonable choice. If it were me, I would probably decide the same. I observed my friend for a while, but what he said openly was that I spared them to exploit them. This sentence suddenly came out of his mouth, and it felt a bit strange. He was a bit suspicious inside, but dismissed it as just his imagination. Suddenly, there was a knocking at the door. No one answered, and the knocking continued. The two of you look towards the door as a girl's voice rings out. I know it might be a bit rude to approach you suddenly like this, but you're astonishing. Sure. A girl in a red dress with her hair in a high bun, pin, carrying a tray of wine and food, walks in with a cheerful smile. My name is Bon, and I am one of the generals commanding the Golden God of the Dragon Palace. After witnessing your incredible performance in the recent battle, as a warrior, I cannot contain my excitement. That is why I dared to come here so boldly. She carried the tray and sat down at the table. I have no other intentions. I just brought some good wine and hope to chat with you. If you feel uncomfortable, I will leave immediately. He hesitated, not because he was uncomfortable, but because we suddenly... Seo cut in, of course. You're being hospitable, and we're a bit bored, too. It would be perfect to get to know someone from the Dragon Palace. You looked at him with confusion, while Bon turned around and smiled, greeting both of them. Then there's no need to be so formal anymore. Seo reassures her. Please feel free to sit down. You came here with good intentions to make friends, so there's no need to be tense. He listened to you talk enthusiastically. Is this wine? The scent is wonderful. Just being near the bottle is enough to smell it. At that moment, Ewan finally let out a sigh of relief. This is just the usual choice-yo. Bon picks up the bottle and pours. You realize this is heroju, sea grape wine, a family recipe passed down through generations. I can't come to see you empty-handed. Seo forced a polite smile as she asked, Can I pour you all a glass? He waved his hand to decline. Oh no,
I'm not very good at drinking, and I've been drinking quite a lot lately, but my friend here really loves alcohol. He can drink a lot and never get drunk. He stands frozen in position A. She then shifts to offering Yusin a drink. I'm very happy to meet you. I'm truly glad to see you. Yusin reluctantly accepts the glass. Oh, all right then. He looked at the shimmering wine, thinking that everything could blow up at any moment. What are we even doing? Yusin was surprised as she took a sip. He praised this wine. What is this? It's delicious. He looked at her in surprise as she smiled and accepted the compliment. Really? I'm very happy. I'm worried it might not suit the taste of someone from the mainland. The sky is already turning evening. The sunset sunlight shines into the room. After some drinks, Bon sighs. I know people grow up fast, but it's hard to believe you're only 17. Seo modestly replied, I'm really not that impressive. Even if Yushin is capable, I was just a bit lucky. Thinking back now, how old is this Bon? At first she introduced herself as a commander, but she looks quite young. Seems like she was promoted very quickly. She hesitated. Oh, I will turn 100 years old this year. He looked at the wine in his hand and muttered, You say that, but keep talking after just one glass. It seems like it's been a while. Yu continued drinking aimlessly. Even if Seo's match ended quickly, by now the third match should have already started. So it's time for him to wipe away the wine stain on his mouth as he listens to your praise. Wait, isn't the position right below the general supposed to be pretty great? Well, if it's just based on the title, then I guess so. But I didn't get that position entirely through my own strength. I'm just benefiting from the previous generation. Seo tilted her head in confusion. Are you saying her generation added that you held the position I was appointed to before the current Dragon King ascended the throne and announced reforms hundreds of years ago? Ships are now safe on the sea, no longer demanding tribute from the land. Starting by ceasing to extort resources from humans on land, he has changed many policies of the Dragon Palace and placed key government positions in the hands of those of his generation who share his vision. Yu listened very seriously, but His Majesty is a special case among dragons. He still retains his strength and abilities from his peak. However, officials of your generation can no longer keep up with you now. Seo forced a smile. In recent years, they have started retiring, and young officials like us are beginning to take their place. Oh, I see now. You must be under a lot of pressure. Her face darkened further as she tried to fix what the previous generation had left behind, Bon admitted. Yes, our task is to restore the Dragon Palace from the chaos left by those foolish imposters. Yusin couldn't believe what they just heard. What? I apologize. I was rude. But what I said is definitely the true feelings of the wise people in the Dragon Palace. At a time when the world is experiencing great upheaval, there are many layers of mistakes we need to discard. She remembered the ongoing conspiracy. All that frustration will end today. Sensing something was wrong, you interrupted. Wait a moment. Seeing Bon turn against us after achieving his goal, I apologize for saying this. Seo, but today's martial arts match will be erased. Everything the Dragon King has done so far will disappear without a trace. Suddenly, the wine spilled onto the table. Seo quickly turned away in panic. He has been poisoned, bleeding from the orifices, trembling all over. He shouted, What are you talking about? Why suddenly? She looked at the two of them and sighed. The poisoned wine almost empty and spilled onto the table. It's a pity. Seo quickly caught Yushin. Even though it was poisoned, that wine remains our family's pride. People unworthy of drinking it. Bon stood up and glanced over. Oh, if you think that's the price for your current suffering, it's not entirely fair, but it makes sense. But you looked up at her and your calmness was surprising. I thought you would attack me right away. Seo is sure you have the antidote and plan to use it to set conditions. Listening to your analysis, if I weren't still here and hadn't been poisoned, there would be no reason for you to be so calm. Bon happily admits, as expected, you're quite sharp. Well, the only reason I'm calm is because I'm confident I can control you on my own. She sighs and turns around. This must be sudden, but today the Dragon King will abdicate. We will apologize to the other contestants for canceling the tournament and compensate them appropriately. Yusin is now breathing heavily as if about to faint, but there is an exception for humans. Even if the current Dragon King forgives you, you will still pay the price for entering the Dragon Palace without knowing your identity. Bon paused for a moment, but luckily for you, Seo has someone who values him. That person is a mysterious figure whose identity is unknown. That person cares about you a lot. The new Dragon King is expecting you, and Seo will stand beside him and use his demon power for the benefit of the Dragon Palace. She made a deal that if you meet the new Dragon King and swear loyalty, I will prepare an antidote for the other person. Seo is anxiously worried about his preparation, but now he needs the antidote immediately. She smiled calmly. I thought you would also take the poison, so it wouldn't be too strong, but it seems human bodies are weaker than I thought. Even low-level monsters can endure at least a day, Bon said with a trembling voice. I haven't prepared the antidote yet. If you're that worried, you need to follow me as quickly as possible. You were speechless, unable to find words. Seo had no choice but to lay Yu Xin down, despite him grinding his teeth in pain. I understand you have no choice but to kneel. I will do whatever you say, just please save my friend, she promises. Of course, Seo, because you cooperate so well, I will do it quickly too. It's such a relief. I didn't expect everything to go this smoothly. Bon glanced at Yu, honestly, saying, I'm a bit disappointed. I had hoped to face you depending on the situation. Seo, but I didn't expect you to abandon your pride and dignity for an ordinary person. She ordered me to follow her. Seo stood up. So at least I can ask who I should swear loyalty to. I don't think you're in a position to ask questions, but very well, Crown Prince. You are currently imprisoned and will soon overthrow your father and take the throne. You frown as you are about to meet the general, the leader of the great generals, so be careful with your words and actions. The figures of the two people walking side by side fade into the distance, as their voices gradually grow quieter, interrupted by intermittent moans. Yu keeps trembling and lying there uncontrollably. Ugh, it hurts so much, it hurts so much. He clenched his teeth and twitched, looking very pained. But then his face returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Smiling softly, she fell into the trap. That's a divine technique. Deception, empty space, silent and deserted. Is she naive or just stupid? Maybe both of them. She came to see us openly and invited us to eat. Does she really think we would fall into a trap like clueless fools? You tried to sit up. And by the way, I've been thinking this since high school, but your harmless losing act is almost terrifying. Honestly, I thought it was just because of your chubby appearance. But I didn't expect that even here, your fake kindness still works. Thinking about Seo's pretentious act, even though I knew he was hiding something, I lowered my guard before realizing it, almost like a superpower. Even though the opponent is recruiting you first, you still find a way to sneak in and gather important information in an instant. Yuxian turns left and right, sword in hand, standing up. Now that we know the mastermind, they might overlook me for a while, thinking I'm not a threat. Now how am I going to cause a commotion? The host is flying toward the magic orb emitting power. Sodan is excited, his voice full of enthusiasm as he comments. The first round of the finals has reached the final match. Should I say that every match exceeded expectations? I am the daughter of a warrior family. I've watched many tournaments, but this is the first time I've seen such a high-level competition. The match just ended, and the score is tied at 2. Gu and Some. Gu turned to her and sighed before speaking. Isn't that a bit too much? Luckily, nothing serious happened, but you could have been badly injured. You can let me handle the front and support from behind. Sun Mi panted heavily, her voice trembling with exhaustion. I know, but given the current situation, saving strength for you is better than for myself, right? Her eyes look down, and her voice sounds a bit sad. Maybe if I try my best, just maybe I can awaken a little. The blood from her arm keeps flowing onto the arena floor. Kira Yuzuru sighed in frustration at the scene before her, and muttered, I knew this would happen when you rushed in recklessly. In front of her was Kira Yoshihiro with his right arm severed, blood continuously pouring out. Father would be very proud if he saw this scene. Kira Yuzuru kept rambling about the next heir of the family being humiliated in front of the high officials of the Dragon Palace. You still stand silently in front of your bleeding arm, so please stop that habit. It's because you always rush in without checking or controlling anything that you ended up in this situation. Kira Yoshihiro lowered his head and finally managed to say a word. Yeah, you with blood on your face, dark circles under your eyes, broken teeth, still smiling brightly. But are you happy? She listened to his words and only felt confused, thinking more and more that coming here was the right decision. Watching Seo's matches is truly wonderful. Kira Yuzuru admits defeat to him, she sighs, but in her mind she keeps thinking she knew this would happen. What's the use of being calm and rational in everyday life? That's not acting. But as she thought back to Kira Yoshihiro during the match, during critical moments he seemed to revert to a 10-year-old charging recklessly. I wish he used at least half of his brain instead of relying on instinct and intuition. The thoughts keep swirling in her mind. Maybe it's in your blood, and perhaps that's why you were chosen to be the next successor. Well, you seem to be in good shape too, Kira Yoshihiro said as she walked towards her. She didn't look very well before coming here. Maybe when your mood improves, it will affect your abilities. Perhaps it's because you regained June and met Seo again. What nonsense are you talking about? She crossed her arms and responded with a slight frown. Do you really think that only because you're in a bad mood it affects your magic so much?
I believe you're not that weak a sorcerer.
I told you before, the land of the Korean peninsula simply isn't suitable for you. Kira Yuzuru analyzed carefully, for people like us, the ones who summon Shikami, where we live is the most important.
If the natural energy of that place is not suitable, it's like a saltwater fish trying to swim in fresh water. Kira Yoshihiro, still injured, calmly replied,
Is it really that bad? I didn't think it was that serious.
There is a lot of energy here. She replied that it's not about good or bad, but about compatibility.
You hate shrimp even though everyone else likes it, right? Kira Yuzuru stopped talking about that and instead talked about his injuries.
Anyway, let's settle this because you look terrible, sister. Yes, I will obey.
Yes.
Despite their injuries, the winners are Yoshihiro and Yuzuru. Now the announcer's voice echoes, and we move on to the final match of the first round.
Considering only their achievements, they outperformed the previous 12 contestants. First, we have Xiao Huai, the direct descendant of the great sage Qitian.
You have demonstrated overwhelming dominance in the qualifiers. The host continues to introduce, except for a defeat by surrender,
she has finished every match in a single move. Truly a heir of a prestigious family. The others began to step onto the stage, overcoming their obvious weaknesses, defeating strong opponents to stand here.
Next are the ghostly sisters from the Korean peninsula, Yu Trong and Yu Ok.
Faced with the two of them, Xiao Huai, they talk to each other so regrettably. Aileen licks her lips, her voice full of excitement.
It would be better if we didn't have to meet here and now, from what you've seen so far, damn it.
She clearly shows her craving, drooling all over her mouth as she speaks. Why is it always like this? Why do you always have to face such tempting opponents? You can't possibly eat them. She then proposed a bold idea. Should she throw everything away and do as she did before? What is this? Ila. In forced a smile at what she just heard.
Yeah, I understand what you're thinking, and I even agree to some extent.
She then looked at the opponent and emphasized each word.
But anyway, we've all owed Bai Hung since we were born, so I think it's only right to help him when he asks.
Why In immediately sneered, her tone slightly changed, as long as it's something we can endure. On the other side of the arena, within Xiao Hui's sight, she looked seriously at her opponent, and an unshakable thought arose in her mind. Unless her sense of energy was mistaken, those two must be Black Spirit. Xiao Hui looked up and guessed that the person on the right, if she wasn't mistaken, was the cursed beast she mentioned. Could it be greed? Her thoughts were very certain. Almost identical to the toxic energy she sensed from the traces of greed from the previous generation that she had investigated before coming here. Of course, I've never felt an energy like that before. That power is what Tiu Huai compares to greed. Compared to greed, it's more unsettling.
I don't know what kind of magic it holds, but if I get hit, it will be the end.
She begins to ready herself for battle, her power radiating with her comment. This is getting interesting. Two dark spirits. This is a perfect test to see if I am worthy of becoming king. That power is also emanating from those two sisters. Xiao Huai was the first to leap forward and attack. She sneered as she reached out her hand, determined to rush ahead. At this moment, Huai finally spoke. I forgot. Tiao Huai, who was in an attacking stance, had to suddenly stop. Is this correct? We will withdraw. Soden was taken aback by this situation and immediately spoke out. What's going on here? At this moment, she exclaimed as Sodan hurried down to the arena floor. She kept asking, but you've already made it to the finals. You're planning to withdraw before the match even starts. Why is that? She just chuckled in response.
Ha ha ha, sorry to disappoint everyone, she replied sharply.
But, as she mentioned in the introduction earlier, we don't come from a special background, so we don't overestimate our abilities. We are here more for the experience than to win. Soden clenched his teeth upon hearing her words. We had planned to end things in a truly spectacular way, but each word she said only fueled Xiao Huai's anger. What can we do? We encountered something like this right from the start. Ilin kept rambling without paying attention to what was happening. So we are withdrawing. It's a bit disappointing, but just reaching this point has fulfilled our goal. It seems Xiao Hui doesn't know what to say in this situation. Up to this point, Xiao Hui has considered almost every possible scenario.
And the most reasonable target for the Dark Spirits remains the assassination of the Dragon King. The Golden Dragon has always been under threat throughout history.
Throughout history and across all places, people say that all thrones are built on the blades of rebels. But that is not true for the Dragon Palace. She recalls the day before, as Xiao Hui pointed out to Xiao, that the power of the Dragon King is on a completely different level. No matter how many forces they gather, the two armies cannot challenge a supreme being like him. Xiao Huai feels worried about this. Their only chance is the prize for the martial arts tournament winner. She recalls the winner's reward. The Dragon King personally congratulates the winner and leads them to the treasure of the Dragon Palace, where they can choose an item.
Xiaohai continues with her guesses, believing this is the only moment they can approach the Dragon King without suspicion. Still, a simple ambush would never be enough to harm the Dragon King, but with the Black Spirit's magic, they could bridge the gap in power. Her gaze remained fixed on the other side of the arena, yet they still gave up that opportunity. What is their true goal? Xiaohui clenched her fists. Maybe this is the last chance. Even if it means turning Long Kung into an enemy, Xiaohui realizes she must eliminate the dark spirits immediately. Ela said, "Well, even though I've given up, I still feel sorry for the audience." Her words only annoyed Soden more. Surely everyone had high expectations. Instead of an exciting performance, they got a dull result. She continued, "This surprised Sodan, so as an apology, I am thinking of sharing an interesting story." Aileen looked around the arena and spoke up, wondering how loudly she should really say this. Her image appears on the globe.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you know?
Our current emperor, praised as the greatest king in the history of the East Sea, has had 2 empresses so far. Ela In's next words surprised everyone. The first person is the biological mother of the crown prince, who is currently detained. Soden suddenly rushed over and said,
"Wait, stop! What's going on all of a sudden?"
Suddenly she felt threatened and grimaced. With a mouthful of saliva, she gestured to her and whispered, "Shh." She quickly rushed to choke Sodan, emphasizing each word, saying, "She's talking nonsense. Interrupting isn't very polite." Ian continued speaking. The Empress Consort originally came from the most noble family in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and greatly supported the Emperor's ascension. She remained calm as she spoke among many people, and it is said that their marriage was very harmonious. It seems that spending their whole lives together until death was inevitable. But it didn't happen. Her words continued to echo, and the Emperor had abandoned his partner. Those words angered many people, mainly because the Empress was simply trying to exercise her rights. Naturally, Bio was furious and spoke out, "What are you talking about?" "Ridiculous!" He shouted loudly. "Where are the guards?" Detaining that person immediately. But what he just saw left him truly surprised. Long Vuong stood up upon hearing her words and said, "Well, although she is the queen, direct interference in politics is not allowed, but as one of His Majesty's advisors, the queen only offers helpful advice." Upon hearing those words, Xiaohui fell silent. She saw 2 dark spirits emerge from the void. Her body froze, unable to react or even think. She just stared straight ahead, but that was not due to any failure on Xiaohui's part. The direction she's looking at is above, with a terrifying black face, and the situation has completely spiraled out of her control. Yi Yin happily laughs at her own words, and the Emperor must have thought that even such advice was beyond her limits. As she spoke, her gaze turned to the back, and so Tu Huai didn't need to act, nor did she have the right to do so. A slow voice echoes in the arena. "I may not be a tolerant person, but after doing this for 100 years, I no longer care about the gossip of the world." That person's steps are also gentle. Kings and those in high positions often have to face such things. The noise from below was like a swarm of insects attacking leftovers. That person approached, making Xiaohui pale with fear. It was really uncomfortable, but unavoidable. That is the natural law you must accept. Powerful magic, abundant energy, meticulously refined techniques. Xiaohui trembled with each of their steps, facing an opponent that made everything seem meaningless. Perhaps calling them an opponent is too much, because no matter how strong an individual is, fighting against the natural order is no longer a battle. Just as ants cannot look up at humans, the lowly cannot understand beings like that. For monsters, they can only call them with one word. The power of the Dragon King overwhelms everyone as he steps forward, his calmness evident in his words. But when an insect crawls into your bed and bites your skin, that's a different matter. There is no other godly being comparable. He remains calm and says, "No matter what you think in your mind, your hand still rises to kill." The Dragon King immediately raised one finger, and Chi was instantly struck by his move. Soda watched the scene in front of her with horror. At this moment, Chi's hand was still on her neck, but Chi's upper body had completely vanished. Ayin looked at the situation with a pale face and forced a laugh. "Ha ha." She didn't dare to look Long Vuong directly in the eyes. He asked softly, "So who are you?" "Long Vuong just interrogated me, and I lost part of my body. On my daughter's birthday, who dares to open my gate and let you in?" At this moment, his voice showed extreme anger. "I won't give you much time, but if you answer, I won't take your life." It's not the insect's fault for biting without knowing where they are. Be afraid, step back, and speak with mostly confusion in your tone. Just as we heard, even more than that, you remember every word. Of course, a rebellion will never succeed. The Dragon King is a being far beyond any ordinary monster. Those are Bi Hyung's words.
He continued to analyze. Even outside, no one could compare to him in the East Sea. He is the absolute ruler. Literally, no matter how strong or numerous they are, they still have to fight against the master of that world. Ila In heard that and said, I heard he's much stronger than you. Bi Hyung, is there anything I can do? He pondered. We must provoke his anger. He smiled and then recounted, striking at the Long King's most painful point, the thing he never wanted to hear. We will say things to make him come to us. She couldn't help but admire. Wouldn't that just get us killed in one strike? Bi Hyung happily smiled and replied, as if he had caught the Long Vuong off guard. Ha ha, don't worry. Of course, if the Dragon King wants to, you will be killed instantly, but he won't do that. He understands the Dragon King well through his words. After all, he is a good person and fully aware of his overwhelming power. Just like how humans don't immediately crush ants, you wouldn't call that reckless or foolish, right? Long Vuong Bi Hyung's people understand every detail. Even if the ant tries to do something, he just reacts indifferently, like he doesn't care what happens. That's when I come up with a plan, and that's when I will use this, she asked curiously. It was Bi Hyung taking the wine cup, happily explaining in an elegant manner that it was a weapon capable of defeating a god, or, humblingly speaking, it is a poison needle that I can attach to Elaine. The ant, I don't have the skill to use it myself, but with Elaine's abilities, it's entirely possible. He looks pleased with what he's showing. I wonder what his expression will be like. It's a pity I didn't get to see it with my own eyes. The Dragon King suddenly froze at that sight, his expression as he used the weapon he gave to humans to fight the dragon god, and took his own life. Elaine held a flute and began to play. That flute is the treasure Man Chich Tu An Van Leng. According to the incomplete story, only the Dragon King knows what the demon's chosen death has brought and the meaning of the melody being played. In this world, even those who claim to understand the Dragon King best, or those who hire the Black Spirit to overthrow him, or even those witnessing the scene unfold right before their eyes, not a single one truly understands, including the most skilled assassins, a shadow holding a flute with lightning-like red patterns that look very eerie. That sound seemed to carry a tremendous power, exerting a great force on the Dragon King, causing him to immediately collapse and tremble. The Dragon King slowly looked up, staring intently at the flute. In a tavern with a glass of wine on the table, a voice is heard telling an old story, over 1,000 years old. A story almost forgotten not only by humans but also by demons. Bi Hyung smiles and says, back then, the reigning Dragon King had no official successor. The image in his mind appears, with the young Long Vuong on the left and a mysterious figure on the right. He questions himself. There are 2 heirs to the throne, but is it hard to determine who is better, or is there another reason? Did the Dragon King fail to decide on an heir? Unfortunately, in that state, the Dragon King fell ill. He could no longer move, bedridden, and couldn't even keep his mind clear. Ian wondered, a pretty familiar story. So do those 2 heirs kill each other for the throne and use weapons for that? Bi Hyung denies it, but unfortunately it seems that didn't happen. The younger brother, who is the current Dragon King, has no desire for the throne. Although they don't desire the throne, the atmosphere must have been very suffocating for the 2 heirs. By leaving, he intended to diminish his presence so his brother could reign as crown prince. He walked behind a monk, with a familiar figure holding a wish-fulfilling staff beside him. He explained further, and at that time, there was also a good reason to leave the Dragon Palace without arousing suspicion. The Dragon King then looked back towards the sea. Bi Hyung continued the story, saying that the younger brother had been away from the sea for quite some time, believing that everything would be better in his absence. The sun then shone down on the shoreline. He paused for a moment before saying, but that hope had completely shattered. He raises his glass to drink, then looks over and questions with suspicion. My brother is incompetent. He destroyed the Dragon Palace through poor governance in my absence. Bi Hyung smiles and replies, if that's true, then the story becomes much simpler. The Dragon King, upon returning then, looked grim and was stunned by the scene before him, and he continued, unfortunately, your brother was quite a remarkable king. A desolate, ruined landscape appeared, and he sneered, at least in the Dragon Palace. Ila In asked confusedly, what does drought have to do with the Dragon Palace? Bi Hyung just smiled softly and replied, maybe it's not an easy story to understand, but the sea has a great influence on the climate on land. He suddenly turned around, so according to tradition, the Dragon Kings control the weather in exchange for offerings from coastal regions. Of course, it's a reciprocal exchange. It's at the point where if you offer sacrifices, I will make your lives easier. Deep in the forest, the land is barren, causing the trees to wither away. He continued to tell the story, but what his brother did was completely the opposite. If you do not offer sacrifices, I will make it impossible for you to survive. Suddenly, a thin man sat beside the tree, and Byung began to list. First, the trees and animals on land began to wither. Then, humans and monsters on the ground also started to feel the effects. Standing opposite this young man was a large, hairy figure with sharp teeth and a fierce gaze. He continued, "The land beneath their feet is collapsing, whether they see humans as protectors or prey. And this is no longer just a matter between humans and the Dragon Palace, but a conflict between the land and the sea. Deep beneath the ocean is the vast Dragon Palace," he added, "from the Demon King to the great demons in many regions with equal strength and even the saints of mankind. Many are watching and waiting for an opportunity, but no one dares to act recklessly." So the elder brother, who was temporarily in charge, looked down and said, "Even though the succession isn't complete, the opponents still hold the power of the Dragon King, and if they clash carelessly, the consequences could make the drought even worse." The current Dragon King was kneeling before his brother, his face filled with panic and worry. Bi Hyung recounted, "The younger brother, upon returning, tried to persuade his older brother. If this continues, a devastating war between the land and the sea, like never before in history, could happen." However, the elder brother ignored his younger brother's plea. He then looked up at his brother in surprise and continued, "That was always your goal, to fight against demons and humans on land to take control. In that case, is there a chance to win?" Bihu immediately replied honestly, "The Dragon Palace is not superior to the land. The wars were avoided not because the land feared losing, but because of the potential consequences." The brother was surrounded and cheered on by the officials. He added, "However, a significant number of officials in the Dragon Palace were very excited about your ambitions. Maybe they didn't understand much about the outside world of the sea. If everything had gone according to plan back then, it would have been very interesting, but that didn't happen because your brother handed it over to someone on land. The Dragon King's power was bound by invisible red chains." He explained, "A weapon that tames all waves, in other words, a tool to seal and restrain the Dragon King's power at sea. He cannot act openly because doing so could divide the entire Long Kung. So he concealed his identity and secretly handed over this weapon." Ila Inge heard that and laughed loudly. "What is that? Is he stupid? Creating something like that is just shooting yourself in the foot." Bai Hyung also agreed. "That's right, but there are also conditions for the flute to return to normal." He explained further that it could only be used when the Dragon Palace previously threatened the land. Therefore, in any other situation, it would be completely sealed. Of course, those are not just empty words. The first version of Tuan Van Leng focused solely on defense and counterattack. He looked down again, but I still think he's only hurting himself. The flute is placed firmly in his hand, and he continues, "It's not like I never intended to seal it from the start, nor that I was the one who altered it to become like this." Returning to the scene where Ailin is using the power of the flute to overwhelm the Dragon King. He trembles as he is suppressed by the sounds being emitted. It has been called by many names throughout Western history. A goat-headed monster with both male and female traits that leads humans into the abyss of desire and pleasure. Perhaps that is the most famous name this dark creature has ever had. The one who understood the situation fastest and acted immediately was the descendant of the great sage equal to heaven. Xiao Hai immediately rushed to save the Dragon King, thinking that although I don't know what that flute is, its effect clearly only targets the Dragon King, and playing it requires full concentration. She focused on grabbing her own hair strand and guessed that if the attacker was unaware of the surroundings. Suddenly, an arm shot out beside her in an instant, making her gasp. Xiao Hui quickly glanced and saw her legs stop and steady themselves on the floor. She unleashes a move with pink winds toward her attacker, then stops to look at him, a body with only his lower half, wounded and battered from her strike. She continued to hold her hair and prepared to attack, assessing her opponent. Its resilience and impact had endured a direct blow from the Stormga. Even if it gets blown away, it can still move. That means its human form is just a shell. A drop of water falls onto his hand, and he lets out a cry as a large mouth with sharp teeth and a long tongue oozing with slimy saliva sprouts from the disembodied body that had been knocked away earlier, eerily groaning. If both sides are demons that have reached the spiritual level, the outcome of the battle is not determined by strength or spiritual power. Xiao Huai recalls a scene in a room when a voice speaks up. That's right, from a human perspective, it can be illustrated like this. Xiao Hui, holding a cup of wine, face flushed from drunkenness, says, "A trained soldier with a dagger and a child with a fully loaded automatic rifle. If they face each other on the battlefield, which side do you think has a higher chance of winning?" Sio sat opposite her, pondering, and replied,
I don't really favor guns, but suppose there are no obstacles between them. Something like that. Xiaohui raised a glass and replied, time, location, distance, physical, personal, and psychological traits. The outcome can vary depending on those factors, and neither side can be certain of the result. She used a dagger and a gun as examples, and began to explain that with magic and spiritual power, as long as you are confident you can kill your opponent when you hit them. Other factors become more important than strength, as a boy struggles to control the gun in his hands. Xiaohui added, even if your magic is powerful, if you don't know how to use it or aren't skilled, its strength will be greatly diminished. The boy kept firing at the opponent holding the dagger. She continued, if you understand your opponent's abilities and the situation allows, you can respond appropriately. When the opponent realized the boy was out of bullets, he seized the opportunity to rush forward and attack him with the gun. She further analyzed and also suggested that I could find gaps in my own magic. Sio replied, yes, I understand now because of your explanation. Although using a gun as an example is quite surprising, the reason she told me this story is because she interrupted. Because in your current state, you're no different from that child. I don't know much about you and haven't seen you fight properly. If we count the times we've only met twice in a few days. However, in just a few days, you have grown to the point where you can be considered a completely different creature. Of course, that kind of maturity deserves praise. Your bloodline's potential, a bit of luck in your experiences. But above all, it wouldn't happen without your own will. But you've already sensed its counterattack, right? Hearing this, Xiao Niu suddenly realized that he heard Xiao Huang say, even though you act according to your judgment and will, in retrospect, you feel like those actions were performed by someone else. At least once during the battles you've experienced, right? He gradually became contemplative after her words. Having strong emotions or intense aggression was not a big issue. The image of a person with a mask, their figure wrapped in a red bandage, holding a large sword. She warns that if you use magic you've never learned or practiced, as if possessed by something, it's a sign you're starting to be consumed by your own power, especially for someone like you. A demon with strong bloodline but no senior to guide you. This is a symptom you must watch out for more than anything else. She used an example of a wild animal tearing apart its prey violently, not just about using a lot of spiritual power, but also about recklessly wielding strength that you cannot even grasp or control. That is how demons are possessed by their own evil nature, losing their reason and turning into monsters. Her face flushed from the alcohol as she looked straight at Sio and warned him. So stop trying to increase your power for a while. Sio looked tense and said, even the spiritual orbs you swallowed today are too much for you. Since I can't make you spit them out, I will help you digest them. Tio Hui suddenly thought of X-Hua, a nine-tailed fox, and said, if you had a wise protector, they would have done everything to stop you. And remember, avoid trying to overpower your opponent with brute strength, or you'll reach your limit in every battle and push yourself to the point of being consumed. She compared Sio's strength to holding a dagger instead of other weapons. She explained to you that at your current level, what those experienced have is enough to face opponents several tiers above you. Instead of seeking stronger or better weapons, it's better to find ways to use the weapons you have more skillfully and effectively. She said, I might be rambling a bit, but what I want to tell you is what I know about Black Spirit. I was surprised when she said, I don't know if what's in the Dragon Palace is Black Spirit, but if it is, I know how to deal with it. She continued, the best way is to catch it directly, Sio asked with doubt. But if it wasn't you, if it was me who encountered it, are you telling me to use the strategy you just mentioned to catch it? She replied, yes. Even if we meet it first, we might lose depending on the situation. Back in the present, Xiaohui is facing the monster with a large mouth but no senses, tearing a strand of her hair to prepare for an attack. She suddenly realized and whispered to herself, I understand now. Behind her are mysterious people. She said, this is not just a rebellion. One of them spoke up. Oh, just as expected from the granddaughter of the great sage, equal to heaven. Even in this situation, you don't seem to be threatened at all. That's interesting. He continued speaking. But unfortunately, you're not the target. She glanced at him and replied, nothing surprising. The scarred man with one blind eye smiled and said, you see it too, right? Your master's crimes in the Dragon Palace 1,000 years ago deserve 100 deaths, but don't worry too much. I don't intend to make you bear all the responsibility. A huge object suddenly appeared in front of Xiaohui, catching her off guard. The man with the scar on his face, with his mouth wide open, lunged toward her. At the same time, the scarred man also threatened her. I will let you live, but I will destroy you completely and send you back to Mount Huaguo. I never expected the scarred man to come right behind me and threaten me. That's the punishment for you stupid monkeys. A loud noise echoed through the Dragon Palace, causing it to shake. Sio on the other side also seemed to have heard the sound.
He turned around curiously. What was that just now? Even just the sound indicates it's quite far away, but the shockwave reached all the way here. You guess something has happened. Suddenly, a voice interrupts your thoughts. You should go back to the source of that sound, a blonde-haired guy says. Damn you, trembling piece of shit. How dare you take your eyes off me? You realize you're also in a fierce battle. Ah, sorry. Your opponent was badly injured by your attack, but he still stands firm. You lost focus for a moment. I didn't expect you to withstand that blow. He returns to a serious state, clenches his fist, and continues the fight. All right, let's keep going. The scene at the bottom of the ocean unfolds. A few minutes later, Bon led Xiao into the Dragon Palace. Looking around with no one in sight, he wondered, we've come this far, but it's strange. There's no one working in the palace at all. Xiu remembered there were maids walking around and chatting in the palace. Last night, only the guest area was quiet. Even the first floor was noisy all night. He looked at the person in front of him with suspicion. Are they plotting something? She raised her hand and pointed at her head, not sure why. Bon frowned in annoyance. Is it not time yet? Xiao asked with a forced smile. Sorry, is there a problem? She looked up and said, Nothing's wrong, let's keep going. The two continued walking forward, and he was curious. So who is this general? He must be very important. After all, he is a general. Bon shot a warning glance at you. I told you, you have no right to ask anything. She looked terrified. Sorry, you told me to be careful with my words, so I thought it would be better to know more information. I was cut off before I could finish, and she revealed it. The Long Palace once had 4 generals, corresponding to the 4 directions in the universe, but now things have changed. Bon continues to symbolize the 4 directions: north, south, east, and west. But due to the absence of the male general, only 3 remain now, not just 2 generals, plus a traitorous servant. That man is the one always beside the Dragon King, named Beggy, holding the position of Eastern General. He is unworthy of being a general, not even fit for a low rank, but he was promoted to please the Dragon King. On the other hand, the other 2 are not. Fortunately, North and West are truly loyal to the court. They have been planning to overthrow the current king and replace him with someone more worthy. Xiao hesitated. You say you're the princess. Is that true? Is today your birthday? She seemed to overhear something, which made her very amused. Impossible. Suddenly someone approached. Bon scolded. The generals ordered to act quickly and quietly, so why bring her now? 2 soldiers were leading Perun over, one scratching his head and chuckling. Come on, that's not true. We already forced her to train, explained the reason, and invited her to join before the tournament, but the old woman kept trying to escape. She was wrapped in a blood-stained cloth, struggling to breathe. We had no choice but to capture and beat her. Although very polite, she still refused to reveal the location of the gem. She coldly looked at the generals who insisted on taking her away. Even though she refused to speak and couldn't be heard anymore, Bon ordered everyone to step back. The soldier just explained something incomprehensible. What's there to boast about if you can't even get an old woman to speak? Are you planning to take her to see the generals like that? She is radiating murderous intent. I will check myself if she will speak or not, so step back and let me handle it. Useless. The 2 soldiers, frightened, let go. She collapsed to her knees with a thud, trembling as she looked at her. By the way, you're also a traitor, aren't you? Haven't you been flattering the Dragon King for over 1,000 years? With such a long lifespan, it's funny that you only hold a minor official position in the palace. She walks over, grabbing the headscarf and pulling it up, saying, Perhaps you're too outdated to realize what's going on. Don't cling to your useless pride. As soon as you pull the cloth away, blood starts pouring onto the ground. You watch this scene in silence, while Bon glares warningly. Listen carefully. My face trembles from the wounds. I don't know why the generals are so lenient with a useless old woman like you, but when given a rare opportunity, you should be grateful and accept it. She raised her face in disagreement. No. The one who gave me this rare opportunity is His Majesty, not those who betrayed you. As a servant and a person of the Dragon Palace, I cannot support your ungrateful rebellion. She was stunned to hear this. If you're going to try to persuade me, then go ahead and kill this old woman. How is that possible? You answered exactly as I expected. Bon orders, the 2 soldiers stammer. Yes. Xiao, stay here and be taken away. Take him to meet the general on my behalf. I have already shackled him so he won't be able to resist. The 2 soldiers approach him while she kneels before her. Now you know that my family descends from the Dragon King lineage. Common folk dismiss it as mere family rumors, but it is a historical truth recorded in the archives. Bon slowly recounts an old story. Long ago, there were 2 snakes living in the East Sea. One of them passed through the Dragon Gate and became the first Dragon King. The other, unfortunately, remained a snake and became the ancestor of our family. She lifts Parion's chin with her fingertip. The blood of the snake cannot become a dragon. We may not have the ability to rule the seas, but instead I have developed a lesser power. Bon suddenly changes state, with energy emanating from his fingertips. That special skill of ever-changing deadly poison is the power of poison. I can freely control its toxicity, form, and effects. I can create deadly poisons that end lives instantly and without pain. As she spoke, she brought her 2 toxic fingertips close to the woman's face or used ones that cause excruciating pain, deforming limbs and driving people insane without harming their lives. Mrs. Gu could only close her eyes and endure as the poison flowed down onto the bloodstain. Once injected, no matter how much she regrets, she cannot turn back. Bon chuckled happily. Your life won't last much longer. Si Yuan tries to appear calm, so why not end it now instead of wasting time talking? But deep down I think differently. I don't want you to kill her. She turned to look at you, suddenly caught off guard and was kicked hard by you. The powerful kick sent Bion flying uncontrollably, while Barun knelt there trembling even more. He asked with concern, "Can she stand up?" His hands still in a defensive stance, but his eyes kept watching her, suddenly hearing a loud shout, "Choi Seo, if you can't move, just stay there! I will protect you!" She grits her teeth in anger. "You useless insect! Are you trying to watch your friend die? What are you thinking? You act like it's no big deal. If you die, then die. And when I think about it, we're not that close anyway." She frowns and clenches her fist. I was planning to hold on until I couldn't anymore, but it seems my patience isn't as strong as I thought. She smirked dangerously. "Fine, whatever your plan is. As I said, I'm getting tired of this predictable development." She opens her hand again to summon another type of power. "You might be the first land-based person to test my poison skill, and it's perfect." As soon as she finished speaking, Seo punched her directly. She couldn't defend herself and could only scream. He's talking too much indifferently. Only now did she manage to stand up, still trembling. Mrs. Gu, she was thrown straight into the wall by the punch. Both Mrs. Gu and Bon were equally surprised because they both knew Seo's moves. They remembered that while observing his combat skills, Mrs. Gu watched Seo throughout the preliminary round, and Bon reviewed his record and followed the first half of the main round. At that moment, they saw how powerful his ability was, but Siyu's speed just now far exceeded anything they could have predicted. She was furious. Of course, he had hidden some of his strength, but it wasn't just physical ability. Remembering the force of the punch she endured earlier, there must have been some body-enhancing magic involved. Looking back, he saw the 2 soldiers lying on the ground, which allowed him to defeat them in an instant and reach his hand behind my back. She wondered silently, but saw no magic being cast, not even any trace of energy. "What the hell is that?" he snapped to attention as she began activating her power. "It's okay as long as I know such a thing exists. This isn't a speed I can't react to." She spins her hand to control the deadly poison, then condenses it on her palm. Suddenly, she swung her hand and launched a wave of poison towards Seo. Streams of toxic substance surged forward to attack him. He looked serious and stared intently, then quickly kicked one leg up and ran swiftly to embrace Parion and carry her away. Now, the soldier, still in pain, sits up and sees the toxic stream about to hit him. Frightened, he screams and hugs Mrs. Gu before kicking off and flying away. "Sorry, Barun is still confused. I will try to cause as little pain as possible." He was panicked. "What is it?" "Not yet." Dingshan was thrown far away with all his strength. He begins to summon the staff into his hand. Seo swung the staff to hit the poison stream in front of him, and the sight before him left him stunned. The staff disintegrated upon contact with the poison, and the stream surged close to his body, forcing him to grit his teeth and step back. Seo was stunned to see the enemy still in fighting stance, holding the corroded staff and cautiously watching her. Damn, he was amazed to see the smoking staff. Even though it no longer touched the poison, the smoke still emanated. I swung with all my might, but my staff melted instantly, making defense pointless. Seeing the soldier half-melted below the waist but still alive, I was terrified. But if it hits the head, my body won't just be a matter of recovery anymore. I think of the snake spirit and yokai. This is a level completely different from anyone who has used poison before. "They are attacking Yusin and me without reason." Bon continues to strike at him. Seo flies up high, avoiding the attack. She, with a fierce face, grits her teeth and charges forward. You just touch the ground and keep running. But still, at this level, both range and speed are not concerning. I can dodge and gradually close the gap. He observes her attack pattern as she gets close, then suddenly realizes that Bon's deadly poison magic can create many different types of toxins, each with its own rules. Seo tries to analyze her poison-making abilities. Adding another advantage to the poison would cause the mana consumption to increase exponentially. Bon cannot create a deadly poison that is invisible,
colorless and odorless with just a small amount. He chuckles softly if it's invisible, colorless and almost odorless. It only causes slight paralysis, and so she is very proud, ready to strike. You have to combine different types of poison. He has fallen into my trap, seeing that he always finds a way to avoid my attacks. For opponents with a certain level of skill, it's not easy to hit them with Poison Whip. At most, it only hinders their movements and slows them down. Bon calculated in his mind, so I used Poison Whip as bait from the start and created Bone Poison. She thought to herself that although the poison's effect was not significant, its concealment and diffusion were excellent. Remembering the times you unknowingly came into close contact with it, while you focused on dodging and closing in, you must have absorbed the toxic bones through your skin. Suddenly, Sio froze in her movement. She was right. The paralysis only lasted a few seconds, but once the poison took effect, even the Dragon King couldn't control his body. At that moment, he could only stand there motionless. Bon saw his chance and knew this was the end. But looking again, his figure was nowhere to be seen. She was still satisfied with her victory, preparing to strike. Sio's talent truly cannot be denied. Mrs. Gu tearfully breaks down in tears. However, looking in the history of the elf race, there have been many geniuses like him. Now Bon is only just realizing it. However, no skilled mage in the past could compare to the boy in this technique, because the reason is simple. Sio is the one who created it. Xiao Hui said to Sio, "The magic spell I inherited is a type of magic that can increase body weight, or more precisely its mass." Sio listened seriously, recalling how when I was young, during solo training, I suddenly had an idea and tested it. She said as she acted immediately, standing on the water with a flushed face, realizing that this was possible. Sio was amazed and asked, "You reversed the effect and reduced your body mass, right?" Xiao Hui replied, "That's right." She lowered her head and explained, "Our unique magic is deeply rooted in our bloodline. The timing of awakening depends on each person's talent and level of training. Some never awaken, but once they do, it becomes as natural as walking or breathing. You probably feel this more clearly than I do." Sio nodded repeatedly in response. "That's right. Even with my abilities, my first use wasn't controlled by my mind. It wasn't until the second time that I could actively use it. The only issue is the output power." Xiu recalled what happened to him last time and continued, saying that the control was almost exactly as he had thought. Xiao Huai looked at him in agreement and said, "Exactly. The only thing we can understand is the nature of magic and the basic control methods. The output power and application techniques depend on the inheritor of that power. Of course, when it comes to practical techniques, education plays a more important role than self-discovery, and the older a family or lineage is, the more diverse techniques they have to pass down. However, not all techniques are passed down." As she spoke, she raised her hand and cast a spell to pour tea into the cup. Even when taught, there are techniques so difficult that even the most talented people of that era cannot grasp them, and in cases where a bloodline is divided by factions in power, some techniques are completely kept secret. "There's one last case. What do you think it is?" Chu asked Xiao Hui. After hearing the question, he pondered for a moment before replying, "Is it like discovering it on your own? Similar to how just learning the answers can slow down progress? After mastering the technique I just showed you for the first time, I ran straight to see my grandfather. Although it might seem like a useless discovery to other adults in the family, just a trivial joke, I thought at least he would find it adorable. But at that time, he only said, 'Well done. Truly admirable.' For someone your age to grasp the basics of transformation magic." He gently stroked Xiao Huai's cheek to encourage her, something that clueless children couldn't understand for thousands of years. Yet, a granddaughter had surpassed everything. The application of the technique itself isn't too difficult. It just requires adding a separate spell to an idea. But according to my grandfather, no one in the family before us had ever experimented with that simple idea. Maybe more accurately, they didn't see the need to paint over the already powerful transformation spell. But simply put, the transformation technique turns out to be an application technique with much greater potential than I imagined. Grandfather said Tengo Kong used it as one of his trump cards when facing strong enemies. All these techniques are called absolute skills, a lone monster through its own experience and ideas, creating a unique technique that belongs only to them. Of course, just like the feathers we discovered, it turns out to be the path your grandfather took. Even if you awaken an absolute skill, it might just be a common application technique used by your ancestors. However, even so, the effort to find your own absolute technique now will surely be beneficial, not only in increasing your power, but also in training you to avoid being controlled by instinct and to master it. Whether it's a problem you're facing now or in the future, time is always against you. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad thing. the more you shine in despair. The inspiration came from yesterday's event in the fight against Miri, the Dragon Palace princess. Her overwhelming strength, far surpassed Sio's magic and recovery speed. To save magic and the time needed for recovery, the method Sio chose was truly the last resort. Leaving the room, Sio walked while thinking. At that moment, he could have replaced his muscles and bones with fairy sticks. Not only does it move faster and stronger than usual, but the limits of what a broken elf can achieve depend on what I can imagine and visualize in my mind. No matter how strong I am, when I lose control, how can I imitate all the structures of muscles and joints? Even recalling that feeling now, it's like pieces of broken fairy being attached to my body, forcing it to move. The injuries from that are probably why I fainted after the fight, and even now I have to stay like this. If I try again, I definitely won't last long. But if it's only applied for a very short time within a limited moving area, Sio recalls the scene in the arena where he used his muscular arm. Sio only used his hand to punch the opponent's head away. After finishing, he happily thought to himself, success! The power far exceeded his expectations. At this level, the effect is truly amazing. Suddenly, Sio felt a surge of power, and he glanced in the direction of the strength, amazed. In terms of agility, it was many times stronger than when he fought Miri. That's because instead of just using the enchanted staff to move my body, I embedded a shape and structure processing system inside my moving parts. As a result, with only a small amount of magic needed to manifest the enchanted staff, I can move over 10 times faster than what my body could normally do. The downside is that the anaphylactic shock completely destroys the inside of my body. Even ignoring the shock, forcing the staff into my body by tearing through flesh and bones is no different from harming myself. If my body weren't that of a monster, or rather a demon, it would have collapsed before I could even perform the move. I no longer feel in my limbs, not to the point of being unable to move, but I can't use strength at all. It looks fine on the outside, but inside, Sio imagines the state of a smashed watermelon. After using that move, he takes 6 to 7 seconds to recover. Sio thought that if he could finish off his opponent with a single strike like this, it was a price he could accept. But in the end, he only succeeded because Sam lost his composure and charged straight at him. If the opponent manages to defend or dodge successfully, there will be a few seconds of complete vulnerability. That is a risk I cannot easily accept. Although the magic consumption is low, reckless abuse will lead to disaster. Sio thinks he will need to reduce his output power to avoid spending too much time recovering, or only use it when he's sure he can defeat the opponent. Bon, after losing half of her body, turned pale and stammered as she questioned how could this happen to her. Amidst the thick smoke at the scene, the wall was destroyed with a large hole in it, and Bijan clenched his teeth, crying out in pain. Her outstretched hand to counterattack gradually lost its strength, and Bon trembled with panic, shouting out, "Why?" Sio replied, standing and watching from behind. "Of course it won't be effective because the strength to pull it out is here." You just said that while holding up the purple love orb in your hand. Looking at the cursed orb in his hand, he gasped, thinking I almost succeeded, but this time I understood everything better. I remember the decisive strike. If I control my output power properly, I can perform the next move while maintaining a gentle reaction. There won't be many situations like this, but I've learned that I can still move indirectly, even with variables like poison. Next time, I will be able to use it more flexibly. Sio, holding the magic orb, said, "You seem very confident in yourself, but without this, can you still maintain that confidence? After all, you were just in my position a moment ago, and I believe you know how to behave accordingly." After hearing that, Bon couldn't help but feel terrified and trembled uncontrollably. Sio continued, "There are many things I want to ask, but for now, I will only ask 2 simple questions. First, what exactly do you plan to do to bring out the Dragon King? And second, how can I escape from here and return to the surface right now? If I receive a satisfactory answer, I will return this to you and only lock you in a quiet place. Of course, I will ensure you are injured enough to be unable to do anything for a while." Although bitter, Bon had no choice but to agree, as she was in a weaker position now. "All right, I understand." She began answering each question one by one to inherit the position of Dragon King. But as soon as she reached that point, her face darkened and she could no longer continue. Sio sensed something unusual and looked at her with curiosity, but at this moment, Bon's entire body swelled like a balloon, veins bulging all over, looking extremely terrifying. And after swelling up, a massive explosion shook the sky and earth. The explosion occurred and Sio quickly retreated to avoid it. At this moment, he heard someone calling him, and he instinctively turned to look. The person calling him was Paryun. She reminded Sio that he needed to get inside quickly before the toxic smoke spread out. Just as she said,
The gas was engulfing the entire area where the two of them had just fought.
I'm so grateful you warned me. I thought it was just a simple explosion, but the poison gas was real. I thought he had given up and surrendered peacefully. But maybe I misjudged the situation.
Mrs. Perun replied, "That's not the case. Her death and the explosion couldn't have been her own choice." She recalled and explained to Seo that if the user becomes a traitor, the poison will immediately activate in their body, harming those around them. The subordinates involved in this rebellion, including her, probably didn't even realize they had been poisoned. After hearing this, Seo also understood to some extent.
So that is what happened. The energy I felt from the explosion was exactly the same, so I didn't think it was interference from outsiders.
It's no surprise that you feel this way. The shocking news she told you is that the person who created that poison is probably her father. The question you asked her earlier, I think I can give you an incomplete answer. Seo listens carefully. It's clear that something has happened to the Dragon King, as evidenced by the fact that I cannot use the internal communication system right now. So during the preliminary round, you saw me transporting both of them and occasionally placing my hand on their forehead to listen for news from elsewhere, right? Seo just now realizes this. Mrs. Perun continued. All communication and teleportation techniques are not my own, but borrowed from the power of the Dragon King. Not only me, but all officials of the Dragon Palace can freely communicate and move around the palace in that way. The fact that the rebels could disable that is proof they succeeded in neutralizing the Dragon King's power. Hearing this, Seonyu suddenly remembered something, his eyes widening in shock. Remembering the familiar gesture, he thought to himself that he understood now. So when she placed her hand on her temple at that moment, she was checking if the communication network inside the palace was functioning properly. It was still working then, so the Dragon King was still fine. But to paralyze someone so powerful, what did they do? Seeing you standing there lost in thought, Mrs. Parian continued. However, the rebels probably haven't yet laid their hands on the Dragon King. The throne of the Dragon Palace and the power of the Dragon King are passed down through the Jade royal family, a legacy inherited from the first Dragon King. The rightful successor of the Jade royal family is none other than Princess Miri, the daughter of the current Dragon King. If they assassinate the Dragon King, the Jade Gem will recognize the princess as the next Dragon King and transfer the power to her. If anything happens to either of them, the Jade Bish will lock itself from that moment on. Shou rested his chin on his hand, appearing indifferent, as if it were a decree. Until that changed, they couldn't harm the Dragon King. Your face shows surprise as you stare intently at Lady Parianen, who unexpectedly kneels before you. Allowing distinguished guests to witness such shameful scenes in the palace is already a great sin. However, as a shameful old woman, I beg you. Of course, Choi Seo and Kim Yu-sin should leave this dangerous palace and return to the surface as soon as possible. But before that, could I ask you to find General Biao, who is somewhere inside the palace? Maybe this is a carefully planned rebellion, but if it were him, I am sure he is sneaking around to act on behalf of the Dragon King. Even if the general is safe, his ability to stop this rebellion is almost zero, but... Seo cut her off before she could finish speaking.
Sorry, but I'm in a hurry and don't know how long I'll be tied up here, so I can't waste time staying.
Mrs. Perun understood and had to accept it. Seo continued, If you at least allow you to leave with the necessary item, I will do my best to help on this side. I understand.
After all, you came here to obtain a valuable item to seal a vengeful spirit.
Seo explained that it is more complicated than that, but anyway, you needs to return with the sealing item before the day ends. We need a powerful weapon capable of sealing a vengeful spirit causing trouble for a much stronger entity. Do we have anything like that within reach that we can take right now? Mrs. Perun was silent for a long time before replying that a long time ago they received a sword as a gift from the mainland, an ordinary palace official, so she wouldn't dare judge its value. But the Dragon King liked it and often wielded it. If they went to the Emperor's palace, they might find it. Hearing this, he stood up and said, Let's go now. It would be great if I could find General Bio on the way. Seo thought to himself, I'm worried about Somi, Gu, Yoshihiro, and Yuzuru, but right now my priority is Shuoha's condition. He glanced around, thinking he couldn't confirm everyone's safety in this vast palace. All he could do was hope. Separating from Yusin seems like the right choice, but with his personality, there's no way he can sit still. Definitely not. Seo couldn't help but sigh. Please stay safe and don't cause any more trouble. And I hope you haven't gone too far. By the way, this might be a bit off topic, but I've been curious about your character. I mean your outfit. I can see that those dressed in yellow are just ordinary soldiers. I met a bunch of them on the way here, and they're not worth my attention. So what rank are the three of you in your red outfits?
You know, like the new master of the Dragon Palace or someone from the Red Dragon team, there must be some kind of ranking system or reason for the red outfit, right? Asking repeatedly without getting any answer, Yushin continued, "Do you think you're about to die?" Sorry for the strange words, but from the way you talk, I can tell you're just a slightly stronger, ordinary soldier. Yusin sighed, clearly showing arrogance as he said, "I don't expect much." He said based on his memory, the first time he saw that demon, it looked really stupid. She was more accurate. Moreover, Yu stepped forward, ready to draw his sword and challenge them. If you are truly skilled, why are you crowding together like this? Yu draws his sword from its sheath, his lips trembling, then points the blade at them, his power radiating with the force of his words. "Are you three planning to attack me one by one?" Yushin observes all three of you before speaking. "Well, I'm pretty sure the one over there standing in the back is just posing. I have no idea how strong it really is." The person over there chuckled and replied, "You're right. I trust in my abilities and assert that I don't think you can win unless all of you attack me at the same time." The mysterious blue-haired young man comments, "How bold. There are two people. Who did we lose?" The other stranger replied, "Well, clearly he has to be eliminated. There's no way someone who should have died or been captured could have come this far." The mysterious green-haired person sighed and lamented, "We were too arrogant from the start. Even if the finalists are weaker, there are too many variables for one person to face too, right?" He began to use his power and said, "I will support you no matter what." Yusin started to notice the strange nature of his opponent. How can an octopus have wings? The stranger with the octopus mask rushes toward him, his large hand pressing close to Yusin's face. But luckily, Yusin dodges to the side and his sharp eyes can see the direction he's moving. Immediately, the masked, mysterious figure grabbed Yusin's arm, causing a stream of bright red blood to spurt out, and then he broke Yusin's arm. He praises, "You're not bad, you definitely have the skills to get here." But Yusin struggles with his severed arm, muttering each word as he says, "You're not as good as you think." The masked, mysterious figure rushed toward Yusin, saying, "There might not be a next time. So in your next life, remember humility and caution." Suddenly, he looked behind him, his eyes darting around, and the mysterious green-haired person let out a surprised sound as he analyzed what he had just observed. For a moment, he seemed overwhelmed and unable to react. In that brief instant, the masked, mysterious person finally noticed his severed arm. The mysterious green-haired pupil still says the carved shell is for a reason. Yui jumps in front of him, refusing to bow his head humbly. He finally turned his head and heard the boy say, "Who are you to challenge me?" Two streams of purple energy rushed toward him. Yusin was stopped. Before executing his move, two darts were shot straight at him. Gradually, it pierced deep into the flesh. Yusi grimaced at the situation when a voice suddenly rang out. "Look, you mysterious blue-haired one with that overwhelming power, you never know what variables might come into play. Those two darts pierced right through your flesh." Yusin painfully spat out some fresh blood. Seeing an opportunity, the masked, mysterious figure also rushed forward quickly, responding to the other's words, "Certainly." The masked, mysterious person's power causes his hand to grow larger, and he remarks that he's not someone to be underestimated. His punch with his enlarged hand strikes Yusin. The mysterious green-haired person watched for a moment and then said, "Well then." Yusin's body was bleeding constantly now, and his sword had fallen. "You're now suffering from your wounds." The two of them have finished speaking. "That's all," Yu said with a face full of bruises, voice trembling. "This can't be happening. I have trained so hard. How come I was taught by the gods themselves? You look at the two who just defeated me, still with those arrogant comments. But why are they just a bunch of fools?" Yu, with a tearful face, rushes quickly toward those two. He shouted, "What the hell?" At this moment, another Yusin outside, emotionless, said, "I'm so angry, that is the split technique." The art of deceiving enemies by creating a statue that mimics your movements and techniques is to produce a copy that tricks the opponent away from your true self. Yu used a trick. The statue Yusin created belongs to the celestial realm, far above him. You remember the words of the one who taught you, the so-called art of deception? A unique technique that can fool even heaven and earth, the cheerful red-haired man says. "So how do I use it? You've told me that many times before." An idea flashes through his mind. His plan is to send a fake copy to the three gate demons. It's a clever plan. And then, while the demons are distracted, he can easily climb over the wall. At the gate, continuous screams can be heard, with one of Yusin's eyes used for observation. Suddenly, the power of that eye disappeared. He was caught off guard. "Oh, your clone over there has fainted." I told myself, "It's over, the visual connection has been cut." Yin looked back and thought to himself, "The red demons are definitely on a different level than the yellow ones, both in basic movements and techniques."
The analysis of the demon's characteristics appeared in his mind, the octopus's trait being transformation and rebirth. Maybe his human form is just a disguise. His internal structure and weaknesses will be completely different, but other than that, it's not too difficult. Yushin recalls the techniques his clone faced earlier. That little dwarf is the real troublemaker. Maybe the curse technique for him involves winged appendages, boosting speed or agility. Thoughts on how to deal with them appeared in his mind. The power of the shots was not much, but combined with the physical strength of the octopus, it was dangerous. Yushin admired them, as it was a pretty good combination with seafood. You tell yourself I'm a bit disappointed I can't figure out who's behind them, but suddenly a voice says, "Don't worry about me." Yui frowns, surprised, and turns around as the person's hat falls to the ground. A girl with white hair raising her hands in surrender, cheerfully saying, "I'm not sure if you believe me, but first, I'm not a demon to fight, and second, I have no intention of fighting." Yushin doubted her words and said seriously, "I know unless you are confident you can reattach it. Your head has been cut off, so be careful what you say." Inside, he couldn't help but think that he hadn't considered the possibility of being discovered, but that thought kept circling in his mind. "I can't sense the aura of the other two. I can only see this one." She spoke softly, even though the sword was pressed close to her neck. "You might find it hard to believe, but I saw what you were about to do from the start, and I didn't tell the others." Yushin asked suspiciously, "Why?" She smirks maliciously with her gentle voice. "I guess it's similar to the reason you deceived us. If the outcome can't be changed, bleeding less might be the wiser choice. That person analyzed that you had anticipated the final outcome. If we could stop you, it would be a bit more effort for you, but you would just see it as a waste of time to kill us all." She was worried you wouldn't believe her, so she explained, "I feel the same way. If we can't complete our mission to oppose you, saving our own lives is only natural." Ewan still didn't believe and continued, "So if you're right, you came here alone to lecture me." The other person quickly responded, "That's not it." She then took out evidence to prove her point. "If you look at my other hand." Yushin glanced in the direction she was pointing and was surprised. "That is a token. She explains its function to you. As soon as you use it, you can return to the surface outside the Dragon Palace. You can only use it once, but you can bring 5 people within range. She said things you cared about. After all, you are trying to find a safe way back to land, right? That person gave you some tempting demands. This escape board will allow you and your team to return home safely." And before she could finish speaking, Yushin interrupted. "You will avoid being blamed for not keeping this secret. That's all." The boy pondered quietly about what to do next. All right, this will surprise her. He quickly snatched the token from her hand and said, "I'll take this first." She stammered in shock, trembling. "You've gone too far." "But I meant well. I gave away the only token I had, and in exchange—" Oh my God. Still, Yushin remained cold and unconvinced. "Enough already, your silly tricks won't work. You think I would reach out my hand to accept something from a demon? If you think I'm that crazy, then you're mistaken." Her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. "But after all, she will be reborn, and you won't truly be cut." She pouted, her voice full of resentment. "Really, you're human, but not at all adorable. Every word she says seems to scold your chest. Do you really have to be so cruel? To a brave girl who risked her life to meet you?" Yu retracted his sword and replied, "The brave girl you speak of is just a cunning person." The sound of the sword being sheathed echoed as he coldly said, "Besides, from the very beginning, you weren't serious at all. It's so obvious." Yu wisely analyzes each of her words. "If you truly wanted to show weakness and no hostility, you wouldn't have approached me from the start. It was just a bait, right? You see through her true nature, so I guess you've judged whether I am truly as strong as you think, based on many aspects you mentioned, like my reaction speed, how I respond, everything." They smiled upon hearing that. She said, "I am a born demon raised on land." She tells you about her past. "My father was once a great demon of the Dragon Palace ruling the ocean, but since I was born we have lived on land with my mother among humans. That is why I don't hate humans. In fact, I love them." Her face flushed as she spoke, especially about how I liked humans who seemed worth devouring. A strong enough person I dared not touch, deserving of any time and effort to hunt. You couldn't be bothered to care or even listen. Well, I don't care what you like because it's none of my business. "Are you annoyed?" Yushin asked again. "What's over there that requires 3 people to guard it?" She clearly showed her anger and then spoke. "This is the arena where you played the final match. The Dragon King must have been imprisoned by now." Yushin fears the current situation, thinking to herself that the rebellion has started because they have a way to defeat the Dragon King. But does it end so quickly? She doubted and asked again, and perhaps that was also where the succession was taking place. The person told Yushin what she knew. "I hear that the location of the final match is chosen near where the Crown Prince is held. The information you have is all important.
After the crown prince seized the throne from his father, all that remained was to find the princess somewhere in the palace. They say they don't know her exact location, but since she's inside the palace, it won't take long to find her.
Yu Xin, with a pale face, was overwhelmed by intense thoughts. If the Dragon King has been imprisoned,
And the transfer of power is halfway done, should I leave as soon as possible?
the rebel army and the army's rebellion are completely different. He knows the prince's strength well and analyzes that whether he's a prince or not, and a half-dragon king because he has sabotaged his own succession ceremony, he's not someone Sio or I can handle. Yu Xin was lost in thought when she spoke up. Wait a moment, if you use the board I gave you to go back, stay as far from the coast as possible. I think you'll be fine, but no one can be sure. You look confused by those words and ask again, are you planning to cause a storm to celebrate the coronation?
She immediately refuses.
No, I am not like that. Their plan involves 2 locations. First is Busan on the Korean peninsula. Second is Fukuoka in Japan. The main content of the plan she described is to sink those 2 areas into the sea and use all their resources and lives to make up for the offerings that the Dragon Palace has not received for hundreds of years. She said the plan might be tomorrow, right? I'm sure we can do it today. If they find the princess, you immediately exclaimed in surprise. Oh, so you ended with a single line. And we're doomed. The scene shifts to the place where the prince is imprisoned, with light shining directly onto the deep water below. The soldiers were all knocked out, lying scattered and bloodied on the ground, while many guards surrounded the area. The door gradually opens, revealing a long, winding staircase. Tandu slowly approaches a magnificent sealed coffin with the lock still intact, and he gently flicks his finger. The lock suddenly broke in half, and the prison door automatically opened as a shadow approached. He slowly steps into the vast prison, noticing the loosened chains in front of him and the broken shackles. Tandu, feeling this way, muttered, "Your humble servant, General Tandu, respectfully salutes your highness." "No, I greet the new ruler of the East Sea Dragon Palace." Then Tandu knelt down with a self-reproachful tone, saying, "Please forgive my incompetence. I am only now freeing you." The person in the prison silently responded, "I understand, so it was not my father who freed me from the chains, but your decision." He then asked, "How many people were involved in this?" Tandu respectfully replied, "Most of us, myself, the general, and most of the high officials in the palace are united in supporting your ascension. Furthermore, 8 palace commanders have sided with us, with over 90% of the loyal guards supporting you. Regarding his current condition, there are still some like General Yu who remain loyal to the current Dragon King, but they have been suppressed and will eventually bow before you." The Crown Prince rubbed his wrist with red marks and said, "Come to think of it, isn't today my sister's birthday?" "Yes, today is the day you could make the father let his guard down." He looked away thoughtfully, "So until this day my father never changed his mind. It's a pity I don't want to do anything unfilial." Tanduan ordered and replied, "Even if the timing is a bit early, this throne was always meant for you." "Your Majesty," suddenly a voice came from somewhere. "Why the flag?" That voice continues to echo. "Sorry to interrupt this serious conversation, but could you quickly capture him so he involuntarily turns his head? I was going to leave him at the door and go right away, but everyone froze as if they were afraid of something. That voice belongs to Yin, and beside her is the Dragon King being led away. Well, no matter how much they rebel, they wouldn't dare disrespect the king. I brought him here myself." The Long King's face is covered with red marks. He sighed heavily at her words. "I don't know what you all plan to do, but I hope it ends soon." "Yeah," In said contemptuously, looking at a beautiful woman in pain. "Not entirely pleasant, but still making me feel a bit guilty." Tandu turned back and asked her, his voice full of reproach, "I told you not to let anyone in unless I personally called. Did the guards outside let you in?" "Why?" In replied vaguely to that question. "I vaguely remember you giving that order, but when I asked sincerely, they let me in." Tandu said irritably. "Strange, only now does the Crown Prince call for Tandu." He stands up and gives an order to Tandu. "Enough, since things are like this. Let's avoid unnecessary arguments in front of father. If you have a spare sword, give it to me." Tandu quickly obeyed and drew his sword. "Yes, your Majesty." The Crown Prince gazed at the sharp blade, muttering to himself, "I haven't seen my father in a long time. I should also fulfill my duty a bit." He immediately jerked the sword hilt out and returned it to Tan, praising him. "Very good sword. Sorry for damaging the hilt." The prince's sword hilt is used to tie his long hair back. Seeing the gaze, the prince looked up. "Are you trying to say something?" she replied with disdain. "This scene isn't quite what I imagined when holding a sword. I was expecting something more provocative and exciting. Although the current scene isn't bad, I have to say I'm a bit disappointed. The Crown Prince opened the prison door wider and spoke quietly. I don't understand what you're saying. If I've disappointed you, I apologize. What do you mean? The prince continued. If you're in such a hurry, why not finish quickly and leave? He glanced at her and calmly said, I've never seen what you're holding, but I don't really care to ask what it is. It is a long weapon with red marks on it. The prince analyzed. Anyone from the mainland who could harm the father must surely be using that. He calmly said, It doesn't belong to you, but its owner surely knows one thing. The Crown Prince then used his power to threaten her that there was no way she could leave the palace alive while holding that object. Even if she returned empty-handed, it wouldn't be her fault. Yes? She stiffened at the prince's words, then hesitantly spoke and handed the flute to him. As he took the item, his body immediately broke out in red marks. Tandu hurriedly ran over to check on His Majesty and reassured him. It's okay. The Crown Prince sneers at that thing. A flute made from a tree to suppress the power of the dragon. Even though it was created from that very power to forge such a divine weapon, it is indeed my father. He has to accept and admit that the only reason I can hold this is because my strength and potential are still far below my father's, the Crown Prince said as he looked at the Dragon King, grimacing in pain. I am a dragon and a ruler. I can never reach my father's level, he whispered, trying to speak each word clearly. Oh, you're rambling again. No one listens to your chatter in that room, probably very bored. Crown Prince Duong looked at him and replied, Loneliness, yes, but never boredom. He responded in a formal tone, saying, You have had enough time to reflect on yourself. His power surged fiercely, and the flute in his hand shattered, and what you need to do. Tandu worries, and Yin was pleased with his words, so I was right. The Crown Prince breaks the flute, revealing a blue rebellious scale inside, a part of the treasure that determines the next Dragon King, and you have entrusted it to humans. Tandu looked at the current situation, filled with thoughts about the rebellious scale, the only scale considered an unparalleled divine medicine when the dragon was born. He was lost in that line of thinking, knowing that tearing off the rebellious scale was an irreversible and permanent loss for the dragon. Rebirth only happens once in a lifetime. Therefore, the scales are only removed when choosing the successor. Tandu clenched his teeth at the thought of the Dragon King removing the rebellious scale. Yet, to protect the water worms, the Dragon King is truly someone who deserves to be deposed. The Crown Prince slowly swallowed the rebellious scale of the Dragon King, now possessing what is called an unparalleled divine elixir. The Crown Prince spoke softly to the two others, so I wouldn't commit any more acts of filial piety. The dark prison has been lit with light, his voice deepening. Without this, I would have had to force my father to tear off his rebellious scales himself. The Crown Prince kneels before the Dragon King. There is only one thing left to ask. Please tell me where Long Chao is. The king grew another horn on his ear, and endured the burning pain as he cried out. You want to ascend the throne, but do you think it will be easy from start to finish? Let me see. He calmly spoke up. When I was young, the royal family told me. The Crown Prince recalls that the most important thing for a king is the will for the people and unwavering determination, analyzing what he believes to be right. Now that I have accepted your teachings, I will ascend the throne and inherit that legacy. Whether as a loyal servant of the Dragon Palace or as my young descendant, I am ready to stain my hands with blood if necessary, the Crown Prince said with a threatening tone. But if my father helps, their blood will not have to be shed. If the outcome remains the same, then the king's responsibility is to minimize harm to those the father cares about. Yeah. Enjoying the prince's words, please think carefully. The Dragon King sneers at his words. See, I told you all you do is talk. He responded to him with a challenging tone. You pretend to be clever, but in the end, you don't even understand what you're babbling about. I will definitely become king. Don't spit out meaningless words as if it's already decided. Even in a difficult situation, he still asserts that I am the Dragon King. I have no intention of compromising with the rebel. I haven't even known my own position from the beginning. After finishing, the Dragon King fainted. Seeing that, she couldn't help but wonder if something had happened. The Crown Prince stood up to observe his father, while she remained lost in thought, with the influence of that melody fading from before. Is there any other factor that could worsen the situation? Tedu nervously advised, You don't need to worry too much. Your Majesty, now that you've taken Kov Wang's rebellious scales, Long Chao no longer matters. The throne belongs to you. The Crown Prince appeared with two horns on his head and said, Maybe so, if I am truly the only heir to my father's rebellious scales. Tedu, worried about the prince's response, asked again, What do you mean? It doesn't seem to have been long ago. He fell silent, bowing his head as he shared his thoughts. Maybe it was yesterday afternoon. The Crown Prince observed his father and voiced his guess. My father has given up his rebellious side and seems to have handed it over to someone else. Teiyu grits his teeth and speaks bitter words. Princess Miri, is the reason for holding the martial arts tournament and banquet to officially transfer the throne to the princess? The Crown Prince calmly replied, his expression darkening. Who knows, I might be able to confirm that from the resonance with my rebellious aura. I can sense their presence and position. That person's location is very close. He told those two not far from here. Xiu, carrying Bagu with wounds, stops in front of the entrance to the underwater palace. Mrs. Gu was surprised by the scene there, while Xiu's face showed clear confusion. All the soldiers were wounded and lying scattered, creating a terrifying, desolate sight. Xiu asked curiously, "Are these the guards of this place?" Lady Gu calmly replied, "No. The Imperial Guards are always present to protect the palace." She continued explaining, "Because His Majesty ordered a reduction of unnecessary personnel, we always maintain the minimum number of troops." The image of the Dragon King appeared in her memory. So what? I am still the strongest. She observes the remaining survivors here. The one in yellow is a rebel, and the one in blue is a palace guard. If they fight here, before they can finish their words, Xiu and the lady hear a loud noise. Someone has punched through the wall of the underwater palace. He let her down and told her not to go further inside. "Wait by the right wall, I will take you out when everything is over." Your head immediately sprouts horns, and the red marks of power appear as a result. Xiu immediately dashed in, creating a tremor where he stood. The scene shifts to the source of the noise, revealing a large crack. A sarcastic and contemptuous voice echoes. "I must reflect on this. I always thought you were just an incompetent who was favored by the Dragon King, merely a fake sword." Bio fears those words. "But now I see you've sharpened yourself quite well, General." I cheerfully place my hands on my hips and smile. "If that sword remains unblemished, it will be a significant obstacle to my grand ambitions, and you can fulfill your role as a loyal servant." She is Gin, the former general of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Her voice is full of contempt, truly a shame for a warrior, a wounded body trying to regulate your breathing with each word she speaks. Moreover, if not burdened by that weight, you could light the final path without regret. He responded with a truly ridiculous reply. Gin chuckled with delight. "A servant of a king cannot die without regret when facing a rebel." "Yes, you are right." Immediately she rushed quickly to his side. Facing him directly, she smiled and spoke. "But only when the one you serve truly deserves to be called a king." Jin's hands frantically rushed toward him. Big Kyo looked at the girl lying behind him, her face covered with many red marks. The attack rushed toward him and blood spurted out instantly. Seizing the moment, Jin further displayed his contempt. A loyal but useless servant, how pathetic and pitiful he is. That blow struck him right in the chest. He grimaced in pain while she looked smug. If I hadn't blocked the attack with my body, the princess's life would have been cut short. Galing keeps rambling on, but this prolonged display, I don't see any meaning in it other than proving his pathetic loyalty, ultimately only delaying death for a few more seconds. Baiki spat out a mouthful of blood. That wound was fatal. A voice interrupted between the two. "That's right." Sio appears from behind, filled with anger, and delivers a powerful kick to her body, energy radiating outward. Sio delivered a powerful kick combined with dark wind magic, but was swiftly countered by someone grabbing his legs with both hands. Sio immediately reacts, his eyes shining as he kicks forward with full force, aiming straight at her head for a direct attack. Sio frowns at his opponent's somewhat provocative words. "I wonder who this is." Our esteemed guest has finally arrived. Arong's mouth sneered contemptuously, blood flowing from his severe wounds. "Nice to meet you." Galing raised her hand to channel her energy, her eyes shining like a beast, and slowly said, "I've been looking forward to meeting you." Suddenly, someone from behind grabbed her tightly, causing her to panic. Jin's face is furious, her body covered with white scars. After that attack, she was seriously injured, and the pain spread like a spreading wound throughout her body. Sio continuously delivers successive kicks aimed directly at her, with a determined look in his eyes. Bio beside him shouts, "Don't resist uselessly." He looked at you with urgent concern, then threw it away as far as possible. Sio roughly grabbed Gin by the collar, his furious eyes using all his strength to throw her. A hole in the wall was shattered by the force, cracking wide open. Galing was thrown dozens of miles away by the power, with dust and smoke billowing up. Aio gradually calmed down, taking a deep breath in a state of extreme exhaustion, his body already severely wounded from the fight, Bio coughing up blood nonstop. Sio anxiously kept asking about him, "Are you okay?" Big Yo's voice trembling,
trying to reassure Seo, I am fine. I was only stabbed, but not in a life-threatening way. But you seem different from what I thought. I think we've met before. When did we meet? I don't remember. Now, another scene unfolds. A fierce fight between two men. He recounts that yesterday you were not in your usual state. Perhaps that's why you dared to oppose the king. Hearing this, I also remember now. Turns out, upon reflection, maybe we have met before. So you are General Bio, right? With pale skin, sharp teeth, and a red cloak. Bio also didn't hesitate to reveal more, saying that an old woman described you that way, saying that if I found you, General, you would stay with me until the end. Seo looked around anxiously. At first, the old woman was supposed to be outside. I thought she was over there, but the person lying over there is Gong Run, right? You look at her, the girl in poor health, as if she's been poisoned or something. Bio lowers his gaze, hesitating for a moment, then clenches his teeth in guilt. After he regained his composure, he finally told the truth. I don't really know either. The last two demons in the final round used tricks, their words tinged with gratitude. Unlike your majesty, you have been overwhelmed and cannot do anything. Our skills seem to have no effect on me or anyone else. Bio involuntarily looked up, directing his gaze at the princess. Except for hearing a voice coming from somewhere. His body trembled, as if being controlled, and suddenly stood up. The princess said this, and Bio looked worried. I rushed to take her to safety but couldn't get out in time, so I had to stay here. Now listen carefully with the old woman and the princess. Both of them are once again stunned by the unexpected scene. Another monster emerges from Bio's chest, causing his already weakened body to hurt even more. It follows the dull light gouged into his body as the blade slips out. Seo, witnessing this scene unfold before its eyes, was terrified. It quickly rushed over and bit off Taiyu's hand. You were a bit cautious then and managed to react. Bio collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The situation is getting more tense. Evading is the only way. If I can't avoid it, everything will be over. You see him start to ask, are you okay if you can move? Before he could finish speaking, he looked ahead with a tense expression as the opponent spoke. Maybe he's not okay. The female leader of the dark faction steps in and gently pats his head. It takes many monsters to break a soul of his caliber. Bio's condition is hardly hopeful. He's already a zombie, and even if he survives, he'll never be himself again. She appears once more with her pet by her side and proclaims herself. Now, let's continue the introduction. We haven't finished yet. I am Galing, one of the 3 generals of this palace and the one who has caused you a lot of trouble. She speaks with a very arrogant tone. I am sure I sent a child named Bon to serve you diligently. Oh, is that so? I already killed him. You're saying that now with an arrogant look on your face. Maybe you're not good at choosing subordinates, or you don't have much favor. His attitude and skills are extremely poor. Gulling replied with a smug look, which is a pity because his lineage and his father's position forced him to make the right choice. It seems those things don't guarantee talent. Thank you for helping me handle this. Galing looked at Seo with a hint of praise. Compared to him, you are truly outstanding. Even at a young age, you have a spirit as if refined for 100 years. The boy replied with a smile. I don't know what that spirit is, but if it takes 100 years to acquire it, then that's your problem. She laughed out loud and said, You're not very good at provoking others, are you? No matter what, you seem very excited, but an opponent with perceptive eyes won't be easily provoked like that. She casually offers advice, saying, if you want to chase someone off your path, provoke them briefly and clearly. For example, you strain to listen to what she says. Still surprised that the father of the mixed-race child Choi Seo is still alive. Seo, half-believing, stammers and asks, What? You were still stunned when a source of power suddenly attacked you from ahead. Reacting quickly, you dodged to the side, but couldn't avoid it completely because of its speed, and it cut into your arm. The beast lunged straight at the trembling prisoner on the verge of death, and Seo reached out to grab its tail, blocking the attack. Seo once again had to use dark magic to catch it from behind. He turned around at the sound, eyes wide with surprise. Galing seizes the opening to attack him. A kick sends Seo flying into the air. A huge explosion occurs, destroying the entire roof of the city, and then Seo is injured in the nose. A continuous stream of thoughts floods in, attacking from below. This woman knows how to deal with a demon. Without hesitation, the next attack is coming again. Jin's beast tightly wraps around his remaining arm and looks at Seo. Seo uses a spell to summon a black sword and cuts off his own arm. He then kicks it away with his foot into the middle of the scene. The sword swings toward Gin's head. She glances at him. Their powers collide, unleashing a burst of energy that sparks a blaze across the sky. You escape the explosion with a determined look. What the hell is that? The images connect together, with Seo linking the events strongly. The strike from behind was actually from the general at that time.
That must be a cursed martial art, not just power. When my fist lands, I feel the opponent's body being devastated inside. You look a little worried as you gaze ahead, swinging your demon blade with all your strength, thinking that if you don't win this battle, you'll die. At this moment, you recall your thoughts and feel the tremor through your fingertips. It could be about attacking and defending, but not about attacking and causing harm. How is that possible? She seemed to read Sio's thoughts and responded, "Do you want to know if I can still move?" Then Chi was prompted by a hole in the ground, as her words suggested. "If I want to face you, I have to mock your stupidity and hit you in the head. I don't see you as an enemy because the child you met already told you. So if you ask either of the two questions you're probably thinking of right now, I will give you an answer. First, how could you possibly hurt me?" Sio's whole body trembled as he maintained his demon form to fight. Is the second question you might try to avoid thinking about really whether your father is still alive. She continues to manipulate your mind, which is unfortunate because she doesn't know half of your lineage. Someone like you, who is an elf, wouldn't even know who your father is. Sio struggles to remind himself that it's probably just a fabrication. An elf from the Dragon Palace wouldn't know anything about his father. She kept using words to invade Sio's mind. You grew up with fights between humans, right? Galing spoke up to dispel that thought. Even in the past, when you lived as a human, you had your reasons to doubt. Sio now remembers his past self. About the demon blood flowing through his body. Surely he thought of that every time he felt the demon blood blending with human blood to gain strength. At that time, Sio was young and full of questions about his father. Could it be that your father, who has the blood of a demon, is actually just an ordinary person? Even if you didn't question his death, you still suspect something else. Is that the only strange thing? Since ancient times, rare cases have been recorded where humans and demons interbred, with the offspring called half-demons. But by the third and fourth generations, as they continued to mix with humans, they gradually weakened until they became just humans. This is the scene where Sio accidentally becomes a disciple. It was the first time your master found you and brought you to Yoguri, and you didn't even know about spiritual energy, let alone cursed magic. The image of your master's grandfather appears with glowing purple eyes. From any monster's perspective, you are just a human, and the chance of your bloodline awakening is extremely small. The event where you face a blind monster cowardly, pushing you to the brink of death in front of a series of monsters. If no awakening had occurred, he would have simply killed an unworthy human. After that remark, there is an image of you naked, heavily wounded, and unconscious. The land-based monster law should have shaken his position. Hearing this, Sio's eyes became bewildered. If he wasn't sure about your awakening, and if you truly were chosen because of your bloodline, could this have happened from the very beginning? Jin said this with a sinister smile. He also has a reason like mine. The last and greatest demon. My father's lineage is not human. Sio was lost in his own reasoning, constantly questioning himself. Why has your family's bloodline only been discovered now? A superior spirit named Bayon from 666 years ago. The two face each other. She doesn't hesitate to recount her old master's story, but doesn't tell you these truths. If you come from a good bloodline, knowing about it wouldn't be harmful. Section G, Lin gently approaches. It shouldn't be too hard to find out. She reveals the truth to persuade Siu and the others, or perhaps there has been some disagreement between your father and the land-based demon, who is your master. Maybe your father is still alive and healthy, and he's afraid that if they meet, a lie will be exposed. She's hinting at the shadow of someone else, like the lie you already know. Choi Siu is the only love that remains. Sio's face darkened. Ji Lin keeps teasing her. I never said you were stupid. I advise you to seek sincerity from those who have deceived you from the beginning. Soon she reached out her hand to you like a savior. If you want to know the answer to your second question, I swear before the mother of the entire clan that I will tell you everything without lies. I will support you as a member of the clan and the Dragon Palace, so you can become part of the rebirth of the Dragon Palace. He was convinced that the seduction plan had succeeded. Galing seemed confident that she had the upper hand. So at this moment, a power like lightning bolts appeared. What the Galing wall soldier lacked was the understanding that she herself was a demon and could never comprehend the mind of a human boy named Choi Sio. The key to persuasion shouldn't be doubt about the land-based demon, but rather focus on a curious human boy about his father. She may have achieved her goal, but as a demon, it was an impossible task from the start, so his hesitation turned into determination, giving him more time to focus. She straightened up and concluded, everything is just futile. Hearing this, he felt incredibly angry. Nothing in the cursed magic of the monster can harm this body unless someone has been trained with special cursed magic. The power of fate, the black sword in his hand emitted sharp sparks that scraped against each other with a screeching sound. Seo prepared to attack her, and Gin's beast sensed the deadly aura and charged forward to attack. Seo's mood is agitated, his eyes shining like a beast. He swings his dark sword and cuts her beast in half. At this moment, Gin was stunned that with just one strike, he had killed her beast in a single blow. If I had to choose, I would pick the first one, but there's no need to answer. Seo, filled with killing intent, declared to make her understand. I will not be shaken by anything and will do it myself, even if it means giving the wrong answer. The scene shifts to another location, a hotel near the sea, about 3 hours before Seo and Yuzuin entered the Dragon Palace. Seo was surprised by the hotel breakfast. Oh, so breakfast at the hotel is a buffet? I thought it was room service, like in the movies. Yuzuin then teased, "You really are a country bumpkin." Actually, so am I. Yusin adjusts his jacket and says that if there's a convenience store on the way, he'll buy rice balls and drinks. Even if Longkung is hosting guests, I have no idea what they will be served. Seo agrees. That's fine too. Then you continued speaking to Yusin. Do you not have any other clothes? I'm going as your servant, so wearing formal clothes would be a bit strange, but, well, it's just a bit. Yusin calmly replied, just keep wearing it. You're not there to make an impression. Although a bit sloppy, the quality of your hat and outfit isn't too bad. Seeing Seo in that attire, Yuin couldn't help but be surprised and exclaim, "Why do you look like a homeless person?" Seo also admits it. See? You think so too. If I have to wear it, I will. But a voice confirming, "Yeah, that's the outfit I prepared for you." She also explained the reason for preparing the outfit. There was no other choice but to buy my blouse, which was made for women, since the young master and his friend are much taller. John is on the phone with Yusin. She said that in a rush she made a suit from leftover fabric. If you don't like the style, I apologize. Yusin, annoyed, rubbed her temples as she listened to John's voice on the phone, and she explained, "I told the young master to do this because he's very skillful." Yushin, giving up, responded, "No, I was just asking. Thank you for trying. You understand the reason, so you decide it will be like this." In his mind, he recalls John's words. I objected, but of course you still wouldn't listen. No matter what I said, the young master did what he wanted. Just remember, I warned you. Xiao then focused on Yusin's outfit and asked, "Hey, first of all, your clothes need to be different, right? But at the same time, they should also resemble Hanbok a little." Yin also responded, "Yeah, that's right, isn't it?" You hear that and immediately clasp your hands together, focusing as you speak. Changing from a brown outfit to a green one, Seo turns and asks, "Is this okay? Who gave me this?" I was told it's a monster's treasure, but I don't see what's so amazing about it. When I put it on, I didn't feel any difference. You remember your fierce battles and speak up. The first time I wore it, I thought it was broken and useless, but the clothes left no trace at all. Seo also looked around in surprise, but after putting them on again, they still looked as good as new. You seem happy just watching it recover on its own. I'm impressed. Yusin hesitated for a moment, then said, "You know?" "It's okay," Seo interrupted before finishing his sentence. He smiled softly, accepting that truth. Maybe it wasn't intentional, but it's no surprise that she doesn't like me. Even though you say it's the price of being here, you still have to do dangerous work because of me. Seo's words show genuine sincerity. Even someone as strong as Sehua has to respect that. You say you can do it, but honestly, I'm sorry for putting you in such danger. Yushin scratches his head, sighs, and then speaks. It's good that you feel grateful and guilty, but honestly, even though it's complicated, it's not really dangerous, at least not for me. I explained to the other person that no matter how deep the resentment, it's just a soul without a proper body, right? Seo was a bit surprised and replied, "But I heard Yushin looked you straight in the eyes and said that because they have no physical body, they are more dangerous or something like that, which is also true for monsters." Seo listened to his friend's explanation. After all, ghosts and monsters are a bit different. When a creature with a strong attachment dies, its soul still exists. That's what we usually call a ghost, mostly a human who has passed away. Yusin explains in detail so you understand that if they are not purified or exercised in time and gather enough strength, they will take on a physical form and become monsters or vengeful spirits. In other words, it becomes weaker. Seo listened carefully to your words, surprised. You are a half-demon, so you should know that you can use primordial magic as a form of superpower. But you are still a demon, a creature with a physical form. But demons are different. Even wandering spirits cannot be killed with mere physical strength, unless you use exorcism, a technique that can harm the soul body. In theory, even a nuclear missile couldn't do anything. That's why a specialized attack is needed. That's the expertise of a shaman, not a monster. Yuin glanced to the left and said, "Most ghosts aren't a major threat to either monsters or shamans, unless I simply don't need to complicate things.
You could even do it right now. The streams of energy radiating from them, as you described, are enough to chase away or completely erase wandering spirits with just a hint of aura. Exorcism is reserved for higher-level ghosts. The stronger they are, the easier it is. You continued analyzing. Those spirits, as you said, have physical forms. They don't choose that way. It's a natural phenomenon, like a balance, and if they become too strong in the form of a soul, they will turn into vengeful spirits and have the weaknesses of a spiritual body. Then you reminded Co that asking me to perform a banishing ritual by destroying the soul would be a violation of that law. From what you explained, it's possible to imagine that a true exorcist for a ghost with strong resentment or soul-level energy, artificially suppressed to prevent it from having a soul, must be a genuine exorcist. And even if they know how to do it, exorcising or cleansing is still very difficult. Yusin, opening the fridge, said the most effective way is to seal them off. Isolating the soul by trapping it in an object or a place, like radioactive waste, releasing control, or burying it is better than destroying it, right? Then he took out evidence of that monster called the flower car. She knew she was caught up in something. Maybe she understands the art of the sorcerer because she tried to handle it herself. Asking the fridge for answers continues. However, for some reason, I've heard that many monsters use exorcism to wipe out demons, as if the sorcerer's magic is a secret weapon designed for that purpose. Yu tosses the coffee can to Co, glances at him, and says, "There aren't many sorcerers. Only 2 monsters survived the magic. Fortunately, there was a monster who knew what it was doing. A second disaster could have happened if they had done it half-heartedly. You're talking about Gonzong. The fact that she knows she needs a sorcerer and tools to seal the soul is proof that she understands this." Co caught the coffee can Yusin just threw and asked, I don't remember clearly. According to what I was told, she is the ghost you're talking about. Maybe that's why you know so much about it." Yu opens another can of water and then answers the question. "It seems we have a good relationship. I will avoid that monster as much as possible. Even if we have to fight later, you won't get along with it." Co also opens a can of coffee. Not understanding, he asks again why she is a ghost when he said she had a physical body. Isn't that pretty much the same as an ordinary monster? Yu politely asks for the can of water to be poured into his mouth. You admit that you were right about that monster. You confirm everything you've just said. Unless she has reached the spiritual level. The ghost whale? The ghost whale. It appears as a skeleton found around the East Sea, including Japan's Senkaku Islands. No single warrior can kill it. And then, not only the person who saw the whale, but the entire neighborhood and family all died from the plague. The ghost whale is not a species. It is a monster. The soul of a whale killed by humans is only one, called Galing, a name given to a unique and singular entity. She is about 1,000 years old, and before becoming a monster, her age as an original soul can be traced back to ancient times. Co was worried. He glanced around, his mind racing, thinking that just a little his tone would change. Maybe because she didn't expect him to break it. There is a trembling skeleton there, just as I suspected. I gazed down with a serious expression to evaluate her. She is a restless spirit, and this is a special case. As Yusin said, Co poured his power into the sword. He trusted it. If this sword could do its job well, he could win. Galing with a wound on her face says, "That I told you that the superior hammer is more flexible than any primordial technique." Blood is flowing from both sides of her eyes. Galing looked up at you and said, "I didn't expect even the properties of a severed soul could be realized." Co didn't hear those words and rushed quickly toward her. "Your speed is so fast it's overwhelming." Galing doesn't move in response to your actions. Using the source of his power, he appeared. Co's hand struck her face. "Lucky," he managed to dodge. Her blood splattered onto your face. He couldn't help but think to himself that he had managed to dodge it. Co remembered what Yusin had said, that when a restless spirit reaches the level of a soul, it partially surpasses the limits of the spiritual body. You squeeze the can of water tightly in your hand and explain that they are still bound to the soul body, but almost immune to its damage. Yusin then shows you how to fight it. Besides dealing damage to the spiritual body, if you don't hit the soul during exorcism, no matter how hard you hit, it will be useless. You tell Co everything you know. From a mage's perspective, this is when things get a little more complicated, because besides exorcising, you also have to win in battle against a spiritual-level monster that cannot fight, requiring tools and sealed exorcisms. With level spirits, defeating exorcism spells doesn't require high levels. However, for monsters with means of exorcism that make it a straightforward strength contest, spirits are much easier to defeat. Co was surprised by what he just heard. Whatever it is, if I don't know how to exorcise it, I wouldn't know the answer. Yusin makes a suggestion. You might encounter them more often in the Dragon Palace. In that case, you can step back and let me handle it.
You also agree. Yeah, it's frustrating not to be able to win no matter what I do. Yushin asked for your help. If you think about it, you could teach me some Taoist techniques, but I wouldn't be able to master them right away.
But it's worth learning for the future. You were confused when you heard Seo answer.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Super Hoa to teach me once she's feeling better. If it's a fundamental spell to deal with vengeful spirits, Hoa should know.
At that moment, he looked at the coffee can and thought to himself that perhaps Seo didn't have much knowledge or skill in exorcism at this time. However, there was only one possibility that he could do something similar to exorcism. The original form of the Demon's Club is surrounded by white and has red marks. After awakening the monster bloodline, he has only used it twice. Unlike other techniques that came naturally since he first learned them, this is still something Seo cannot control at will. Along with combat, Seo, following Xiaohui's advice, remains cautious when using primordial magic. However, each demand is understood intuitively and in combat. It manifests as overwhelming explosive power, while in its original form, it represents the emotions and drive to harm enemies. Omaya. As Seo lunged forward, Galing quickly retreated, cutting down her opponent with exhaustion clearly visible on her face. A blade forged from a single purpose. The boy believed in his strength, causing even the two stubborn men he could never normally reach to bleed, and it led to an unexpected outcome. Seo brandished his sword, and Gin was cut so deeply he bled. He lowered his body, already planning shallow schemes in his mind.
The next move will surely make him raise his voice. Those words are like a curse, and each step forward is the blood of those left behind.
You are surprised by what she said, and it weighs heavily on you. Bon appears behind you with a terrifying expression. Her words still echo as another burden deep in the soul. With her face battered and swollen, she sticks out her long tongue and says to you, "I got you." Seo quickly used his elbow to push her away, causing Bon to be knocked back by his move. She was in pain, her body trembling. He was terrified of the current situation. Grinding his teeth, he watched as Bon spat out a lot of greenish slime. Seo quickly dodged that filthy substance and then charged forward, cutting her in half. Bon gradually disappears with the slash, while Seo turns back to see her transforming, his mind still lost in thought. Unlike an illusion, I can feel a sensation that almost doesn't exist compared to reality. Moreover, I remember the move of that dirty impurity. The attack that just brushed past was clearly real and energetic. Galing, who has been watching all along, spoke up. That is the child's lingering resentment clinging to her. Seeing that she is not as strong as I thought, maybe you are not the one who took her life. She stands on high ground and says, "If that is a murder revenge, she won't fall just from a single sword strike. No matter how sharp it is, perhaps this is for the best." A ring formed by blood appears, with tears from Gin's blood flowing down to create that circle. There are countless enemies to show that it's not just her, a sorcerer to soothe wandering spirits at sea, because that is the role of this body. Galing recites a curse spell, calling the spirits of the sea. Seo was there earlier, stunned to hear her say she summoned a white whale. A white whale with a scarred human body appears. It opened its mouth wide and charged straight at him. Seo anxiously looked behind, where Bigyo was in pain and the princess was unconscious. Without hesitation, he grit his teeth and prepared to fight it. The white whale charged straight at where he was standing. But what happened next surprised Gin. Seo entered the whale's body, and his power seeped inside. That power spread from the head to the tail of the whale. Galing saw this, raised the bracelet, and began to chant. Seo creates a circle of power around the white whale. Galing, with his chanting technique, summons many different fish but is suddenly charged at by him. Seo's move caused a massive explosion, destroying many things within it. Suddenly, Gen was wrapped around by his power. Seo slowly spoke. "You can't do any harm with that," and then charged forward with the ropes in hand, challenging her. But when it comes to binding abilities, Seo can do it. He quickly creates a tangled web of ropes to lift Galing up. Choi's strike. Seo quickly cuts off her body. In a brief moment, both of their actions seemed to slow down. They quickly landed on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Choi Seo nervously glances at Gin, who is bleeding continuously. Galing's body keeps emanating a stream of energy. This scene forces me to stay alert. I still have enough mental and physical strength, and although I am far from perfect, I can still unleash all my power one more time. Choi Seo frowned, but he looked at the spear without understanding why I can't recover. Right now, with only my upper body remaining, I can read your thoughts, and I reply that it's because you lack something. Obsession is fundamentally madness in the pursuit of something. An emotionless idea that, no matter how intense, is just a fleeting flame in emptiness. Hearing what Galing said, Choi Seo had to startle and stop. If you poured all your emotions into that sword, it wouldn't even have a scratch after 100 strikes.
She doesn't hesitate to point out your flaws, but you completely suppress your emotions, and as a result, you've created a dead end. You're afraid, aren't you? Jilin continued. You're not ready for that level. You can push everything to the limit. But once you do, you won't be able to stop anymore. Choi Seo remains silent, his face full of caution, not responding to Galing's words, knowing it's not easy to hold back. That's admirable, but I don't think she's as comfortable as she appears. Maybe what I need to pay attention to is the blood. He kept reasoning, like a carriage using its nails, or Xiao Hui plucking hair to activate their power. Perhaps the opponent's blood is also a catalyst to trigger their special magic. Choi Seo assumed a highly focused defensive stance, with perhaps only 1 or 2 more strikes left. His gaze fixed on the blood continuously flowing from her, even after a deep cut to her lower abdomen seemed to have no effect. She didn't even try to protect that area. The more I think about Seo, the more I frown. This could mean that her core energy is not in her lower abdomen, or might not even exist. If so, the most important target to aim for is suddenly what catches your attention as you look down at the floor, where the blood keeps spreading. Xiu is stunned as she realizes Gin's blood is increasing and approaching her. Suddenly, her blood reaches and touches her foot. Gailing said nothing, which made me panic and step back quickly. Ta's blood continued to flow down Choi Seo's leg. Gailing suddenly increased the amount of blood around her and swelled up. You just landed on the roof of a nearby house and are confused by this action. A cocoon appears and envelops Gailing, causing Choi Seo to feel a surge of suspicion in his mind. A cocoon, the changes on the ground are not an attack. It could be a trap, but I can't delay any longer. He faces an uncertain situation with no clear answer. Staring intently at the cocoon, he can't afford to delay any longer, so Choi Seo leaps forward toward it. As always, his reaction is to face it head on, and he's getting closer and closer to that cocoon. Choi Seo gritted his teeth and charged to cut the cocoon into pieces. Only then did he stop the attacker. He realizes 2 things with his slash. Choi Seo stands still, looking at the pools of blood, his own blood, red and covering the ground, not aiming to attack him. The cocoon is tearing apart, and the enemy's transformation has begun and completed at the same time, with her appearing on the left ready to attack you. Quickly realizing this, you dodge. Just as he was about to strike back, Gailing caught his arm tightly and the girl started rambling. The overwhelming power of the monsters comes from the land they rose from, so I sealed it by staining it with my blood. Choi Seo clenched his teeth, trying to pull back but unable. But that can't be all of your strength. Gailing then raised her leg to strike directly at his head. My strike was so powerful that you staggered backward and Choi Seo's nose started bleeding. Even if you are a demon, I am still a general guarding this palace. Gailing shows arrogance in front of his own strength. If I can't subdue someone like you with strength, isn't that truly ridiculous? You don't care about what I've been saying and tighten your other hand to attack, but before you can do anything, Jilin hits you in the chest. In the stillness of the air, I continue to speak. That's right. Galin's hand tightly grips Choi Seo's. If General Dong is excluded, any other official in this palace would have been defeated long ago. Even after I stopped you from touching the ground, you can still endure this much. The title of War Demon is truly well-deserved. Oh, I see your pathetic state that you can't even stand up and I feel pity. But still, this is who you are now. A soul is just a root that relies on tricks so much that it cannot defeat a vengeful spirit that exists for only a day. Choi Seo's body trembles and bleeds endlessly, yet he still aspires to become the Demon King. The lights suppress the anger of all the monsters. It's truly a vain and arrogant dream, at least for you. Jin sneers contemptuously. Being strong and imposing your will on others are worlds apart. You know better than anyone that you lack the qualities necessary for that. I keep trying to break Choi Seo's will. You must have seen how exhausted you are, chasing an ideal you deep down know doesn't exist, deceiving yourself along the way. The limits of the container you have are smaller than you think. From Gin's words, it seems that I don't really care about the purpose of his words and even look down on them a little. I don't know why you participated in this palace martial arts tournament, but I can guess it's not for any noble goal. Maybe it's because someone has traveled with you, or someone you want to help or save has brought you here. You are a good and ordinary person. Even if others are your kind, you are more suited to caring for those close to you than for strangers you have never met. I am merely tempting you, but is there anything wrong with that? Not many can truly pursue such ideals, detached from personal feelings. That is why you serve someone who can do those things, offering your loyalty in exchange for what you desire. So what do you need? Galing extends his remaining hand, wanting Seo to come under the prince's command. Power, influence, or treasure. Whatever you seek when you come to the Dragon Palace,
As an arm of the new Dragon King, I can give it to you.
She doesn't hesitate to praise him to sweeten the deal. In return, serve him alongside me. He is like a sister born with the ability to oversee and dominate both land and sea, unbound by petty emotions or feelings. Offer your loyalty to him and enjoy what you truly desire. Gin's finger slowly lifts Choi Sio's chin. You could even become a governor, ruling over a vast territory, not just an island. Jin seems quite pleased, and that will make it much easier to achieve your desires than becoming a demon king. Contrary to my wishes, you became even angrier and looked at Gin with deadly intent. But then, in that brief moment, freezing Gary wasn't about killing intent. Choi Sio and I are now like grasshoppers devouring a butterfly, with no emotion or hostility, only a single purpose present. You are like a grasshopper, intent on swallowing the prey before your eyes, and your cold, calculated process is solely focused on achieving it. As a mammal with developed intelligence and emotions before reincarnating as a monster, Garyon instinctively feels a sense of revulsion. Galing also gradually senses this and quickly pulls back in fear, but the predator does not let it go. Hoyu also plants one foot on the ground to stand up, then kicks her in the stomach, closing the distance between himself and Galing. A powerful kick sends Choi Sio flying backward to escape my grip. Galing quickly regains his footing. She was confused by his actions. This was completely incomprehensible. In Galing's hand was his severed arm. I was expecting resistance and defiance, but you gave up your only chance to win. She looks at you with one hand bleeding non-stop and advises, if you think about running away, I must say that possibility is almost zero. Choi Sio looked down, then back up at Galang. Tui Thankit is a technique you will use. It involves inserting a refined spike into the body to enhance movement, but its drawback is the destruction of internal organs due to recoil. Unlike magic that relies on a monster's instincts and intuition, Sai has adjusted the point of no return for this technique based on past experience. The maximum he can use without destroying his body is about 10 times. If the strike hits the target accurately, it can definitely leave a significant mark on a spirit-level monster. But it will cause the body to stiffen for a brief few seconds that cannot be avoided. Previously, Choi Sio had defeated her with this move at an output of 5 to 7 times. This technique can ensure an initial attack advantage against a spiritual-level monster, but lacks the power to cause damage unless used continuously. Even though the stiffening only lasts a few seconds, it is still significant enough to make a difference in a high-pressure battle. Doubling or tripling the output allows Sio to maintain a continuous attack, but when lacking a foundation, his current output is the maximum he can sustain for continuous movement. Without further ado, he quickly disappears from Galing's sight. Suddenly, Choi Sio appears right in front of her and strikes. He unleashes 4 times his body's strength in relentless attacks. Galing is on the defensive, only able to try to block with his hands. For him to move like that in this state is truly impressive. Anyway, that's not a level of strength or speed that is threatening and can't dispel evil. He must know this means nothing to me. She couldn't help but be confused by this action. He wouldn't last long with such effort. So what is the purpose of all this? The scene shifts inside Choi Sio's mind to a room where he stands by a water pool, sighs, then extends a hand and says, "All right, then I'll take action, and I'll moan." Tiny Huai sat in front of Choi Sio, holding a candle in her right hand, gripping her own wrist to cast a spell with a strand of hair. The spell summoned a gust of wind that extinguished the candle in her hand. Seeing that, Xiao Hui praised him, saying, "Not bad, controlling your output at this level after just half a day of training shows you have potential." But as she was speaking, Choi Sio's hand suddenly distorted, crushing him and leaving him speechless. "You still need at least 10 more years to use it effectively." Sio turned pale and stammered in fear, and Xiao Hui also had to reassure him. Did I do something wrong?" "No, you didn't do anything wrong." She propped her chin with her hand and explained what she just said. "You just performed the heavenly wind strike exactly as I taught, and your arm is just the result of that. The magic you achieve is different from innate magic, relying on learning rather than bloodline. However, to cast it, part of the caster's body must be sacrificed like an offering, which only those who reach mastery in magic have learned to do. It is possible to cast spells with a sacrifice so minor that it is hardly noticeable. For monsters lacking those skills and talents, they must prepare to sacrifice significant losses each time they cast, returning to the previous battle where you clenched your teeth and launched continuous attacks. The 4 times output is a fiery blow that overwhelms the opponent's maximum strength. A 10-fold body strike is unleashed. Galing, caught off guard, is hit by the divine wind punch. Sacrifice means using the entire body to attack. Choi Sio becomes crazed and fights fiercely. You jump up and strike with a kick. Even as your limbs weaken, Choiseo pays no mind and focuses entirely on attacking Gin. If it's a limb you can no longer use, there's no reason to hesitate in using it for a decisive strike. The level of Heavenly Wind Strike is just enough to be called an attack. This caused her to be unable to hold on, and she lost the hand holding your truncheon. All Seo wanted was a little spiritual power to create a brief but special opportunity. Choiseo also reached out to grab the truncheon and struck Jin hard on the head. This place is now flooded with my blood and suddenly begins to shake because of Choiseo's actions. Your spear is dripping with blood. Galing stiffened and muttered something. Her gaze remains the same as before, then suddenly flickers out. Choiseo, with his body exhausted and only his right arm trembling on the ground, shivers uncontrollably. You are exhausted, but try to lift your head to check the situation. Galing is sprawled on the ground, bleeding heavily. At this point, Choiseo finally felt at ease as she pressed her face to the ground. I've won. I've always pushed myself too hard, but it seems this time I've gone beyond my limits. You lie still, feeling indescribable. Honestly, I don't even have the strength to move. It feels like all my senses have gone numb. I've forced myself to unleash my power 10 times in a row, so it's no wonder. Suddenly, a large shadow covered half of the face, startling Choiseo. Although she was defeated earlier, now she could stand up with a completely different body size. His whole body trembled violently as he glanced at Gin, muttering strange words. She then stared fixedly at Choiseo and spoke to herself. He trembled, trying to feel the overwhelming fear, but still couldn't move his body. Then Galing struck at Choiseo. She looked at the place billowing with dust and smoke, but inside there was no sign of you, only a shattered patch of floor. Kira Yoshihiro now stood in front of Galing, sighed deeply, and almost died. Seeing him appear, Choiseo was so shocked he couldn't close her mouth. A person who always claims to be cautious, yet acts like this? I almost stood still in horror, witnessing a scene that will haunt me for life. But honestly, that was truly a vengeful spirit with deep grudges. After losing its body, you thought it would transcend peacefully, but it still clings on so fiercely. Galing emits a terrifyingly powerful energy, and even if it means disappearing completely, it still fights back. It has lived long enough and once held a high status, but its actions are utterly devoid of any dignity. My body is so large that Gin's shadow can cover them all. He frowns and lets out a sigh. She's no longer using that strange language now. It's so annoying. To both of their surprise, Gin keeps rambling. Cursed creatures, terrifying and filthy, unaware of their own limits. Falling into the sea and the sky stained with my blood is the mother of the ocean's lament. The echo keeps cursing you. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. I never expected that a Kajira would hold a position of power in the Dragon Palace. She bitterly opened her mouth. I will keep crying until all of you are destroyed. At this moment, Choiseo suddenly froze, worried about the swelling on Kira Yoshihiro's body, but he didn't seem to care much. Your face is fine, even though it looks cursed. It's not a very strong curse. Suddenly, a lightning strike came down. It seemed to aim at Galing, piercing straight through my head. Kira Yoshihiro confidently reassures Choiseo that banishing a residual evil spirit is our specialty. Nearby, Kira Yuzuru, holding his weapon, sighs. From the angle of the wound, the attack came from where she was standing. Kira Yuzuru frowned, and Galing also turned back toward her. Without hesitation, Kira Yuzuru firmly grasped his weapon and cast the lightning spell to purify. Knowing staying would be dangerous, he quickly jumped up and took the boy away. A ring of lightning magic appeared right above her head, and that ring also emitted flashes of lightning. She begins to cast that spell, the 6 layers of wound judgment. A large number of lightning bolts strike Galing. This scene makes Seo marvel. Isn't it wonderful, Jurison? Does it feel different from last time? My sister, as a mage influenced greatly by her environment, once said that. The blisters on Kira Yoshihiro's face also gradually disappeared. But the main reason is probably because of this opponent. It's the remnants of the vengeful spirit that she defeated. A soul that should have left long ago, but is forcing itself to stay alive, constantly suffering and crying out if it gets stuck somewhere good for about 10 years. Maybe the story is different from that of an experienced exorcist. It's just a wandering soul causing trouble. He looked at Kira Yuzuru, focusing on the attack, and, in fact, at this point, Kira Yoshihiro chuckled softly, making you stare in surprise, as it seemed she just wanted to look cooler without needing any fancy techniques. The magic circle gradually disappeared, leaving only a smoking crater on the ground. For now, I feel more at ease seeing Kira Yoshihiro. I'm glad you saved me, but luckily both you and Yuzuru-san are safe. Did the rebels try to persuade you? At this point, he immediately smiled. Persuading? If you want to call it persuasion, then fine. Kira Yoshihiro recalls the conversation with them. At first I thought the first round had ended so quickly, but clearly that's not the case. Their sudden arrival startled both sisters. They arrived in a swarm like ants and started speaking non-stop. The leader spoke arrogantly, "If you surrender peacefully, I will spare your lives. We will cut off this young man's limbs and use him as a message to declare the rise of the Dragon King to the lands across the archipelago. You, with your body gradually recovering, listen in stunned silence." At that moment, I didn't understand what was happening, so I thought I'd listen in while pretending to agree. But he remembered how they didn't hesitate to make demands that made Kira Yoshihiro stop in his tracks. The woman will become the first offering presented to the new Dragon King. She will serve him. He broke out in a cold sweat, glancing at her with a contemptible look. This is an honor beyond measure. At that moment, Kira Yuzuru was so furious that he let out a cold, murderous breath. Kira Yoshihiro recounted this with a shy scratch of his head. Whether it's a monster or a human, communication between beings with senses rarely resolves anything through words. At that moment, thanks to those words, he was beaten so badly he turned black, and there was no time to ask more questions before everything ended. From behind, Kira Yuzuru also stepped in to join the conversation. "You spoke as if there was a chance to talk, but I was suddenly furious and defeated them in my rage. Did it really happen like that? Weren't you the one who wanted me to play with a spirit-level monster and risk causing a disaster?" She has been approaching all this time with a displeased expression, holding Jin's mask in her hand. "Still, I'm glad you're safe. I can't fully repay the kindness from before, but I hope this helps a little." He was speechless and didn't respond. And Choi Seo kept glancing back and forth at both of them. "Just look at how she walks. Like a model, not at all. Thanks to you, I survived. By the way, did you see my friend is on the way here?" Hearing that, Kira Yoshihiro wondered. "If you're talking about Yin, then he's not here, and you don't know where he's gone, right?" "No, I don't think Yusin is in trouble," but before I could finish, Kira Yuzuru interrupted. "It's natural to worry about your friend, but I think we need to prioritize the mission." Her words made both of them temporarily silent. "As I said, when we're in this dragon palace, we're all like prisoners, so the wisest thing is to work together and coordinate." Then Kira Yuzuru shifted back to the main topic. "First, I need information about the size of the rebels. Have they succeeded or not, and what are their goals?" "I still don't know much at the moment." She tucks her hair behind her ear and suggests we should first understand the overall situation before figuring out how to escape. "Finding your whereabouts will be prioritized next." Hearing that, Choi Seo had no choice but to agree. "I understand. So do you have any special information?" "Probably not much more than what I already know." As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed that 2 of the palace guards outside had collaborated with an external force and overpowered the Dragon King. One of the generals we just defeated was part of the rebellion, and the prince of the Dragon Palace is trying to seize the throne by kidnapping the princess. One of the generals who brought the princess to the mountain range from the boundary seems to have a spy who knows how to get out. Oh, it looks like the foreign forces involved in the rebellion are actually demons. This made Kira Yuzuru open his eyes wide and gape, while he sighed and praised with a raised hand. "I see now. Come to think of it. Steen, General, I wonder if he's okay." The scene shifts to another location where the floor is covered with bloodstains. She is sitting in front of a corpse, devouring food when a footsteps approach, causing her to turn around cautiously. That's strange. Why approached and started the story I always enjoy eating, so does that mean even he has some food he doesn't like? No, on the contrary, I can hardly keep my composure because it's mealtime. But do you know that Bi Hyung has placed some kind of spell on both of us? Yin also calmly replied, "I have a feeling, but it's not a spell suppressing power or anything like that when the task is completed." She remembered that moment, in other words, until I handed Tio An Von Lang over to the Crown Prince Long Kung. Neither of us could harm the rebels. That was the binding Bi Hyung had set. Aileen glanced away. Indeed, Bi Hyung, that was a reasonable decision. She recalls the thrill she felt at that moment when Mai La Wai saw the Crown Prince reaching out to take Tio An Von Long. If there were no limits, I would have destroyed Xiao An Wanlong out of impulsiveness alone. His aura, physical strength, even his inner mental state, everything is so perfect it's frightening. Until he took it and withdrew his hand, I lost count of how many times I hesitated before giving it away. Of course, with that limit, it would be a suicidal act. But a single drop of water trickled down, and she shed tears, showing her longing. He was so irresistible that I forgot all boundaries, feeling as if I was holding a paintbrush in front of a pristine white wall.
At that moment, La Yin even radiated energy, but the Crown Prince remained indifferent. Part of me just wished he would turn back and notice me. I exude deadly desire, but he remains unfazed, as if nothing I do can shake him. She watches his back disappear into the distance, but with his guards nearby, the chance is almost impossible. Maybe I risked everything and actually did it? I will definitely do it, even if it's just one chance in a billion. I will still charge in. Yin tightly embraces her own body with excitement. I really intended to do it right then and there, and I understand now. Bloodstains still remain on my lips, I just can't comprehend it. She remembers the prey from earlier, lying within her grasp only to slip away again. No matter how much I think about it, it still doesn't make sense. His eyes are filled with fury as he looks at the body on the ground to protect him from being involved. The limit within me has been activated. Seeing that, she reached out and grabbed something. So the one who escaped was that little girl, Tu Huai. No wonder you're so unhappy the best part got away. Wai's gaze shifts to her hand.
All right, our job here is done. We've also received the reward for the mission.
If I remember correctly, Bi Hyung didn't say anything about not doing anything on the way back. She has 2 chess pieces in her hand, so before returning, I think we can earn a little more. What do you think? Qian just asked, and Wai answered herself. Actually, I probably don't need to ask. I'm glad we're on the same page. Qian moved on to another place, on a flat road. Xiao Hui, breathing heavily and looking around in confusion, finds it strange. In her arms is Soden being carried, and around here are only rocky mountains, yet there is a well-maintained road like this. Could this be the sacred site of the Dragon Palace nearby? Xiao Hui puts her down, I'm not sure, but Soden looked around anxiously and cautiously. I said there are prisons scattered throughout Harian where dangerous criminals are held. Maybe this is the entrance to one of them. Suddenly, she put her hand on her chest, gasping, which made her panic.
A prison? I see, are you okay?
Even though Xiao Hui was exhausted, she still tried to reassure him. I'm really sorry. If you hadn't protected me, you could have avoided this injury. This wound isn't really an injury. I'm just a bit exhausted. She hesitated and apologized, but from now on you have to go alone. Can you move? Of course. Xiao Hui frowned and warned, be careful around you. As soon as he finished speaking, the prince's troops arrived. We can't let both of them escape. Tandu anxiously took responsibility. I apologize, Your Majesty. I ordered the guards to handle the intruders, but it seems they escaped from the nearby arena and came here. One of them is not a terrestrial creature. As you said, the woman on the right is General Bio's daughter. Sodan turned to run, while she stayed behind to hold them off, and on the left appears to be Sun H, a descendant of the traitorous Marquis. Tandu glanced at the followers and suggested, if you allow, I can summon 2 of the 8 generals to make her kneel. Do as you wish. The Crown Prince showed indifference and disdain towards the 2, but I suspect that just 2 generals will be enough to subdue both of them. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Xiao Hui. You know, we can retreat, and it seems like you're just showing off after doing enough. She looked blankly at Yin standing beside her and sighed. Anyway, I might as well interfere myself. Clearly, I was also influenced by Cho Siu. You didn't even have time to greet him before he cut you off. Kim Du. I am just a wandering scholar. Let's stop here. Don't worry about repaying me. Yuan glanced at Xiao Hui. Just need to survive so my intervention won't be in vain. Such arrogance. I mean noble arrogance. A high-status monster. The scene shifts to another moment at the original location where he is now running forward at full speed, looking around silently lamenting that the road is so long and terrible. But in this situation, it becomes an advantage. Yusin furrows his brow and contemplates what is happening. The Prince of Longkung's action is to usurp the throne. However, this process will not be simply carried out through physical violence. Just look at what's happening in our family. Whenever there's internal strife or crises, there are always legal methods to protect the rightful inheritance, and Che Longkung surely has such things. I don't know exactly how they're structured, but their nature probably isn't much different from the system in our family. To remove these protective mechanisms, there must be something valuable. Not a royal treasure or a secret location, but an object symbolizing the right to inherit. Thinking of this, he became worried, meaning that until the Crown Prince completes the treasure hunt, the throne will remain unchanged. So if it were me, Yusin suddenly grits his teeth and curses. Damn it! He quickly slammed on the brakes and stopped. Yusin frowned and turned around irritably. Seeing her behind, gasping for breath non-stop, he was confused. Where do you think you're going? To where, exactly? That's what I wanted to ask. Then, of course, you have to find your teammates to go out together. She kept talking, making him stunned. You can escape on your own, or if you want, you can search the entire Dragon Palace, even if it's a bit embarrassing, but fine, I'll give you the escape card. What are you talking about?
But anyway, I have nothing to worry about here.
What can I really do? Calmly dismissing the earlier words, both escaping and information.
Anyway, I've accepted it, but that doesn't mean I promised anything.
He clenched the sword tightly in his hand. I have no reason to care about your situation. If you're so dissatisfied, and his words make her fall silent for a moment, then try challenging me any time you want. She didn't hesitate to scold her directly, making Yin furious. He also remembered the boy in that moment.
Are you crazy? I've known from the start that I can't beat you.
That's why it's like this. Or do you know for sure that I can't fight back and are deliberately acting like this? That really makes me disappointed. What is this feeling? It's so familiar and annoying. Is it you? She raised her index finger and said straightforwardly, You haven't been able to do anything from the start. I can tell what you're thinking, but her words left him stunned. Are you planning to find the Dragon King to settle something, but it involves him? That's right, isn't it? Although I can't sense it, like Xiao, Yuan also understands who the Dragon King is. Within the territory of the Dragon Palace, he is almost like an untouchable god. If he is disabled in less than an hour, it's definitely not an ordinary fight. It could be due to a ghostly monster, or a curse, or perhaps some special spell binding his power. She finished sharing her thoughts. If only that curse could be lifted, I could help the Dragon King regain his strength. So then, this situation will come to an end. That's your plan, isn't it? Before this, Yu Xuan could only remain silent. It sounds like a reasonable plan, but just one small mistake could put your life in danger. Not to mention whether this spell can be broken or not, he refuses and turns away to leave. Not necessarily, since you've already received something. I won't interfere as long as you don't cause any obstruction. If all you want is to interfere, I think you should go home early. Yuzin tried to contradict her. If we are caught here safe and sound, that would be the worst situation. Running away without success and abandoning the escapees are two completely different things. She is also helpless, but gives advice. You really are quite different from the first impression you gave. It seems like you're going to suffer a lot of losses. As if there's a long story behind you, and I have a feeling you'll tell everything if someone asks what you're talking about. Suddenly, both of them felt that someone was approaching. They quickly moved away from the spot. A strange voice echoed out, like in the initial scene when little Huai carried Zhou over here. There are only mountains and rocks all around. Everywhere you look is just stone. This path has been carefully paved. Has there been any news lately about the location of the Long Palace sacred site or something? She's watching the two of them from the side. She was really sitting there, chin resting on her hand in boredom. Finally, it has come to this. I thought I would meet someone worth aiming for after a long time. So why do people like that automatically close their own coffins? She looked at Yin standing there. If I can get through this situation spectacularly and survive, it would surely be a great miracle. At this point, she frowned discontentedly, but no matter how she thought about it, it still seemed impossible. It turns out the Crown Prince isn't on her mind for now, only the general is not an easy monster to deal with. She then sighed in frustration, wondering when I might finally find him. Xiao Huai was stunned by his appearance. Why are you here? He coldly replied, This has nothing to do with you. It's too long to explain everything at once. Your point really is that it has nothing to do with you, and I can't go into details all at once. But through her ears, it becomes a different meaning, how the listener interprets it. The other words keep echoing in Xiao Hui's mind. Although I have a bit of pride and am quite strong, I didn't directly say I wanted to meet you, but maybe after the martial arts competition ends, I might want to see you once. Thinking it over, she pursed her lips and turned away, silently cursing herself for being so stupid I can't even describe it. Yusin heard, but didn't really pay attention. Hearing your words might be a bit much, but honestly, I can't really argue with you. If you want to laugh, then just go ahead and laugh. Her face suddenly turned red. No, I have no such intention at all. He stepped forward and asked, All right, then I'll go ahead and you just hide behind. You don't need to be involved. Yusin looked at the crowd and analyzed the situation. Those fools, whether they're pretending or not, probably won't rush in at the same time. With those two, I think I can still handle it within my ability. He observes from his side first, focusing on the central position, which means the monster right in the middle can be ignored. Next is Tan Du, but the one standing behind, holding a crucial position, I have a feeling these two will coordinate very poorly. Hearing this analysis, Xiao Hai froze, and before talking about stamina, you still haven't been able to unleash your full strength, right? Yusin, before the fight, still happily smiled at her. Even if it was just for a brief moment, I had the chance to spar with you, and I think I now understand a little of the frustration you face. Next, he faces two twin fighters dressed identically, one of whom pulls out a scale from his hand. He looks confused,
but Yusin quickly draws his sword to defend against the Haidong Than Lin sword, Qing Bird Spear. He swung to block their attack, but they quickly dodged the strike. The two of them, along with the others behind, just watched silently, one of their hats falling off. I sensed something was off, but this explains it. If there hadn't been similar cases around, I probably wouldn't have thought of it. The two guys in front of you are stunned by your reasoning. You half-monsters, although they look more like monsters than humans, are still quite special. Yen remembered her. In just 2 days, you managed to grasp the atmosphere here. Because of a little human blood, you are treated as equal monsters without discrimination. He looked at them challengingly and also at what you have done. Yin quickly gets attacked by him. He frowns in anger and says, "Your mouths are truly disgusting," and he's driven to tears by this scene. His sword is being held back by him, unable to move. From behind, someone strikes again, and he prepares to launch a powerful attack. A loud noise rang out, and he looked down on Yusin's attempt to escape. "You're not worthy at all." The so-called mage looks down on his own ancestors. How can you so easily abandon precious objects that you consider your life? Do those who serve as messengers in this era forget shame? He didn't care and simply replied, "I still consider it as important as my life. It just isn't as vital as my life itself." Yen stepped back and guessed their origins, finding it utterly ridiculous that you would utter such nonsense about spirit messengers' spirit and shame. "Are you the ones?" His words made both of them stop in their tracks. The twin heirs of this current Moon Lord, Kelong Mountain, accused of treason for killing their father and grandfather. According to what I have heard, Kelong is a mountain located in Gongzhou City, Jongtan South Province, South Korea, known as one of the sacred lands across the Korean peninsula with abundant spiritual energy. For that reason, since before the Three Kingdoms period, many martial arts sects have chosen this area as their base for living and development. Among them is a family known as the Current Moon. This family is not just composed of ordinary martial artists, but also skilled swordsmen dedicated to reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It is said that the countless sword techniques they have practiced over generations can even tear apart clouds and sky, splitting mountains apart. He smirked and recounted the story. Truly a famous legend from ancient times. About 300 years ago, in the 28th year of the Emperor's reign, the son of the current Moon Lord at that time formed a bond with a demon and gave birth to 2 half-demon children. Currently, the Moon Lord has tried to suppress their nature and teach them human manners so they can live like ordinary people, but in the end, this family must face a tragic extinction. No one knows what exactly happened, but even if they did, it wouldn't change its nature. Those twins, regardless of their bloodline, slaughtered their entire family, including their father and grandfather, and then disappeared without a trace. It's truly a story of betrayal and horror to the very end. He was so furious he was grinding his teeth and about to attack when he was stopped. "You scoundrel, how dare you speak so arrogantly? Just forget it!" He shows no concern and casually dismisses Yusin with contempt. "You've just fought him and realized it too. He's not worth getting angry over. He's so confident it makes you wary. Just a weakling, struggling to find an opening, no need to waste your strength." He didn't hesitate and immediately swung Yusin's sword away. Once he realized the opponent was just a low-level cultivator, he decided to continue as planned, hunt him down. Then he fell silent, observing him. In the next round of the fight, we will surely be able to cut off that human's breath. But what happens next? Then he looked at Xiao Huai, standing there as if the sky had fallen, with confusion. Why did he let his accomplices fall into a disadvantageous position when we revealed our weakness to counterattack? Thinking that, he instructed, "Don't worry about the right side defense. Take your time and be sure to finish him off." She also tensed up, preparing to fight, when suddenly Xiao Huai froze. Yu glanced at her and carefully observed. These two didn't waste time and immediately launched their attack. The two hunters gradually tightened their encirclement around the prey, and he also steps forward to face them 1-on-2. Seeing that, he gaped in amazement, while he himself appeared quite worried. He read our movements and struck first. Both of them quickly separated to surround Yusin. Before the encirclement closes completely, he planned to face him 1-on-1. He stopped to prepare, but even so, it was only a suicidal move. His speed and movements have been fully analyzed. Though superior to an ordinary human, that's as far as it goes. He clenched his fist and charged forward quickly. Those outside couldn't help but feel tense watching this. For those with enough ability and vision to grasp the situation, all of his next actions are predetermined. At this moment, he is weighed against him, even if he is evenly matched or even slightly superior to them. A pure human body can never fight against monsters in martial arts. Once the main weapon, the sword, is lost, he can only rely on secondary weapons or long-range magic as the solution to this situation. Seeing the opportunity, he swung his sword to attack Yusin, but rushing straight in like that was nothing but suicide.
In a split second, he could have dodged the attack by jumping up. He hadn't had time to recover after witnessing this. What was he thinking to dare? Yuzin didn't hesitate and delivered a punch right to his face. Yuan jumps up and punches him in the face, almost knocking him backward, blood spraying from his mouth. The boy grits his teeth, his eyes changing. Xiao Huai watches as Yusin's display of power seems very exciting, and the second guy didn't expect how strong he was. Just one punch was enough to gain the upper hand. Tandu quietly stands behind the prince. What exactly is going on here? When the first guy swung his weapon and Yin lunged forward, he suddenly leapt into the air to dodge, clearly missing the moment he should have been struck. Even if you hide your true abilities, accelerating and changing stance at that moment is impossible. Yuzin reaches out and summons secondary weapons, 2 small daggers pinched between 2 fingers. He immediately stabbed it into each of his arms. Then Ayin spun around and kicked him straight in the stomach. Number 1 lost his momentum, stepping back to keep his balance, his face scratched and bleeding, gritting his teeth in anger. His strength and speed with his fists and kicks are no different from an ordinary person. I could withstand hundreds or thousands of hits like this. The number 1 drew 2 swords simultaneously, commanding 9 heavens, responding origin, thunder spirit, violent, fire, heavenly. Lord, as spiritual energy radiated around him, he performed a divine technique to end his attack on you. At this moment, Yusin launched a swift surprise attack, catching the number 1 off guard. He was struck by this move, trembling as he shouted out loud like he was being slaughtered. He glances around, alert and ready to defend himself. The number 1 guy stabbed straight at Yusin, but luckily he managed to dodge in time. Yusin jumped back, creating a safe distance from them. He was panicked and worried. He is a brother. He kneels, trembling more, covering his sensitive parts with both hands, shouting without regard for his image, glaring at him with hatred. The number 1 guy frowned suspiciously, using such strange magic. We all thought you relied on martial arts, dropping your sword so easily. Could it be because of this? She has been listening to this with contempt. Just look at how you talk. Others seeing this would think I used dirty tricks to deceive him. Assuming you have seen through all my tricks and let yourself be hit, isn't that your fault? Yusin stands up and approaches, showing magnanimity. So now it's a one-on-one. Do you think you can handle it alone? Well, it's not going to be easy, but there's still time for you to kneel and beg your master for help. Admit that you're in trouble and plead for assistance. He looks down on wielding weapons. How ridiculous. The second guy closes his eyes and rewinds his memory. I vaguely guessed what his trick is. It seemed like he was moving quickly and lightly, so we thought he dodged in time. Neither my brother's attack nor mine hit him. At first glance, it looked like he was just dodging, but my sword missed him right from the start. Actually, Yusin has the ability to change positions extremely quickly, which must be a form of spatial teleportation. He has mastered the timing to attack by moving a very short distance with extreme precision, making us believe he is accelerating extraordinarily. That's why your brother couldn't keep up. Remember the move where Yusin used his hand to kick. His attack before the final strike didn't cause any damage at all. This is the proof. He firmly holds the sword and channels his spiritual power. He stares intently at the opponent's movements as the second man stands still, swinging his sword with full spiritual power at Yin. He quickly runs away before they reach him. He won't let go easily, watching where Yin runs. Wherever he goes, their path follows. Suddenly, the face of the second guy darkened dangerously. Yuzin glanced around cautiously as he saw his expression change. The second in command unleashes his ultimate move, creating a powerful surge of spiritual energy that strikes him. It erupts into a deafening explosion. He looked grim when he saw Yusin escape. Luckily, he managed to jump away just in time to avoid the explosion. Number 2 looks again towards the direction of the enemy controlling greater spiritual power. He swings both arms to create 2 large parallel explosions. The massive shock caused the mountain rocks to crack and fall to the ground continuously. The second guy took a deep breath, sensing something unusual, his face trembling with sweat and a hint of disappointment. It turns out we were just being toyed with from the beginning. Yusin stands behind, hand resting on the second guy's shoulder. If he can move that quickly over such a short distance, he wouldn't have needed to put down his sword from the start. I was going to explain that you seem to be misunderstanding something, but never mind. It's not like those manga where they explain the story properly. It's just a joke. He desperately begged me to kill him. Yushin felt like it was a joke. Huh? You lost so clearly and yet you still dare to ask something from the winner? You pretend to be serious and tell me to do this. Do you think I will obediently follow? The second guy really has no way out, so I ask you to kill me. He guessed the reason, and I roughly understand the main cause. You two still seem to be quite outstanding, and now it's only because of a single defeat against someone who can cause you to fail. Thinking of Tandu compared to looking at an enemy like me and glaring at me with hatred twice as fierce, just because of your lowly background. Is a single failure really all you have left? It's terrifying. Being hit right in the heart, he can only remain silent. I still remember, indeed, the dirty blood cannot be changed. A man's voice rang out, wielding a whip to discipline. From this moment on, there will be no second chance. Remember this well. The two brothers kneel on the ground, their bodies covered with whip marks, while the sister trembles and cries as she listens to the reprimand. The reason I deliberately tolerate monsters like you, raise you, is because the blood flowing in your bodies belongs to my family. But during the family sword training, you dared to emit demonic aura? He crossed his arms behind his back with one hand, holding a whip, and pointed at them to remind. If this happens again, I will erase your names from the family tree. You are nothing but beings who cannot become monsters. I don't want my right hand to be stained with blood, so your life is still safe. He was beaten, and his face was bruised as he listened to his grandfather scold. If you want to live as a human, be careful not to reveal that cowardly nature. He obediently replied, Yes, grandfather. Before leaving, he turned back and gave a quick glance. Although in reality this is very difficult, think about it. It's almost impossible. People always look down on their own kind, half-demons. Those who are neither human nor monsters are just discarded things. Still, we once had a chance to choose between two paths. For example, two spheres of different colors, blue and pink, representing love energy and righteous energy tangled chaotically, unlike most half-demons who cannot harness the power of both sides. We are among the rare few who can harness both sources of power, but not everyone can control them. But using both and completely suppressing one side are two different things. There was a time when my sister had to beg him. I can't do that. Hey! She trembles as tears stream down her face. Even though I try not to let it rise, it keeps appearing over and over. I don't want to stay here anymore. She keeps crying. Mom, I miss you. He was helplessly silent. The sparse room had only a few belongings, but that couldn't be true. Mom is no longer here. He hugs his sister and comforts her, trying to hold on a little longer. Grandfather only wants what's best for us. That's why he's so strict. If we try our best, he will surely accept us as heirs. So he asked, So should I stop then? Whether we become heirs or not doesn't matter. We just need a family that accepts us as part of them. Therefore, he used discipline as shackles to train himself. That is why we have strived to the point of despair, pushing ourselves and constantly honing our skills. They hope that one day the future will be bright, so that no one, no matter who they are, can deny that we are also human. Despite the pain, no matter how much time passes, he has learned to fight and protect himself. We have always been grateful. No one in this family can compare to us. He is also much happier now. Although there are still disapproving looks within the family, no one can do anything to us. This is the world he desires, the place where we belong, and there is no more doubt. At night, in a room with people talking, Sang and June have also become quite skilled. Even as children, they can no longer match us. The man tried to explain, it's not like that. They are definitely skilled. But if you're not careless, your grandfather cut in. No need to make excuses. The man bowed his head as he listened to him reveal the truth. Even with a half-monster body, physical strength alone wouldn't be enough to defeat him, right? The man hesitated. So if he's the father, does that mean the child will truly inherit the family? He said directly, Why are you worried that your son won't become the head of the family? You also know that child is not as talented as Run or Sang. Huh? But father, I understand them too. Outside the door, your younger sister listens as the grandfather reassures her. Don't worry, after all, these mixed-blood children won't have a future to carry on the family line. At first I wanted to kill them, but I decided to try raising them instead. She remained silent. So we might as well take advantage of that. I don't know how long they will live, but if we need them to guard the family, we can assign that task to them. The man is quite untrustworthy. Dad, why are you thinking like that, but will they accept that role? Both are very stubborn. He seemed to understand clearly, but surely he didn't. What beast would willingly wear the bridle without resisting? Soon I will inform them that the family will be handed over to them. His plan during the inheritance ceremony is to put the reins on them, which is a curse. She is terrified and covers her mouth to stop herself from crying out because he continues to say that no children are allowed and they must prepare a plan for this too. He was reading a book in his room when there was a knock at the door. She was crying her eyes out. Run, do you know? The room was silent. No one spoke anymore. He felt disappointed, realizing that what he thought he had achieved was just an unreachable illusion.
That night, a fire suddenly erupted and burned down the house for no apparent reason, leaving only the two of them covered in dirt as they escaped hand in hand. Although they once thought it was where they belonged, now they have erased all traces of their humanity. Right now, you no longer cares about anyone. Whatever you think of us doesn't matter. The two brothers help each other overcome difficulties. Once we fail, we live with the mindset that there is no place for us in this world if we fail.
If you miss maybe if you failed.
Oh, you failed. There's nothing left but to accept it. Yusin no longer beats around the bush. All right. He fulfills the last wish of the second guy. Just do it then. Yusin decisively swings his sword across his neck, and the head falls into Yusin's ready hands. Oh my. He turned his head back so Yushin raised the head up, thanks to those fools not rushing in just to save face. I easily finished off those two. I wonder who will be next. The severed head holding its hair looked at itself from the other side. Surely no one would rush in and ruin our plan, right? Still, it doesn't matter to me. The second guy trembled and dared not speak. He remembered when he was beheaded. Human strikes couldn't reach his body, and the paralysis of nerves through spiritual invasion is the true nature of the magic that defeated you. Number 2 is suspicious. But if that's the case, what is the head I am looking at right now? I understand now. So that person's magic isn't space teleportation. He was so scared he opened his mouth but couldn't speak, remaining silent for a moment. He advises, "The nerves will reconnect soon. If you want to end your life yourself, I will not stop you. But if you still have some regret about this life, listen carefully. On a mountain there is a temple where Yusin once stayed. In Sei, or rather at Han Yang's evil monastery, there's a temple called Yasa. If you say it was sent by Kim Yusin, the abbot there won't ask questions and will readily provide you a place to stay." The second son opened one eye. "If you want to start over from there, whether as a monster or a human, I don't care. If you need a job, ask the abbot about my residence." He turned his back. "I've just started my career and need someone to work for me." The crown prince and Tandu Shah suddenly stop while walking through the market. Yuan sets a condition. If you get into trouble from now on and survive as a spiritual level monster, it probably won't be a problem. He suddenly turned his head and looked over, a sly smile on his face. "You think I will agree to these things? Idiot! The reason you threw away his sword is because I put down my weapon. The reason I prolonged this fight is also because of the cat and mouse game we played earlier to dodge and avoid during the fight. Just like when Sodan tries to run with all his might. If anything obstructs him, he won't be able to unleash his power normally. Like an egg under the weight of Mount Tai, and when she kicks her foot high, Sodan's demeanor also changes, unleashing her maximum power. At this moment, the endless mountain range remains silent until suddenly an explosion shatters the peace. The continuous deafening explosions pleased you very much. Tandu also sensed the shockwave and was terrified. The guards beside the prince were panicked and staggering, clinging to each other. Every time a loud explosion occurs, a mountain of rocks cracks and shatters. He stands in the center of the tremor, leaning to dodge, his body lying motionless on the ground. Yusin clenched his fist to activate his spiritual energy, so he couldn't be considered a level spirit monster lying there, right? If not, then I guess that's it. He turns back to say goodbye. See you again if fate allows. After finishing, Yusin hurriedly ran away from the scene, feeling relieved as he ran. Looking at the current situation, don't tell me it was an earthquake. It must have been like a meteorite falling. Even monsters of the same level could have such a huge power gap. Thinking back, it's incredible that I survived. After facing such a monster, he ran through the Rocky Mountains. Anyway, in this chaotic situation where my vision and sense of aura are all over the place, I can completely hide myself. Yuan has a special ability, a secret technique that deceives heaven, the celestial secret technique, the void hidden annihilation. This is a kind of stealth technique. What he knows is very different. Yusin learned from Jen, but it is different from ordinary stealth techniques. Like a green frog sitting on a leaf to hide itself, what is concealed is not the external appearance. Whether a human or any creature, when applied to a person with spiritual energy, it hides that energy, trapping it inside the body so it cannot escape, even to those who cannot sense the energy. However, ordinary people don't need it. This technique makes no difference. But honestly, we don't really need to use it ourselves. Yuchi once taught that those who treat energy as part of their daily life, no matter how foolish, are all trapped in the same net. This is not just about hiding presence. Even if you deliberately make footsteps sound, they won't notice at all. Yusin, with his eyes covered, roughly understands the principle, but making footsteps invisible might be going a bit too far, right? The footsteps are loud and clear. How could those crazy people not react? Still, he's a bit excited.
And in this situation where he has to use this technique, the opponent must be extremely tense.
Yusin had no idea when he had gone behind him, so neither the sound of footsteps nor any noise could attract attention.
Yuchi smiled. Is that right? He was stunned as he pulled down the blindfold. What's going on?
He explains, what else is there to say? Did I just move from far away? I only went around behind you, and I didn't even try to muffle my footsteps.
Uchi nodded and said, Right. When you close your eyes, you probably had to rely on your keen hearing. Did you hear the footsteps? Yu looked confused, yet his hearing didn't detect anything at all. He replied, I really didn't hear any sound. He doesn't believe me.
No way. Your ears must have heard my footsteps, but your consciousness and subconscious just didn't connect that sound with my presence.
Yusin exclaimed, feeling that sensing energy truly is a miraculous sense. Once you master how to use it, you'll find it very enjoyable. At first, training is extremely difficult, but once proficient, it's unbelievably convenient. You must have experienced that moment too, right? That feeling as if the world suddenly expands infinitely.
Yuaki responds, but that very convenience makes people rely on their chi perception. People often say that the sense humans depend on the most is sight.
A normal person's mind is more likely to be distracted by other sounds. Imagine someone walking down the street with perfectly healthy eyes, suddenly hearing footsteps or breathing from the empty space ahead. Normal people will judge everything with their eyes while still seeing clearly. If they still hear sounds in an empty space while their eyes are completely normal, they won't be able to think that something is right in front of them. He analyzes them like those who sense energy, those who rely on energy even more than sight. You can't overcome this just with your awareness. Can you open your eyes without looking at anything in front of you? Yu tightly clenched his blindfold and listened. That's why, even though your ears heard my footsteps, you still couldn't react.
The energy you relied on all these years has judged that there's nothing here.
Yu Chi said with a smile, the longer someone lives and trains to become stronger, the more susceptible they are to this. This is its name, the first secret technique of the blue sky hidden art. He braced his hand against the cliff, bent his knees, and prepared to jump. Then Yusin jumps high and far away from that place to a spot where water trickles among the rocks. He lands, catching his breath and turning around. A Yusin watches the flowing water, and this scene gives me chills. It's truly magnificent. He turned his head and asked, Do you not think so? Or is the prince standing upright and answering properly? From the perspective of someone trying to survive, he wondered how everything might look a little different. Can I ask why, even though you could completely hide your aura and leave here? Yuan feels it's unnecessary. Why reveal your aura halfway through?
I don't think there's any special reason. He just remembers the Dragon King. His thoughts change depending on the situation.
My original goal was to quietly get your father out of here, but when I think about it, whenever Yusin is mentioned, he wants to fight. Since he was discovered, secretly taking him away has become an endless chase. The two princes remained silent, and I suddenly thought, wouldn't it be easier to just defeat you all instead? There's one thing he didn't mention anyway. The most troublesome guy I see is that green-haired guy. If Tandu Jia fights Xiaohui, strength-wise, I don't know. Their aura is strong, but if we only consider the clash of energies, I don't think facing you is too difficult. Though it's just bravado. At this point, I believe he has already encountered someone. The current situations where the battles are divided and fighting is unavoidable is a strategic move deliberately arranged by Yusin. As Yusin himself said, escaping with the Dragon King without fighting is impossible. The planned battle is for Yusin and Xiaohui to fight him and Tandu to escape pursuit and break the curse placed on the Dragon King. Fighting is unavoidable. Among them, Yusin's guess is that the current situation is one of the possible outcomes, starting with him fighting the prince as long as that monster still exists. Our victory is impossible. It's an unchangeable outcome no matter how hard we try. Next, she will fight him. However, if it's those two, the chances of winning would definitely favor Xiaohui. They have Kira Yuzuru and Kira Yoshihiro assisting. In the palace, only the three of us bear the responsibility. If Xiaohui can bring the Dragon King to meet those two, just reaching that point is enough for us to consider ourselves victorious. Yen's main concern is whether they understand his true intentions, but honestly, they're probably smart enough to figure it out and help if they can. He thinks again. Maybe my previous question wasn't quite right. He spoke up. I understand your intention. To achieve that goal, even being willing to die here at my hands, you are already mentally prepared. The Crown Prince has many questions. What I want to know is the reason you are willing to accept that price. How much is this worth to you that you are willing to risk your life? Yuan, prepare to fight now. What the hell did this guy just say? Of course, my life is the most precious thing. You crazy.
But what you're planning to do is beyond imagination, using the festival to ascend the throne and sink both cities. He continued, even if I am a selfish person who wants to protect myself, no human could hear about that and stay still, right? Is it because I am a monster? I ask if the reason you can't stay still is because I'm a monster or belong to the underwater tribe.
He jumped up. Are you serious? How can you say that?
The lives of millions are hanging in the balance, yet you talk about monsters and such nonsense. The Crown Prince seems to have misunderstood. It looks like I was wrong. You're not the kind of person who would be willing to stain your hands with the blood of your own kind.
Yuzin froze.
So you're saying that if millions of lives are the only motivation driving you, then you've probably had to kill many of your own kind? He thought for a moment.
Wait a minute. What the hell is this guy trying to say?
He recounts that when I was old enough, my father gave me an order. The Dragon King, during his reign, said that like those before me, I must leave the Dragon Palace to explore the world and experience everything myself, saying that it would become an invaluable treasure when I ascended to the throne later. Prince Kwai accepted the order, and at that time I didn't understand the meaning behind my father's words, only following the command to begin the journey.
He reflected, indeed, just as he said, I experienced many unexpected things.
You sneered and said, what? Like humans are disgusting and contemptible creatures? Upon hearing that, I could only smile to myself. The Crown Prince lowered his eyes in denial. No, quite the opposite. Humans and monsters, land dwellers and deep-sea tribes are no different at all. He disguises himself as an ordinary person when he comes ashore during his wandering journey on land. What I see and hear in life is no different from life beneath the sea. The Crown Prince has seen how a normal family can be happy, how relationships are formed, how people share their feelings, and sometimes even sacrifice themselves nobly for others. Moreover, they show warmth by sacrificing themselves. He also witnesses suffering, but behind that are cold blades ready to strike anyone outside the boundaries they set, even those they once cared for deeply. Observing over time, through each day of the journey, I realize that the difference between monsters and humans is not fundamental. The prince sees that the division of wealth and poverty is just about environment, culture, lifespan, and innate strength, with many factors creating disparities among races, tribes, and individuals. He concluded, but few truly understand the essence of it. Not only between humans and monsters, but even among monsters themselves, they draw the line between land and sea and believe they are different. When it comes to Tanjudu and Galang, even my loyal minister's loyalty stems from pride and misguided hatred towards the land-dwelling race. I believe that explaining and dispelling those misunderstandings is a responsibility I must bear as a ruler. The Crown Prince still hasn't finished speaking. Moreover, it would be wonderful if the various species in this world could realize that there is really no difference between them. Wait a moment, I'll interrupt here. He still doesn't stop, but to achieve that, it's not through consensus or understanding, but through the rule of an absolute and unchangeable power. There will definitely be casualties. The sacrifice of millions is just the price to pay. This Crown Prince thinks by making them endure unimaginable horror and loss. I will subjugate 1 billion humans and monsters from 2 Eastern nations. Based on human and monster nature, this is the best way to prevent a large-scale massacre in the future. Through many changes starting from the most basic aspect of residence, especially the peninsula where you were born over many generations, so many people have built their nations for their ideals, and in that process, countless losses and sacrifices have surely occurred. The wealthy always hold more power. Even outside of times of change, the decisions of a few in power and wealth always impact the common people below. Economic upheavals have also affected many, but perhaps the only difference is that they did not directly cause the slaughter with their own hands. People are more likely to act negatively when they are desperate. Just 1 or 2 wrong decisions can cause millions, even tens of millions, to fall into irreversible chaos. He questioned, but you and people like you have never condemned those individuals for considering it the natural order of the world, right? The boy frowned as he listened to the prince's excuse. I am just following what is called natural order to rule over you, I can assure you. He is confident he can do this better than any leader in human history. I promise to ensure a rule that is more effective and just than ever before. As long as I rule, no life will be wasted meaninglessly. Yu tries to run toward the Crown Prince. So as a war god, he radiated abundant spiritual energy. He tries to run as fast as he can. After hearing that, Kim Yusin couldn't be sure what kind of twisted reasoning those words came from. Previously, the Crown Prince was imprisoned and chained by his father. But I now understand that the reason the Dragon King kept his son captive was not due to any external factors. He was badly beaten. But even beyond the boundaries of his species, this monster in front of him was never allowed to wield the power of the Dragon King. The Crown Prince still had no intention of retreating,
because what was in front of him had to be stopped at all costs. He reaches his hand straight forward toward Yin. The prince's hand unleashes a powerful burst of energy. It crashes straight into the distant cliff. He sighs regretfully. It's a shame. A fishing hook was used as bait and dropped into the sea. The crown prince glances at the one approaching. I thought you could become the first person worthy of serving under me. A fish with its mouth open was about to bite the hook. Yusin leapt up and struck a stream of air directly at him. The fish has already bitten the hook. His body suddenly turns black. The prince's power can only pass through shadows. Watching this scene, he couldn't understand why only a spiraling aura remained. My subordinate heard it and laughed. Suddenly, he jumped down to the ground. I made up my mind the moment I left that house. I will never kneel before anyone again in my life. Yusin makes a sound. The crown prince suddenly turned his head to the commander of the Sacred Beast Squad. He grasped the sword hilt and shouted, Kim Yusin, leader of the New Blue Spirit Corps. Yusin drew his sword and charged forward, the one who will send you to hell. You crazy psycho. He stepped back as that wave of power rushed toward him. The divine technique suddenly struck. Yuin unleashed a mighty blow with a sky-shaking slash, an unimaginable surge of power. His sword, stained with bloody red, splattered a few drops of blood onto his cold face. The crown prince's face darkened as he swung his sword straight into his chest. Yusin watched the scene unfold, still unable to believe it, countless questions flashing through his mind.
His body has been severed. The mission is accomplished. There will be no second chance for failure. The crown prince, emotionless, stares intently at him, his arm gently raising with a surge of demonic energy that makes Yin feel nervous and trembling. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted beside the crown prince, startling him. Tandu and Xiaohui exchanged fierce glances, both of them being the highest-level demons. A loud explosion echoed, their collision creating a shockwave. The prince glanced indifferently, and in that fleeting moment, Yusin quickly used his remaining strength to rush forward. That was the only chance Yusin had to take advantage of, but the crown prince was quicker and sharper. He unleashes a massive force directed at him. Yusin swiftly dodges to the side. That burst of power earlier pierced through an entire mountain. Luckily, he escaped the grasp of death. Yusin gasped in fear, silently thinking that he had exploited a gap to perform the Get Gam move. Wui's reminder memory reappeared in his mind, but there's no guarantee this move will work on anyone. Of course, if it's you, you might be able to sense it a little. He spoke casually, but Yusin was stunned and open-mouthed, though probably not. If he didn't say it, he would just keep using the Galam combo without achieving anything. Oot. Chi stared intently at Yusin, feeling a bit suspicious. In truth, most people can't imitate those miraculous skills throughout their lives. Considering this guy's age, it's not surprising that he believes the death move he learned is unbeatable. At this moment, Yusin was still in shock, and Uchi continued his train of thought, but if he considered the bleak future, it truly felt unsettling. I wish he had been born 100 years earlier, then I would have told him already. Now, think about it. Who would not be affected by using the Ga-Lam technique? He sat patiently waiting for the fish to bite, and then spoke slowly, but with a hint of hesitation. For demons, quick killing techniques may not always work, but there's a certain sense that they can be effective, though in reality it's often unnecessary. Yuchi's continued words slightly surprised Yin. Don't make it complicated, just keep it simple. This is a problem you still haven't realized until now. Yu, holding the fishing rod firmly, turned to ask him, could it be a big one? Yes, the big one. There are such creatures among the monsters too. The monster's true form is so different from its hidden shape that it's hard to believe how huge it really is, with the giant creature compared to a tiny human being only by its claw, as if more poison is needed to defeat such large beings. The difficulty of a quick kill technique also increases proportionally with size, and penetrating the skin to attack is not easy in the first place. The scene of giant tentacles fighting against a mass of slimy poison appears. Maybe if it were just a large body, it would be easier to handle. For example, a giant just needs to be targeted at its weak spot. As for creatures with neural structures different from normal beings, all they can do is hope that the technique might work. Uchi gently holds the newly caught fish, pulls the hook out of its mouth, and continues to speak calmly. Still, they each have their own weaknesses. That's why it's important to learn many different techniques to deal with them. Flexibility in choosing and using them at the right moment is crucial in heavy work. The words are like a dagger stabbing straight into Yusin's dark heart. Why do monsters feel most comfortable when they rely only on their signature technique to act? You are also in that situation. Even if divine skills are powerful, they are not useless, and their strength covers the entire hand. Of course, how you hone that skill can certainly improve its effectiveness to overcome weaknesses and disadvantages.
This requires not only talent, but also time and effort. He hesitated a bit, and this thing called incompatibility is a bit vague. Sometimes among the monsters, there are a few special ones. An empty basket that can't hold a single fish is not about race or ability, but about their inner nature. The image of a muscular body struggling to lift a weight represents each word of "you try." Training is usually something that humans do more than monsters. Unlike us, just breathing makes their physical strength and spiritual power grow rapidly. Yuzin feels worried and happy thinking about Sio's adorable image and their unique magic. The idea of trying to achieve something beyond innate ability is like the struggle of the weak in their eyes. Chi gently tosses the fish in her hand into the basket and calmly continues. For humans, that is considered luck.
If all naturally talented monsters could create their own martial arts or just develop that so-called postnatal magic a little more effectively, the idea of struggling in this world would no longer have any meaning. He spoke seriously, but as I mentioned earlier, there are still truly exceptional individuals.
Ui's memories surface. A simple meal already prepared. He cheerfully raises his cup to toast. Despite not being of human blood, he is wholeheartedly dedicated to learning and training. That white-haired person agreed to drink with Chi and continued to share his thoughts, suggesting they might have consciousness, a strong purpose, or some kind of belief. There are many reasons. For those like them, blessed with talent and a superior bloodline, no matter what, the outcome will surely be extraordinary. Yu politely asked, "Have you ever exterminated many monsters like this before?" Chi hesitated slightly at the question, but still answered calmly.
Extermination, huh? There are some like that, even those involved in other matters. Anyway, you should be careful with them.
Just like a skilled hunter who can decipher the unique magic of a monster, they can also counter that quick attack. Recalling the previous battle, the prince's body was filled with the smell of blood. Without any emotion, he spoke as if detached, not needing to cut into the body, just channeling energy into the opponent's body to cause temporary damage to the nervous system. A person who has learned this technique before reaching adolescence is truly admirable. The Crown Prince recalled the moment when the demon used the finishing move earlier, and if he hadn't observed it beforehand to understand the principle, he might have been caught off guard. Now his body was once again enveloped in demonic energy, and his eyes shone brightly as if he wanted to devour everything. If you didn't have the royal bloodline, I might be kneeling before you now. So don't hesitate to be proud. In the recent battle, you truly surpassed me. Yu Xin forced a smile, feeling a bit helpless as he staggered back. I don't need Qiu Qiantang's pity. If you're going to reward me, then end your own life. Maybe he was speaking with a trembling voice, but inside he was filled with worry. The dense aura of demonic energy, like a natural dragon magic, was overwhelming. It was like a solid brick wall built around him, sealing every tiny gap on his body. Yu recalls the wound I inflicted on the Crown Prince. Thanks to that, my sword and energy can't penetrate and can only skim the surface like a normal slash. His hand still grips the sword tightly but keeps trembling in fear. He chuckled softly to comfort himself.
Honestly, from one guy to another, no one plays fair.
Yuan whispered to himself that even if he discovered the cause, he currently had no way to break it. The Crown Prince now seemed like an impenetrable fortress with no flaws, while Yu Xin was just a small, weak person with a tiny cannon. He silently muttered to himself that the missing piece wasn't information, but something that could bridge this overwhelming gap in strength. But that cannon was no match at all for that fortress wall. The secret technique you relied on has been exposed and neutralized. Now your only options are to run away or... The prince's arrogant voice rang out again.
I repeat, I want to appoint you as the Grand General of the New
Thanhai Thong Tien Kingdom. If there's still something you yearn for in the rest of your life, accept this offer. Yin took a short breath, then lightly smiled, the sword in his hand now clenched tighter, no longer trembling with fear. In a flash, Yu Xin vanished without a trace. The Crown Prince glanced over calmly, a hint of frustration. It's a pity. He now just brushed past him. The Crown Prince slowly raised his hand toward Yu Xin. He ran while glancing around cautiously, then shot demonic energy directly at Yu Xin. 6 powerful streams of demonic energy firing simultaneously. The Crown Prince suddenly startled as Yu Xin swiftly darted from one side to the other. His clones split into 5, and all charged toward him at the same time. The Crown Prince easily dodged the first attack, then looked up and struck directly at the second clone's face. He leaned back quickly to avoid the third blow, his face still emotionless, as if he had grasped everything in his mind. It turns out it was just a clone created from spiritual energy. I've seen many people use tricks like that before. Another clone suddenly ambushed him from behind. He was still lost in thought, but these clones are just simple air constructs copying his ideas. They always have an unnatural look. If I focus on their breathing, movements, and eyes, I can easily spot the inconsistencies in this deception.
The Crown Prince recalled the two scenes just now, so even without directly striking, he suspected he might have been caught in a mind-influencing illusion. He easily stopped the earlier clone with a love energy attack as 3 clones charged at him simultaneously. The Crown Prince stared intently at them, continuing his deduction. Creating clones is only part of this spell. Perhaps its true essence is drawing extremely sophisticated illusions. He imagines a scene where Yusin is drawn, not only recreating a clone by sketching his own form, but also hiding his shape by filling the empty space, though the accuracy, quantity, and range of the drawings would certainly be limited. That clone quickly dodged the prince's attack. He gently blocked the sword energy and used demonic energy to pierce through another clone. Another clone rushes forward like a lightning bolt with a grim face and clearly visible hatred in his eyes. The Crown Prince suddenly falls silent, and he easily realizes it. Yusin only just appeared now, ambushing from behind, and the Crown Prince calmly sighed, truly a life-or-death attack. Yui hit the mark, but it was all just a fiery illusion, his face darkening. Light drops of blood fall gently as the calm-faced Crown Prince, the clone behind him, gradually disappears, the slash only tearing his outer robe, a large hole pierced through. Yusin weakly chuckles and says, "What is this?" He still doesn't believe that he was seen through, so it turns out he was exposed from the very beginning? That's so ridiculous. The Crown Prince retorted, and he also praised Yin. "No, you did very well. Even I couldn't be certain until the very last moment." He suddenly remembered the images from earlier, and just then it occurred to me that someone as clever as you would send all 5 clones straight ahead, as if to say these are the clones. That could never happen. Yusin looked very strained, and perhaps among the 5, it was the one least alert, with no defenses, so it wasn't worth destroying. Yusin could only smile helplessly and continued, "I thought you would choose it as your final move." He replied, "Turns out I was right." The Crown Prince was about to say something else when Yin suddenly cut him off again. "Stop doing that already. How many times has it been?" His mouth kept bleeding. Yusin sneered contemptuously. "Even if you are a crazy lunatic, seeing you call yourself king with all those titles, at least you should think about this. Finish everything cleanly." Everything around is soaked in fresh blood. He emotionlessly raises his hand. "I see. Please forgive my rudeness." The Crown Prince is no longer arrogant, his voice gradually softening. "There will be many people in armor fighting me from now on, but right here, right now, I want to firmly declare." Poor Kim. Yusin has passed away, his blood still flowing endlessly. The Crown Prince spoke, "You are a true hero, unlike anyone else in this world, and there will never be a second one." Yusin collapses, his mind filled with thoughts. The main characters in the novels I've read since childhood always look the same. An image of a person in formal attire holding a sword tightly and smiling faintly appears. They always remain calm and keep smiling, along with the resistance of countless citizens. Even when facing harsh challenges or countless enemies, they can still mock and taunt their confident foes with a teasing remark. Yusin recalls opening a book to read, of course, only possible because they are the main characters in the story. He reaches out his hand, and as a result, their courage and decisiveness are always rewarded. That's right, the real world is never like that. A crowd rushes to attack that person. In the real world, the protagonist is just a foolish and ordinary person. That's all there is to it. Yusin recalled the memory of sitting happily under a tree reading a book. Even though I know that, I guess I'm just like everyone else, still sinking deeper. He remembered the painful images of that character. He was punished by being whipped on the leg, but the opposite was true. He was bullied in a truly pathetic way, as a villain and a fool. Those things existed even without a hero to defeat them. Yusin still smiles happily, so I admired the main characters in the story. As he grew older, he gradually understood, and his admiration turned into sorrow. He imagined himself as a sword filled with immense power. Even though I have my reasons and strength like the main characters, I still despise myself for being able to stand in the position of the villain. He turned around suddenly, surprised, and then I met you. Yusin reacted that way because he saw Choi Seo, looking chubby, continue his train of thought. At that moment, I vaguely thought that he might not be an ordinary person either. So I thought, even though I and you are different, maybe we are the same kind of people. A bully collapsed, looking very scared and trembling. Even within his limits, he uses his strength and kindness wisely. At this moment, Choi Seo only needs one hand to block the bully's attack, and even playing the hero like that can bring a little satisfaction to himself. Choi Seo befriended him. The two of them went to school together. But not long after, I realized one thing. Yu is happy with everything.
As Seo gradually runs out of energy, whether he has strength or not, his actions and attitude towards the world won't change. So, I suddenly ask Yusin to say one more vulgar phrase, just like before when he was unexpectedly speechless. At that moment, I wasn't as surprised. Seo simply smiled calmly and declared, "I will become the Demon King." Yusin continues because he says that's a good thing. Yusin hesitantly reaches out for the mask. "So he kept thinking that you were his subordinate. I was worried for you, but the reason I couldn't stop you at that moment was that Yusin's eyes were full of emotion, and he quietly clutched the mask tightly. I'm sorry for intruding on your affairs. Those monsters back then, you made me feel both jealous and admiring to the point of madness." Returning to the deep sea, but in the final moment, Yusin opened his eyes wide and looked up at the sky, wondering if I could be like him. The prince still remains in that stance now. He steps closer and stares intently at Yin's lifeless body. A strange face. The crown prince hesitated and wondered, but why? Why do you look so angry? Tandi knelt down and spoke in a respectful, low voice. I just didn't know how to express myself properly. Your Majesty, the blood of that inferior beast surprisingly can betray during battle. The crown prince turned his face back, his expression still emotionless. Tandu continued reporting, looking in the direction he fled. Surely the prison where the deposed king is held. He hesitated nervously and asked, "If the emperor permits, I can do it immediately." But the crown prince interrupted, saying, "It's over. Tandu wants to try to be brave and speak his mind." "Just one word, Your Majesty. If the deposed emperor falls into someone else's hands, he might be bound by the Man Fong Thuk Tich again. Only those with exceptional talent, especially people in demanding professions, can do this." The crown prince calmly asked, "Isn't it true that I just cut that person's life short?" A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes as he decided to accept death, probably also to prepare for this situation. He thought about the plan that had destroyed Yin and Xiao Hua supporting the Heart King. At least after death, both the spiritual level demon and his father's divine weapon would be bound by the Man Fong Thuk Tik, no longer a threat to pursue him. Probably from the beginning, that person had prepared a solution for this. Xiao Huai, now badly wounded with blood at the corner of her mouth, pushed herself to run faster and escape. Tiu Huai glanced back to see if anyone was still chasing her, only to find a moment of silence. A voice suddenly echoed in her memory. "I just want to say this out of concern. I suggest that if you follow the path we've taken, there will surely be someone important there." Xiao Hui suddenly froze when hearing those words. If something were to happen to me, I guess someone else would need to take care of that person, instead of me. Yusin chuckled softly, confidently speaking in a steady tone. But with that person, it's fine, and the chances of me getting into trouble are completely zero. Thinking back on that, Xiao Hui's determination to live has doubled. No matter what happens, I will survive. I believe your words are sincere. Tandu still couldn't help but worry, but even though the emperor had lost his strength and throne, there was no way his divine weapon could fall into the hands of external demons. Furthermore, the one responsible for this is of the Hua Hua Sun bloodline. He continues to ramble, a descendant of the one who left an indelible shame on this imperial palace. Allowing them to escape alive is simply unacceptable. Suddenly, the crown prince interrupted in Engvi. Who does that shame belong to? Dan Chu. Very word he said made Tandu sweat with fear. What you are saying happened over 1,000 years ago. There is no longer the palace from that time here, nor any of Hua Hua Son's henchmen. Is that why you used it as an excuse to chase after the escaped person just because of your lack of skill? It's as if it's just due to personal stubbornness. Tandu knew he had offended and quickly knelt down lower. Sorry, Your Majesty. The Crown Prince calmly walks away. But the history you speak of is truly a debt that must be paid. However, that can only happen once we seriously start invading the mainland. After the peninsula and islands, next will be Central Plain and Hua Hua Mountain, the stronghold of that family. I will kneel before the Heavenly Emperor at my feet. In other words, that is the only way to erase the old past. The Crown Prince suddenly darkened his face, his tone full of anger. But you focus all your attention on a single descendant, as if you believe this is the only chance to take revenge. Tandu was a bit flustered and quickly denied it. No, that's not true. How could the divine suspect that His Majesty would conquer the mainland? The Crown Prince affirmed, I believe that is something I am naturally obliged to do. The Crown Prince's face was emotionless as he turned and said, the reason you raised me up was for that, simply to release long-standing frustrations about the mainland, not for a large-scale conquest at all. Those gentle words still send shivers down Tandu's spine, but from those naive motives, a fire ignites. My duty is to guide it toward a nobler purpose.
The crown prince strode forward proudly, leaving behind the words, Danju. Even if it's something you may never expect, part of the empire that the whole world will have to acknowledge will be a responsibility you must bear in the future. Tandu clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground, a tear falling as he felt the frustration about the mainland. Perhaps it is the very essence that summarizes and represents all the reasons of the rebels, including Dan Chu. An image of a beach full of trash appears. Although that frustration has existed for a long time, it's becoming the driving force behind the rebellion, and casting a shadow over the Half-Sea Palace is only a matter of a few decades, just punishment. On the other hand, perhaps he only wanted to ingrain that deeply. A clear blue beach. The sea belongs to no one. Water creatures must respect the sea and them, the people and children of the sea, now witnessing land dwellers worshipping the divine. He wants to clarify this and return to the time when they received fear, worship, and offerings as before. That is their goal. Tanjdu's eyes narrow in deep sorrow. But, at this moment, General Dan Chu sensed something. He looked at the distant figure of the crown prince. Perhaps they had chosen a method too far removed from their true goal. The image of the beach reappears, eerily quiet, as if trying to lull Yusin into an eternal sleep, his mouth still bleeding nonstop, when suddenly a figure appears before him. She criticized, saying, I clearly warned you, right? If you meet the crown prince, this outcome is unavoidable. In the end, only you bear everything and end up in this situation. Watching this scene, she still softly scolds. That's just talk, but now you can't regret anymore. Serves you right. Inside her, two personalities seemed to clash. She wondered to herself, is it really true? But the other side happily replied, it is. What kind of person is so determined, like a whale's tendon? What exactly is going on here? She hesitated a bit, after all. Recalling the scene where Yu Xin endured all the prince's blows, her mouth full of blood, her body collapsing backward, she touched Yusin and felt a bit of joy. Seeing you fall was truly wonderful. But then I feel regret and remorse, and I am deeply sorry that it should have been me who brought you down. She sighs wearily, exhausted. But there's no way to bring it back once the flower has fallen. She sorrowfully embraced her own body, suddenly thinking of something. I've come up with a good idea, Naji, although it's not without risk. She looked at Yusin in front of her, but it's worth it. She shyly lifts his chin, gently instructing him. Just wait a little longer. I will help you live again. The scene shifts to the wrecked house at the bottom of the sea, with a large hole in the wall. Yoshi calmly said, so Yoshihiro begins to channel his energy. He comforts Bio, who is full of wounds, and perhaps now you will feel more pain, right? Anyway, I will channel my main energy into your body. A monster lover, Bio grits his teeth and endures. It's okay, using poison to counteract poison, right? This reasoning applies not only to exorcism, but also to medicine. Yoshihiro was a bit indifferent. Indeed, that was a reasonable argument. Anyway, I think leaving things as they are will do more harm than good. Let's start. He put all his strength into moving forward, and that power also surprised Seo somewhat. Yuzuru sits calmly on the bed where Mira is lying, with Yoshihiro's eyes shining brightly. He put all his strength into Billow's scarred back, suddenly narrowing his eyes as a large burst of blood was spat out. On the blood-stained floor that gleams with a fiery red, Yoshihiro approaches and pats his shoulder, revealing more strength than expected. Anyway, you've already worked hard. If you rest for a bit, your basic recovery should improve. Maybe so. Yoshi turned his back to the bed and asked involuntarily, and what about her? I just looked over and it seems she doesn't sense any evil energy. Yuzuru also agrees. As you said, this is not a curse, but more like a type of seal. I can't determine the exact structure of the spell, but based on the situation, it's probably a restriction seal aimed only at the dragon. Baegyo was now calmer. He reached out to cover his wound and then spoke. This is quite complicated. Please do it. If it concerns treasures and possessions, I will give everything I have. Please lift this seal for the princess. Yuzuru turns back and responds directly to this person, revealing a magical artifact containing a shimmering stream of blood. If my guess is correct, the source of energy for this seal is the dragon itself, specifically the energy that the dragon, the target of the spell, possesses and uses to power the spell itself. Yuzuru begins to explain in more detail that when the dragon's power, the target of the spell, is exhausted and completely neutralized, the spell will also disappear. She looks at Mira, who is dying, but at this moment, the princess's strength has been fully depleted, yet the spell still persists. What does that mean? So, you were completely wrong and useless, she said threateningly. You will die. Yuzuru hesitated for a moment, but there was definitely something inside this princess's body. Yoshi was startled, thinking to himself, I almost forgot that Xiao is here. She continued to explain, using the power of the dragon as a foundation, but it wasn't the princess's own. Something was still struggling with the spell.
If you can't be certain what it is, I can't just interfere with this magic. Suddenly, a loud voice breaks through the somber atmosphere.
That must be the precious gem. It's been a long time since the king himself implanted it into the princess's body. Baryonen slowly stepped forward, holding a large box in his hand, and it was unbelievable that it could harm the princess like this.
Bio suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, let's see.
What is this?" No, how could the king do such a thing?
He was surprised, his eyes wide open. Even though the princess said she would inherit the throne,
why was the precious gem embedded into her body like that? Baryonen interrupts. It's not just the princess. The Dragon King had already accepted a creature from the mortal world as his son-in-law and entrusted my brother with a part of his power. And that has formed a pair with her for the kingdom beneath the sea. The princess's jewel and the son-in-law's power will harmonize. Those words caught Xiao off guard, leaving him speechless. All of this is to prepare for the union of the sisters. Today's competition is also part of that plan. The king has authorized granting power to a worthy person, meaning choosing a son-in-law to inherit the throne. A voice echoes from the water palace, stammering, "Your Majesty, what is going on with that? Seeing how surprised you are, it seems your hearing hasn't fully recovered yet. But is this really such a shocking matter? So who do you think I will pass the throne to?" He continued, "For an inexperienced heir to the throne, it is entirely reasonable to appoint a queen or a capable foreign diplomat to assist."
Queen Gu beside him advised, "Your Majesty, entrusting such a heavy responsibility to someone from the sea will surely face opposition everywhere." She continued, "First, those two always claiming loyalty, they'll foam at the mouth rushing in, as if they are some great power."
They know them too well. Mrs. Gu said again that those claiming to support the Dragon Palace would never happily accept a new pillar from the mainland. At first, they were convinced that Mira's husband would be one of their own descendants. The Dragon King still holds his opinion, but so what? "I am the supreme ruler of the Dragon Palace. Who dares to oppose my decision?" she replied, "But your Majesty still has to consider the people's feelings." He sighed. "That's right. It's because of the people's hearts that I say this." Then he spoke again. "I had already predicted that Mira's husband would be someone from the land, but only after she comes of age will we discuss this. Thinking of her, just another 100 years of Mira's growth, and even if anyone opposes, they won't be able to do anything." He continued, but by then it was already too late, having to accept tributes from humans, as the laws of the monsters on the mainland no longer needed to influence the sea. These words have been frequently heard lately, even from the mouths of the inexperienced, who do not fully understand their meaning. Thinking of the East Sea, in just a few years, not even a few months, those words will spread throughout the people of the East Sea. And that is the true sentiment of the people that I cannot ignore. It's not just the whispers of nobles or officials, but the screams of the entire populace. He has already considered the worst possible outcome. If the situation spreads that far, no matter how many Miras there are, or even if it's me, I won't be able to handle it. It's not just about suppressing a few dissenters with force. At that point, I would be forced to become a tyrant, crushing the entire populace." He continued, and by then, no one would be the winner anymore, so regardless of right or wrong, no king dares to expect anything from the oppressed people under his heel, so I must act quickly. Then I turned back to ask her, "Her birthday is coming up soon, right? Maybe that's when I'll start looking for the official code." He imagines that of course it would be great if the winner also had the right qualities, but nothing ever goes that smoothly. Besides the achievements in the tournament, I also need to choose the one most suitable for Mira. He directly gave the order. "So from today on, spread the word that I am holding a tournament to find the code," she asked back unexpectedly. "What? You're saying that you personally explained this isn't just about searching for the code. As I said, this is the way to root out the weeds before they spread to all the people. If anyone hears the rumors and asks me, I will not deny anything." He continues. "However, the most important message is that I am choosing the code." He stroked his chin, contemplating that Ma sharing half of Mira's rule must be kept absolutely secret, even from the white sect. He tried to emphasize the goal, that's all that matters, and discontent with me will gradually build up. He imagined himself that when those resentments turned into greed and boiled over, at the critical moment, he would declare himself that from now on, the Dragon Palace would be ruled jointly by Mira and Ma. She trembled and asked, Your Majesty, could it be you?" He calmly replied, "This is only a matter of sooner or later. Those who plan to rebel will do so eventually. I am simply accelerating that outcome. If they are truly innocent, they would find another way to persuade me rather than betray me. You are full of darkness, but if they rebel as I suspect,
I am ready to shed their blood to restore the throne to Mira and her ma without any clouded doubts.
It's still somewhere in the underwater dragon palace, a trembling voice says. This? Bio is talking. I can't believe it. Everyone knows His Majesty is always gentle with humans, but dividing the throne of the Dragon King is a completely different matter. Why did you have to go that far?
I did.
Someone else is also very suspicious.
Yes, why do I need to go this far?
Anyway, as a mortal, the fact that the Dragon King rules this land in a friendly way is truly commendable 100 times over.
That person is wondering that dividing the throne and giving half to someone else is not only excessive, but also carries many hidden dangers.
Although I am human, not everyone is trustworthy, and in fact I find most of them to be the opposite. Yoshihiro also asked, so the risk in this matter is too great, right? Lady Gu recalled that when she heard the Dragon King mention it, everyone must have thought the same. The Dragon King, who loved that human so much, finally lost his clarity and caused great trouble. Still rambling about things like the former lord here, right? You probably think that old man has finally gone senile, right? Bagu quickly explained, Your Majesty, I would never think that. But if I may speak freely, giving half of the throne to someone from the mainland is truly hard for me to understand, given my limited perspective. If you want to protect humans, there's no need to do this. He sighed. Protecting them? But even you, who has many dealings with humans, think that way. She was a bit worried and asked, So Your Majesty's purpose isn't to protect humanity? He admitted, Well, that's also part of his intention. I have always loved humans, but in the end, I am still the king of the Dragon Palace. Loving humans does not mean I place them above the common people I am responsible for ruling. She fell into a state of deep thought. Seeing that, he asked, Why does that incredulous look appear on your face? She quickly spoke up, It's a god. Before she could finish, he cut her off. Well, I haven't expressed my feelings to anyone before. So misunderstandings are understandable, but sometimes the rumors spreading out there really make it hard not to laugh. He gradually listed them all. First, I was enchanted and went mad over the people during my time away from the sea on the mainland. Then I had a child born on land, and that lineage still continues to this day. He also told stories that were not only absurd, but also full of all kinds of twists and turns, even involving people arguing just to determine which story was true. I hear that even those who claim to follow my cause have their own official version they believe in completely. Once again, I see him sigh, but unfortunately, with those beliefs, I only have one answer. I have never been deeply attached to anyone on the mainland. Of course, I experienced many strange and precious things there. Recalling the scene of Mr. Ta, the deep blue sky as vast as the sea and the endless lands stretching beneath it. I still miss them so much that sometimes I dream of them even now. At the end of his sentence, he emphasized that, of course, there are people with whom I feel a connection, even if only for a moment, but it all stops there because humans are a dangerous species. After hearing that, she still couldn't understand. Huh? He recounted that 666 years ago, my cooperation with the Demon King was not just for humans. If we wanted to prevent conflicts between humans and monsters from escalating to the point of Diep Fong, then that was the perfect moment. Your Majesty, I do not understand your meaning. I'm truly ignorant. He then said, Thanks to the law enacted by the Demon King 666 years ago, humans were able to build the magnificent civilization we see today. It's such an absurd rumor, yet it spread so widely that it's surprising. Even humans believe it. He continued, But if you think about it carefully, isn't there something very strange about it? Since ancient times, humans have continuously developed and prospered, even while living alongside monsters who always see them as prey. He wondered if it were true that without the Demon King, humanity would not have been able to progress over the past 6,000 years. So, what is the hundreds of thousands of years of history that serve as the foundation for this? Could it be that during all those hundreds of thousands of years, monsters hunted humans in moderation? Is it better to leave it like this? He replied himself. Surely not. Although the food chain relationship is always absolute, the balance is not broken, and it can even be said that the scale is increasingly tipping in favor of humans. He asked him, Again, have you yourself witnessed over the past year? And have you seen the progress in the strength that humans possess, rather than just giving up? Thinking about the human world not because of peace or safety, I actually see it differently. He rambles on himself. If the current Demon Lord hadn't established the rules as they are, if the monsters still held their positions, then humanity's enemies, perhaps human civilization over the past few hundred years, would have developed in a much more bizarre and extreme way. Humans are fragile, but they are also the species that rise up against oppression. That is their true nature. Based on your experience, do you think that even half a year from now, humans will just let themselves become the weaker prey being hunted? At first, they might be confused, but sooner or later, they will realize the other is an enemy,
and then will put all their strength into defeating their opponent. In the end, that's the conclusion. I am not sure what the outcome will be after that, but whatever the victory, the ending the monster hopes for will never come true. People today are very different from 600 years ago in both strength and willpower. Like a pyramid with no winners, only mutual destruction remains. And of course, that influence would not be limited to the land. Hearing the Dragon King speak, Lady Gu remained silent, for no matter how great the ocean is, it could never be completely immune to those upheavals. He added, "And that is what I have realized through my youth and sitting on this throne, looking down on humanity. Humanity truly is an astonishing race. Their nature leans more towards good than evil." He also warned that they are not a gentle species for us to freely protect or turn into prey. Touch them carelessly, and they will become thorns that cause deadly wounds. This is underestimated whether on land or beneath the sea by any monster. He also said, "I once sent my eldest son to the human world for that reason. You are the one who will lead the era in the future. It must understand what it means to be human, feeling it with its own body." Continuing the story, as a father, although it's hard to guess what the image is thinking, I never doubt his intelligence. I thought it would understand my thoughts, but instead, it returned to its wild delusions with a tone of disappointment. He continued, saying that he wanted to rule without distinguishing between monsters and land and sea humans. An idiot dreaming so wildly that it's hard to tell whether to laugh or cry. The Crown Prince of the Dragon Palace harbors even worse delusions than a fictional story from the past. He analyzes that monsters and humans, land and sea, are fundamentally two separate entities. Even if we force them to blend together, it's impossible. If it could be done, maybe not as a king, but as a god. He also reminded that respect and coexistence from an appropriate distance are essential, but no matter the misunderstandings and conflicts, discontent and incidents are inevitable. In the end, he decided to reconcile everything by wanting to marry Mira to a human, not just for Mira. A companion who can help the sea, understand the land, and vice versa, understand the sea. Queen Gu recounted what happened to everyone here. "That is what your majesty said. In fact, your majesty had anticipated the existence of traitors today." She knelt with a bruised face, merely because they brought monsters from the mainland and even used magic that surpassed your majesty's strength. Who would have thought that would happen? Yossi. Hiro quietly thought the East Sea Dragon King, although famous as a wise ruler, is also known as a particularly friendly person to humans. But it turns out that he is a nihilist to this extent. His face is full of contemplation, and one could even say that he sees the future more clearly than many others. Even without this chaos, what the family desires will never come true. Yuzuru finally spoke. "Wait a minute, so if the princess is holding the dragon pearl, then without someone claiming the throne would be impossible?" Bio answered correctly and luckily. "It seems they still don't fully understand the truth." He continued, "If they truly knew the princess was holding the dragon pearl, even all the generals combined wouldn't chase after me alone." He clasped his chest gratefully and said, "I owe all of you here an unspoken debt. You are esteemed guests caught up in this matter and even helping me. As a general of the Dragon Palace, this is a shame beyond words." Watching the two sisters continue. "But now I have no choice but to humiliate myself and ask for help. Please escort the princess and the former Grand Master out of this palace." He explained that the exit from the Dragon Palace is now blocked by the traitors. A few seconds later, he continued. "However, officers from the rank of captain and above are issued a special badge for emergencies to pursue enemies or fugitives. Not far away, I probably also have such a badge in my study." Yoshihiro stood up and said, "Just leading us out is enough to show your gratitude. Furthermore, preventing the throne succession also concerns us to some extent. But deep down, he thought that since you're relying on us like this, he must be planning to stay behind alone to draw the pursuers' attention." As he continued, "Honestly, I think it's impossible. But how can we stop a warrior willing to sacrifice his life? I still feel it's wrong." A shadow spoke. "You mean you want to buy us some time to escape, right? I understand the general's mindset, but this is Sio speaking. And with your current condition, not only opponents like the ones earlier, but even weaker enemies will be very hard to handle. Even if you manage to buy some time, it won't bring any real benefit. He got angry because of you. You underestimate me too much. No matter how humiliating my appearance becomes, I am still the Grand General of the Dragon Palace." He is still shouting, "Even if this body turns to dust, I will never back down." You place the items on the table and then vanish right in front of them, quickly approaching the East Sea Dragon General's position and striking without hesitation. Yuzuru couldn't help but marvel. So fast, twice as fast as the last time I saw. The general's body is a bit unsteady. I explained I was planning to knock him out completely, but despite his serious injuries, he remains remarkably resilient. Maybe I should act more forcefully. Yoshi looked at you and asked, Xiao seems to be more wild than I thought, huh? But usually isn't a light threat enough to confirm someone's physical condition?
If you explain it softly, that might work too, but he himself understands best the danger he's in.
This is a matter of pride and honor.
Instead of wasting time on pointless arguments, doing this might be much more effective. Then he turned back to him. Anyway, as long as you got Yuzuru and everyone out safely, that's enough.
He was about to speak. Huh? Wait a moment. Xiao, didn't you answer before he finished speaking, saying, yes, it's just too much for the general? To get the injured out safely, someone must stay behind to buy time. Moreover, I have my own reasons to stay. He also doesn't hide it. I need to find the remaining friends in the Dragon Palace, and then share the escape method with them.
If we search carefully, we might find more escape cards. Once we gather enough people and work together, it won't be too dangerous. By the way, I also have a favor to ask you two as a kind of exchange. Can you chase after dangerous spirits?
I explained again. The reason Yusin and I came here is because of this. Luckily, we've already obtained the necessary
Tools for exorcism, but we only have today left. If Yusin and I don't return before tonight, Super Hoa will be the only one capable of handling everything in time.
Yoshihiro stroked his chin thoughtfully and said,
It sounds like this isn't too much for us. I really want to help this.
He turned to Yuzuru, but the problem lies with my sister. Even if she has her own interest in Xiao, this time it's a completely different matter. She then looked towards the princess.
Still, if everything goes smoothly, my family will not only pay off the debt to the Dragon Palace, but also welcome the princess home.
This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for my family to assert our position. While he was still thinking that my sister,
who was trying her best to please our father, would agree to this proposal, Yuzuru responded,
If that's the case, then it shouldn't be too difficult.
Exorcising those evil spirits is my specialty, so even if I return a bit earlier than planned, it's no problem.
Really? Thank you both? If that's the case, I would feel so much less worried. Just as I was finally breathing a sigh of relief, feeling so relieved, a shadow from outside rushed in. I was worried about what might happen if things didn't go well. The Kira sisters were both stunned and panicked. Outside, the space is engulfed in a blood-red hue, while inside, you've blocked a surprise attack. Both sides evenly matched. While they are grinding their teeth, you still have the mind to chat, thanks to you all.
He is very satisfied. Now I can fight without any worries.
A powerful punch hits that guy, so I will boost my strength by M times. His eyes blaze with determination. Teeth clenched, face pale, trying to dodge the attack with countless beams of light forming a circle right in front of him. After a moment, Xiao stood trembling on one leg, hands ready, eyebrows still furrowed, eyes slightly squinting, cold sweat dripping down, secretly relieved. The pain that felt like death and rebirth was still there, but the sensation returned faster. Has my body grown accustomed to this rebirth attack? Then Xiao hesitated for a moment, turned his back and looked behind, and suddenly stammered out a sentence that made the two Kira members look worried. Please. Parun, covered in wounds, remained silent on the other side. At the same time, several whirlpools suddenly appeared, caused by Xiao's jump. Her whole body lightly lands, facing the blue-skinned opponent. Xiao stands with one foot forward, one back, hands clenched, assessing. Although no significant injuries are visible, having endured 10 times the rebirth attacks, that's enough. The strike has hit its mark. As he remembered Gin, the white wolf mask, and continued, he realized he was just too tough, unlike the previous opponent whose attacks were completely ineffective. Then, his hand unconsciously clenched, and a few bolts of lightning appeared from there. I can fight until he's shattered. Meanwhile, Tandu remains calm, raising his hand close to his snarling mouth. What a coincidence. Both sides faced similar conditions and circumstances. The previous victory ended abruptly, and with unresolved issues, it was the battle between Xiaohui and Galin. Suddenly, someone's black legs stomped down hard, causing a significant tremor. Both are core-strength demons who have reasons they cannot afford to lose. The white wolf mask lies on the ground. A deep voice says so you too have fallen to them. But Tandu is furious, veins bulging on his face, his teeth slightly bared. They are truly despicable. From the generals to that great general, no one has a shred of dignity. Although very small, the inexperienced person entered a defensive stance. Xiao's eyes remained serious, his gaze flicking slightly to the side, and Chan Tran gently stomped on the floor. You see the black shadow escorted by a large purple fire, and it's not just a presence. The scene shifts to Yuzuru in a kimono, unconscious in his arms, while Yoshihiro, sweating and stammering, looks somewhat surprised. Even the two trusted warriors of Xiao now feel a chill down their spines from the overwhelming pressure. His teeth clenched tightly, his face extremely terrified. Just before, among the spirit-level ranks, he was a terrifying figure, but this is a completely different level. Meanwhile, Mira lies unconscious with numerous black veins spreading across her face, suddenly gently moving her relaxed left hand, while the prince wears only a half-covering cloak revealing his muscular body, stepping out and looking at the city and the fallen objects before him, unable to help but furrow his eyebrows slightly. Glancing over, Seo still stands trembling in place and asks, "So that's how it is. Are you Kim Yu-shin's teammate?" He said slowly and quietly, continuing, "Without considering your physical strength, your inner nature doesn't seem to reach that level when facing an opponent far beyond your own skill." Upon hearing the last sentence, Seo showed a look of surprise, turned his head while still able to focus, and immediately faced the powerful giant fist rushing toward him. Two blinding flashes collided, appearing simultaneously. Then after a moment, the white smoke gradually dissipated to reveal a muscular figure, using both hands to cover Seo's face, with a serious expression, a slight smirk, and a face full of sweat. Meanwhile, the sickly green arm charged forward with murderous intent, rushing past Seo, covering his face with both hands and knocking him back through the air. Seo looked up, blood streaming from his nose, eyes wide with panic. Opposite him, Tandi opened his mouth wide to reveal his large teeth, then leapt up, ready to throw a punch straight at Seo. Tan kicks swiftly with agile strikes, his white teeth clenched as he growls, "I will crush you," causing Seo to gape in fear, his gaze fixed ahead. You stare intently at the blinding red light in front of you. Then suddenly, the dazzling glow shifts direction as a powerful foot lands on the ground. From the remaining smoke, the fierce blackened Super Yu suddenly bursts out forcefully, left hand reaching out as if to touch something. But Tan remains remarkably calm, standing still and silently using his ultimate skill of shape-shifting bite, a unique technique of General Ta which requires opening and closing the mouth to activate. With just that movement, he can adjust the volume ratio between himself and the target being swallowed. This distortion lasts for a moment. It only affects targets within its range of power, not the surrounding environment, but its force is absolute, unlike ordinary attacks. At the same time, he can also shrink them in the opposite direction. No matter how their size changes, Tanji clenched his enormous jaws tightly. Seo's eyes also lit up fiercely. Both of them now resembled a stone trying to fight an egg, an unbalanced battle. Of course, even with differences in mass, the amount of impact received is the same. However, focusing force on a single point limits the regenerative ability of the monster, giving a significant advantage. Against certain opponents, this could become a power that completely renders them unable to fight back. Someone's hand keeps grasping countless black auras here, without letting go of the energy elsewhere. But Seo's eyes also lit up, his face darkening, while Tan clenched his teeth tightly, veins bulging across his forehead and cheeks. Seo forcefully hurls the dark black aura forward. The enemy before him is also a demon beast that relies on strength and size. It struck downward with destructive power, causing a huge explosion above Tan that forced him to hold his ground. Then, something caught Tan's attention. Another fierce attack with countless black aura streams appeared, forcing him to quickly dodge and let it pass overhead. While moving at such high speed, he was stunned by the strange transformation. Looking up, he saw that the countless black auras forming a large wave had disappeared, and he clenched his teeth, somewhat incredulous that the attack was gone. Glancing at Seo with extremely determined eyes, he wondered, was that just a trick from the beginning? Meanwhile, you continued to rush forward at full speed like an arrow, with the enemy's 3 previous bites and the strange phenomenon occurring immediately afterward. All this information is enough to clearly understand his abilities and to bet everything on a decisive strike. Seo raises his named spear and charges at the demon staff, the target acupoint below where most monsters keep a second heart, also the source of their power, and at this moment, blood rapidly gushes from Tan's muscular body, splattering everywhere, while Seo remains still, trembling all over. The hand gripping the green spear also trembles. The only variable is a very slight deviation caused by Than Chu's spin. The bright red streak stained the tip of the weapon, Tan trembling constantly from the stab, which was also the lifeline that saved him from Seo's deadly strike. Suddenly, Tan gripped the spear shaft tightly, blood still dripping from his mouth. Seeing that, Seo, wearing a mask, frowned slightly, beads of sweat on his face, as the prince gradually approached from somewhere. At the same time, Tandi was surrounded by furious flames, shouting loudly, "You damn bug on land standing in front of Than Chu! How dare you be careless in front of Than Chu!" This made Seo slightly startled and release his spear, while Tanji smiled cunningly, showing all his teeth. Many small ice crystal shards appeared in the air. At this moment, Tan's body trembled slightly. A figure appeared behind a faint cold mist, unconsciously opening his mouth, and a hand still covered in thick ice gently reached out, instantly freezing Tanji's back solid. Guyu looked extremely cold, narrowing his eyes, silently saying, "Let me handle this." The ice on his legs gradually melted into water before Ku's chilling aura could tighten around Than Chu. The moment Ku appeared, Xiao completely ignored him, widened his eyes in shock as some force pushed him away, and he vanished right before Tani's eyes. But Gu still maintained his calm demeanor, now even feeling no surprise at all. Hearing this, Tandi took out the blood-stained windpipe, his tone sarcastic. "Fine, I admit it." As I sneered in contempt and kept talking, a burst of flames appeared, causing the ice to shatter into small pieces that fell apart. "The bugs on land are stronger than I thought, but from now on it's not for justice, but for my pride. I will definitely kill you all." He continued shamelessly and arrogantly, saying, "Even though I clearly know I am the one to be despised, and I understand that the name bug on land has no valid basis at all." After hearing that, Guyu tilted his head slightly and said firmly, "If we talk about origins, you are the ones with no roots because our lineage has always come from water since ancient times." A moment later, Xiao suddenly appeared, rushing like a shooting arrow to one side with fierce determination in his eyes. The prince also stared intently to the left, seeing a small shadow like a bird darting toward him, and in less than a second, Xiao closed the distance, clenched his fist, ready to strike fiercely, while the prince maintained an extremely calm expression, watching the powerful punch from his opponent. His strength is 5 times greater, and he measures the feeling of the attack. After speaking, he immediately raises his right hand to block Xiao's strike. The first clash may not have been the full strength of both sides, but what one side felt was an overwhelming disparity and despair. Someone's muscular arm still reached out in the air. The crown prince calmly and quietly speaks. That is a reasonable assessment. Meanwhile, Xiao kept attacking without stopping, his teeth clenched and his face grim. However, the other side felt that at this moment, the prince's act of taking out the purple gem with disdain was truly disappointing. Xiao's eyebrows furrow slightly as he gazes at the collapsing house and the debris flying everywhere. The crown prince continues to move the purple gem in his hand, causing Xiao's body to be unable to stand still, as if a continuous force is pushing against him. That's called the stance of transition. Once again, the crown prince unleashes the full power of the item he holds, increasing its damage 15-fold, creating a massive purple aura rushing toward the corner of the roof in front of him and sweeping through like a fierce storm. No, perhaps even more than that. You're truly strong, enough to be in the top 5 of the most powerful opponents I've faced. Even compared to Abama, he continued to look at the back of his hand and the round wound on his body, but in terms of aura, he was hardly impressive. Feeling the disparity in strength and choosing a tactics of stalling isn't a bad idea, but I don't sense any will to overcome the gap in power at all. When I heard the next words, Xiao's face immediately broke out in cold sweat. Maybe because Kim Yin is too outstanding, I instinctively also have some expectations for you. So it has to be, whether human or demon, those who still hold on to their dignity are rare even when facing death. Hearing this, Xiao's face darkened in disbelief, and he asked, "What?" The scene shifts to another place beneath the sea, where a giant door opens to reveal a dim interior, a slender figure cast in shadow against the stone wall by the flickering fire, their face covered in cold sweat, exhaling hot breath, hands tightly gripping the iron chain in front, the unlocked lock lying on the stone floor. Suddenly, one of the iron bars unexpectedly fell down. Xiao Hui looked surprised at the source of the noise, and someone with prominent red veins on their mouth spoke in a haughty tone. "What are you here for?" Immediately, Xiao Hui showed a worried expression and replied, "You already have many enemies. With your abilities, you should have left earlier. Don't tell me you came to save me, because right now, I am just a useless old man not worth saving. I apologize for what happened. I should have foreseen and considered it, but I couldn't do it. I thought that after 1,000 years as a king, I had become wiser, but perhaps the only thing that has changed is this aging body." Her face grew tired, and she squinted slightly before adding, "You came here probably because of that thing, right?" "If it's just because of that," he might have been about to speak, but was interrupted by Xiao Hui. "Regarding the incident in the palace, I offer my condolences." She closed her eyes, slightly lowered her face, and continued in a deep voice, "But if I may be so bold, even if I am not one of your Majesty's subjects, your Majesty is not only the violated ruler, but also the father responsible for caring for and protecting all the people." So after hearing the comforting words from the other side, instead of blaming himself and complaining, "Your Majesty should try to regain your strength. The urgent matter now is to quickly stabilize the situation." And the Dragon King immediately shows his gratitude. This feeling is so nostalgic. Just watching the girl in front of me talk, it's like seeing Sun in the past, speaking so respectfully. "The last time I saw you, it seemed you were still complaining about your children not doing as you wished. I'm not much better in that regard, but it seems our children are raising their own kids quite well. But what can I do?"
Even if Sun personally comes here to blame me, I no longer have the strength to change anything. Now I can only trust and wait. His eyes suddenly became vacant, but at least now, the hand clenched tightly by someone couldn't help but tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Huai slowly reminded him, "As a king, please don't say such shameful words anymore." Both of his arms are now trembling violently, stammering, "To bring you and me here, an unrelated person had to sacrifice their life." After hearing Xiao Hui's words, the Dragon King could only sadly agree. Even if he truly couldn't do anything, at least he shouldn't become so pitiful. Then he placed his palm down below and slowly continued, "These accusations are completely justified from your perspective." He uttered more words that made the other person even more furious and trembling with anger. "But it seems that the one you are truly furious with is not me, but yourself. Based on your current condition, I can also guess a bit about who you have met and what has happened." So the Dragon King gently swayed and asked softly, "So the one who sacrificed himself for me that you mentioned, is it him?" Making Xiao Huai immediately gasp in shock, eyes wide open, head raised. Jin, turning to the right, staring intently at the two figures on the opposite side of the cage. The dark-skinned woman, with a few beads of sweat, opened her mouth, knowing that I had a guest before her, but she was interrupted by the Dragon King while speaking. "You didn't expect that I could still stand here perfectly fine, did you?" Making the woman, holding an unconscious person in her arms, feel a bit embarrassed. "That's not true. It's been a long time since we last met. Your Majesty, since Shen Ren took office, this is probably the first time we've seen each other again." Hearing this, the Dragon King slowly turned his head, his eyes filled with boredom. Xiao Huai silently followed his gaze, looking at Yu Xin lying with closed eyes in the other's arms. Let me be blunt. After hearing his convincing answer, Xiao Huai's whole body suddenly trembled, eyes wide open. He's dead but still salvageable, his blood still warm. But the Dragon King, unaware, asked the strange girl, "Isn't that what you were about to say?" And she could only force a reluctant smile and reply, "Yes, your Majesty is indeed as perceptive as ever. If I had known this, I wouldn't have rebelled in the first place." Then I looked at you, whose mouth was still bleeding, and added, just because it seemed interesting. I intervened. Who would have thought it would all be just unfortunate events? If only I had sided with the loyal faction. She lowered her head and whispered, "Even someone like me might have done something when the Emperor was careless." Then she continued to look at the little Huai, asking, causing the other person to startle, "Hey, you there? Still don't understand the situation? Let me clarify so there's no confusion about the factions. Dragons have something called the reverse horn. That part is located near the ear, behind the hair on the head, and not only contains immense power, but also is a highly valuable spiritual medicine for others. Of course, there are differences between ordinary dragons and dragon kings. An ordinary dragon only has one of these in its lifetime, but for the Dragon King, there can be up to two. Just thinking about the Crown Prince always being shirtless, maybe he already took one before, and mentioning the old man sitting cross-legged with his arms folded. But if the Dragon King is still alive, it means there is still at least one piece of the reverse scale." Hearing this, the Dragon King felt a hint of sarcasm and thought to himself, "Now even your Majesty doesn't call anymore, right?" The girl with white hair and black skin asked back. "At this point, do you understand what I am saying? If we get that piece of the reversed lotus, we can be like Mira, just as you wish." Still thinking about the river that guides souls to the afterlife, Mira's spirit has not yet crossed the Tamdo Shuyin. As long as the body absorbs the reverse gem, I can breathe new life into it, and the soul will return, bringing breath and revival. Let Yusin go, lie on the ground, and stand up myself, my voice still echoing. And I've seen everything now. At first, Mira could have survived and made it here, but he sacrificed his life to save her. Moving closer to Xiao Huai, he mockingly said, "You know, blood really is a terrifying thing." Meanwhile, the Dragon King suddenly spoke with sarcasm, cleverness, and cunning, yet he didn't foresee the treacherous hearts of those he exploited, which is just like your father. Just as she looked at the dangling earrings, he continued, "If you still want to exploit honest people in the future, remember one thing. Always let them lie on the ground, dying with a wound on their chest. You can deceive, manipulate, but never give them the right to choose. Because even when they know that choice leads to death, they will never betray the values they believe in." Now, the Dragon King subtly glances to the side and gives a command. "Look over there." His heartbreaking words made Xiao Huai Tror realize she should stay silent and listen. Because of the choices you made, she has completely fallen apart. Someone's legs suddenly started to move slowly, and the white-haired girl with dark skin was startled into a few sobs, her shoulders trembling slightly, her face covered in cold sweat, looking extremely frightened towards the empty corner of the wall with no one in sight.
When she heard a voice behind her, she hurriedly turned around in panic.
Indeed, everything has ended neatly. The Dragon King sat down beside Yin, placing his hand on his eye and adding,
The fatal wound was caused by a blow to the chest. In fact, the one who ended his life was a blow to the forehead, perhaps the price of showing respect to the opponent. Then he glanced lightly and asked calmly, with an unusually composed expression, What is your name? I'm Sizu, not yours.
Next, Xiaohui couldn't help but tremble repeatedly with fear. That's right, Sihui, there's no need to keep messing up like this.
Could there be a surprising factor involved?
If you say I have 3 spirit stones, that's fine, but I hold the purple gem between 2 fingers with a bit of worry.
I heard this is unprecedented, taking out 2 spirit stones in just 2 days, and on the other side, a question was asked.
So now we will connect to the scene. Reporter Oh Sang-min responds.
Yes, we are currently at the area near the mountain in Gango district where the fire occurred. According to local residents, around 4 a.m. yesterday, the forest fire spread rapidly, engulfing the entire mountain in an instant.
Oh Sang-min continued, but before the fire brigade could start putting out the flames, the fire had extinguished itself.
Local residents say the cause of the fire remains unclear. The explosion was intense, and due to the dry weather, many suspect it was not just a natural forest fire. He added, therefore, the fire brigade is now checking for any remaining embers and investigating the cause of the fire.
Experts are on TV. All channels are broadcasting information about the explosion. Until now, at the scene of the forest fire in Chungcheon, a person with a thin lip slightly lifts the corner of his mouth. That person pressed the remote to turn it off, muttering, "That's very kind of you." Tao Bi-hyung sneered.
Well, if we just leave it alone, that fire might have already burned down the entire area, but you didn't have to put it out. I think that if we don't extinguish it, the whole forest will be completely destroyed.
All these birds and many other small animals, it's really sad. He glanced over, and the more he looked, the more surprising things he saw.
The Odo guys usually don't care about anything outside their own domain, but in this case, I was no different from an ordinary demon.
Sometimes I even felt like he was one of our kind. Maybe the battle ended early because of that. Fearing the shockwaves might spread, did you push yourself too hard?
I deny it.
He looked toward the TV showing the explosion, simply because the opponent was too ordinary compared to expectations. Honestly, if the battle had been more exciting, I wouldn't have cared whether the sky was bright or the flames consumed everything. Bi-hyung turned to the side. Hey, are you really that indifferent? This opponent is Chu Tuok from the current generation, although I haven't inherited it for long. Once you bear the title of Divine Beast, you must be very strong indeed. I say softly, if you're strong, then you're really strong. He threw the towel onto the nearby table, but that was all. I leaned my hands on the table and sat up, looking up and saying, it's strange when I think about it. That fire almost burned me to death, but for some reason I didn't understand why. Even when I thought I was truly going to die, not even for a brief moment did I feel fear. His eyes widened, and thinking back, the only person who ever made me think I could die was him. I recall the previous battle. Even from the first strike, huh? His strength and speed are pretty decent, but even more terrifying than his power is the coldness that pierces straight into my back. He continued,
The attacks afterward were the same. Even when I had the advantage, I still felt like I was being chased nonstop.
I speak softly, then he places his hand on his muscular chest. The final moment was truly impressive. I saw myself being slashed across the chest, as if his sword completely cut away something that had been strangling inside my chest all along. His voice grew colder. That's right. This strange yet familiar feeling is exactly there. The wound I received back then has been throbbing with pain since early morning. My eyes widen as I stare like a bloodthirsty demon. Bi-hyung, do I still have a chance to fight him again? After hearing that, Bi-hyung chuckled softly. The chance is probably there, but I doubt I'll ever get a battle like that again. Just as I hoped, the gap in their strength has probably widened significantly. I was filled with energy listening to his murmured assessment. Since that day, I have changed so much that even I am amazed, craving to feel that same excitement again. Maybe the gap between them has become too wide for that to happen. Bi-hyung assessed, but he still couldn't predict what might happen. Regarding physical development, Seo definitely can't keep up with me. But in some aspects, Seo still has the ability to break through limits in the blink of an eye. I speak. Break the limit in the blink of an eye? So the demon Kabi also have a similar mechanism to ours? Bi-hyung stood up and brushed past me, casually replying. Not necessarily. His hand is holding onto the refrigerator door, you know. Although it's called a limit, it's not a racial boundary, but rather a personal one for Seo. And Bi-hyung's expression was strangely calm. To be precise, it is the killing intent when facing an enemy. He added, the last time he fought me and competed with me, Seo's killing intent was still lacking a lot. Hearing that, I couldn't help but startle. What?
Bi-hyung forced a smile, but I didn't feel at all that he lacked killing intent. If it weren't me, anyone else would think the same as him. That day, Seo really tried hard. His voice was soft, and the killing intent at that moment couldn't be called fake, but it wasn't exactly genuine murderous intent coming from the bottom of his heart. You could say it's like acting in a role. Maybe that concept is pretty unfamiliar to me, huh? You still haven't watched movies, right? People like that are so cunning they can even deceive themselves. Bi-hyung mocks that even if those emotions are just fake feelings deliberately created, if you focus enough to immerse yourself, even they can be swept away and believe it's real. After hearing that, I was a bit suspicious and denied it, but I still found it strange. Does he really need to deliberately create the idea of wanting to kill me? That was clearly a life and death situation. In that situation, Bi-hyung should have interrupted and said, "I told you, this only applies to Seo." His voice lowered, face bowed. Violence is evil, and there is no justifiable reason to harm others. That is the greatest chaos and hypocrisy humans have created, and sadly, Seo is one of its victims. Bi-hyung slowly poured orange juice into a glass and said, "Even if he is officially a protector of his people, if he doesn't fight, he will die himself. But even then, unless the killing intent is forced and unnatural, he cannot truly bear to harm anyone." He concluded that even so, Seo could still defeat him and even summon his true form to wield his sword. That shows how exceptional his talent is, but ultimately, even that sharpness has its limits. Bi-hyung's lips curl into a slight smile. If he could draw out his true form driven by a real desire to kill, whether from joy or rage, even I would find it hard to withstand that strike. I'm back. At this moment, a girl walks in with a bright face. Why is Mom home and not answering the phone? But when she saw Bi-hyung in the kitchen, she was startled and shouted loudly, "Who's there?" Mio's whole body trembles, her face darkening. "Who are you and why are you here?" Then she lowered her head. Still, he reached out and smiled softly. That is not an inviolable limit either. No matter how thick it is, in the end it's just a shell. Bi-hyung calmly said, "Sincerity is the most primitive instinct. Once awakened, it will flare up uncontrollably." He added, "Especially with Seo, who has chosen the path of fighting, he will definitely face many situations that cause his murderous intent to rise." At that moment, Mi's body was lying on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beneath his head with his eyes wide open in a look of hatred glaring at Bi-hyung. Bi-hyung stood upright, straightening himself, not knowing when it would happen again. "But next time we meet, I want you to remain in that state." I cast my gaze with fierce intent, my smile turning sinister. "I hope so." Over on the other side, a surprised gasp of shock exclaimed, "What?" Seo wondered. "How do you know Yusun's name?" "No, wait a minute. Even after death, they still keep their dignity." "What do you mean?" His deep voice replied. "That's literal. Before coming here, I met Kim Yusun, a truly remarkable willpower. And remember, I trust even more in the miracle of humanity." He concluded, "Yes, if they are his comrade or soulmate. Surely the death of someone like that would shock you and fill you with emotion." Oryang continued, saying that facing you personally before the great task was her way of showing respect to him as a friend. "If you want to avenge his death, I am ready to respond. You stay silent, listening to his opinion, but I hope it's not a weak and meaningless blow like that one." "You don't need to worry about that." Seo promised, "I won't let you down." Oryang's eyes grew tense as a sword suddenly slashed across his body. Quickly, Oryang also snapped back, dodging Seo's powerful strike. He leapt back several steps, blood dripping onto the floor little by little. Your hand is now cut hundreds of times, blood flowing in streams. Luckily, the aura radiating around Seo this time seems to have reached the required level. As the prince, and also Oryang, it is an incredibly strange moment. There is no special aura emanating from it, nor any sense of ominousness or pressure at all. It's simply a thin, ordinary white sword swung with enough speed for him to react in time. But why? The moment it lunged at him, his body instinctively ordered him to dodge with an overly exaggerated move, a feeling he had never experienced before. No, that is the only fear he has ever known in his life. When his journey on the mainland ended and he returned to the palace, he confidently presented to his father what he had seen, felt, and the insights he had gained from those experiences. But instead of the praise he expected, he received only rage and punishment he had never seen before, whether he was fulfilling his duty as a servant or a son, not because he admitted his mistake, but simply because temporary fear forced him to bow his head, an erased memory that could never be completely forgotten. In that moment, Oryang froze because of that memory. Seo, with his fierce red eyes blazing with energy, suddenly lunged forward, while Oryang stood frozen, watching the powerful force rushing toward her. He suddenly launched a swift attack towards him, but at the last moment, Oryang dodged to the side to avoid Sio's sharp sword. Suddenly, your legs buckled and the surrounding space trembled violently. Blood tendrils surged around Sio, spinning his divine spear, unleashing another powerful attack toward Oryang. He became a bit surprised, as each sword strike changed speed unpredictably, suggesting it was a move designed to prevent him from predicting the attack's direction. Oryang stared intently at Sio, contemplating, knowing that it wasn't about brute strength but that a single hit would surely cause injury. "Is that his tactic?" he said. "I accept it." Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound like breaking dry wood echoed, and his eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. The tip of the sword was now stained with blood, with drops dripping down. Because now that sword has pierced through Oryang's arm, but his other hand is gathering overwhelming power, ready to strike. It's not that you were careless, but that you underestimated your opponent's determination and didn't consider that he was willing to throw himself into the battle. A bright light shone on Oryang's cold face. Then suddenly, he changed his expression to one of shock, because at that moment, Aleo had transformed into a different body with a sinister voice. "I told you already." Your hand grasped that blood-stained sword and pulled it straight out of Oryang's hand. Sio swung his sword with a sneer. "No need to worry." Then the shining blade sliced past his body. On this side, another battle is unfolding. Tandu's hand clenched the stick tightly and shattered it. Fragments shattered and flew everywhere. Gu's eyes stared fixedly at him. Tandu's teeth bounded open, revealing foul-smelling saliva. Then he clenched his jaw tightly and lunged toward Gu. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, his face full of tension. Tandu then clenched his fist with full force, preparing to deliver a powerful straight punch. A loud sound echoed throughout the space as Tan's face appeared with veins bulging on his forehead, and Go's eyes, seen through the ice chunks, appeared indifferent to cold. His hand cracked and splintered like a stone struck by a hammer. Tandu clenched his teeth and cried out in pain as his arm was now wrapped in bandages. Suddenly, Go's eyes widened in surprise because at this moment he refused to give up and raised his other hand to attack. A powerful shockwave erupts throughout the space, followed by a fierce explosion that sends rocks flying everywhere. In the midst of it, Gu is thrown out. Suddenly he paused for a moment as a shadow covered his view. At that moment, a giant foot was descending rapidly towards Go, causing him to crouch down completely and stay close to that enormous figure. Above Tandu, with an extremely resentful expression, he stomps his foot down and clenches his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his face. Go quickly uses his northern pole fist to directly strike Tandu's calf. Hrienwit Bang calmly observes his movements after withdrawing his authority to stand still. Tandu's leg has now been cut in half, causing him to grimace in pain. Then Go Yu took the opportunity to rush forward quickly. Tandu's whole body lost its balance and staggered. He stomped hard on the ice to gain momentum while his foot dangled down to the ground. Go Hu then quickly leapt upward. Because he lost a leg, Tandu's entire body lost balance and collapsed to the ground. In Tan's mind, a certainty gradually became clear about the enemy's strength, the gap between the two sides, both in terms of demon status and unique magic, and the ability to freely control cold energy. A spell of ultimate power, with an irrational defense that can even harm the attacker. But in his mind, he believes that no matter the reason, his use of magic has its limits. Remember the explosion from earlier, choosing to dodge instead of stacking multiple layers of defense. Even though he could attack from afar like before, the opponent still deliberately charged straight ahead, whether to waste his energy or for some other reason. There must be a factor limiting his use of magic. He observes, and perhaps this move is his final trump card. If so, Tang's arm is trembling now, and the ice on his arm has shattered into pieces. The unique magic of Tanfo shape. Shifting also has a limit. The larger the scale, the more energy it consumes, and the longer the cooldown between uses. But once it surpasses a certain threshold, the cost increases exponentially compared to the effectiveness of the spell. This is definitely not the optimal choice. But the reason Tandu still decided to fight back is simply pride. Everything was gradually diverging from his initial calculations. He thought he had a good grasp of the situation, but from the strange appearance of the new owner to the hidden strength of those from the continent, those from the sea have no reason to cower in fear, only the foolishness of the Dragon King who follows the rules of the demon lord of the continent. Tandu believed that even if he couldn't conquer the entire continent, taking over the Korean peninsula and the Japanese archipelago would be an easy task, but that was a deadly mistake. Out of the 8 divine generals he carefully selected, 2 were defeated in an instant by a single human. The others, though strong, were ultimately just monsters. Yet they are able to stand toe-to-toe with him, the general of the Dragon Palace. Perhaps the great ocean Ming Mong he once proud of is actually just a small well. He could not accept that fear itself. It was this ultimate denial that drove him to crush the opponent before him with absolute power. The illusionary spell covering the sky, Go Yu's lips curl up. As I suspected, I was right. The mocking laughter caught Tandu's attention. Pride and stubbornness are two sides of the same coin. He reached out with a smug look on his face. There's nothing better than having a target that automatically enlarges for you to aim at. Xiaofei, the image of the enemy trying to hold back and wait for the right moment, matches the monster she is facing right now. He angrily swung his fist and rushed forward to attack. Gu sneered. No problem. He was full of confidence. No matter how I shoot, I can't seem to hit the right spot. The arrow is shot and speeds toward Tan. His hand opens wide as a triumphant smile plays on his lips, and a blinding light appears before Tan. Next, a powerful explosion erupts again, with light spreading all around. The scene shifts to another area where floating monofragments shimmer like mysterious, sparkling, translucent crystals. Sio's eyes still shone brightly behind the mask as the sharp tip of the sword sliced through the air, directly striking Oryang's arm. It has already left a deep scar on my body today. The divine technique Kim Yusin infused into the sword should have cut through Oryang's body smoothly. But this time, the sword was blocked by the dragon pressure surrounding him, only leaving a cut on the skin. It was not magic, divine art, or demon art, nor was it astonishingly sophisticated or skillful, only pure intent to kill, untainted by any other emotion, a primal consciousness and absolute power to do so. He continuously blocks the strikes, gradually exhausting his strength, blood spattering from his mouth. Oryang then channels the power in his other hand, a fierce aura surging forth. Thuanglung Claw technique is not a magic spell, but martial arts. The combat style inherited by the dragon clan of the East Sea Dragon Palace has been passed down through generations, using dragon pressure to fight. This power makes Sio a bit startled. It forms a swirling vortex, causing him to be violently thrown backward and crash into the distance. In principle, it is quite similar to a finishing move, but in reality, it is just an inferior, simpler, and less effective version of the physical effect that occurs when hitting a bell with energy. The impact causes a ripple of shock that amplifies and concentrates all the vibrations inside the enemy's body, crushing their internal organs from within, and Sio also spits out a mouthful of blood due to the powerful force. From Oryang's severed arm, a surge of energy burst forth, then struck him directly, sending him flying backward. His eyes shone brightly with fierce determination as Oryang watched. So he still managed to keep his shape after 2 destructive blows? Is it thanks to that outer shell? He deduces that inside, it must be completely shattered and no longer functional. Suddenly, Oryang's eyes widen in surprise. His hand is now gripping the mask on Sio's face as a strange sound spread all around. Your mask falls aimlessly in the middle stage, while Oryang's hand still tightly grips that sinister face. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. What's wrong? Keep going. I know this isn't over yet. This statement made him freeze. Oryang's eyes widened. In the end, this is Sio sneering. Now I'm holding his wrist tightly. That annoying face finally changed a bit, looking much better. Although I still want to kill you as before, now it's my turn. Oryang is convinced she has won. Not because she was careless or misjudged, but because through his hands she can clearly feel that her opponent no longer has enough strength to continue fighting. As long as the love gem remains intact and its energy is not depleted, the evil monsters can still regenerate. But still, losing vital organs that make up the body will leave consequences until they are fully reconstructed. The only exception is that its external form is just a hollow shell, which would belong to a different ecosystem than normal animals. But the one standing before Oryang is half human, and clearly still belongs to the animal species. How is it possible? How can it speak and move? Even though the skull has collapsed and the brain crushed, Oryang once again unleashes the swirling aura on his hand. A large glowing sphere appears on his arm, directly blocking and pushing back everything in Sio's direction. However, what Oryang couldn't have expected was that he could use his power to pierce through the strong aura with his hand. Oryang was now completely stunned, eyes wide open, but he quickly realized something was wrong. Because at that moment, Sio's hand was already holding the sword, gripping tightly and pulling it back in a dismissive, mocking tone. Got it. And then I directly stabbed into Oryang's shoulder. Sio softly said, Thanks to your sister, I learned a valuable lesson first. Your magic must create a compression phase before attacking, right? All of his strength seems to be drained, his face full of shock. He continues, tightly compressing his magical energy into a small point, then releasing it, unleashing a spring-like recoil. No matter the technique, it must go through the steps of compression and release. Sio concluded that if you can withstand that despicable trick, it also means sealing you all off. At this moment, Oryang's arm was trembling violently, contrasting with Sio's smug attitude. Looks like I was right after all. While I was rambling, nothing happened. He raised his trembling arm and grabbed the sword, stabbing into his chest.
Anyway, just relying on basic strength, you're strong enough to defeat Yusin. But I have to admit, you're quite impressive. The aura surrounding Xiao tightly grips Oryang's hand, crushing the strong foes. Then he releases his grip from the sword. Oryang was shaken, her eyes wide with surprise as Xiao's foot suddenly spun around in a different direction. Without saying a word, he grabbed his arm and threw him into the air. Demon beast wrestling. Xiao's eyes flashed with murderous intent before finally throwing Oryang forcefully to the ground, causing the earth to shake and debris to scatter from the mountain depths beneath the ocean. While the peaceful scene of fish swimming in schools was interrupted by Gu sighing softly, leaning on his hands and thighs, lamenting how troublesome everything had become ever since hearing about that Dragon Palace thing. Go Yu's eyes gently close. In the end, we both have struggled so much. You're the same. Looking at Tandu, who is frozen, he shivers and asks confusedly, "What are you clinging to, and what are you doing?" He muttered. "So clearly I could unleash this much power, yet you deliberately hide it just to humiliate me." Gu Yu chuckled softly. "Who knows? I had no such intention. Twisting the opponent's will like that just shows you lack confidence or are too proud of yourself. I never intended to hold back. I was just limited in my power. I look at my hand, thinking it was initially because of a troublesome wound, but I later realized the reason lay elsewhere. This place called the Dragon Palace is actually an unfavorable space for us." He asked, "Do you know the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements? Mutual generation and mutual suppression. Fire melts metal. Water extinguishes fire. Basically, that's how it is, but one thing that few people notice is the discord among similar attributes." Go added that whether it's water, fire, wind, or earth, all are just separated elements. But nature itself is inherently neutral. He explained that even when beings like us use magic to manipulate nature, it's only a temporary command. Complete control or absolute mastery is fundamentally impossible. Go's voice softens. But think about it. The signals I mentioned, his eyes suddenly widened. Even if the Dragon King isn't here, I didn't expect anything to happen. Xiao's eyes still burn with murderous intent as the massive explosion deep beneath the ocean erupts violently. Tandu was stunned. Go Yu's lips curled up, but the explosion echoed through the space, shaking the entire area. He praised, "Truly remarkable. If we act recklessly now, we might end up shattered and broken." Gu moved his foot to walk away. "But let's get back to what we were talking about." He sneered. "Yesterday, during the preliminary rounds, I encountered quite a few strange situations, as if there was always someone with the same attribute constantly blocking my magic." Go recalled a past image. "I missed a very unfortunate opportunity, probably the one I would regret forever, to the point that I was so angry I couldn't sleep last night." His eyes looked up, pondering why it was like that, and in the end, the answer shocked me. Go took a few steps closer to Tanu and asked, "You did seek external help to prepare for this, didn't you? You guys got hit with a really spectacular backstab." He stammered, suddenly saying, "What does that mean?" "This is a spell, and moreover, it is a highly elaborate and sophisticated curse." Go raised his hand to look at it, and replied casually, "The range probably covers the entire Dragon Palace, not targeting a specific individual, but rather a type of sealing magic that encompasses the whole area, and I am just the unlucky one caught in it." He observes, "It seems to function like a barrier. Surely they have set up strongholds throughout the Dragon Palace, which means there must be spies inside it." A flash of light appeared on Gu's finger. "Its mechanism is just as I described, based on signal planting principles to restrict the surface of water-based magic." "What do you mean by that curse anyway?" He calmly said, "You understand, so stop avoiding reality." Go's voice deepened. "You don't need me to tell you, you already know its target isn't you. Living on land doesn't mean you'll use earth magic, and even you don't know about this curse. He's not the Dragon King. From the very beginning, the Dragon King has been in existence far beyond this low-level spell. That's why this curse can exist without being detected." Gu continued, "So maybe she's a princess from the Dragon Palace? That's impossible. The essence of the Azure Dragon is wood element. Only after inheriting the throne does she transform into water element. So someone with water attributes or about to gain them still hasn't reached the level of the Dragon King." At that moment, a huge explosion erupted behind Tandu. "Go calmly," said like a machine. "As your prince is about to officially ascend the throne, this curse will immediately take full effect, and it will undoubtedly be something extremely terrifying." He didn't stop talking. "Although I don't know their true intentions, it's clear they don't intend for the Crown Prince to succeed smoothly. If you think about it, it's not surprising. Their perspective is that those who live on land could never genuinely support a Dragon Palace government with a firm stance against the mainland. They probably also gave enough reasonable reasons to trap you.
He looked directly at Tandu's utterly bewildered face. But now it's time to face the truth. The coup you are carrying out is essentially an act to bring down the entire Dragon Palace.
Go Yao's eyes turn cold as he demands, "Do I not tell you to stop and sit there and regret who helped you betray?
For the future of this Dragon Palace,
Tell us everything." Suddenly, he froze, a look of surprise crossing his face as a cloud of smoke was exhaled from behind. He quickly turned around to look behind him, and there stood a person surrounded by an aura of energy. A soft laugh echoed. "Long time no see."
yeah, where did Ya come from? And calling it a long time is a bit too much, since it was only yesterday, but time is always relative.
A reunion with someone intriguing always feels longer than it actually is, right? Go replies, "I thought it was someone else, but it turns out it's you, the one from yesterday, standing with your arms crossed behind that noisy mouth. Where is he? I was actually looking forward to seeing him more than you." She raises the cigarette to her lips, a smirk forming. "Hey, do I sense something? You're completely different now. Yesterday you still seemed calm and refined."
Exhales a puff of pink smoke and replies, "Well, anyway, this way has its own charm." She slowly moves closer. Honestly, I've already started drooling. Even if it's not fried, I'm really hungry now. It should taste really good.
Go looked disappointed. It's a pity, but dying with an empty stomach makes transcendence impossible. He thought to himself, this is really a tricky situation. He recalled what happened earlier. When he used the cold sky bow arrow, he pushed his meridians into overload.
From now on, the level of power I can unleash will definitely be much lower, but it's not a big deal.
Even if the person in front of me is a monster I've never seen before, and I can't use all my strength, I still believe I will find a way to get through it. But there's something stuck in my heart like a thorn, a more dangerous monster that has not yet appeared. Yusin can only hope that it's just his distant worry after the explosion turned the entire city into ruins and debris. Sio's hand still tightly grips Oryang's wrist as he moves forward with determined steps, but what he pulls away is a severed arm. He turned his head to look behind, still kneeling there with his severed arm bleeding profusely, his face dark with shame. His eyes widened in shock as he stared fixedly at the ground. Sio threw the arm onto the ground, moving his feet without mercy. If it were a different time, a different place, a different situation, Oryang would happily accept this challenge. I have never faced it before. Because facing a monster with overwhelming power is a challenge, but also an opportunity for him to take a step forward. Yet, perhaps it has been a long time. So why is the moment he has been waiting for so long happening today, right before his most important career milestone? The trembling voice echoed. Perhaps Oryang was questioning. After Kim Yusin, is it now your turn too? Maybe this is not just a coincidence, but a challenge set for me today. Only after surpassing both of you will I truly be worthy to sit on the throne. His eyes half open. That severed arm is reborn once again. Fine, if that's the case. I will fight as if this is my last moment, pouring all my strength to defeat you. Oryang is determined. I will definitely prove my will to the heavens. Sio suddenly halts. He remains determined at all costs. However, while Oryang is still full of resolve, behind him a wide mouth with sharp teeth is gaping open. Only now does he realize and turn around to look back, where Go and Yin are still arguing with each other. If it's a battle using magic, it's usually like that. Especially in fights between those who don't fight directly, it's like a game of chess or chess. The only rule is that Go's gaze remains unblinking and intensely focused, unable to discern the opponent's abilities, position, or even the number of their pieces, until the moment of real combat. Yin's overwhelming force surges wildly. The law of truth. Over here, Go's gaze remains cold and indifferent to an unbelievable degree. The hand with skin to channel the power quickly created a spherical barrier to block all the incoming energy waves from Yin. Each powerful attack struck the shield like sharp blades. His gaze carefully observed each action. The shadowy figure who fought against me before, despite its great destructive power, only unleashes its strength through close contact. If we talk about the move that defeated the Dragon King, it must be that one. Guo looked at the aura and assessed that it was probably a power related to poison or mind. Because of the smoke, which acts as a medium, it spreads slowly and is easily noticeable. Once inhaled or touched, the effect will definitely be very strong. Suddenly, drops of pink water splashed down onto the floor behind him, drawing Go's attention, and at that moment, Tanj Duat's whole body trembled as the toxic aura caused his face to melt into a pitiful, distorted expression. The Isla sound rings out, but it's not as impressive as I expected. She sneers, and although the number seems higher than average with the title of General of the Dragon Palace,
This skill level is something an ordinary person could achieve. Hearing that, Go immediately responded, "So you need to use magic to catch those ordinary people?" He blushed shyly and stammered, "I just wanted to clarify to avoid misunderstandings. I don't want to see others suffer or anything. It's just my way of eating and drinking." She taps on her cigar. "Even so, my magic is completely harmless, you know. I only bring joy and happiness." Go's eyes stared intently at Isla, then quickly looked away. "I only take away other sources of joy and happiness." She exhales a puff of smoke. "It's quite interesting whether you're human or a monster. Everyone carries their own unique source of happiness, and each one has a different flavor. Love, friendship, trust or fanaticism, even obsession and hatred. Although they are all a kind of joy, their flavors are subtly different." Ai's lips curled up. "When I've consumed all those joys, they will only be able to feel happiness from one thing." Behind Tan, he kept crying out in pain, trembling as he begged, "Please, just a little more earlier." In smirked triumphantly as Tan Du, like a defeated person desperately begging for life, said, "Please, I beg you." She lowers her eyelids. "That's not hard, but I wonder if it's okay." In mocks, a noble general of the Dragon Palace begging a lowly demon like me. Suddenly, Tan Du shouted loudly, startling Go Yu, "Don't even think about dignity. I will do anything you want." He shouted desperately, "If you want something, I will give it to you. If you ask me to betray the Dragon Palace and the Crown Prince, I will do it too. Just give me a chance to try." Tandu's voice drops as he keeps begging, "Please." Y is smug. See? That's how they will end up. She thought about the vial of medicine spilled on the floor, and the emptiness there made her desire to fill that void even stronger. Ila Y concluded that perhaps I didn't completely take away his happiness, but rather he was already empty inside beforehand. He didn't seem that way when I looked earlier. Could I have judged her wrongly? Her eyes are full of malice, but after all, it was agreed upon by the other party. Even if it's just a little, I will enjoy this meal to the fullest. As she finished speaking, the pink smoke billowed towards Tan's Du once again. The smoke enveloped all the space around Go as the pink liquid flowed down and spread across the ground. The streams of gas seeped into all his limbs, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Goyu then turned and ran away, but the gas still snaked after him. He breaks through the defenses and rushes forward. Close combat isn't a monster's forte, but with limitations in spell powers. Just contact is enough to deliver a deadly blow. Therefore, to defend and strike effectively at the same time, she must accept sacrificing long-range attacks. Isla In's lips curl into a sinister smile. Go runs while channeling the power of the North Pole Demon King, and now she is exhaling white smoke from both corners of her mouth. That cloud of smoke directly attacked Go, causing the ice to shatter into glass-like shards resembling the icy moon seal. However, Go still appears unharmed. "Oh, my dear." Their eyebrows furrow tightly. "Oh my god, are they causing trouble again?" The scene shifts to the city now, with a dark, cloudy, gloomy gray sky and a sudden downpour, accompanied by exclamations. Is it raining? Everyone quickly dispersed. The rain is falling, and the chatter continues. I didn't hear it was going to rain. Weather forecasts are never really accurate anyway. But it's a good thing we know now. Just take out the stuff. A black umbrella opens up. Bi-hyung glances to the side, then asks softly, "What did you get?" Ain replied, "We helped out of gratitude, but it seems interesting too. You probably have your own reason for getting involved in this, right?" She sneered, seeming to think he was well prepared. "But this is quite risky for you, isn't it?" He raised his glass and said casually, "Yeah, it sounds strange to say I got nothing, but I did receive a little, just to avoid suspicion." Hearing that, Ilila In was startled. "What is it? You originally come from the Sea Stars?" Bi-hyung chuckled. "Not exactly. He's just making an excuse. Even though he doesn't like the way the Sea King rules now, rebelling wouldn't make things any better." Bihu thought that those two also only wanted to establish order around the throne, just to have their own people or themselves sit on it. In the end, it's just different colors, but the same essence. His lips curled into a sneer, so boring, as if they already had a chance to get involved in the Dragon Palace. Bi-hyung continued, "If it's just a superficial fix, it's not interesting at all. Destroying everything is truly impressive." Why? In felt confused. I increasingly don't understand why you're involved in this." Bi-hyung was suddenly startled when he heard her say that destroying is more interesting, and I completely agree. Lately, I've also realized that not only is consuming joy interesting, but observing the changes after swallowing that joy is just as captivating. She softly said, "That's strange. Even people without any power can resist some of my magic, if their source of joy is strong enough. When I was weaker than now, I also encountered people I couldn't swallow. Ilawaj remembers the blood-stained bouquet with a trembling voice, but on the other hand, people like that reveal incredibly interesting expressions once I have chosen to swallow them. Bloody images also appear, in just a fleeting moment of pleasure I grant them. They saw me as a god, ready to obey every command, even throwing away and spitting on the values they once cherished. The woman's eyes were filled with intense hatred, veins bulging, and even though she was just an empty shell with nothing left to eat, just having once possessed it made her so different. Aren't there people who like to collect things like packaging or something? Now I completely understand that feeling. Bi-hyung sneered. So you're also collecting them? Ila-in replied casually. Yeah. Her eyes sparkled with a mischievous smile. It wasn't exactly collecting, but more like letting loose. As the number gradually increased, it was a bit tiring, but also very worthwhile. Yin looked up. Honestly, that's also part of the reason I joined this time. Since it was your request earlier, I probably won't be very satisfied with the meal either, but I do feel quite excited. She kept rambling on. After all, it's a kingdom beneath the sea full of pride. I wonder how delicious and wonderful it is there and how it differs from the mainland. Bi-hyung deduced and prepared a small gift for In, and seeing her look quite surprised, he quickly explained that it wasn't exactly a gift, but still, Aileen was the most suitable person to receive it. What is this? Is this just another trick to capture the Dragon King? Bi-hyung chuckled softly. No, that's not it. I told you already. I also received a reward from this case, a piece that was once part of the treasure of the Dragon Palace. They secretly gave it to me. He hands over a cigar. The Great Peace Seal of the Celestial Lord. Surely YY doesn't know about it. But in the past, this was a treasure used by a demon called a god when performing demon magic. Bi-hyung said that depending on the demon's power and will, it would spray clouds with various functions. The previous owner could even ride on it and fly thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Isla. In exhaled softly and asked, is he a divine-level monster? He denies being a famous land-based monster, claiming he only left his treasure for a few reasons. Seeing the breath of smoke, Bai-hung opened his eyes and looked. I think this item suits Yin's magic quite well. But when he saw the thick smoke rising, he was startled, while Elaine and Yin remained lost in a trance. Is this what it feels like? Not bad at all. She praised it, as if it automatically drew out my power and used it. This made him stare in shock with his eyes wide open and his mouth agape. Isla. In brings the cigar to her mouth. Don't look at me like that. She exhales a puff of smoke. Anyway, tonight I plan to swallow this entire hotel. The pink smoke drifts through the air, seeping into every corner of the bar. The glass of wine then fell to the ground and shattered. The bartender is now trembling violently. Pink, eerie liquids are flowing from all 4 limbs. All the guests in the hotel have collapsed onto the tables, completely unconscious. Ila Y praised her work. Not bad. Quite charming, too. Anyway, I have to try if it works against a strong opponent first. Bai Hu-ung stammered. But no matter what, he glanced around and decided that smoking inside the house was not acceptable. Small habits like that, if accumulated, can turn into unconscious behaviors. He looked to the side where the rain continued to pour relentlessly outside. Bi-hyung reached out his hand, suspicious of the raindrops. Long's curse of turning the dragon's cloud dye into rain is like this, right? He denies it himself, probably just superstition. And this rain is just a coincidence. But the omen doesn't seem too bad. I don't know if Chien and I over there are trying their best anymore. The simplest way to motivate someone is the thought that appears in Bi-hyung's mind, even if the mission is complete. Try to avoid confrontation with the Dragon Palace as much as possible. For me, once it's over, nothing else matters. But for Chin and Yin, I doubt they can handle the consequences. Just say one more thing and stop it. At this moment, a stream of blood bursts out beneath the ocean, blending into the blue water. The big mouth was tightly holding something in its jaws, blood splattering from between its teeth. Seo stood silently, watching the scene before him. At this point, nearly half of Oryang's body had been bitten off by that mouth, and he summoned his strength again. This startled the big mouth. Oryang said nothing and directly launched an attack straight at it. And after the dust settled, a headless body appeared, leaving him utterly stunned. Suddenly, a sword from nowhere struck fiercely, and you launched an attack on Oryang while he was distracted. That sphere of power was also split in 2. Seo's voice echoes. Congratulations. You bend down and turn your head to look back. At least there's a reason for Bien Ming now that he's in the underworld. That sphere was then repeatedly sliced like a spiderweb, causing Oryang's entire body to explode in a spray of blood. Seo's eyes lit up brightly. Oryang's body is now lying face down among the wreckage. The wounded hand trembles violently as the sword stabbed into the back is suddenly pulled out, causing blood to gush out.
A blood-stained sword was pulled out as the boy prepared to turn away, when suddenly he heard a faint cry. Oryang tremblingly stammers, "That's it." Before he could finish speaking, he stepped on Oryang's chest, then drove the sword into his back, shouting, "Shut up and die." Blood splattered everywhere, along with Sio's bitter words. "Die." The relentless thumping continues. "Die, die." The image of you with blood splattering in the eerie space and your bitter rage turning into curses. "Die, die." On the other side, the headless body remains there. Suddenly, as if melting, the body begins to ooze a lumpy black liquid across the floor. Sio's whole body now starts to tighten, and the sword quickly shatters under the grip like a brittle cracker, unable to stay intact. Even if the shock is absorbed through the 2 feet on the ground, it can only reduce part of the damage. Oryang's dragon magic, from the moment it was hit directly by the first 2 waves, caused serious damage to Sio's body, which is now irreparable. And when Oryang's 3rd strike hit her head, just as she predicted, her brain immediately shut down and lost all function of death. And that hasn't changed, only the enchanted staff, the intermediary containing the will and desire of its master. The single goal of killing Oryang has been achieved, and now that the enemy is dead, the puppet with its strings cut has lost its function. Sio gasped for breath after using all his strength to release his rage. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong as the black liquid spread unevenly across the floor. Suddenly, eyes appeared from the liquid, staring at Oryang lying motionless on the ground in a terrifying way, and it charged straight toward the 2 of them. Then a giant mouth with huge, sharp teeth appeared and rushed straight towards Sio. A loud bang echoed as the mouth and liquid closed shut, but someone's hand lifted him up. A sigh of relief escaped as it turned out that during the tense moment, Sun quickly managed to grab Sio. Even she feels scared and stammers each word. "Sio, are you still okay?" Sun lifted you out of that mass of dark, slimy liquid, her face showing signs of unease. "Here as well, I can't feel any strength from the body." Sunny looked down at Sio, who was panting heavily, with pity. Luckily, there are no signs of a demon energy outbreak. Sweat dripped down her face. With the demon's regenerative ability, it probably isn't a big problem. But what is this feeling of unease? Suddenly, Sun's eyes widened in shock as he saw the liquid-filled eyes below emitting terrifying chewing and swallowing sounds as they piled up to bite and tear at each other. Her face turned pale. That thing. The scene earlier where Goyu fought it was the thing that bit off his brother's arm. Sun Mi quickly turned back and looked at the ruined, abandoned fortress. She quickly spread her wings and turned away. Sun Mi rushed swiftly toward her. The liquid inside still shifts and moves slightly, piling up as they look towards Sun flying away. On this side, white smoke weaves through the floating ice in the water, swirling into a powerful vortex like a tornado. Go asked where you stole it from. Even though it's a thing I've never seen before, it definitely doesn't belong to you. Ila-In smiled softly and said, "Stealing? Clearly it was a gift to me." She looked at the cigar and just didn't expect it to be such an amazing present. Hearing that, you 2 furrow your brows. The purple smoke earlier was probably a combination of the artifact's power and its demonic magic. He recalled the earlier reflection. Even though the user's spell was cast onto himself and he had limited its power, it still perfectly blocked my Huyan Nguyen seal. Then he looked at the white smoke quietly drifting by. Probably there are other ways to use it. He thought about the cigar, its flexibility and power, wondering where such a treasure could have come from. Then imagined the strength of that cigar. But what was more absurd was that even after repeatedly using such a powerful treasure, the demonic energy emitted from it remained unchanged. Gu asked, "Hey, how old are you?" Y-In was a bit surprised. "Why do you ask so suddenly?" He spoke seriously, not waiting for an answer, but feeling curious anyway. Y-In blushed shyly, her face turning red like a tomato. "This question seems a bit serious, so I think it's best to answer honestly." Then she responded, which made Goyu startle. "I was born last year, around the time the first snow began to fall." Ila-In chuckled mischievously. "Perhaps among us, I was also one of the earliest to be born." She looked up. When he first noticed me, there seemed to be only 1 or 2 people, and he didn't really care much. Hearing that, Goyu thought to himself, "In less than a year, just with love energy, you've already reached the upper middle level of the spiritual body?" Il-In asked playfully, "Do you just not like younger people?" Go sighed. "Well, I guess that's true." He covered his ears tightly. "I really hate the feeling of pressure, even if it's something I have to do. Being able to do it if I want and not doing it and facing big trouble are 2 completely different things, right? I really hate that second kind. Responsibility is the heaviest and most troublesome thing in the world." Yi Lawai softly said,
I don't quite understand. If it's so troublesome, why not just decisively throw it away? Go casually comments. That's just a 1-year-old kid, still very naive. The two of you frown in tension because you can't let go. That's why it's called responsibility. Hearing that, Il-in couldn't help but be stunned with her eyes wide open. Then she stammered excitedly, "This is not it. I must have been deeply moved. Honestly, at first, no matter how handsome you were, I didn't find you very attractive. But just now, I was truly drawn in." He lightly smirked, the way it was nestled inside, and the shape collapsing when it was pulled out. "I really want to see it." Go just points and teases. I've heard similar words many times. In just a few seconds of tension, even if the outcome is meaningless, there is a clear change happening. A layer of ice covering Jiu's feet appears like a protective shield, but then it melts away. One side has abandoned the defensive approach to protect itself, leaving only the resolve to attack. A surge of energy billows around Go-In, releasing a cloud of white smoke, and suddenly from behind, an extremely eerie and terrifying presence emerges. He quickly realized and turned around, but Tandu was faster, holding Go tightly as he trembled, teeth clenched, hardly feeling any love energy, probably just using pure physical strength to break the ice. Yi-Indi stepped forward, smiling softly. "Not bad, huh?" He now looks like a madman, with bloodshot eyes and trembling all over. Even though he's not channeling more power or mind control, he frowns, just needs to say he wants to keep feeling comfortable and he'll obediently go along. So everyone was pushing themselves to the limit. The problem is, in the end, they will really die. She softly says, "Anyway, sorry, if I were you, I would have accepted it with a trembling heart." "Why?" In lowers his head and brings the cigar close to his mouth. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in reckless fun regardless of winning or losing." Go stared intently at her rambling. "Ow, Isla." In exhales a puff of pink smoke that disperses around, promising a delicious meal for Go. In a contest, victory or defeat depends not on what you achieve, but on what you let go of. Moreover, knowing how to let go wisely is what truly matters. Even if it's the only strategy to lure the opponent out, losing the very minimum condition for victory makes everything meaningless. In this case, what the monster lost was nothing other than itself. Y suddenly froze for a moment. At this moment, Go appeared as a giant demon blocking her way, and what was achieved was the necessary awakening for victory. The rain continues to pour relentlessly as a sign with the word "close," and a cute animal shape hangs in the city. The room was filled with soothing melodies that sounded incredibly pleasant, with gentle sounds drifting into every corner of the space. A beautifully decorated cake sits next to a glass of water on the table. A shiny treasure chest appears on the phone screen. Go is sitting cross-legged in front of the table playing a game when suddenly the door gently opens. He instinctively turned around and said, "Sorry, the shop is closing early today." Then, Go paused for a moment, staring intently at the door. He walks inside with his hands in his pockets. Well, many people do find joy in things like this. She walks to the window, turns back with doubt. But do you think this is the greatest happiness? At best, just 4th or 5th place. In the end, there's no other choice but to be content with this. Ila Y muttered, "Is that really all there is? No wishes to fulfill, no faith to hold on to, no rivals to defeat, and no one you want to win over at all costs." Their brows furrow tightly, but there's nothing more. Just sitting in this small coffee shop, drinking a cup of coffee. Gu turned back, almost forgetting something important. He reminded her, "It's raining. This is more important than anything else." Hearing that, Il-yin felt a question mark pause in her mind. She sighed softly and said, "Well, destiny is something you can never be sure of until you reach the end." Gu closed her eyes. "But I told you everyone just fantasizes and then ends everything themselves." Ilawai looked outside and said, "I thought that meant I was just too special." "Forget it, there's nothing, really. It's my fault for being fooled." She smirked, honestly. If it had been another person or monster, I probably would have been so bored I wouldn't even bother swallowing. But even without discussing his charm, at least he has strength. Suddenly, the entire space of the shop trembled, and the glass doors cracked under the force. The computer screen quickly flickered. Isla, In revealed her true form with a growl, so I swallowed everything without leaving a trace. The rest I will patiently tame it. Goyu said nothing, only bringing the glass of water to his mouth to drink. The meal ended, and the magical smoke dissipated, blending into the creature's body. I traced that flow, sneaking deep into its mind and stealing the very root of its joy. Because I am Island, a predator, I know that well, but if so, why? Why doesn't the characteristic ugliness of someone drained of joy appear on this monster?
Tandu now seems to be choked as he groans in pain, but instead there's only an unnamed pressure weighing down on me. Ila-In let out a laugh and destroyed it. Blood threads now cover his body. Tandu continues to hold Go-Yu tightly, squeezing with all his strength, then a loud bang echoes throughout the silent space. The shards of ice look like fish swimming in the rushing water. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel delighted. But in reality, that was actually Tandu's arm shattered. Go's face darkened. Divine beasts, true to their name, are creatures imbued with divine power. This title is reserved for the most noble spiritual beasts in the East, and it is usually only the 4 races known as the 4 divine beasts. What do these 4 clans have in common? It is their divine power. It's not just about inheritance through bloodline. When inheriting the throne and the wish-fulfilling jade, like the Dragon King, one can truly become the Azure Dragon. The other 3 races also have special conditions to be recognized as divine beasts. For the Xuanvu race, that condition is the serpent purification ritual. Because their true nature is just ordinary turtle demons, another personality is born during the process of cultivating yin demon energy. Only when the turtle personality completely dominates the snake personality can the black tortoise truly reincarnate as a divine beast. Looking back to that time when Gu was still a child sitting cross-legged on a stone reading a book, a deep voice suddenly echoed, creating a truly rare scene. Mente approached, where a young demon was leisurely reading a book in a place everyone feared, deep inside the spirit hollow. He stood up, closing the book. The monster of the Huyanvu clan sends greetings to the judge of the peninsula, Lord Mente. Go's voice stammered. But what's the matter, sir? He interrupted. I just stopped by to see your grandfather. Mente said he appointed you as the representative for the clan in this grand ceremony. He stroked his beard. You seem completely surprised by that, don't you? Or maybe you're not very happy about being chosen as a candidate for the grand sacrifice. He lowered his head. I was just surprised to receive expectations far beyond my abilities. Mente observed that the expectations exceeded his capabilities, raising his eyes to look up, barely 20 years old and already reaching the Tai Yin realm, a genius who awakened the serpent. So is there really such a thing as excessive expectations? From the very beginning, choosing the spiritless sect as a place to leisurely read books already proved your strength quite clearly. The book was crumpled by Gu's force, and Meng Te's voice wavered slightly. I have also heard rumors that despite your extraordinary talent, your temperament is too gentle. Some might say weak. He said that because of this, over the past 100 years, not only have you failed to control the snake, but it has also been pulling you along. He lowered his head and listened to Meng Te, and with his talent, he should have long since reached the level of your generation's parents, far beyond expectations. Your achievements are truly a great disappointment. That is the Sai your grandfather told me about before I came here. Now that Go has spoken, I truly feel ashamed, he whispered. I was just lucky to have a better starting point than others. In terms of the present or even the future, the others in the clan will surely surpass me. He let out a soft huff, and apart from your grandfather, it seems that was also the common opinion of the entire clan. Metate's hand released all the aura that appeared around him. Immediately, this startled Go. The entire space had been shifted, an ancient, forbidden spell, unstoppable. He sensed that something was wrong, so he turned his face to the back. Gao's hand clenched tightly. Then he bent down, unleashing his power, swinging his hand to cut through a powerful aura. Mente spoke, revealing the moon ice seal. No matter how many times I look at it, I see it as an incredibly beautiful spell, and it will last for another 100 years. No, maybe you can catch up with your grandfather even sooner. Seeing this, the observer concluded that you are the snake from the rumor. Suddenly, he spoke seriously. That senile old man should be the one to judge right from wrong among the monsters and maintain order. Go wondered and somewhat scolded, why would he have the right to take lives? A younger monster with no reason at all. Mente stroked his beard and closed one eye. Is that a killing move? Yeah, for some people. This can be considered a real threat, but to you it means nothing. Isn't that right? Still, it's quite strange. He concluded that control over the body still lies with the turtle. You are also much stronger for allowing the turtle to take over. Mente's words startled Gu, but why did he let the snake appear when he reacted so aggressively? He hesitated. Could it be that the one facing me now is the true subject, and perhaps the turtle is actually your true nature? Huyanvu Go clenched his teeth and closed his eyes. Why? He explained that after witnessing your magic earlier, I realized you are not just a flash of light in childhood, but truly a genius. Menti concluded that if the snake represents your calm and composed personality, then with your strength, there's no reason you can't control it. Yet you have bound yourself for decades and had to accept a mediocre growth and judgment. Suddenly he interrupted. I can't do it. It's not that I can't, but that I don't want to. They say turtles and snakes, but in reality we are just two separate personalities, he continued. And the snake ritual he knew was just forcing the weaker side to submit through violence. Go believes that becoming a snake would forever mean losing control of his body. Although he still perceives the world clearly, he can only exist as a deep echo in the mind for his entire life. A existence forever imprisoned. His eyes burn with deadly intent. So how can I force that onto my oldest friend, my only brother, when it's part of myself? Mente snorted. So you pretended to be a snake to hide the truth about yourself, because if it were exposed, everyone would know you're not a snake. Goyu admits it. Yes, I've been trying to hide it until now. Even if it seems like everything is about to be destroyed by an insane old man, he chuckles softly, but don't forget he was the first to strike. Whether he's a judge or not, once he uses deadly force, it's no different from declaring war. Are you trying to kill me now to keep me silent? Go did not deny it, only asked, do I have any other options? The old man softly teased, I can promise to keep your secret, and I even have an offer that might help you. Try going out into the human world for a while. Become my person, and help me handle some matters. Mente assured him that at least until the grand sacrifice is over, he would be safe. Hearing him say that, Go couldn't help but be stunned. He became extremely confused. What? Night falls and covers the entire city? The board with Cam Min's son was turned open, and the room lit up by the moonlight shining through. Go opens the door and steps inside. He moves quietly to the nearby table, and then sits down slowly and calmly. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, if you can't sleep, read a book. Go. Yu paused and turned around to look. A smile curves on the glass. What's with going out and walking around so early in the morning? So another Go is in there, even though starting tomorrow, he'll be tired of coming out here. Outside, he whispered softly, just unable to believe this day has finally arrived. Go with the purple eyes smiled softly. What is there to not believe? Opening the coffee shop was always your plan from the start. He said that. Just within the past year alone. This has been the most active period I've seen in 100 years. Go with the purple eyes replied. It's nothing like a miracle. This is the result you created yourself. He stammers outside. All of that is based on the life I owe to you. Go in the mirror. Paused for a moment. He continued. If it were you, it would be much easier for me. But you still chose to give me that chance. Just the time I can try for something is enough. Suddenly, a loud slap echoed through the room, and Go outside was struck so hard that his face swelled and tilted to one side. And the goo inside that glass is the same. He also got hit so hard he was stunned. That's the real problem. Everything is fine, except that violence has its limits. Go moves his legs and walks away. For over 100 years, whenever I forget, you remind me from inside, pushing me into the chair. At this point, it's no longer about pride, but my memory, that's the problem. You must be forgetful. Outside, he speaks softly with a hint of worry on his face. But without you, Go's tone would soften. I wouldn't even dare to dream of this happiness. If it were me, I could do better than what you said. Based on what? The reason he inside the mirror says, I am better than you is just because I have the authority to take turns. Besides, at best, it's only a little better in magic techniques, even if I try to push all the way to the human world. With this kind of personality, I can't even adapt to it. Outside, Go Yu just lifts his head high and stays confident. Forget about what others are rambling about. You're much better than me. Everything you have today is because of what you built yourself. Don't pretend to be so useless. I can't do anything anymore. He smiled with a sinister grin. And the most important thing is if you get exhausted now, I'm doomed. Starting tomorrow, you have to make tired coffee so I can live a happy life. I still have a lot of things I want to do. Go Yu then briefly shows concern, with an almost expressionless face. He is inside the mirror, his voice a bit hesitant. No need to overthink, just keep going as before. We just need to live the way we want until the grand ceremony begins. Then, Deech Chuyen steps forward. Given the current situation, we no longer need to bow to anyone. We just keep talking like this. Who knows what might happen? Maybe some fool will suddenly appear and claim to inherit the will of the Demon King. Anyway, from now on, just keep moving forward as before. Their hands pounding against the glass look like two comrades' hands touching. Go inside. He slightly lifts the corner of his mouth. Let's try our best, brother. Just like how we've been doing so well until now. He faintly responds with a from outside. On this side, Tandu was forcefully pushed back away from Go's body. Ilawai found it amusing while he was crying bitterly. Tandu's large, rough teeth gaped open. Then with a powerful force, the space echoed with a deafening sound. His entire body now towering like a titan, a fierce determination clear on Tandu's face. He looked straight at the figure below him, where the white smoke around Y now swirled like a raging tornado. She slightly smiled, and Tandu's enormous arm swung downwards. Now Go is emanating a tremendous inner strength, with purple aura blazing like flames. Y quickly realizes, so that's it. 2 souls in one body. Memories from before flooded back as she asked if the one fighting during that time was you, and only by sensing the aura did she realize the true form, to which you briefly replied, no. Tears streamed down his face as he confirmed he was the real one, and Gu had told himself then not to be timid anymore, to stand tall and show confidence worthy of yourself. No matter what others say, you are indeed me, and both of us are Huyanvu. Tears of blue water keep flowing down his cheeks, even making this man look somewhat vulnerable. This surprises Y greatly, her eyes widening and her mouth opening in astonishment. But then Gu immediately regained his composure, raised his hand to wipe away his tears, and declared clearly, "Let me clarify. My name is Gu." He lowered his hand, the heir of the Lingqi clan on the Han Peninsula, and also the Huyanvu of this era. In scoffed after hearing this, saying I don't really understand what's happening, but this feeling is definitely more exciting than I expected, to the point that I'm hesitant to try it. She exhales a cloud of white smoke. Without this child, I might have already fled in regret. That white smoke is hazy like clouds swirling around each other. Gu Yu looked up indifferently, and then the smoke transformed into a human figure. Close to the head, Xiaoyan explained, Isla In mocked, pretty cool, right? This shape seems to be the image of the previous owner that this child still keeps. The power operating it is mine. She continued, but according to Bi Hung, this is an extremely powerful demon, though I don't know much about it. Go Yu's cold eyes stare directly at Yin. To Thien Daithan, indeed a great demon that someone like me cannot compare to. He raised his hand, but even if the great sage Kitian was here, at this moment, I had no intention of bowing to anyone. Isila Y's lips curled into a perfect demonic smile. At that moment, the demon attack rushed forward. It raised its hand and then exhaled a long breath, unleashing a fierce gust of wind. The devouring wind. That power shot straight toward Gu. A massive explosion erupts, causing the surrounding sky and earth to shake with a furious roar. The entire city collapses with furniture and bricks swept away by the force of the wind. Even the walls couldn't withstand that power. The entire space was filled with wind seeping through every crack, leaving no corner untouched. The blood also splattered everywhere, flowing over the leaves and covering everything. That's right, tragedy was inevitable. A straight punch to Sio's body. Even considering the power of the root, with that force, this body should have been crushed dozens of times already. Only the willpower and the hidden strength within the demon spear allow the body to maintain itself and move. But now that the demon spear has been nullified, all Son Mi sees before her are remnants so decayed that even life itself seems questionable. Son Mi's eyes filled with fear, tears welling up and ready to fall. What should I do now? Suddenly a blue light appeared. A swirling aura like a raging fire emerged before her, while on the other side, a pair of eyes opened and looked up in confusion and bewilderment. Sayu turns around and looks around. What is this? Where is this? Suddenly a voice rang out. Huh? Did it really look like that? Long Vuong walks over, tilts his chin to observe. Not looking too bad. Mira might even prefer this look. You seem stunned and hesitant, haven't I already told you? It's Long Vuong, and he looks younger than what you've seen before, right? Long Vuong's lips curl up. Let's get straight to the point. I have placed a rebellious orb inside your body. After saying that, both of them fell into silence, standing quietly and looking at each other. Sai Yu frowned. So that means the place he turned to with suspicion isn't the real world, right? Long Vuong let out a sound of surprise and said, "Oh, you're adapting faster than I thought. Isn't this your first time stepping into the mind realm?" Sai Yu scratched his cheek. Yes, I've been there a little before. The images from before come back softly. And I have to say that place felt more real than this one, as if it was made up of more elements. He sighed. Probably cast by a powerful mage. All right, I get it now. I don't really care for those kinds of spells. And besides, right now I'm just a lingering thought. The Dragon King turned his head to the side, but talking in this empty wilderness feels a bit strange. He snapped his fingers and immediately a set of table and chairs appeared. Si Yu looked at the glass of water on the table and couldn't help but feel happy. Long Vuong slowly sat down in the chair. Oh, it's even better than I thought. If only my throne were half as impressive as this. He laughed with a sinister smile. Humans really are skilled. When it comes to convenience, they clearly surpass our monsters by several levels. Seeing you still staring blankly, the Dragon King asked, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to sit?" He said he searched through your memories, picked out the most comfortable chair and the easiest drink. "Is there a problem?" Sio stammered after hearing that. "Oh, it's nothing." The chair's wheel was pulled out, so both of them sat down at the table. After taking a sip of the water, the Dragon King couldn't help but frown. "It's just bitter water." Meanwhile, you lowered your face, expression dark. Sio hesitated. "Is it okay for me to have killed your son?" He replied indifferently. "If it was just a one-sided attack, I wouldn't say anything, but it was a battle between two demons, with proper justification. The other party is also the one who murdered your friend. If it were me, I would want to kill him too." Long Vuong put down his coffee cup and said, "Moreover, as the king of Longkong, I should thank you for helping me eliminate a rebel leader." He frowned, and as a father, maybe I have failed. Hearing that, you once again froze in confusion. The Dragon King closed his eyes. "But that's just how I think. So if you meet my true form again in the future, don't bow your head." To your head, you find it confusing. "Yes, what do you mean by that? Do you remember what happened last night? When you fought Mira, your mind was no longer clear, and then you charged straight at me." Long Vuong continued, "Your condition at that time was quite serious. If left like that, maybe you would recover on your own later. After all, you are a monster." Suddenly, he produced a glowing object. "Anyway, both my daughter and I are responsible for your current state, so I removed a reverse scale for you to swallow. What you see in front of you is a clone created from that reverse scale." Seeing this, Sio couldn't help but be stunned. "What is this Ngich Lan?" Long Vuong chuckled softly and said, "Well, it's one of the few rare reverse scales I can grow in my lifetime. It's not too important, just like I'm sharing a part of my life force with you." His legs shifted. This was originally reserved for heirs or extremely valued benefactors, given after careful consideration, but for you, I simply call it a sudden act of kindness. Long Vuong just nodded and said there's no need to look so serious, but right now Sio is feeling extremely confused. Long Vuong sighed and said, "Anyway, your body will recover because that thing is called a supreme spiritual medicine. It feels a bit strange to say this, even though I already gave it to you, I still want it." His eyebrows furrow slightly. "Return something to that troublemaker." You just now suddenly looked up in surprise. "Ah, yes, your Majesty saved my life. If there is anything I can do, I will do my best. Nothing is too big or small." Suddenly, Long Vuong clasped his hands together with a serious tone. "Finish off my son for me." Hearing that, Sio was again stunned. "Yes. You feel completely confused. Wait a moment. You mean you have another son?" The Dragon King leaned back in his chair. "What are you thinking?" Before Sio could answer, he started explaining. "Well, it's understandable to misunderstand, since that kid has already died once. If the outcome is death at your hands, then there's no problem. At this moment, after the city was shattered by an attack, a black hole appeared. Long Vuong's voice grew deeper, but unfortunately that was not the case. Then a shadow of someone mysterious and dark appeared. Inside the room, the green aura kept seeping in from the door. It looks like a blazing fire right in front of Sony. Her face shows a hint of surprise as she stares intently without blinking. Sun's hand slowly reached out, but she dared not go deep, only hovering at the edge, looking like fire, but without any burning sensation, an extremely dense stream of air. It's not the power of love. Sun Mi was confused. Sio's love power was gradually recovering, which was a good sign. But whose is this stream of air? So she mustered her courage and reached her hand inside. But then Sun quickly leapt back. Instinctively, Sun moved several feet away, the green aura still billowing intensely. For a moment, the intense heat rises like an instinctive blow, and although she can't fully understand it, for Sony, the current situation is beyond doubt. Sio is recovering and at the same time completely unable to move. Sun still seems unwilling to give up. She quickly turns her head back and looks, seeing that the creature behind her is a monster. But Sun's power still hasn't reached the spirit level. You can't blame her, because even at the initial stage, the threshold is a level that ordinary monsters cannot reach. Innate bloodline, natural talent, the ability to wield magic along with mastery, and above all, a fierce desire to venture into near-death experiences. Only when all these elements come together can a miracle happen. A young demon can reach the spiritual level in less than 100 years. She is not the one who makes that miracle happen. What is lurking down there is something she cannot face, and she knows it well. But still, what makes her spread her wings is not courage but pain. Sun kept thinking before rushing out through that opening. The image from before flooded back into her mind, wishing she could have helped.
Sun sinks into her thoughts, just needing not to rely on the excuse of being powerless to try something. I don't want that anymore. Tears streamed down her face. I hate it. Sunmi rushed forward. Even if it's my brother or Seo, I won't stand by and watch them get hurt again, even if it means I have to die. At this moment, there was a figure standing in the middle of the large open field. The one who appeared was none other than Trien. Sunmi quickly recognized her, and the two unexpectedly locked eyes as she opened her mouth into a strange grin with sharp teeth. San's eyes lit up as he launched a direct attack with the ancient curse technique. Countless assaults headed toward the wind's wing. A loud explosion roared fiercely, and everything was engulfed in dust and smoke. Sunmi soared above, observing the situation below. Suddenly, something shot up from below, dispersing the dust to the sides. Its identity remains a mystery. For some people, it is glory, a sacred treasure. For others, it is a shackle they want to deny for the rest of their lives. At this moment, the scene becomes extremely eerie, with its mouth wide open, water pouring out, while Sun has now transformed into a monster with two blazing eyes full of murderous intent. Tam Tuk O. The blood that Sun carries is a chain that binds him. While the scene is chaotic and full of conflict, elsewhere it is incredibly romantic. Sun's makeup and snack bags are scattered all over the floor. The car's lips curl down, seeming quite unhappy. She picked up her phone and looked at it. So this is what humans call a love charm from Zhang? Sitting alone, Seon-hwa muttered something, which was quite surprising. It looks so delicate on the outside, but does it really need to be this meticulous? Her eyesight isn't better than anyone else's, so how come she managed to trap a spell inside such a tiny piece of glass? Sunmi replied softly. That's why it's convenient to carry around, isn't it? Hearing that, Zeon-hwa was a bit surprised. Huh? That's just unreasonable to deny. Transmitting sound over distances, storing both images and sound, and even complex calculations. With all those annoying features, how come this tiny device can't just hold a few basic objects? Sun Mai scratches her cheek because human technology and magic develop in two different directions. Anyway, you should get used to it gradually. If Anhoa's car doesn't have a phone now, she would say living in the human world is absolutely impossible. Waiting for Anhoa to take out her phone and break it in half. What is this? Sun Mi's voice turned serious. Is that all it takes to make you give up? With a fierce glare, she said sharply, iPhone 25X Pro. I poured my heart into switching to the newest model for the first time. Huh? Ah, Sony sighed. All right, it's okay. She raised her hands and held up the broken phone, voice trembling. Remember, the Onan flower vehicle is a human world item, especially for powerful demons like me. It's already very fragile. Sun advises, if you really want to live in the human world, you must pay attention to things like this. Se-onon-hwa agrees. I understand, she said softly. It's just that with that old man's tone, I guess I'll be grounded again for a while. Sun also realized, oh, did I fail the Chaos Spirit exam again? Seon-hwa crossed her arms with an annoyed expression, saying it's probably because they think I'm useless and failed. From the beginning, you didn't even let me take the exam, so what am I supposed to do now? She grumbles. Isn't it because I'm not old enough that I can't go down to the human world? It's really ridiculous. Sunmi sat helplessly listening to Anhwa ramble on, and at least if the criteria were a bit clearer, it would be easier to accept. But you're different. Serving as a lackey for the old man and being the eldest son of the He clan. Seon-hwa is suspicious, but what about Hyeon-mu? He's not much older than me. There are more troublemakers than her, yet she still gets to live freely outside the human world for years. Sunmi hesitated and lowered her head in confusion. After all, Mr. Guy has never broken her phone before. Seon-hwa clasped her hands together and smiled naively. I'm sorry if I go out this time, I will definitely buy a new one to make up for it. Suddenly her eyes sharpened, and he asked sincerely. Anhoa's car asked seriously, have they been following me lately? Could it be that they are still involved? Sunmi quickly reassured her. It's fine, everything's okay. But Anhoa immediately remembered that last time she also said everything was fine, but in the end it wasn't at all. She declared that if it happens again this time, she has to tell me, and I will personally handle everything. Honestly, Seon-hwa added, now everyone knows you're the envoy of the judge, and anyone who dares to force you would be challenging his authority. The judge himself entrusted you with the role of messenger because of that. It's understandable that Seon-hwa reacted that way. Still, your father is indeed a demon powerful enough to do that. I don't know the exact origins of the Tam Tuk O lineage, only that it's one of the oldest demon clans on this peninsula, considered a divine beast.
Even the four gods like white tiger, black tortoise, and vermilion bird have histories that are not as long as this. But in each era, only two can inherit the main bloodline of Tom Tuk O, father and son, meaning only one current Tom Tuk O and one heir per generation. The heir to that bloodline is called King Golden Crow, the ruler of the sky in this demon world. Yes, your father is the King Golden Crow of this era. Although he is called her father, in reality there is no blood relation between them. Honestly, she has never even seen his face, and her mother was just an ordinary palace maid, not an official wife or concubine. One night, the queen caught the king's attention and was born from that brief act of love. Perhaps it was also because of that sin that she was expelled from the palace. A wicked yet kind-hearted demon like a crow dared to carry the bloodline of King Kim O. If that's not a great sin, then what is? Before she died, her mother often said that if her father saw her, he would be very happy. But she never believed that. The one who doesn't know about her existence is simply because they don't care. If a monster has feelings and loyalty even for just one night, it wouldn't be indifferent to letting her mother be chased away like that. She never dreamed of being recognized for her bloodline or becoming part of that family, at least until she learned that I also inherited the power of the three Tok O, and Sun's hair shone with a dazzling golden light. Over here, they keep rushing to attack, while she stands still, watching with a look of utter disgust. She keeps approaching Sun M. A bright light flashes like a shining star. That light directly hits Sun's line of sight. Sun Mi's unique technique. The wind wing is a magic inherited from the mother. A vengeful bird demon has the ability to store wind in its feathers while flying, trapping the airflow it encounters and releasing it in an instant. Although it consumes little demon energy, its effectiveness is extremely powerful. However, that strength also marks its limit. Storing wind in feathers means you can only use the stored airflow, so when the wind runs out, your power is gone. An ordinary bird demon, considering her maternal lineage as an ordinary demon, wouldn't find this limit unusual. Sun Ma is intentionally holding back, but the truth is she is actually suppressing her inner power. Her feathers contain not only wind, but something else as well. Sun Ma unleashes her own technique, the Radiant Sun Strike. If the four gods represent the east, west, south, and north, then the three-legged sun is the symbol of the sun. A demon manipulates solar energy. Sun Mi's feathers absorb power from the sun, a source of energy far beyond anything on Earth, drawing strength from a mighty source and storing it. The power of that cord is unmatched by any spell. The force of the attack caused her to lose half her head. Sun Ma, exhausted from using all her strength and gasping for breath, suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked down. Because now the body has awakened once again, but the way it appeared was unusual. Just like the feeble, boneless zombies gliding around, missing their eyes but still with that grotesque mouth wide open in horror. The resentment is clearly visible on Sun Mi's face as she turns and moves step by step, letting out a savage laugh. Once again, Sun Mi launches her next attack. Now, she has nearly recovered to her former strength, and her raised hand channels her power, then both strike each other with incredible force. The two powers collide, producing a deafening sound that shakes the entire space. Sun Mi spreads her wings to shield herself from the force, still wearing her eerie smile as she prepares her next attack. This makes Sun Mi feel confused, with a blazing golden light, a divine-level magic spell. Only the three-legged crow demons can use it, but considering Sun Mi's level, it's still far beyond her reach. The price she pays for using it is the pain gradually building up inside her. She quickly channels her light power. Once again, the two collisions hit each other, illuminating the entire space with a bright light, accompanied by a loud, night-like sound of magic blasts. Qin, like a madman, relentlessly launched powerful attacks, while Sun Mi struggled to hold on to her fragile life. Keep going a little more. She feels her body gradually losing all strength. I only have a little more left. Sun Mi's entire body collapsed, unable to hold on any longer. She fell aimlessly downward, her eyes still open but completely losing the gravity that controlled her body. Qin is now silent, standing below and waiting for the prey to come into his grasp. Suddenly, from afar, a voice calls out, "You can rest now. You've done well." Sun Mi. Luckily, just when everything was hanging by a thread, Xiao appeared and caught her, holds Sun Mi horizontally in his arms, staring intently at her as he declares, "Leave that guy to me. Whatever happens, I will end it all." The coffee has melted, with droplets of water running down, and Long King rests his chin on his hand, pondering. This is beyond imagination. He was confused. Why did it end up like this after all? Strange. Isn't it supposed to be bizarre? The Dragon King looked at the mint ice cream on the plate with utter confusion.
Could this really exist in the world? He scooped a spoonful with a spoon and brought it to his mouth to taste. Long Vuong's face darkened, a sweet and refreshing melody that didn't fit at all. Yet half of humanity liked this? Could I have misunderstood the species called humans? Sio hesitantly lowered his head. Your Majesty, what were you talking about just now? He stammered a vague reply. That's right. The Dragon King looked at the spoon in his hand, and I will continue speaking. Among all the foods on the ground, I am most curious about this one. I can almost imagine the taste of the others even without trying them, but only this one is completely unknown. He concluded that since I have nothing better to do and am free, I also want to finish this quickly, but your body is in such a terrible state, and after all, time here moves slowly. Long King's lips curl into a faint smile, and he says, Yes, I'm talking about my son, right? His voice slows, and he adds, The story of the one who swallowed my child is a shadow. You probably have a vague idea now. The problem is that the Dragon King said that creature is a Qian, a being that devours everything, and he added that it can even digest everything it has eaten, turning it into part of its body. Xiao was stunned to hear the Dragon King say, Looking back now, it might also be called luck. I once participated in a hunt to destroy it before I was young. He takes a spoonful of ice cream and puts it in his mouth. At that point, the creature had grown so large that it was incomparable to anything you had seen before. The Dragon King softly recounted that he had devoured more than 10,000 demons and gods, to the point that neither an individual nor an entire alliance of demons could destroy him. And he affirmed that without luck on his side, I would have already met a tragic end. You just spoke up now, so are you saying that the luck you mentioned means you found a weakness or a way to break through? Long Vuong denied it. The details are quite lengthy, but it's not accidental. It's inevitable. He stood up with his hands on his hips and concluded that it self-destructed. The Dragon King added that the benefit monsters gain from eating humans or other monsters is to strengthen their love energy and physical body. It sounds obvious, but eating a high-level demon doesn't mean you'll get all its power. He gave an example, like eating an entire cow or tuna, but you wouldn't gain their abilities, right? Xiao hesitated, and if I understand correctly, Long Vuong interrupted, but his legs were different. His tone grew serious. It absorbs everything it eats without losing anything. Not only the appetite, but the stomach itself defies the natural law. That's why it is a monster. After hearing that, you wondered why a strength that seemed beneficial could lead to self-destruction. As Sio suddenly awakens to something, the Dragon King utters one word, Exactly! He lowers his upper eyelid not only to devour the enemy's energy and body, but also their memories, which are not just information but the experiences and impressions ingrained in the body, meaning the creature's ego is absorbed intact. He continued, according to historical records, the previous generations also had their strengths and weaknesses. The more powerful enemies they devoured, the more they absorbed demonic energy and strength. Memories are the same, seeming to become invincible. But at some point, the fractured ego becomes uncontrollable, and ultimately the body itself is suffocated and leads to destruction. Darkness itself has already developed remarkably since birth, and an immature ego is also a factor. Sio rested his chin on his hand, pondering this. But that weakness probably hasn't been effective yet, right? You think that to fragment the ego, it needs to devour many people or monsters. Long Vuong replied yes. His eyes were contemplative. Compared to the previous life, it's still at a childish level. It's a long way from collapsing. Not to mention the number of egos it has consumed. Long Vuong's voice deepened. Just by looking at how it still maintains a complete human form, it's enough to understand that it has never absorbed a truly powerful ego. He fell into silence, and with such a gap, my son has absorbed an extremely powerful ego, beyond his current capacity to digest. Seeing Sio look confused, Long Vuong asked again, Do you understand? What you may have to face is not just the enemy. Come back here. I still hold Sun Mi in my arms and look at her with a determined gaze. The Dragon King affirmed, and it's also a remnant of my son who has become part of it. He continued to stare at Sio intently without blinking. In his mind, he thought that whether the Long King's words were true or not, this opponent was truly terrifying beyond belief. Seeing the fierce aura she radiated, even Sio felt chills and sensed an unimaginable amount of demonic power. Honestly, I just wanted to run away immediately. But then Sio looked down at the girl in his hands, Sun, who was gasping for breath with great difficulty, which also gave him some motivation, at least to get Sun out of there. She smiled maliciously and said, Don't worry, just put the girl behind you. If you're worried, take her somewhere safe. I will wait. Bon, embodying Oryang, reminds you, I don't want you to be distracted by worry for your comrades in the upcoming battle and weaken your strength. I don't want that at all. This situation makes Sio a bit nervous, a hint of worry flashing on his face. The area around the fortress remains strangely quiet, and Sunmi has already been placed inside. She struggled to breathe, inhaling air, while outside he looked toward the fortress as the sound of drums echoed. "Is that enough now?" Seo heard the voice and turned back to look at her, showing generosity. "If you think the distance still isn't safe enough, I can give you more time." The boy interrupted. "No need. Seo prepared to fight. That's enough. No matter how far you take, son, if I can't defeat you, it all means nothing." Hearing that, Chin sneered and said, "That's right, I plan to swallow everything here, including you, and I just hope this meal will be enjoyable." He asked about swallowing. "Isn't this the place where you once rebelled to seize power? What is this? You seem to know what happened to us after all. Qian's knowledge of the past still remains among the monsters on this land isn't surprising." She crossed her arms and raised her voice. "Yes, this place is where I need to lead and protect." "Even now that I share a body with someone else, that conviction remains unchanged." Seo stood silently, focused on listening. "But now that I think about it, my way of pursuing that goal was too selfish." On smiles with a sinister grin. "No matter how righteous my will may be, ordering others to obey cannot be called justice. A true king must lead all those who act according to his will so they genuinely sympathize and aim for the same goal." And that statement from Chen hit Seo like a lightning bolt. "Now, for me, with us, it is entirely possible." Her voice thickened with a raspy tone, flowing from her wide mouth into a strange, sinister stream. "I will swallow everything, and within this body all will share the same will. A single heart, first all creatures within the soul, then humans and monsters on the surface." Chuyen's smile gradually loses its humanity, and then this entire world will truly become part of my stomach. While she muttered to herself, Seo clenched his fist and swung it forward, a figure who only obeys commands but cannot communicate with words. She seems to really enjoy this feeling, her smile full of scheming. On this side, a fierce aura surges from his hand. They whirl into a stream rushing toward Qian. Seo punches with incredible force, creating a sound that shakes the space. Breaking the armor, the demon guardian granted to Seo and the group by the demon judge allows the user to spread demonic energy and perform long-range attacks. The Dragon King continued, "It's not an ideal combination. You are a monster. Specializing in close combat, but facing me in close combat is like self-destructing." He said that just touching its mouth would be the end. Its swallowing is not a physical attack, but an unstoppable phenomenon. The Dragon King said that its mouth can change size and shape at will, appearing naturally. It really is a monster. He advised, "Maybe this advice is a bit irresponsible, but it's the first rule. Attack from as far away as possible." Seo's force was incredibly powerful at that moment, resembling a raging tornado or a pointed spear aimed straight at the wall, but suddenly, when it reached her, that force seemed to divert like a fork in the road. "Your taunting is a bit disappointing. The strategy is correct, but the power is too weak." Her eyes shifted to the side. "If so, then let go. Just a simple move." Seo on this side was bent over, preparing to attack. Just a simple move, not even sensing any aura of magic, and even found it amusing because the stance was overly exaggerated. Without time to wonder why, that monster had lost its composure. The shell's function is simply to enable ranged attacks, with efficiency far below any of Seo's magic spells, but now within Seo's body is a dragon scale, considered one of the most priceless spiritual herbs. The swirling force of power rushes like a storm, and at this moment, he has absorbed it all. The demon energy the young man possesses has surpassed the realm of monsters, being a dragon from a lineage allowed to rule the seas, with immense and powerful demon energy. One moment of perception is enough to grasp it. The rest is just pouring all your strength into a final blow. A blinding light flashes across the face of the warrior, and a loud boom echoes through the space as powerful energy radiates outward. The source of power disperses, destroying everything around it, spreading its aura through every corner, as the space plunges into a dreamy purple hue, with loud sounds continuously echoing, shattering the ocean's original tranquility. Soon after, as the dust settles, only a pile of ruins and debris remain. Countless rocks and debris are scattered by the powerful explosion as a pair of legs slowly emerge from within. Seo wipes the dirt off his face, leans on his knee with his hand, and looks up. A large gap has appeared on the floor beneath him, with a force far beyond any maximum firepower he has ever generated. Although Seo's love gem should have been nearly depleted, it is now overflowing. Instead, the body bears the damage, with a burden greater than expected. Seo looked at his trembling hand, almost as if bearing 10 times the weight of a divine strike, and lost in thought, suddenly he realized something. When the other side of the deep hole behind the mist was shrouded in haze, Qian had already appeared there, standing as if nothing had happened. This surprised Seo enough to step back, unprepared for battle, a sinister smile curling on his upper lip. She turned her hand to signal, moved closer, and pointed a finger forward, causing Sio's entire body to surge with fiery energy. Long Vuong once said, "Remember, that boy might have taken another Ngich Lan from my true form." He concluded that, of course, the main body would never easily let it possess the Chaos Orb, so it's certain that it still hasn't fully digested that power yet. You sit quietly listening to the Dragon King's teachings. If it has fully absorbed the Chaos Orb, then no matter what you do, you won't be able to win. The problem is, right now, that thing is inside Tam's stomach along with the boy. He added that his ability was to digest everything and turn it into his own. By now, he had probably fully absorbed the power of the Chaos Orb. Maybe what the boy can do after absorbing the Chaos Stone, Tam can do the same. The Dragon King crossed his arms, his face filled with confusion and despair, thinking that indeed hope was lost. Sealed so tightly that close combat was impossible, and now facing a monster like that. He stretched out his hand and said, "If you think it's impossible, you can run away too?" The corner of the Long King's mouth curled into a faint smile. "Even if I ask for help, I don't expect you to risk your life. It's just if you have the ability. That's all." He became thoughtful upon hearing that. Sio hesitated, but the Long Vuong interrupted. "I know that even if I don't ask for help, you will fight Tam. Just a quick glance is enough to see that. That thing must never be allowed to step into the outside world." His voice softened, "But even without you, there is still the last fortress. So don't feel the need to risk your life at all costs." The last fortress. Suddenly, he let out a scream that was painfully shrill. "No matter what happens, I must eliminate him right here." Chen suddenly remembered that he was the one who had to approach him first. The thought crossed his mind that an attack like before was not enough. The power was excessive, and the burden on his body was extremely heavy and highly inefficient. The most important thing is that the opponent is capable of withstanding that attack. Sio assessed that if he kept rushing into a battle of pure offense like this, he definitely wouldn't cause any significant damage. "My body has already reached its limit. Even with a huge amount of demon energy, my body and current magic are not enough to unleash that full power. And to break through that limit, what the young man thought of was to use the magic that the opponent was using." The attack is launched, breaking through the armor of the Blood Demon. A powerful force streaks forward, piercing through the ghostly lightning of the Jade Dragon. Originally, when the Dragon Clan wanted to perform an attack with immense firepower, they would concentrate their spiritual energy into a single point, thanks to the innate properties of their energy. Although possessing the same kind of spiritual power as the dragon race is impossible, creating a hammer with similar properties to the dragon's spiritual power is entirely feasible. After the Divine Strike, this is the second ultimate skill that Sio created. The two attack forces collide, creating a massive explosion that shakes the entire space. Sheen smiled, and that was exactly the answer. She turned around, unable to withstand this attack. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock and she froze. But when the white smoke dispersed, there was no one there. Suddenly, she realized something was coming down from above, because, just as expected, that attack seemed to have provoked Sio, making him unleash an incredible power. Sio's fierce gaze charged at Qian, and before she could react, he launched a lightning-fast attack. However, before she could rejoice, she realized there was another danger. Because at that moment, an extremely powerful energy, the demonic lightning, appeared. Sio is now truly furious, his eyes shining with an unbreakable determination. That powerful energy rushes straight toward Qian, swirling so fiercely that she loses a chunk of her waist. Then, without saying a word, Sio dropped straight down into the hole, his hand clenched tightly as he prepared to unleash his next power. At this moment, she has truly begun to pay attention to Sio's abilities, using the Demon Spear to replicate the principle of the Jade Dragon. However, that alone is merely imitating what the opponent can do. And the young hero's goal is not just to imitate, but to surpass his opponent, something even the Dragon Clan cannot achieve. That is why this technique also possesses a special feature. The corner of her upper lip curled into a naive smile as she launched a series of rapid attacks, with demonic lightning bullets, still based on compressing and releasing demonic energy like Jade Dragon. But now, each bullet contained second and third compression blocks that, when detonated at different times, could create complex, unexpected movements and expand the attack range. She looked up and thought to herself that those flashy movements were probably just a distraction, because it was impossible to control and aim so precisely without direct sight. She guessed that the real target was likely a much larger explosion, at least twice the size of the previous one. She uses her power and doesn't find it interesting at all, wondering how strong she can become. That's really interesting. But while she was still feeling proud,
Sio suddenly appeared behind her, voice rising, and she was caught off guard. She spun around quickly, but it was too late. He had already unleashed all his strength and directly attacked Qian. A loud sound echoes through the space, and at this moment, a luminous energy created by Sio envelops and seals the entire area. His eyes flickered like a bullet in the darkness as the released power created an increasing pressure. The upper half of the body gradually dissolves into the wind, and everything around begins to fall silent. The crackling sounds echoing together carry the smell of blood, brain, heart, and the lower abdomen, where the sacred gem usually resides, 3 deadly vital points that even monsters cannot recover from if destroyed instantly. Sio observes and unconsciously frowns in thought. But the amount of demonic energy felt still hasn't decreased. Suddenly, a rustling sound makes him stop in his tracks. At this moment, her lower body suddenly started to move bit by bit. Seeing this, Sio quickly launched another attack. Strange shapes began to crystallize on her body. Your attack continues to strike towards her. They collide, causing the surrounding scene to become distorted. The intense light blinds Sio's vision. As everything became clearer, her upper body had transformed into a bizarre shape. Seeing this, you quietly concluded that it's not that she was protected, but that she had disappeared, as if being sucked into that place. The voice from above sounded off, just as expected. Not everything can taste good after all. Fortunately, I didn't get hit directly. As she finished speaking, her original form on her body was restored. Qian's eyes darkened at this moment as she said, "Thanks to that, I also realized I can do things like this." Qian grinned slyly and said, "You're really good, but after eating everything, you might actually feel sorry." Sio didn't wait for her to finish and launched an attack immediately, while she prepared her defense in a hurry. Her strange hand begins to deform, facing Sio's attack without a hint of fear, with sharp fangs biting into a mysterious force. However, she was still a step behind him. Wow. Qin suddenly stops and looks at Sio, who is now seizing the opportunity to attack her. Sio, with her inherent determination and a miraculous strength, watched Qian stand frozen as he followed your swift steps, her feet scraping the ground, amplifying the sound. He puts all his strength into his fist this time. She seems unprepared and yields to the pressure as she advances. Sio quietly guessed that he had a rough idea. That mouth definitely wasn't something that could be casually created in any number. You instinctively remembered the moment earlier. Even though the size and shape changed quite flexibly, only one mouth could open at a time, confirming that was why you couldn't react perfectly to your own attack. Suddenly filled with energy, she rushed forward just as a purple gem appeared beneath her heel. The surrounding space becomes more obscure than ever, while Sio's left arm still shows no signs of weakening. He confidently stepped forward, his gaze growing sharper by the moment. The two opposing energies collide, creating an ethereal scene as its sharp teeth unleash their power. The two sides confront each other without any concession, seemingly losing their minds as they rush forward wildly. The boy is now thinking of a way to handle it properly. The two factions clash on, the surrounding space blending into a purple hue, everything before their eyes becoming chaotic and dazzling, layer after layer of power stacked upon each other. Sio seemed unable to believe it and suddenly felt the fog vanish. "No, I clearly saw that I hit the upper body." After thinking for a moment, you suddenly froze. Then suddenly, dozens of thick black liquids appeared and rushed towards Sio. He quickly used his agility to dodge. Qin continues to follow Sio's movements, constantly changing shape to pressure him. Qian, in her giant form, creates a dense shadow that covers the entire space and begins launching successive, powerful attacks. Sio dodged the attack while observing, as the ground beneath her, which was still bright, gradually turned into a cold blue. A sudden chill quickly reached his feet. Sio suddenly remembered this must belong to that monster. The purple beams shot forward like lightning, passing through you one after another, leaving you no time to react. Sio gritted her teeth and turned back, only to see her own arm falling in front of her. He finally spoke up, saying, "Not bad at all. I've learned quite a lot from you." Sio, even in a defensive stance, remains ready to defend. She added, although she can't control the trajectory as precisely as you do, and has started using her powers. By learning to compress the range, she now knows how to fire multiple beams extremely quickly. Hearing this, the whole body suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Sio began using her leg strength to break through the icy wall below and simultaneously swiftly launched several powerful sources of spiritual energy. He instinctively dodged them but still fell behind, causing Sio to feel the pain. He thought that without breaking the armor he was doomed and had to win back no matter what. As if she had guessed her opponent's plan, she had already prepared a step ahead. Sio quickly turned around and stared intently at her. Chen calmly smiled and casually said, "I don't even know which way those beams are flying." I quickly dodged the cold air coming from the ground.
She saw Seo struggling like that and slightly curled her lips. Immediately after, she launched a surprise attack from behind. She rushes forward like a gust of wind to attack fiercely. At this moment, your body is almost completely corroded, with sharp fangs constantly protruding, biting into the ground with great force. Seeing this, Seo's limbs couldn't help but tremble. He took the chance to risk everything and turn away. How could he not? Seo had only taken a few steps when suddenly a voice rang out. "I'm disappointed, you bastard. Your friend is dead. Don't you know how to get angry and fight back with all your might?" He still let that guy push him so far. He continued speaking. "The soul dissolves into the universe. Return now. This body is back, and the attack cannot be stopped. Even the rebellious demon can destroy evil monsters with nowhere to hide." Yuan slightly smirked and casually said, "The main character has stepped onto the stage, and that unlucky villain has just disappeared." At this moment, she seems to be recharged and continues attacking tirelessly. Seo, still immersed in her words, suddenly opens her eyes, regains her consciousness, and begins transforming into a strange form to attack. At the same time, she smiled mischievously and looked at her own figure like a statue, while his mind was shattered into hundreds of pieces. Suddenly, a powerful source of energy enveloped Seo's body. After a moment, the surrounding space was filled with dust and smoke, and the ground cracked into hundreds of pieces. My mouth is only now starting to move. "You!" Seo's eyes welled up with tears. "You Shin?" Yusin saw that and chuckled softly. "Don't look at me with that expression. He adds people and looks like a dead person coming back to life, but actually, he's not far off. He looks straight ahead and speaks. Anyway," he lowered his voice, "I can sense the aura from afar. Let's see if I can guess." And as expected, that fool seems to have been swallowed whole. Yusin slightly smirked, serving him right, pretending to be strong and acting as if he understood everything. But in the end, just a few hours after the abyss was swallowed by darkness, he sneered, "Wake up. I have to settle this neatly, damn it, but it seems we have no other choice. I also heard about it. It's related to the princess, right?" He suddenly froze upon hearing that, then quickly responded. "Yes, whether or not that thing exists," Yusin slowly said. "At the very moment it escapes from the ground, everything is over." She exclaimed in shock. "That's truly incredible. Not to mention the strength, with a human body surviving such wounds should be impossible." Her mood suddenly plummeted. "So that's how it is." Shang's thoughts start to become hazy. She mutters to herself, surprised that she still had the strength to snatch the third relic from her father's hand. He sneered, but that also meant he had to give up most of his remaining life. Truly, human desire is unstoppable. She seemed to lose control and said, "This is truly amazing." An's voice echoed on. A day when she managed to eat 3 pieces of the Dragon King's scales, plus a tempting side dish. Nothing could be better. Seo and Yu saw her as if she was losing control and became cautious. "You said you can freely change your form and size to create a mouth, and it seems you can also use the magic of the Crown Prince of the Dragon Palace and the mysterious tortoise monster. You also analyzed that Trin's swallowing ability is quite famous among the shadows. Can you at least use about 5, maybe around 10 types of demon magic as well?" She didn't care what they were discussing and directly charged to attack. Seo saw the opponent's move and quickly took a defensive stance, with lightning-fast strikes rushing forward, Yusin's eyes flickering subtly. "In this situation, don't talk about planning strategies. You understand each other perfectly. Even grasping each other's condition isn't easy, but as if that doesn't matter, the 2 teenagers immediately act." From above, seeing them each taking a different approach, she immediately breaks. The scene before her suddenly becomes chaotic. Her gaze was unsure of where to look now. On one side, she saw Seo giving it her all to strike, and in a moment she subtly glanced at the other side. Yusin is now focusing all his energy on attacking. Seeing the opportunity, he unleashes the 9 Heavens Response Yuan. His agile hand begins to follow up with the Thunder Blue Spectrum, Heavenly Sovereign. A lightning arrow quickly shot straight at Qian, carrying a powerful surge of spiritual energy. She sneered, indeed an intimidating pressure, probably due to her father's rebellious swallowing technique, with just her strength enough to crush most common spells. Not only did she not back down in the air, but also fought back. But at that moment, her hand began to evolve into a giant set of teeth to counter the thunderbolt arrow. Qin thought to himself, "It's too obvious. While Yin is distracting me, she's definitely trying to take back the bracelet." As she thought this, she suddenly felt something was off. She widened her eyes, clearly moving toward the bracelet, but why was there no sign of her? Thinking quickly, she looked up, and at this moment, Seo had already anchored himself mid-air. "You use all your strength and attack this time." Yushin sees everything starting to fall into place and quickly moves away from the danger zone. At the same time, Xiao also channels a massive source of power. As everything gradually becomes clear, Qian subtly lifts the corner of his mouth. You took this opportunity to charge straight at her. Qian frowned, thinking that even though he knew fighting her in close combat was suicidal, he still charged in. Could there be some move he hasn't revealed yet? Xiao's move was truly as fast as a blink of an eye. While she was stunned by what just happened, he had already begun his attack. Xiao simultaneously used her front and back techniques, then advanced together with a surprise fake body appearing. But the monster was unfazed because she had been through this before. Inside the monster is the consciousness of Prince Longkung Oryang, who still vividly remembers the previous battle with Kim Yusin. Moreover, given that Yusin and Xiao didn't have time to discuss beforehand, it's clear who the true body is. You just keep charging forward confidently to attack from a safer position further behind where you launched the strike. Even if it's a psychological game, no fool would risk rushing into an opponent they can't get close to. She continued to act based on her thoughts and watched the scene before her with a faint smile as the sharp fangs bit into Xiao's fake body and his lower half emitted a blue flame. Meanwhile, Xiao with his muscular body is directly attacking Qian. Qian's decision is completely correct. At the very moment he charged head-on, Xiao's survival rate was below 50%, assuming he sensed the aura of the clone approaching from behind. A reckless and daring gamble that's almost unbelievable, risking his very life. Memories and moments intertwine endlessly. Xiao didn't hesitate or think much about his decision. He kept attacking. In that brief moment, while mid-air preparing to strike, he saw that the clone Yusin created had no prior planning. And the reward for Xiao's successful gamble is Qian muttering in awe as he suddenly rushes from behind, reaffirming his freedom to beat down someone who is originally incapable of close combat. Xiao's eyes are like a true beast, using the tearing heart strike technique amplified 15 times beyond normal. A series of punches from Xiao land directly on the upper body amid clouds of dust and smoke. Her distant mouth twitches slightly. His gaze darkened as he silently thought that time was running out until the mouth disappeared, trying to deal maximum damage with the barrier attack. But suddenly something made Xiao hesitate, and his raised fist was frozen solid by ice. His upper body was thrown back from the attack, and Xiao was stunned to see his arms frozen stiff. From above, the scene revealed her distorted mouth, suddenly showing sharp teeth and a long, forked tongue. Her disgusting tongue clenched tightly around Xiao's neck, blood streaming down her face, yet she still sneered with a mocking smile. The area around your neck, wrapped by her tongue, also begins to freeze. Just as she was reveling in her triumph, a figure suddenly rushed in from behind. His spine shivered with fear, and he immediately turned around. The tall, straight figure of the young man unleashed his ultimate technique, a divine barrier that dissolved the malevolent energy, slicing through the tongue that was tightly gripping Xiao's neck. He also took advantage of that to kick the villain directly in the face, while the one behind was also prepared to step forward and help. Suddenly, sharp teeth opened wide and lunged from behind to bite off the top part of his head, but from afar, Yusin managed to leap back in time. His heart was filled with worry, secretly thinking that although it was obvious, the outcome was completely useless. Yusin thought about the sword strike he had just unleashed, which hit the lower dantian, where the brain, heart, and spirit stones are located. His entire upper body had been struck at vulnerable points, yet he remained doubtful and aware of more than 10 other weak spots that seemed to have no effect. Hastily stomping the ground to stop, Yusin gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing that unless there was jade energy at the weak points I hadn't struck yet, and worst of all, among countless possibilities, he had already considered the worst-case scenario from the start. Thinking quickly, he shouted loudly, recalling what Yusin had said that made Xiao pause. "I will handle the support. You just need to stand still and support from behind." Even he looks excited as he interrupts. What's going on? It's so embarrassing to listen to. The two of them are whispering and giggling. I don't understand anything on my own. Please tell me. Yuan also sneered with a mocking smile at her. If there's space to squeeze in, just do it. That statement made her tilt her head back and look straight at him. From afar, Yusin commanded his demon energy to split into multiple copies. All of his clones simultaneously assume a firm grip on their swords. Yusin gently raises his hand with a smile. Just wait and see. His slender hand gently parted the air. At the command, footsteps quickly echoed. He briefly looked at the approaching clones, realizing it's not just about increasing their numbers. It's probably obvious. In her mind, she considered Yusin and Xiao's power disparity based on what she had seen so far, and the danger didn't come from the monsters but from the fog. Yet she still couldn't help but glance behind. Still, I can't help but worry as I watch you trying to break through the thick ice with your hands, and then glance over at the rushing clones, quietly pondering. It's really not an easy choice. but she still decided to raise her hand to summon the Jade Dragon to attack. For now, I'll deal with what's right in front of me. The strike from the Jade Dragon shot through Yusin's star-shaped barrier, and in that situation, she knew her decision was the right one. Based on what she knows about the two blue dragon scales, since receiving the endless source of energy called the Dragon's Reverse Scale, Seo and Yusin's abilities have grown exponentially. That is obvious. However, she understands that if the comparison is only between the two, the difference lies in training and nature. From long ago, amidst the lush green mountains, the wise turtle, a being striving to surpass human limits through relentless training. In contrast, monsters are beings born with innate instincts and strength, but know how to control and guide them according to their own level. One person softly chuckles confidently, "I told you so." Trin also quickly realized that when unexpectedly gaining the advantage of abundant power, all copies turned into yin and rushed forward with swords in hand. This time, it's truly different. Watching that figure rush forward, she becomes even more convinced that the one who can wield that power in a rich and versatile way is even more capable. It's obvious who they are without saying, and the other clones all turn their attention upward. Yin's lightning strikes before her stunned eyes, the dissolving barrier, a swift killing blow. All of his copies, when unleashing their techniques, smile with satisfaction as she stands there, ready to face a barrage of deadly lightning attacks from all directions. She remembered the scene just now. Even though she had suffered physical damage, the clones could still operate. By the time she was still in shock, each clone was capable of casting dissolution barriers just like the main body. Especially when recalling the wooden sword Yusin threw, it made her even more cautious. And moreover, each dissolution barrier from those clones, Yusin usually used his expendable weapons to unleash his thunder attack, called Lei Than Fo Hua Tien Ton. If it were in the past, under normal circumstances, Yusin or any fighter would be severely drained by that enormous amount of demonic energy. But seeing him rush forward so quickly made her realize otherwise. But if it were Yusin now, even such wastefulness could be used freely. After the full-body attack and the smell of burnt scent lingering around, she suddenly looked up and smiled. In this situation, there's no other choice but to respond, knowing it will attract attention. Her mouth, however, doesn't bother to hide her desire, which drips openly. That action immediately made Yusin alert. She then drew out a sharp sword from her mouth, gripping it tightly in her hand with her sword covered in her own viscous substance. Then she suddenly smiled triumphantly and charged at Yin to dual swords, catching him off guard and making him grit his teeth. Her ambition flared as she remembered this was their first clash with swords or anything else, the cold blades clashing with a bright glow while another cut appeared on her hand, forcing her to bite her lip and swing her sword fiercely to break free from his pressure, seizing the opportunity as he quickly counterattacked, retreating to dodge her strike, even managing to block her sword with a swift move, forcing her to jump back and continue her assault while secretly calculating that this was not just a simple swing. This is the skill of an experienced swordsman at a high level. Could it be that among those it has swallowed, there is a cunning ant using a sword, and the opponent on the other side is now laughing with satisfaction? In the memory, that move didn't seem special, but now executing it with this body is completely different. At this moment, her voice made Yin's spine feel the danger. Can they really do this? Raising their sword high with a fierce glow in the darkness that surrounds them? Let's see. Witnessing that scene, what overwhelmed Yushin in that moment was an instinctive sense of death. It was so clear that it became more absurd than ever, with his whole body stiff and his eyes wide with shock as he sensed the terrifying creature he was facing beyond all norms. Then before Yusin's eyes appeared a strange face, coldly swinging a sword down. In that moment, what flashed through Yusin's mind instinctively was not a slow-motion memory, but a fleeting fragment of the past. A soft voice echoes in the darkness. What is this? That's a good answer for graduation. A monk's style is also judged based on how many magical tools he owns. The other person continued explaining that the sword Thantunyan is using is also a decent item, but for a direct disciple of Jonguchi, like you to rely only on that sword, and a few wooden darts is really not okay. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked up. I am very grateful, but this is a treasure, right? Then she hesitantly looked down at the item in the other person's hand. Are you really sure about giving me this? Jonguchi calmly replied in front of Yusin. It is indeed a somewhat risky decision. The difference between a treasure and an ordinary magic tool is as great as the difference between a deity and Gokmu. If you use this with your current skill, you'll be swallowed before you can even control it. Only when you feel that tense can you truly call it your ace in the hole. Let's see how it goes. Use it skillfully. The folded steel fan in his hand, followed by his slow voice echoing. This one isn't really a difficult treasure to tame. Facing the current danger, Yushin nervously grips the weapon in his hand. Precious white spirit leaf, the atmosphere outside is now very clear and bright. The Longkung martial arts tournament is about to start its final round in about 10 minutes. Inside the room, Seo is testing his skills, feeling the power within his body, quietly assessing that while he's not 100% sure he can use it in actual combat, the feeling isn't bad. The rejuvenation technique named by Yusin is a real skill that can be used. Seo clenched his fists, feeling a bit regretful but comforting himself. If he could master that as well, there would be nothing better. Come on, stop regretting. More time doesn't necessarily mean you'll get it done. Just then, you hear a sound and turn to check it out. Then Seo looked at his friends and asked, "Is everything done?" Yusin probably has to leave now. With a somewhat hesitant tone, he says that the master told him to prepare calmly, but anyway, leaving early to get a grasp of the situation is better, right? It's a bit strange to keep people waiting outside the door. Yusin took the fan and replied, "I know." Seeing what he was holding, Seo asked curiously, "Is that fan from back in the day? I've never seen it before." "Did you have it beforehand?" Yusin denied. "It's just a gift, nothing special. A master has been teaching me for a year and gave me this treasure." Seo doesn't quite understand. He gave an example. Just think of it as a very powerful, magical artifact. Hearing that, Seo vaguely understood it like the wooden sword he often threw, or the flask he gave me the other day. But Yusin immediately dismissed it. Nothing like this can be compared to those. Look at the fan he's seriously emphasizing. It's a magical treasure. The divine tools used by immortals are not just precious objects, even gods regard them highly. Then Yu calmly explained the knowledge to Seo. Like other magical tools, the shape and power of a treasure vary greatly. But when used correctly, it is said that any treasure contains enough power to destroy an entire nation. He calmly declared that if I could control this, I could not only win the tournament, but also handle those dark demons easily. Hearing this, Seo was stunned and exclaimed, "Really that confident? It just looks like a regular fan you buy at the market, so can I really trust it? But using things like that in this tournament, would it be accepted?" Yusin replied calmly, "As long as you know how to use them well." Right after that, he seriously explained, "The answer to your previous question is yes. If it's a tournament between monsters, I'm not so sure. But in chaotic battles between human and monster factions or mixed species fights, using magic tools or treasures isn't considered cheating." Yusin calmly asks Seo, "Do you know why? Does it mean that good equipment is also considered part of your strength, or something like that? Like Jen, who goes out to find good stuff to use, it probably wouldn't be that extreme." But Yusin calmly confirmed that you are right. Seo immediately looked terrified and asked again, "Really?" Just listen carefully as Yen explains the mysterious rules. Since ancient times, the number of spiritual tools and treasures a person owns has also been a measure of their rank. Then he calmly explained that you will understand soon enough that magical tools are not what create non-existent power. The core of them lies in the fact that you don't need to learn magic techniques. Just transfer energy and you can achieve results equivalent to a complete spell. The next moment, a tone of boredom and disdain is heard in the voice. Even when considering the amount of energy consumed, its efficiency compared to self-cultivation and casting spells is truly terrible. Seo also begins to imagine those magical tools. Then he solemnly issued a warning. In other words, divine weapons do not grant great power just by possession, but rather require paying a price to gain strength that matches one's abilities. Yusin's tone is very serious as he warns, that's why only those items that surpass the rules are called treasures or cheating tools. But at this point, he carefully emphasized that to use those items, you need to have the appropriate qualifications, just like a game balance update. If someone is not qualified to touch the treasure, just owning it can be enough to be punished. Lo Xiu still has some doubts. Yusin carefully explained that it's not just the treasure, but all divine weapons follow that rule. Owning them is a form of power. Utilizing your abilities is not cheating. After hearing everything, Seo still had some confusion and asked cautiously. At least he managed to hold it without being punished. "So, doesn't that mean you also have some qualification?" Yusin replied with a wry smile. "No, it's probably because my teacher, the true owner of this fan, personally entrusted it to me." Yusin looked at the fan and explained in a very calm tone, as if introducing something familiar, that after receiving the fan from his master, I had been using it continuously for 3 weeks. Old memories suddenly flooded back as a loud explosion echoed through the quiet forest, filling the scene with dust and chaos. Remembering my struggling figure back then, Yusin sighed in frustration, and the fan still hovered in front of me. He reluctantly recounted the outcome of that attempt, not even managing to control or open the fan once. Then Yusin complained angrily, "So on the 3rd try, I almost paid with my life, bedridden for 10 days.
Through that challenge, he thought he understood his teacher's intention. From the beginning, giving it to me was like a motivation, a goal, a message that I must keep striving until I can truly use the violin fan. At this moment, Seo suddenly asked an unrelated question. Your teacher lived with you for a year, right? Hearing that, Yushin replied in surprise. Time moves faster over there than here. Seo's expression immediately shifts to contemplation. Tran Tru speaks up. I think this. If that person spent a year with you and partly understands who you are, I don't believe giving you the fan was just a distant goal. I didn't expect Seo to say that. Yusin felt confused and asked, Really? Facing him, Seo began listing Yusin's flaws. Even though you're my close friend, honestly, your personality is pretty weird. Like you have some kind of Emperor Hong syndrome. Whenever someone says you shouldn't do something dangerous, you'll try it no matter what. It's the same in the game. In the end, Seo calmly made a guess. Someone like that. Just think about whether your master would give you an item so dangerous that misusing it could cost you your life and leave the decision entirely up to you. Clearly, you would keep poking at it. And you're worried Yu Xin won't believe. Seo pointed out what just happened. You admitted it yourself. The third time, you'll be knocked out for 10 days. Then, Seo casually judged that the first 2 times nearly cost you your life, and surely in the future you'll take every chance to try for the 4th and 5th times. Seo's serious expression shows that this is just my opinion. I haven't met your master, but if that person chose you as a true disciple, they must have seen the talent within you despite your personality. Looking at his close friend, Seo concluded seriously. Not right now, but the master surely believes that in the near future you will master that thing. And that's why the fan was given to you after careful consideration. Hearing that, Yin slightly bowed his head and replied with a faint smile. You're praising me too much. What talent? No matter how good I am, I can't compare to the immortal sages. I won't let him finish talking. It's strange that Seo cut him off decisively. Seeing his determined face declare that he is not anyone else but Kim Yusin. The best must naturally be different. Yushin was instantly stunned and then suddenly burst out laughing with joy. After a moment, Seo remembered there was something he forgot to ask and immediately inquired, what is the real function of that fan? Yuan let out a faint sound upon hearing this, returning to reality. His fight is ongoing, not because of Seo's words. I drew the white spirit fan out, almost instinctively, almost as an unconscious reflex. At this moment, Yin suddenly launched an attack, swiftly sweeping his technique toward him, his sharp gaze fixed on the white spirit blade in his hand as he swung his sword horizontally again. But suddenly she was stunned and puzzled as Qian's opponent suddenly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, Yusin suddenly appeared above. He only raises his sword high, but before Yusin can attack, Qian's move closes in on him. At that moment, Yusin reappears behind her, and immediately a sharp mouth emerges, biting and swallowing him. In an instant, both figures vanished simultaneously. Watching this, she pondered silently, and each scene quickly flashed through her mind. That definitely wasn't a clone just now. It was the real body. Recalling the feeling of the fight then, I am sure that no matter how sophisticated and durable a clone is, it couldn't have matched me to that extent. The moment she was lost in thought and murmuring to herself, it only made it more confusing. Then Yusin suddenly rushed from the side, and once again, considering Yusin's actions, it was impossible to dodge that attack given its position and timing. The more she thought about it, the more suspicious she became. Even if she could dodge, how could she have enough time to create a clone and counterattack so quickly? In the end, I just attacked everything directly without guessing anymore. The more I think about it, the less I understand. And even if I ask, no one will answer. At this moment, Yusin once again launched an attack, but the sword, just approaching, could no longer move. Immediately after, her voice echoed, and it was undeniable that this was also a clone, now at a whole new level compared to before. She turned her head back, her expression grim as she whispered, even though I surrounded myself with a thick layer of aura, it still maintained its shape, sometimes even more solid than the true body. If you want to find the hidden true body somewhere, Deathless has no chance. Then she sneered and muttered, whatever, just wipe them all out. Immediately, a dazzling light appeared in front of Yin. Then, a powerful sphere was created, destroying the area around Qianlan within a radius of dozens of meters and releasing a massive wave of demonic energy. When everything is stable, she alone remains a monster beyond the norm, only able to unleash that move with all her might, and the effect is undeniable. Her face is a smug, satisfied smile, and even a nearly divine stealth technique cannot escape this all-out attack. Seeing the wreckage before her, she became even more certain that because she had to hide her aura to cast Yusin's spell, she was more vulnerable to such attacks. Just then, Yusin's perfect figure appeared and approached Qian.
In an instant, her eyes widened in horror as she saw his gaze ignite with powerful love energy. At this moment, Yusin's mind was filled with Sio's voice. Isn't that hacking? Honestly, if you put skills like that into a game, players would be complaining and getting banned. So what if it's a hack?
I can't even use it, so it doesn't matter. Hearing that, you seemed to be pondering something and said, yeah, it really doesn't have to be exactly like the game. Even if you have a top-tier character but can't keep up, it's useless. You know that.
Yusin immediately got annoyed and threatened in a low voice, "Do you really want to meet your ancestors?" The fan in his hand possesses an incredibly powerful skill. Activating it by opening and fanning it at himself instantly transports the body out of the physical world. When folded, it can return to the real world, bringing him back to the battle with the white spirit fan, as Yusin's face turns cold and he approaches menacingly. And at this moment, that genius intuition perfectly applied the power of the divine artifact barrier, combined with the white spirit fan, just saw him wave the fan across the soul of the fallen. The clear blue sky with white clouds and bright sunlight, a white jar trembling with each beat. Yusin struggles to stand upright with it on his head, clearly having a hard time, and finally questions aloud. This thing in the jar really is water. The person opposite calmly takes a puff of his cigarette. Leon Gucci carefully reads the book and explains to Yin that even if he fills a large jar with water, it would only weigh about 60 kilograms at most. That brat just keeps talking all day. Even if he rides and jumps on a horse for a whole week, he wouldn't get tired. He shows no sympathy and continues, I only use a simple magic spell to increase weight tenfold. That's the minimum for it to be considered a punishment. John Gucci didn't even glance at him and simply reminded him to straighten his back, or it might hurt now. Ewan immediately felt indignant and retorted from the very beginning. Why should I be punished? He frowned and explained to John Gucci, it's just a few questions, nothing really important. If the real goal is training, just say so directly. Immediately, he looked at Yusin as if he were an idiot for protesting. It doesn't matter. What did this guy just say? John Gucci's eyes flashed with a few malicious sparks as he stared at him. I don't expect you to treat me like a real master anyway. But the face he puts on, pretending to be ready to tear out hearts and livers. Yet he couldn't even last a month before crawling out to complain. As expected, those with black hair only know how to behave after being hit, right? Yusin, realizing he's at a disadvantage, quietly walks away. I didn't mean to argue. That directly made him annoyed and shout. Hearing you talk, it makes my blood boil. He doesn't dare face Gucci and just mumbles shyly. Anyway, in my opinion, I really don't think those things are that important. Those kinds of theories have nothing to do with actual combat. This time, Gucci's response wasn't anger, but recognition of your talent. He looked confused and turned to ask John Gucci again. Yes. He replied seriously, and I also agree that practical experience is more important than theory, but that's only true when the theory exceeds practical ability. John Gucci is a teacher with a lot of experience in assessing students' situations. Theories that cannot be applied only limit their abilities further. But you're different. He has observed Yusin's abilities very carefully. You have a mind capable of digesting any theory after just one lesson, not the kind that becomes full from too much knowledge. On the contrary, his body learns even faster than his mind. Moreover, Gu knows his background very well and is the eldest son of the Holy Water Estate. If you have no chance to study, no one will believe you either. So why is your head filled with so much theory? So in that instant, he knew Yin's weakness. You could tell without even looking that he was still making remarkable progress despite not studying much, just learning enough to keep his position, and then giving up entirely. John Gucci has very high expectations compared to what he has shown. The Jade Sutra, the Tamdong Ke, the Tayat Kin. For someone without talent, digging into those 3 books for a lifetime is already exhausting. But if you stop there, that would truly be a sin. That is why he imposed a punishment on Yusin. This is the Thanhak secret manual, which is a bit difficult, but there's no more time to take gradual steps. Just accept it as karma and move on. John Gucci handed him the book and ordered, You need to memorize half of it today. No need to understand, but if you can memorize the entire mantra, that's more than enough. Seeing Yusin still not moving, he immediately scolded, Why are you still standing there? He turned to his master and asked again, Yes. John Gucci calmly set the task for him. Just keep studying with it, as if it's also training your stamina. Then he lazily leaned inside and said, I'm going to rest for a while now, probably by the time you finish preparing dinner. John Gucci still reminded the student that of course he would check how much he had learned, and if it wasn't enough, he would keep teaching until he mastered it. Yusin listened and couldn't believe his own hands. You're not joking, right?
He's also warning Yusin about cheating. If you dare to secretly cheat and drop it, that jar will weigh 10 times more. Remember that clearly. The world he perceives is very different from others. The theory of the overlapping 3 worlds. The world is made up of 2 layers of overlapping space, and Yusin has a very special physical form. One world is the material realm where you can see, hear, touch, and sense with the 5 senses, and the other is the spiritual realm where the souls of living beings exist. The 2 worlds exist in parallel without ever crossing, both coexisting in the same space at the same time. But even with close contact, they remain 2 separate worlds. The living cannot sense the dead, and the dead cannot touch the living. Moreover, there are ways to infiltrate both worlds, but the boundary between them is not firm. The dead can become vengeful spirits to harm the living. The living learn spiritual techniques to exorcise and banish evil spirits.
Everything can be resolved by breaking the rules. By harnessing energy, one can cross boundaries and influence both worlds.
Yusin read the book with a calm expression, thinking it was something impressive. Everyone knows about these things, but what's inside the book still hasn't stopped. But those who reach a certain realm can influence not only the material and spiritual worlds, and as he read, his eyes widened in amazement. They can also touch the unexpected 3rd realm. Its contents mention a different matter. The Tai-Hu realm exists above the material and spiritual worlds. The 3rd realm. Those are things Yusin has never known about. A realm without matter, without a soul, with nothing that can be confirmed to exist within it. Yet, it still hides a mystery. He sat up straight and studied the book seriously. Unlike the other 2 realms, the boundary to the Tai-Hu realm is not easy to breach. It is truly mysterious because there is very little information available to Yusin. Since ancient times, even legendary immortals have not fully uncovered its secrets, but there are still some treasures that assist the user. Throughout history, only a few spells or treasures could surpass the sacred ground of Vodou. Returning to the battle when Yusin used the fan to slash across Qian's body, shaking his soul. He was very serious when deciding to attack. Qian couldn't hide his surprise because everything was beyond expectations. What terrified Qian then were 2 things because he had prepared very thoroughly for this battle. Her body was now enveloped in an even thicker barrier of demonic energy than ever before. When Yusin previously launched a finishing strike at Oryang, her sword was blocked by Oryang's dense aura and rendered ineffective. So this time Qian also chose a similar defensive approach, even more terrifying given the feeling of this unusually severe wound. But Yusin's sword pierced through her smoothly, without damaging her protective aura. Even though Yusin had truly struck, her body remained unharmed and the 2 swords left no wounds on her. Unconsciously, Qian reached out to defend herself and tried to retreat. Suddenly, she felt as if she had received a blessing. All of Qian's cells seemed to freeze in place as another strike was delivered at her. Qian's legs wobbled and she lost her balance, collapsing to her knees as Yusin's 2 sword swings loomed in front of her. He didn't hesitate for a moment and kept attacking, but she still showed no sign of injury. There are no wounds. Even though Yusin struck multiple times in the air, there was no physical impact. The more that happens, the more she feels everything is becoming even stranger. So why is that? Because she suddenly felt a pain spreading through her entire head? Why does she sense an indescribable pain like a scream coming from her very soul? As he was about to strike, Yusin suddenly froze in surprise. Qian had transformed into a different form. The exclusive North Pole Ice Curse. After enduring many hits, she plans to counterattack, using a battle technique Qian has never employed in a meal, an unfair move in battle, delivering a deadly blow with extreme cold that the human body cannot withstand. But Yusin remains very confident, unharmed. Do you think so? The divine barrier disperses, and he continues to wield his young sword along Qian's body, echoing in the soul. Yusin's techniques each contain their own secrets, meant to protect the user from external threats, but this is only a very simple description of the power of the White Spirit fan. He is holding a treasure in the form of a fan. In fact, Bak Lin Fian is a treasure capable of crossing the 3 realms. Its way of use is not too difficult and also very helpful. A flick of the fan transfers the user's body from the physical realm to the spiritual realm. Yusin just needs to move the fan and everything will be complete. A flick back to the Tai-Hu realm, the fan's function is to help the user change their soul state. Folding the fan back, the user returns to the physical realm, allowing him to face Qian. Yusin took Qian's sword move by transporting himself to the Void realm, which is why Qian couldn't counterattack him, a place where energy and magic cannot reach. Yusin was very clever to use the treasure very effectively. However, the counterattack was not launched from the Tai-Hu realm, but from the spirit realm. With the help of the fan, he was able to strike Qian by bringing himself to the place where spirits exist. Yusin can directly cut into the soul of the demon instead of its body. Afterwards, Yusin's technique was given an official name, and the subsequent strike was called Soul Shock. He started coughing up blood, his body trembling as he tore apart the soul of a monster less than a year old. The spirit realm is not like the Taihu realm. Yin gasped for breath, with blue spiritual veins lingering on his body, only to lift his head and stare with a strange gaze at him. Both Yusin and she were affected by the treasure, as it still remained within the range of influence, although not as clearly as physical objects, but still subject to magic and demonic power. He has no strength left and drops the fan entirely. Seeing Yusin unable to hold on, she begins to mock him. I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but it definitely must be a top-tier artifact. She wiped the blood from her mouth, reaching all the way to her ear, capable of crossing the 3 realms. Even if she tore apart the palace, it would be hard to find a second such item. Yusin refused to let her be arrogant and confidently responded.
Fool, you pretend to be calm until the end, then get hit.
Qian opened his eyes wide in shock at his words. From the beginning, Yusin only wanted to buy time. No matter how many tricks he used, he couldn't defeat Qian. She immediately tensed up and turned around, so there was only one option left. The image of the past battle flashed back again. Yuan baited Si into attacking, all to give Xiao Huai the final blow and buy time until you can change the situation and strike. And now the real opponent is behind us. Xiao calmly walks forward with his aura fully on display, standing alert, turning to face the formidable opponent, while Yusin feels reassured seeing Xiao return. You appeared with a new form and power. Seeing that, he couldn't help but comment. Anyway, Yusin looked at him and sneered, as if he wanted to take all the cool points for himself. An stood still without reacting to Xiao, but she also acknowledged both of their tactics, which looked quite impressive. I knew from the moment Kim Yusin took a bit of a risk and charged forward. Still, she doesn't think much of your strength. All right, with that kind of skill, you think you can catch me. After saying that, she suddenly turned her head back and aimed at Yin. He also sensed the danger from her attack. Her shadow like a monster biting into Yin's head, but those sharp teeth only pierced his spiritual energy. She immediately taunted him with a sarcastic tone. It's better for Tai to run away than to use the sword, but that's fine too. She gradually pulls back the monster below. Anyway, just standing firm in that state is already a great effort. Then all attention shifts to Xiao. Hopefully this time I'll get a satisfying meal. She coughs and glares greedily at Xiao. Honestly, it's embarrassing to say, but there's no time to savor it now. I'm so hungry after what just happened. You also didn't slack off and started to prepare yourself while her saliva dripped eagerly. A beam of light emanates from both of their locations. She charges forward quickly towards Xiao. Chen, like a fierce demon, swings her sword forcefully, and the clash creates a thick cloud of smoke. She remains in her attacking stance. However, Qian's sword was broken in two, while Xiao remained unharmed, his weapon easily blocking her attack. Not stopping there, he continued to press forward in close combat and countered her with his sword. Once again, the strange power of the above appears, but those sharp teeth couldn't swallow Xiao's sword. Huh? Qian's power isn't something easy to deal with. The gluttonous ability of the above is truly absolute. Its omnivorous capacity to swallow almost everything. It breaks all the laws of this world, even those much stronger than it, and ordinary targets that cannot be destroyed. It can also swallow everything, but right now it just can't do it. But this time, that obvious rule could not be applied. Time rewound back to the beginning of the battle. A few seconds ago, Xiao was struggling to fight against her, even with Yusin's help. That boy was desperately trying to hold himself together. Her strength is too overwhelming for the two of them. Even though Yusin can defend, it's still very dangerous. And Xiao is just an outsider witnessing that battle, with his friend cornered and vulnerable, as if danger could strike at any moment. There were many times Xiao wanted to strike secretly, sensing the opponent's back was completely vulnerable. But he couldn't do it because he understood very well. But in the end, I still didn't do it because I knew why Yusin risked everything to face C, and because I myself also developed ambitions, and because he felt that simply doing so was still not enough. Although both of them gained increased strength thanks to the Dragon King, the Chaos Pearl bestowed by the Dragon King, they now possessed power far beyond the ordinary. However, they still haven't fully mastered their power, but what remains is how they can use that power. In previous battles, Xiao also struggled to fully utilize his abilities. In the end, he finally combined both techniques to unleash a new attack, and its damage was greatly increased. Even after using all his abilities and senses to come up with a method, he poured all his magic into the punch, but it still hadn't reached its ultimate level. Tu Kui Tian Quang ultimately still couldn't deal a fatal blow to the monster in front of him, so Xiao also realized the fate of both of them. In the end,
Even if Yusin and you pour all your strength into it, the outcome will only be both of you exhausting your energy. That belief has tightly held on to Seo. You know, this isn't an easy problem to solve. Even if it's Yusin, there's no special way to fix this either. Xiu remembered what Yusin had told him before the match, because if you only consider destructive power, the monsters are even superior to Chuangvu. A foolish one-on-one fight, he knew he had to handle it himself. Xiu realized Yin's intentions and efforts, which is why he tried to buy more time with an honorable duel that didn't suit him at all. I have to do this. Xiu clenched his fist, a strong will rising within him. For Xiu, he has no knowledge of magic or spells. All he has are memories and experience. He gasped for breath, trying to hold himself up, groping with his instincts from those things. In Xiu's mind, fragments of memories with the Dragon King. His hand begins to gather the streams of energy. That boy. Xiu gradually transformed into a different form, filled with deadly intent. His old appearance was gone. Now only a fierce Xiu to subdue the monster. All the accumulated emotions flood into his mind. Disgust, rage, hatred, malice. The world, humanity are not acts of necessity for justice. Xiu has discarded all reason to choose strength, with violence as both purpose and means. Strikes like bombings that he loves more than anything. Now he has the form of a human, but the appearance of a demon. That boy keeps repeating it over and over. Xiu clenched his sword tightly, ready to fight and deceive himself perfectly. He didn't hesitate to leap up and counterattack Qian. Xiu's eyes flash with a dangerous purple lightning as he unleashes a powerful kick, hitting Qian 10 times harder. She couldn't resist being pushed back. That collision directly caused Qian to be thrown far away. She doesn't have enough strength to resist the momentum of the attack. Xiu's leg is enveloped in a green aura. He quickly reached out and grabbed his sword, while on the other side, finally regaining balance to hold his body steady. At the same time, Xiu also assumed a stance for a new move, channeling all his strength into his right leg to execute the tearing heart strike. Then Xiu sped up and charged towards her 15 times. Before long, he closed the gap with Qian. She reached out with her hand, trying everything to defend herself. The magic the monster drew was not her own and was a trace of prey taken from her stomach. A barrier of spiritual energy surrounds the shield, among which the most defensive is the spirit demon armor. But that barrier quickly shatters. Xiu used her sword to shatter everything. She quickly withdrew her hand to counterattack, easily breaking through the barrier she had created.
Both attacks immediately clash, making it difficult to determine the winner in this confrontation.
Tuqui's sword is forged from extremely inhuman murderous intent, capable of confronting Qian's abilities. Qian remains steadfast without retreating, but the battle must come to an end. He raises his hand to step back. Unless it's Qian's power, there's no way to block Tuqui's sword. Xiu is gathering demonic energy around his fist for the breakthrough strike. Qian stared wide-eyed at him, but Xiu's hand didn't stop. He faced her directly without hesitation. She couldn't dodge and had to take the full brunt of the attack. 20 times the power, Xiu keeps going, grabbing his weapon and slashing off part of Qian's face, then continuing his attack as he steps back. She begins to retreat, trying to create distance, but it's already too late. Xiu prepared his 30 times attack, unleashing a series of sword strikes that shattered the body into countless pieces. Xiu froze, dark lightning crackling around him, his blood-stained blade dripping onto the floor, his body shattered into pieces. He sensed something, looking down at the arena floor as the shadowy stain spread rapidly. In just a moment, she had surrounded the entire wide arena around him. From within the darkness, sharp fangs protruded high. Xiu reacted quickly, leaping off the ground to avoid the giant black beast's bite. Her jagged teeth stood out against the dark mass. Xiu glanced at the monster, unsure of what was going on in its mind. You land in a spot free of the dark patches staining the floor. The half-demon carefully stares intently at the enemy. Below her feet, the darkness continued to spread everywhere. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes full of excitement. The pupil suddenly darted, realizing that what disturbed the monster was not a visual change but a sensation in the body. Since birth, its regenerative ability had always functioned flawlessly without any issues. But in this moment, it didn't function properly. Thinking of this, Shang couldn't help but smile. Xiu prepared himself to face the battle, and as he realized the cause of it, An became even more berserk. For the first time, the monster felt fear as dark lightning appeared around Xiu. His foot moved slightly, as no creature could remain calm in the face of the fear they were experiencing for the first time. If that fear is of death, then it is even more impossible. Moreover, even Oryang's own identity, which already half possesses the monster, has always lived apart from death, so the monster felt not only fear, but also shame and uncontrollable rage.
The darkness obeyed the command and spread instantly at lightning speed. This time, the monster completely emerged from the ground. Shu rushes forward without hesitation, the monster's gaping mouth ready to swallow him, but Seo spots the opening and grips his sword tighter. At the very moment she rushes forward, he targets her weakness below the neck and decisively slashes a long cut, splitting her body in half, the black mouth severed from her form, opening wide as if to scream. Seo clenched the sword tighter in his hand, his eyes full of vigilance, paying attention to the dark courtyard still lying quietly beneath the floor. What you need to pay special attention to is the second mouth about to emerge from the ground. Seo leaps up, ready to rush toward the target. He drives the sword straight into the ground and immediately looks down at the target with a tense gaze. As expected, the shadow has vanished without a trace, leaving only a crack in the ground. When did Qian appear behind you? He already had an energy sphere prepared in his hand. Super looked up just in time to see the sphere shoot straight toward a spot right beside him. He tensed up, his arm tightening, and in an instant, his right arm was suddenly severed. Sai Yu was caught off guard by the sudden damage and reflexively leaned back, and Qi quickly launched the next attack. She shattered a stretch of open ground, dust and smoke billowing everywhere, a fog covering everything, blocking your view. Seo stood still for a moment, a shadow appearing through the mist, and he immediately reacted, the dark gaping mouth rushing forward through the wind. This time, that mouth is attached to a tall, pale red and black body, several times taller than a normal person. The boy dodged to the side to avoid Qian's bite. For a moment, the black monster froze midair. Seo seized the moment, ready to strike, and threw a punch directly at her. That mouth seems unharmed. In fact, it even sticks out its slimy tongue to taunt. I look at the arm I just used to attack, now covered in a layer of ice. The monster didn't give Seo a chance to react and immediately rushed up to cut off his remaining arm. Seo stepped back. Now both of his arms were severed, with a bit of blue ice still lingering at the wounds. Qin screams wildly, completely berserk. Seo remains calm, instantly springs up, and continues to fight. Seo jumps into the air, using his legs to block her punch. Nothing unusual, his legs immediately turn to ice. The beast with the long tongue shows no intention of letting Seo go. It grips his leg tightly, gradually freezing the entire limb. No matter how much Seo struggles, his leg still won't move. It breaks Seo's leg and immediately attacks with its wide-open mouth. Seo kicks the remaining leg straight into its chin and uses the momentum to propel himself into the air. Seo took advantage of the moment it was still stunned to quickly recover his body. He was kicked down and sprawled on the ground. Seo grabbed the sword, raised it high, his eyes filled with murderous intent, aiming directly at its neck, and without hesitation, brought the blade down to deliver a decisive blow. The force of this attack was so immense that its aftershock rippled outward in several rings before finally stopping, shattering the body into pieces as the smoke gradually dissipated, and at the same time, Seo's body began to react strangely. This was always a predetermined ending, as repeatedly using the Tuitan Kitch move with power far exceeding the maximum normal limit, even more so. Because of the nearly infinite amount of love energy supplied, there are no issues with regeneration. But in a short period of time, the body has undergone countless destructions and recreations to the point where it can no longer operate normally. Seo can no longer hold on and collapses on the arena floor, his body covered in wounds. His blood stains the ground red, and the black and white scars on his arms haven't disappeared yet. Qian has been reborn, seizing his hardened body as black liquid continues to flow from the crack on his head. Seo stares at Qian in silence. At this moment, the black mouth appeared on Qian's face, voice trembling. Finally, Qian stared intensely into Seo's terrified eyes and repeated, then immediately after, the mouth opened wide, large enough to swallow Seo whole. Suddenly it froze, with Seo's black sword stabbed through its side at Qian's waist. Someone spoke, voice calm. Did the stiff-eyed man finally glance back at Yusin, who appeared out of nowhere? He clenched his sword tightly and smirked. Then Yusin looked at it, sweat pouring down his face with a challenging tone. Enjoy your meal. And then he used a move to take down that monster. Yusin strikes down, splitting Qi's body in two. He grips his sword tightly, raising it high, his eyes changing as sudden blue sparks appear. Yusin kept slashing with more swords until there was not a single intact piece of Qi's body left. Qin is completely defeated and unable to fight back. Yusin drives his sword into the ground, gasping for breath. He's collapsed in the middle of the chaos. Yusin gathers his remaining strength and says, I'm doomed. Seo, are you okay? But Seo didn't respond, lying motionless among the chaos. Yusin thought to himself, she's unconscious but probably fine. Her aura still seems stronger than mine. He took a step forward, sensing something, and immediately looked down at the floor. Yusin hurriedly drops the sword, clutching his hand, which now bears a deep crack running across it from the contact. He was stunned. Even after just over 10 seconds of contact, Dujen surpassed even high-level curses. Yusin frowned, of course. That was the price to pay. He looked around, a deadly weapon capable of killing the monster with a single slash. Even Yusin was helpless. But what Yusin was worried about was not the injury he just received. The sword lies still on the ground. Among all the magical weapons seen so far, nothing can compare to that deadly weapon. For the one who created it, there is no way to avoid its negative influence. While Yusin was still lost in thought, Xiao had already rushed in front of him from somewhere. This entire scene made him stare in shock. Xiao bent low, his eyes full of murderous intent as he stared straight at him. Yuan gritted his teeth and immediately kicked him hard in the head. Xiao froze in midair for a moment, seemingly unharmed. Yusin didn't hesitate, raising his hand high, forming a seal and slashing straight down at Xiao's body with deadly speed. Yusin leans down to look at you, now holding the sword he picked up, with streaks of dark lightning continuously appearing around his hand. He rushed forward and punched Yusin's head directly, causing it to immediately be squeezed shut, leaving only a few streaks of blue light around the wound. Yusin's body burst out from somewhere else. It took less than a second for Xiao to immediately pinpoint his location. Yusin gritted his teeth and nodded. Indeed, that's how it was. Why does everything seem to go too smoothly? He thought. It only took less than a second to act again after the deadly strike. Even if Xiao's rebirth ability is truly formidable, his human body couldn't recover that quickly from such a lethal strike. He muttered, maybe it was thanks to that toad talisman technique. Not nerves, but the cursed beast embedded in his body that allowed him to control his body like that. Thinking of this, Yushin forced a bitter smile. So is this what it's like? I accidentally used a power I shouldn't have because of everyone, and ended up losing control. Are you going crazy like that? He mockingly sneers, capable of doing anything, but according to the usual process, now I'll be beaten almost to death. He woke up and saved me, right? Yusin stopped and drew his sword, ready to fight. He said of course I didn't intend to go along with that cheap plan. I muttered to myself that after knowing each other for about 4 years, it's about time we had a proper fight. People say Duong has to break and heal himself a few times to be sure he's okay. Yusin assumed a fighting stance and loudly declared that this time they should have a proper fight. For a strong friendship in the future, I will take this opportunity to let go of all the frustrations I've held onto for so long. I don't know how much Xiao heard, but he immediately took his stance. Yusin creates a few more clones behind him, ready to fight to the death with you. Xiao slightly crouches, gathering momentum as black lightning continues to appear, enveloping him. Xiao suddenly leapt forward like an arrow shot from a bow. In front of him, 3 Yusin clones stood there. All the clones are armed with swords and fans, ready to attack at any moment. Xiao strikes with several slashes, cutting all 3 clones in half, and they gradually vanish, concealing Yusin's true whereabouts. Xiao turns around, lost in thought, while Yusin stands out of sight, hiding his presence. Secret technique of the hidden void air destruction. He silently calculates in his mind. Baklintine is almost unusable, at most only once or twice, and that's just switching to the spirit realm, not the Tai-Hu realm. He frowns and calls out, but there's no response. If it's a state of not hearing, that's better, but if it's hearing and ignoring, then it's troublesome. You thought, based on intuition, the reason for going crazy was probably the aura of menace emanating from that sword, a feeling that could be called malevolence, surpassing even resentment. That strange mask could also be seen as a sign of that. At this point, his face clearly shows his discomfort. Before it's too late, we must destroy that mask. It's the key to bringing Xiao back to normal. He thought to himself, the problem is how to break it. Honestly, I don't see any flaws. He's trying to observe Xiao from afar. Approaching is still manageable. But the problem is, before I can break the mask, I'll definitely get hit by a powerful attack first. Suddenly, Xiao glances directly at you, and Yushin is stunned. What? A layer of death aura surrounds Xiao, unintentionally putting pressure on him. Yusin was stunned, clearly having used the void hidden destruction to completely conceal his aura. Could it be that he sensed the signs through sound or smell? He's really crazy. Yusin muttered, I don't know anymore, damn it. If you want to come, then come here and see. This damn stinking pig. How much more do I have to wipe your ass? I've already done everything you want, everything you need, all those disgusting, crazy things for you. Xiao charges straight ahead. This is no longer a prolonged battle. A few exchanges of blows will surely lead to defeat. Yuan hesitated, knowing that if he tried to stall by holding back, he would be finished before he could do anything. He clenched his sword tightly, knowing he had only one chance to end it all with a single strike. Xiao charged forward, closing the distance in an instant.
The two decided to attack head-on, ending the battle with a single strike, leaving Yuan stunned by his friend's ferocity. Xiao no longer could distinguish friend from foe and decisively cut Yusin's body in half. He immediately realized this was not the original form. Yusin appears right after the body that was just cut down, taking advantage of Xiao's moment of hesitation to strike at his weakness. Yusin slightly smirked, a look of pride on his face. He thought to himself, a completely distracting attack. But still, a streak of black lightning appeared, signaling trouble. The Xiao family's Tui Xinji attack still created a gap that neither of them could bridge. You trusted so much that the Bailing fairy spirit realm, in this state, physical attacks cannot cause damage, nor can they hit you. He sneered, but if he was hit by Xiao's sword, his soul would be torn apart. This was a real gamble. Yen said coldly, Xiao is useless. He spun around and delivered a strike that shattered Xiao's stone mask as Yu Xin swiftly ran past Xiao. He gently pursed his lips with a worried expression and rushed forward. After being caught off guard by Yin's strike, he fell backward, and his mask shattered. The cracked and heavily damaged ground with the surrounding scenery in ruins as he tiredly slowly turns his head to look back. Under the ground, the stone mask from earlier shattered and scattered everywhere. Sayu's face darkened as he kept panting heavily. Are you listening to me now? If you can answer, go ahead. If your mind is still not clear, I will hit you again. Sayu's face darkened with a trembling glance back and asked seriously, why did you do something so dangerous? You almost died just now. Yusin lowered his gaze slightly, then looked up calmly and said, You've been having too much fun, and I'm not the type to put myself in others' shoes, so if I just let you go like that, anyone could guess what's going to happen next. Yusin then remembered the image of Xiao rushing forward aggressively, his eyes gradually becoming vacant. You don't even remember anything towards the end, right? Usually, such extreme outbursts are stopped only when your energy runs out. They didn't hold back and charged at each other, fighting fiercely. A shiny blue gem radiated light as it appeared, but because of the scales in our bodies can't reach exhaustion. A large puppet lies on the ground with parts of its body separated from each other. I'm not sure, but either the rebellious energy within the body must be completely exhausted, or the body has to be pushed to the point where it can no longer continue destroying and regenerating itself for it to stop. Yusin chuckled softly, quickly sheathing the sword in his hand. The main reason is that I can do it. I don't know how much you remember, but I hit your head without hurting a single hair. Do you know? You can't beat him. After a moment, he hesitated slightly before calling out softly, but Xiao, squinting and looking frightened, looked at Yin and spoke. Compared to those words, you looked terrified at the end. I saw everything. He raised his head defiantly, gripping the sword hilt tightly, hurriedly explaining, It seems the situation was really serious back then. Even the hallucination remains in my memory. He softly said, but Yusin cut him off before Xiao could finish speaking. Eat your fill. After a while, he reached out and took your hand to pull it up. Xiao slowly stood up exhausted, then softly smiled and said, That's really scary. If what you said is true and it continues like that, then something serious will happen. Yusin, after a moment of silence, suddenly said there might not be a next time. Xiao looked up in confusion and exclaimed, What? He furrowed his brows and quickly explained to Xiao if he falls into this state again. Next time, neither I nor anyone else might be able to bring you back to how you were before. It's already too late to say it now. Yu stands facing Xiao, patiently trying to persuade him without stopping. From now on, give up being a monster. No matter what I have to do, I will make you into an even stronger martial artist. Don't let yourself drift further away from who you truly are. Xiao's face begins to show worry as he stammers, What are you talking about? He interrupts, I didn't say that out of the blue. Yusin turned away, running a hand through his hair and chest to admit, Yes, that was indeed my selfish wish before I came to the Dragon Palace. And up until yesterday. As a friend, I want you to live as a human, not as a monster. He quickly lowered his hand and looked straight at Xiao with a determined gaze. But now I no longer care about my personal feelings. I truly believe I must stop you. Yusin held out his hand and spoke. Xiao immediately paled and looked back. Look at this, the wound is already on his palm, and the dark ink-like stains are spreading out. He looked up, then lowered his gaze repeatedly, exclaiming, Could this be it? Yusin calmly replied, Yes, it's because you grabbed the sword. His face darkened slightly, and he tiredly said, If you ask if I'm okay, I'd say I am. If you ask if it hurts, honestly, it hurts to the point of death. Yusin still kept his hand exposed, revealing the terrifying wound. But the real issue is that this isn't some kind of spell or magic. Suddenly, a mysterious red inscription appeared right after, as he recounted. In a curse beyond just the energy used, feelings of resentment are also very important.
Even if a curse is cast with a huge amount of energy without clear and sharp malice directed at the target, its effectiveness is uncertain. A straw puppet pierced with nails is quickly burned by flames. Therefore, the more intense the personal resentment, the stronger the curse becomes. In other words, a curse created on the spot cannot be very powerful. If you think like that, what you created is completely something beyond the ordinary. That sword gradually disappeared right before their eyes because it was essentially an incredibly powerful curse created instantaneously. He kept explaining in detail the origin of the sword earlier. Perhaps the principle is similar. If that monster's core could project the images you imagine in your mind, then channeling your emotions to double your power wouldn't be impossible. A fleeting image flashes in Yin's mind. But the problem is how to summon such emotions in just a moment. Do you understand what I mean? At this moment, Xiao could only remain silent, feeling a bit worried and unsure how to respond to Yin's words, as the malicious intent spoken of could burn away a lifetime when facing an archenemy. It's not just about controlling emotions. The terrifying shadow with a deadly mask appears through his words. When he wears the mask, he becomes something far beyond a normal creature, with a completely different level of emotional projection, almost like something mystical. The voice is a bit more hurried, with his eyes showing fear and a sincere plea. Although I have always believed that the final choice was his, now that's no longer the case. I ask you, as a friend, to stop right here. Xiao pursed his lips and said nothing in response to Yin's pleading tone. I completely understand why you need strength, but there are also possibilities. There are things even more terrifying than lacking power. After a moment, Xiao hesitated slightly and slowly said, I didn't let you finish speaking when something behind quickly drew their attention. The fragments of the mask gradually emitted strange purple smoke, then merged together to form something with a glowing red inscription. Yusin was stunned, quickly grabbing his sword to defend himself. Xiao was momentarily stunned, clenched his fist, and asked in disbelief, What is that? From those fragments, a stream of purple smoke rises, forming a terrifying skull. Lightning quickly appears from his hand. Xiao softly said, Is this still not enough after going this far? Suddenly, Yuxin's voice interrupted. Don't. Stay away from it. If my guess is correct, that thing won't harm us. Then who is it for? Yu quickly replied, I don't know either. He patiently observes, his hand on the sword slowly releasing. One thing is certain, that is not the spell of that dark demon. Your sword was already something terrifying, not fully dead but no longer capable of rebirth, like a living octopus torn apart. Maybe it was a pre-engraved spell from the start. Suddenly, an image appears with a deep black vortex right in her chest. When that dark demon falls into a state where it cannot fight, it activates automatically, using the remaining energy inside, like a self-destruct mechanism. Xiao, sweating profusely, slowly said, So, shouldn't we stop it? Yu Xin, looking tired, replied, I already said it's impossible to stop because from the beginning, it was a curse designed with a specific purpose. The sky is pitch black, and the rain keeps falling non-stop. I don't know what the one who cast the curse was aiming for, or how far their calculations went, but just the amount of malice contained within is already insane. At this moment, Bi Hyung is walking under the heavy rain with an umbrella in hand, glancing over with a raised eyebrow before speaking in a somewhat distant voice. I don't know anymore. I guess our story ends here. Everything will probably be fine. Above the sky, the purple skull-shaped smoke gradually fades away and disappears. On the other side, a luxurious room with classic decor appears. Man Choi, with his injured face, quietly said, Sorry for being late. I encountered some unforeseen trouble. He looked directly at Sungu sitting right in front and asked, So this is our first time meeting? Do you know who I am? Second President of the Republic of Korea, Jiang Sun-gilu. He hesitated for a moment before quickly replying, Yes, Mr. Former President. But Sun-gilu looked towards Man Choi, who was sitting comfortably in the chair, hesitating. Your eyes. He nonchalantly touched the wound on his eye with his finger. It's nothing serious, just a minor inconvenience and not worth worrying about. The two sit facing each other, but Man Choi's presence completely dominates. He quickly said, I can't take up too much of your time either. I'll be quick and get straight to the point. You are in quite a tricky situation, aren't you? Manhwa will get straight to the point that Sungu wants to make. This shocks him deeply. Hell will open in the human world in 6 months. How to prepare for the coming future without causing panic among the people is certainly not an easy task. Unfortunately, that effort has been in vain. Thinking of Xiao destroying everything alone, he said gravely. Who would have thought that the sacred water listening agency, which protected this land for 600 years, could be completely destroyed in just one day? A true disaster. Manchoi feels everything is hard to believe, and even those who read the future cannot predict it. Sunu forces a smile and asks,
So have you devised any plans for that yet?
We are doing our best within our capabilities. An overview of the important location map also appears based on his words. Although I don't fully understand the affairs of this world, I have heard that besides the Holy Water Pavilion, there are still mages preserving traditions in many places. We plan to grant them positions to protect the great Hanyang Kingdom in place of the holy water itself.
Manchoi raised his hand to his chin, his contemptuous gaze full of challenge, and loudly said,
That's so stupid. Not to mention whether they can be organized into a proper group. Do you think those petty people are capable of bearing the responsibilities of the nation?
He slightly raised his eyebrows, worry evident, continuously guessing, You mean there's no way? He quickly cut in and continued, From the very beginning, they were unworthy of bearing the heavy responsibility of the nation and were discarded hundreds of years ago, only clinging to a faint breath of life. In the distant horizon, behind a tall mountain, a dazzling light gradually appeared. Even if we find those hiding everywhere, they are just weakened bloodlines passed down through generations. Giving power to useless people is just a waste. Manchoi lowered his eyes slightly, his voice tinged with a threatening tone. And its outcome will be very tragic. Hearing his words, Jay, standing behind Sun Guilu, feels a bit scared. People everywhere will cry out in despair and fresh blood will stain the land of this peninsula. At this moment, his face looks even worse. Sun Gu eagerly asked how. So you mean there is another way? I've heard a little about you that you're not allowed to interfere with the human world. Manchoi slightly smirked and tilted his head, replying, Yes, but that only applies to our immortals. Both of them were surprised when they received unexpected help from him. I will send down children who surpass any martial artist on the mortal realm. Manchoi agrees to send the powerful children into the world. They are children born among the immortals and living in the fairy realm. Their abilities and character are entirely worthy of leading the future of the human world. Hearing this, Rich widened his eyes in disbelief and remained silent. They not only fill the void left by Holy Water Hall, but could even bring this land to prosperity within 6 months. Junyu clasped his hands together, cautiously asking, That is a truly valuable offer, but what do we have to give in return? Hearing this, Manchoi smiled even more brightly. He lifted his chin confidently and cheerfully said, Truly worthy of the title of king, no need for too many exchanges, just fulfill 2 conditions for me. The 2 people following Manchoi remained standing still behind without moving. First, grant the children sent down a status and power worthy of them. I hope you can treat them even better than what Saint Tui Thin once received. Sun Gilu's side grew more somber, his eyes serious as he listened to the conditions he set forth. Of course, as I said, I guarantee the abilities of the children. Manchoi still didn't stop there. He continued to make his demands. And secondly, I want you to prepare the gas stone pillars all over the peninsula. He paused, slowly raised his head, and looked at Manchoi to ask, Jansang, what do you mean? Why that thing? To lock the gate tightly and simply sending those children down is not enough to protect this entire land, so the great general and the female general of this land, please restore the ancient barriers that humanity has forgotten. Above the ruined scene earlier, the sky emitted a deep blue light. Everything sank into silent darkness, and the thick smoke gradually dispersed everywhere. The scene is deserted with no one in sight, the water's surface light flickering faintly. Suddenly, Ila In softly smiles with exhaustion as the smoke envelops her. Ai In, now missing an arm and sitting on the ground in pain, mutters in despair, I really have no face left. I thought the one who would be exposed would be Qin. I thought sooner or later he would misjudge his opponent when trying to put it in his mouth. From the faint mist, Gu's figure holding a weapon appears. I never thought I would end up like this in front of Qian. She painfully lifts her head in despair and says, There was nothing to say even in front of Bi Hyung. Gu's hand holding the pipe clenched tightly, a faint blue smoke swirling around. He hesitated, still not striking at Ailan. Even after defeating the enemy and seizing the most dangerous weapon, Go still held back and didn't deliver the blow. For these 2 reasons, a mysterious half-black and white Bagua symbol appeared, preventing him from acting. One was that the Huiyanvu serpent finally merged, allowing Huiyanvu's power to become truly complete for the first time in his life. But the cost is an energy expenditure far beyond what he imagined. Go Yu's eyes, powerless, stare straight ahead without any hesitation or change. The second is instinct, a purely survival-based feeling that has nothing to do with experience or accumulated strength, as a shadow of a majestic monster appears fearlessly within his imagined sight. Even though death was near, that instinct still warned him that there was a poison in the creature before him that was not easy to approach. Go Yu looked at his opponent with a blank expression, never breaking eye contact.
Aileen also did not dodge, but smiled directly at him, gently reaching out a hand, when suddenly the blue smoke unexpectedly gathered quickly, making Go feel a jolt of electricity passing through him, momentarily stunned. Elaine was also terrified, eyes wide as he looked up. Even Xiao and Yusin in the distance were drawn to something and turned their heads back. From the ground, a stream of purple smoke emanates from something dark and sinister, then disperses into small fragments. The purple smoke gradually rises into the sky, gathering together to form a huge, terrifying skull in the sky. Go Yu's eyes show exhaustion as he glances back, lips pressed tight. Even someone like him who knows nothing about curses can clearly sense the terrifying danger. Suddenly, Y on the ground suddenly exclaims excitedly, causing Go Yu to turn around and look, as misfortune often comes from words. You finally died first, so I can't say I'm too regretful. But her eyes are full of pain as she looks at the wooden talisman in her hand and sadly says, I still feel so regretful. At least I wanted to have one fun playtime. Just the two of us. Sensing something unusual, Go Yu is stunned and reacts in shock. The wooden talisman Y-In is holding is emitting a strange aura. He reached out to stop it, but was too late. Y-In suddenly vanished right before his eyes, leaving Go Yu feeling overwhelmed with anxiety. He furrowed his brow, continuously pondering. A triggering treasure that activates instantly? I didn't expect it could hide something like this. The white smoke gradually dissipates. Gu stands still, looking up at the sky. The scene is shattered and destroyed, with the tall stone wall broken open into a huge gap. Anyway, we should leave here now. On the other side, Yoshihiro, exhausted and breathless, helped the others out of the space gate. We've finally escaped, he cautiously warned everyone, and Yuzuru walking beside him suddenly noticed something unusual. For now, don't go near the water. She frowned, alert, and whispered to Yoshihiro. Wait a minute, this aura is coming from behind that tree over there, and I hear voices. What's going on? Could it be that the Dragon King really appeared right in front of the East Sea? Then the two of them gradually stepped out of their hiding spot, but they still weren't the Dragon King. Tan Hualangdao stood right in front of their group and asked, What should we do now? Should we bring that person back to the Master first? A person who swallowed the Dragon Pearl and is a candidate for the throne of the Dragon King. It seems worth exploiting. Both Yoshihiro and Yuzuru hesitated for a moment, tense as they watched them. He glanced at her and whispered, Go ahead and wake up Zeonhua. I'll handle things here. Yuzuru quickly follows Yoshihiro's instructions but still hesitates and asks, Han, are you okay on your own? Ryu appeared right there to take the unconscious people away. He placed them on the stretcher, and Yoshihiro, smiling confidently, told Yuzuru to quickly wake up the Anhua car and come back to him. She hesitated for a moment after hearing that and looked back at him. Got it. Quickly, Ryu carried everyone on his back and flew away from Tan Hualangdao, and they looked at each other before one of them ordered, chase after him. But before Tan Hualangdao could do anything, a swift attack came flying in. Yoshihiro charged fearlessly and struck one person, sending them flying. He, with a smug look and a challenging tone, Where are you going? At this moment, Ryu is riding with everyone, running at full speed, crossing the forest and jumping onto the rooftops of tall buildings. A majestic tall building appears, which is their destination. Ryu quickly stomps the ground in front of Yuzan. He gently pushes his glasses up and says, I'm waiting for everyone here. When he sees Yuzan, Yuzuru is a bit surprised and exclaims, I saw you before. He slowly approached her, hand in his pocket, about to say something, when he said, I have many questions about what your group got involved in at Longkung, but unfortunately, there's no time now. Yuzuj took out a small piece of paper and seriously told Yuzuru the Seonhua spirit summoning ceremony cannot be held in the residential area because it's too dangerous, so I moved it to a place called Duonghoi Duong. I will bring the landlord to invite you there. She quickly grabbed the piece of paper and replied, I understand. Then, Ryu flew straight away from there. He still stood silently, watching. Yu Johon, after a while, also turned and left, but something in his heart made him feel uneasy. He secretly wanted to follow, but had a bad premonition. He slowly turned around, walking into the building while lost in thought, feeling like he shouldn't leave this place. A simple house with an old, dark iron door appears. Yuzuru holds the address paper and looks up suspiciously in front of the door. Yang Hall, this must be the place, right? Suddenly, the iron door swings open. She freezes in shock with wide eyes. They told us to go in? Yuzuru and Ryu seriously step inside the house. She carefully steps inside. The eerie, dark atmosphere surrounding her, and in front of Yuzuru is an ancient house. She looks toward the house and hesitates before saying, It's probably there. Inside a room, blue spiritual weapons continuously surround it. Yuzuru looked straight in that direction.
silently observing inside. I heard that a spiritual-level monster was swallowed by the Yem Mai.
She then asked for Parian's opinion first. Former master, I know you're in a lot of pain, but the situation here is more urgent, so please allow me to take a slight risk.
She was a bit startled and quickly replied yes. After receiving the response, Yuzuru hugged the wooden box and moved forward quickly into the room, standing right in front of Zeonmi's motionless body. The wooden box Yuzuru brought opens, emitting a dazzling light, and from inside she pulls out a long sword. Yuzuru held it up, staring intently at it, and said, "Don't leave, Ryu." Without hesitation, she clenched the sword tightly and drew it out quickly. Yuzuru's entire body exudes overwhelming, killing intent. She points the sword forward and says in a low voice, "That one seems very dangerous." Lightning bolts flickered continuously from Yuzuru's sword, unleashing the 6 elements of thunder and lightning. She furrowed her brows, observing intently, a spark of electricity flashing in her eyes as she pondered. The divine sword, once treasured by the Dragon King, was truly extraordinary. That sword seems to be divided into 2 extremes, with murderous intent constantly emanating from it. I can tell right away when I channel my energy. This is a sword that separates the material world from the spiritual realm. Yuzuru's plan to succeed in this must involve drawing out that dangerous black smoke first to expel the Yem Mai who has taken over the fox demon, by separating the physical body from the spiritual soul. As she was contemplating a solution, something suddenly made Yuzuru's eyes widen in fear, and that deadly, sinister black smoke with a monstrous face appeared right above her. A figure with a cracked and horrifying inner body makes it difficult for Yuzuru. With such a powerful, evil spirit deeply embedded in the physical form, it's hard to separate it completely by normal methods. She pondered for a moment, then exhaled softly, a faint cloud of smoke escaping as she made her decision. Therefore, Yuzuru clenched the hilt of his sword, raising it decisively into a ready stance, determined to completely sever the worlds of flesh and spirit. Then she forcefully swung down to create a large cut forward, severing the spirit realm. The cut shot straight toward the dark shadow where Seonmi was lying. Her entire body continuously emits 2 strange energies from each side. Once she does that, the soul of the subject will also detach from the body. Seonmi lies weakly without moving. The 2 sources of power circle around her body. They collide decisively with each other. At that moment, the 2 souls will rush into the empty body. A powerful surge of electricity envelops Yuzuru's body. She grits her teeth, trying to hold the sword high, and I have to choose the right soul of the evil spirit to seal it. Then Yuzuru thrusts forcefully into that stream of malevolent energy, causing it to shatter. She quickly pulls out a small glowing talisman and presses the golden one onto the sword's handle as it strikes down. A blue lightning bolt erupts as if to throw everything around into chaos. The ceiling barrier flickers. All the lights gradually faded and disappeared quickly, followed by white smoke swirling around the room. Her hand still tightly grips the sword. "All right," Yuzuru happily exclaimed, then suddenly something zipped past her face. "Okay, success." Yuzuru was suddenly attacked and fell backward in terror, with one side of her face quickly injured. Yuzuru silently thought in disbelief that this was the sword embedded deep into the ground, beginning to emit a dark aura that made everyone fearfully step back. A truly terrifying creature has been born. The scene shifts to a street where people walk by curiously. At that moment, Bi Hyung smiles and asks questions. Did he die in the Dragon Palace? Yin didn't say anything, just shrugged as if he already knew. Seeing that, he immediately shifted his gaze to the side. Seo pushed himself harder, faster than I expected, huh? If Chidu loses again, he'll be really angry. Bi Hyung stared at me and concluded, "We can't let those fairy fools set up a barrier on the peninsula anymore." As soon as her eyes met his, Bi Hyung nodded in greeting, and the very next moment, I suddenly smiled with amusement. He excitedly took a stance and said, "Sorry, Seo, but I have to speed up the plan." At the same time, inside the forest, Yuzuru was riding Ryu through the woods. She nervously thought to herself that the curse was stronger than expected, so her remaining vitality was almost gone. If Yoshihiro fought alone and fell, what should she do? The demon fox spirit needs to rest until its soul stabilizes back in the body, so it can't be awakened yet. In the blink of an eye, Yuzuru arrived at the location. She stopped and turned to loudly call Yoshihiro. Seeing him lying unconscious on the ground with his body injured, she panicked and called out to Yoshi. Just then, Yusin interrupted in surprise. "Yoruzu." After hearing that, she snapped back to her senses and turned away. Seeing her group just defeated the enemy, Yuzu looked stunned. Going back earlier, beneath the Dragon Palace, Seo softly calls Gu's name. He asks curiously, "Sonmi, is something wrong?" "You calmly explained that you weren't seriously injured, but it seemed you used too much demon power and exhausted yourself." Seeing the badge on your hand, Go-Yu hesitated. "What is this?"
Seo honestly replied, Long King, please let me deliver this order to the Grand Hall of the Yang Guild to receive the treasure that can awaken Mira first.
Next, Yusin urgently urged, we should head to the mainland first. I hear the Dragon Palace is about to close.
As soon as he stepped through the gate, his attitude changed, leaving me confused. What's going on?
In front of them was the sight of Yoshihiro being punched in the face mercilessly, followed by blows to his stomach.
As soon as he finished his move, Tan Hualang scoffed with contempt. That guy is surprisingly tough to take a hit. Damn it, this half-dead type has no time to waste. Yoshihiro is battered but still trying to hold on. Seeing the unstable situation, Seo shouted in panic. Yoshi quickly intervened. Wait, you can't use your demon power right now, stay out of sight. He calmly analyzes the situation.
Why are these fighters attacking the Japanese on Myoji for the first time? Then Yusin decisively jumps forward, charging straight at them without hesitation. Tan Hualang Dao suddenly froze in surprise, and before he could react, Yuan unleashed the power in his hand, executing a swift and precise strike with lightning speed, a deadly blow. They froze in place and fell down together. After defeating them, Yushin arrogantly stepped on their bodies. I don't know where you crawled out from, but you think you can beat me? The undefeated fighter of all time. Are you the #1 martial artist now? Go helplessly glances with half an eye at the territorial disputes among martial artists. At that moment, Huaingyi immediately questions, but why did they attack Yuzuru's group immediately? Even though they were with a demon, they should have recognized that he is a yin-yang master. She hesitated to explain that she wasn't quite sure, but it seemed they were targeting Mira. They said they would take her to the master because she was valuable for their plans. Hearing this, Seo confusedly repeated, Master, you enthusiastically helped Yoshihiro, so I will help you. Yuzuru suddenly responded, Thank you. Suddenly, her face flushed bright red. First, the concealment spell you asked for has been successfully sealed. Both the Fox Demon and the Dragon King's heir are at the main hall. Seo smiled and continued, Yuzuru, thank you very much. At this moment, Yu happily interjected, The Hall of the Sun is just right. We also need to go there because the Dragon King asked us to. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud noise crackled through the trees. He suddenly became alert with Yu, and Manhwa slowly approached, explaining why the divine barrier on the eastern shore still hadn't been set up. He frowned and asked, What are these things? Yusin said nothing, only standing still and staring intently. At that moment, Manhwa looked at Tan Hualang Dao, frowning slightly before Manchoi signaled the two new Tan Hualang Dao to attack. He solemnly unleashes his flying dagger technique to intimidate. Yusin stands firm, blocking the attack. Seeing this, the Tan Hualang Dao sneered inwardly and said, Do you think a sword is just a toy? He openly insulted. Foolishness is not surprising anymore. At that moment, a rose suddenly appeared from behind. Yushin froze and quickly glanced back. Tan Hualang Dao brought his flute to his lips and played, a swirl of floral light in the wind, as he stared directly at him, immediately directing a surge of energy toward Yin. Seeing there's no way out, he curses angrily. Damn it! As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful explosion erupted. Seo panicked and shouted, Yusin! He stepped back and reassured, I'm fine. After the pink smoke dispersed, the new Flower Wolf sect successfully rescued their comrades. Next, Yushin asked curiously, Are you immortals? Of course, do you think we, the immortals, are just wandering around like you? He solemnly announced that the children you just attacked, disrespectfully, are the new generation of Tan Hualang Dao, who will govern the human world on behalf of the Holy Water Pavilion, unlike you who only cling to a fading reputation through weakened teachings after hundreds of years. The children of the new Flower Dragon sect who will be resurrected have grown up under our ancestral fairy clan's direct teachings, and they are now reminded to show respect when meeting the High Immortal. After hearing this, he sneered mockingly, truly ridiculous. Yusin arrogantly challenged, sounding like opening a coffee shop only to have a franchise open next door. So please, go ahead and protect all your small businesses too. Manchoi calmly emanated a threatening aura. Don't delude yourself anymore. If you rely on petty tricks to flaunt power you can't control, you'll only lose your life. Suddenly, Seo cautiously interrupted. Sorry. Ban Quan asked the question. But if you truly are immortals, you should stand with humans. We also want to protect humans and don't need to be enemies. Then why did you attack Yoshihiro? He looked back silently towards the new Flower Master. Seo continued the story, and while carrying the Jade Ruyi, he took the unconscious heir of the Dragon King somewhere. Don't come here. Manchoi was stunned and repeated, You, please quickly understand the situation. Are you planning to target the Jade Ruyi?
I thought immortals were not supposed to interfere in mortal affairs, he replied indifferently. So what? Nyok Nui is a dangerous treasure that could sink the East Sea Dragon Palace in an instant. Man Choi, proud and defiant, refused to hand the newly forged sharp sword to a child. Go, displeased, raised his hand, ready to attack as the situation grew more and more intolerable. He warned in a stern voice, I don't care about fighting for power in the Dragon Palace, but anyone daring to look at the authority of the Azure Dragon, I will absolutely not tolerate in the name of Black Tortoise, he sneered, a person who hasn't succeeded the throne but is already too reckless. You mortals in the lower realm are not capable of managing the nation, just letting yourselves be controlled by demons. Man Choi sighed and gestured. Look. Then he fanned the air forward, and instantly a holographic map appeared floating in the air. Manny honestly revealed, you are obstructing the children from setting up the divine barrier. Do you know what consequences you have just caused? The souls on the peninsula are also leaving in abnormal numbers again. Seeing the red-marked location on the map, Yuzuru was stunned and pale, then gently confirmed that it was him. Yes. Now you see the truth, right? As you know, that area is managed by the Giai Tri clan. Seeing the sudden change in the aura, Yuin panicked and shouted Sio. Before he could finish, he unleashed his power. As the golden sunlight filters through the leaves, a second later, a surge of energy causes the trees to shake. Sio runs recklessly, his mind racing to his own home. No, no! Yujon was attacked and then slammed into the table. As the family photo crashes to the ground and he sees his mother's gentle smile in the shattered frame, he screams in pain and rushes forward, with Sio's mother ignoring everything and speeding up rapidly. Yusin and his teammates hurriedly followed, worried. He anxiously wondered if something had happened to her. Yusin thought of the thick black aura. The more Sio used his demon power, the more something else was taking over him. He trembled as he assessed, if Sio erupts again, can I stop him this time? At the same time, at Sio's apartment, he hurriedly jumped through the window and landed beside Yu Johon, who was unconscious. Sio, with a grim face, looked up and then directed his gaze forward, saying, Someone is being squeezed tightly by me right now. He joyfully said, I am waiting for you. Without hesitation, he charged forward at a lightning-fast speed. Seeing that reckless move, I eagerly turned my face away. He clenched Sion's neck with internal energy, trying to use a love spell to control him. Sio quickly shifted his focus to my arm, and a second later, a few drops of blood fell to the ground, staining the family photo. He was smiling foolishly. Next, I was stunned as I looked down and saw my arm gone along with Sio's deep voice. Why? He smiled grotesquely without any pain, and I excitedly reasoned that if I killed this woman, he would keep provoking you, making you stronger. Outside the apartment building, everything was still quiet. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the area, sending a gust of wind that terrified the people below. At that moment, the wind knocked over the signboard attached to the wall. Yuzuru was passing by that spot and saw the sign about to fall, so she stopped in her tracks. Fortunately, Go managed to knock it aside in time. He calmly exuded strength. Go nervously sweat and tremble. While they are regaining their composure, Yusin has already moved ahead. As he stopped at the edge of the apartment hole, Yuin didn't hesitate and immediately jumped in. He shouted anxiously, Sio! Sio! Suddenly, Yusin heard a strange voice and turned around in horror. Choi Sio! Before he could finish speaking, Yuin suddenly froze as black streams flowed before him. Sio had already transformed, calling out in shock, Mother Yushin trembling as she slowly approached, while he secretly feared that thanks to the auspicious dragon bestowed by the Dragon King, his magical power was abundant, but his body was like fragile glass shattered and reborn repeatedly. However, at this moment, Sio's body melting like liquid was a completely different matter, unrelated to physical health. Driven by stress, the blow was even more intense than when he heard the news of death. At the same time, Sio watched helplessly as his mother's body was shattered. His last remaining clarity finally caused his mind to explode. The magic hammer that turns the user's will into reality caused a massive explosion, and at the moment Sio's spirit shattered, it was as if he had once again sustained his body with the power of the demon hammer. Soon, this time, he himself became the demon hammer. To maintain someone else's body, he cast a forbidden spell, stripping away the demon core. At this moment, Bi Hyung suddenly entered the ruined room. He looked around and then laughed mockingly. The building was crushed into dust, so it'll probably make the news, huh? Without saying much, the soldier points his finger and activates his skill. Kohu's illusion magic transforms into countless forms again. Immediately, the rough black mist appeared. It slithered into the pile of rubble.
In just a moment, the black mist slithered inside and then lifted me up high. Oh, I've considered it and asked, are you dead? The students cheer excitedly. If he's dead, then I'll eat. Levibe has a smell now. As soon as he finished speaking, Yushin interjected coldly. Hey! He's warning in a threatening tone. Are you laughing? Oh, I'm just pointing excitedly. What the hell is that? Disgusting. In the center, Sai is absorbing a stream of black energy. Realizing the intent, Byung contemptuously planned to create a corpse golem instinctively. Yuzin, upon hearing this, became furious and immediately created a clone of himself. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the movement of the person behind him. Svan quickly ordered Levibe to defend. Before I could act, I suddenly charged forward. Yuzin focused his power, unleashing his divine technique. He shows no mercy as he aims directly at his opponent, unleashing his deadly attack. He quickly pushes his strength into the soles of his feet. Next, I jump up and pass through the clone gathering, successfully surpassing Yin. Seeing the ancient power, my eyes shine brightly. Yes, it is the inherent evil magic of the Chariot King, the killing intent even more intense than before. Xiao was startled and alert upon hearing this. He moved her inside and formed a circle. Xiao begins to transform his body, attaching the demon mask piece to become one. Without hesitation, Xiao shot out his hands forward. He held Tao's body tightly. After grabbing his opponent tightly, Xiao stretched out his giant arm, and just as he was about to reach himself, he suddenly chuckled. Xiao successfully held Tao in his grasp. You gradually pull him back, then Xiao swallows Tao inside. Seeing this, Yu is stunned and calls Xiao's name. Seeing this scene, SV was furious. What is going on? That's the smell of Levibe that he ate. Levibe suggests, just eat that guy too. Hyung raises his hand to stop him, and as he watches his gradually changing appearance, he marvels and comments. So a superior spear lost its master and parasitizes someone else. Unexpectedly, Bi-hyung smiled in admiration, surpassing all expectations. Without saying a word, he raised his hand forward as Bi-hyung radiated light throughout the space. At the same time, outside, a group of people moved toward the forest. Manchoi and Tanhua Langdao descended onto the tree. After completing the mission, they respectfully reported, the barrier has been established. He glared in disapproval at their insolence. Manchoi coldly asserts his authority. Do you really think I would let a weakling become king? Looking back to earlier, Sion gently said, Sio, your mother smiled and told you she hopes you'll be a kind and happy child. Cezanne affectionately patted you, always gentle with friends and full of things you love. You understand, and you nod in agreement. Suddenly, she tightens her grip on your hand and asks again, do you promise me? Sio nervously stammered, saying, my mother suddenly changed and implied that even if later in life I happen to hate someone. After transforming, she gives her final warning, even if life pushes you to the point of wanting to hurt others. Immediately, he was startled awake. Sio snapped out of his trance and sat up quickly, breathing heavily in fear. Sio's face paled as he let out a few faint coughs. Just then, the door suddenly swung open, and the sight before him made him freeze. Sio smiled and asked, are you awake? It's time to go to school. Faced with this presence, he was surprised. After finishing her preparations, Sio nervously asked, aren't you going to work today? She cheerfully replied, hurry up and eat breakfast. Seeing her cheerful attitude, he remained silent without saying anything more. Next, Sion still waves goodbye as usual. Have a good day at school, son. Sio forced a smile and said, I'm leaving now? Only after the door closed did he stop in his tracks. Sio stood silently in contemplation for a long time, nervously glancing at the door. The apartment remained eerily quiet, and Sio left without revealing anything, in silence. There are no strange sounds coming from inside the door. The scene shifts to a beautiful morning at school. Now Dae-yeon happily tilted his head and asked, have you lost weight, Sio? Sio paid attention and calmly replied, just because. Hearing this, your classmates teased you happily. When did you become so diligent? Looking closely, he's quite handsome, huh? Tell me, what's his secret? He quietly observes everyone's attitude. Then Sio cautiously glances at his close friend, while Yu Shin's gaze at that moment carries a hint of suspicion. After class ended, the sun had turned to a reddish-orange. On the way back, he cheerfully rode his bike. Hey, are you going to do it now? Today is the day with the new P. Noticing something unusual, Yu Shin hesitated and stopped. Sio, what's wrong with you today? He seems to have caught on to your weakness and forced a fake smile. He pinched Sio's cheek and asked, did you lose too much weight and get exhausted? Really, you look like you've lost a lot of weight suddenly. Suddenly, you flicked Yin's hand away, and seeing the strange behavior, he was confused and didn't understand what was happening. Next, Sio hesitantly confesses that he really can't draw well.
Yin, upon hearing this, simply shrugs and suggests, I see. Before Mai could finish speaking, Yu firmly cut in. Mai also can't, Sai Yu muttered gloomily. The day after tomorrow, and the day after that, are also no. Seeing your sudden change, he was stunned. Yu softly asked, what's wrong? I have to find him. Then he transformed and swore that he had to find the one who killed my mother. As soon as he finished speaking, the space immediately turned dark. Next, a flame is ignited, and in an instant, dozens of flames surround Seo. Then they gather into a ball before he bursts into loud laughter. I appear from inside, mocking, what are you looking for? He rolled his eyes in mockery. In this inner world, everything is just you and me. There's nothing else to find. You are provoked and decisively rush forward. Seo throws a punch and I dodge immediately. He roars excitedly, fight me! As I provoke him, the flames around reveal themselves. Keep fighting. It erupts, forming the shape of a person. He arrogantly fights back. Under the gaze of the noble lion, let's have a match. A parade begins. At the same time outside, a wooden statue suddenly explodes. Bai Hyung was startled and stepped back, both amused and trembling. The aura was terrifying. Svi, holding Chu, noticed it moving and turned her attention to it. Before she could react, Chiz-du slipped away from her hand, surprising her. The cat. Seeing it hold on to me, Bi Hyung commented that youth truly is the best. Chu takes a deep breath. The scent is really pleasant. He gently strokes, right? Ila In sighed and commented to Chizu, does Sango's scent resemble that of a cat's fur? While she was commenting, Seo appeared, and the horse also belongs to the feline family. Maybe next, Bi Hung will speak up with a sarcastic remark. What do you think? Once Chu has cooked, there's no longer any loneliness, right? It nodded in approval. Bai Hung, you truly exceeded expectations. At this point, you could even be called a steel killer. At this moment, Seo has lost all reason, muttering to himself as he walks. I must find. The scene shifts to a funeral at the mortuary, everyone mourning and sharing their grief. Oh my God. My mother died at the same time in a car accident. Sunmi sobbed and cried in front of the altar. At that moment, Yu-jon stepped in to comfort her. Sunmi, just stay there. UXM is helping. Everything will be fine. She called out to him tearfully. Go leans down to comfort Sony, watching her silhouette with burning determination. This is what he must do. They helped each other back to the funeral home's resting room. Inside, Yuin, with a serious face, confirmed that Seo was still alive. Onon Hoa straightforwardly denies that it is dead. He grits his teeth and insists, I say it's not dead. She frowned and reluctantly gave in, then turned her attention to the noise outside the door, and Yu Shin looked over. Go helped Sunmi up and confirmed seriously, yes. He calmly announced that he survived, but had turned into a monstrous evil spirit. Hearing this, he angrily charged forward to attack, and Yu Shin furiously demanded answers. Who is responsible for all this, he demanded, accusing. If you monsters dare to interfere, you will fiercely emphasize. Don't drag Seo into this. He was living peacefully. He recalls the image of the gentle boy from days gone by. Just a few days ago, Seo would rather be beaten than hit someone else. Yet it always seems to be the first to want to help the weak, like a hero in a comic. Yusin's heart tightened slightly. My dearest friend. He pointed his sword at Go and threatened him. I warned you. If Seo gets hurt, I will kill everyone. He aggressively radiates a powerful aura. Before dealing with that demon Bi Hyung or whatever, I'll make you all taste what it's like first. Amid the tense atmosphere, Gucci pats him on the shoulder to stop him. Hey kid, wait a moment. Yusin was startled and turned around. Master. The receptionist looked up and announced, sorry, we're in a funeral. She respectfully conveyed the message. The war demon Buddha wants to see everyone. Then he tilted his chin and ordered, you too, come with me. He shouted in protest, I don't see why I have to fraternize with these demons, or that demon Buddha, or whatever. Amid the chaos, Gucci struggled with Yin. After binding him, he gently advised the kid to calm down a bit. Yusin loudly declared, Master! Gucci calmly suggests, don't you want to bring that runaway friend back home? Following the receptionist on the way, Yushin keeps squirming, while behind Sonmi, she's crying uncontrollably. Remembering his earlier words of blame, if it weren't for the monster, you wouldn't have dragged Seo, who was living peacefully, into this. She blamed herself, covering her face as she cried. Hua's husband grits his teeth in anger as the door to the room opens. Mira stepped outside and said, oh, hurry in. Seeing that the situation was stable, Go asked, are you recovered now? She straightforwardly states, no, not quite. Although not fully recovered, thanks to you, I am gradually absorbing the dragon pearl safely. Then Mira bowed her head to express her deep gratitude. This kindness will surely be repaid, and there's more to that. Next, she emphasized the important matter that Sio is a demon. Mira hesitantly leads the way. Let's get inside quickly.
As soon as they entered, everyone suddenly froze. Uchi wasted no words and directly threw Yusin to the ground.
They looked cautiously at the man in front of them, who was sitting gracefully at the center of power. This imposing man is the great sage equal to heaven. After they settle into their seats, he begins to update them on the situation. Recently, the 3 clans of the 4 directions, Vermilion Bird, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger, have all suffered losses at the hands of that arrogant demon. Everyone gasped and looked terrified with wide eyes. Why does Bi Hyung target the 4 directions gods? He pondered and explained that he had never faced that demon directly, so this was only his guess. Then, the great sage Heavenly Immortal recounted the major event that took place 666 years before the Demon King Sacrificial Festival. The 4 directions. God once used the 28 mansions to divinate about that kind of demon, probably for that reason. When everyone heard this, they were shocked, and Yushin was finally able to remove the cloth from his mouth and breathe a sigh of relief. He nervously mentioned the prophecy about the demon. The great sage, equal to heaven, corrected him in a deep voice. No. Actually, he added it like a cold splash of water. That is the prophecy about all of us. At that moment, the crowd whispered among themselves, the divine beast is a unicorn, exactly as described in the legends. Why would a divine beast descend to the mortal realm? This is the place where the king of monsters is chosen. According to the rules of the fairy realm, whenever a divine beast intervenes, it will lose its dignity and fall down.
So arrogant. They disdainfully drive them away, but wasn't the Keelan born to intervene in the mortal world?
Because of that, he shyly turned and left. The Keelan stopped at the stone tablet engraved with the characters for the 4 symbols, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Then he focused his energy on the ancient stone and, without hesitation, carved his name into the Ming Chi stone. The Keelan is a divine beast that appeared to herald the birth of the Holy King. It is like a living prophecy. Yet it surprisingly desires to become the ruler. An absurd paradox. After succeeding, the stone suddenly shook violently, releasing a pressure of demonic energy, and the 4 symbols, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Moreover, this existence possesses the strongest demonic power among us. Before the ceremony begins, that alone is enough to make the competing demons tremble. They stare intently at the Keelan with fiery eyes.
You're not planning to ignore this, are you? If that really is a unicorn from mythology, it's been over 1,000 years.
From the immense energy surrounding it, we see its overwhelming demonic aura, making us think it is a spiritual creature that has accumulated power over thousands of years. But the rule is that only demons who haven't reached old age can have their names inscribed on the Ming Chi stone. Because the Demon King must be strong enough to hold the throne until a suitable successor appears. Strangely, the Minkithak allows the name Keelan, meaning his demonic aura has never diminished. The Heavenly Dragon. White and the Celestial Immortals also testify to the strange divine beast. Unlike the evil spirits like Duoxini, who are rarely born with spiritual power, his origin is clear, and while he is divine, the Keelan is so extraordinary that it can become a god right after birth. The great sage of heaven concluded that both the immortal and the ancient book confirmed this, so we must believe it.
He mentioned dark creatures, but in fact there are other types born in the same way.
Gao Yu immediately understood and mentioned the name 4 beasts. The great sage. Equal to heaven continued to analyze, unlike Duok, a monster reborn endlessly from worldly desire. The 4 heroes and the Keelan only appear when the time comes. They decide the criteria themselves. Unlike the lesser monsters who act rashly and leave judgment to the officials, those silent strategists all think alike. If I can gain the support of the Keelan, the prophecy might come true. Although the Keelan has declared its intention to attend the grand ceremony, not all powerful monsters are necessarily required to participate. There are many who, despite their strong demonic power, support others with the same goal. Unfortunately for those who call themselves the Holy King, it's because of their ideology. However, among us, that king has never truly existed. The Keelan only repeats that it is a being that prolongs time until the Holy Commander actually appears. Seeing that the Keelan showed no signs of being swayed, the demons began to devise their own plans and schemes, with the only one holding the key being the 4 directions gods, who revived the ancient East Asian 28 mansions system to consult the stars. At that moment, the formation suddenly cracked open, causing a shockwave. Then, the fragments shattered. All 28 hexagrams deviated from the signs of chaos and destruction, leaving everyone in terror.
That means the heaven freezing and earth splitting, a sign of great disaster. In the face of destruction, the great sage Qi Tian promises a new beginning, but it also signifies the collapse of the old order and the emergence of a new era. Immediately after, they made a bold decision. Faced with an unprecedented omen, the Four Directions gods grew even more confused, so they used the power of the Dragon Pearl to extract a more detailed prophecy. The true meaning of that prophecy and the significance of the heavenly freeze and earthquake is that if the Yu Tin becomes the king, it will be the final demon king. As soon as the special event was announced, the races seemed to hold their breath, and the demon race also ended that day, truly worthy of being called the Celestial Ice and Earth Transformation. 666 years ago, before the grand ceremony, the Utin race suffered heavy losses due to internal conflict and weakened strength, but one thing remained unchanged. Despite their decline, they still held the highest status on the peninsula. The clear death toll between the two sides meant that only the Utin were capable of matching the Kailan at that time. But the magical power confirmed by Min Ki Thak in the Kirin was something that the already weakened elves could not compare to. In the evening under the sunset, the final battle began, and the Kirin and the elves entered a fierce showdown. The demon beast staggered backward, losing its balance, and finally, the unicorn defeated the remaining demon beast to become the Demon King, Yushin asked in shock. So the current Demon King is actually him. Xiao Huai nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's Keelan. Go, you admitted. I know the current Demon King is Keelan, but this is the first time I've heard about the prophecy of the Four Directions God. The great sage, Kitian, stroked his chin and explained that after he took the throne, the prophecy of heaven and earth transformation was reinterpreted as a severance between the demon world and the human world. He provided specific evidence that from then on, when the demon tribe leader was exterminated along with the white tiger, there was no longer a need to pass it on to future generations. However, the great sage Kitian expressed his doubts. Indeed, even if some descendants of the demon tribe remain, it's still hard to believe that the demon prince from 1,000 years ago is still alive. He is certain that the resentment accumulated over 1,500 years must be incredibly deep. The scene shifts to that forest, Bi-hyung gazing thoughtfully at the night sky, holding the new flower Lang Dao in his hand while the other one sneaks away in secret. Seo, still lost in thought, kept muttering to himself, Must find, must find. Bi-hyung looked puzzled and asked, why can't Seo recognize them as enemies? He turned to ask, aren't all those marked with the soul-forging hammer destined to become objects of hatred? That's right. He still mistakes inanimate objects like wooden poles for his enemies. Hearing this, Levaby interjected in surprise. But with living humans, he doesn't evoke enough murderous intent. Bi-hyung threw the Tanhua Lang Dao aside and then asked a question. Even after witnessing his family being slaughtered right before his eyes, he still lacks murderous intent? I really can't understand it. He makes his guess? Does he still think he's human? Bi-hyung bitterly scratches his head, calling this the typical adolescence of half-human, half-beast. He steps through the barrier and reminds to be cautious. Seo, once you carry demon blood, you can never become human. Bi-hyung reveals the harsh truth that they will never accept anything different from themselves. At that moment, a giant frog suddenly jumps in. It lifts its eyes to look into the tense space, then suddenly smiles brightly and extends its hand in greeting. Let's go outside and return to a more civilized time. In the ancient setting of a distant kingdom in the year 525. What's going on? Why are you guys bothering to come to this remote village? Aren't we here to travel on foot? They worry and question, wondering if monsters have appeared around here, but even if they have, you will just eliminate them. So what is there to worry about? Suddenly, a rough guard shouted, You're not planning to beg here, are you? He pushed a poor boy aside. Seeing the tense situation, Master Feng Nuiet raised his hand to signal stop. At that moment, a silver coin fell and rolled under the horse's feet, and the children hurriedly picked up each coin. Bi Hung stood blankly, staring at the remaining coin under the horse. Bai, feeling uneasy, quickly pulls his hand to warn, Hey, are you planning to crawl down there? Be careful, you might get trampled by the horse. Wait until the horse passes before picking it up. Bi-hyung looked up at him instantly after hearing that. Bai hurriedly tries to stop him. No matter how strong you are, if you're hit by a horse, you'll see Bi-hyung still has no intention of leaving, so the boy mutters and runs away. Forget it. No hesitation. The Lord of the Moonlight tightly grips the reins and commands the horse to leap forward. The Lord of the Moonlight jumps over Bi-hyung, and witnessing this scene, the villagers are terrified. After landing softly on the ground, he remained standing still. The Lord of the Bright Moon silently turned to look at Bi-hyung, casually bending down to pick up the coin. Next, he turned his face away and glared, taking the opportunity. Bi-hyung ran away as fast as he could. Huan Van noticed a strange look and cautiously asked the Lord of the Moon, "That child." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered to bring him here. He was stunned after hearing that. Yes, the Lord of the Moon slowly mentioned that gaze. It left a deep impression, facing a beast several times larger than himself without flinching. Remembering the focused way he picked up the money, Lord Feng Yue admired him. Even when the flying horse rushed overhead, he was not afraid but stared at me intently. He recognized the potential and immediately decided, I have never seen such a fierce gaze in my life. I must try to raise him. Huan Van hesitated to object, saying, "But sir, that beggar is a commoner. Even serving as a servant to the flower line must be a noble descendant." However, the Lord of the Moon immediately rejected it, saying, "Enough! Among the flower spirits currently cultivating, is there anyone with a spirit as fierce as hers?" He sneered and then turned to leave. "If you feel uncomfortable, just show your noble aura so I can turn my gaze to you." Hearing this, he reluctantly obeyed and issued the order to Lord Feng Nguyen. Nevertheless, a wave of envy rose within Huan Van's heart as Bi Hyung was later chosen to become a bodyguard in the mansion. During the assembly, he suddenly passed by. Seeing his face, Huan Van was furious and turned to criticize him. "Hey, how dare a commoner stand among the Shich Ho Lang squad?" The soldiers respectfully saluted the Black Wolf Lord, who was originally assigned by Lord Feng Nguyen to train with the Crimson Tiger squad. They recounted the hardships of their training and how they defeated the beast attack to earn the title of official Flower Wolf. Huan Van, upon hearing this, had veins bulge on his face and angrily pushed open the door to Lord Feng Nguyen's room. Seeing Huan Van arrive, he looked confused and approached uncomfortably, saying, "Master Feng Nguyen, I heard you promoted that commoner to a flower wolf." Huan Van questioned sharply, "He's so young, are you really going to let him go to battle?" He chuckled and retorted, "Age doesn't matter. Someone who trains for years still can't beat low-level monsters, but that kid can." Master Feng Nguyen turned his head to look out the window and praised, saying that he alone could kill Bi Hung. When mentioning the name, Huan Van was shocked, and Feng Nguyen explained clearly that it was an orphan without a name, so he gave it that name. Hearing these flattering words, his blood wanted to rush to his brain. Huan Van Novuk concluded, "Could it be that you intend to support that commoner to become the next lord of Feng Nguyen?" "He spread malicious rumors," I inquired, "and everyone in the village says he killed his mother and ran away. Such a person does not deserve the virtue of Hualang." He firmly disciplined him. Black Wolf. "Lord, listen carefully, Huan Van." Lord Feng Nguyen, with a dark face, warns Quan Lu, who only sits at his desk talking nonsense, always demanding so-called virtue, but never caring about actual martial skills. At the same time, Bai Hung successfully tames the beast, reaffirming the standards. "In my Hualang, I do not need saints or sages." Feng Nguyen Lord declares that true brutality is what he seeks. He smiles kindly and hands him the weapon. Time passes. Bai Hung stands silently by the riverbank, fiddling with the new sword he received. At that moment, Bon spoke up. Kim So-bang. He pulled out a piece of paper and asked, "Read this for me." Bai Hyung frowned mockingly, tucking his hair aside and reading with his eyes. Bitch Boy sneered sarcastically. "Isn't it because your eyes are blind that you cover them with your hair?" He responded unhappily, so how could he see me and speak up if he's blind? Then he happily revealed that I'm not actually blind, but deaf. Hearing this, Bi Hung froze, then sneered. "So what?" He reluctantly swung his weapon. "This is the first time I've had such a smooth conversation with a deaf person." At that moment, a mysterious beam of light suddenly appeared between them. Bi Hyung was stunned as he failed to hit the target. Bionin has transformed and exclaims in surprise, "Oh my," with that terrifying look, he turns pale. He took back his sword and pushed Bi Hyung away. As expected, Kim Seo-bang is really hot-tempered. The boy gritted his teeth and rolled down to the ground. Uyen. Bi Hyung nervously stroked his head and glanced to the side, seeing a snake in his hand. He looked around in panic. "My sword." Seeing this situation, BCH happily chuckles, "You're fooled again, Kim Seo-bang. You've been tricked once more." Then he held up the paper from before, and Bi Hung, panicked, shouted, "What kind of monster are you?" B didn't waste words and immediately made a demand. "If you read aloud the poem I wrote for all of Kim Seo-bang, I will speak." B hints with a subtle message, "Remember to read the last line out loud." Bai Hung, losing patience, bites his lip. He shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" A moment later, the ground sank, forming a large pit. He stood outside happily, laughing out loud. Seeing the opponent so angry they couldn't speak, Beacon had to soothe him. All right. Seeing Bi Hung's erupting aura, he remarked, "You are not an ordinary Kim Seo-bang, are you?" Seeing his weak aura, Bon was surprised. This was before the chaos of spiritual energy, so he only suspected halfway. At that moment, Bi-hung's heart suddenly faltered. Seeing him fall to his knees, Bi mocked, "He just awakened, so his spiritual power is also empty." He sighed and lamented that in the mortal realms, spiritual energy can't accumulate, so there's nothing he can do. As soon as he finished speaking, Bi-en sneered with a mocking laugh. "Oh, old Kim goes hunting monsters, but turns out to be a monster himself." Realizing something was wrong, Bi-hung shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Looking confused and grimacing. "What is this sudden hunger? You say I am a monster?" Bi-hyung tiredly looked up at him. Noticing this, he paid attention. Right after that, Bech-kan suddenly smiled with amusement. "Look, there's the giant wolf baring its teeth. How does it smell the scent of the dying demon and come here?" Hearing this, he was terrified and quickly turned his head, but before he could react, it slashed with its claws. Bi-hyung swiftly stepped back, but he was then struck by the wolf. Bi-hyung was stunned, spitting blood from his mouth and collapsing to the ground. Then Bi calmly remarked, "At this rate, there's no need to search anymore. Just plan to give the Kim gang a few rounds for fun and then go back." He put on the mask and coldly declared, "Fine. Since I've become the assassin's middleman, I must fulfill my duty." Without saying a word, the boy leapt away, disappearing from the wolf's sight. Then he forcefully thrust his hand through its stomach. "I am just following orders to capture Duok-shi, who has lost his mind and rebelled, so don't blame me." Witnessing this outrageous scene, Ba-hyung couldn't believe his eyes. The boy took the mysterious gem and examined it. But this could also be used to feed the poor, right?" He slowly approached him. Beacon gently held out the gem to Bi-hyung, who then kindly asked, "Are you hungry? Don't hesitate." Bech-kan opens his hand to comfort him. "Eat, and you'll feel better." Looking at the gem in his hand, Bi-hyung pondered for a long time. After examining it carefully, he took it and swallowed it. In just a moment, the scratch wound from the wolf healed quickly. Bech-kan patted its head and congratulated. "Happy birthday, little elf." Bi-hyung lazily looked down in a daze. The elf looked confused and wondered. As soon as he woke up, Lord Fong Nguyen gently asked, "You're awake?" Bi-hyung, confused, called out, "Master Fong Nguyen." He calmly recounted that you threw your sword and fainted on the road, then was found and taken back by the tiger enemies. Master Fong Nguyen, displeased, criticized, "Yet you still continue to separate from your fellow disciples to practice alone? Don't act recklessly anymore." He's still in shock and staring at his trembling hand, but Bi-hyung firmly shakes his head, saying that's not the case. On the contrary, he suddenly knelt down. Bi-hyung respectfully begged, "Please let him continue his cultivation alone. I will not make the same mistake again." Hearing this, he frowned and reminded me, "Don't always insist on acting alone like that. Soon, there will be a day when the Grand Master brings new members of the Flower Wolf clan to the Immortal to test their endurance. That is an important day. If the Immortal sees someone with the talent for endurance, they will be transferred to the mystical Demon Wolf clan and begin their cultivation under the Grand Master's guidance to become an Immortal. The rest, like the Tiger Lion clan and the Black Hound clan, will have to face monsters just like ordinary people." Lord Fong Nguyen pats his shoulder and advises, "I don't want talented people to be taken away by the Immortals anymore. You don't have to cultivate alone to become a Celestial. You must grow strong like the leader of the Flower Wolf clan. I won't catch the eye of the Immortals." At that moment, the sun began to rise. He emphasized that the future was the matter of the Grand Master, so I didn't understand, only knowing that the more I looked at fate, the more it became fixed. So at the fork in the road, I must light my own path. A month later, inside Feng Yue's main tent, she was giving orders for the next expedition. With the Tiger Lan enemy positioned at the front using swords and the Black Hung Lang archers at the rear. At that moment, Bai Hung poked his head in. "I'm heading back now." Seeing that, he asked with concern, "Are you going alone again?" He bowed his head to report that he was not injured anywhere. Master Feng Hui is helplessly ruffling the stubborn one's hair. He asks with a hint of meaning, "You haven't forgotten my words, have you?" Bi-hyung nodded in confirmation. "Of course." At the same time, behind him, someone is hiding the gem. Next, Bi-hyung moves behind the mansion and slowly puts the gem into his mouth. After swallowing it, a surge of energy immediately radiates out. Bi-hyung recalls the past, remembering that since the day he met that demon, eating the monster's gem would heal wounds and increase his power. He hesitated as he looked at his palm, but suddenly a loud noise occurred. In the distance, the villagers trembled as they watched the creature before them, a giant snake fixated on its tempting prey. At that moment, Bi-hyung appeared just in time and quickly summoned his power.
Then he leapt high and aimed straight at its neck. Next, Bi-hyung decisively cuts the snake's head in two. Witnessing this bloody scene, the villagers scream in fear. Seeing his body stained red with vacant eyes, the man panicked and ran away. Noticing no one was around, Bi-hyung put the gem into his mouth and thought to himself, "That's how people are when they eat." Meanwhile, at the mysterious house, Huanvan was standing at the door, anxiously urging, "Grandmaster, hurry and read the fortune. Can that ordinary person be chosen to test their endurance?" Huanvan nervously asked, "Do you think Lord Feng Nuit has a chance?" Then he softly advised, "Hak Lang Chu, losing your temper like this isn't good." However, Huanvan's stubborn greed made Feng Nguyen worried about the commoner, so he couldn't help but become anxious. He sternly reminded him, "Sage, since ancient times, Hua Lang has always been composed of nobles of the 4th rank or higher." Huanvan contemptuously demanded to expel the commoner to maintain the dignity of the Hua Lang. Hearing this, the Grand Master calmly reassured him, "Do not worry." He held the bone fragment up to the candle. Then the monk smiled excitedly. He sinisterly predicted that the ordinary person was born with bad luck, and even without acting, they would be consumed by his greed. The scene shifts to another dimension. On the day of the Great Selection, those with talent will meet immortals when crossing the bridge, while those without talent will return to this side. At that moment, the Grand Master coldly ordered, "Next!" Bi-hyung calmly crossed the bridge, but as soon as he stepped to the other side, he was suddenly transported back. Confused, he turned around. Just then Mancho spoke up. "Wait," he asked in a deep voice, causing the atmosphere to pause. "Do you have a monster?" Hearing this, Lord Feng Nguyen looked stunned. A monster? Manhwa leaned in close and revealed that a strong flow of spiritual energy was seeping out. Feeling the pressure, Bi-hyung quickly stepped back. He roared in anger, "How dare a spirit sneak into my flower garden?" All the guards around were stunned and dared not breathe heavily. He trembled and hurriedly explained it wasn't like that. Bi-hyung trembled firmly, saying, "I am not the Moonlight Lord." However, Manchoi bluntly revealed, "Selling people or demons? If you live without awakening and remain hidden like that, you might never realize it in your entire life. You've probably eaten quite a lot, maybe even your whole body." At that moment, Lord Feng Yue pondered the previous moment, saw him silent, and Bi-hyung timidly called out to Lord Feng Yue, who angrily turned his face and accused, "Did you use me to play around?" Without saying much, Lord Feng Nguyen directly ordered, "Kill them." During this fierce battle, he narrowly escaped with his life. Bi-hyung, crying and fleeing in pain, kills the monster. The scene shifts to the warehouse where Bian is kneeling before the elder. Mang Tai spoke in a low voice. Besh, still the judge, raised an eyebrow in doubt. "You're not a tough opponent to beat, so why is this taking so long?" He's unhappy and pulls at his face. Mang Tai angrily accuses, "You neglect your duties? All you do is play around with monsters all day long, right?" Beek angrily retorted, "If you have your own pleasures, you should have taken care of them first." At that moment, he turned his head and sighed, "If the envoy is like this, no wonder the monsters can't be alert." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Tai reported that a monster had appeared in the mortal world, devouring another monster without a duel, and ordered it to be brought back to him. Then he glared threateningly, warning that if it dares to meddle with humans again, he would stuff it into a bag right away. B heard and awkwardly replied yes. Ma Thangao quietly wondered, why do the types like the snail monsters keep increasing, despite the envoy faction traveling everywhere to intervene? He ran while secretly thinking, it's not my fault, right? At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, a man was being tightly held by a giant frog and struggling to escape. In that moment of despair, the man tearfully begged for release. Just then, he caught sight of Bi Hyung's figure. Seeing his pale face, the man tearfully begged Lord Hualang for help. Before he could finish his second word, Bi Hyung had pierced through the frog into the man, pleading for rescue. In an instant, both the frog and the man collapsed. He took the opportunity to change his clothes. Bi Hyung emotionlessly approaches the frog and takes out the purple gem from inside it. Seeing this, Bi shouted in panic, It's over! That little demon is really the one!" He regretfully hugged himself tightly, recalling that back then he had said he needed to absorb demon energy through a duel with mutual consent, but he must have forgotten. Maybe he was too annoyed and left it at Kim Seo Bang village. Hearing those two words, Bi Hyung clenched his teeth in annoyance. Monster. Bion realizes the problem and immediately confesses. Is it really all my fault? Is it my fault? He was confused and panicked. What should I do now? While Bon was confused and thinking, he turned around, ready to leave. What should I do now?
After calming down, he moved to grab Bi Hyung and run away. But that would only make things more complicated, so for now I need to stay calm. He panicked, struggled. Let go of me, you damn monster. It's your fault. Bi-yeon kept teasing. Hey Kim Seo-bang, if you want to live hidden among humans, it can't be like this. Listen to me very carefully right now. A second later, Bi-hung shouted in despair, Who wants to live hidden among humans? Everything is over. It's all over. He declared loudly that he would kill them all. Hearing this, he felt sad. I have nurtured the chaos within myself. B, covering Bi-hung's head, looks worried as he takes it away, so he will definitely be executed. Later, he jumped away. If there's anything, I'll hear about it later. The scene shifts to the Nui Na Palace, where B slowly knocks on the door. As soon as he entered, he greeted with a smile. Your Majesty, it's been a long time since we last met. King Yu-tin was stunned. Beck raised an eyebrow and inquired, What is that? No more words. Beck pulls the person out of the bag. The king of the celestial realm observes carefully, assessing the person. Aren't you selling humans and demons? He scratched his head and reported, Yes. According to the judge's order, I am bringing it back from the human world. If left unchecked, it will fall into the abyss and disappear. Then B earnestly pleads, begging your majesty to protect him. King Yu-tin, after hearing this, steps down to question you. You abandoned your position as heir and wandered among humans. What is going on now? He frantically tries to deny his guilt. Hearing this, the king lifts his chin and picks up the child. The king of the celestial realm gazed thoughtfully and asked in a deep voice, What has happened? After hearing the story, King Yu-tin was amazed. Wow, the love magic pearl I gave him back then has turned into such a huge snowball now. He sadly confirmed, but without that love magic pearl, it would have died from exhaustion of magic power. Then King Yu-tin turned to Han and asked what he wanted to do next. Immediately, Bihu was filled with murderous intent and roared, wanting to kill him with hatred in his voice, aiming to kill everyone to become stronger. After hearing that, he burst into hearty laughter. Very well. Emperor Yu-tin praised him with delight. This kid is quite spirited. Then the king narrowed his eyes and asked, Don't you think you're still missing something? Bick eagerly ran away. Luckily, your majesty is pleased, so I will take my leave. However, the king of the starry realm suddenly interrupted. Besh, still curious, asked, Do you really like humans that much? He replied indifferently, I've told you many times I don't like it, but I don't hate it. Then B mischievously waves his hand. Of course, when it comes to teasing, humans are much more interesting than monsters. The scene shifts to an ancient temple where Erk is deeply engrossed. Just then, he held out a piece of paper in front of her, asking for help. Hey, miss, can you read these words for me? Erk, still sleepy, agreed. Yes, I will. Seeing her accept, B was surprised. This was the first time I saw a human not begging, but agreeing to read immediately. My ears were heavy, so I couldn't hear the faint sound. Read it out loud. Erk clears his throat and bows down. Yes. As soon as she finished speaking, she started shouting loudly. Sitting atop a beautifully blooming flower that looks like it's trembling, shining on the outside, but hollow like a ghost, with sparkling jewelry and a false facade. At that moment, an immortal appeared and scolded harshly. Hey, little one, what are you shouting about? How dare you tease the fairy? She hurriedly and nervously explained, It's not true, I didn't mean it. So this blind man here asked me to read the text from somewhere? Seeing that scene, B chuckled with amusement. At this moment, the moon spirit fairy appeared behind him, causing him to startle, as if burned by a fire spirit. B hurriedly stepped back, revealing himself. She sternly glared and said, You will face punishment for teasing our youngest sibling. He snarled in refusal, not liking it. Hearing this, the moon spirit fairy queen frowned and looked down with contempt. How dare a mere child under 100 years old pretend to challenge the sacred texts? The moon spirit. Fairy Queen raised her voice in a threat. If the immortal you serve can turn the U-star into a human, then if you disrespect him, I will have to turn you into a human too. Confidently challenging, if you can turn the Ursa Major into a human, I can do it too. That's true, pretending to be empty. She emphasized clearly, it's not magic, but changing the species. I'm not selling humans or demons, how could I do that? Next, the moon spirit fairy suggested, let's treat this as a bet. Isn't that what demons like to do? She pointed and set a condition, of course. Until the bet ends, you must stay here. Do you promise? Bionin reluctantly agrees fine. If we temporarily cut to the backyard of the shared house, he lazily complains. Bion muttered, while sweeping the yard. So is this betting just a lie to manipulate me? The moon spirit fairy queen calmly retorted, Don't you know that those who don't dare to act shouldn't eat? He protested angrily, but what was Vunu doing while I was sweeping the yard? She calmly continued. The girl is already preparing the meal for the whole family. Seeing he couldn't argue anymore, B's face turned pale as he reluctantly continued sweeping the yard. At dinner, Ebak Khan was surprised and exclaimed, "What is this? I work hard cleaning and sweeping, but all I get are these roots and weeds." Moon Spirit Fairy covers her mouth and explains, "We all eat this as our main food. Do you really expect to be served meat at a rabbit den?" Hearing that, he frowns and slams the table. At night, Bon sneaks out secretly. He caught a rabbit and eagerly put it into the pot. After covering it, Bon still couldn't believe his eyes. At this point, just before it's fully cooked, he opens the lid and sees only greens, then freezes. Beck On snaps angrily. "What is this? Oh my God, will the old lady keep doing this forever?" Gwiat Lin Fairy Lady threw vegetarian food into his mouth and ordered him to eat it, saying, "If you eat this, your magic will become more powerful. Hurry and put it in your mouth, kid." Bion, unable to hold back, kicked the door open. Seeing him run away, she shouted, "Where are you going?" As expected, demons don't keep their promises. After running a distance, B gasped for breath, exhausted. "Damn it, I haven't been able to do anything because of that crazy old woman, and now I have to go back." He was frightened and quickly called out twice, "Your Excellency!" He scoffed mockingly. "So this time you also got fooled?" He angrily shouted, unable to believe this little brat's name. Then B looked around carefully. "Where is the Lord's judgment? Don't tell me it's nearby." He shrugged and replied, "I don't know. Lately you've been busy with monster civil wars." Hearing this, he was stunned. What? Then Y recounts that the new adopted son of the Demon King fought with the demons aligned with humans, causing a civil war, and at the same time, all the demons suddenly collapsed. Bi Hyung is now frantically devouring the gem. After absorbing it completely, his power suddenly surges to an overwhelming level. The scene shifts to the quiet room where Man speaks up to inquire, "I heard that guy is in the demon world." Hearing this, Man Tai lost his composure and asked urgently what was going on. "What is that guy doing and where is he? Where in the demon world is he?" He casually revealed the truth, saying that he is favored by the king of the U Tin and is hiding under his protection. Faced with the accusation, he was restless and uneasy. Now he even dares to hide Duoxu. The arrogance and cruelty of the king of the U Tin are reaching new heights. Then, Manchoi revealed more information. "I know handling Duok is the responsibility of the demon world, but this time our Orchid faction also suffered heavy losses." He angrily crushes the glass. The few elite fighters chosen have all died in the chaos at Qnyang. I can't just sit idly by anymore, so I want you to hand it over. At that moment, Ma Tai, feeling annoyed, asserted his dominance. "Although I am working with you to mediate between the demons, he is not inferior in crushing the glass in his hand." "But do you think I will follow your orders?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Tai signaled to wait. "I also need to assess the situation a bit." At the end of the conversation, Manhwa angrily slammed the door and stepped out, grinding his teeth and cursing the arrogant monsters, prompting the Grand Sorcerer to urge him on. "What do you plan to do now?" Manchoi proposed his plan. "Let's follow it and provoke them." At the same time, the Demon King threw down a few bodies and casually ordered, "Eat." Bi Hyung looked confused and asked, "Isn't it true that you said you could only absorb demon soul stones through a duel? So you're just going to be straightforward and criticize, then start the duel, right?" Next, the Moon Lord carefully advises you must stay in the palace for at least 100 years, after which humans will have changed completely. Hearing this, he nervously asked Han, "Can I live until then?" The Lord sneered. "That's a stupid question." The Demon King clearly reminded him, "You are a monster. Even if you are a half-human, half-beast, your lifespan cannot compare to that of humans." Baheu was stunned and speechless after hearing this. He looked at the gems in his palm without hesitation, stuffing each one into his mouth, and then rewound to the earlier moment when Vu Utin was sitting sluggishly on the chair. At that time, Bi Hung was howling madly, "I want to kill." Hearing these words, he looked down. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and the group of demons gradually entered. Seeing them arrive, the King of the Star asked, puzzled, "What's going on?" San nervously inquired, "Your Majesty, are you really going to abandon humanity?" He recalls the ancient tradition that elves have always been close to humans, and the former king also once cherished humans. Before he could finish, the Elf King suddenly struck the chair with a hard punch. "You frown as you recount your pain. You mean the Fairy King? You chose humans over me, even though they caused my eyes to suffer this way?" The Demon King angrily threatens, "If you do not hand over that name, this time the elves will surely cut ties with humans. Then you coldly accept the harsh reality.
Fine. I hope so too. Then the King of Spirits declared bluntly, "Before that happens, I will kill you first." Meanwhile, inside the small village at the foot of the mountain, Bon nervously clutches his head. War? Why did everything turn out like this? Outside, the two groups of demons clash chaotically, fighting indiscriminately and killing anyone in their path. Later, he sobbed quietly to himself, "I shouldn't have brought Bi Hung to the demon world. If back then it had been the judgment officer, no, from the very first meeting, I should have warned him seriously." Suddenly, Boyi On heard a noise outside. At this moment, Bai Hung and his group of fairy guards were slaughtering the villagers one by one inside. "Hey, this is a neutral zone, he doesn't care," and stabbed that person in the stomach. "Shut up if you're killing people. How can you call it neutral?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bi Hung immediately ordered, "No one is to survive." Then the sound of desperate cries rang out. "Save me." Bacon, filled with resentment, hugs the sacrificed child and screams in panic, "Bi Hyung, the demons here are neither on the human side nor against humanity." In the face of cruelty, Bon questions, "Do you have to destroy everything that isn't on your side to vent your anger?" After hearing this, he grimaces with murderous intent, "So you're still hiding here." He sneered challengingly, "Do you come here to kill me?" Bi Hyung, swallowing the gem, revealed, "Because I have regretted for years for not killing you when I first met." Bi-On clenched his teeth and asked, "Do you really want to kill humans or monsters?" As soon as he finished the last word, he suddenly stopped. "Do you know who you really are?" A second later, Bi Hyung's heart suddenly throbbed, and he unleashed his power, coughing violently. Witnessing that moment, Bi quickly swung his fist infused with overwhelming demonic energy. Before Bi Hyung could react, the fist was already closing in. Then a terrible explosion erupted. Bi Hyung staggered back, clutching his partially destroyed body, and cursed aloud. "Damn it!" Bi Hu leans against the cliff, closing his eyes to recover from his wounds, knowing who he is. Then Bi Hyung grimaces in pain and coughs up blood. At that moment, Chi-Du slowly approached. It was chaos. It lightly touched him, and a massive turmoil was raging fiercely. Hearing the noise, Bi Hung instinctively looked up. Chi-Du grinned happily, the scene like primordial breath before heaven and earth divided, a familiar scent. It surrounds him and asks, "What do you want to do?" Bi Hyung whispers back, "I want to live." He confesses his feelings, saying, "I just want to live, but no matter where I go, everyone wants to kill me." As he finishes, Chi-Du embraces Bi Hyung and offers the invitation. "Then change that fate. It's a very interesting, delightful, and nostalgic thing. It demands liberation. Let the chaos within you be unleashed into the world." The origin of chaos is the enemy of fate, the one who distorts destiny and is one of the four calamities. Once everything before heaven and earth opened, it was the source of the world reborn after being expelled from the paradise. At that moment, Bi Hyung died once and was reborn in the arms of Kung Ki, the instigator of chaos. The identity is revealed. He is the existence known as the Arrogant One, thanks to BCON, who finally stopped fleeing after a long time and entered the battlefield. The situation in the civil war of the Superior Star was heavily tilted to one side, while the timeline had stretched over 150 years and 1,332 years ago. The Demon King sacrificial ceremony took place. At this moment, mysterious flames surround the Demon King's palace, warning to be cautious. That half-human, half-demon traitor still dares to target the Demon King. Now it has become a divine poison, and the time to kill it has passed. It has absorbed too much of the demon gem energy, and its regeneration is too rapid. Hearing this, he remained silent. Then, B moved outside. At this moment, the Moon Spirit Fairy looked into the mirror and pointed out that a massive chaos seemed to be supporting it. She proposed a plan. To seal it, someone must enter with it and prevent the chaos from spreading further by taking control of its mind. So, when you enter the cave, everything inside will seem like a brief moment, but time flows differently, inside and outside. Wietlin Tiannu turned to ask, "So, what do you still want to do?" Betch immediately nodded without hesitation and shifted to the battle at the manor, dragging a person along. He casually glanced to the side, then suddenly jumped down from outside, right in front of Bi Hyung. Without a word, Bi-On raised his hand and pointed forward. In surprise, he grabbed him tightly. Bi-On then launched a direct attack to wrestle the mountain-shaking demon beast. At that moment, Bi Hyung quickly steadied himself and braced himself. He nervously called out BCON's name. However, Bi Hyung fell into the trap formation. After succeeding, he arrogantly stomped his foot on the ground.
When it comes to elves, it has to be about the betting, right?
As soon as he finished speaking, B challenged to see whose confidence was stronger. After hearing this, he was so furious that he clenched his teeth as the fairy Yue Ling had warned. Time in the mysterious cave seemed strange. Sometimes only a minute had passed, but it felt like 100 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Bak Khan wondered, "Why did you target the Demon King position?" Bi Hyung proudly declared, "I am the strongest now, so he cannot defeat me." Bak Khan sneered, "And what about the king?" Bi Hyung coldly reminded him, "You're already quite old. Why are you only worried now?" Bi was stunned, then continued to observe as there were hardly any more demons left. He said little, slipped his foot between Bi Hyung's, and then seized the opportunity to throw him down. Bi Hyung lost his balance and fell to the ground. Seeing this, he snorted coldly and angrily cursed, "Why are you still alive?" He bit his lip and wondered to himself, "I have swallowed countless demons and humans, even reincarnated as a poison god, yet I still can't defeat BN. Suddenly, B courageously stepped forward, perhaps because he didn't hesitate to punch Bi Hyung directly in the stomach. B confirmed a fierce intent to kill. "I am the one who wants to kill you more than you want to kill me." He coughs softly in pain, then lifts his head in deep thought and, after pulling his hand away, Beck comments, "You're a monster." He recalls the past memories and says bitterly, "I regret missing so many chances to kill you." Beyond draws a formation on him and exposes his inner weakness. "Even after all this, you still have no confidence in yourself. That's why your aura never reaches me." He looked around and asked Han, "Do you know where we are?" Bi repeats the ancient legend, saying, "This is the cave where the first bear turned into a human," and he honestly scoffs, "Bi Hyung, you're a monster, still alive without a single cursed gem." B questions, "I wonder if this cave can restore your humanity." After finishing, he was stunned for a few seconds. Then B chuckled softly and turned away, not worth risking his head. Before leaving the cave, he left a blood-stained message. "Next time I come back, I will definitely kill you. When I become the Demon King, I will find out how." Since Bai Hung and Bon entered the mysterious cave, 666 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the changes, he was stunned. Blech collapses to his knees in despair. A heartbreaking truth has unfolded. The elf was completely wiped out in the internal conflict. Outside, the dark purple sky is unusually gloomy, standing among 7 strange types. Bon can only remain silent because now Bon is the only remaining demon. Time passes, and Chidu slowly moves deeper into the forest. It gradually enters the cave. Chidu tilts his head and looks around, hearing a faint sound. Bi Hyung opens his eyes and looks up. Chirp, chirp. Seeing it enter so easily, he was surprised and asked why you could get in here and why your body was so tiny. Shaidu reports that BN is dead. I took the chance to sneak in while the seal was weak, then points out the difficulty. My body has shrunk because this cave has suppressed the chaos within you. Chidu, without saying a word, bares his fangs. I struggled to turn you into darkness, yet you let the seal almost swallow you. You're so weak. It's greedily threatening you. Should I swallow you now? Bi Hyung quickly calmed. Do you really think you can do that? You are supposed to be a kindred spirit, the one who swallows righteousness and worships evil without fear of stomachache. So why stop now? It turned back into a kitten and quickly ran away. Maybe my mood has changed. He regained his composure and expressed his opinion. While being imprisoned here, I wondered why my killing intent was lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, Bi Hyung immediately realized that perhaps I had always been caught up in others' greed. Recalling the years of war when I served under the Moon Lord, I killed monsters driven by his greed. When I became the adopted child of the Demon King, I killed a demon because of his greed. Bi Hyung recalls the question from years ago. And thinking back, I realize I hesitated before the question that B once threw out. Are you a demon or a human? At that moment, he was trembling with inner conflict, so from beginning to end, I and those around me. Bi Hyung is determined that they are all just weak-willed beings filled with conflicting desires. Nurture a hatred so immense that no one can resist it. Then he declared, I am no longer satisfied with being just darkness. Bi Hyung desperately begged, make me the 4 fiends. He chuckled softly and said, I enjoy believing that even if the chaos within consumes you and you lose yourself, that is exactly what I desire. As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion suddenly erupted inside the cave. From the smoke, a figure slowly stepped out. Chidu excitedly outlined a plan to revive the 4 beasts, first eliminating the opposing 4 directions gods because their 28 constellations are truly troublesome. Hearing this, Bi Hyung agreed and put on his mask. All right. he suddenly unleashes his murderous intent. Let's start with the tiger first. Returning to the present, Mira made a suggestion. I have a proposal. At this moment, Guy looked straight ahead. Mira calmly explained, I want to personally perform the 28 mansions, divination again in our generation. It is said that the prophecy of the 4 directions gods can only be fulfilled once in each generation. I am Thenlong, the heir to the Jade Ruyi. Next, Mira mentions continuing the bloodline. You, the descendant of Huyen Vu. The only survivor is White Tiger Wan Hui. She hesitated. The rest are Chu Tuok. The great sage, Kitian, interjected with a comment, perhaps Chu Tuok has now been reborn in the body of another descendant. Yu Xin asked confusedly, what does rebirth mean? He clearly explained that Ju Kui is an immortal being who transmits the memories and knowledge of ancestors to descendants. The special thing is that the owner does not choose the heir of the memories. Instead, one day, when a descendant awakens, that person is considered to have been chosen by the ancestors. Chu Tuok's recent damaged memories and knowledge must have been passed on to another descendant, and perhaps that person has awakened. The great sage equal to heaven issues an urgent order. So you should return the white tiger to the monster world and find the vermilion bird. When the vermilion bird awakens its memory, it will show you how to cast the 28 constellations divination. Next, he warned to be cautious, but Huyen Vu also needs to be alert for Bi Hung's ambush. Hearing this, everyone understood the intention. The more fate is foretold, the more it becomes fixed. Then Mira enthusiastically called out, let's restore the meaning of the prophecy from 666 years ago. Go stood up and asked for permission to leave. I will take my leave now. After they left, only a few people remained in the room. At that moment, Yuan and Seon Hoa nervously wondered what it meant that both the Demon King and the elf were the last ones. Son Mi worried about the future, and Thisu. What will happen to him? Just then, he spoke up to interrupt the train of thought, saying that prophecies can be interpreted in many ways. Hearing that, she immediately pointed out the suspicion. Indeed, throughout history, many prophecies of good fortune have brought disaster, and some prophecies of misfortune have become signs of blessing. Seon Hoa remained determined. No matter what the upcoming prophecy contained, Yu Xin vowed fiercely that he would not let Thoi Thi Sieu fall into misfortune. Seeing this enthusiastic attitude, she silently observed. On Hoa Kar sighed and reminisced, this is not a burden humans can bear. If I had known that Thoi Thi Sieu carried such a fate, then the matters of exams in the human world would no longer matter. She recalled the moment from her childhood when the wolf stopped and then spoke with pity. Poor thing, I heard he's been following the Judge of Death all this time. Is he suspiciously holding on to An Hoa's carriage, planning to escape to the human world to avoid us? At that moment, she quickly countered with a move. Complete the grand sacrifice. The wolf refused to give up and continued to challenge, why don't you tell the owner yourself? It exposes her fear that you are not truly confident in being king. Returning to the present moment, with the mocking voices echoing, how can a girl who ran away from her family be chosen as the representative? Seon Hoa clenched her fists and resolved in her heart that she would not run away. Seon Hoa is ready to face it, just like this time. Next, Yuan was massaging and asking Han with curiosity, so what is the way to retrieve Seo? It really hurts. Xiao Hui begins to relay the news. While searching for Bi Hung to reclaim his grandfather's sky worship festival, I received information from an acquaintance. She reported that a demon believed to be Seo was roaming the peninsula destroying the gas pillars. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, could it really be the gas demon? At that moment, Mon Choi interjected to confirm. That's right. He opened the door and calmly explained the origin. That is the barrier created by the great general of heaven and the female general of the underworld, built by the children of the divine realm themselves. Seeing the unfamiliar face appear, Yuan was suspicious. Man Choi confidently introduces himself. Of course, the positions of those gas pillars are managed by our Hoa Lang. He quickly offers a trade. If you want to know the locations, join us. He looked confused after hearing that. Huh? Seon Hoa angrily retorts. So I have to serve under you to get the information? That's ridiculous. Son Mi hesitated to express herself, but while we can understand the requests from demons, we, Manoi, firmly stand our ground. Of course, I have no intention of accepting a demon and a flower spirit. After hearing this, she angrily threatened. Then I will force you to speak with violence. At that moment, the great sage equal to heaven jumped in to intervene. Wait a moment, if we argue here, we'll forget our main goal. You're revealing information. Bai Hyung seems to have kidnapped that person's disciple to exchange for Jiang Sang's location. The great sage Heavenly took the opportunity to negotiate, so they said that in return for the information, they wanted a leader to support Hoa Lung, who was injured. Yusin sighed irritably. Really, I'm not free enough to be anyone's assistant. Man Choi coldly warned. If it weren't for Hua Lang, you wouldn't have had this chance. Xian Hua muttered a curse. You're not a god, but more like a con artist. Then he reluctantly accepted the mission.
All right, Yuzin gets up and lists the objectives. Basically, you want me to protect those fragile flowerlangs and also rescue the kidnapped flowerlangs at the same time, right?
He frowned and evaluated, truly arrogant. Yusin relented to smooth things over.
Just treat this as an interview between us. A second later, he emphasized that your side doesn't really know how capable I am, right? Yuzin crossed his arms and declared, "This time I will do it for free. Consider it a free interview, but don't misunderstand. I have no intention of working under you."
The man pointed coldly and then turned to leave, leaving 3 columns of gasoline. Seeing their indifferent attitude, she angrily stopped and said, before leaving, he gave the exact location.
I don't know where your monster friends are headed, but I've already pinpointed where Hoa Am was captured, and the disciples are holding them off there.
The great sage Katian immediately issued an urgent order after hearing this. All right, time is tight, let's get going. Suddenly, Yu Xin saw Xiao Huai extend his hand, and she shyly asked to hold it. Seeing him hesitate,
Xiao Huai grabbed her arm and explained, I can't teleport, so I will take you there.
Seeing how she was carrying the princess, Yu Xin shouted in panic, "What is going on?"
Crazy person, put me down. I'm leaving now, Grandpa.
Before she could get her bearings, she teleported instantly. Wait a moment. The great sage Tin was awkwardly dismissive, telling her to go. In just a moment, Yu Xin was thrown to the sacred mountain peak in Quan Nok Mountain, while Xiao Hui landed on a different mountain. She looked around the Jiri Mountain from side to side while Xian Hoa and Sun stopped at the foot of the Beck Mountain. At this moment, he angrily curses, "Damn it!" Yu Xin angrily brushes the dust off his clothes. No matter if they're demons or gods, I look down on them all. As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted behind him. Yu Xin alertly turned around to see SV and Levi having just defeated a group of people. Seeing him appear, she was startled and turned away. Svi sneered. So another one has come again?
Yuzin sighed in resignation, just as expected. It's useless here too, without hesitation. He accepted the challenge and prepared to draw his sword. All right.
Before CO intervenes, I have to settle the score first. Huh? Hearing this, she sneered and laughed mockingly. Go ahead and try if you think you can get revenge. Then Svi channels his power into the group from that battle, and in an instant, they suddenly stand up. She happily introduces her new army. Levaby's sharp hammer can carve seals, turning enemies into allies and allies into enemies. Seeing this, he grimaced and exposed them. I knew it all along, you really resort to petty tricks. Svi smugly admits it. What can you do? She casually added, we were born this way. Svi eagerly provoked.
Come on, if you can't guess which one of us is Levibi right away, he might get angry out of jealousy. Be careful.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone suddenly charged forward. Yusin calmly fanned his fan in front of him. As they threw their punches, he had already shifted using his clone. Yusin moved behind them. Without saying much, he decisively swings his divine sword technique to finish the move. As the sword strike hits, SV quickly creates a protective barrier, executing a swift and deadly slash. A second later, her black aura suddenly burst out. Seeing it rush toward him, Yushin was startled. He was stunned and quickly retreated. Svi turned around in admiration.
Not bad. Before he could react, the Levibi group all charged towards him.
Yusin quickly creates a clone of himself to block their attack. However, the hammer from these people melted Yusin's sword. As he awkwardly stepped back, he ran into Levibi's firm chest. Realizing this, Yusin panicked and looked up. Without hesitation, he swung his hammer to strike his chest. The heat from the hammer burns Yusin painfully, and he coughs up blood in agony. Watching this scene, Svi couldn't contain his excitement. Yusin, wounded, was forced to retreat, and seeing the situation turn around, I nodded in approval. Levibi is very skilled. Next, he rubs his wrist and then declares, that guy, I will make him hate himself. Svi sneers mockingly, see? You couldn't guess, so Levibi is angry now. At the same time, the burn on his stomach spread everywhere. Yusin was stunned, coughing up blood as he clutched his stomach. While he was focused on his wound, he appeared right in front of him. Yusin took a risk and prepared to summon the 9 Heavens Response Origin skill. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot his sword towards him, summoning the Divine Protector transformation of the Celestial Lord. The sword immediately shot straight at Levi. However, it countered, causing Yusin to spit out blood. Seeing the sword stabbed into his stomach, he was horrified. At this point, SV sighed dismissively.
Idiot. Didn't you hear what I said? You think you're attacking the enemy, but you're actually hurting yourself. Then, he reached out his large hand. Levibe clenched tightly around his slender neck. Yuen struggled desperately in vain. He stubbornly launched his long sword towards him. Once again, the thin sword turned around and stabbed into Yin. Oh, I enjoy crying tears of laughter. Have you become a fool? Keep hurting yourself like that. Seeing his whole body trembling, Svi calmly declares that now I am confident you cannot escape. Svi, triumphant, looked at her prey gradually weakening and unable to attack anymore. She teased, so how about it? What are you planning to do? At the same time, on another mountain under the full moon, Wai was lying on a tree when she saw Tiu Huai's figure, and she smiled brightly with excitement. Suddenly, Il Yi jumps down and congratulates herself. Luckily, she smugly mocks herself, winning the prize for the beautiful sister. Seeing the treasure on Ila Yin's mouth, she grimaced and clenched her teeth. Very gutsy. Xiao Huai puffed up with confidence and shouted, "How dare she mention the ancestral sky worship festival with that dirty mouth?" She casually asked, "Are you the owner of this treasure?" Wai In proudly boasted, "This is really great. I'm using it very well. Thanks." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Huai stepped forward with her foot. The moment she took a step down, she demanded angrily, "Be quiet." She pouts and pretends to be friendly. "Hey, don't do that." Aili Payamai recalls an old memory. "Last time in the Dragon Palace, I couldn't play with you. I really regret it." Little Huai coldly retorts, "I don't have time for someone like you to steal my head." She smirks mischievously and blows a kiss to the wind. "Well, it's okay. I'll let her play a bit before I leave." Yin licks his lip and speaks in a deep voice. "Come on, she's eagerly inviting you to see what kind of joy the granddaughter of Monkey King has." That night at Tanbin's village on Mount the Biche, the quiet atmosphere was filled with a clear voice. Onanhua heard Sonmi call, and she turned to suggest, "Stay if you love him." Sonmi was stunned. Why is this happening? Her eyes were already welling up with tears. "I was the one who brought Xiao to the human world and Xiao's mother as well." Onanhua replied firmly, "No. She insists that I am the one who pulled Xiao in. I fed the kid a love power gem and taught him how to live as a demon, so Seon Hoa made up her mind, and I will take responsibility and bring Xiao back." As soon as his name was mentioned, he appeared. His black feet and cracked skin with white streaks slowly approached. Xiao appears with cloudy white eyes and a low growl. Son Mi hurriedly covers her mouth with her hand, her eyes filled with terror, while Xion Hoa only looks tense. Her red pupils flicked past Xiao, her lips pursed as if pondering something. A moment later, Xion Hoa asked sharply, "Where is Bi Hyung?" Xiao rasped out a few words. "Kill? I will kill." She immediately curled the corners of her mouth into a strange smile. Se-on Hoa quickly drew her fingernails, a long streak of blood splattering out. "What are you talking about killing?" The foxtails appeared in the light that just burst up behind her. On Hoa loudly shouted the summoning spell to transform into the great demon emperor, and immediately her body changed from head to toe, right after the last two words were spoken. The whole body is in shock, going from one surprise to another. She panickingly calls out on Hoa vehicle. Sionan Hoa smiles softly. "I will do my best to adjust, but hold on a little longer." Sio, under the moonlit night, her voice becomes deep and enchanting. "The tale I reserved for the Demon King's grand ceremony will now be used for you." In another part of the forest, Xiao Huai and Ila Yin are about to have a battle. She has a pipe in her mouth, exhaling thick purple smoke which doesn't seem to bode well. Xiao Hui quickly realized, "Did you mix some kind of poison into the clouds of the celestial Great Link?" Yi Yin squinted and smiled, asking in a pleased tone, "How about it? Pretty interesting, right?" Her mouth spoke, her chest heaved a deep breath, then she expelled all the toxic smoke inside. "Try inhaling once." Xiao Hai raised her hand to defend, but the opponent's aura was incredibly powerful. The other toxic smoke just released was ready to attack. Xiao Hui's eyes widened in alert, her shoulders tense, as she clenched her teeth against the poison seeping into her body, the toxic smell assaulting her nose. She suddenly leapt back, but at this point, Xiao Hui's warning was useless. All right, along with her words, the purple smoke gradually dissipates. Taison Ap Noan is not just about weight, but also density. Half a second later, all the smoke seemed to be controlled and moved away from her body, with Xiao Hui's voice rising in pitch, indicating it was even lacking in durability. Her arm holding the weapon extended forward, using the innate magic of Taishan Ap Noan. Ai Yin was startled and took a few steps back, and Xiao Hui continued, "This kind of smoke can't penetrate the body." She regained her composure very quickly and sneered mockingly, so she played dirty. Then, "Why, In once again smiled a deadly smile. So, what about this? The peaceful duel of Zhao Yan's gentle speech made Xiao Huai's expression turn cautious. The opponent casually introduced it as a confrontation between her and her granddaughter, tightening her grip on her hand as she calmly declared that, of course, she would be stronger, right? Huai's close combat attack grimaced fiercely, using her innate magic to press against him. Xiao Hui bravely held her opponent with her weapon. When the fist of the close combat expert strikes, she doesn't wait to read the decree of Tai Shan's Noan. Tio Huai's feminine strength seems to be at a disadvantage in the battle. Her legs slide along the ground, but she doesn't give up. Xiao Hui clenches her hair, ready to strike. She tore it out forcefully and infused it with spiritual energy. Using the Shadow Wind spell, she created a whirlwind that struck directly at her opponent, her. The intense purple color quickly dissipated, blending with the white light of the demon duel. It was truly unharmed, even more aggressive than before. He calmly observes, should I say it's useless? This cloud is endlessly charged until my demon energy runs out. She is now no different from a talking demon, with a haughty and evil expression. And I have many love abilities. Seeing the two strange demons, Xiao Huai couldn't help but be stunned. Suddenly, she remembered her previous encounter with the Dragon King, who voluntarily gave Tiu Huai this weapon. You came to find this, right? She took it, and silently bowed her head to listen. The heavenly great lotus was stolen by the darkness. Truly disappointing. Xiao Huai stared intently at the staff in her hand, her eyes filled with unspoken emotions. The Dragon King continued, when I descended to the mortal world, I connected with the great sage through Tang Sanzang. Returning to reality, Xiao Hui kneels and pushes both legs down, then swiftly swings her staff behind her to strike the vital points of yin with lightning-fast speed. With her abundant spiritual power, her hair also changes as if made of gold, and the celestial great chain and the heavenly great lotus are the weapons the celestial great sage often used when his vitality was abundant. She is perplexed. I don't know why he sealed the Dragon Palace. The treasure at the bottom of the sea is a separate space from the outside. Everything is frozen, and it's unclear whether he intended to seal them there or preserve them. I can't guess, but the Dragon King warned us seriously. Just remember that his treasure still remains in that time. Xiao Hui remembered, tightly closing her eyes as she pondered the words. The purple smoke spread into the space, and Wai's excited voice echoed. Let's keep going. She hugs her face and cheers, eager to make her own as quickly as possible. The twin siblings in close combat simultaneously exhale, releasing poison into the air. This is the technique of the Samadhi Divine Wind spell. Xiao Hui stands firm, her small lips reciting the incantation, a bright light shining behind her. Her eyes closed, fingertips pressed together. Then she continues to clasp her hands in prayer, sincerely invoking the compassionate power of Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, wishing to dwell deep within the disciple's heart as the spirit seal method appears. Suddenly, arms in jade suddenly emerge behind her. As the chant rises, the toxic smoke is halted wherever it reaches. Do not let it be forgotten or abandoned. Wai exhales a puff of golden smoke from his pipe. What? If the clan elder is connected to the Celestial Grand Assembly, then anyone who appears in that moment would clearly understand without explanation that they would be influenced by it, just by observing the current situation. The moment Wai realized it was too late, Xiao Huai had finished her chant, eyes wide as she looked at her like a sinner. Then shouted Kim Ko Chu. The two close fighters immediately covered their heads, grimacing and groaning in pain, while Wai was struck right on the top of her head. Her pipe fell straight to the ground with a clink. Xiao Huai gently picked it up, brought it to her lips, and felt a sense of relief inside, finally reclaiming it. He coldly stood up quickly and then, with a mocking tone, said, This is really surprising how the descendants of the great sage Qiqian are using the gold pendant. How could this be? Xiao Huai calmly exhaled smoke and replied, Grandpa, I am the Monkey King. Amidst the mysterious white smoke, she jumped up, and her grandmother was a female house nun. Il-In snorted softly and smiled. So that's how it is. Unexpectedly, even after losing her pipe, she can still blow smoke from her mouth and joke around, yet she doesn't feel embarrassed to kiss so intimately like that. Tiu Huai immediately straightened up and declared confidently that your smoke has no effect on me. The more she spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes narrowing into a mischievous smile. Yeah, so I will show you what real tricks are. Faced with her cunning smile, Xiao Hui was truly taken aback, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. In just half a second, she was in front of Xiao Hui, pressing close to her, and she leaned in to tease her with a playful smile.
Are you planning to offer the gift in front of the greedy demon? Whispering to her, Sem. He reached his hand into her mouth. If you think the treasures the demon offers are real, you'll get into trouble. In another place, someone questions in a low voice. So you're planning to attack the Vermilion Bird Gate, right? Wang Wei anxiously asked again. Is that okay? It's okay because we're in an emergency situation. Suddenly, Wang Wei shot a sharp glance. He stared intently at Go as if something had changed. He also looked back at the opponent with a pair of annoyed eyes. Go replied bluntly. I am still the same as before. They finally arrived at the location they needed to reach. Go Yu stretched his fingers to scout around. He gently touched the other marks on the wooden door. Wan Wei immediately startled and asked loudly, What's going on? Gons Jiang placed a hand on his shoulder, showing agreement. It's strange that there are no guards or locked doors. Go quickly threw open those two doors. In front of them, bodies lay scattered across the yard. Mira kneels in horror to assess the situation. Could this be Byung's attack? Gao firmly says no with a single word. He suddenly extends his hand as if about to examine something. Jin Yom yelped in pain after being pinched so hard one side of his face looked distorted and immediately got scolded by Go Yu. Faking illness? He's got that huge red cheek and barged into someone's house. What's he doing? The small finger pointed straight at his face without any hesitation, even though he was already in an extremely sensitive state. The encounter with the unfamiliar face was filled with scolding, making the atmosphere suddenly awkward. One of the four of them strode straight up to Jin Yomo. He pointed directly at his face and called out his name immediately. This kid is Chu Tuok. Gonjiang smiles brightly. Kuang Triu pokes his cheek. Congratulations, young master. You've got a little brother now, right? Jin Wai clenches his fists in pain, gesturing wildly. Hey, you kids who haven't even bled yet, how dare you call yourselves kids? A polite hand reaches out, and a respectful voice speaks. Hello, you are the newly awakened Ju Kue, right? I am Mira, the successor of the Azure Dragon. She introduces the remaining members, and on this side is the heir of Xuanyuan and Baihu. Jin Wai turns away arrogantly, accompanied by a frustrated sigh. So what if you do? Are you planning to gather the four symbols and hold the 28 mansions ceremony? Mira didn't bother to hide it, and admitted it right away. Yeah, that's right. Jinyo's scream immediately rang out, as if this piercing sound could shake the entire palace. What, are you crazy? He shouted directly in their faces. Do you think you came here without knowing why I ended up like this? Go and Wai remain calm, while Mira listens with a faint smile. Not only I, but all of you have also been attacked by the elves. Mira not only wasn't afraid, but was even more excited. It's precisely because the elves hate the 28 constellations so much that we should organize it properly. Wan agreed and said, That's right. Jin Yom suddenly called this guy Huyen Vu and rudely pointed at his face, reminding him to withdraw his hand and seal his lips before being attacked. He poured out a long rant full of intense emotions. We will also close the door and enter seclusion to cultivate until this body matures. Jin Yom, that's not okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yom suddenly turned his head in a direction. Eyes filled with panic and softly called out Hina's name as the beautiful girl with a supermodel figure just walked through the door. She gently approached Jin Yo, then affectionately held him in her arms. This time, he was still too small. Jin Yom, with wide eyes and still overwhelmed by surprise, feeling the comfort from someone he trusts, finally dares to show his fear. Jin hugs her tightly and cries loudly, Hina, I'm really scared. A madman appeared. I had to run away alone to avoid harming the children in the clan, and I fought until the mountain was on fire. Hina gently pats his back and asks a few questions. That child is dead. Jin Yo briefly reports the situation. Unfortunately, he only lost the love power gem. Another member of the clan then steps forward, revealing that playing dead is a secret technique of the Ju Kue family. Jin Yu sobs as he looks at him, but without the love spirit gem, life as a yokai would be over. He says in regret, It was all because of me that the little demon was reborn. Immediately encourage him. That's not the case. Jin Yu, you saved my life. Why are you blaming yourself like that? The other members of the clan stood up one by one, encouraging Jin Yom. That's right, Jin Yom. Please don't cry anymore. Thanks to you, we are safe. He cleared his throat, voice trembling with emotion. Yeah, so I won't do anything dangerous anymore. Jin Yom regained his confident tone from before, looking at my children, who are truly pitiful, clenching his fists. Chu Hua will no longer let these children go through such terrifying experiences. He seems to be pleading for something, his eyes shining as he looks up at Jin Yom. Hina suddenly burst out laughing, so I said that kind of talk isn't appropriate.
Jin Yam was stunned by her strange attitude. Hina keeps saying that soon our Huyan Vu clan will be attacked too. She smiles, but her words are full of hidden meaning. If the fairy can foresee that event and imitate the monster, then there's no need to seal the gate. A straightforward suggestion is made. So let me receive the omen of the upcoming attack on Huyan Vu. Wan Hui grimaced and shouted loudly, "Why did you suddenly appear and decide to act on your own?" Mira suddenly remembered Gu, the one who had swallowed hard, his brows furrowed, looking troubled. The two familiar words finally escaped from his throat. Mother Jin Yu clings tightly to Hina's dress, repeatedly calling her name Hina. She rolled her eyes and glared at the person who just scolded her. "Gu, you've been avoiding your responsibility as Huyan Vu all this time." Hina turned to face him. "Then this time, let your mother take the burden for you." She straightforwardly declared, "I will be Huyan Vu this lifetime." The mother and daughter reunited with only a cold, distant atmosphere between them. Returning to the ongoing confrontation between Yin and Xiaohui, the purple smoke still lingers thick in the empty field, with only Xiaohui sitting on the ground, trembling. Elin licks her lips and hums a few melodies, a smug expression on her face. She slowly approached her collapsing opponent, her expression still calm. She gently grasped Xiaohui's chin. "Let's see what you want," Elin happily muses to herself. The first is to be acknowledged by the ancestor, and the second is to have a man she likes. Xiaohui's face has lost much of its color. She relies on that and raises her voice to provoke. Both times it was just unrequited love, right? She must have endured a lot of hardies. She forced a fake smile. "Let me end that one-sided love for you." "So, what do you say? Now we are on equal footing, right?" The Demon King ceremony is held every 666 years, but unfortunately there is an age limit. Therefore, demons born after the end of the ritual often have uncertain status within their clans. To participate in the King Demon ritual, you must wait another 666 years. But 666 years is already more than half the lifespan of a demon. Usually that position is passed on to the next generation. Children who grow up under the same roof as parents who suffered such injustice fall into two types: those who live quietly to avoid being seen as rivals, and those who identify with their parents to fulfill their wishes. Little Earth, when I realized I could shrink my body mass and was the only one in the clan to inherit this from my ancestor, the look in my parents' eyes at that moment. Since that day, a heavy responsibility has rested on my shoulders to become a king, just like the distant realm my ancestor achieved. I always carry the mission to win and soar high like the blue sky. The duty that once felt burdensome now, through repeated victories, is gradually forgotten. On the long journey carrying water from the foot of the mountain to the top, one day, Xiaohui suddenly looked back in surprise, and now I no longer know whose will is driving me. But when the moment of failure, which seemed like it would never come, happened, the fighting spirit burst out instinctively. Tu Hui has made up her mind, and I have shown that if we meet again, I won't be as foolish as today. I will definitely overpower you. The strength that drives me from within, my true nature has always been nurtured like that. Every day, Xiaohui diligently trains with the great sage equal to heaven. Their relationship can be summed up in 4 words. After hours of training, she would end with a pat on the head for encouragement, and Xiaohua would always bow his head to accept it. And every moment like that, she immediately forgets the suffering and smiles brightly. Filled with love, her skin, which was previously tainted with wise purple spiritual energy, has turned pale again. Tu Hui's pupils lit up, caught between love and hate. Wai In was stunned, staring blankly. "Huh?" In the blink of an eye, she received a punch straight to the cheek from Xiaohui as she finalized her relationship with Te Tien Dai Than. The hatred for Eilin's frail body burst out uncontrollably as she coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood, wondering how it could be possible. Xiaohui used the same move her opponent just used on her, suddenly rushing forward and then launching a barrage of attacks, leaving no time for the enemy to think, pouring all her strength into her arm and aiming for the vital points. Eilin's failure was due to not considering this. Deviant distortions sometimes appear in certain individuals. Due to her arrogance, Ila In was beaten by Xiaohui until her whole body was shattered and she collapsed to the ground. She raised her sharp heel and walked straight toward her, a twisted, distorted smile clearly visible on Xiaohui's face. At this moment, Xiaofei, you have lost both your grandfather and Yusin along with all your past love, becoming a slave craving yin. But the more you crave yin, the more your wild nature, abandoning duty and responsibility, erupts uncontrollably. Ila In, having seen through Xiaohui's true nature, only found it ridiculous and deceitful.
She clutches her stomach, tears streaming down her face. Is it all a lie?
Unfortunately, in this situation, the one who loves more will be the winner. The ground where Y just fell had a dent earlier.
Tu Huai, with her hands empty, lifts her up and then holds the unconscious body tightly, her face filled with heartbreaking longing as she greedily breathes in the scent emanating from the seemingly lost soul. Tu Huai mercilessly tore off Y's arm. No matter how much she fought, she still felt incomplete without you. She whispered to the soulless corpse, "Just give yourself to me." The body now only has the upper half intact. Xiaohui tore it apart but refused to let go, holding it tightly in her arms. Half a second later, she embraced that body and vanished, the full moon shining over the mountain peak. Yuzin was choked by a rough hand around his neck before he could speak. "Why are you only here now?" In front of him, Levibi showed no sign of stopping, but someone had already made him cease. SV frowned, breathing heavily. Yuzin was just saved by someone, and the fingerprints of Levibi are imprinted on his neck. He clutches his throat and coughs violently a few times. It's too late now. Both of them just explained, "Sorry, I'm still not used to using the phone." Peaceful for less than a minute, Yuzin heard a loud noise behind him. He glanced around carefully, then took out his phone to check something. Yuzin sends a message to J-Con saying, "I am at Quan Nok Mountain. Are those two siblings still training here? Let the abbot know that I've come to pick up the items I sent earlier." After delivering the message, he calmly walks in another direction. X. C.H. suddenly remembers and calls out, "This is what you asked me to bring." Yu quickly grabbed the sword and said, "Thank you," then kept looking back over his shoulder. "What is she doing here?" the Qi Luan asked excitedly. Finally, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "You're finally willing to look at me." Yuzin, Yoshio and Yuzuru quietly took off their shoes to place on the shelf. Their faces seemed frozen in silence as they slowly stepped inside, one by one placing white chrysanthemum flowers before the portrait and then bowing in a mourning ritual. Yuzuru slowly stands up, his gaze fixed on the photo. The person who was once alive is now just a lifeless picture. Her eyes darkened and lowered. "You said you turned into the poison spirit and then disappeared." Suddenly she noticed a familiar person sitting in a corner, and Yuzuru immediately stepped forward without hesitation. She drew the sword from her sheath and held it out in front of Yuzin. Yuzuru spoke with a hesitant tone. "At first I wanted to keep it myself, but since it's a very powerful demon, I can no longer contain it," he muttered, saying nothing with a worried look. She bent down to eye level with Yin. Since they might not be able to control it for much longer, it would be better to send it to a sacred place. Seon sat beside, knowing Yin was temporarily unresponsive, and had to speak up. "Give it to me." She felt she should clarify his opinion about whether to ask Master Not Vansu, but Yuzin remained silent and nodded blankly. Yan personally went alone to the temple deep in the mountains and pushed open one side of the red door. The abbot immediately understood upon seeing the green sword. "Are you planning to return it to me, young master?" She nodded in acknowledgement of the current situation. "Yes. Since the sacred beast temple has fallen, there is no suitable place left to entrust." Meanwhile, Qi Luan sat with his chin resting on a tree branch, eavesdropping and having to bother the master again. The abbot sweat as he looked down at the sword emanating killing intent. "I have decided to help the young master with anything, but this really is frightening." He also admits his own weakness. "Sorry, but I can't hold on to it for too long." Sion quickly waved his hand in sympathy. "It's okay." She can't really say anything for now. "As soon as everything is settled, the young master will personally come to retrieve it, so please don't worry too much." However, Qi Luan suddenly had a bolder idea. "All right, if I follow that sword, I can meet young Master Yu Xin. That's how we ended up in this situation." Yusin frowned suspiciously. "What is that?" She grinned happily and wagged her finger. "Is there any reason to hide things between us?" These words make him squint. "We're close." Qi Luan naturally pointed out his current situation. "I am a member of the failed rebellion, so I cannot stay in the Dragon Palace where the Dragon King has returned." As a result, her position became uncertain and led her to meet Yusin by chance. "Uncertain of what to do, I heard that young Master Yusin intended to recruit us." The Qi Luan did not hesitate to run away from the Dragon Palace through the gate. "You fool, you just reunited and immediately rushed into the battlefield." As soon as she stepped out of the gate, she looked at a familiar passerby and quickly realized who it was. And so she shamelessly ran after him, meaning I followed that person to find a chance to meet Lord Yusin again. Yusin turned pale as he remembered, hearing that back then he could see through the Qi Thien Bicot had deceived even the Long King's son. At that moment, a soldier suddenly expressed surprise. "Incredible. The magic I used directly doesn't work on you, does it?" Then Qi Luan revealed his true identity. "I am a hybrid of Siren and Lugaru. Her special ability allows her to do what others cannot. with an innate, all-seeing eye that distinguishes truth from falsehood. Thanks to that, she happily admitted it, so even though I don't know how to fight, I still get to be the gatekeeper there. Anyway, the conclusion is that by now she simply blinks and makes her own decision. In Yusin's new job, I hope His Excellency will accept this lonely, helpless person. Me. Thichiluan. Yusin was speechless, unable to say anything more about her shamelessness. Ansin speaks so proudly, doesn't she? Thichiluan openly expresses himself without hesitation. It's not that Anshin is proposing. Suddenly she casually adds, I wonder if they accept monsters for that job. His face stiffened before he suddenly bowed his head. Yusin had to turn away to hide the emotion on his face. At first, probably not, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Losing my close friend has changed my way of thinking. I don't want to become a conservative old man like I used to be. Not long after, they encountered a group of people. The Chiluan cautiously looked at the swarm of clones in front of him. But young Master Yusin, just after meeting her, was already caught up in another major battle. Yusin scoffed and glanced at her. If you want to join my work, you should start getting used to it. She has no choice but to boost her own morale. All right, today will be considered a probation period. She can be confident in her strengths. I can't remove the curse, but I can make the truth hidden come to light. I sing very well. As for the bright red mark right in the middle of Yin's chest, Thichiluan is at a loss. However, the seal on the young master's body isn't meant to hide the truth, so it probably won't help much either. He understands a bit about Thichiluan's abilities, meaning her song can suppress all lies and restore things to their original state, right? She clenched her fist in confirmation. Exactly, because Siren's song is meant to awaken the deepest desires. Yusin didn't ask further and gave the order. That's enough. You guys stay behind and protect her. He begins the exorcism. When I break the seal, the sword will draw out half of the signal, so sing a song. This sword is also what Yuzuru gave me back then. This was originally a treasure to separate the body and soul, but after sealing the demon and Yusin used it in battle, it seems to have been cursed, leaving a lingering remnant in that gap. The opponent hesitated at his strange behavior. What are you planning to do? This time, it's a deliberate move. He took a deep breath and decisively drew the sword from its sheath, but the feeling was truly disgusting. The remnants within the sword surged out due to Yin's frustration. It flew in a circle and then stabbed back into the talisman on his chest. The Chiluan covered his mouth, suppressing a gasp of shock. X and Miu were also surprised by his daring. Then suddenly, Yusin collapsed like a toy, with the residual spirit entering and completely taking control of his body. Yusin's mouth twitched in an unusual way. Come on. He tilted his head, giggling softly as he muttered to himself. Let's play! Yin's speed suddenly skyrocketed in an abnormal way. The game of hide and seek. SV suddenly startled and swung his arm. His reflexes quickly increased as he swung his sword to block her attack. How could he attack someone else? Thichiluan suddenly realized the true intention behind Yin's actions. Now she can analyze his real purpose. To erase the seal's influence and distort the signal between the body and soul, she used a stronger residual energy to fill the gap, and then she concluded it as using poison to cure poison. The two subordinates hear that, and their eyes widen. Maybe now is the time to sit back and relax. The two are in a rush about Yin's situation. Sing quickly before you're completely consumed. The mark on his chest is gradually closing. All right. Thichiluan forced a smile, clasping his hands together. Although he could only create a brief opening due to the overwhelming power of the demon in her eyes, his condition still appeared salvageable. But for young Master Yin, that's enough. The sweet, steady singing rises in the silent night. The singing voice weaves through the air into Yin's ears. His soul is restored, regaining the upper hand. The dying flames of the sword flickered and fell apart, gradually retreating from Yin's body. The consciousness of the people also regained control, and the final black flame was held in the sword-holding hand. It decisively raised its hand to harm his heart, aiming directly at Yin's strongest soul core. Fortunately, he reached out in time to catch it and successfully controlled the lingering spirit to prevent it from going berserk. X and Miu also quickly formed a protective barrier to shield Thichiluan behind them. She is completely safe to perform the soul control. Meanwhile, Yusin struggled to throw the sword to the ground and quickly pulled out a black cloth from his pocket, and quickly wrapped the black cloth around his arm. In just a few short minutes, the remnants were sealed into Yusin's arm. Unexpectedly, even at this age, the black flame dragon on his left hand still awakens, and now he no longer fears losing control. Thichiluan continues singing. She obeyed without any objection. Yes. The singing voice dissolves into the air without any hesitation.
The clone bodies are all forcibly turned back into their true forms. SV saw this and knew the situation was unstable. Levip drew his sword. They immediately turned and ran away, leaving the clones behind. Yusin didn't want to miss the chance, so he got up and chased after them. Where to? However, someone pulled out a small fan. A blue flame flared up, signaling an imminent attack. He couldn't dodge in time and hurriedly raised his hand to block. Damn it, that fool. Immediately after, an explosion erupts, filling everything with thick smoke. Svi also quickly ran a distance away. Suddenly, a sharp object streaked past and blocked their path. That was exactly Yusin's sword being thrown. He calmly commands it with a voice of authority. Divine weapon. The sword was quickly retracted along with a series of spiritual slash attacks, causing the two fleeing enemies to collapse, trembling on the ground. Hey Yusin, when did you recover the fan from your clone's possession? Do you think this is a treasure that anyone can use? Rewinding a few minutes earlier to the moment the fan was activated, Yusin quickly raised his hand to catch it. But from above, it was clear that all his teammates were struggling to fend off the encirclement. Seeing that, he clicked his tongue, quickly calculated in his mind, and in an instant, he summoned countless clones to scatter out. The clones jumped down to cover the fan-wielding enemy completely. At that moment, the fan burst into light as the explosion was also mitigated by Yin's shadow clones. And so he had the chance to get close to that guy again. In a few leaps, he snatched back the fan, and Jich and Miu took their turn to carry out their mission. Thi Qilon stands protected at the back with a bright look. Yusin, up to this point, has defeated Shi and reclaimed the fan, which vibrates loudly to show its displeasure. Yusin had to lower himself and soothe it. All right, I won't let it slip next time. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, the thing inside the black cloth rebelled. This remnant of his soul was not obedient at all. As soon as it realized it had separated from Tai Qiluan, it went berserk. Yusin also knows this is only a temporary measure, currently sealed with spiritual energy but unable to last long. His gaze shifts toward the sword in the distance. However, by leaving the fragment of his consciousness on the one with the black mark, it seems he's gradually exorcising the evil from it. In his mind, he suddenly came up with an idea. If they take advantage of this, not knowing what to do yet, the student shouted to urge them. Levi's movement was strange. However, Levi's heavy body couldn't move. She clicked her tongue and raised one finger, not seeing any black marks. Her power surges around the two of them, soon forming a pair of wings that cling to his shoulders. He is given the chance to sit down heavily. Levibe jumps high, carrying SV away to escape. Yusin can't chase them in this state. Can he tell what kind of power this is? Clearly, the poison god I met before shot all remaining energy when he died as a curse. Yusin stepped forwards a few steps, grabbing the sword stuck in the ground, unsure who the curse was aimed at. Even though he couldn't chase after them, he didn't want to let them escape. 9 Heaven's Oath, Thunder, Crystal Transformation, Heavenly Lord. This is a gamble to see if we can follow, worth a try. The spell was cast to form a bow with the sword as the arrow, and his hand gently held the hilt to adjust the aim. Once the final incantation is spoken, Yin releases her hand, and the soul realm dispels the curse. The sword streaks through the air faster than Levibi can run away. Svi growled threateningly, "Don't interfere." Her curse shoots out, trying to stop the sword, and for a moment, the shadow turns into a hand grabbing the blade. Yin frowned at their interference. Seriously, he just waved his hand and shattered the encirclement. The sword thrusts through Levibi's chest, lightning erupts instantly, destroying both their bodies. This time, they can no longer run and fall to the ground. Both of them were electrocuted and unable to move anymore. The final aftershock struck Levibi's body. SV shouted and reached out. "No, don't go." However, she couldn't stop his disappearance. No. His body instantly turned into dust right before SV's eyes, and a giant skull emerged from Levibi's transformed body. A shadow immediately enveloped it. The shadow transformed into a human figure and turned to look at Yusin. Tannim squinted her eyes, curled her lips into a terrifying smile, and even cheerfully waved at him. "Brother, next time let's do it again." Yusin finally could relax and kneel back. After all, this time he managed to handle it himself. At the same time, he also felt a bit lucky that it wasn't people like Tam who only preyed on the strong to level up. Experiencing this was like a huge shock to Yin. Honestly, I worry about what might happen if Agu doesn't get caught up in the curse and stays here. Luckily, it followed. At this moment, the 3 others hurried over. "Lord Yusin." Yusin snapped back to his senses and looked at SV, so she still gazes absent-mindedly at the place where her loved one disappeared. Lev quickly throws out a blue rope without hesitation. The cord immediately wrapped around and tightly bound SV, capturing a divine assassin for the first time. Suddenly, the remnants wrapped in black cloth started to stir, trying to break free, and this time it spread more forcefully.
This dark demon dragon again, Thi Luan happily pulls him to lean on himself. Lord Yusin, lean on my arm. The singing voice finally eased the darkness of the DM. Yusin's face was also pale and exhausted. Using even the level of the White Dragon Boat's anti-magic device, his energy was running low. The other two voluntarily took turns to tie up the enemy. Yusin let out a soft breath of relief, thinking that with two people, they could hold out longer. Excellent! The tense confrontation finally ended with laughter and words of thanks to Thi Luan. It's nothing. He can also stretch and relax to see if it helps. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the hazy purple dusk, Jin Yom paled and tugged on someone's sleeve with a whimper. It's Hina! Hina glares at someone else again. Go! If you don't want to bear the burden of Huyen Vu, then stop running away all the time. Her eyes were cold, with no trace of compassion. So, this time I will do it. Go Yu clenched his lips tightly and stood silently facing her. Everyone around looked suspicious. What is this? The person recognized by the head of the family as the representative of the clan isn't Gu. Hina is certain about the personality of the head of the family. Yes, after all, that person cares more about the half-hearted grandchild, even unable to control the snake, better than the cat. However, of course there will be an exception, but if the 28 warriors are performed for Huyen Vu, the head of the family will also acknowledge it. She explained this strange rule, indicating who is truly necessary for the clan. Gu finally spoke up, saying, Mother, I plan to give up the ritual and ambition, whether it's the Demon King or the family head. The siblings around him all stared intently, but the 28 techniques are a symbol of the 4 directions God's power gathering to be executed, and can't be organized just for Huyen Vu. The problem is what? I clearly used the premonition to set up the ambush to catch that demon. His expression was grim as he tried to justify his actions. If he had received the warning from the Celestial Cha before the ambush, Bihung would have had no reason to attack. If the future is fixed because of the assumptions about tragedy and the immortal, she coldly interrupts him and says, Still a coward. Go Hina admits that part of Go's concern is correct. In a fixed future, relying solely on the power of the Black Tortoise may not be enough. However, she pointed out one thing. What if the current Demon King becomes a wild card? Jin Yo immediately panicked and tried to stop her. Hina gently bowed to reassure him. Jin Yom, don't worry. Even if the king is about to be replaced, he is still the strongest of this generation. She also understands very well the power of the Demon King. If that person directly intervenes, even the poison god cannot succeed. Jin Yom hesitated to bring this up, but Girin did nothing, while the 3 divine beings from the 4 directions were defeated with no action at all. No, beyond that, Girin suddenly admitted a truth that stunned everyone present. Immediately after the Demon King disappeared, just one sentence was enough to shock everyone there. Someone listening to that also began to analyze, and no one knew if Girin was still alive in the capital or not. Since ascending the throne as the current Demon King, there had been no news about his whereabouts, and the others eagerly shared their opinions. Then let's go there and check if it's true or not. The mysterious disappearance means all petitions for an audience have been refused. Hina also agreed with this idea. That's right, Girin has not received any audiences since ascending the throne. And then there was a change after a pause. Until recently, Jin Yomo opened his eyes in utter surprise. Did he agree to the audience? She pulled out an official letter, but with a condition. They replied that they would grant an audience if they could bring the 4 gods of the current generation. Goyu cautiously raised his hand to indicate, wait a minute, is there any guarantee that the letter was sent by the king himself? Hina added, pointing out its uniqueness. The letter included a carved seal that the immortals confirmed was Girin's horn. The white-haired girl couldn't believe it and found it even more suspicious. Jin Yom directly started to complain and lament, initially planning to stay hidden, but his younger brother, seeing this, hesitated and called out affectionately. However, he couldn't avoid going this time. He had to try once. Sorry, Dua, but he knows his current identity. I am one of the demons who founded the Demon King regime. Jin Yom himself serves the Demon King to restore order in the chaotic world, especially now that the poisoned god has rebelled and decided to crown the strongest as king. Given the current chaos, he can't stay on the sidelines, but if the poison god, who was meant to be destroyed, has grown strong enough to overthrow the regime, Jin Yom's tone suddenly turns dark and unpredictable. Maybe I should call my old friends. In another place, the sliding door creaked open, breaking the silence. A person stands at the entrance, basked in the moonlight, marveling at those inside. You speak very plainly. Bihung grins and offers a small red piece. Thank you for your cooperation in summoning the 4 directions gods. Bihung's teasing voice echoes through the spacious room. I don't really believe in things like prophecies or divine visions. He casually admits his own misfortune. Heaven has always hated me.
A red gem in his hand, yet it's the horn of the Demon King. But I was curious about what someone who predicted the appearance of the holy commander like you thinks of me. Bi-hyung spoke casually without any respect. The next ruler of this demon realm will be me, so am I the holy king you predicted? He sneered with a sinister smile. I have no intention of becoming the saintly ruler either. Although his gestures seem very polite, if you were born for me, I would happily accept it. Bi-hyung slowly approached and placed a hand on the Demon King's throne. His voice was full of deep affection. If she had killed Bon for me. However, the Demon King hasn't spoken a word since earlier. He just continues to play along without a care. Turning a monster into a Demon King would make him the final Demon King. If you hadn't appeared then, something serious might have happened. Bi-hyung rubbed his neck, laughing happily and sighing. My life has been full of bad luck. I thought I was going to lose my chance again, but you stopped him, making me wonder, do you like me? And so, the atmosphere fell into silence as he finished speaking. Bi-hyung hurriedly turned and left. So I'll hide away for a bit to prepare a surprise until the Four Directions God arrives. He had only taken a few steps when a voice spoke up. It seems you're misunderstanding something. This statement made Bi-hyung stop in his tracks as the Demon King slowly explained his actions at that time. Yes, I did fight Beach Khan, the last remaining obstacle on my path to becoming the Demon King, but every word echoed in the desolate, deadly silence. I don't kill without reason. Nighttime is when suspicious things move. A foot gently touches the ground. Sun-mi cautiously spreads her wings, preparing for the worst. A shadow suddenly shatters and rushes to attack Zeonhua and Sun-mi. They haven't even realized what's happening yet. Too fast. In an instant, both of them reflexively stepped back, as the puppet's fist controlled by Zeonhua swiftly swung down. The giant fist crashes down, shattering the ground, but the opponent's speed is too quick to evade. Even the shadow, Co, jumps onto the puppet's hand to use it as a springboard, flipping upside down in midair to face Sun-mi soaring above. Her face turned pale before she could react, but he had already dashed past her. The object Co attacked was the bulging-eyed wooden statue behind them. In an instant, the wooden statue shattered into pieces. Sun-mi stopped her evil attack and stepped in front of Zeonhua. It's not us, but the evil god statue. Even Co's mind isn't clear. Kill him, he must be killed. He immediately rushed away without noticing the two of them. Zeonhua hurriedly pricked her finger. Damn, that was quick and dirty. She quickly casts a love spell on him, Zhao Dui's love spell of the Crimson Silk. The love spell immediately took effect, forcing Co to stop, but Zeonhua also had to exert quite a bit of effort to hold his leg back against the already existing enchantment. The puppet mimicking her movements also grabs Co. She looks over his entire current body. Is it the magic of darkness? It's not simple at all. She clasped her hands together and used her last resort. If that doesn't work, I will go into the realm myself. In just a moment, her mind slipped into Co's dark realm, where strange images kept repeating. The heads of the statues are replaced with the melting face of Co's enemy, with images repeating and shattering like broken glass. Clouded red eyes roll back as tears stream down, surrounded by shadowy figures staring with tear-filled eyes. The smiling head rolls at Co's feet as hands emerge from the masks, trying to drag him down. The strange creatures begin to crawl around his mind, and Co's face is turned upside down, smiling in agony. Tears spilled from her wide-open eyes onto her forehead as Sun-mi quickly shook Zeonhua awake when she saw she was unwell. Hey Hoa, Zeonhua, wake up. She shares the same pain as Co. Zeonhua, coughing violently, said, Co has to quickly pull her out of there. Sun-mi was stunned and confused by what she heard. What? Her voice trembled as she spoke. It's about to die. Or it intends to die together with the darkness inside. It seems that the pain in Co's mind is very intense, as it keeps witnessing its mother's death. Zeonhua's tears overflow uncontrollably down her face. The calls of children echo in her mind. The memory of her mother's death gradually returns due to this event. The images from the past gradually come back to memory. Zeonhua, as a child, always smiled brightly when seeing her mother. Her mother was a frail woman who always had to stay in bed, but she still tried to sit up to see her daughter, Zeonhua. The little girl ran over quickly to ask if you're hurting today too. Seon-mai gently reached out and stroked Seon-hoa's cheek. I told you not to come in. The pouty girl whines, but suddenly a stern, scolding voice rings out. It seems the broken leg from before has healed now. This familiar voice makes Seon-hoa hesitant. Seon-di's cruel gaze glared at the girl, saying you'd have to break it 12 more times for you to learn to control yourself. Seon-hua bit her lip and swallowed her saliva in fear. The girl didn't dare face her and ran outside. Seon-mi was unhappy with how Onha handled it, but she blames On-hoa. If you hadn't given birth to that thing, would your body be in this condition? At this moment, the girl sadly and nervously stepped outside and suddenly bumped into someone. Seonhwa fell to the ground, rubbing her injured head, but upon closer look, her face paled. Seonhwa hurriedly bowed her head to apologize to the other person. "I'm sorry." Opposite Seonhwa is her half-sister. Seo-hun didn't bother to pay attention and kept practicing. The girl was used to this scene and quietly left, sneaking into a hidden corner. The foxtail gently flicked behind the girl. The colorful flames are what make Anhwa happy. I can do it too. But Se-hun silently watched this scene. Unlike most monsters competing for the inheritance with the previous generation's parents, she clenched her fist tightly at her side. Seonhwa's rival is someone from the same generation. That rival is none other than Se-hun. The inheritance position of the ancestral witch family had been secured by Se-hun long before Ononhwa was born, by surpassing many strong rivals. However, the greatest upheaval occurred one day, and the problem stemmed from her 4-year-old granddaughter, who had been long excluded from the competition due to her frail nature. Seonhwa, just after opening her eyes after birth, revealed her talent and became the greatest threat to Seon and her mother, an unmatched genius in the history of the demon world. Se-hun was already fully grown, while Seonhwa was still just a cub, but since they were only 200 years apart in age, they still had to be considered part of the same generation. Seeing her granddaughter develop so brilliantly, the mother grew increasingly anxious, fearing her daughter would be robbed of her inheritance, and thus sought out the family head. The owner, after much consideration, agreed to let them compete on equal terms. The contest was held with a large audience watching. Both of them stood side by side listening to the rules being explained. This place, where the demon-suppressing Emperor of the Three Realms guards, is the gate leading to the Three Worlds. The host stands with his hands behind his back, looking serious. Your task is to find the gate leading to the fairy realm among them, and bring back the fairy apple by any means necessary. She turned and subtly mentioned the prize for the contest, casually adding that the immortal peach is a peach from the immortal realm, harvested only once every 3,000 years. The immortal peach has many uses, but its most famous is to greatly enhance lifespan, making Seonhwa's eyes light up brightly. The head of the family continued explaining the rules of the competition. Of course, monsters cannot directly enter the fairy realm, but the emperor guarding the gate can. So I will see who has the better hypnotic technique to make the emperor move according to my will. Under the light emanating from the gate, Seonhwa bowed her head in silence, while Se-hun cast a wary glance over. I am the one who won the competition against the previous generation and earned this position honorably. She is determined to win this contest, so I will definitely not lose. Seon stands by the observation deck, arms crossed with a smug smile, as if she has already devised another sinister plan. Having a mother like that would make you become like her. Inside the enclosed room, Se-hun squinted and thought to himself, finding the door to the fairy realm from the Three Worlds Center is easy. She glided past and then analyzed carefully. The door to the demon realm was just used to enter and is therefore excluded. Se-hun's gaze lingers on the two obscure paths. So, without hesitation, she immediately jumps down through one of the remaining doors. Standing before the gate, a chilling, dark aura surrounds Se-hun, making it the most terrifying and gloomy feeling. As soon as Anhwa's car jumps down, the host gently nods. That's right. She pondered that the path to hell is actually the path to heaven, and that the door to paradise is not something to be opened. Even in the paradise of the immortals, to reach the Peach Blossom land ruled by the Western King, one must first pass through the underworld governed by King Yama. But if a demon or an ordinary person steps into the realm of the dead, their body will immediately disintegrate, leaving only the soul to be taken to King Yama's court. To bring the immortal map back without crossing into the underworld, you must manipulate the demon suppressor emperor, the gatekeeper. In truth, no matter how skilled a fox spirit is at seduction, enchanting a divine being is impossible. So don't even think about obtaining the celestial map. Just making the will of the demon suppression emperor waver even slightly will be considered a success. After seeing the flower carriage, she immediately set her hopes on it. But if it's that child, the most talented person in the history of the Ho family, then Seondae will issue an order. Se-hun, as her older sister, you try first. She immediately obeys. Yes, mother. Without hesitation, Se-hun took her own blood and performed the seal to initiate the ancient love spell. Immediately, a purple aura appears with deadly crimson butterflies. The demon suppression emperor quickly senses something is wrong and moves. He decisively turned to look at the two sisters. Seeing the deity move slightly, she quietly rejoiced. Success at last. However, the demon slayer emperor clenched his weapon tightly and fiercely swung it up. Who dares to joke in front of him? First strike. Suddenly, the blade of the demon slayer emperor suddenly strikes. Xiehua, surprised, turns around reflexively.
He strikes decisively, with 5 facial features cutting through the 6 senses, and she quickly jumps back to keep her distance. However, Zeon Hoa still got hit by that strike. Seeing the wound, Se-hun was confused. It was I who used hypnotic magic, so why? The master frowned and asked what was going on. Seon quickly rubbed his chin and understood the problem. As expected, before coming here, she visited her mother's room to recall what happened. Luckily, I had applied medicine to the door handle. Seon secretly smiled with excitement. The medicinal herbs called spiritual fragrant plants may look ordinary, but beings like gods are extremely sensitive to their unique aura. Once they catch the attention of the Demon King, secretly using enchantment magic becomes impossible. At the same time, her tail appeared to defend herself, while the carriage painfully clutched her injured arm. She eyes the Demon Suppressor Emperor warily, not saying a word, as he prepares for his second strike. The second attack. The Demon Slayer, Emperor, planted his sword into the ground. The talisman reactivated, and luckily the host quickly embraced her 2 nephews to escape just in time. She coldly ordered to stop the ritual and retreat. The scene shifts to the meeting room where Seon-dae asks in a deep tone, "The owner surely doesn't think success is only when they bring back the immortal artifact." She smiled and remarked that even the founding ancestor couldn't have hypnotized the Demon Suppressor Emperor and taken the immortal artifact guarded by the Queen Mother of the West. Sehun's ability to make the Demon Suppressor Emperor turn away, even for a moment, is a feat beyond the founding ancestor. So passing the inheritance to Sehun is the right choice. At this point, the owner, confused, interjected, but that child didn't do anything. Seon-D quickly suggested, but to be fair, maybe another test should be added. Suddenly, Seon Hoa spoke up to express her wish. "No need for any other tests. I hope Lady Se-hun will take on the role of successor." Hearing that, everyone was stunned. She tearfully calls out her sister Zeon Hoa's name, calmly placing her trust. "You are a wonderful sister and will surely become a better head of the family than me." Seonon Hua trembled as she clenched her fists tightly, "While I am just a girl determined to temporarily go to the gate of the 3 worlds to train." After the meeting, Seon-D returned to his bedroom and, seeing Zeon-mi looking exhausted, asked, "How did the test go?" She gently patted his head and responded softly, "Just like before." After hearing that, she spoke sadly. "Really, Sehun truly is a well-behaved child." Next, Seon-mi hesitated, but her clear rebuttal made Seon-do angry. "Our Seon Hua is the smartest child in the history of the family." She roared in anger. "Where is the intelligence?" Today's test score was less than half of Hyun's. It's truly humiliating. Seon-mi harshly criticizes. "You're the same. Never listen to your sister. Only know how to trouble people. Really disappointing," she said bitterly. "That freak of a child has caused me so much suffering since birth. What's so beautiful about it?" After hearing those words, Seon-mi anxiously called out, "Sister!" Seon-D bitterly warned, "If you dare to praise that monster in front of me again, I will never visit you again." In the warm room, lit by a bright candle, Seon-mi nervously holds her sister's hand. She gently covers Zone's feet. Then Hoa slowly leaves the room. As soon as she stepped out the door, she decisively ordered, "Take me to Zone Ho's room." "My lady, but the young lady has not returned yet." Hearing this, she asked with displeasure, "What? Where is she at this hour?" At that moment, Sehun stepped forward to explain. "Seon Hoa has arrived at the gate of the 3 worlds." Seon-mi was surprised and turned her face away. Sehun raised her hand to signal her subordinates to step back, then bowed her head to report. "I came to pick up Mother." She honestly explained, "My sister is sleeping peacefully. Let her rest, it's always the same." Seon was restless, but Seon Hoa was still at the gate of the 3 worlds. She updated the news, saying she would give up her inheritance rights and leave temporarily to cultivate. Seeing the clear intention, Se-hyun raised his hand to stop her. "Is she planning to leave?" "If Mother finds out you're going out, she'll be very worried, so stop causing trouble and go rest. With this body, it would be very dangerous. My child, no matter how many times they break their leg, always comes to see their mother." She looked up at this bright sky and confirmed that today was a full moon. Seon-mi excitedly explains, feeling like her luck is really good, as if she can do anything. Se-hun frowns, helplessly sighs, then Hae-hun proactively offers the item. She handed over the medicine bottle and hurriedly advised Seon Hwa to leave without stopping to bandage the wound. The woman took it and exclaimed emotionally, "Indeed, Se-hun is a good child. She is her beloved little girl. Thanks." Without hesitation, Seon-mi immediately moved to the location. Then she entered the room to carry her mother out, and seeing the paper fall, Hun quickly caught it, looking at the contents inside. "Congratulations to the adorable future owner. I hope Zon Hua will rely on you more in the future."
A feeling of guilt arose within her. Se-hun cast his gaze toward the bright purple face. At the same time, inside the training room, Zanhua was currently at a disadvantage. She focused on summoning a series of multicolored flames. Immediately, they transformed into multiple clones of Zanhua. Witnessing this scene, the demon suppressor emperor scoffed in disdain. It's ridiculous. All the clones unconsciously touch their wounds, then they all use the shared demon art skill together. However, he brandished his sword to warn and then gave up. Fox! She gritted her teeth and immediately realized her demon energy was insufficient. In the critical moment, Seon-mi appeared to block the way. Emperor Resurrector slams his weapon to the ground. Luckily, both mother and daughter narrowly escaped danger. She gasped for breath and said, "Seon-hoa, you're even worse off today than your mother." Seon-hoa anxiously calls out, and her mother, confused, asks Han, "Why are you here?" Seon-mi asked while tending to her wound. "Are you upset because you failed for the first time?" Seon-hoa shook her head sadly. "Isn't it just that the plan was divine? Are you hesitating to argue?" Not many words. Seon-hoa hugs her mother tightly and pouts. "Maybe a little, yes." She gently conveys warmth to soothe you. "Your mother knows you have extraordinary potential." Seon-mi gently explains her reason, but right now she still isn't strong enough to enchant the gods. So what should she do? She conveys her message with all her life's passion. The answer is not to be stubborn about the art of mesmerism. Find your own way. Seon-hoa. Hearing this, she was confused. Your own way? Seon-hoa looked on in confusion, wondering how Onon-mi could confidently affirm that she would find her way. You are a miraculous child, the will to change the world that I gave birth to. The first memory floods back. At the moment I met you, I knew there was nothing you couldn't do in this world. She always keeps smiling. I have never regretted even once. So Onon-mi met her and revealed her feelings. She just thought she had to love her very much. She keeps encouraging. Yes, praise is what truly matters. Compliments can even make whales dance, right? Those who are praised won't want to do anything that breaks that trust and will keep trying. The wedding carriage dares to call her mother. Seon-mi calmly explains. It may sound like pressure, but without others' praise, when your mind is troubled, you might lose yourself. So listen to praise often to understand your true worth. Only then can you keep a steady mind. So to understand yourself, you need others. When you use others as a mirror to see your good qualities, nothing can shake you. When you lose your way or are hurt, remember your mother's words. You are the will to change the world. You are just a child like that. She trembles as she advises you to follow the path you are best at. Before losing consciousness, Seon-mi told her that every small achievement would earn her praise. A second later, she collapsed into her arms, frightening her. Mother looked at On-mi's car, breathing tiredly, while On-hoa's car was worried. Her mother was stunned and speechless. Just then, the black car hurriedly rushed in. Finally, Mother has arrived. Seon-hoa nervously stammers, "Mother." She didn't care, and immediately pushed her aside before lifting the unconscious woman onto the carriage. She turned to glare like an enemy. Seon-di didn't say much and walked straight ahead. Seon-hoa was stunned as she watched their backs. Since returning to the family, she has been so worried about her fallen mother that she forgot about cultivation. Meanwhile, she encountered Se-hun, but because of her anger and refusal to leave the acupuncture room, the days without seeing her mother kept stretching on. That's why Seon-hoa decided to set out to find out. She nervously thought to herself that her greatest skill was this. Seon-hoa looked at her palm for a long time. She stood silently in place for a few seconds. After thinking it through, Onon-hoa tiptoed and walked away. She slowly moved forward. When she arrived at the location, Zanhua took out a pile of documents. Emperor Resurrector wonders when you'll finally go home. And she calmly replies while reading, I really don't know when I'll give up, huh? For now, it's not attacking, so rest up and let me study first. While wandering through the demon world looking for a solution, I got to know Seon-mi and learned the secret of the human world from an old man in the bag. Among them, I focus on the part where humans control the power of gods. Upon discovering the problem, Zeonhua secretly feels happy. This is it. She places the book on the ground. Zeonhua stands up and then spreads her tails. At first, there are 5 tails, and despite trying everything, the conclusion remains that demonic power cannot interfere with the immortal. She pinched a drop of her blood from her finger, but the demon couldn't control its spiritual energy. Hoakar decided to step out, so she would create another spell with a similar function. Then she focused on reciting the spell Tevatlangok, the owner being the fox demon's innate fox charm. Instantly, a gem surrounded by words appeared, rising with blood to break the will of heaven. The demon king was shocked and panicked. What is that? Wait a moment.
In an instant, Zanhua grew 7 more legs. She solemnly summoned, respond to the call, and defy the divine decree. Seonhua points to the sky in homage to the demon emperor and loudly proclaims. Suddenly descending, a massive light envelops the demon resurrector emperor. Zehua nervously turns back and asks, "Is it ready?" At this moment, he remained silent. After a careful observation, she instinctively stepped back. Ononhoa cautiously walks toward the gate. She takes a deep breath, gathering all her courage. But at that moment, Ononhoa turned around and ordered to open the ferry gate and bring the ferry path here. Immediately, the demon resurrector turned around and she stood alert, ready to fight. He obediently moves forward slowly. A second later, the demon resurrector transforms into a cute, small form. He swung his sword to open the door, which immediately swung open from the inside, and the demon suppressor emperor cautiously entered alone. Seeing this scene, the chariot was stunned. It turns out it can only enter in its true spirit form. Inside, he continued moving forward. The demon resurrector, "Where are you going without guarding the door?" After finding the position, he crawled down and reverted to his original form. The demon suppressor emperor descended the mountain below, while outside the carriage, the attendant pondered silently, realizing that summoning a divine figure resembling Lin was the true way. This is the first time the emperor has entered himself. Just then, the door suddenly opened, and the soul-like form of the emperor offered her his head. As soon as she received it, Seonhua happily thought this could save her mother. Suddenly, the room shook violently. The door swung open, and a giant hand with overwhelming pressure declared that no mouse dares to steal the path to immortality. That hand grabs the demon rescuer emperor, so she hurriedly opens her calendar. However, the Queen Mother of the West has peeked through the door and calls out, "Fox Spirit, did you just accept the demon rescuer emperor into your body as a monster?" "How?" Seonhua quickly recognized the identity of the person in front of her. "Queen Mother of the West," she continued to question. "What do you need the immortal path for when someone has stolen it for the first time?" She nervously swallowed her saliva. Seonhua gradually kneels in surrender. When she made the pact with the Demon King, she had already offered the Fox Jewel, and now there is no remaining spiritual power. Furthermore, the Queen Mother of the West is of a rank I cannot touch. She raised her head to explain that she wanted to offer it to her ailing mother. Hearing this, she sympathetically reached out her hand. Truly, a filial child with extraordinary talent that often causes trouble. The Queen Mother of the West made a proposal. "If you let go now and return, I, as the ruler of the heavenly realm, will admit fault for failing to keep the treasured item." However, she added a stern warning that if even a tiny crack appears on the celestial path, I might not spare your life. Seonhua stammered an apology. "I am sorry." She opened all 9 tails and then quickly ran away out of sight. The car sped through the rainstorm. She happily rejoiced with happiness in her heart. I did it. Just as Ononhoa was still smiling brightly, she suddenly stopped at the door and gradually closed her smile. Hoa looked inside in confusion, her eyes suddenly becoming vacant. Seeing everyone gathered around, Ononhoa was confused at the funeral. She quietly wondered, "Whose is this?" Seonhoa's heavy footsteps moved forward. How could she not? As soon as she saw the wooden coffin, her heart ached like it was being cut apart. No, in the face of this brutal truth, at the moment she saw that figure's back, even if she hated him, she had to recognize him. Seonhua staggered inside. My aunt and I always wanted to protect her, but unfortunately fate brought us to this point. At this moment, Seon cried as she turned back and saw those eyes, tears falling from her and tears from me as well. In the cold, dark night, the rain kept falling non-stop. She looked down at the grave, the cold tomb buried beneath the earth. Sihua clenched her fists tightly. Yes, that is my mother. Then lightning struck from the sky. A crack opened up, and 2 giant hands split the sky in half. The Queen Mother of the West kept shouting desperately to find the way to immortality, and the clan head was stunned to see that. The Queen Mother of the West stared in shock at her. Has Seonhua truly brought back the way of the immortals? But seeing her vacant eyes, the family head couldn't help but feel regret. That child's time had run out. Seonhua understood and instructed. "Reclaim the Demon Emperor, Upper Realm. You calmly return the treasure. Your divine Mother of the Heavenly Realm, please forgive this intrusion." Seonhua, with deep remorse, offers both hands and says, "I will return the treasure. Whatever punishment, I accept." Hearing this, the Queen Mother of the West is stunned. She gently takes the peach blossom, and immediately her choking sobs ring out. But if a soul dies, is it immediately taken to Yama? The mother's soul has already entered the wheel of reincarnation. The funeral carriage sobbed and begged, "Just once more, just one more time. Can I not see my mother again?"
She clutched her chest in regret, having wasted decades on a path she couldn't even offer to the heavens, unable to be with her mother. Sehua plunges into cruel destiny. Is this how the bond between her and her mother ends in emptiness? She screams in despair. Why is the guardian so precious? What is it even born for? No matter how much foggy time I pour into it, I can never use it at the right moment. Am I born only to kill time and emptiness? At that moment, she imparted the meaningful lesson that the path of the immortal does not seek results to be used. 3,000 years of what becomes fertilizer creates itself and makes the flowers bloom. Another 3,000 years along the petal trajectory where countless fruits are formed, and then another 3,000 years with the only true fruit at the very end of karma. The way of the immortal naturally displays the virtues that heaven has bestowed. The Queen Mother of the West presents her perspective, which is why it inherently contains noble power, not meant for anyone in particular. She points to comfort, but as a divine mother, the tragedy of the maiden is truly boundless. A drop of blood falls. The Queen Mother of the West gives a gift even though it cannot fill that emptiness. As it condenses into a sphere, she advises to forge a bond. The Queen Mother of the West guides her with a new truth. For every step we take creates karma. After everything is done, the rain continues to fall ceaselessly in the sky. Sehyun noticed her passing by and asked, "Where are you heading again, Seonhwa? The master has already chosen you as the representative of the sacrificial hall." Hearing this, Seonhwa pondered and replied, "I am not the heir, so is it okay for me to take on the role of the representative?" So? Hyun confesses her feelings. "The day you got hurt for me, the position I believed was mine all along now seems like someone else's for the first time. Hearing you say you're not interested in the inheritance, I can only accept my fate." She bites her lip in regret and says, "But with the strength you showed me today, I still have no desire for the throne." Sehyun trembles, clenching her fists tightly. "I am just her, waiting for your answer." However, Seonhwa immediately left and remembered her mother's words. "My mother once said that my will was enough to change the world, but that proud will disappeared the moment I lost my mother. I just quietly continue doing what I'm good at, as my mother said." Time passes, and now she is attacking a big frog. Sonmi cheerfully cheered. "Truly, the on-horse carriage is wonderful. When my indifferent actions for so long are praised once again, I realize I still love this life. People want to keep doing what they are praised for, while Seo mutters angrily, 'I must kill.' He grew a patch of gray hair and said, through gritted teeth, 'I have to kill him.' Seo struggled in the palm of the Demon King, but he was too distracted, and Seo managed to slip away. Xiu runs quickly forward, passing by the Anhua car. Seeing the unstable situation, Sun had no choice but to use her innate love magic skill. She shot arrows aimed at the boy with the radiant golden light. Seo saw it in her eyes and quickly changed direction, then boldly charged straight at her. In the midst of the urgent situation, Sony hurriedly shouted, "Be careful, Zeonhua!" But she remained still, maintaining her stance. "I'm not satisfied that you, a demon, don't like to fight, but it's because of that you haven't decided to kill us right now." Seonhua firmly affirms, "Yes, in my eyes she is like that." Hearing that, he turned around, and she, as if seeing through his heart, emphasized that her view of herself and how others see her are actually very different. Seonhua encouraged her, telling her she's not as terrible as she thinks, and she honestly admitted, wiping a streak of blood, "I know because I have seen the path you have taken." Onenhua drew a circle and then said, "Don't trap yourself in the shell you've built. Step out of it. I will praise you a lot." Huangju Lin calligraphy. Kaimo. At the same time, inside a certain mansion, Go-Yu's group slowly entered. Is this really the royal city? Why is it so gloomy? There are no great deities. Jin Yum pondered and reasoned. Kilin was born lonely, without a clan. Mira spoke up cautiously, and now the silence is so complete that it's probably because there are no gods present. She solemnly confirms that only the Four Directions gods are allowed in. As soon as they step into the main hall, they stand face to face with the Demon King. Hina did not hesitate and immediately knelt to pay her respects to His Majesty. Without saying much, he proceeded straight to his main purpose. "You say you want to review the 28 mansions?" "Go." You looked up and nodded. "That's right." After hearing this, the Demon King pondered for a long time. Hina exposes everything a reckless demon attacked the 3 clans in the Four Directions gods and is about to target Huyen Vu. So Huyen Vu wants to observe the attack first to counter and capture the demon girl. So he wants to borrow the power of the Demon King. Hearing this, he suspiciously asks, "But isn't the prophecy's content strange?" The Demon King clearly explains that the more you try to predict the future, the more it becomes fixed.
If you're truly warned of an attack, avoiding it is impossible. It seems this matter hasn't been agreed upon by the four divine lords yet. He proposed a bold idea, so why not predict about that very demon instead? She frowned in displeasure upon hearing that. Jin quickly interjected with a hint, saying if that's the case, I want to consult about the new Demon King. He stands up and confidently signals the Holy Lord's arrival in front of the unicorn. I don't want to see the future of the elves. Jin sincerely turns his affection towards the Demon King, influenced by his majesty. The Demon King saw this and stood up with his hands on his hips, then calmly stepped down. Sensing the tension, he gave an order, and Hina retreated. She bowed her head and obeyed. The god follows the order. Watching Hina's figure retreating, Guy hesitated and looked around suspiciously. At that moment, Jin Yom loudly declared, "Everyone stand up and cast the 28 mansions for the future of the Demon King." Then Wan W. suspiciously asked his father, "What are you thinking?" He straightforwardly announced that the one who gets the prediction first is the one with the advantage. Jin Yomo clearly pledged, "I will lead, just once. Trust me, and follow me." Goyu remained silent, glancing to the side, just as the Demon King suddenly approached them. At that moment, Hina suddenly appeared and interrupted, forcing a smile as she reminded them, "Are you just going to give away some goodwill for the future, Saint King?" He calmly replied no. She straightforwardly declared her refusal, and as soon as she finished, demonic energy suddenly erupted from both sides. Familiar, forbidden magic. The Demon King was stunned, slightly startled. Immediately, sharp ice shards and ice wounds appeared on the ground. Hina issued a punishment. The Demon King's betrayal of the love realm is no longer necessary. A stream of dark energy burst from within the ice shard, just as Chi-Du suddenly charged in. Gu shouted in panic, "Mother!" Seeing this, Jin Yom quickly stepped in to stop and focus. He sternly warned that Hina, who was stalling, needed to finish quickly. Jin Yom closes his eyes and concentrates, and in the next moment he succeeds and opens his eyes wide with a radiant glow. Jin Yom raises his hand and activates the formation, creating the four symbols' initial array, while the Demon Lord's horn continues to grow longer. Transformed into a giant horn with innate unicorn magic. He decisively struck the horn against the shield. In the blink of an eye, the shield shattered. The Demon King had to disappear. Chi-Du roars fiercely, jumping in to bite Hina. Bihu, proud and confident like the Demon King, says, "That's right. In that regard, you and I are truly alike." He calmly revealed, "When you suddenly urged me to predict my own future, I thought, are you trying to ambush me? But upon reflection, it's better to waste a meaningless prophecy than to block the prophecy itself." At this moment, Jin Yum continues the ritual. The 28 mansions descend upon this altar, illuminate the principles of heaven. He grit his teeth and endured, unable to stop the demon energy being drawn out of his body. And Muweng was amazed and remarked, "Can another demon interfere with the 28 constellations of the four directions gods?" Jin Yum explains that the four fiends create a gap, and the Keelan then seizes the flow of demonic energy to summon the stars. Suddenly, a blinding light appears within the formation. Bi Hyung frantically exclaimed, "I was going to take the position of the new Demon King and end the cycle of life. So predicting a bright future for the Demon King is beyond the limit." Hina skeptically warned, "Have you forgotten that in the end, the Demon Spirit King is also the last demon? He is ambitious to establish himself. Of course, he won't forget. I will become the Demon King so that the chaos of the world swallows everything, and I can become one of the four mighty ones." Bai Hyung happily makes a prediction, so the Demon Spirit will also be the last. Before he could finish speaking, the Demon King suddenly jolted with glowing eyes and instinctively communicated. The new Demon King is a two-eyed fairy. A half one loses to a complete one, but two combined can defeat one. Hearing the last two words, Bi Hyung's face became even more arrogant. He gritted his teeth in a frustration. Bai Hyung turned to grab the Demon King and questioned, "Why did we agree to avoid the prophecy about the Demon King, and why are you doing something unnecessary like this?" He refused to back down and clenched his fist tighter. Then Bihu suspiciously asked, "Are the two-horned demon referring to BeachCon?" He roared in threat, "Answer me," but remained calm and silent. Seeing this scene, Hina immediately understood. So the king has been pretending all along to catch the demons? She frowned and glanced to the side, but seeing the four of them trying, Hina couldn't help but tear up. So what if it is? At that moment, the Demon King spoke up in protest. "Because loneliness belongs nowhere." He broke the arm and responded with a drink. "So, even if it means manipulating others, do you still want to connect with someone?" Bihu exclaimed angrily. "What?" At that moment, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Bi Hyung quickly blocked the blow,
then slowly stepped back. Suddenly, Bi-hyung abruptly stopped in his tracks, realizing he couldn't move, and he looked bewildered for some time. While he was lost in thought, the Demon King suddenly stabbed straight into his chest. Bi-hyung's face turned pale as he spat blood, unable to respond. He continued to struggle. The Demon King knocked Bi-hyung to the ground, and he bitterly looked up. Seeing his proud stance, Bi-hyung recognized the manipulation technique, pretending to channel the divine power of the Four Directions god into the constellation. But in reality, he was using demonic energy to disturb the earth, preventing its effects from taking hold. He chuckled mockingly to himself and said coldly and contemptuously, "You live so long and spend so much time only showing off your strength, you simple-minded fools. You cowards use your opponent's reactions to violence to soothe their endless loneliness, just like you monsters." Then he criticizes the bloody history where every 666 years they bow down and submit to chaotic political changes, only knowing to obey the logic of power that has led to this downfall. The Demon King declared war, and as the ruler of this era, I have made my decision. I cut the last tie, and I will end this barbaric system that relies solely on the logic of strength. Reversing time to the late Goryeo period, 666 years before I inherited the throne, it was still an era of absolute monarchy. So, by 1948, when the Republic of Korea was established, it was necessary to separate the world of demons from the human world to give humanity time to stand up and take care of itself. Back in the present, the Demon King raised his hand to make a judgment, and now is the time for the demon realm to change. He pointed his hand at the four of them, then decisively clenched it. At that moment, Jin Yom sensed something was wrong and froze. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. The others also fell into the same state. After everyone was unconscious, he declared that the next Demon King would become the necessary evil. He turned to approach Bi-hyung and whispered close, "My army of enlightened will arrive soon." As he finished speaking, the pearl inside his body suddenly emerged. Seeing it fly toward him, Bi-hyung was stunned and asked, "What is that?" In an instant, the gem trembled, then transformed into a tiny hourglass before slipping back into his body. The Demon King was about to speak again, but Chi-do moved faster and grabbed Bi-hyung, running away. It looked at it with a faint fear before glancing away. Then in just a few seconds, Chi-do crouched down to the ground. At that moment, Jin Yom spoke up in opposition. "Abolish the Demon King system," he said with a sarcastic smirk. "Are you that naive? Do you think monsters will understand your true intentions? The strong must be forced to become the leader of the herd and made responsible for the weak, so that the order of the demon world can be maintained. So you used the guise of protection to seize the bodies of the weak and take their lives?" The Demon King didn't care, standing before him and observing that the change had already begun from below. He delivers the final judgment, and to prevent the new era from arriving, old things like "you are unnecessary." At the same time, outside the forest, the gentle chirping of crickets can be heard. Suddenly, a beam of light struck the place, which was enjoying the night atmosphere. Son-mi above kept firing darts. At this moment, a flame is about to fall on Seo's head. The lion game has gone beyond Chapter 7. Immediately, he quickly dodged. Seo skillfully evaded from left to right, starting with the lion martial artist. Seeing this scene, Seon-hwa feels exhausted. Due to the limitations of the human world, even revealing all 9 tails makes summoning the true form of the Queen Mother of the West seem too difficult. She frowns and decides to go all out. In that case, the flower carriage should recover the Demon Emperor. That surprised Seo and Sun. The very next moment, the Queen Mother of the West suddenly appeared behind the clouds. Without hesitation, she directly ordered the transformation of the 9-spirit fire gold feather. As soon as she finished speaking, she summoned the spirits. The chariot points at him, and all the spirits understand and turn their weapons towards Seo. She confidently ordered the flying spear, then suddenly the arrow shot down all at once, blocking Seo's encirclement into a circle. With no way out left, the spirits swooped down, targeting him, stabbing their weapons into his body and causing Seo to scream in agony. The spirits keep stabbing repeatedly. Once they feel they've had enough, they retreat backwards. The spirits pull their weapons out of Seo's body as Son-mi descends gently from the sky. Seeing the scene before her, she was terrified and immediately covered her mouth. In the pool of blood are the bodies of Seo and Tao, both of them unconscious. The spirits quickly lifted him out of there. Ononhoa's car anxiously checked him over. "Seo, your body's condition is worse than I thought. Are you revealing the truth that you can only hold on because you're parasitizing the cursed demon full of love energy?" Sony clings tightly to her in fear. Ononhoa's power of love. She calmed him down and suggested it's okay to quickly transfer Seo to the demon realm to receive the love energy. At that moment, Bi-hyung suddenly signaled Chi-do, who obediently leapt toward them.
Seonhwa was so frightened she couldn't speak. However, he reached Seo's front without hesitation and struck straight through him. Seeing this, she was stunned, her face turning pale. The carriage is stunned as it looks at Seo bleeding. Since when? Byung takes out the gem from the boy's body. 2 wins to 1. He recalls the words of the Demon King and the half-hearted one who could become complete. After obtaining what he wanted, Bi-hyung threw him down mercilessly. He frowned in disdain and said, "So this is our fate after all?" To prevent Bi-hyung from achieving his goal, the Queen Mother of the West reached out with the divine jade, but Chidu flew up to block him. At that moment, they all lunged forward, her hand reaching out but missing completely. Sunmi was terrified, kneeling down, her eyes filled with tears as she looked at the chaos before her. What just happened? Zanhua's trembling legs moved toward the pool of blood. She stared in shock at Seo's body. No, it can't be. Anhoa's whole body trembled and shook. She clenched her hand tightly and pressed it to her chest. Anhoa's vehicle gasped for breath and kept repeating, "I won't die, right?" The scene shifts to a ruined room, and at this moment, a phone rings. A hand reaches out to silence it. Then an alarm blares throughout the city, warning of a second collapse of the defensive line. The combat zone is expanding. Residents in the area where monsters appear immediately move to the designated hiding spot. 3 years later, Seon transitions to a mountain under the warm sunlight. Kim Kwang Mountain, a confused young man, looks around. Is this really the place? Kim Yu Shuyen, exhausted, ran his fingers through his hair after the meeting, without even changing clothes. And if this time it turns out to be a failure, Chiluan will happily report, "I've checked with the True Vision. It's definitely here just because he's afraid to get too close." He sighed and loosened his tie. How long has it been since he last saw that guy? As soon as she arrived, she happily pointed at the cave. Then Chiluan excitedly cheered, "Go on, keep going." Ewan hesitated as he stepped forward, wondering if it was really because they were facing North Korea that they couldn't find him. He shivered and commented that, although he was sure he was still alive, 3 years ago, Huyen Vu was taken by a divine poison assassin named Irene, and every night he would talk to himself. Talking about coffee and games that my brother used to love, I say that having someone I cherish like that is truly wonderful. As soon as he touched the glass, it was as if he had helped him find the true self of the brother he thought was lost. Yusin had studied a type of spell with his master, based on a case they had witnessed, and finally came here to awaken him. Returning to reality, he pulls out the old talisman he hasn't seen in a long time, and, seeing the girl clutching the torn cloth on the ground, Yusin affectionately speaks. Xiaohui, she was terrified and quickly raised her hand to resist. He swiftly waved his fan. Noticing that Xiaohui was passing through him, Yusin identified the 2 wind points leading into the Taihu realm. He quietly looked back. Faced with that change, Yusin silently considered another wind point shifting into the spirit realm. Without hesitation, he quickly stuck the talisman on Xiaohui's head. The soul is being guided. Yushin smiles and pleads, "Light the lamp to find the lost soul." Immediately, the lantern is lit. He explains the philosophy. That light is a mirror reflecting your face through the shadow of others. It's the fragments of memories crystallized from the affirmation that this is who I am. The way to find someone who has lost themselves is to awaken the truths of the past. Seeing the person regain their composure, Yu kneels down to welcome them. "Welcome back." She paused as if just waking from a dream. You see his bright face, and Xiaohui looks around confused. "So what is going on here?" Yu hesitantly scratched his head. Well, that's the first thing he hesitated to tell. "So, is it all over now?" Yu Sin recounts the past. 3 years before capturing the poison god of Nuodai for interrogation, I learned something. Then, the origin of the disaster is revealed. The poison spirit is a natural law born from the desires of living beings, but the 4 beasts, born using the poison spirit as a foundation, are a catastrophe created after countless efforts. Among them, Kai, who incited good and evil to deceive Bi-hyung, the traitor who harbors the seed of chaos to destroy the 4 directions gods, the rival of the 4 monsters, and the foundation for chaos to be born, was defeated by the monster and the incident before he could gather the divine poison as the foundation for the 4 monsters. At that moment, the Demon King's palace will return. From Bi-hyung's desire, who knows that Manchoi is planning to revive the flower village, Kung Kai directly extracted and refined the current divine poisons, unlike the naturally born divine poisons from before. The divine poisons resembling hormone coups were born from Bi-hyung's deep-seated resentment, quickly turning into curses aimed directly at Manchoi. For Manchoi, an immortal and ageless deity, a few curses were no big deal, but as more divine poisons were destroyed, the layers of curses piled up higher and higher. The tragic end of the ambitious one at that time was punishment. Man Choi, who was heavily affected by the resonance effect from the evil spirits sent by Yusin. He no longer had the strength to intervene in the human world. At that moment, a hand reached out as if offering help, and before another deity could intervene, Yusin absorbed all the remaining flowers of Lang, and half a year later, the first new demon king was Bi-hyung, who appeared with 2 horns on his head. Bi-hyung used a completely different, overwhelming martial art to wipe out the demons, and as soon as he became the demon king, he immediately lifted all restrictions in the human world, allowing demons to run rampant and begin their invasion. But over the 666 years that the Qilin has granted them, humans have caused wars among themselves and developed extremely powerful military weapons, so they can use their own strength to fight against the invasion of demons. However, contrary to that belief, in reality, for high-level demons who have cultivated the earth-shaking technique, the concept of front lines becomes meaningless. And to defeat such demons, of course, help from demons themselves is necessary. The role of that bridge is taken on by Yusin's new enterprise, which gathers human-related monsters and survival strategies. The Alliance is a neutral organization established to unite against common enemies. The Alliance primarily aims to find Bi-hyung, who disappeared from the battlefield and has been tirelessly surveilling between the demon world and the human world for 3 years, while meanwhile an unfamiliar object brushed past Qiluan. She hesitated, then turned away. Could that fleeting thing really be Qiluan excitedly recounting? "We were lucky to find the missing person and came to recruit him," Yen contemplatively commented. "It's just an expansion of what the former single-entity judge of the demon world used to handle alone." He expressed his opinion that humans can no longer pretend not to know about the demon world. Hearing this, Xiao Huai nervously added, "So Sui is confused. That guy is human, not a demon." Qiluan gently helps Xiao Hui. "Oh my, be careful," she cautiously asks. "How is he doing?" Yushin reports coldly. "Shu is dead." At the same time inside the city, Jin Wai hurriedly calls Sister Ononhua. She coldly got straight to the point. "Where is the aid that the Yu clan requested?" He honestly reported that Huan Hui and Mira had gone ahead. Ononhua nodded and changed the subject. "Have the ambushes moved to the second line yet?" Jin Yom sighed and complained. "Yes. If low-level monsters can't even use their claws, isn't it better for the human army to handle it themselves?" The Alliance forces were already limited. Go back to the time when the Demon King placed his hand on his face. 3 years ago, Chu Hua, who was forcibly possessed by the unicorn, seriously ordered, "Go back to where you belong." In just a moment, a powerful aura surrounded them all. Jin Yo let out a few pained cries before leaving his clan, waiting silently for the true soul to return and join the Divine Alliance. He sighed tiredly. "Let's forget about that. Miss Sun just sent a request for help." The carriage turned around after hearing that. Jin Yom updated the news. "It seems they have found him." At that moment, Bi-hyung stood tall in front of the ancient tree, clutching the dark weapon in his hand as Chi-du frantically shouted, his soul shattered by the war and bloodshed, the ritual prepared for 3 years finally ready to descend upon this land. After hearing that, Bi-hu begins the ritual. The invisible one, he crosses the weapon, the breathless one. After completing the formation on the blood-stained ground, Bi-hyung commands, "Swallow all the sacrifices on this bloody land." Meanwhile, Sun and Goyu stand before a dark void. Seon Hoa found it strange and asked. This is right after he finished speaking. He shot out ice arrows, but they didn't seem to consume any energy. Goyu irritably doubted, "Doesn't the attack have any effect?" "What exactly is it?" Chi always appears to decode it. "It's the Taihu realm." Xiao Huai was surprised and analyzed. "The Void Realm? Isn't the Void Realm a higher realm that exists above the material world like the Spirit Realm, but also a level where energy and magic can't influence it?" She wondered in confusion. Could that layer actually be so clearly visible like this? Yuzin immediately refuted, "It's impossible." He was stunned to confirm that this seemed to be the Taihu Joy directly invading the material world. Seon Hoa was stunned and asked again, "What?" Yuzin scowled and cursed. "Damn it, after causing a war you hide here?" Chi Luan nervously warns that if this continues, the material world will soon be consumed by the invasion of the Void Realm. Sun Mai looked pale and commented that if this is the Taishu realm, only those who can enter inside. She narrowed her eyes and confirmed that only Yusin and Seon Hua are capable. Currently, the only way to enter the Void Realm is with the entry ticket called Bai Ling Xian. But Bai Ling Xian is a treasure that can only move the body of its user and is essentially a weapon of the sect, so it requires consuming true energy. But after 3 long years, the crystal carriage has stood by her side. and with a genius who has observed hundreds of spells without any other options, he hands her his fan. As soon as the carriage takes it, a fierce burst of light erupts. She quickly unfolded her fan, knowing that simply copying and applying the technique was entirely possible. This was the secret of the counter-effect spell. In an alleyway surrounded by towering walls stretching endlessly in both directions, only a deep, narrow path remained, with 6 people silently staring into the darkness ahead. Yuzin calmly analyzes. The current goal of the Demon King is the Taihu realm, which means summoning one of the 4 great chaos beasts to this land. Xiao Huai looked up, eyes wide with shock. Isn't this already beyond the limit? He slowly repeated the limit. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Xin had to accept the truth. He irritably flicked his ear. Damn it, that's right. If not now, then when else should we wait? The carriage slowly moved forward, while Yu Xin quickly turned around, spreading his arms to block the 4 behind him, decisively saying, "Let us go in here and you guys go back to report and prepare the sacrifice." Hearing that, Thizi Luan immediately obeyed, while Xiao Huai beside him was still confused, not understanding what was happening. After everything was arranged properly, he quietly approached the luxury car and sighed softly. Both of them immediately steeled themselves for battle, their cold eyes fixed straight ahead into the darkness. The flower car firmly expressed its determination, never without passion over the past 3 years, but today, I truly feel this is the last time. When everything is ready, Guy rolls up his sleeves and gets to work. Let's begin. But as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Hui behind her immediately stopped her. Hold on. She looked at him and Sun Mi blankly and asked, "What exactly are you guys planning to do?" She calmly explained that they were praying to the gods while flicking water from the bowl around. Tiu Huai was momentarily stunned and speechless at that action. What? At this point, Thi Chi Luan suddenly appears beside them and cheerfully explains, "We have a deity we've always been praying to. Since they played their strongest move, we have to gather all our allies to our side." She can clearly feel Yusin and Sion Hoa's efforts this time. Over there, he is concentrating intensely, reaching his hand forward, and those fingers are piercing through the mysterious black veil. Both of them steadily advanced deeper inside, and Thi Chi Luan confidently affirmed that today, their prayers would surely reach him. Turning back to the past, 3 years ago, Bi Hyung had ruthlessly pierced Sio's body, causing blood to spray everywhere in the air. Immediately, a strong hand slams a glass of water onto the table, shattering it into pieces. Seeing Lady Ung Nu's wet hand, a voice of concern immediately rings out. "Lady Ung, are you all right?" She turned around anxiously as if sensing something. "This aura is coming from somewhere else." Sun Mi slumps to the ground, trembling all over, stammering, "Sio, is he dead?" Suddenly, a giant finger appears, pointing forward. Zehua slowly raised her head and looked in that direction. High above, a pair of legs gently descended, landing right in the middle of the blood pool. That person is none other than Lady Ung. She exudes an elegant demeanor and an extraordinary aura, her entire body surrounded by a warm golden light. The first immortal was once a demon and then became human. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze heavy, her voice low and sad, and now she's like this? Ung Lady's gaze lingers on Sio's bloodied body, who is no longer breathing, lying in Onan Hoa's arms. Without hesitation, she orders, "Follow me." Then she turned and led the way. Hearing that request, Sion Hoa anxiously looked back behind her. The scene shifts elsewhere as she gently places him on the ground, and both she and Sun look at Lady Ying with concern. Sun softly spoke. Seeing that they still didn't understand why Sio was placed on the red circle, she calmly explained, "Usually, demons that lose their love energy jewel no longer have a vessel to contain their love energy. And even if their bodies have absorbed love energy before, it's like an endless jar." Lady Ung gave a practical example, showing a broken jar with water leaking out endlessly, even after sealing the crack. But if a special technique is used to limit the demon energy from escaping the body. Then, she suggested another method, placing the jar in its natural environment to prevent water from escaping or healing wounds without leaving the space filled with demon energy, at least to preserve life. She said that, but the young lady was not entirely sure. However, whether those tricks would work on this person made Son Mi and Seon Hua both frown with concern. She continued analyzing that if a person who can use both love energy and vital energy only has one container left, the love energy will compete with the vital energy to take over that container. When the energy surges beyond capacity, the gem will be unable to withstand it and will shatter. And at that moment, with the invasion of unfamiliar primordial energy, the spirit crystal is very likely to be destroyed. Hearing this, Sun Mi widened her eyes, her voice trembling with unease.
No way, Lady Ung continues to analyze. However, both demonic energy and spiritual essence are fundamentally energies from the same nature. One pill for the demon core and one for humans. When two different species meet, they simply pass through the bodies of demons and humans and are then refined into demon energy and vital essence. When realizing that they were originally one, the distinction between demonic energy and pure essence becomes meaningless, and the boundary between inside and outside also blurs. As she finished speaking, a giant brown bear suddenly appeared behind her, holding garlic and leaves, radiating a powerful aura of demonic energy. Meanwhile, Lady Ung continued explaining that this is how I, once a monster, became an immortal. Hearing this, both Sun and Seonhwa opened their eyes in shock. Seeing Seo's increasingly gaunt face lying on the ground, she softly said, "And this is also the most necessary method for this one." At this moment, Lady Ung continued to emphasize the origin of demonic power and spiritual energy, recognizing that both stem from the very breath of creation. Although Seo's body remained intact, his soul was drifting among countless other spirits. At this moment, she confirmed that when the soul leaves the body, it will naturally return and merge back as in the beginning. Lady Ungnu firmly stated that this place, the demon realm, has a twisted time flow inside and outside, which prevents the body from decaying until the soul returns. But in the end, she slowly said, "I can only intervene up to this point. The rest depends on you." Hearing this, the carriage fell silent, their eyes full of worry. The scene shifts to another place. Seo's soul floating in the air surrounded by countless other souls. He nervously wonders, "Where am I?" Lost in thought, a urging voice suddenly sounded, causing Seo to startle slightly before he flew up to the platform as instructed, where King Yama sat comfortably on a high throne. King Yama exuded coldness and authority, while a skeleton below began to report. "Your Majesty, the next soul is a half-human, half-demon yokai." Hearing that, King Yama repeated in surprise, "The demon?" He slowly spoke. "Isn't it already extinct?" A skeleton holding a ledger lifted its head to reply. According to this one's death record, they lived as a human all their life. But during the Demon King's grand sacrifice, they awakened their power and lived as a monster. The opponent added that their record of killing is about monsters, with no human presence. Hearing that, King Yama sighed deeply, feeling sorry but resigned to his fate. Then he ordered the soul to be sent into the cycle of reincarnation. The two skeletons bowed and replied, "As you command." Seo could only remain silent, unsure of what to say. Then the skeleton immediately pointed the way. I looked, but my mind was still thinking about reincarnation. Seo turns around, feeling heavy-hearted. "Am I dead?" Suddenly a jar fell and shattered, like a divine decree. Zabaha. Immediately, King Yama seemed to sense something. At this moment, I had just flown away a little, silently wondering if my mother had been reincarnated. Suddenly he froze when he heard him say, "Is this half-human, half-demon soul really dead? Is there something?" King Yama stroked his chin in strange contemplation. "The vitality is still alive." Actually, at this moment on the mortal realm, Sony, Yusin, and Seonhwa are pouring all their magic into Seo's body, and right after, he bursts into a delighted laugh. "Is it this the Siam cave? That girl Ung?" And even the fate itself. King Yama sat high above, laughing with excitement. "All right, this is getting more and more interesting." The power is so great that Seo's soul seems about to be thrown far away. He seems to enjoy commenting that he possesses extraordinary talent in both demonic power and divine energy, with history and fate intertwined around it, leaving the two skeletons and the boy puzzled and clueless about what's happening. Both skeletons had to kneel to keep their balance, but King Yama kept laughing loudly. Interesting, and he doesn't notice the surrounding space shifting violently. The two skeletons collapse to the ground, and Seo also spins around. King Yama exclaimed excitedly, "It's been a long time since I've seen something this interesting. I almost didn't recognize it." Then he happily ordered, "All right, as you wish, please revise the records in the upper fourth department." The skeleton holding the notebook looked up and asked, "Your Majesty means?" King Yama smiled and reached out, deciding to postpone this soul's reincarnation and accept a new one instead. At this moment, the soul of Seo hovered in the darkness, its light gradually spreading, surrounded only by shadows, while Seo shone alone in the endless void. Suddenly, he saw a crowd of people in front of him, curious about what was causing such a gathering. There, the phoenix was crying and questioning, "No, why did you betray me?" That made the surrounding souls burst into amused laughter. The great Western demon lord crossed his arms and replied, "You're too controlling, just like a parent obsessed with their child."
She responded again, using some complicated words.
As Io was trying to push through the other spirits to see what was happening, apologies for the intrusion, then asked gagged, "Where am I?"
Hearing the noise, he and the Phoenix immediately stopped arguing and turned to look at the Great Western Demon King, smiling and asking, "Is someone new here?" Then he looked around and slowly replied, "This place, in short, is a waiting room."
Yes.
Seeing that, the Great Western Demon King explained in more detail. Under the judgment of King Yama, souls whose thoughts or reincarnation are delayed for various reasons will remain here. All the souls stand on a giant golden clock in the space, which is the gap between the stopped clock hands. As he continues to talk about the other souls here, mainly the place where heroes who achieved great deeds in life temporarily delay reincarnation to cultivate and become immortals. Then the Great Western Demon King pointed to the Phoenix behind, or to the place where those who are not residents of the fairy realm but have reached the immortal and eternal stage, so they cannot reincarnate or be destroyed, stop to rest, and it did not respond back. "You are not just stopping to rest, aren't you supposed to have received a card yet?" The surrounding souls immediately gathered around CO asking about him and said, "This one's rank doesn't seem very high, so he's probably the first case." He nervously replied, "I have no intention of becoming an immortal." Hearing that, he was momentarily stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Then CO quickly explained that he was on his way to reincarnation when he suddenly woke up here, causing the surrounding spirits to look at each other in confusion. Then he softly asked, "Excuse me, how can I return to the cycle of reincarnation?" CO explained calmly, "I want to see my mother before she reincarnates." Hearing that, the other souls immediately understood, so some souls just want to meet. The Phoenix then arrogantly said, "Even if they go into the cycle of reincarnation, souls cannot communicate with each other." The Phoenix bowed its head and explained calmly that if former enemies fighting and causing chaos were to happen, the cycle of reincarnation could be disrupted, so all previous memories are erased before entering the cycle. Hearing this, CO responded with disappointment, but then he still firmly reaffirmed that even if he couldn't meet his mother, he had no intention of becoming an immortal. The other spirits immediately panicked. "What? How can that be? I'm not a hero. In fact, I'm a villain who only causes trouble for everyone, even failing to protect my loved ones," leaving the other spirits speechless and at a loss for words. "Oh no, now I feel gloomy too. Let's go. What achievements are there anyway?" Hearing that, the Phoenix looked annoyed. Why would the Great King send someone so gloomy? A moment later, he spoke in a deep voice. "Unfortunately, souls caught in the cycle of reincarnation are removed from the records of the Death and Rebirth Department and can only stay here until fate allows." Hearing that, your mood grew even more gloomy. CO quietly left, feeling dejected. The Great Western Demon King watched him go, lost in thought, then suddenly spoke, recalling, "I once heard a friend mention a star spirit named BN, in a situation just like yours, and hearing that name made you freeze instantly." The Great Western Demon King stroked his chin and remarked, "He's a king, but doesn't act like one, especially among the demon kings of the past." Going back 666 years to the past, CO curiously inquired about the ruler of the demon realm at that time. Is the demon king this time a divine beast? Is it the Four Directions divine? But the star spirit immediately replied, "I heard it was a Qilin." Another soul looked surprised. "The divine unicorn signals the arrival of the Holy Lord." Then the other spirit sneers, "You said it signals the Holy Lord, but you end up ruling yourself. How ridiculous." Suddenly a voice called out, "What do you think, Great Western Demon King?" Hearing the call, he was startled and glanced over. CO's eyes widened in horror at the name. "Huh? Are you the Western Great Demon King?" Hearing that, he just shrugged slightly and humbly replied, "It's from a long time ago." Then, the Great Western Demon King calmly continued with the previous question. "Anyway, I'm too curious about them since they're holy fire, so I'll go meet them myself." Then he approached a large door and knocked. Then the Western Great Demon King suddenly opened the two doors with a bang and called out, "Is the Demon King there?" But at that moment, he suddenly froze, his eyes fixed on the empty scene inside, a sense of regret rising within him at how much things had changed. But my imperial city, after so many years, is truly deserted and cold. Everything changes with time and becomes different from the original. The Great Western Demon King stepped further into the room facing the Demon King, but he looked more like a monk than a ruler. He calmly asked, "Are you the Western Great Demon King?" He smiled in admiration. "The divine beast is truly powerful. Even in this era, you can recognize an old man like me in an instant. It seems I have also aged quite a bit. You can see the future. Is it about the celestial branch or the destined branch?
He immediately explained, "No, it's not a fixed future, but rather the possibilities I have laid out here to determine a single future among countless possibilities." He asked slowly, "So what is the criterion for that future?" The Demon King honestly replied, "It is a future where the holy warrior is born, but my holy warrior is not a specific individual. He envisions the people of the future and responds, not subjects but citizens." Then, the Demon King continues to elaborate. "Equal people with rights and responsibilities as members of the community. They are all my kings." That answer made the Western Demon King fall silent for a moment. Then he burst into excited laughter. "That's an interesting idea." "It's possible with humans, but is it feasible with monsters?" he immediately replied. "Of course, if things continue like this, it won't be possible." Then the Demon King began to reveal his plan. "That's why I stopped the little demon bee from sitting on the throne. If he inherits the Demon King's power, he could be a good ruler, but it's just a cowardly era that prolongs the current system." The Demon King envisions a future where Korean citizens will rise up with flags, gradually bridging the gap between the human and demon worlds on their path to becoming true citizens. And the demon world, which is the slowest to recognize change, will ultimately have to borrow human strength to hope for a new era of creation. The Western Demon King sighed sadly for BeachCon. It's true that he's always on his family's side, only able to pity that young demon born in the wrong era. But the Demon King immediately dismisses that thought. No, being born in this era is actually a blessing for B. Then he began to explain, because he was able to meet the young woman who had just woken up from her hibernation. The scene shifts to another space, where B is exhausted, sweating all over his body. He clutches his own arm tightly, staggering forward with difficulty, silently blaming the law of the Shilin that turned him into a Demon King and severed the human world. The elf village was completely destroyed. Then Bion stopped in front of a deep, dark cave, quietly thinking that this was the only place left for me. Then he gently lifted his foot and stepped inside the cave, but hadn't gone far when B was startled as Lady Ying sternly asked from behind, "Who dares to throw a sword into my cave?" I was startled and quickly turned around. Then Bion forced a smile, raised his hand to explain, "The owner of the cave? I sought the help of the Moon Spirit Fairy to seal away the evil divine poisoner of the world." He continued, his voice tinged with fragile hope. "If you hear it from Moon Spirit Fairy, but before you can finish, she immediately interrupts. That child has long since become a star." Then the Lady Ung continued, "Human life is so fragile, leaving B speechless and at a loss for words." Then she coldly ordered him to take it outside, as keeping it in my cave is useless. Hearing that, Onon immediately became worried, bowed his head anxiously, grasped his injured, trembling arm, and hurriedly explained, "But with my current strength, I can't kill it nor control it. I thought that becoming a demon lord would give me a way out, but seeing that battered body, Lady Ung was lost in thought." Suddenly B spoke up, recounting that he once bet with the Moon Spirit Fairy Queen, which made her curious and listened to his words. He then recalled the Fairy Queen's words that the deity worshipped could transform monsters into humans, so he decided to test it with his own body. He scratched his head, shyly recalling a pot full of garlic and scallions. Back then, he hated garlic and scallions, so he ran away. By the time I woke up, the only place I could return to was right here. Then I turned to look at Bi Hyung lying on the ground. He slowly said, "That one is the same." The noble lady remained silent, her face emotionless, only glancing slightly in that direction. Then she closed her eyes and sighed to calm herself. Lady Ung looked at both of them and assessed, "I think both of you are tigers." She hesitated for a moment, then Lady Ung looked up at the night sky and reluctantly agreed. The gods had given the tiger a chance, so just follow your heart. Time quietly passes. Seasons follow one after another, and the natural cycle keeps moving without end from the vibrant summer with golden sunlight spreading across the ground to the lush, lively trees. Until the freezing winter, with snowstorm blowing white, the landscape becomes barren and eerily silent. But inside the cave, Bon remains unaffected by the outside world, solely focused on meditating as his entire body is immersed in a surge of purple spiritual energy. Waves of energy spread around his body. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the spiritual energy gradually dissipated. He pondered silently, unsure how much time had passed outside. Thinking that, Bon turned to look at Bi Hyung still sleeping soundly, quietly observing. During that time, Bi Hyung also remained silent. He could feel his strength had partially recovered. Since the power orb was damaged and the unicorn has recovered, B decided to go outside and check it out. He stood up and stepped outside. As he approached the cave entrance, sunlight shone down on BCON's body. Once fully outside,
The blinding sunlight made him frown and raise his hand to shield his eyes. Suddenly, from afar, Beacon heard noisy sounds. Out of curiosity, he moved closer, hiding behind a large tree to observe. At this moment, Cyan was arguing loudly,
I have a job now. I will live a normal life, like everyone else.
seeing her. Bi-an couldn't help but be stunned by her unfamiliar outfit. Why is that young lady wearing such a short dress?
Sion keeps persuading him, saying if he doesn't accept his divine form, he will be in danger. You're not the type to live normally. You won't belong anywhere. Just live in solitude and then die.
Hearing this, Bien's hand subtly moved. Cizan is him, the one who can no longer return to be close with Bi-hyung, the one who cannot forgive Bi-hyung, the one whom the king's favored spirit urged to lead the war, but then Bi stepped back, feeling a deep empathy for him. But at the same time as Bi-hung, someone like him has nowhere to go back to. The image of Bi-hung fleetingly passing through his mind makes his heart heavy, and he feels a silent empathy and burden within. Back then, Cyan coldly sneered. Are you jealous because I'm the only one who went to the city, so you're spouting such unreasonable curses? Just wait and see. As the situation becomes tense, Bi hides behind a tree, sweating anxiously.
Finally, she decided to leave with her suitcase. The silhouette of the woman who looks like us seems truly dangerous.
Worried, he kept sneaking behind the bushes. Bi-onan instinctively followed the person, lingering in his gaze, as the scene shifted to a modern city with towering buildings, busy streets, and non-stop noise. Bi-onan stands on the street, looking up at the plane in the sky and admiring the towering skyscrapers. He stares in amazement, but ultimately it is Bi who is stunned by the modern buildings around him. Amidst the brilliant achievements of the civilization built by humans freed from monsters, he forgot his original purpose and became dazzled and mesmerized. Seeing his messy long hair and tattered hanbok, passers-by looked at him with disdain. But Bi remained immersed in the new and strange surroundings, ignoring the vehicles, which caused the man in the car to stick his head out the window and shout, "Who the hell is this crazy in hanbok blocking the road? Get out of the way!" Then he slowly stepped onto the sidewalk, still gazing longingly at the car, wondering if it was a new creation, before starting to look around excitedly, causing passers-by to look at him with fear. Then Bi looked up at the sky and laughed loudly with excitement, causing everyone from adults to students, girls, and boys to look at him with fear. But Bi paid no attention to their gazes and kept holding his face, marveling at everything around him, secretly judging how strange the outfits of the Kim family members looked. But after a few hours, he lowered his head tiredly, no longer as excited as in the morning. Beck sat on the ground beside the stone bench, sighing helplessly, and just a moment of distraction was enough for him to lose track of the young lady. He pouted and complained, truly searching for Kim Lang in the bustling market, but even if he found him, there was nothing he could do, causing the couple walking by to startle. Then Bi slumped down, hugging his thigh in frustration, saying, "If I get involved, things will probably only get worse. Yeah, I've never meddled in anything that ended well. Just forget about interfering." As he was complaining, a trembling pair of legs suddenly approached him. Cizan, with a tired face gritting his teeth, cursed, "Damn it, constantly blaming in my heart. Is it because I just came down the mountain that I immediately got cursed by the gods? Those damn death gods on my first day at work, and I already encounter bad luck." Bi looked up and saw Cyan's exhausted face and couldn't help but be stunned. Because she was too tired, she couldn't see the path clearly, her steps unsteady, and she tripped over him. He panicked, quickly reaching out to support Cyan's head. Bi-onan looked at her gaunt face and couldn't help but feel secretly glad. Was the pumpkin rolling all the way to his feet? After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Bi called out softly to wake her. "Miss, open your eyes and look." The face with messy hair that greeted her immediately woke her up. "Huh?" Then she suddenly sat up in a panic. "Who are you?" But Sion looked down at his arm in shock and exclaimed, "I must be crazy," making Bi gape in surprise. Let's pause here for a moment and go back to the past, when he lived in the cave with the great lady Ung for a long time. After eating mugwort and garlic, having lived for a long time in the cave of the young lady, some of her aura has seeped into his body, and the two often argued. The young lady despised it and pinched her nose because his mouth smelled terrible. So now, while Bon's energy is full, Cizan's is nearly depleted, so when she lifts him up, Sun's energy will instantly be restored. Cizion received the cursed pickled melon, and the effect was extremely powerful. Yes, indeed, extremely powerful. That can be clearly seen when she was working on inspecting the tanks. Colleagues were also surprised by Cyan's transformation. "Inspector, you seem quite energetic lately." Hearing that, she also smiled in response. That's right. From then on, Bi realized his own worth.
He realized that he could also help someone, and during the time when monsters and humans were divided, he found his wrestling job and truly enjoyed it. Bach managed to integrate into the human world more easily than before. At this moment, Cyan sat there smiling and cheering him on. It seems that they have been together since that event. Then, B. An suddenly turned his head and looked up at the stands where she was sitting. Could it be that this world is a city of outsiders? They look at each other affectionately, as if in their eyes is the reflection of the other, or maybe because they have each other. When Seo was born, it was the culmination of his and Seon's love. But ironically, he inherited her hereditary disease, leaving both of them helpless as they watched their son cry in pain. Aeon tearfully clutches his face and sobs. Perhaps Seo has taken my curse away. She was worried that Seo's life might be in danger. If the baby keeps having such a high fever, it's very dangerous. What should I do? B can only hold Seon and comfort him, but can't do anything. The demon illness will be cured if you accept the divine spirit, but that is only in the case of a mother afflicted with the demon disease. She confidently affirmed that I could only be a woman, so this boy might not survive the night, causing Beacon kneeling in front of her to clench his fists in worry. After a moment of silence, Lady Ung set down her glass and continued, "She was merely assessing Seo's body. Your child is blessed by heaven with divine luck and possesses talent in both spirit energy and demonic power. If the spiritual energy and the demonic power in the child's body are balanced, they will suppress each other, entering a temporary lull before quickly running out. Then, Lady Ung carefully advised that the key is for the demonic power orb to become extremely strong, enough to control the spiritual energy orb affected by the divine illness. She was surprised and spoke up, but are love demons naturally willing to sacrifice for their children?" Hearing that, Bach Khan lowered his head, his face reflected in the water inside the full glass, lost in thought. The scene shifts back to the hospital room, where he stands in front of the cradle, watching Seo intently. Baekon steps out to investigate. Yes, still a demon. The painful memories flood back. B once helplessly held a wounded elf child in his arms, shouting in anger, "Bi Hoong." The elves here are neither of the human faction nor the half-human faction. But back then, Bi Hyung didn't listen to that explanation and just kept arguing, "Shut up." There is no neutrality in killing. When witnessing the fatal blows piercing through those unfortunate demons, BN could only scream and do nothing. Although he enjoyed playing with humans, he had never protected them. But now he hesitated not at all and stabbed his hand straight into his own body, blood splattering everywhere. But in his final moments, he took out a purple magic gem from Bionan's body and held it up close to Seo. He is a monster. The gem was immediately absorbed into his body. Seeing that, BCH Khan smiled contentedly. Before leaving, he gently touched Seo's soft cheek with his hand, but he died as a human. In the end, Bionan fell into a pool of blood and a firm declaration echoed, "Season, you will do better than me." The Keelan seriously mentioned the future where he saw him as a monster, but he died as a human. He speaks in a low voice, sharing his vision of such a future. The great Western Demon King is very interested in this information. It's quite fascinating. He even mentioned more details to verify and confirm that future. Kailan even gave advice to BCON he met at the temple, saying that in the past he had believed you are not someone who can survive by killing and oppressing others. Isn't that right? The Western Demon King continued his conversation with Seo. From what I see, you are the child that Kailan saw appear in the future. No, now that has become a story of the past. The more he spoke, the more Seo broke out in a sweat. What's going on? Does it resemble what the Keelan saw? The Demon King of the West's mind was filled with unanswerable questions. Your father, in his helplessness to save you, gently ruffled your head and gave up. Oh, right, you were just born then, so you probably don't remember. So, in the end, no one knows whether he was human or a demon at the final moment. Somewhere else, a mysterious figure appears, holding a mesmerizing purple gem. Bai Hyung carefully examined it, while Chi-Du behind him reminded him a human and a demon. Bai Hyung could only nod in response, his wings blocking out the sun. I already know about the Triduke. He smiles subtly, referring to an item. Is it a treasure that can cross worlds? Bai Hyung isn't afraid of it because he already has a way to deal with it. Still, it has no effect on chaos. Bai Hyung's return is also a long process. The two demon energy orbs that Bai Hyung is holding are the catalysts for his current descent. When Bai Hyung was reborn as that dark god, everything did not go as he had planned. The complete demon disappeared along with the revived demon crystal awakened by the unicorn, so Bai Hyung did everything he could to serve his own desires.
However, at that time, Ba Hyung was still only a half-formed demon seed, so he stole Xiu's demon seed to be reborn as a complete one. Using the 2 demon energy orbs in his body, Ba Hyung performed the ritual to descend the chaotic incarnation of the Tai Hu realm into the material world, but everything still encountered setbacks and was not smooth. However, Yusin and Seon Hua, who entered the chaos on the White Spirit boat, advanced into the Tai Hu realm layer rather than the material realm layer. Therefore, those in the Tai Hu realm are unaffected by the material realm and cannot influence it in return. It should have been like that. But now Yusin has used a treasure to attack Ba Hyung with divine weapon finishing blow. He strikes swiftly and precisely, calming the soul, and the body reacts with pain from the hit. Then Yusin channels divine energy into the sword pointed forward. I was originally attacking within the spirit realm, but by switching to the spirit realm, I can bypass the weakness in front. Although he is in control of the battle, he is also significantly affected. Naive Chi-Du in beast form growls fiercely towards Yin. He frowned and immediately regained his vigilance. A barrage of sharp feathers from her attacked Yin. He sensed something was wrong and moved towards the Onan flower car. Damn it. The spiritual energy on the fan starts to dissipate, leaving Yusin puzzled. What's going on? He couldn't pinpoint the cause of this situation, clearly in the spiritual realm but unable to circulate energy, as if something was blocking it. Onan Hoa's expression was no better, having already realized the problem. No. She looked at the purple energy flowing in her hand and silently guessed the situation. It was being absorbed. Ba Hyung, hiding inside Chu, smiles smugly. However, the chaos descends into the material world and its root layer is the void, which shares a source but differs in nature. In their world, nothing is ever completely fixed. The void realm is known as the empty space of the third world, where energy and magic cannot reach. Everything has its own way of breaking apart, but in reality it's like a packed storage that cannot be organized. Things like illusions are hard to grasp, and Tai Hu is the essence of Iki. The existence of all things initially comes from the primal void. When energy gathers, all things are born. When they perish, the energy disperses. The dispersing state of energy is called emptiness, and the fundamental state of emptiness is called primordial emptiness. Therefore, primordial emptiness is the original form of the universe and all things. When the chi has dispersed, the states of emptiness gradually transform according to different conditions. A space filled with the aura of emptiness to the point of absolute silence is called Taihu. But when a portion of that immense energy floods into the material world, a void of chaos appears in the Taihu, and then everything becomes orderly in this world, corresponding to the chaos that has escaped. Accordingly, everything operates according to natural laws. It begins to draw in the Earth's energy to fill the empty space. Therefore, it is entirely understandable why spiritual energy in each world is influenced by the material realm, and why the spiritual consciousness realm is also subject to air absorption, like the material realm. Users of spiritual energy will find it harder to control, depending on their state of chaos. So the same technique will consume more spiritual power because they are in a different world. Spells that only required an hour's worth of energy now need 2 or 3 times that amount to be cast. Currently, Seon Hua is focusing her spiritual energy to attack the Huyen Fukma Emperor. She aims directly at Chiu's location to deliver a powerful strike. Immediately after, Onan Hoa's body lost all strength and collapsed. She couldn't believe how quickly she was depleting. Just summoning a single hand of the Demon Emperor had drained her this much. So her attack on Seon Hua gradually faded away. Not good. She frowned, trying to find a way to overcome this weakness. There must be a way. In Onan Hoa's mind, the image of Bi Hyung swallowing the purple gem appeared, but before he could think further, he had already begun to counterattack. Yusin and Seon Hua stood in front of this scene, constantly alert, and in an instant, he fell into a state of immobility. At that moment, what appeared before Yusin was the abyss of Christmas, an existence whose mere presence was enough to wound the soul and spirit. Bi Hyung continues to chant to merge with Chiu. All the gods of the outer universe, the center of infinite space, at the core of eternity, where chaos boils and ultimate desolation takes shape. According to the loud scream, the image of both bodies merging together. Father, recently the scene before my eyes has been both bizarre and extremely dangerous. The chaos manifests, and finally the chaos is born with a massive body. Its influence is so great that the eyes of the chariot overflow with tears. Damn it! She knows the situation is becoming more and more critical, and this is not only unbearable for humans, but also for demons. Kim Yusin Seon Hua tries to use magic to save Yusin, and her soul, which is still conscious, begins to regain clarity. Amidst the urgent situation, the chaos only intensifies. She concentrates all her spiritual energy into a single point, performing a unique spell. Gradually, a small fox pearl orb appeared in the palm of Seon Hoa's hand. Yusin also used his sword to cut his own hand. The blue sword is the judgment of punishment. He drops his blood serum into Seon Hoa's crystal ball, which is blood I recognize from when it was frozen. A blazing blue flame suddenly appeared. Yusin and Seon Hoa also began to resonate their spiritual energy, looking up and praying for divine judgment. Then a large long horn appeared. It was Seo in a demonic, monstrous form, with both huge entities facing each other, a spirit demon looming. Is this Seo? Everyone was amazed by your new form earlier. Sun Mi, afraid, tries to hide behind Seon Hoa, but then transforms into a lion mask? Yusin asks Seo cautiously in this form. Hey Seo, do you recognize me? Unfortunately, you lack awareness of those around you. Indeed, becoming a deity is very difficult. Deities are souls that haven't yet become immortals in life, but after death, they are reevaluated under the judgment of King Yama. Souls that accumulated enough merit during their lifetime will have their reincarnation delayed. Everything must be reviewed and approved by King Yama before entering the waiting room and becoming a deity, and a deity's power depends entirely on people's faith. The more people pray for their deeds in life, the stronger the gods become, and the more deeply they can intervene in the mortal world. Moreover, gods also have very favorable conditions. Through the sorcerer, the gods also have the opportunity to study truths they could not comprehend in life. Thanks to this rule, Seo was able to return to the mortal world. Like Seo, who has been delayed from reincarnation by King Yama multiple times and has descended to the mortal world thanks to Yusin and Seon Hoa, but he still faces many obstacles and cannot return as he once did. Because you haven't accumulated enough vows like the other gods, you can't unleash great power, and you can't even hold on to your true self from your past life. The great Western Demon King laughs heartily at the story he heard, which has become the past and no one fully understands. So is it more vague than the future? Whether he was human or a monster in that final moment, only he knows. As for Seo, he's too exhausted to joke around. There's nothing funny about it. Suddenly he stepped closer and continued to ask, "What about you? What do you think about your father?" You hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Even Seo can't fully understand her own feelings. Even I, who loves her, don't know anymore. Hearing that, the Western Demon King changed the question. So what do the people who know you say you are like? Suddenly, an image of Seon Hwa-soo appeared in your mind. She herself had also said something similar to Seo. The person you think you are and the person others see are very different. Seon Hwa was about to say something else. The image I see in people suddenly changes in your mind. Seo, do you remember the first time we met? Yuzin is sitting drinking with you in a godly state. Well, I've also grown up now, so the memories from middle school are just a thing of the past. But he sighed and talked to himself. You're different, kid. You're only 17, you should remember. Yuzin raised his glass and reminisced about the past. If you don't remember, I'll tell you. Fragments of memories come back vividly, as if they had never disappeared. Yuzin recounts the story that began their fateful connection. On the first day of school, some bullies picked on a nerd to extort money, but you stepped in without fear and drew their attention away from him. Yusin at that time also didn't want to get involved with you. Honestly, I hated you so much back then. At that time, he was still playing the role of the good guy, so he ignored everything. I was going through a severe Chunibilu phase, pretending I understood the world completely, pretending to be rational while secretly just fooling myself. She is empty inside. But Seo's appearance has turned his life upside down. Even with help, he still doesn't feel any better. Suddenly, someone appeared and neatly handled what I deliberately ignored. He thinks Seo's actions make him look bad. Then, as the heir of the family aiming for the title of hero, where is my dignity? The more I drink Yusin, the more honestly I express my thoughts. You're truly a strange and annoying kid, the kind who wants to help but makes excuses and just follows your heart honestly. It's hard to look at because at that moment, you didn't have the courage to live like Seo. I can't do that. I can't make excuses. I can't turn away. I can't rationalize it, and I can't ignore the expectations. Or I won't survive. You just silently listen to what I say. But if someone believes in me and I trust others in return, people can really become like that. He kept on with his monologue alone, which might sound funny. Yusin deeply remembers the milestone in their relationship, but once accidentally discovered my habit of organizing things. Thichi Luan sincerely and warmly praised him. Yusin finds out more and realizes he's truly a thoughtful person. From then on, Yusin starts organizing everything more meticulously. He seems completely overwhelmed by those words. Just a small compliment like that keeps haunting me, making me unconsciously live up to it. Yuin asks Seo a question, even though he knows he won't get an answer.
If someone recognizes your good qualities and says you're a good person, isn't it because you don't want to disappoint them, and so you keep living that way? Seo froze because he could feel Yusin's sincerity. To me, the first person like that is you. However, Seo remained silent, focused intently on him. Yusin placed his glass on the table and spoke sincerely. The one I don't want to disappoint. He smiles brightly and shares all his thoughts. And now that I've been through society, I know that I can't just take everything for myself and leave it. I have to give back to others what I've received. The image of two young boys playing comes back with the name Seo. Yusin honestly confessed everything to you without hesitation. You are such a straightforward kid that it makes me feel ashamed. He keeps giving advice to Seo, so stop avoiding the current confusions. Come out here in front of me and get lost, even if I can't do anything about your worries. When you finished speaking, Seo knew what he needed to do, but I already knew you're a good kid. Back to the current battle, chaos has begun to act. Chaos has manifested, and King Yama is also affected by its power. The Western Queen Mother is no exception. She also senses something unusual. On the other side, Sun and Goyu are resonating their spiritual powers together. On the battlefield, Seonhwa couldn't hide her amazement at the scene before her, while Yushin quietly smiled and softly called out Seo's name. Seo, as a demon god, has appeared in response to the call. The demon god has descended. Hoondon immediately recognized your identity. The goblin Seo. It tilts its head and deliberately speaks mockingly. Weren't you already dead? After Seo appeared, Yusin and Seonhwa regained their strength. His face was covered with a mask identical to Seo's, and then both of them were completely transformed, merging together perfectly. Immediately, Seonhwa moved to the left, while Yusin launched a surprise attack from the opposite direction. He uses his spiritual power to control Wu Hua, working together with Yusin to channel magic energy into the fan, then clasping his hands together to perform the technique. Seonhwa does the same simultaneously. The fan absorbs the full spiritual energy from both of them. The Fairy Game, Chapter 1. Only after preparing do they launch their counterattack. The combined power of the two, along with Seo and the split fire spirit. Chapter 2. In an instant, he had closed the distance to the chaos without realizing it. Seo used his entire body to pin it down, wrestling the demon. The chaos, caught off guard by the sudden attack, let out a sigh of relief. It struggled to hold its ground with its hands and began to turn the tide, launching an attack. Seo and the monsters are not even demons, yet they dare to split lightning in two. You couldn't dodge and were thrown straight to the ground because of the resonance, causing the flower cart to fall as well. Yusin also couldn't avoid the pain and then continued to throw Seo towards the two of them. Hunden keeps mocking all three of them. Humans and monsters working together in harmony. It stands above, witnessing Seo's miserable state. Who's joking? The chaos spreads its wings and moves through the air, emanating a source of dark, evil energy. That energy quickly covers the entire city, and chaos continues to carry out the plan it has devised. Anyone inside that fog is affected by it. Ordinary people seem to go insane, clutching their heads in pain as whispers echo in their minds. Inside them are the temptations of the devil, filled with rage and hatred. Gradually, the humans have become completely controlled, despising the monsters. And the monsters also cannot resist the chaos of humans, killing humans, so a slaughter between the two races began. Everything was plunged into chaos and death. After a while, Yusin finally regained consciousness. He looked around confusedly, not understanding what was happening. By chance, Yin looked up and saw thousands of spears pointing directly at him. He quickly jumped back to dodge all the attacks. Sunny has also been affected by the chaos's magic. Hate. She didn't appear alone, but was also accompanied by Go and Thichi Luan. Seonhwa and Yin were very surprised to see familiar people attacking them. All three of them were bleeding tears and simultaneously said, "I hate humans." Then he gathered his strength into his palm. Die. Go ruthlessly strikes at Yusin and Seonhwa without any reason. The North Pole's innate love spell doesn't activate the Huyan Yue ice seal. He doesn't understand the situation and can only curse and dodge. Are these guys really all acting together like this? Suddenly, someone rushes forward to shield Yin. Huh? Xiaohui took the initiative to create a protective barrier for him. The innate love spell. Taishan suppresses the chaos. Yuan is stunned by her appearance. Xiaohui. Only now does Xiaohui quickly explain the current situation. It seems everyone has been hypnotized by the spell because of what they saw. Hondon remains calmly witnessing the chaos it has caused. Not giving them time to think, Sunmi continues to strike. Yuan turned around and ran away, continuously muttering to himself. Then he had no choice but to ask Seonhwa for her opinion.
Is enchanting the mind Xionhua's specialty, but she can't do anything? Yusin curled up his limbs so she could handle Sony's group. My energy is running out, so I can't stop attacking those guys. Soon, Xionhua's chains will bind Sony tightly, then she'll turn to question why Xiaohui and the others are still fine. At this moment, Yusin finally realized what was unusual. He quickly found the answer to this situation. Soul's fate. The fragments of memory helped Yusin uncover the root cause. Little Huai is still affected by the residual aftershock of the soul that was guiding my fate this morning. Even with a solution, the flower carriage still cannot work. But now, while using the soul that is guiding fate, a giant hand suddenly breaks through the veil created by chaos, catching Yusi completely off guard. Without even calling, the Queen Mother of the West personally appeared, and the chaos also sensed the presence of uninvited guests. King Yama and the Queen Mother of the West were very displeased with its actions. Is it the incarnation of the void? Don't disrupt the balance of the world. King Yama and the Queen Mother of the West ignored all the chaos and retorted back at both of them. Let the underworld go and leave like you guys. It is very displeased at being obstructed from its plan and now says it will intervene. Diemla King and the Queen Mother of the West have merged into a powerful dragon. The Jade Emperor declared and charged fiercely at the chaos to attack, but it was not easily hit. Instead, the chaos retaliated even more fiercely. On the contrary, you don't have any noble purpose, just realizing the truth and becoming stronger. It arrogantly and mercilessly targets the Jade Emperor. What is the difference between me and you? A barrage of dark energy from chaos targets him. The Jade Emperor only smirked confidently, then roared and unleashed a lightning bolt that burned everything. Yusin was stunned below as her spiritual power vanished. The flower car was no exception. She too was gradually losing her abilities. He keeps turning his head and cursing. Damn it, is that guy just randomly draining energy again? All their power was concentrated in the chaotic place, but the flower car, being perceptive, noticed something unusual. No. She sensed something unusual about that spiritual energy absorption. A little different. Currently, Sun and Thichi Luan have been completely defeated. Seonhua has secretly guessed the reaction between the spiritual energies. Shu is reacting to the mysterious energy orb. The space shifts elsewhere, and Seo slowly opens his eyes, regaining consciousness. He looked all over his body in utter confusion. Do I really have a body now? What's going on? Then Seo looked around this mysterious place. Suddenly, his body froze. Seo has noticed something unusual. Bi Hyung is also here, lying unconscious in this space. Bi Hyung. He also gradually opened his eyes and glanced at Seo. Bi Hyung called out suspiciously, Seo. He sat up suddenly, as if he was very familiar with this place. Is it this place again? Bi Hyung, using magic and looking exhausted, changes his appearance and approaches Seo, sometimes still feeling like he's inside a cave. Suddenly, he presses his face close to Seo's and asks, "But how did you get so deep into my mind?" Seo tried to gather spiritual energy but failed, only focusing a tiny amount which left him confused and unable to use his aura. Bi Hyung suddenly put his hand in his pocket to search for an item, then took out a purple demon core and suggested that it might be following his own demon core bead. My mighty demonic energy. You try to reach for it, but Bi Hyung is faster. Instead, Seo ends up being taught a lesson by him. Bi Hyung, pretending to be friendly, keeps bringing up the past. This reminds me of the first time we met, doesn't it? I once had high hopes that when I first met Seo, he was very interested in you. A half-human, half-elf like you must understand me. In the past, it seemed like the two had a very good relationship. Seo, if you agree to help me with something, every word from Bi Hyung is a sincere promise, and I will only then promise to tell you about my past. But now their relationship has fallen apart, and for many reasons we lost our rhythm with each other. Yet he smiles and makes an offer to Seo. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore. Before you could react, Bi Hyung acted on his own. In Seo's mind, his memories surface. You know it, half-human, half-demon don't belong to the human side or the demon side. Bi Hyung has experienced countless pains because he is not purebred. His bloodlines were never meant to mix, and yet they did. That is very clear in Seo's mind, in his memories. Then Bi Hyung continued to speak to you. Do you think I am on the side of the demons? He justifies his actions, but not entirely. For the monster war, whether in the past or present, Bi Hyung only has one feeling: these are just beasts to hunt and kill, like tigers coming down from the mountains. He then began to tell more about his life story. One day, Bi intervened in my life, and I realized that I carried the blood of a savage beast within me. Gradually, Bi Hyung began to notice strange things in this world, and I became confused. The power of monsters is indeed useful, but once discovered by the Lord of the Moon, I would no longer be an equal human but become a beast to be slain. The story has gone too far.
pushing him onto a new path. But even knowing that, I have no other choice. Feng Huit Lord, driven by his ambitions, Bi Hyung has lived through a time of chaos, constantly pushing me onto the battlefield to survive amidst current wars and future threats. Therefore, he had to make a choice to survive. I had to become stronger at all costs. But then everything Bi Hyung did was exposed, and he was finally discovered to be a monster. From that point on, his life took a new turn. When I have to live as a demon, I only feel emptiness. They chose me because I am stronger than ordinary humans. Inside Bai Hung, feelings of anger and resentment rise due to the mistreatment he received. So why is it that for the same reason they despise me? I can't understand. The goblin village I fled to is nothing like I imagined. Most of the monsters surprisingly suggest establishing a demon king who does not oppose humans. He has been worn down by those feelings and no longer trusts this world. Do you know why? It's like how humans don't reject harmless livestock like buffalo or pigs. For monsters, humans who do not pose a threat have no reason to be hated, and once again, Bai Hung finds himself the victim of injustice. They see humans the way humans see endangered animals, with a sense of superiority, saying that to protect humans, they will kill me once again. That was the turning point that completely changed him into who he is today. At that moment, I hated everyone. Monsters and humans. Humans discriminate against me because I am a monster, and monsters want to kill me because I am not human. But then Bi Hyung also found others like him. Yes, swept away by a sense of justice that changed according to both sides' desires. That is the fate of us half-human, half-beast beings. But the Dark Poison God and the Four Fiends are different. They were born not for any noble purpose, only to become evil. He is intoxicated and excited in a world where only death and killing intent exist without reason. Bi Hyung has lost his mind and takes that as his faith. That is the true reality, untainted by anything. Seo, who had been silent all along, finally, annoyed, grabbed his hand. You must frown with discomfort when listening to Bi Hyung's rambling. After saying that, leave. Seo grabbed Bi Hyung's hand, squeezing his face, sneering, not wanting to be swept up in anyone's so-called justice, and pulled his hand away. I'm speaking honestly. Your face looks very serious, but your words carry a hint of sarcasm. Isn't it because he's not a worthy opponent that he's afraid of looking like a fool? Bi Hyung's current fate is what he deserves for his arrogance. Bi Hyung considers himself an unfortunate genius unfairly oppressed. He was once the strongest and most recognized in the flower forest, but because he couldn't admit that he destroyed himself with his foolish pride, he blamed the entire world. As he was lost in the confusion of his own failure and unable to control himself, he fell further into depravity fueled by the wrong ideas fed to him by others. In a group that pursues strength, what's wrong with trying to become stronger? He desires a just world where the strong are treated as the strong. When the Demon King approached Bi Hyung and whispered in his ear, his arrogance, already destructive, grew even greater. It's not that you're wrong, but that they are weak. From then on, he always saw himself as the strong one, different from others, and sank into darkness, walking the path of spreading evil. Believing that I am different from you, with a cold, sarcastic attitude that goes beyond distorted reality, and thinking, I understand the whole world, these vile thoughts have become the stepping stones for Bai Hung to continuously commit crimes as a way to prove himself. But that is not understanding. Only arrogance, because I can judge others, so you must gather under me. I am controlling my opponent. That kind of psychological victory has finally called upon Kai, the one who worships evil, regardless of Bi Hyung pulling his hand away forcefully. Seo speaks. So in your mind, you don't need to try to earn respect. Others will automatically worship your strength and bow before you. Seo stood with his hand on his hips, sighing. Just having someone stand beside you as an equal can already make you feel attacked. So every day you say that monsters and humans don't know their place. Seo's words make Bi Hyung feel guilty. He opens his mouth to protest but can't utter a sound. It was your arrogance, thinking that everyone else is just a fool, that caused you to deceive Lord Feng and Nguyen. You set expectations and granted privileges to yourself from the very beginning. Seo continues to reveal the truth that Bi Hyung dares not face. And when it was exposed, you were furious because your subordinates, who should have unquestioningly followed you, dared to oppress you. He smirked slightly, a look of contempt on his face. He couldn't accept the reality that he had become the defeated one. You still distort reality and pity yourself, claiming that I didn't lose, but that guy was cheating. As soon as Seo finished speaking, Bi Hyung suddenly attacked. He punched him hard in the stomach, leaving Seo no time to react and forcing him to endure the pain. Seo spat out a large amount of blood, coughing as he said, See? You lean against the wall with one hand, clutching your wounded stomach, but still sneer, just for daring to speak as if the fault lies with others, when in fact you should be the most pitiful person in the world. You would have been silenced immediately.
No, you need to realize that right now you are clinging to the very right and wrong that you despise. Your words make him angry, his face darkening as he says, I am the oppressed one and the holder of truth. I frown slightly from the pain but continue to face Bi-hyung. Are you trying to position yourself as morally superior? Seo directly tears off Bi-hyung's mask, saying what he has always wanted to hear, denying righteousness outwardly but secretly wanting to be acknowledged within that very framework. Bi-hyung has always tried to justify himself, constantly avoiding reality and refusing to face his failures. This is where the defense mechanism begins. Because you don't want to be hurt, you proactively become disappointed, bitter, and keep your distance from the world, but that separation leads to isolation. Isolation turns into loneliness, and loneliness spreads to a feeling of helplessness. Helplessness is the sensation that I cannot influence the world. Isolation signals a rupture between me and the world. Loneliness is the fear that even if I disappear, no one will notice. The villagers, due to isolation and loneliness, have nurtured their own evil, being isolated for so long. Bi-hyung should still have had a chance to change, but he hid in his dark inner cave, letting the darkness gradually obscure him. He was afraid of the light, afraid of reality, afraid of the consequences he himself had caused. So the only way left to hide his cowardice is to become a ruthless person. He used his power to kill innocent people, spreading fear and resorting to violence to provoke reactions from others to confirm his own existence. Seo continued to provoke him, and as a result, because I cannot belong anywhere, I would rather rule over the entire world. Perhaps to erase loneliness, he used the feeling of being all-powerful and perfect to shield himself. While Bi-hyung was focused on confronting Seo, the demon energy orb fell out of his pocket. Seo said, I don't only exist when I belong somewhere. Bi-hyung still ignores it and grabs my collar. You want to use your words to make him realize even if you're alone, you must have the ability not to let your existence fade away. To determine for yourself who I am, Seo kept saying. Perhaps loneliness can never be completely erased. A faint blue light flickers across Bi-hyung's face. His face was filled with surprise when faced with this power. Bi-hyung released Seo's collar, a faint blue light surrounding Seo's body. You slowly step closer to him, but the feeling of omnipotent power created to hide it only makes the loneliness deeper. Seo's mind flashes with the faces of young Huaishun, Sun, Hina, and Jin Yom, especially the monsters, because of their long history of dealing with the feeling of omnipotence within a system where the strong dominate the weak. Which is why he despises the endless competition and the ideology of power, having only connected with others through violence, clinging instead to authority like a lord or demon king. Recent news reports have continuously warned about the rising violence. If you are used to achieving a sense of omnipotence by bullying the weak to escape loneliness and have become incapable of perceiving the consequences of your actions, a blue gem appears and gradually seeps into Seo's body. Seo continues to speak truths that Bi-hyung does not realize, so to escape loneliness, do not use understanding others to gain advantage or adopt a sarcastic, cold attitude toward the world. Don't try to control others to be understood. The blue gem and the harmony stone also shattered at the same time. The power of the two orbs merging within Seo's body allows him to empathize with others and perceive the world as it truly is, reaching enlightenment. Elsewhere, a massive explosion erupts, flames spreading across the area and rocks flying everywhere. Sharp ice shards suddenly appeared and flew chaotically in one direction, while a sword engraved with strange symbols and glowing with blue light cut through the ice fragments. Yusin, exhausted, stands there gasping for breath, still clutching his sword tightly. Damn it. In front of Yusin, Go is still creating ice shards to attack him. Yu thinks, now I really have no spirit energy left. Suddenly, a figure appears behind him. Is that so? This person touches Yusin's back and channels a surge of power into his body. Yusin feels like an electric current is running through him. The other person said, well then I'll return to you what you lent me last time. Yusin quickly turned around to see who it was as he heard this. But I don't know how to do those chaotic command rituals, so you'll have to do it yourself, understand? Turns out this person is Seo. Yusin was very happy when he saw him. From afar, Zeonhua saw the two happily laughing after their reunion, and was also a bit surprised, causing a chain to fall that was binding someone. Zeonhua's expression shows a hint of disbelief as Seo quickly teleports beside him and places a hand on his shoulder. Zeonhua loudly calls Seo's name to confirm he's here. Seo shyly smiles, scratches his cheek, and replies, I'm here. Yu hurriedly stuck the talisman on Guy's head who had been controlled, then turned to ask Seo, are you a fairy now? Seo scratched his head and replied without noticing the pair of hands reaching out to him. Something like that. Ononhoa jumps up, hugging Seo tightly around the neck, her face flushing with emotion and tears welling up in her eyes.
Yuen arrives shortly after, also wrapping her arms around Sio's neck, her expression just as emotional.
This guy. Seeing their reactions, Sio smiled brightly, spread his arms to hug them back, and burst into laughter. They held each other so tightly that he felt like he was about to suffocate, and helplessly said, "Thank you so much, you guys." Seeing that, they went down to call Sio. Yu gently pats your head. "I know this guy."
After a moment of joy in the reunion atmosphere, everyone began to return to seriously handling the unfinished business. Seonhwa and Yusin simultaneously stuck 2 talismans on Sun and Taichi Luan's foreheads as they were chanting commands.
Sun blinked slowly and gradually regained consciousness. He looked up at her and immediately appeared surprised. Sio stood there smiling at Sony, tears of joy streaming down her face as she called out his name loudly. Taichi Luan hugged Yin and said playfully, "I don't really hate you." Seonhwa turned to ask Sio, "But Sio, weren't you swallowed by chaos already?" She continued, "What exactly happened to the chaos?" Seonhwa recalls the scene when the event happened and questions it. After he disappeared, the Jade Emperor also left immediately afterward. Sio looked up at the sky, but before he could answer, Yusin patted his shoulder. "Hold on," Yusin asked nervously. "Sio, now that you're a deity, you can't interfere in mortal affairs anymore, right?" Yusin helplessly remembered the scene where he had to say goodbye to Master Jeon Ut-chi. "I heard that because of the heavenly punishment from the Jade Emperor, his master was also nearly imprisoned." Sio snapped his fingers and turned to smile, saying, "I didn't come unprepared, don't worry." Just as Sio finished speaking, a giant lion's head, 10 times larger than the chaos, appeared in front of him. The lion dance magic dissipates into tiny paper-like fragments. Chaos roars loudly, and he can only watch as his body gradually vanishes. The giant lion head opens its mouth and swallows the chaotic form whole. A group of villagers appeared, dancing joyfully, beating gongs and drums, blowing horns, and spinning around the giant lion head. The divine blue bow soars toward the sky. He glances at the tense Onhwa, then turns back with a reassuring smile. Yusin and Seonhwa clasped their hands to their chests, shouting loudly together as they knelt in obedience. The arrow was shot with great power, soaring straight into the sky. The arrow hit the lion's head, igniting a blaze from there. The lion's head shone with a bright yellow light, and shimmering flames descended from the sky like falling flowers. These sparks fall all over the street, then they gather nearby. Everyone around seems to sense something, looking around in confusion but not noticing anything unusual. At this moment, Taichi Luan suddenly spoke up, but it was her warning that made Yu Xin startle and turn back to look at Sio. Sio looked strangely, her body gradually turning transparent. Yusin quickly ran over and grabbed his hand. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Everyone around was stunned. Sun shouted, "Why are you turning transparent?" Sio scratched his head, quickly reassuring everyone that it was nothing serious. Onan Hoa's car rushed over, reaching out to touch him. "What? Wait a minute." But Sio's body quickly vanished, leaving her only able to touch the duplicate. Everyone was extremely shocked and shouted Sio's name. At this moment, Sio suddenly falls from the sky, landing just as everyone screams in pain. Yes. Everyone with tears still on their faces froze in shock, turning to look at him, unable to understand what had just happened. Sio scratched his head and quickly stood up to explain. "The thing is, in a dreamy idyllic space, the Jade Emperor spoke, saying you are the one who broke the gem, one of the intermediaries that summoned chaos." The Jade Emperor spoke to Sio standing before him. "A celestial being itself is a world. For a fairy to intervene in the mortal realm is no different from the arrival of the Void Lord on Earth." It looks at you standing upright and continues to ask, "Do you really have the confidence to bear it?" 2 horns appear on Sio's head, one red and one blue. He smiled brightly, returning to reality, having finished explaining to everyone. He stood there, awkwardly laughing, as people rushed in, hugging Sio tightly, causing him to fall backward. His eyes widened in helplessness as everyone pressed him down, lying on the ground. Then he burst into a bright smile with his cheeks flushed. While everyone was noisy behind, Taichi Luan stepped forward. She looked up, covered her eyes with her hand, smiled and said, "The sun is rising. Dawn is breaking." The bright golden sunlight spread across the city, and back at Bi Hung's place, we were stunned as Sio disappeared before our eyes. The blue light gradually dissipates, leaving only Bi Hung in the darkened space. Bai Hung feels suffocated, clutching his neck in shock, grinding his teeth, his face turning purple and sweat pouring down like rain. Has Sio's love force orb disappeared? He can't accept it. If the intermediary object is cut off, the ritual will. Just then, a figure appeared in front of him, and he saw the cold face of Qilin. "Qilin!" Bai Hu clenched his teeth and pushed Kailan away, quickly stepping back.
Did what just appeared come from my demon energy orb? Bi-hyung's face twisted in a grimace, pale and trembling. Is this the future you saw? Are you satisfied? Could it be that from the moment we are born, our failure today was already predetermined for us? Keelan calmly replied, No, fate doesn't work that way. Before it strikes, it's just one of countless possibilities. Around them, fire surrounded the two of them. Keelan continued, Even if fate is predetermined or not, the world is full of absurdities and everyone living in it will inevitably face misfortune. Behind Bi-hyung, a lion's head appeared, his face filled with fear as he listened to Kailan's words. But the prophecy is what gives you the confidence that the pain you will inevitably endure, you will overcome. Then he disappeared, replaced by a blue flame. The unicorn summoned the divine punishment that belonged to Seo and turned it into a heavenly tribulation for Bi-hyung's future. The blue flames then appeared surrounding the parade of the Lan group. Bi-hyung was split into many pieces like falling sparks, becoming lanterns illuminating those he once spread madness to. This was both karma and an opportunity. Could it be that the promise of the heavens is that whatever is given must be returned in kind? In the end, everyone in Seo happily released lanterns together. This time, the demon didn't rush out of the cave anymore.